Having just broken through to the nascent soul realm, I confidently went to the secret realm to rescue my girlfriend, only for her to immediately run away. The exit of the secret realm was sealed, and a peak divine transformation dragon-shaped demon slowly approached me. Only then did I realize that my girlfriend and her accomplices had set me up. As a top 20 ranked player in the game's power rankings, I knew all too well that it was time to make a quick escape. Scrolls like Town Portal or Teleport don't work, and suicide won't trigger resurrection either. In the critical moment, I pulled out a scroll of rebirth, only to find myself still trapped in the secret realm after resurrection. Then I unexpectedly obtained an eraser of affixes. After erasing the restrictions on the scroll of rebirth, I calmly embraced death. Fresh from breaking through to the nascent soul realm, I confidently ventured into a secret realm in Kunwal province of the primordial world to rescue my girlfriend. But who would have thought that my girlfriend Sushara would straight up run away, and the exit to the secret realm was blocked too. Staring at the dragon-shaped great demon at the peak of the divine transformation realm, I was on the verge of tears. Even an idiot could see it now. I'd been cheated on, and Sushara along with her lover Lin Feiyu, that wretched pair, had trapped me in this secret realm, just waiting for me to be wiped out with no heirs left. Fuming, I cursed, damn it. Sushara, Lin Feiyu, you damn cheating couple. May you die terribly, just you wait. But ranting aside, facing this black dragon covered in bone spikes slowly creeping toward me, escaping is the top priority. After all, I'm a top 20 ranked player in the game Primordial World. If I can just get away, I swear I'll make those two pay dearly. But right now, forget about the peak of the divine transformation realm. I can't even handle the initial stage of the divine transformation realm. In this cultivation-themed online game, fighting beyond one's realm is simply impossible. This black dragon is clearly at the level of an ancient true spirit. Even handling opponents of the same level is tough. The only option is to flee. I hastily pulled out return scrolls, teleportation scrolls, and tried various secret realm and dungeon transfers, but none of them worked. Suicide to return to the main city? That won't work either. Ever since the game world merged with reality a year ago, suicide means actual death. Just as I was in utter despair, I remembered that bizarre item. The Rebirth Scroll. I had obtained this scroll long ago. In the game world, death meant revival in the main city, making it utterly useless and unsellable. But now, it had become my lifeline. I hastily clicked to use the Rebirth Scroll Unique 3 Serial No. 002. But the moment I used it, the black dragon swatted me into a bloody pulp with a single slap. However, a flash of golden light illuminated the scene, and I found myself reborn atop the massive, man-sized egg of the black dragon. Overwhelmed with both shock and joy, I exclaimed, "This is fantastic." I had been reborn. But as soon as I looked up, I locked eyes with the black dragon, its gaze as large as a yoga ball, instantly creating an awkward atmosphere. The black dragon wanted to reach out and swipe at me, but since I was standing on its egg, it could only flick its claw at me. I'm like a willow leaf, tumbling in the fierce wind, until with a loud bang, I crash onto the cliffs of the secret realm. The pain makes me cry out, damn, it hurts. I can't accept this. Could I really not escape after all? Once again, I take out one of my 3 precious Rebirth Scrolls Unique 3 Serial No. 003. Just then, a golden block-shaped object appears before my eyes. I reach out and grab it. It turns out to be an entry eraser. Reading its effects and limitations, a brilliant idea strikes me. If I erase the restriction entry that limits the Rebirth Scroll's effect to just 1 minute prior, perhaps I can escape the secret realm after all. No sooner said than done, I erased the entry. Then, under the dragon's fiery breath, I calmly accepted death. When I regained consciousness, I found myself back 10 years earlier, on July 7, 2077, the very day the primordial world launched. I trembled slightly with excitement, my breath quickening, as a flood of memories, decade-old gaming experience, and skills rushed back to me. I understand what it means to have advanced knowledge of the game. In my past life, it took me nearly a year after the game's launch to afford a helmet, yet even then, I managed to rank among the top 20 on the power leaderboard thanks to my talent. Now, I have a thorough grasp of every secret realm, dungeon, hidden quest, and more within the game. But when I checked my savings, I realized I was still over $1,000 short of buying the helmet. At this moment of worry, I unexpectedly touched the entry eraser again, as the familiar game interface appeared before my eyes. My eyes widened, my entire body trembling like a sieve, my heart screaming, holy crap. I planned to go downstairs to grab some food and sell everything at home that could be sold for money. Wearing slippers and holding an umbrella, I walked in the rain from 10 years ago, gazing at the familiar city as a giant poster advertising Primordial World came into view. This game was anything but simple. In its mid to late stages, items, equipment, spirit pets, and even the powers of cultivators from the game could be brought into the real world. Although it was claimed to be jointly developed by various countries, in reality, it concealed a huge secret. Later, when the game world merged with reality, people came to realize that everything in the game was real. It was actually preparing Blue Star to defend against an invasion from another world. I quickly sold almost everything, made enough money, and even had a few hundred left. My little electric scooter was safe too. I had no family, and love had soured. Now that I knew cultivation was real, my goal wasn't just to dominate Taichu world, but to seek the path of immortality. But right now, I need to eat my fill first, buy a gaming helmet, and quickly improve myself using the game content I already know. I bought instant noodles, xianqi piao piao, soda, and beer at the small convenience store, packed them into a transparent plastic bag, and prepared to leave. At that moment, a chubby young man wearing glasses with a large mole on his nose walked toward me. I recognized him at once. He was Jojo, a top-tier player who consistently ranked in the top 10 and repeatedly claimed the top spot in the Great Beginning World, known as Lord Crow 9. I had seen him on a TV interview program before, and his appearance left a deep impression on me. His hidden profession is quite impressive. He can command large numbers of beasts, mostly crows, hence this elegant nickname. In the interview, he mentioned that at 9:09 a.m. on the launch day, he spent 5 yuan on a bucket of instant noodles, which unexpectedly contained a hidden profession transition card, leading him to obtain the hidden profession. That's also the origin of his ID. At the time, I was extremely envious. After eating instant noodles for 2 months straight, I still couldn't replicate such good fortune. After the game merged with reality, he became the top combat force on Blue Star. That instant noodle cup turned out to be his heaven-sent opportunity. I glanced at the time, 9 o'clock. Just then, Jojo scanned the QR code at the counter, paid via WeChat, 5 yuan, and walked out carrying a cup of instant noodles. At 8:51, with the clock ticking toward 9, the great opportunity was right before his eyes. I can't miss this opportunity. Directly offering a high price for acquisition definitely won't work. If he knows about the job transfer card, he certainly won't sell it. Forcing it is even worse, as it would delay game progress, so I can only resort to cunning means. I quickly pulled out some beer, gulped down several mouthfuls, then splashed some on myself to create a strong alcohol smell. Then I took out $300 bills, stuffed them into a transparent plastic bag, and placed it in a conspicuous spot. Pretending to be stumbling drunk, I bumped into Jojo the moment he exited the supermarket. Come on, finish this glass, there's one more. Finish this one, and there's 3 more. Jojo looks disgusted and tries to push me away. Ugh, get out of here. I deliberately shove around, letting the plastic bag slip from my hand as things scatter everywhere, while grabbing the instant noodles from his hand, mumbling, "What a huge wineglass, hick, I'll have another, hick." Holding the instant noodles, I made a move to leave. Jojo still wanted to grab them back, but his gaze was instantly drawn to the plastic bag on the ground. Inside were not only the same brand of instant noodles as his, along with fairy-like snacks and soda, but also a lighter, and more importantly, 3 crisp 100 yuan bills. The big guy didn't hesitate at all. He picked up the plastic bag and ran. The instant noodles in my hand were already open, and that hidden job transfer card slipped into my pocket, rubbing against my fingers. Even if he comes back with a guilty conscience wanting the instant noodles, I have an excuse. I was drunk and accidentally opened it. If he still wants this cup, he can take it, but I won't return the job change card. This plastic bag serves as both bait and a decoy. It's foolproof. Finally, 1 hour before the game server launched, I eagerly put on the gaming helmet and logged in early. Looking at the familiar scene, I deftly entered the character creation interface. In this world where games blend with reality, revealing your real name prematurely isn't wise. I once caused trouble by using my real name as an online alias in my past life, so I decided to choose a domineering name this time. After much deliberation, since I'm a Leo, I chose the brightest celestial body in the Leo constellation, one of the brightest stars in the night sky. Regulus then. Picking a class is a bit more complicated. The game classes are broadly divided into 3 categories: Body Cultivator, Sword Cultivator, and Dao Cultivator, with some players later developing the forbidden path of the Heretic Cultivator in mid to late game phases. The boundaries between different cultivation systems are blurred, and many skills and equipment were not interchangeable, but after the game worlds merged, everything became universally compatible. Choosing a profession doesn't matter much. The key is to gain the maximum advantage early on, suitable for transitioning through the novice period. In my past life, I was a sword cultivator, so I have profound knowledge of sword cultivation opportunities and also know which main city is most suitable for sword cultivation practice. However, body cultivators reign supreme in the early stages, with their formidable physique offering immense advantages: high attack, high defense, and fast speed. Sword cultivators possess immense destructive power, capable of flying swords over great distances. Dao cultivators wield attacks that move mountains and drain seas, their techniques unfathomable to gods and ghosts, yet both only reveal their true superiority in the mid to late stages. However, one can't choose a profession yet, one must seek opportunities in the beginner's village. Only children make choices. Body cultivation, sword cultivation, Dao cultivation. I'll take them all. Evil cultivation, that's what I'm destined to become. There is no inventory before character creation, and I don't know if the game helmet can scan items like an eraser or a hidden class transfer card into the game. As for the character's appearance, since my looks are already quite striking, I simply chose a long-haired top-knot hairstyle without dwelling on it. Character generated, player, Regulus class, none talent, unawakened. Looking at the basic stats panel, the numbers are about the same as when I first entered the game in my previous life. Cultivation is like experience points in the game. You can level up by defeating monsters, but after the game ends, you must genuinely cultivate to improve, and that's incredibly difficult. Many players stagnate once the game world is over, but I managed to break through even after the game merged with reality. My talent is clearly extraordinary. Physique, Dao Arts, and Divine Sense are the three most crucial attributes in the game Primordial Chaos. Physique represents vitality, strength, and other physical attributes. I awkwardly stared at my 3-point physique utter fragility, just like a college student. Dao Arts reflect comprehension of the Dao, including mana capacity and more. Divine Sense represents spiritual power, insight, and similar abilities. Next, choose the main city map. In the early stages, all main cities are interconnected, but teleportation arrays are expensive, and traveling on foot is simply impossible. In the Primordial Era, the 13 provinces each suit different cultivators. Provinces like Kanwo and Jianlu are lands of great opportunity for sword cultivators. Shenzhou and Dongguansu serve as foundations for spell cultivators, while Lingzhou and Qingzhou cater to physical cultivators. Dihua Province and Yunlai Province are more chaotic, but at their border lies a downtrodden yet top-tier sect that cultivates physical martial arts, Taoist techniques, and swordsmanship together, though it remains inaccessible in the early stages. Although I'm not familiar with Yunlai Province, someone from a past life had made a detailed guide here. Rumors say that somewhere in the beginner village of Yunlai Prefecture lies the legacy of a demonic cultivator, serving as the starting point for the demonic cultivation playstyle. As I was pondering, the game server launch countdown began. Without hesitation, I clicked and selected Yunlai State. Just after selecting, I transformed into a streak of light and entered Yunlai Prefecture, appearing in the beginner's village. Ding! Welcome, player Regulus, to beginner's village number 4396. This beginner's village is so crowded. Yunlai Prefecture alone has over 4,000 beginners' villages, and the number of people who logged into the game right after launch already exceeded 100 million. It truly lives up to its reputation as a game for the masses. Watching this picturesque small town being swarmed by countless players, someone exclaimed, "Holy crap! This feeling, isn't this just like time travel?" Someone responded, "Haha, beta tester here to tell you, the reality here goes far beyond that." Another shout, "Storm Guild is recruiting. Hurry up!" I looked down at my beginner's outfit, coarse cloth short sleeves and a pair of straw sandals, and couldn't help but smirk. This was where the dream began. Chapter 4, The Power-Up Strike. Lin Feiyu quickly picked up the skill book from the ground and began examining it. Powered Strike. Grade, fine green icon. Skill, active skill. Class, no class requirement. Effect, stand still and charge a basic attack. Each second of charging increases physical damage by 100% of the basic attack's base damage. The longer the charge, the greater the damage. Restriction 1, maximum charge duration is 10 seconds. Limit 2, the skill cooldown equals the duration of the charge. Ah, this. Isn't this the ultimate move that pairs perfectly with my talents? Wait a minute. Restriction 1 and Restriction 2? Which one should I remove? Obviously, Restriction 1 has the higher erasure limit. Cooling times and such I'll just have to make do. Lin Feiyu immediately pulled out an eraser. Holy crap. Powered Strike. Rarity, legendary golden icon. Skill, active ability. Class, no class restriction. Effect, stand still to charge. Each second of charge increases physical damage by 100% of normal attack damage. The longer the charge, the greater the damage. Restriction, the skill cooldown equals the duration of the charge. Whoa. It actually upgraded directly to golden legendary? This gains skill tiers and equipment grades. Rough gray black, common white, fine green, excellent blue, epic purple, legendary gold. 6 tiers. Excellent. Erasing entries can even alter a skill's tier. S-tier talents paired with golden legendary skills. My plain old basic attack? Give me enough charge time and it becomes a nuclear blast. Whoa. This skill is absolutely god tier. Keep grinding mobs. Let's see if we can get some more good loot. He picked up the other drops scattered on the ground. Copper coins plus 23. Ibex horn plus 1 quest item. Red-haired mountain goats were plentiful in this forest, and now he possessed a divine skill paired with his talents. Grinding monsters would be a breeze now. Draw your bow, charge your shot. The bighorn sheep only has 500 HP, meaning a 1-second charge is enough for a one-shot kill. This way, you can avoid getting charged to death by the bighorn's charge skill. Thwack! Another ordinary auto attack. 590. The bighorn sheep was still chewing on tender grass when it breathed its last. Ding! You have killed bighorn sheep. Experience plus 20. Lin Feiyu hurried over to see if there was anything worthwhile. This time, only 26 copper coins and a pair of argali horns. Seems luck isn't always on his side. Relying on his charged attack, Lin Feiyu swiftly farmed monsters. He leveled up in no time. Ding! Level up. Reach level 4. Gained plus 10 free attribute points. Every stat boost from leveling up depended entirely on how he allocated his free attribute points. Lin Feiyu pondered.
Each free attribute point. For attack power, 1 point equals 2 attack points.
Magic power also gains 2 points, defense gains 1 point, attack speed gains 0.01. In his previous life, Lin Feiyu had gained 2 levels, totaling 20 attribute points. He had only allocated 2 points to health. The rest went entirely into attack power. The starting player's health is 10 points. All other attributes are determined by physical constitution, varying from person to person. After crunching the numbers, it was clear that maxing out health was the most cost-effective choice. With the battle to the final chapter talent active, HP equals attack power. Forget it, all points into health. A bowman with a full health build? Ever seen one? Player, Lin Feiyu. Title, Tenacious Black Iron Warrior. Class, None level, 4 XP, 10600. Talent, Fight to the final chapter S1295. HP, 1210. Mana, 10. Attack, 49 plus 3. Spell power, 7. Physical defense, 7. Magic defense, 7. Physical penetration, 0. Magic penetration, 0. Attack speed, 0.32. Movement speed, 2.5. Reputation, 0. Copper coins, 429. A single unremarkable auto attack in the final battle dealt 1295 damage? Suddenly, he felt a surge of boundless pride. He glanced at the goat nearby. 500 HP? Little goat, already disdainfully slain. Time for something more challenging. Preferably something with 10,000 HP. And make my skills have a 10-second cooldown. Still, he kept slaying the bighorn sheep. He already had 20 of those bighorn sheep horns quest items. He vaguely remembered that the quest about bighorn sheep you gave in the town required 30 argali horns to redeem the reward. As for what the reward was, well, that part slipped his mind. Who cares? These bighorn sheep nowadays? 1 arrow and they owe me a tube of blood. Time to stockpile those quest items. Soon, Lin Feiyu had gathered 30 argali horns. When he killed the last one, it actually dropped gear. A garment glowing with a faint white light lay quietly on the ground. Lin Feiyu stepped forward to pick it up. Woolen sweater. Quality, rough gray black icon. Equipment, top. No level restriction. Restriction, cannot stack attributes with other upper garments. HP plus 20. 100% pure wool, fine and soft, dense and smooth, not only providing warmth, but also a fashion statement that showcases your taste. This game features 10 wearable slots in total. 5 main equipment slots and 5 accessory slots. Main equipment, clothing, pants, shoes, arm guards, helmet. Clothing includes armor, protective gear, battle robes, cloth armor, leather armor. Pants include skirts, some shimmering leg ornaments, greaves. Shoes. Arm guards includes bracelets, gloves, bangles, watches, and chains. Helmet includes headdresses, crowns, jade hairpins, face ornaments, veils, masks. Multiple pieces of the same equipment type can be worn simultaneously, but only one attribute bonus applies. Other accessories also have a limit of 5 pieces. These are all decorative items that provide relatively minor stats. They are not essential nice to have, but you can manage without them. Accessories, rings, earrings, necklaces, brooches, back accessories. 10 wearable equipment slots in total. Lin Feiyu examined the restrictions on this. Wool sweater? Restriction, cannot stack attributes with other tops. I'll wipe it right off for you. Damn it. My stacking fun is ruined. Does this mean I can't wear 10 layers when I go out? Can I wear 10 rings? Lin Feiyu removed the restriction from the wool sweater and put it on. Not only did his HP increase by 20 points, but the damage from Fight to the final chapter also rose by 20 points. Talent, Fight to the end S1315. Currently, 19 arrows remain, but no need to worry, equipment can still be purchased from the player trading platform in the wild. If you run out, just restock. He glanced at the upper right corner of his backpack interface. Copper coins, 613. Over 600 coins. Perfect. That's nearly as much as grinding trees nonstop for a week. He headed deeper into the forest. He hadn't visited this map much in his previous life and wasn't very familiar with it, but he knew the specific location clearly. He knew of a mountain forest called Howling Woods, home to a type of wild deer around levels 8-9. It was perfect for him to grind experience now, though it also housed the highest level monsters in the newbie village, fierce tigers. These beasts had a strong attack drive. They would actively attack players, often causing casualties, making it extremely dangerous. But Lin Feiyu's current stats didn't make him afraid at all. Chapter 5, Howling Forest. The vice leader of the Qianyu Guild personally led a team to the Howling Forest for a gathering quest. Rumor has it this area holds the valuable, sun-piercing grass, which can cure minor ailments. Highly prized by the wealthy, its price remains consistently high. After extensive inquiries, the Qianyu Guild finally confirmed its presence here. Without delay, they set off with a group of about 10 people. Vice President Lu Fei led the expedition, along with 10 gatherers from the Qianyu Guild, also known as bricklayers. Due to their innate talents, they'd essentially bid farewell to combat professions, joining gathering guilds merely to scrape by. Each day, they followed the guild's assignments, chopping trees, mining or gathering herbs. 3 others were combatants from the Dragon Slayer Mercenary Corps, hired at high cost by the guild to protect the gatherers. The well-built Chen Hao muttered to another gatherer.
Ji Chen, you know what? Damn it.
That Lin Feiyu must have some kind of crystal ball.
How did he know we'd be gathering in a map spawning fierce tigers today? And he just doesn't show up? Doesn't answer calls, ignores in-game messages. Playing dead. Ji Chen turned back and said, Bro, how you think Lin Feiyu has some under-the-table deal with management? How else could he dodge dangerous maps like this? A female collector named Manhwa chimed in from the side. Hoof. That Lin Feiyu?
He's got nothing going for him except his looks. His talent tree might as well be blank. Unlike us with negative effects. He could totally level up without talents. Yet he slacks off as a map collector. Total trash.
Ji Chen sneered, oh. Little Hua wants to join the bashing? Didn't you just confess to Lin Feiyu? What happened? Rejected? Love turned to hate? And Hua flared up. You, what nonsense are you spouting?
A large, heavy-set teammate behind them quickly changed the subject, asking in a deep, resonant voice.
Where'd you hear about this roaring forest having sun-colliding grass? Is it legit? They're paying 10 copper coins per piece? That's a killer deal.
Chen Hao whispered, I heard it's information bought at a high price from other guilds. The vice president, a burly middle-aged man, turned back to cut off their chatter.
Enough. We're almost there.
This mission is dangerous, but the rewards are generous.
Besides, the Dragon Slayer mercenaries are pros. Nothing will go wrong.
Captain Li, the towering, Iron Tower-like leader of the Dragon Slayer mercenaries, dismissed the murmurs with disdain.
And Hua's face darkened, while Ji Chen wore a look of schadenfreude. The group fell silent and pressed onward.
Lin Feiyu hurried along, having already blown through all 600+ copper coins in the player auction house. Finally, he found a fine bow that didn't require reloading arrows.
Though the price was a tad steep. Hunter's bow price, 500 copper coins. Quality, common white icon. Weapon, bow. No level restriction. Attack power, +20. Effective range, 15 meters. Can consume mana to craft arrows for firing.
10 mana points per arrow.
The hunter's melody weaves 2 tones, the quivering of bowstrings and the low whistle of arrows slicing through air. 20 attack power costs 500 copper coins? For most people, 20 attack power is already quite high. But for Lin Feiyu, blessed with the fight to the final chapter talent, this 20 attack power isn't even a mere cherry on top. He was here to buy a bow that didn't require drawing arrows from his quiver with every shot. In his past life, he was a squishy marksman, a class that demanded precise execution. Drawing arrows from the backpack added extra steps, severely disrupting smooth movement and attack timing. This blue bar arrow conversion was truly excellent.
It streamlined his technique and raised his skill ceiling. Plus, Lin Feiyu figured removing that mana cost would probably make it an infinite fireball. He bought it without hesitation.
Saving $600 won't save my sister. It was already past 9 a.m. in the real world.
The level 7 healer who could treat his sister was still in the provincial capital, plus the time lost traveling. In truth, Lin Feiyu had less than 5 days left.
3 days. At the very least, 3 days. He must reach level 10. Otherwise,
he might not have time to complete the quest storyline in those secret realms, nor clear them to claim the rewards.
He must rapidly strengthen himself and level up quickly. This was a race against time.
Lin Feiyu removed the blue bar restriction and tested it. His mana pool truly wouldn't decrease.
Sure enough, the fiery bow had activated its infinite firepower mode.
With the remaining 100-odd copper coins, Lin Feiyu purchased a pair of boots.
Attack speed and movement speed were equally crucial. 1000-layer sole old cloth shoes price, 107 copper coins. Quality, common white icon. Equipment, shoes. No level restriction. Restriction, cannot stack effects with other equipment in the same slot. Movement speed plus 0.3. Attack speed plus 0.1.
A pair of pure cotton layered sole traditional cloth shoes, breathable, sweat wicking, and gentle on your feet.
Wearing them truly keeps your feet odor free. Just ordinary shoes, those fancy features are totally unnecessary. But Lin Feiyu bought them anyway.
As a veteran player immersed in the archer class for a decade, even the slightest boost in movement speed and attack speed can transform the feel of gameplay. This kind of multiplier effect on gameplay is something only fellow players can truly appreciate. But alas, his copper coins dwindled to just 6 again. Lin Feiyu entered the howling forest.
This mountainous terrain was far from level ground.
Here, a slope stretched out, thick with shrubs and dense with weeds. Towering trees formed a canopy, shrouding the wilderness and blocking out the sky. No sooner had he entered the woods than Lin Feiyu spotted several figures rummaging through tangled wild grasses.
Were they gathering something? Ha!
They looked familiar.
Members of the Qianyu Guild? Chen Hao? Ji Chen? Ah Hua? Big Fat? Lin Feiyu? What are you doing here? Damn it! Where the hell have you been? Not answering calls, ignoring game messages? You still want this job?
A furious voice exploded in Lin Feiyu's ear.
That voice, no need to guess. It was definitely Lu Fei, the vice president of the Qianyu Guild.
Lin Feiyu turned to see a burly man standing atop a moss-covered boulder.
Lin Feiyu kept his composure.
There was no need to start a conflict at this critical moment of rescuing his little sister.
He smiled faintly and said, "Yeah. I quit. I won't be going back to the Qianyu Guild anymore."
Lu Fei froze, staring at Lin Feiyu's calm expression. It didn't seem like a joke, nor did it sound like he was speaking out of anger.
"Then what are you doing?"
Lin Feiyu raised the hunting bow in his hand. "I'm grinding levels. I plan to switch to a combat class."
Ha 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 ha.
Vice Guild leader Lu Fei burst into laughter upon hearing this.
"With your stats? You want to be a combat class?
Forget it. Put that junk bow away right now and go gather sunstrike grass like everyone else. I'll overlook your tardiness today." Everyone in the Qianyu Guild who knew Lin Feiyu looked up.
The female gatherer, Manhwa, sneered, "Oh my oh my. Didn't you say you hated all this fighting and killing? What got you so worked up? Why so desperate? Trying to get reincarnated early, are you?"
The burly Chen Hao chimed in with a sarcastic tone.
"Ha! Lin Feiyu. You know what? I support your dream. So what if your skills are subpar? Does that stop you from switching to a combat class?" Big Fact shouted loudly, waving, "Hey! Lin Feiyu. Come gather some sun-piercing grass. 10 copper coins per plant? That's a sweet deal."
Lin Feiyu paid no attention, his mind set solely on grinding monsters. Suddenly, the gathering party erupted in chaos.
Ah! Trouble.
Several level 8 forked antler deer spawned.
Watch out. Their stats are crazy high. There are 4 of them. Oh no. I've already pulled aggro. Everyone saw the stats. Forked antler deer common, level 8. HP 1000. Attack 220. Physical defense 10. Skill, charge an enraged impact dealing 100% of attack power as physical damage. Skill, enrage after being attacked, increases attack power by 100%. Deer, deer, where art thou? Feasting on wild herbs. Lu Fei stared at the monster's stats and was utterly shocked. Take hits? Attack power doubles? And 4 spawned at once? What kind of god-tier monster is this? Who provided the map coordinates?
Some troublemakers are trying to sabotage our guild. The Dragon Slayer mercenaries, this might be tough to handle. His face drained of color as he shouted, "Captain Lee, get in there fast. Protect our gatherers." Captain Lee of the Dragon Slayer mercenaries, built like an iron tower, glanced at the stats just once.
4 of them? His pupils dilated in shock. 220 attack power? 1000 HP? And its attack power doubles? That's 440 attack power. Even more terrifying, a gatherer from the Qianyu Guild had already drawn its aggro. To pull it off now, someone would have to step forward and transfer the aggro. But 4 of them? Not just one, otherwise there'd be a chance to show off some skills. This is where we meet our end? The burly, towering man's hands began to tremble slightly. He knew that at this moment, the best course of action was to abandon everyone else's fate, break away from the fight, and run for his life. As a combat-focused class, his stats were higher than everyone else present. Which meant, even if he ran, he'd still be the fastest. But a resolute glint flashed in Captain Lee's eyes. He had taken the money. Therefore, he must shoulder the responsibility of protection. This wasn't about the mercenary group's reputation. It was a mission he couldn't ignore in his own heart. Huff. He drew a deep breath. Lifting a bronze greatsword, he began advancing toward the forked antler deer. His steps were deliberate and measured. As he advanced, he murmured to himself, "Hands steady. Breathe deep. Fear is natural. Today's death may not be glorious, but it will be honorable. Run. Don't try to fight. You can't win. Just get out of here." Lu Fei shouted urgently. "This escort job only pays a few $100. Why are you risking your life?" Captain Lee didn't turn his head, his voice slightly trembling yet unwavering. "You go first. I'll cover the rear." "Li Dahu. You." Lu Fei didn't waste time on sentimentality. Watching Captain Lee's retreating figure, he gritted his teeth and shouted, "Run." Then he led the retreat. The members of Qianyu's guild immediately turned and fled in unison. Only the 2 members of the Dragon Slayer mercenary group who had come with Captain Lee didn't flee. Instead, they began picking up their equipment, preparing to fight. Clang! Captain Lee had already engaged the forked antler deer. His heavy sword struck the stag's body. 130. The wild stag's health bar dropped by over a tenth. Meanwhile, the forked antler deer struck back with its antlers. 427. Captain Lee's health bar plummeted by a quarter instantly. Lin Feiyu also saw the forked antler deer's stats. 1000 HP? That's just 1 normal attack for me. 4 of them? Then 4 hits it is. Raising his hand to aim. But this action was spotted by Vice President Lin Feiyu. Lin Feiyu, what are you doing? Don't you want to live anymore? Run now. The arrow sliced through the trees, striking its mark with deadly precision. Thud. 1312. The pronghorn deer collapsed dead on the spot. Chapter 6, The $1 Million Deal. Captain Lee of the Dragon Slayer mercenary group witnessed the arrow's flight and saw the number appear above the forked antler deer's head. 1 shot kill? 1 arrow? 1,300? Lin Feiyu then took down the other 2 forked antler deer, each with a single arrow, as they were locked in fierce combat with the other 2 Dragon Slayer mercenary group members. The last one was just a matter of drawing his bow and releasing the arrow. Gulp. Captain Lee, swallowing hard. WH, what damage? Does a player after a class change have this kind of attack power? What level is this guy? Isn't the newbie village supposed to prevent players above level 10 from engaging in combat? Captain Lee snapped his head up to find the entire Qianyu guild staring at the youth, the very one Vice Captain Lin Feiyu had just berated with expressions like they'd seen a ghost. Level 4. What? Level 4? Damn it! Is this guy the young master of some high-level guild? Is he decked out in gear stacked with gold? How else could a level 4 deal such devastating damage? But that guy's still wearing the free starter set the game gives out. It doesn't even grant any stats. The bow in his hands is just a plain white glowing common tier piece of gear. Could it be that guy possesses top tier talent? Can he deal 10x damage to weak points? If that's the case, then it all makes sense. Captain Lee's hands went limp and his greatsword clattered to the ground. Saved. I'm actually still alive. The other 2 Dragon Slayer members gasped for breath as if resurrected from the dead. The members of the Qianyu guild who had just been mocking Lin Feiyu fell completely silent. Vice President Lin Feiyu shouted in shock, "Holy! Damn it! What kind of damage is this? Ding! You have killed the forked antler deer. Experience plus 50. Ding! You have killed the forked antler deer. Experience plus 50. Not bad XP. Kill another 5 or 6 deer and I'll level up." Lin Feiyu ignored them and walked over to pick up the dropped items. Antler 4 quest item. Copper coins 135. Nothing dropped at all. As he passed by his former guildmates from Qianyu Guild, their expressions were priceless. The muscular Chen Hao's mouth hung slightly open, as if he wanted to say something but couldn't find the words. Was it astonishment? Flattery? Or an apology for their earlier disrespect toward Lin Feiyu? Ji Chen looked utterly stunned, blurting out instinctively, "Holy! Are you cheating or something?" And Hua was one of the prettier female gatherers in the Qianyu Guild. Lin Feiyu remembered that in his previous life, she had even pursued him. But back then, his heart already belonged to someone else. He had rejected her, never expecting her to hold a grudge. Ever since, she had targeted him relentlessly, constantly spewing cold remarks and vicious insults. Now, Hua covered her mouth, too stunned to speak. Her eyes darted back and forth, as if wrestling with some decision. Level 4? That's all the damage it does? Moreover, since Lin Feiyu had already announced his withdrawal from the Qianyu Guild, that ability might be permanent. He must have had some extraordinary encounter. What does high damage mean? Money becomes effortlessly earned. Whether it's clearing high difficulty dungeons or taking down high level bosses, the rewards are insanely tempting. Even something like the Dragon Slayer mercenaries guarding a gathering guild would make you rich beyond your wildest dreams. Many maps with top tier materials are home to powerful monsters. Besides, in-game prowess translates to real-world influence. Power means status, money, everything. If you could just latch onto someone like that, you'd never have to worry about food or clothing again. And Hua immediately shed all shame, trotting over, "Brother Feiyu. Brother Feiyu. Will you take me in? I can be your maid." Her cheeks flushed crimson as she stammered shyly. I can be your assistant. I've studied so many things, really diverse and super advanced stuff. Lin Feiyu knew a thing or two about Manhwa. That shameless sycophant had eventually hooked up with a powerful figure, though what happened afterward remained unclear. He couldn't possibly agree. In his past life, he'd yearned for love, but after being betrayed, he no longer cared about such things. Women only slowed his attack speed. "Ah, Hua! You're too young." Lin Feiyu rejected her outright. And Hua protested urgently, "I'm not young. I'm 19. Lin Feiyu finished collecting the dropped items on the ground. As he continued deeper into the woods, he chuckled and casually remarked, "Aces high. I can't beat that." And Hua fumed, "Lin Feiyu. You." At that moment, Lin Feiyu, the vice president of the Qianyu Guild, immediately stepped forward. "Lin Feiyu. Wait. I need to discuss something with you, I have a request." Though eager to grind for experience, Lin Feiyu politely paused his steps. "Oh? Vice President Lu, what is it?" Lin Feiyu practically ran over in 3 strides, his usual haughty arrogance and domineering air completely gone. Instead, his expression carried a hint of respect. "Lin Feiyu. Your growth is truly remarkable. Never expected such a transformation overnight. I must say, you've earned my respect. Get to the point. I need to grind experience. My time is precious.
Lin Feiyu had no time for pleasantries here, he needed to level up quickly.
Lu Fei quickly interjected, well.
We received intelligence that sun-colliding grass could be found in the Howling Forest, which is why we came searching here.
This is the outer edge of the Howling Forest.
It does exist here, but the quantity is scarce.
I think, deeper inside the Howling Forest, there might be more? So? I was hoping. That tip sounds like it came from me. You want me to be your bodyguard? I don't have time for that.
Lin Feiyu flatly refused.
Protecting gatherers? What a waste of time. No. We'll pay you. Here's the deal, you take a cut.
We'll handle the gathering, and you get 10% of the sale proceeds from the sun-crashing grass.
How about it?
Also, once we're inside the Howling Forest, you just focus on grinding monsters. We'll only gather resources in areas you've already cleared.
That should work, right? I'll screenshot every transaction for transparency, no scamming you. Lin Feiyu watched Lu Fei bend over, already showing a hint of humility. He couldn't help but admire the guy. Just moments ago, he'd been mockingly demanding, hurry back to gather. Now he was shamelessly proposing a partnership. He really was the vice president. No wonder he wasn't someone to mess with. Lu Fei's proposal was actually quite tempting.
Others might not know, but he did. The sun-crashing grass, also called tiger yang grass, grew exclusively beside the dens of fierce tigers. Deep within the Howling Forest, where fierce tigers were plentiful, the sun-struck grass indeed grew in abundance, no fewer than 2,000 plants. Moreover, near the lair of the fierce tiger king, a den that had never been cleared by anyone, there were over 1,000 plants densely packed together, forming a thicket.
Remember, a single sun-striking grass could fetch between 600 and 800 copper coins. If harvested cleanly, the profit would be around 2 million.
Since he was the one who provided this information, his share of the map marker rewards had already reached 20%. Right now, there's no way he could harvest all the sunstrike grass by himself. He didn't have the time either, he needed to level up aggressively. But only 10% here? Lin Feiyu felt that was a bit too little.
Need to up the payment.
Lin Feiyu said slowly.
20%, Lu Fei immediately doubled the offer.
30%, Lin Feiyu stated without room for argument. He gave him no chance to refuse or haggle. After speaking, he immediately started walking deeper into the forest.
Lu Fei, if you agree to the split, follow me. I'll protect the team. If not, then forget it. Lin Feiyu was certain Lu Fei would follow. Not coming meant zero profit.
Coming meant a chance to earn a surefire win-win deal. A man like Lu Fei, with business sense running through his veins, wouldn't pass this up. He was merely negotiating the terms.
Watching Lin Feiyu's retreating figure, Lu Fei responded without hesitation, fine. 30 it is. Brother Lin, I'll pull you into the team channel.
Lin Feiyu felt a surge of secret delight. This was $1 million deal.
Alright. Follow me then.
It seemed his little sister's life had been partially saved.
Chapter 7, The Marksman's Oath.
Lin Feiyu led the team deep into the Howling Forest. Sure enough, as soon as they entered, they saw the ground covered in sun-crashing grass. Lu Fei was thrilled. Even the pronghorns in the forest were plentiful, roaming in small groups.
He kept reminding Lin Feiyu, not daring to let him attack recklessly.
He feared the deer might launch a coordinated counterattack. In the game, being killed by monsters meant real death.
He certainly didn't want their entire party wiped out here.
Lin Feiyu was also a bit hesitant. If he'd been alone, he would have started slaughtering them long ago. Even if the pronghorns attacked him together, he wasn't too worried after all, his health bar was thick. But with so many people around, he really didn't dare attack. This million really wasn't easy to earn.
Lin Feiyu scanned his surroundings, observing his former companions.
Their expressions varied wildly. Some were still in shock, unable to pull themselves together. Others wore envy and jealousy written all over their faces.
Certain girls wore outright hatred, not hiding it at all. Lin Feiyu couldn't care less about these reactions.
On the path to becoming stronger, he'd inevitably make many enemies.
What did these few matter?
Gripping the hunting bow, he addressed the group. Everyone, spread out in a circle with me at the center. Diameter, 15 meters.
Sorry, that's the limit of my range.
Lu Fei froze for a moment, then relaxed upon seeing the white longbow in Lin Feiyu's hands. White-grade weapons, even ordinary ones, did indeed have that limited range. At this moment, the three members of the Dragon Slayer mercenary group who had been following him exchanged a few whispered words. They hadn't left, and after Lu Fei found new bodyguards, he hadn't dismissed them either.
Lin Feiyu understood Lu Fei's reasoning. Though Captain Li and his team were already stretched thin protecting the map's monsters. But he still let them stay. When they encountered the forked antler deer earlier, they had truly thrown caution to the wind to cover the rear. Courage, forever the anthem of humanity. Especially courage ignited by the certainty of death. All the more precious. He'd let them coast through the remaining protection period. Besides, why would the Qianyu Guild, a gathering guild, want to antagonize a mercenary group full of combat classes? Remember, in-game PvP battles are categorized as either defeats or kills. Defeat means forcing a player back to the fountain for resurrection, resulting in level and equipment loss. Killing means outright death, with no resurrection possible. However, this is regulated by the official authorities and nations. Killing a player is equivalent to murder. It results in a wanted status. You'll be hunted down by the official player-governed organization, the Sword Pavilion. But no one will interfere if you defeat them. Lu Fei's gathering guild, if they angered the mercenary guild, would suffer heavy losses if they went out gathering and got wiped out collectively. There's no way around it. Gathering guilds with no combat strength have always lived in constant fear. Captain Li suddenly stepped forward and addressed Lin Feiyu. I have a pretty decent longbow here. It was listed in the consignment shop but never sold. I've taken it out, now you can use it. Its range and such are quite good. He then posted the bow's base stats in the party chat. Oath of the Marksman. Quality, superior blue. Weapon, bow. No level restriction. Attack power, plus 50. Effective range, 50 meters. Can consume blue energy to craft arrows for firing. 5 mana points per arrow. Skill, precision targets vital areas, increasing damage by 24%. Nothing else. Just practice makes perfect. Lin Feiyu glanced sideways. An exceptional quality, level less equipment? Equipment without level restrictions mostly originates from the newbie village transitional gear. Transitional gear doesn't need high stats, otherwise it'd be too expensive and quickly replaced by higher level weapons and armor. Not worth the cost. The precision skill is also optional for other new players, since beginners lack the necessary skill to master it. By the time they master the technique to hit weak spots, they'll likely have moved on to secondary main cities, leaving this longbow behind. Useless junk, series. Clearly, this archer's oath is the kind of item you'll likely never sell. What? Are you trying to waste my money? Or, this weapon is quite nice, but I might not have the funds to purchase it, Lin Feiyu said indifferently. No. That's not what we meant. We meant to give it to you, as a gesture of friendship. Captain Li of the Dragon Slayer Mercenary Corps spoke with a touch of obsequiousness. Lin Feiyu froze for a moment before realizing these Dragon Slayer mercenaries had likely seen his single arrow deal massive damage despite his low level, labeling him a promising prospect. They were investing in a future favor early on. In this era where strength reigns supreme and power speaks for itself, as long as one is powerful enough, friends and kin can be found everywhere. Without sufficient strength, one could only survive alone, ignored by all, living a life of insignificance. That's precisely why A Hua from Qianyu Guild, after witnessing that single arrow, shamelessly came over to fawn all over him. That exceptional quality bow should cost around 10,000 copper coins. Given away for free? Lin Feiyu had no desire to owe anyone a favor. He politely declined on the spot. Just as Captain Li felt slightly awkward, Vice President Lu Fei stepped forward. Hey, Brother Lin. A 15-meter range is a bit short, but 50 meters is just enough for 6 gatherers to work at full capacity. How about this? Our Qianyu Guild will purchase this blue-quality bow and present it to you to assist us in completing our gathering mission. What do you say? Captain Li of the Dragon Slayer Mercenary Group's eyes widened like copper bells. This clever maneuver of borrowing flowers to present to Buddha left Captain Li in a bind. Sell it? The money comes from the Qianyu Guild. Refuse? That would be taunting this young upstart named Lin Feiyu. Watching these two vie to gift him gear, Lin Feiyu remained grounded. He didn't let it go to his head. This disparity was simply the nature of this world, a status elevation brought by his astonishingly powerful abilities. But it was time to begin. He smiled and said, Gentlemen, hear me out. This bow won't boost my power much. But, as Vice President Lu said, it does expand gathering range. So, Captain Li, I appreciate your kindness. I truly don't have the money right now, so Vice President Lu will have to cover it. Vice President Lu can later offset it using the profit share from selling my sun-piercing grass. How does that sound? Vice President Lu and Captain Li exchanged glances before reluctantly agreeing. Lu Fei, who knew Lin Feiyu well, was utterly astonished. He couldn't shake the feeling that after just one night apart, Lin Feiyu seemed to have matured a decade overnight. He now exuded an air of flawless composure and seasoned maturity. Lin Feiyu obtained the Archer's Oath and equipped it immediately. In secret, he erased the restricted mana bar attribute. Since they couldn't see his panel attributes, hiding the mana bar posed no issue. But the 6-slot backpack was already full. The pickaxe and axe? Just list them for 2 credits each on the auction house. Gatherers will buy them. The vine bow and hunting bow are also listed for sale. That's it, my backpack only has 1 empty slot left. He instinctively felt he'd overpaid for the hunting bow, he'd only shot a few deer with it. Now he'd have to list it back on the marketplace. He'd have to drop the price by 50%. But within the 50-meter range, the gathering team's speed was lightning fast. Lin Feiyu happily farmed experience, taking down 1 forkhorn deer after another with each arrow. Chapter 8, Fierce Tiger, Elite Monster.
Lin Feiyu had killed enough forked antler deer.
Ding! Level up! Reached level 5. Gained plus 10 free attribute points. A golden glow of leveling radiated from his body.
Seeing this free attribute point, he had already clicked to allocate it to his health. Caught a glimpse of the surrounding crowd out of the corner of his eye.
He immediately allocated the points to health instead. That would boost his basic attack damage by another 1000 points. Then, for the upcoming monster grinding.
A combat-focused class like Captain Lee might be able to quickly calculate based on the upgrade ratio that my talent was most likely health to attack. Though this judgment wasn't entirely accurate, it was indeed the case at that moment. Before reaching the secondary main city, it's difficult to obtain reputation points, which are otherwise a major contributor to increasing the damage of fight to the final chapter.
Best to keep this hidden for now. Better safe than sorry. Don't reveal too many of your cards just yet.
This time, Lin Feiyu allocated his free points, investing only 2 into his health pool and saving the rest for later.
More to come later. Player, Lin Feiyu. Title, Tenacious Black Iron Warrior. Class, None Level, 5 XP, 10850. Talent, Fight to the Final Chapter as 1562. Health, 1430. Mana, 10.
Attack, 49 plus 50.
Spell Power, 7. Physical Defense, 7. Magic Defense, 7. Physical Penetration, 0. Magic Penetration, 0. Attack Speed,
0.32. Movement Speed, 2.5.
Reputation, 0. Free Points, 8. Copper Coins, 406.
He stared at the panel stats. A level 1 character already dealt 200 damage, a terrifyingly powerful existence. Consider this, even if a player allocated all their free points to attack power.
And 10 free points would only gain a 20-point attack boost.
If I maxed out my HP instead, each level would grant a 1000-point damage boost 50 times that of an average player.
Ha! After a quick calculation, Lin Feiyu nearly burst out laughing. He kept his expression neutral and continued grinding monsters.
Captain Lee and Lu Fei, who had been trailing behind the party, also caught sight of the golden glow of leveling up radiating from Lin Feiyu.
Their interest immediately soared.
They too wanted to see how much this guy gained per level. They also wanted to see if he was a true prodigy or just a fluke whose gains would plateau soon. Lin Feiyu paid no heed to the stares, instead drawing his bow and firing an arrow at a forked antler deer.
Thwack! 1542. The fawn dropped dead instantly.
Captain Lee, Lu Fei, and several other members of the Dragon Slayer mercenary group were all stunned, their jaws dropping. They quickly calculated that Lin Feiyu's damage output after the first level upgrade had reached 200 points.
Terrifying indeed.
It was 10 times the damage output of a typical player who maxed out their attack stat. And this was merely Lin Feiyu's basic attack. They'd never even seen him use a skill. Then again, these fawns only had 1000 HP each. Why would he need skills? If Lin Feiyu continues to grow like this, his DPS would be among the top combat power in all of Great Xia. Captain Lee and Lu Fei exchanged a glance, instantly grasping the situation. This young man must not be offended, they should cultivate goodwill with him. Captain Lee quietly reminded Lu Fei in a low voice, Lu Fei, addressing him as Brother Feiyu isn't quite appropriate. Lu Fei nodded in deep agreement. Such a prodigy held boundless potential for greatness. How could someone like him, who couldn't even reach a secondary main city, presume to call him brother?
Ding!
You have killed a forked antler deer.
Experience plus 50.
Experience points, 6850. Lin Feiyu approached and spotted a pair of pants lying on the ground.
Oh!
Another piece of gear dropped.
Finally, I can ditch the starter set. He picked it up to inspect it. Deerskin pants. Quality, common white icon. Equipment, pants. No level restriction. HP plus 20. Physical defense plus 2. Restriction, cannot stack attributes with other equipment in the same slot.
Premium feel, casual, comfortable, versatile, relaxed fit straight leg pants for spring and fall.
Not bad. Looks like jeans from the outside. Put them on. So, the damage in the final battle seems to have increased by another 22 points? Oh. Non-stackable attributes won't erase them yet. Keep the original ragged shorts for now. Wear these underneath.
The sun-crashing grass and howling forest was also collected swiftly under Lin Feiyu's protection.
Already 1,000 plants. Lu Fei was secretly overjoyed.
The guaranteed profit had reached 700,000. After deducting the 20% for providing the map and Lin Feiyu's 30%, the net profit had already hit 340,000.
What a bountiful day.
Suddenly, a white-browed tiger with piercing eyes appeared.
Everyone was startled.
All eyes immediately fixated on the tiger's attributes. The level of wild monsters cannot exceed players by more than 10 levels, and their attributes are fully displayed.
Fierce Tiger Elite, level 10. Health, 3000. Attack power, 520. Armor, 50.
Skill, Leap. The tiger lunges forward, leaping 10 meters and dealing 100% of its attack power as damage. Skill, bite down. The tiger snaps its jaws wide open, tearing through flesh and crushing bones to deal 100% of its attack power as damage. Skill, tail whip. The tiger lashes its tail like an iron whip, dealing 80% of its attack power as area of effect damage. Skill, tiger roar. After a thunderous roar, attack power increases by 200%. The tiger reigns supreme among beasts, none dare provoke its wrath. Hiss. The crowd gasped in shock. 3000 HP? Over 500 attack power? Is this the ceiling for non-boss monsters in the newbie village? All eyes turned to Lin Feiyu. Whether they could continue gathering depended entirely on his decision. Less than half of the deep forest area had been harvested, with at least 1,000 more sun-piercing grass plants remaining. They knew that with Lin Feiyu's damage output, taking down this fierce tiger wouldn't be a problem. But archers were typically squishy, and this tiger's attack power was quite high. Moreover, it possessed a skill that boosted its attack power by 200%, meaning its damage would exceed 1,000 points. Could Lin Feiyu withstand it? Could he be one-shot? Without a word, Lin Feiyu drew his bow and released an arrow, a seemingly ordinary basic attack. Thwack! 1,512. Fierce tiger winced in pain. It roared furiously, its tiger cry echoing, roar. Fierce tiger elite, level 10. Health, 1488 3000. Attack power, 1040. Armor, 50. The tiger lunged fiercely toward Lin Feiyu. Oh no! Everyone gasped in alarm. The tiger's buffs had stacked up, and it unleashed a rapid-type skill charge. A tiger's pounce demands not only lightning reflexes to evade, but also perfect timing. Dodge too early, and the tiger would simply adjust its attack angle. Dodge too late, and evasion would be impossible, the blow would land. Lin Feiyu deftly twisted his body, evading the tiger's strike. Turning back, he fired the next arrow. 1,512. The tiger was struck dead mid-air, crashing heavily to the ground. Chapter 9, No Guts, No Glory. Ding! You have slain fierce tiger. Experience plus 80. Tiger skin 1 quest item. Tiger penis 1 medicinal ingredient. Copper coins 58. Everyone was utterly stunned. That move. Smooth as silk. Effortless and natural. A true master of the game. And so confident. And so composed. Lin Feiyu not only possessed terrifyingly high stats, but his gameplay was also top tier. Vice President Lu Fei watched the scene unfold, utterly astonished. This Lin Feiyu, just who is he? He didn't show any signs of it before. Why would he be working as a mere gatherer in my small gold farming guild, the Qinyu Guild? The massive boost in stats could be chalked up to a one-night fluke. But what about his skills? Lin Feiyu's moves just now showed the kind of cool composure and unflappable calm only a decade-long veteran player possesses. Had he been hiding his identity all along? In a gold farming guild? What secret was he concealing? Captain Li's eyes lit up. This Lin Feiyu is nothing short of a genius. If the Grand Guild leader found out about him, he'd surely be eager to recruit such talent. Other gatherers who had been quite familiar with Lin Feiyu now stared at him as if he were a complete stranger. This feels so unfamiliar. Why does he not seem like Lin Feiyu at all? The speaker was the collector known as Big Fat, whose real name was Yang Shu. He and Lin Feiyu had been quite close. From his stats, to his gameplay, to the way he talks with the vice president and Captain Li, it's like he's become a completely different person. Ji Chen chimed in from the side. He's practically a different person, added the muscular Chen Hao. Big Fat Yang Shu sighed. Last night. Could he have changed this much overnight? That's the confidence that comes with power. And Hua admitted, though she was still fuming. The group continued gathering resources while Lin Feiyu kept clearing monsters. Along the way, they encountered mostly antlered deer, but also quite a few fierce tigers. But Lin Feiyu didn't lose a single drop of blood, slaying them all. He swept through the area, crushing everything in his path. The others had long since grown accustomed to this sight. By noon, Lin Feiyu had leveled up again. Level 6. Player, Lin Feiyu. Title, Tenacious Black Iron Warrior. Class, None, Level, 6, XP, 60-1100. Talent, Fight to the Final Chapter S 1762. Health, 1630. Mana, 10. Attack, 49 plus 50. Ability Power, 7. Physical Defense, 7. Magic Defense, 7. Physical Penetration, 0. Magic Penetration, 0. Attack Speed, 0.32. Movement Speed, 2.5. Reputation, 0. Free Points, 16. Copper Coins, 1006. If it were just him, he would have cleared this howling forest map ages ago. But having to lead 6 gatherers and wait for them to slowly collect resources had delayed things considerably. Still, at this current leveling pace, he could reach the secondary county city by tomorrow morning at the latest. That would leave ample time to complete the instance unlock quest. This quest to gather sun-piercing grass with the Qianyu Guild was pretty decent too, earning $1 million in dividends. Time well spent. Lin Feiyu stood waiting for a moment, and soon the gathering over there was mostly complete. Lu Fei excitedly rushed over and exclaimed, "Young Master Lin! Young Master Lin!
We owe this all to you. We gathered a total of 2,057 sun-piercing grass. That's a huge amount. Dumping too much at once would crash the market price. If we hold back and release it gradually, we could get 700 to 800 per unit. That's a huge profit. Oh? We can hold on to them? You're a true businessman. That way, we could split 700,000. Lin Feiyu nodded. The money still wasn't enough. He walked over to a massive boulder on the hillside and pointed at it, saying, "Come take a look." Captain Li and Lu Fei approached the boulder and discovered a small dungeon here. Once activated, it would open access inside most likely the Tiger King's lair. A dungeon here? Young Master Lin has keen eyes. Captain Li flattered. Let me check the boss's stats. Lu Fei gasped as he scanned the instance details. Fierce Tiger King mutated White Tiger, level 10. King class boss. HP, 30,000. Attack power, 1,000. Armor, 500. Skill, Pounce the Tiger lunges forward with devastating force. This attack is unavoidable and deals 150% of its attack power as damage. Skill, Bite the Tiger snaps its jaws wide open, sinks its teeth into the neck, and twists to the right, dealing 130% of its attack power as damage. Skill, Tail Whip the Tiger swings its tail, dealing 120% of its attack power as damage. Skill, Puppet Master each unit killed is assimilated into a puppet, controlled by the Tiger King. Skill, Blood of the Minions each minion summoned increases the Tiger King's maximum HP by the minion's HP value. Passive skill, while the Tiger King sleeps and remains unconscious, all damage taken is reduced by 99%. The tiger reigns supreme in the mountains, its sovereign being the mountain deity. Vice President Lu, there's a small Tiger King dungeon here. I think it might have more sun-piercing grass inside. Why don't we? Lin Feiyu was cut off before he could finish. No. Young Master Lin. Just call me Old Lu. Our haul is already substantial. The Tiger King stats, its skills, that health bar. You really shouldn't risk going in. Lu Fei hurriedly protested. Captain Li of the Dragon Slayer mercenary group also chimed in. Exactly. Young Master Lin, Old Lu is absolutely right. This boss has 30,000 HP, and while your damage is high, it's only 1,500 per hit. That means 20 arrows. You can't guarantee dodging every hit from this Tiger King. Plus, it has an unavoidable skill. You absolutely must not go in. Captain Li and Lu Fei were both terrified. This must be the most terrifying monster they'd ever seen on the newbie village map. A boss-level monster with stats like this, and you dared to go in solo? Those terrifying skill mechanics? What incredible skill and audacity! Most people wouldn't even dare to think about it. Lin Feiyu listened to the two old guys, who kept addressing him as young master, and found it quite flattering. This title wasn't particularly special, it was simply a term of respect that had emerged since the advent of the online gaming world. Much like the respectful title Sir used before. After all, the game's world is steeped in ancient traditions, blending elements of Chinese and Western fantasy. When encountering young men worthy of honorifics, the title Young Master was most commonly used. He examined the Tiger King's stats it had used a charged attack. This Tiger King remained undiscovered until much later in his previous life. The massive rock it dwelled in was simply too well concealed. Rumor has it a 100-man squad finally broke through. And they lost over a dozen lives in the process. The scandal back then was huge, with everyone shifting blame and complaining. It was only through the gossip that he learned about this dungeon and the matter of the sun-piercing grass. He knew the truth, that Tiger King had been sleeping the entire time. As long as you didn't disturb it, didn't attack it, it truly wouldn't move. The catch was that while asleep, it had 99% damage immunity. But, no big deal. So what if it takes a bit longer to charge up? Does a bowman get tired from drawing his bow? No guts, no glory. Lin Feiyu chuckled and shook his head. This secret realm. I'll go in alone. Once I've dealt with the Tiger King, I'll call you in to gather the loot. With that, he clicked to enter the instance. Chapter 10, he's binge-watching videos. Outside the howling forest, the group of 10 exchanged bewildered glances. The dungeon details had already been shared by Captain Li in the party chat channel. Everyone had seen the stats. All they could say was, this wasn't a mob humans could farm. The burly Chenhao sneered, they're just courting death. Who'd dare take on a boss with 30,000 HP? What were they thinking? Exactly. They're asking for death. And Hua seethed, his voice dripping with scorn. Ji Chen stroked his chin. This doesn't make sense. Could he have some ultimate move he hasn't used yet? Shut your mouths. Damn it. If Lin Feiyu doesn't make it out, we'll have to use our return scrolls. Lu Fei was furious. Even his warnings fell on deaf ears. They were deep within the mountain forest now. They'd spent a lot of time gathering along the way. Retracing their steps now risked encountering spawned, antlered deer, and fierce tigers. The density might be low, the numbers few, but that would still be deadly. After all, even the dragon slayers nearly got wiped out by a single, forked antlered deer. If they got killed by monsters, they'd be truly dead. Those return scrolls aren't cheap. Captain Lee certainly caught the subtext it implied their strength was lacking. But he couldn't really argue back. He could only swallow his pride and walk away. Just wait it out. Like Ji-chan said, maybe they've got some ultimate move they've never unleashed before? Inside the secret realm. The moment Lin Feiyu stepped inside, he saw a colossal white tiger. It lay there peacefully, snoring away. All around it, the ground was covered in sun-piercing grass, densely packed like a lush rice field. Lin Feiyu found a spot about 50 meters away, just within range. He sat down on a large boulder and began his calculations. The damage from the battle to the final chapter talent was currently 1762. With 99% damage reduction, that left only 17 points of damage. The big tiger still had 500 armor points? Looks like I'll have to use all my free points. And I need to remove the restriction on the bull. Dear Pants. Unlock all hidden attributes. Talent, fight to the end as 3384. HP, 3250. Even physical defense got a 2-point boost. Not bad at all. Recalculating, one shot of fight to the end reduces damage by 99%. Tiger King's armor provides 500 damage reduction points. This charged shot counts as a single strike, meaning 500 damage is reduced. That means I need to calculate 30,500 HP. After applying the 99% damage reduction, requires charging for 16 minutes. Not bad. Not too taxing a task. Let's do this. Lin Feiyu sat on a rock and pulled up the game panel's time interface. He drew his bow, knocked an arrow, and began charging. Time began to tick away bit by bit. Since he was holding the bow and arrow with both hands, the Tiger King wouldn't wake up unless attacked. Nothing much to do. So he used the game interface to link to the video and strategy sections of the game forum. Scrolling through, he stumbled upon the cosplay section. Whoa. This white. Wow. This level of skill is unreal, right? This intensity. Pale skin with no muscle, even gods couldn't save that. The 10 people waiting in Howling Forest were growing increasingly anxious. It's been 15 minutes already? Should we go check inside? Yang Shu, the big guy, asked worriedly. Go in for what? To see corpses chewed to bits by the Tiger King? Chen Hao snapped back without mercy. Vice President. Why don't we just crush our teleport scrolls and head back? What are we waiting for? Can Lin Feiyu even summon himself out of there anymore? Ji Chen also believed Lin Feiyu had met a violent end. Their party with Lin Feiyu was a temporary one, not the kind where members could view each other's basic stats. This setup allowed them to see each other's approximate locations on the same map without sharing experience points. Therefore, they couldn't see what was happening inside the instance, nor did they know whether Lin Feiyu was alive or dead. Lu Fei was equally puzzled. What was up with this Lin Feiyu? He'd been so determined to jump into the dungeon immediately they'd assumed he had some big move up his sleeve. But he hasn't come out after all this time? Could he have actually died in there? Well, that's good news, at least we won't have to split that 30%. What a waste. Lu Fei had just thought of a dungeon no one could clear back in the newbie village. I thought I'd finally found someone capable of tackling it, Lin Feiyu. Now look at this mess. Still not out after 15 minutes? There's no way to go in and check. Whether Lin Feiyu is dead or alive, no one can enter. If he really is dead, going in would just mean feeding more fodder to the Tiger King. If Lin Feiyu is in the thick of battle, then going in, we'd be lucky if we didn't just get in his way. Lu Fei at least has some self-awareness about that. Captain Lee of the Dragon Slayer mercenary group suddenly spoke up. I have a special item that can observe the dungeon situation. Should we activate it and take a look? Oh, there's such an item? Let's check it out immediately. Vice President Lu exclaimed in surprise. What's the point of looking now? He's probably been eaten clean by the Tiger King. And Hua sneered. But Captain Lee ignored them, instead picking up a transparent gemstone. Truthfully, Captain Lee was also eager to know whether Lin Feiyu was dead or alive. He knew of a hidden treasure trove unknown to others, but the stats of that treasure guarding boss were no less formidable than this Tiger King. If Lin Feiyu could defeat the Tiger King, then that boss could be defeated too. That treasure was his solitary discovery, and he intended to keep it all for himself. And Lin Feiyu was the perfect candidate. He was just one person, how much could he possibly take? So what if it's a 55 split? That's still hundreds of thousands. This transparent stone that reveals the secret realm's interior is a special item, but it's useless and worthless. Might as well use it. Soon, under the stone's glow, the dungeon's interior began projecting its scenes. A huge tiger lay there sleeping, quiet and still. Where is he? Where's Lin Feiyu? Could it be Lin Feiyu was eaten? Did the Tiger King eat until he passed out? Chen Hao asked in astonishment. No. I think the Tiger King just ate too much? And Hua immediately corrected the mistake in Chen Hao's words. That doesn't make sense. There are no signs of a struggle on the ground either. Ji Chen was also puzzled. Soon, Captain Lee's camera panned over, revealing Lin Feiyu sitting upright on a rock, scrolling through videos. And they were all borderline explicit videos. Put. Ha ha ha. The group burst into laughter at the sight. Ha ha ha. I'm dying. This Lin Feiyu sure knows how to brag. I thought he'd at least have a showdown with a tiger, but instead, he's hiding inside scrolling through female lead packages. He's not actually buying rockets, is he? The muscular Chen Hao doubled over with laughter. Disgusting. Watching that kind of video. And Hua spat in disgust. He switched videos. Now he's watching banana pulling. Big Fat pointed out. Did you notice?
While Lin Feiyu is watching videos, he's controlling the short video playback and likes on the game interface with his mind.
His hands are still pulling the bow. Captain Lee, a combat specialist, cut straight to the chase. He's building up power. Look! Lin Feiyu's standing up. He's about to fire. Chapter 11, Nuclear Explosion Arrow, 4 million damage. Lin Feiyu was scrolling through videos so intensely, his arms were about to give out. He glanced at the time, it was almost 17 minutes. The damage should be absolutely sufficient. He raised the arrow, aiming it at the Tiger King's forehead. That spot should be its weak point. Archers both had a skill. Skill, precision targets vital areas, increasing damage by 24%. This skill had been used outside the dungeon before. But against those wild monsters, it wasn't very effective. He'd only tested it once. The bonus starts at 24% on top of the base effect from battle to the final chapter, pretty impressive. But with this Tiger King, Lin Feiyu dared not be overconfident. Missing the vital spot would spell trouble. Therefore, the damage calculation at 17 minutes did not factor in the 24% attack bonus. At precisely 17 minutes, Lin Feiyu released the bowstring. The arrow sliced through the air in a graceful arc, carrying the combined damage of Lin Feiyu's full 17 minutes and 1020 basic attacks. Thwack! It struck, unerringly, the Tiger King's forehead. 428-0083. The Tiger King didn't even open its eyes before dropping dead instantly. Instant death. Then a pile of drop items exploded from the ground. Captain Lee held a transparent orb, projecting the Secret Realms footage. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000. 4 million? His hand twitched violently and the transparent orb fell to the ground. He immediately picked it up again, his hand trembling uncontrollably. It took several attempts before he could grasp it. Then he began scrutinizing the damage numbers again. No. If there's no calculation error, that damage should be with the Tiger King's sleep damage reduction buff active, meaning 99% damage reduction. Captain Lee's voice trembled slightly. Vice President Liu immediately picked up the thread. The 4 million damage is real, but due to the damage reduction, so the damage actually dealt by Lin Feiyu was actually over 40,000. He took down the Tiger King with a single arrow despite 99% damage reduction. Is this even human? Lu Fei's face was filled with utter disbelief, as if he just witnessed a monster. The rest of the group was utterly stunned. He's cheating. Ji Chen's eyes nearly popped out of his head. Cheating? Impossible. Where would you even find cheats for this game? Chen Hao's cheeks twitched. Great. The person he'd offended earlier had become a big shot. But Lin Feiyu wouldn't hold a grudge, right? I'm just a nobody. Or maybe find a secluded spot and kneel down to kowtow to him? He'd probably let me off, right? Bro. There were too many people earlier, but I'll kneel for you now. I was just a bit too sharp-tongued, but I didn't actually do anything to wrong him, right? Let me think. It's just, his talent is too damn extraordinary. And Hua was filled with regret too. She should have been more persistent earlier. The moment he refused, she started sulking. Anhua. This is the biggest shot you'll ever get in your lifetime. What is Lin Feiyu's talent? Does anyone know? Captain Lee suddenly asked, his brows furrowed. I know. The big guy Yang Shu spoke up. Shut up. Lu Fei roared, cutting off the chubby guy just as he was about to reveal the talent. As the guild's vice president, he was well aware of every member's innate attributes. He knew perfectly well that Lin Feiyu's talent was the sum of all attributes, unleashed through his basic attacks. This had become apparent during their monster-slaying journey. But there was a limitation to this talent, it could only be used once in a lifetime. Could it be? Lin Feiyu had already found a way to overcome the one-time use debuff on that talent. That would explain everything. It also explained why Lin Feiyu had started as a gatherer in the Qianyu Guild and was now abruptly switching to a combat role. It means Lin Feiyu lifted the talent's restriction overnight. That's why he was so determined to leave. That 4 million damage? Lu Fei speculated that Lin Feiyu must possess a skill capable of storing power. No wonder he spent his time inside the secret realm just grinding videos building up enough power before delivering that one decisive strike. If that's the case, this youth, his potential, is far from ordinary. We absolutely must not offend him. We must handle everything related to him with extreme caution. Lu Fei cut off their discussion and immediately began issuing warnings regarding Lin Feiyu's talent. I'll handle it immediately upon returning. All related materials must be destroyed. From this day forward, no one, not a single soul, is to utter another word about it. Otherwise, the consequences will be on your own heads. Captain Li, standing nearby, grew increasingly curious. He wanted to step forward for clarification but dared not speak up. Still, he found Lu Fei's actions peculiar and asked, Vice President Lu? What's going on here? Lu Fei turned to Captain Li and said solemnly, Captain Li. The matter of the 4 million nuclear blast damage today. Under no circumstances must it be spread. Why is that? Captain Li asked in confusion. Keep it secret? He had planned to discuss this very matter with the leader of the Dragon Slayer mercenary group. Lu Fei patted Captain Li's shoulder with a knowing smile. This lad's future potential is truly limitless. As a combat class, you should understand. High damage output makes the Ascension Secret Realm a breeze to clear. Captain Li nodded silently in agreement. Every player had to participate in the Advancement Dungeon every 10 levels. Failure to complete the Advancement Dungeon meant being barred from the next stage maps, unable to complete class advancement, and forever stuck at level 10, trapped in the newbie village. Their strength, level, and realm would never advance again. If only he could participate in that dungeon. The monsters within the dungeon were exceptionally powerful, and the clearance procedures were complex. And players could only challenge them solo, no teaming up allowed. Most crucially, the numerical bonuses provided by equipment are rendered ineffective in the advanced dungeon. Only equipment traits and skills can be utilized. In other words, the numerical stats from equipment are nullified. You must rely solely on your own attributes to clear it alone. Failure means death within the dungeon, permanent death. This is precisely why even a level 10 player like Captain Li remains stuck in the newbie village, unable to progress any further. He knew exactly how his attributes and strength measured up. Attempting to clear that secret realm would be nothing short of suicide. Seeing Captain Li fall silent, Lu Fei continued. Lin Feiyu's talent originally had a limitation, which is why he worked as a gatherer for our Qinyu guild for a while. But now it seems that limitation is gone. So, Lin Feiyu's rise is now unstoppable. For small guilds like ours and mercenary groups like yours, it's best to befriend him, don't cross him. Until he chooses to reveal his circumstances himself, we shouldn't spread rumors about him. If he chooses to share it himself, we can brag about it then. Don't inadvertently offend what could be the future top-tier combat power. Captain Li instantly stiffened. Reminded by Lu Fei, he finally grasped the gravity, level 6? He hasn't even undergone his first transformation yet, and already deals this much damage. Then, how many tiers could Lin Feiyu break through in the Ascension Secret Realm? Could he shatter records and ascend into realms humanity has never ventured? At this thought, Captain Li couldn't help but shiver slightly. Lin Feiyu's potential was simply too immense. But, he began again. Lu Fei understood Captain Li's meaning with just a glance. You want to tell our own squad leader, right? Captain Li nodded. Yes. Lu Fei continued, you can tell him, but you must relay my earlier warning. Tell him not to spread news about Lin Feiyu either. If you want to compete for him, then go for it. Captain Li asked in confusion, what about you guys, the Qianyu Guild? Aren't you trying to recruit him? Lu Fei chuckled. We're competing. Competing to become good friends is enough. Do you really want to recruit such a prodigious talent under your banner? Captain Li slapped his forehead hard. His face drained of color in shock. Thank goodness for Lu Fei's reminder. That was precisely his thought, and it was deeply flawed. A terribly misguided notion. If Lin Feiyu was a free spirit unwilling to join any faction, wouldn't that just alienate him? That would be like losing more than you gain. Lu Fei pondered for a moment, then muttered to himself, I'll have the guild leader change the Qianyu Guild to the Feiyu Guild as soon as I get back. Captain Li froze in place, utterly dumbfounded. How shameless can you get? You're something else, Lu Fei. I'm done for. Chapter 12, The Dominant Woman. Ding. You have defeated Fierce Tiger King Mutated White Tiger King class boss experience plus 500. Inside the secret realm. Lin Feiyu remained unaware that those outside had long witnessed his display, and was still strolling over to pick up the dropped items. He could stall for time a little longer. This way, they might misjudge his strength, thus avoiding unnecessary trouble. Truly worthy of a king tier boss, the loot drop was incredibly generous. Tiger King Skeleton 1 Artifact Forging Material. Tiger King Fawn 2 Weapon Forging Material. Tiger King White Tiger Skin 1 Quest Item. Weapon Blueprint, White Tiger Battle Blade Weapon 2-Handed Blade Epic Purple. Skill Scroll, Tiger's Henchman Summoning Skill Epic Purple. Skill Scroll, Blood of the Minion Passive Skill Epic Purple. Equipment, White Tiger Armguard Superior Blue. Equipment Weapon One-Handed Blade, Tiger Devouring Fish Blade Fine Green. Equipment Tunic, Scholar Warrior Sleeved Cloak Fine Green. Copper coins plus 865, silver coins plus 15, gold coins plus 2. Hiss. This dazzling array of loot. My eyes are spinning. Truly worthy of a king tier boss. The monster tiers in this game: common, elite, boss, overlord, king tier. If Lin Feiyu remembers correctly, this boss is the highest tier 1 in the newbie village of Chidian town. Even though it's a bit low level, only level 10. It's still the ultimate powerhouse boss for the newbie village. He soloed it and that was a level jumping solo kill. No exaggeration, this charged up one-hit kill offered zero combat satisfaction. No wonder the drop rate is so high. He'd already obtained 2 epic tier skills, plus an epic tier blade weapon. No need to guess, those Tiger King drops forging materials are the main ingredients for crafting the White Tiger battle blade. Plus 1 exceptional quality piece of gear and 2 fine quality pieces. Plus 2 gold, 15 silver, and 865 copper coins. Converted to cash, 22,365. This is a huge windfall. First, let's check the skills. Tiger's Henchman level 1. Rarity, epic purple icon. Skill, active skill summoning type. Class, warrior type classes. Effect 1, instantly kills 1 beast unit, assimilating it into a tamed beast to serve your command. Restriction 1, Beastmaster can only be generated after an instant kill from a single instance of damage. Restriction 2, only effective against feline beasts. Cannot affect bosses above the leader tier. Restriction 3, each Beastmaster gain permanently reduces the caster's attack by a fixed value. Attack cannot drop below the caster's base attack. When attack is too low to deduct, Beastmaster summoning remains unaffected. Restriction 4, each skill level increases the puppet control limit by 1. Current control limit, 0-1. Experience, 0-100,000. Oh? A Beastmaster? Whoa. So many restrictions? A full 4 restrictions? No. There's also a class restriction. That makes 5 restrictions. Only effective on feline beasts? Feline? That's way too narrow a scope. Tigers? Lions? Leopards? House cats? What about night owls? Do they count? What about other monsters? Are they all out of the question? Then what about humanoid monsters? Remember that shivering succubus boss in one of the dungeons? Beast tamers? Why not tame anything else? Must it be big cats and kittens? Though big cats and kittens, they sure feel great to pet. But isn't that a bit too hormonal? I love older women. The most crucial limitation is that it doesn't work on bosses above the leader tier? What about lord tier bosses? King tier bosses? This cat restriction is a deal breaker. Boss restrictions might just be the best way to wipe out entries. Acquiring a beast companion comes with a permanent attack penalty? This restriction might make many players abandon this skill outright. But Lin Feiyu, blessed with the fight to the final chapter talent, doesn't see this as a big deal. His attack power was already low to begin with, and he'd been maxing out his health points anyway. Attack power? Just look at my stats and decide. This restriction? Absolutely no problem. It just means I'll probably have to say goodbye to all attack boosting skills from now on. No big deal. I can manage without skills. Besides, this game does have some unique skills that boost basic attacks. They're just pretty rare. Only instant kills can spawn puppets? That's fine too. With the battle to the final chapter talent active, even the Tiger King can't withstand my arrows. Right, only 1 Beastmaster slot increases per level. Or, should we erase this? Beastmasters see? But, not realistic. The feline restrictions are too severe. Besides, the boss restrictions are just outrageous. There are many powerful major bosses? That's not comparable to the countless elite monsters. Oof. This skill is only viable for high-end, niche summoning builds. Beast C build, cough cough. Cat C build? Not even a dog would go for it. Glancing at the upgrade path for the skill, acting as a Tiger's Henchman level 1. The damage dealt by beast attacks accumulates as EXP. Level 2 requires a whopping 100,000 EXP? Meaning, the more you use your beast in combat, the faster it levels up. 100k isn't too bad, right? Forget it. Erase the entry. Wait a bit longer. Next skill. Blood Servant subordinate skill of Tiger's Henchman. Rarity, epic purple icon. Skill, passive skill. Prerequisite, must possess the Tiger's Henchman skill. Effect, each tamed beast grants the caster increased maximum HP based on the beast's HP value. Restriction 1, only the highest HP among all tamed beasts increases the caster's maximum HP. Restriction 2, discarding a beast will remove the added HP bonus. Restriction 3, sacrificed beasts are instantly obliterated, reduced to nothingness. This skill description is straightforward, it increases the caster's maximum HP based on the tamed beast's HP. If it's not temporary, then it must be permanent? Damn it! The last 2 restrictions? Just don't summon any beasts, release them, then summon again. Instant invincibility. Sigh. But Restriction 1, only the beast with the highest HP can be added. Erase it. What are you waiting for? Holy crap. Doesn't that mean there's no limit anymore? Acquiring a beast, what if it's a king tier boss beast? Its HP would skyrocket.
One shot to the final chapter, obliterating everything in its path.
Blood of the Undead. Grade, Legendary Golden Icon. Effect, upon acquiring a beast, the caster's maximum HP increases based on the beast's HP value. Restriction, upon abandoning the beast, the increased HP will be deducted. Another quality upgrade. The description above also changed after the restriction was erased. Awesome. These two epic skills synergizing like this. I'm basically a blood demon now. Attack power? Let it drop. Just don't go negative. Anyway, the attack power and skill descriptions won't drop below your base attack power. Base attack power is the attack value generated when the game system scans your physical stats upon first entering the game. Lin Feiyu's base attack power is 7 points. Lin Feiyu has erased restriction 2 from the skill, acting as a tiger's henchman. Removed the beast restriction. Boss restriction. Holy crap. Divine control level 1. Rarity, legendary gold icon. Effect, instantly kills a target unit, allowing you to assimilate it into a beast spirit to command at will. Ha! The skill names have changed? Has this skill's quality been upgraded too? Both are now golden legendary?
Even the preceding description has changed.
It's truly no longer restricted to beasts. Divine control? What does that mean? Breaking through the skyline? Alright. We need a domineering woman, find a seductive succubus boss, dominatrix. Right. After deleting the entry, immediately learn the skill.
Regarding class choices, we're still in the newbie village and haven't undergone class change yet. Though we're talking about switching to a combat class, that's still in progress. Currently, I'm still unclassed, so I can use all types of skills and equipment. Otherwise, how would new players in the starting village even play? Many players base their class change on their initial talents and the skills gear advantages gained in the starting village. Once class change is complete, skills and weapons unrelated to that class become unusable. Or, they might just stick with being classless. Without a class, you cannot acquire class-specific skills. Nor can you gain the attribute point bonuses exclusive to that class. This makes you significantly weaker. But these two skills, when used together, they're absolutely god tier. No class stats can match that. With my talent, being classless isn't so bad after all. Perhaps I should find a class with no equipment or skill usage requirements. Lin Feiyu pondered for a moment. He did recall a special hidden class with no equipment or skill usage restrictions. He couldn't recall the specifics, only that he'd heard whispers about it. Rumor had it this special class was pretty weak. The hidden quest to change to this class was supposedly located in some minor county town. If he headed to a minor county town and searched thoroughly, he might just find it. No rush. He'd learn both skills first. Better hurry and pick up the dropped items on the ground. Then get them to come in and gather some sun-piercing grass first. Chapter 13, Skills Can Go Overdrive Too? Within the Secret Realm. Lin Feiyu was fretting over his game's free 6-slot backpack being insufficient when suddenly, at the Secret Realm's entrance portal, flashes of light flickered. What was this? How did they get in here? Are they here to help me fight monsters? Could they be that kind? But I already one-shot them. Lin Feiyu was puzzled by the newcomers, who were extremely polite. Lu Fei politely asked if they could start gathering. Lin Feiyu readily agreed there were still plenty of sun-colliding grass, here, at least 1,000 or so. Captain Li, likely noticing the awkwardness of Lin Feiyu's backpack being unable to hold them all, promptly offered a valuable storage ring. Storage ring. Storage slots, plus 20. As for the price, Captain Li didn't even mention it. Whether it was a gift or a purchase seemed entirely up to Lin Feiyu's own preference. Such a ring would typically cost around 20,000 copper coins, as storage items were generally priced per storage slot. Each additional slot typically added about 1,000 copper coins to the price. Lin Feiyu didn't bother to argue. He accepted the offer with a smile, deciding to discuss the price later. He was still desperately short on cash. If anyone needed favors, he had no time for that now. His priority was pulling his sister back from the brink of death. He stuffed all the items into his backpack. Herb gathering wasn't as simple as just pulling plants out of the ground. Each harvest required significant time investment, and gathering proficiency could speed up the process. Lin Feiyu had decent proficiency before, but now? He certainly wouldn't be helping with gathering anymore. He had far more important matters to attend to. It was already afternoon. This secret realm only had one boss. Once it was taken down, there'd be no other threats. He'd planned to log off for a bite to eat and resume the fight in the afternoon. He absolutely had to hit level 10 today or tomorrow. But then, Captain Li and Vice President Lu suddenly sent him in-game gourmet food. In this world where the game and reality intersect, entering the game world wasn't a simple matter of consciousness, it was the physical body itself that arrived in the game world. Therefore, consuming food within the game restored his stamina. He ate while examining the attributes of various drop items in his backpack. Young Master Lin. If you ever need to sell gear or list items on the auction house, I can assist.
I'm a businessman, appraising valuables is my specialty.
Speaking was Deputy Guild Leader Lu Fei, his face plastered with flattery. Lin Feiyu, munching on a steamed bun from the NPC bun shop in Chidian town, frowned at Lu Fei. Truth be told, he preferred Lu Fei's usual defiant, untamed demeanor.
Got any top-tier gear you need to sell fast?
Our Dragon Slayer mercenary group can handle it.
Price is negotiable, we're all family here. Captain Li chimed in from the side. Who the hell are you calling our own people?
Lin Feiyu ignored them, keeping the gear stats private as he began studying them himself.
Lin Feiyu didn't immediately reveal the gear stats, he remained wary of these men.
He understood the principle that possessing something valuable invites trouble.
White Tiger Battle Blade Blueprints Single Craft.
Forging materials, Tiger King Skeleton 1, Tiger King Fong 2, Refined Iron Ingot 20, Mica Refined Gold 3, 100 Radiant Stone or 5, Walnut Wood 5. Quality, Epic Purple.
Weapon, Two-Handed Greatsword. Level requirement, 10. Attack power plus 100.
Battle Hardened, increases damage dealt per attack 8%, 10%, 12%, 14%, 16%, stacks up to 5 times.
Resets upon leaving combat.
Growth, as the user levels up, this weapon's level increases, boosting certain attributes. Every 10 levels, forging materials must be added to upgrade the equipment level. Skill, Tiger's Tail Swing deals 120% attack power AoE damage to enemies within a 15-meter fan-shaped area in front, cooldown, 15 seconds. I wield a treasured blade, long hidden from view, now roaring like a tiger, silenced by 100 ghosts in battle. Base stats are exceptionally high. Keep in mind, without powerful talents, a player maxing out attack stats only reaches 200 attack power at level 10. This battle blade grants a whopping plus 100 points. Plus it comes with an attack-boosting passive and a built-in wide area AoE active skill. But its most formidable trait is its scaling property. It actually levels up alongside the user's character level. Sure, it needs reforging every 10 levels, but the materials? Just common ores. This is definitely a legendary weapon you can use for a lifetime. But that passive attack damage boost is actually combined with the damage cap in the same stat slot. The stat eraser only deletes entire stat lines, you can't selectively erase specific text within a stat. Meaning you can't modify the damage bonus slot to stack infinitely. In that case, it feels a bit underwhelming. And it's melee only? Totally clashes with my combat style. Useless to the extreme. Looks like I'll have to sell it off, along with the forging materials. Infinite growth attributes. The price shouldn't be too cheap. White Tiger Arm. Equipment, Arm Guard. Grade, Superior Blue. Attack power plus 10. Attack speed plus 0.28. Required level, 5. Battle again, consume 1 stored charge to instantly reset the cooldown of any skill. Restriction 1, cannot stack attributes with other equipment in the same slot. Restriction 2, maximum 2 stored charges. Charge recovery time, 7 days. Restriction 3, cannot reset own storage value recovery timer. Cowardice won't stand. I won't tolerate it. Lin Feiyu's eyes lit up. Oh, I thought my charged attack would take another 17 minutes? Holy crap, limit 3. Doesn't that mean skills can also go infinite firepower? Oh, this gear, keep it. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Check the item stats again. White Tiger Arm Guard. Grade, Legendary Gold. Battle billions more times, instantly resets the cooldown of a chosen skill. Restrictions, none. My charged strike, no cooldown. The other 2 pieces of gear have decent stats. Nothing special about their traits either. Tiger Fish Knife. Quality, Fine Green. Equipment Weapon One-Handed Sword. Attack power, 25. This one's gotta go. Scholar's Robe. Quality, Fine Green. Equipment, Upper Garment. Level requirement, 10. Restriction, cannot stack attributes with other equipment in the same slot. HP plus 1000. White Striped Tiger roars upon sleeves of Scholar and Warrior Tiger Fur Cloak remains unyielding. The usage level is 10? The Woolen Sweater's restriction, cannot stack attributes with other equipment in the same slot, has been removed. So if you just put on this cloak directly, it shouldn't trigger the stacking restriction. Then erase the level restriction. Put it on directly. HP plus 1000. Battle to the final chapter now shows 4396. Ha! What a coincidence. It actually matches the newbie village ID? It's just, this robe with wide sleeves has a wool sweater underneath, it's so weird. I need to get some armor to wear. Chapter 14, $1 Million Dividend. Inside the secret realm, Lin Feiyu examined the attributes of various dropped items while the gatherers frantically collected resources. He pondered for a moment. Just as Lu Fei had said, he really wasn't as skilled as him when it came to appraising equipment. Anyway, he only planned to sell the blueprint for the White Tiger battle blade, some forging materials, and a green quality one-handed sword. He decided to share them. Instead of posting them in the party chat, he privately messaged the attribute screens to both Captain Li and Lu Fei.
When Captain Lee received Lin Feiyu's friend request, he was genuinely flattered. He was so excited he nearly started dancing. That look of utter worthlessness. Lin Feiyu watched it all unfold, utterly speechless. My thighs, have they really gotten this thick? After examining the stats of those two weapons, Captain Lu and Captain Lee were utterly stunned. The tiger-eating fish knife was passable, with average stats. But the white tiger battle blade, that was terrifying. Lu Fei immediately urged Captain Lee. Li Dahu? Don't you want it? With this, its special damage bonus and attached skill, your advanced dungeon, would be within reach. Li Dahu glanced at it. A flash of wild excitement crossed his face before fading. He wiped his drool and shook his head. Ha! I can't afford it either. This weapon's too good, and it's even upgradable gear. That solves the awkward problem of having to replace weapons when you level up later. How much can you offer? Lin Feiyu asked Li Dahu. If the price is right, I'll sell it to you first. This game requires companions. Many dungeons can only be unlocked by forming a party. Going solo was out of the question. This Captain Lee. Li Dahu seemed decent enough now. Back when they encountered the Fort Antler Deer, he'd shown some real responsibility. He also had a mercenary group backing him. If a party was truly needed for a dungeon run, relying on acquaintances was far better than assembling a random group. In his previous life, after his older brother, father, and younger sister passed away one after another, he resolved to become stronger. He joined a guild called Chiyue. His wife of 10 years was a member of that guild. Looking back now, the guild leader was the one who had set him up. After all, his sister-in-law Yuan had warned him long ago, but Lin Feiyu had chosen to deceive himself. His relationship with his wife, Su Xiaohan, had been crumbling for years. He clung to hope, thinking that after weathering a decade of storms together, the worst outcome would be parting ways. And what was the outcome? The truth proved sister-in-law Yuan right. But what about him? He even fell out with her trying to defend his wife. He really couldn't tell good people from bad anymore. Now starting over from scratch, he'd never mistake the good for the bad again. Sister-in-law Yuan, she's a pitiable soul too. Before their wedding celebrations were even over, a secret realm uprising erupted, unleashing hordes of monsters into the real world. Then came, over 7 years of widowhood alone. Wait. 7 years? Whoa. So she hasn't married yet? She hasn't married yet? She's getting married in 3 years? This needs to be written down. I'll be testing this for the rest of my life. 1 million? I can pay in installments. Li Dahu stammered out a figure. Captain Lee really wanted this battle blade. The stat boost, plus a combat skill with no resource cost and a passive that continuously stacks damage. In the advanced dungeon, while base weapon stats were useless, equipment traits and skills remained functional. Just as Lu Fei had said. With this battle blade's blessings, they truly had a chance to clear the advanced dungeon and advance to the secondary county city. Li Dahu's words snapped Lin Feiyu out of his reverie, pulling his wandering thoughts back to the present. 1 million? Lin Feiyu hadn't expected Li Dahu's asking price to be this high? Is this weapon worth that much? He glanced at Lu Fei. The vice president chuckled as he explained the price. 1 million? For an upgradable piece of equipment like this, that's actually high. But that's just for the blueprint alone. Add in all the required materials, only some common ore components are missing and 1 million credits. That's actually a bargain. If it went to auction, just based on this attribute panel alone, it could drastically increase the chances of clearing advanced instances. Add in the main materials, and the price would skyrocket. Lin Feiyu nodded in agreement with Lu Fei's assessment. This meant Li Dahu had shown considerable sincerity. Lin Feiyu calculated, I'm already level 6 now, and that was only because I got delayed collecting sun colliding grass. Otherwise, I'd be level 7 already. Reaching level 10 before tomorrow should be doable. Clearing the advanced dungeon tomorrow would grant access to the secondary county city. Drawing on a decade of extra memories, he knew the undeveloped dungeons there. With his current stats, farming 5 million gold within 3 days shouldn't be too difficult. Why not? He'd give Li Dahu a chance. A man willing to risk his life for a few hundred yuan quests commanded Lin Feiyu's respect, and he was willing to let him advance further. Without hesitation, he handed Li Dahu the White Tiger battle blade, along with all the corresponding materials. Li Dahu stood dumbfounded, clutching the materials and blueprints in his hands, too overwhelmed to speak. Stammering, he managed, young Master Lin. The money might take a long time to gather, but I promise to get you 500,000 within a month. I'll give you a year. 1 million, take your time paying it back. Lin Feiyu waved his hand dismissively. He'd already given away the weapon and materials in only a month? My little sister would have been saved long ago. What's a little money? Don't risk your life rushing through dungeons just to repay 1 million early. That would be a terrible loss. After hearing Lin Feiyu's words, the towering, sturdy man knelt down with a thud. Without a word, he slammed his forehead onto the ground. Everyone was stunned. Especially the other 2 members of the Dragon Slayer mercenary group. Their boss had just knelt before their boss's boss. What should we do? Should we join him? Confusion reigned. After gathering was complete, they retraced their steps under Lin Feiyu's lead. Along the way, they instantly killed several more forked antler deer and fierce tigers. It's just, seeing Lin Feiyu deal over 4,000 damage with a single arrow left everyone numb. What kind of person are you? Everyone else is grinding their asses off playing this game. Are you the only one using a cracked version? One shot for 4,444 damage? The group soon returned to the entrance of Chidian town. Lu Fei had already tallied the results, 3,215 sun-crashing grass plants. With each plant priced around 715 copper coins, the total profit from this haul was roughly 2,200,000. On the way back, Lin Feiyu had already proposed taking his share of the profits upfront, demanding an advance payment. He couldn't wait for the Chenyu Guild to slowly drip-feed the sales and suppress the price. Lu Fei readily agreed. Young Master Lin. Here, your share is 689,617.5 coins. Lin Feiyu glanced at him. It should be 1,100,000. Round off the remainder to offset the purchase of Archer's Oath. Ha! Just as Lu Fei stood there confused and awkward, Lin Feiyu tossed the map marker dividend agreement at him. Lu Fei froze on the spot. Wait, this location was your suggestion? Wait, so our encountering danger was to be expected? Wait, so our Chenyu Guild got scammed? Damn it! This Lin Feiyu, what a ruthless bastard. Such a deep scheme. Chapter 15, The Sparrow Takes the Magpie's Nest. Lin Feiyu scoured the small town for various NPCs, handing in quest items. Glancing at his backpack's balance, he had converted all his silver and gold coins into copper coins for storage. It wasn't for easier calculation or better management. It was simply Lin Feiyu's personal quirk. Having everything in copper coins made the numbers look huge, and that felt satisfying. Copper plate, 1,172,733.5. A million in a single day. In my past life, I wouldn't have dared to dream of this. Not bad. Little sister's health bars already recovered by 1/5. Big bro said he wouldn't let you die, and he meant it. Not even that so and so could stop her. I'm telling you. It's already past 3 p.m. now. The round trip to Howling Forest is a huge time drain. A return scroll costs 100,000 copper coins, way out of my budget right now. Returning to the town isn't just about handing in quest items, collecting rewards, and getting follow-up tasks. There's also one more thing. On the way back, both Lu Fei and Captain Li used the game interface's private messaging to discuss matters with him separately. Li Dahu mentioned knowing the location of a legendary treasure chest. But it was guarded by a Lord-level boss, along with a staggering number of elite monsters and chieftain-level foes. A boss? A Lord-level one at that. Lin Feiyu's heart raced instantly. A beast tamer. Lu Fei also mentioned that the Chenyu Guild had an uncharted raid for a boss-level monster that needed his help. This was also tempting. But he still considered Li Dahu's offer first. After all, it was a Lord-level boss. One tier higher than a chieftain level. And what about those legendary treasure chests? Could they possibly yield a tribute pills? Monsters in these two places would definitely level him up faster than hunting them in the wild. So he decided to head back to the town first and wait for Li Dahu to contact him. After all, both of them were members of other guilds. After completing a quest, they had to return to hand it in. Secondly, he could exchange all the various quest items in his backpack for rewards. Not only would they receive equipment rewards, item rewards, and copper coin rewards, but also massive experience point bonuses. Equipment could be sold directly for copper coins, adding another layer of profit. For these minor quests, you could farm the items first, then approach the quest NPC to accept the task, and finally hand in the items to complete it. The rewards from Antler Velvet and Argali Horns netted around 3,000 copper coins. The Tiger Skin and Tiger Penis rewards from the Fierce Tiger quest sold for around 8,000 copper coins. The White Tiger Skin from the Tiger King was exchanged at an NPC equipment shop for 2 wooden tokens, each redeemable for 1 piece of gear. Lin Feiyu first exchanged them at the blacksmith for a level unrestricted armor piece. Iron Scale Mail. Quality, fine green. Equipment, upper body. No level restriction. Restriction, cannot stack attributes with other equipment in the same slot. HP plus 600. Plate armor resembles scrolls, interwoven without overlapping. After exchanging for a headgear piece granting full health bonus. Bamboo woven conical hat. Quality, fine green. Equipment, hat. No level restriction. Restriction, cannot stack effects with other equipment in the same slot. HP plus 400. A bamboo hat and a green cloak, no need to rush home in the slanting wind and drizzling rain. These 2 pieces aren't the best in the NPC equipment shop, but they offer the highest HP. Others come with minor skills or boost other stats, resulting in significantly lower HP. Some armor pieces even increase attack power? Lin Feiyu couldn't help but scoff at the thought. Yet, those attack-boosting armor pieces were completely sold out. You gotta admit it.
After handing in countless quest items, he gained a massive amount of experience points, leveling up to level 7.
He poured every single attribute point into HP. Player, Lin Feiyu. Title, Tenacious Black Iron Warrior. Class, None, Level, 7, Experience, 120-1450. Talent, Fight to the Final Chapter S 6396. Health points, 6255. Mana, 10. Attack, 49 plus 57. Spell power, 7. Physical defense, 9. Magic defense, 7. Physical penetration, 0. Magic penetration, 0. Attack speed, 0.5. Movement speed, 2.5. Reputation, 0. Copper coins, 1,192,733.5. A single basic auto attack, a whopping 6,300 damage. 6. We've nearly wrapped up everything here in the small town, yet Li Dahu and Lu Fei over there still haven't responded? They're taking forever. They wouldn't stand me up, would they? That shouldn't happen. Luoxia Province, Yunqing City, Qianyu Guild Headquarters. Inside the Guildmaster's office, 3 figures stood. One was the burly Vice President Lu Fei. A stunning female mage in robes, level 40, who was the Guildmaster of Qianyu Guild, Shiryu. And a young woman dressed not in gaming attire, but in stylish, glamorous fashion. Pleated skirt, black stockings, red high heels, pure white crop top, long straight black hair, smoky eye makeup. This woman was the true mastermind behind the Qianyu Guild, Morong Xianyu. All 3 stared in astonishment at the footage Lu Fei had recorded the instant of that single arrow dealing 4 million nuclear blast damage. Morong Xianyu recovered from her shock. Sister Shiryu, look, this man. He's not human. Shiryu said coldly. Ha? Morong Xianyu's eyes widened, momentarily speechless. Indeed. Achieving this damage at level 6 proves beyond doubt that this youth is no ordinary mortal. Lu Fei added, his expression equally grave. The group had already studied Lin Feiyu's previous records and talents from when he joined the Qianyu Guild. They could only conclude one thing: the restriction on his talent had suddenly become ineffective. Only this could fully explain the origin of his damage output. After calculations by Lu Fei and Shiryu, it appeared Lin Feiyu had begun focusing all his efforts on maximizing his HP stat after reaching level 3. This calculation perfectly matched the damage figures Lu Fei had described. This further confirmed that the restriction on his talent had been lifted. Moreover, Lu Fei calculated that Lin Feiyu had even deliberately withheld some attribute points after leveling up twice to conceal the truth. That's incredibly sneaky. So that one arrow dealt 4 million damage? Morong Xianyu pressed. It must be some kind of charged skill that stacks with basic attacks. His charge time was 17 minutes, meaning a 100% increase in basic attack damage per second. That's how he achieved 4 million damage. Guild leader Shiryu replied coldly. Her stunningly beautiful face, usually as cold as ice, now showed a slight twitch of shock. So, what do you think of my earlier suggestion? Give me your thoughts. Lu Fei pressed. Morong Xianyu scratched her head, her defenses crumbling instantly. Just make Lin Feiyu our guild leader? Uncle Lu, what kind of ridiculous suggestion is that? Aren't you worried he'll take over the nest? President Shiryu composed her expression and said sternly, my dear young lady, have you forgotten the hatred you hold for being cast out of the Morong family? Have you forgotten that your mother has been trapped for 3 whole years with no way to rescue her? Lin Feiyu's strength is our only chance. A tremendous helping hand. I haven't forgotten. Of course I haven't forgotten. Morong Xianyu clenched her teeth, fists tight, her voice unwavering. Shiryu continued, I know Lin Feiyu fairly well. He's been with our guild for nearly 2 years now. He's not some shady character. He's trustworthy. Lu Fei slammed his hand on the table. Alright. It's settled. Lin Feiyu is our new guild leader. What about the Dragon Slayer mercenary group? Shiryu asked Lu Fei with concern. Lu Fei roared with laughter. Leave it to me. I've sealed the news. Li Dahu, Yang Kai, Chen Song, those 3. I've cut off their escape routes. They can't go back to Dragon Slayer. The news won't spread. Chapter 16, Me? President? We'll talk about that later. Julio City, Shannon Province. The Dragon Slayer mercenary group's physical headquarters. A portly man in a suit and tie, the Dragon Slayer mercenary group's human resources manager. Lucian, Manager Lu, what do you mean? Are you docking my pay? Demoting me? Li Dahu had originally returned to the guild headquarters with the video of Lin Feiyu's nuclear explosion. He had intended to march straight to the guild leader's office door. Instead, he was intercepted midway by the HR manager. He stood in the HR office with his 2 best brothers, Yang Kai and Chen Song, clutching a notice of pay cut and demotion. What else? Did you think I was joking? HR manager Lucian paid no heed to the rage on their faces, instead leisurely lifting a cup of coffee and taking a sip. I want to know why. Li Dahu suppressed his boiling rage, forcing himself to speak calmly. Why? What do you mean why? This is the top-level strategic direction of the guild. Our guild is thriving. We're planning to abandon those small, low-reward maps like the newbie village.
You three are practically veterans of the guild, yet you've never left the newbie village all these years. I'm being generous not to kick you out outright. Lu Xun casually replied without looking up, his hands moving over the keyboard as he sorted through various documents. Thud. Li Daho slammed his palm on the desk. True, the three of us never left the newbie village, but all these years, haven't we contributed to the guild's profits? Lu Xun shot him a cold, dismissive glance, easy on the slaps. Solid wood, can you afford to replace it? And all these years? You did contribute before, but this year? Your earnings? That pittance? It's severely skewing the guild's profit metrics. Not kicking you out is showing you mercy. Salaries halved. Want to keep working? Fine. Don't? Get out. Only now did Li Daho realize that capital dripped with blood and filth from head to toe. In their eyes, there was no room for emotion, only the stacks of financial reports and data in their hands. You pour your heart and soul into the company, yet they complain your salary is too high. Li Daho felt no anger, only utter calm. He already knew where he was headed to find the person willing to extend him credit for blueprints worth millions. Serving one master over another, what difference did it make? Why not cling tightly to the powerful ally he'd discovered himself? Why come blabbing about it to the guild? Very well. I haven't told anyone yet. If they want to leave, let them leave. Life's journey is long, who knows who'll rise to glory. Heh. Yang Kai, Chen Song, let's get out of here. Dragon Slayer. They'll regret this. Yang Kai and Chen Song didn't say a word, they just followed their big brother out. As brothers in arms who'd fought side by side for years, they understood Li Daho's meaning perfectly. They were jumping on the bandwagon. And why wouldn't they? Such a powerful patron, not clinging to him would be unthinkable. After watching them leave, HR manager Lu Xun poked her head out of the office to confirm the corridor was empty before calling Lu Fei, the vice president of the Qianyu Guild. Vice President Lu. Those three who offended you, ahem. I've already fired them. Reason? Who needs one? Don't I have that authority? Don't worry, with their skills, combat power, and stats, they'd starve to death sooner or later. Look. I've avenged you now. So about that favor you promised me. Got it. Got it. Got it. I've received the payment. President Lu was so generous. President Lu is rolling in it. If anyone else crosses you in the future, just let me know. Got it. Got it. Got it. You're too kind. You're too kind. That's all for now? Lin Feiyu, still waiting anxiously in the small town, received a private message from Li Daho at that moment. He thought it was an invite to grind monsters. But all he saw was, Young Master Lin. Our guild kicked us out. From today on, we're sticking with you. We'll follow your lead. Lin Feiyu froze for a moment before replying, What? What about the million? You're not going to give it? Li Daho? Li Daho, no. That's not what I meant. I'll definitely pay you back. Just as Li Daho was frantically explaining, Lin Feiyu received another private message. Not just a private message, but an official letter from a guild. Ding. Shiryu, guild leader of Qianyu Guild, requests your friendship. Shiryu? That glowing white-clad female mage? The one in the white stockings? The unattainable guild leader Shiryu? Why is she adding me? Ding. You have been appointed vice president of the Qianyu Guild. Lin Feiyu was utterly speechless. He hadn't even had time to head to the guild headquarters to resign this morning, rushing to level up instead. In other words, he was still technically a member of the Qianyu Guild. Promoted and given a raise already? Looks like they really see potential in me. Too bad. Vice president? Too many chores. I think I'll pass. I'm not in the mood for this now. Once my little sister's situation is completely resolved, I'll go to the Qianyu Guild to process my resignation. Ding. Guildmaster initiated guild renaming, changing the guild name to Feiyu Guild. Wait, you just changed the name? Why send me a formal notification about it? Oh right. I just got promoted to vice president, making me a core administrator. Important announcements are automatically sent by the game system. Wait a minute? Feiyu Guild? What does that even mean? Did I grant you naming rights? Ding. Feiyu Guild President Shiryu has transferred the presidency to you. Huh? This? Is this even fair? Me? Guild leader? What? This doesn't make sense, does it? What the hell? Ding. Congratulations. Player Lin Feiyu has become the guild leader of Feiyu Guild. Lin Feiyu? Is there some inside scoop I missed? Or, did this gathering guild just latch onto me? Why? Do they know my secret? Do they know I can erase restricted entries? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Just as Lin Feiyu was in disarray, Li Daho quickly logged in and clarified everything face to face. Even the fact that he'd earned 4 million from a single arrow with their guild and Qianyu's guild was exposed. Only then did Lin Feiyu realize. So that's how it was. The incident of killing the Tiger King with a single arrow worth 4 million in the dungeon had been exposed?
No wonder, no wonder. No wonder Li Dahu left the guild and latched onto me. Shen Yu's guild's attitude, their reaction was indeed a bit over the top. As for Li Dahu, he didn't say much. These guys willing to risk their lives for a few $100? Might as well bring them along for now. Having a few underlings around made things easier. He sent a private message to Shiryu, the guild master of the original Qianyu guild. We'll talk about this later. Change the guild name back and everything stays the same. Shiryu, the guild leader of the original Qianyu guild, replied to the private message, later? You don't mean that as a verb, do you? Lin Feiyu, I. Damn it. Shiryu, alright. The Fallen Ash Mountains? The location Li Dahu mentioned where the legendary golden treasure chest is hidden. That's a bit far. Chapter 17, The Golden Treasure Chest. Ashfall Mountains. The sky here was a murky gray, as if blanketed in ash. Yet the mountain ranges below were lush and verdant, teeming with birds and beasts. Young master, that mountain ahead is where the treasure lies. Li Dahu pointed toward a peak that wasn't particularly towering. The journey had taken nearly an hour. Along the way, they'd casually dispatched a few small, reckless beasts that dared to block their path. But Lin Feiyu's single arrow dealing 6,300 damage left Li Dahu and the others with their heads buzzing. Soon they arrived at their destination, a hidden valley nestled deep within the mountains. The open valley floor would have been impossible to spot without someone revealing the treasure's location. The newbie villages were divided into hundreds of different maps. Lin Feiyu's village 4396, Chidian Town, was the 4,300th map within the Chidian Town region. Each newbie village could only hold 10,000 players, but the NPCs alone numbered in the tens of thousands. The maps were absurdly vast. A single newbie village alone covered an area comparable to a medium-sized city district on Blue Star. So it's perfectly normal to overlook some unknown secret realms. Upon descending into the valley, a magnificent, golden treasure chest, a legendary artifact, glittered atop a raised mound at the valley's center. Viewed from the mountains, it was obscured by dense foliage, but once you reached the valley floor, it became crystal clear. Surrounding it were bizarre wild creatures, stones with health bars above their heads, humanoid vines, and constantly writhing tree spirits. This valley felt like a realm of monsters. This hasn't been looted yet? He turned to look at Li Dahu in confusion. Li Dahu replied, I stumbled upon it by accident while lost on a quest. This place is so hidden, no one else should know about it. Didn't you report it to the guild? Lin Feiyu asked. No, not many Dragon Slayers guild members are in the newbie village. Reporting it wouldn't do much good, so I just... Li Dahu stammered, clearly holding back some inside story. But Lin Feiyu didn't press him. Anyway, it's mine now. Let's go. As soon as they stepped into the valley, they spotted dozens of monsters below. Among the common monsters were 7 or 8 elite monsters. Surrounding the earthen platform stood 3 towering, humanoid wolf-headed monsters, motionless and radiating a blue glow, likely 3 boss-level leaders. On the high platform stood a wooden statue bound by vines, emanating purple mist that was the Lord-level boss. 1 tier below, a Tiger King, but still quite respectable. Glancing at the stats of the common monsters below. Stone Monster Common, level 10. HP, 4000. Attack, 320. Armor, 60. Skill, Marble Shield, generates a shield equal to 10% of its maximum HP. Skill, Ground Tremor, slams the ground violently, dealing 80% of attack power as wide area AoE damage. Stone Spirit, Unbreakable. Is this the stat pool for a level 10 common monster? Wide area AoE. This skill could be a huge hassle for melee fighters, but I'm a ranged shooter. 50-meter long-range sniping. You still want to charge me? That shield skill is pretty solid. Wonder if I can roll the skill book for it. Does the shield value count toward the fight to the end stat? My attack speed is all factored in, how could shield value not be? He opened the talent skill description to check, and sure enough, shield value is included. 10% of max health? This skill is excellent. If I could learn it, wouldn't that mean another massive 10% boost? Ah, what a pity. The number of copper coins doesn't count as a stat value. Otherwise, I could have made 1 million with a single arrow. There are about 10 of these stone monsters stationed around the valley's perimeter, preventing the monsters inside from charging out all at once. He stood cautiously at maximum range, drawing his bow and firing arrows. Thwack! 6,336. Stone monster instantly knocked down. Its health was 4,000, shield included it was only 4,400, and its armor was a measly 60. It couldn't even withstand my ordinary auto attack. Ding! You killed stone monster. Experience plus 70. Experience 190-1450. Ding! Skill Divine Taming triggered. Do you wish to tame the stone monster? Yes, no. Lin Feiyu decisively clicked no. There were still Lord-level bosses ahead. You? A rock? Not worthy, right? 70 EXP? Not bad, but even if I wipe out every stone monster, it still won't be enough to level up to 8. The stone monsters were incredibly clumsy.
Each time one died, the others would only glance slowly before resuming their feigned deaths.
Lin Feiyu didn't rush to loot the drops.
If he disturbed that entire swarm of monsters and they all charged at him, that would be troublesome.
So he wisely stuck to ambushing from the periphery. Li Dahu and the others just followed along. While they couldn't actually help, at least they weren't getting in the way.
Lin Feiyu didn't share any experience points with them. Firstly, all three were already level 10, so sharing experience would be useless. Any overflowing experience points wouldn't be saved. Second, Lin Feiyu was desperate to level up. He wanted to reach the secondary main city sooner, unlock the dungeon sooner, and pull his sister back from the brink of death sooner. To avoid drawing aggro, Lin Feiyu had to switch positions after killing each stone monster, which proved quite time-consuming.
Clearing the stone monsters took considerable time. 13 in total yielded just over 900 experience points.
Experience points, 10, 30, 14, 50. Spotting piles of loot scattered on the ground in the distance, Lin Feiyu immediately signaled with his eyes. His three subordinates hurried over to collect the dropped items. This was the real reason they'd been following him all along. Looting was such a waste of time. Lin Feiyu and Li Dahu were part of a combat squad, where teammates could loot dropped items. If they weren't in a combat squad, they wouldn't have a chance to loot anything unless they dealt damage. Even if you did deal damage, if the percentage was too low, you still couldn't loot it. For this combat squad, Lin Feiyu had adjusted the experience drop distribution to give all the experience to himself. Experience distribution in combat parties can be manually adjusted.
For many mercenary guilds, their primary income source in the newbie village is grinding experience for fresh players.
While those three were looting, he had already entered the valley's interior.
Here lurked a group of elite monsters. Walking Treant Elite, level 10. HP, 6000. Attack power, 415. Armor, 80.
Skill, ground slam slams the ground forward, releasing a shockwave that deals 75% of attack power as damage. The trees have taken human form, not only breaking free from the earth's constraints but also staggering as they walk. Lin Feiyu roughly counted them only about 10 in total.
Not bad. Elite monsters should grant more experience points than stone monsters. 6000 HP not bad, but still no match for a single arrow from me. After clearing these Treants, I should hit level 8. Just raise your hand for a basic attack. Chapter 18, Obsidian Pendant. 6316. The Trent's health bar empties instantly. Ding.
You have killed Walking Treant.
Experience plus 90. Ding.
Skill Divine Taming triggered.
Do you wish to tame the Walking Treant? Yes, no. Experience points, 11, 20, 14, 50.
Lin Feiyu also declined this taming request.
I only want the boss. Though clumsy, the Treant was far better than the stone golem, drawing all the aggro toward Lin Feiyu.
It began trailing Lin Feiyu with slow, deliberate steps.
Unfortunately, its movement speed was too slow.
Lin Feiyu kited effortlessly, picking them off one by one with his arrows.
By the time the Treant killed the fourth one, its experience bar finally filled.
A golden glow began to radiate from its body. With lightning reflexes, he allocated all 10 attribute points to health. Player, Lin Feiyu. Title, Tenacious Black Iron Warrior. Class, None level, 8 experience points, 30,1900. Talent, Fight to the Final Chapter as 7396. HP, 7255. The speed at which Treants were slain far surpassed that of stone golems. Before long, they were all slaughtered. 12 elite monsters in total, yielding over 1000 experience points. Experience points, 750-1900. The loot scavenging trio over there had also gathered all the dropped items. The stone monsters' loot was pretty decent. Over 700 copper coins alone. 2 pieces of white icon gear, 1 high-quality green item, and 1 high-quality skill scroll. Stone badge. Quality, common white. Equipment, badge. Level requirement, 5. Restriction, cannot stack effects with other equipment in the same slot. Attack plus 20. Crafted from granite, heavy and sturdy. Can also be thrown to deal 1 damage. Lin Feiyu rolled his eyes. Attack power boost? What a waste. My attack power's already dropping like crazy when I summon beasts later and now this? No way. Pass it to the guys, let them deal with it. Marble ring. Quality, common white. Equipment, ring. Level requirement, 5. Restriction, cannot stack attributes with other equipment in the same slot. Attack power plus 15. Special effect, automatically triggers when health falls below 50%, restoring 200 HP. Crafted from durable marble, this ring enhances your punches by 1 point of damage when worn. Restores 200 HP? Triggers at 50% HP. Get lost. His gaze settled on that green-colored premium equipment piece. Is this a necklace? Obsidian pendant. Quality, fine green. Equipment, necklace. Level requirement, 5. Restriction, cannot stack attributes with other equipment in the same slot. HP plus 100. Obsidian shield, generates shield value equal to 10% of maximum health.
Restriction 1, shield cooldown, 10 seconds.
Restriction 2, if the shield is broken during combat, it cannot be regenerated until combat ends. Restriction 3, when the shield is broken, it reduces the wearer's attack power by 10%, but simultaneously deals a single area of effect damage equal to the shield's value.
Crafted from obsidian, possessing properties to absorb negativity, ward off evil, and enhance vitality. Lin Feiyu silently slipped on the obsidian necklace, then secretly erased Restriction 2. The shield materialized instantly, boosting the final battle's damage output by 725 points. Battle to the final chapter, 8121. This way, even during combat, I can gain a shield value every 10 seconds. Oh no! I have battled billions more times. That's truly excellent gear. Now let's examine that skill. Ground Tremor. Grade, Fine Green. Skill, Active Skill. Class, Warrior. Effect, swing your weapon and smash it into the ground, dealing 80% of your attack power as wide area AoE damage. Cooldown, 10 seconds. Mana cost, 40. Attack power bonus? Exclusive to warriors? And mana cost? Although the mana cost could be removed, the attack power bonus. Lin Feiyu still found it rather useless. He casually tossed the skill scroll and 2 ordinary equipment pieces to Li Dahu and the others, leaving it up to them to handle. Whether they sold them or kept them for themselves was entirely up to them. If they chose to equip and use them, money was no issue. Following the boss around, how could they not get any benefits? Take these 2 pieces of gear, the 3 of you. I'll be assigning you more tasks to handle in the future. You decide yourselves. If you sell them, you get a 10% commission. Likewise, if you find them suitable and want to equip them yourselves, I'll sell them to you at 10% off market price. You can't expect a horse to run without giving it grass to eat. 10% isn't much, but with my stats and talents, the gear I'll farm in the future will be massive. Handling everything myself would be time-consuming and labor-intensive. Without market knowledge, I might even lose my shirt. Better to find a few underlings to handle it. Not only would it save time and effort, but I wouldn't need to spend hours studying market fluctuations. As someone who's reborn, I'm acutely aware of just how dangerous this game gets in its later stages. Back then, 10 out of the 13 7th-tier masters of Great Xia perished in battle. He and his sister-in-law, Yuan, were rising stars who had just broken through to the 7th transformation. They were preparing to shoulder the responsibility of protecting Great Xia when they were ambushed and killed in a level 100 secret realm. Wealth is fleeting, only true strength provides real backing. Therefore, delegating tasks to subordinates allowed him to save significant time for leveling up, gathering materials, and enhancing his own strength. This was a sound strategy, provided one chose the right people. Li Dahu had little interaction with him in his previous life, yet knew enough, a man of honor who perished protecting civilians during a secret realm uprising. Combined with today's incident risking his life over a few $100, Li Dahu seemed trustworthy. Li Dahu, Yang Kai, and Chen Song remained formal and reserved, persistently declining the offer. But Lin Feiyu forcibly overruled him, insisting they follow his plan or else they'd be sent back where they came from. Only then did they agree. The items dropped by the walking tree people were of poor quality, utterly useless. 1. Grayish-black rough, quality, leaf skirt. A common white, quality, wooden spear. Not a single skill scroll. Just as Lin Feiyu led his team toward the earthen platform, intending to examine the attributes of those 3 dog-headed, cough-cough, wolf-headed, human-bodied monsters, an uninvited guest suddenly appeared. A slender archer player ran down the hillside, shouting as he came. "What are you doing? What are you doing? Stay right there. Don't move." This area was discovered first by our Dragon Slayers Guild. This is our Dragon Slayers Guild's reserved map. No one is allowed to farm monsters here. If you don't want to die, get out of here. Chapter 19, sending him back to the fountain. Lin Feiyu ignored the man and instead glanced at Li Dahu, who looked utterly embarrassed. Li Dahu hurried over and explained in a muffled voice, "Young master. The situation is this. This place was indeed discovered first by me, Yang Kai, and Chen Song. We kept it to ourselves and failed to report it. But, the Dragon Slayers, they discovered it later, so I didn't know they'd placed surveillance devices here." Surveillance devices? They really think this place is their own backyard? Lin Feiyu was utterly disdainful. In this game's world resource map, only special maps certified by the game system after winning guild wars would receive system protection, making them true guild property. Otherwise, it's ownerless territory. Whoever finds it first owns it? Do you think this is a global voyage? Sticking little flags everywhere? Lin Feiyu slapped Li Dahu on the shoulder. Who asked who discovered it? Li Dahu froze, his eyes drooping as he struggled to process the question. Lin Feiyu pressed further, "I'm asking, what's the deal with the Dragon Slayer Guild and the Dragon Slayer Mercenary Group? Just a coincidence that they share the same name?" Li Dahu was also a bit baffled. "Why ask that?" Yang Kai quickly interjected, "Young Master Lin, it's like this. The Dragon Slayer Guild has 2 subordinate units. One is our Dragon Slayer Mercenary Group. The other is the Dragon Slayer Gathering Guild. Both are subordinate units of the Dragon Slayer Guild. Oh? How so? Didn't they recognize you?
Lin Feiyu pressed further. The group over there had grabbed their weapons and were on high alert, yet they hadn't recognized Li Dahu at all, a former member of the Dragon Slayer Guild.
Well,
Chen Song stammered, you see, the Dragon Slayer Guild has always been ranked among the top 100 major guilds in Yunqing, the capital city of Yunlai province. Naturally, they look down on us subordinate guilds.
It's only natural they wouldn't recognize us.
Lu Jia, a player from the Dragon Slayers Guild, had been stuck at level 10, unable to break through the advanced dungeon.
However, he had a crucial task, guarding a legendary treasure chest that no one was currently capable of opening. He had stumbled upon it a year ago. After reporting it to the guild, it had been shelved because the guild's high-level players couldn't reach the newbie village yet. However, the Dragon Slayer's leadership demanded surveillance be installed to prevent other players from tampering with it. Then, this afternoon, they discovered it had actually been tampered with. This was unacceptable. The guild leader was already mobilizing. A large number of newly logged-in players were entering the Chidian town map, waiting for the majority to level up and gear up before leading a massive force to storm this location. You see, legendary treasure chests have a chance to drop attribute pills. These are permanent attribute boosting pills.
Every time a player breaks through 10 levels, they must undergo a class change through the advanced instance.
However, the advanced instance requires base attribute values. Equipment stats don't count. These attribute pills are among the few items in the game that can directly increase attribute points.
In other words, it's an item that can significantly boost your breakthrough chances, as crucial as foundation building pills in the cultivation world. For this reason, attribute pills are priceless commodities.
Each pill commands a different price based on the number of attribute points it grants. Each pill is worth at least over 100,000 copper coins.
Lu Jia surveyed the 4 players across from him, 3 at level 10, 1 at level 8.
Level 8? That's practically a newbie who'd only been in the game for a few days, right?
Yet those 3 level 10 players were bowing and scraping before the newbie with extreme deference.
Could it be they were also members of that major guild? Should I ask?
It wouldn't be good to accidentally provoke one of Yunlai province's top 10 major guilds. Even though my Dragon Slayer guild ranks in the top 20 in Yunlai province and is among the world's top 500 guilds, it's still best to keep a low profile.
Hey! You 4 up ahead. Which guild are you with?
This treasure chest map was discovered by our Dragon Slayer Guild, a world top 500 guild and one of Yunlai State's top 20 guilds.
Lu Jia inquired. Lin Feiyu immediately responded upon hearing this, I'm just a casual player.
The moment Lin Feiyu finished speaking, Lu Jia burst into laughter. If they were from a major guild, he might have shown some restraint.
But solo players? That's exactly who he'd come down hard on. Ha 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 ha. Casual players. Then what are you still doing here? You'd better leave this place immediately. Hand over every single item that dropped over here just now.
And then, since you farmed experience here, pay us, like 100,000 in compensation. Then broadcast an apology to our Dragon Slayers Guild on the World Channel, and...
Noisy! Like a swarm of buzzing flies.
Lin Feiyu nearly burst out laughing.
Was this the arrogant attitude of a major guild bullying honest players at will? So shameless? Do they really think they're bandits? Could he possibly tolerate this?
Lin Feiyu waved his hand on the spot, barking orders at Li Dahu and his 2 companions. Finish him off.
Just finish him off. Send him back to the spring.
Li Dahu and his 2 companions, Yang Kai wielding a spear, Chen Sang brandishing a one-handed sword, and Li Dahu gripping a heavy sword with both hands, were all frontline warriors with 7 points allocated to health and attack power.
All 3 were frontline warriors with stat allocations favoring health and attack power. Did he really need to kill a mere archer himself?
Without a word, they charged forward.
What are you doing? Li Dahu, Chen Song, Yang Kai. I've memorized your 3 IDs. Aren't you afraid of the Dragon Slayer Guild's retaliation? Don't you fear death? I'm standing right here, dare you slash me once? Ah! Don't slash my face. Wah! You guys really have the guts. Nice boldness. That leader over there, ID Lin Feiyu, right? I'll remember that. Ah!
Amidst the clamor, the archer was stabbed to the ground by Yang Kai's spear, defeated instantly.
Back to the fountain.
This dropped him a level and caused him to drop 1 piece of equipment. The 3 quickly approached Lin Feiyu again, handing him the bow and arrow weapon they'd picked up from the fallen archer. Meanwhile, Li Dahu voiced his concern, young master, this might have completely alienated us from the Dragon Slayer Guild.
On the path to becoming stronger, you'll have to offend many.
No need to worry.
Let's keep grinding monsters.
Lin Feiyu didn't care. It was just some guild he'd barely heard of in his previous life.
Why fear them? Li Dahu and the others exchanged glances.
They weren't afraid after all, they'd been hanging around the newbie village for years.
Even if they got beaten a few times, it was still just the newbie village, right? What was there to fear?
It was just, this guy seemed kinda tough.
Badass. Chapter 20, Thorn Witch. Lin Feiyu took the equipment dropped by the archer Li Dahu had defeated and glanced at it. Trial Hunter's Bow. Quality, fine green. Weapon, bow. No level restriction. Attack power, plus 30. Effective range, 30 meters. Uses arrows for shooting. A battle-hardened hunting bow, meticulously maintained over the years, feels as though it instinctively complements its master's aim. Lin Feiyu merely glanced at it before tossing it to Li Dahu to handle. Useless. He turned his attention back to the 3 boss-level creatures. Wild Werewolf Leader, level 10. Health points, 12,000. Attack power, 700. Armor, 120. Skill, Ancient Howl emits a wolf's howl, granting 20% damage reduction for 15 seconds. Skill, Bloodlust, grants 20% physical lifesteal per attack. Blood is flowing, leaving none behind. Lin Feiyu stared at these stats. Looks like it's time to unleash the power strike. My current damage in the final battle is only 8,121 points. Even if I find the werewolf's weak spot and land a hit, it'll only deal just over 10,000 damage, still not enough for an instant kill. The 3 werewolves had also detected someone approaching. No longer standing like statues, they charged forward with swift attacks. Lin Feiyu unleashed a charged strike, instantly killing one. 16,122. Ding. You have slain a wild werewolf. Experience plus 120. Ding. Skill Divine Beast Control triggered. Do you wish to tame the wild werewolf? Yes, no. Experience points 875-1900. Lin Feiyu declined the taming request. I only want the boss. The other 2 werewolves were charging rapidly. Lin Feiyu could only dodge while searching for openings to counterattack. There was no chance to build up power. Ding. You have been defeated by the party player Lin Feiyu squad. Level 1. Current level 9. Equipment, Trial Hunter's Bow fine green dropped. Lu Jia revived at the central spring in Qidian town. Seeing his level drop by 1 and losing a fine green tier longbow with excellent stats, he exploded with rage on the spot. Damn it. This is outrageous. He had identified himself properly. How dare these low-level players to trample the dignity of a major guild like this? Revenge. Must be avenged. I'll lead a group to grind them back to level 1. Lu Jia immediately took to the guild chat channel, painting a vividly exaggerated picture of the recent defeat. The whole place was boiling with rage. Many top players declared, just 1 level 8 and 3 level 10 noobs, how dare they provoke our Dragon Slayer guild. They must be punished. We must grind them back to level 1. Instantly, all players in the newbie village map rerouted to map 4396, Qidian town. Many high-level players too advanced to reach the newbie village were directly issued teleportation scrolls. The entire Dragon Slayer guild was united like never before. They were determined to make those 4 pay the price. Soon, a force of hundreds assembled in Qidian town. Under Lu Jia's leadership, they swiftly headed toward the fallen Ash Mountains. Meanwhile, Lin Feiyu had already placed 3 werewolves into experience points, 1,005-1,900. These 3 werewolves had caused Lin Feiyu significant trouble, dealing a whopping 2,100 damage. His obsidian shield had been detonated, leaving his health at a mere 6,021 points, truly terrifying. And yet, these 3 boss-level enemies drop absolutely nothing. Only a pile of copper coins littered the ground. The 3 of them gave a little over 500 copper coins. Lin Feiyu realized this map's monsters had extremely low drop rates. Could it be all the good stuff was locked inside that treasure chest? His health was significantly depleted, but at this level, recovery was still impossible. The healing potions sold by NPC shops only restored hundreds of HP per bottle. There weren't any percentage-based recovery potions. Honestly, they were completely useless. Lin Feiyu simply waited for his obsidian shield to recharge before stepping onto the earthen platform. Li Dahu and the other 2 watching from the edge of the platform were utterly stunned. What the hell? He took over 2,000 damage from a boss-level enemy, yet his health bar dropped less than a quarter? A tank? Full health model? Health to damage conversion? This is insane. Is this the talent Lin Feiyu has been keeping under wraps all this time, the one the Qianyu Guild never mentions? So terrifying. This damage conversion ratio, it can't be 1-to-1, right? Whoa. The 3 of them were already numb. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. That person is my own big brother. This guy's got some serious clout. As Lin Feiyu approached the wooden statue-like monster, he finally got a clear look at what kind of boss it was. It was actually a voluptuous vine demoness? With flowers growing on her head? Her form bore many traits shared by both plants and humans. A tall, slender figure with long legs exuded an air of grace and agility. As if nature's magic had fused with flora to create this floral spirit. Thorn Demoness Lord's Boss, level 10. HP, 20,000. Attack power, 900. Armor, 150. Skill, Thorn Seed releases seeds onto the ground or onto enemies. Can be detonated by other skills, causing the seeds to grow into plants that fight alongside her. Skill, Entangling Vines releases vines to bind and attack, dealing 100% of the user's attack power as damage. Skill, Strangling Vines summon a dense forest of twisted vines, knocking back enemies within the area and dealing 200% of your attack power as damage. Summon creatures, Pea Blossom Shooter ranged attacking plant possesses 5% of the succubus's attack stat and 5% of her health stat. Thornwhip Warrior tanky melee plant 2% of the witch's attack, 10% of the witch's health. Rose Entangler a vine plant with control abilities possesses 2% of the siren's attack power and 1% of her health. When my seed blooms, it will be nothing more than a harmless flower in full bloom. Lin Feiyu made his decision on the spot. It's you. This beast tamer, I'm taking you. Just 20,000 HP? Isn't that just a matter of me charging for 3 seconds? Lin Feiyu drew his bow and nocked an arrow, beginning his charge. 3 seconds later, he raised his hand and fired an arrow. 24,396. That thorn succubus didn't even get to unleash a single skill before she was flat on her back. Otherwise, that succubus's plant army would have been in for a world of pain. Not even a single decent AoE skill. Clearing minions still relies on shattering obsidian shields, it's just too tough. Ding. You have killed Thorn Demoness. Experience plus 450. Ding. Skill Divine Taming triggered. Do you wish to tame the Thorn Witch? Yes, no. Experience 1455-1900. Cleared this map. Only about 400 more EXP points to reach level 9. I'll log off for dinner soon. If I push hard tonight, hitting level 10 isn't out of reach. Tomorrow, Ty can head to the secondary county city, then I'll have plenty of time. 3 days. I'll definitely grind up 5 million. Little sis. I saved your life. He watched the Divine Guardian's enhancement and clicked yes without hesitation. Ding. Divine Guardian skill triggered. Acquired Beast Spirit Thorn Demoness 1-1. Ding. Divine Guardian skill restriction triggered. Permanently deducting attack power 20,000 points. Ding. When other attack power bonuses, equipment, weapons, attribute points, pills, cannot exceed the deducted attack power, none will increase attack power. Attack power deduction? Attack power deducted? 20,000? This is based purely on health points. Damn it. Ha. Lin Feiyu glanced at his attack stat. Attack power, 7. Talent, fight to the final chapter S8022. Even battle to the end reduced damage by 99 points. What a debuff. Thankfully it wasn't negative, and thankfully there's a minimum attack power limit. But I'm afraid my attack power from now on will be stuck at 7 points. What kind of weapon or gear boosts attack power by 20,000 points? 6. Chapter 21, Split Arrow. Oh right, there's also the Blood of the Wraith skill? Doesn't it increase your own HP based on the beast's HP? Ding. Blood Parasite skill triggered. Health plus 20,000. Great. A very straightforward boost. Lin Feiyu quickly glanced at his attribute panel again. Player, Lin Feiyu. Title, Tenacious Black Iron Warrior. Class, None, Level 8, Experience, 1455-1900. Talent, Fight to the Final Chapter S30022. HP, 27,255. Shield, 2,725. Whoa! This is insane. And he's only level 8. My basic attack already deals 30k damage? Li Dahu at level 10, how much damage did his slash deal to the four-corn deer? 130. 6. Ding. System notice, since the Thorn Witch has been tamed, it will not drop any loot. Ha? There's that rule? Well, fine. Isn't the biggest drop from this succubus boss herself? He rubbed his hands together. The most thrilling moment had arrived, opening the treasure chest. The chest had remained sealed until the thorn succubus fell. Only then did the restrictions lift, allowing it to be opened. Li Dahu and his 2 companions remained standing at a distance, not entering the fray. Firstly, they knew their limits, they couldn't possibly contribute to the fight. Second, as long as the boss hadn't spoken, they wouldn't touch any loot. It had been made clear on the way here, this map was to be used to repay the million yuan debt for the White Tiger Battle Blade. Following the customary distribution from the map provider, the 3 of them were entitled to 20%. Lin Feiyu opened the treasure chest and found exactly what he expected. This was a legendary treasure chest after all, wasn't its drop rate astonishing compared to the Tiger King's? No wonder the drop rates from those earlier minions were so pitiful, they'd saved the best for last. Attribute Pill 6. Diamond Jade 10 Weapon Refining Material. Celestial Meteorite 7 Weapon Refining Material. Refined Iron Ingot 1 Weapon Forging Material. Unnamed Blueprint Map Fragment 1-9. Weapon Blueprint, Royal Guard Weapon Bow Epic Purple. Skill Scroll, Triple Strike Epic Purple. Skill Scroll, Split Arrow Superior Blue. Equipment Weapon Spear, Moonwatch Spear Superior Blue. Equipment Weapon One-Handed Sword, Log Sword Fine Green. Copper coins plus 756, silver coins plus 12, gold coins plus 1. Light, I already have 6 extremely valuable attribute pills. Not to mention a pile of materials. Purple longbow blueprint piece.
1 purple skill scroll, 1 blue skill scroll, 1 blue spear, 1 green one-handed sword.
Converted to copper coins, 11,956. Its value isn't much lower than the Tiger King's, but it lacks gathering materials, which is why it falls short. But why is there a broken map too? 1/9? Never mind. Stuff them all into the backpack for now. He stared at the 6 expensive attribute pills inside his backpack, the only way for many to advance. Greenwood pill, attack power plus 25/6. Restriction: each greenwood pill can only trigger its attribute boost once. Damn it. Damn it.
Lin Feiyu wanted to curse right then and there.
Damn it all to hell. They just love boosting attack power, huh?
With my negative 20,000 attack stat, this pill is useless to me. Even if I could erase the restriction clause, it'd only give me 150 attack points.
Damn it. Couldn't it be HP? Defense would be fine too. In terms of value, the price of each attribute pill is tied to its stat boost. A single point of attack power is roughly worth 10,000 copper coins. So these 6 pills are already worth 1.5 million?
Add the 1.2 million copper coins I currently hold, and my sister's life has been restored by half.
Excellent, the pressure has eased considerably. And that's not even counting the value of all the gear yet. He first opened the purple tier longbow blueprint. Kingsguard blueprint single craft.
Crafting materials: Thornwood 3, Flower Spirit Bar 10, Diamond Stone 10, Celestial Meteorite 7, Refined Iron Ingot 1.
Quality: epic purple. Weapon: bow. Level requirement: 10. Attack power plus 100. Effective range: 60. Can consume mana to craft arrows for firing. 1 mana point per arrow. Skill: attack storm. Each basic attack deals damage 1% and restores your own health. Life lies in movement. This stat.
Lin Feiyu still felt the 24% critical hit chance from Archer's Oath was more powerful.
Attack power bonuses are essentially useless for him.
The lifesteal skill is decent, but 1%, that value is a bit low. Then there's the matter of materials.
I'm guessing those few items are drops from the Thorn Demonis. This is a real headache. Where on earth am I supposed to find identical materials to farm? Forget it, I'll take a look first. If it really doesn't work, I'll just deal with it. Now to examine the 2 skills: 1 purple, 1 blue. Triple smash. Rarity: epic purple icon. Skill: active skill. Class: spear-wielding warrior classes. Effect: lances a thrust toward the target, followed by 3 consecutive strikes. Each strike deals progressively increased damage. First strike, 100% of attack power. Second strike, 125% of attack power. Third strike, 150% of attack power. Cooldown, 5 seconds. Mana cost, 10. Well, I thought it might be an archer's triple attack? Looks like it's useless to me. Splitting arrow. Grade, superior blue. Skill, active skill. Class, archery classes. Effect: when firing a basic attack, the arrow will split. Each time the bow is drawn for over 1 second, an additional split arrow will be fired. Cooldown, 20 seconds. Mana cost, 5. Restriction 1, each split arrow deals 10% of the base auto attack damage. Restriction 2, splitting arrows can split into a maximum of 7 arrows. Restriction 3, against a single enemy, split arrows will focus fire on that target. Against multiple enemies, they will automatically track surrounding enemy units. Hiss. Charged strike 10% damage boost series. Basic attacks become AoE now? So powerful.
Lin Feiyu instantly maxed out the charge limit for Restriction 2, making it another infinite charge series.
Another god tier skill. The remaining 2 weapons. Moonwatch Spear Exquisite Blue. Weapon, Spear. Attack power plus 60. Skill, each basic attack drops a Moonborn Seed.
Picking it up increases attack by 10 points, stacking up to 7 times.
Log Sword Fine Green. Weapon, one-handed sword. Attack power plus 50. Skill, each basic attack drops a Moonborn Seed.
Picking it up increases attack by 10 points, stacking up to 5 times.
Oh. Turns out it's gear from the same forge. Both weapons boost attack power. Lin Feiyu knew just by glancing at them. The other 2 guys behind him are in for a treat today. Chapter 22, 1 vs Hundreds.
Lin Feiyu stepped down from the earthen platform. Noticing the 3 below him suppressing their excitement, they must have realized the treasure chest contained something valuable. Of all the loot this map dropped, only the split arrow truly captured my heart. All other equipment, skills, and attribute pills were handed over to Li Dahu and the others to handle. Lu Fei had already sent him a private message, instructing him to tackle the Lord-level boss dungeon. Having subordinates handle matters was convenient, freeing up ample time to focus on enhancing his own strength and level. Eliminating the time wasted on merchant-related tasks was essential. Lin Feiyu had a clear perspective: wealth held little real value. Once his strength rose, he could farm as much gold as he desired. Truthfully, another matter weighed heavily on his mind. It was the death of his father in his previous life.
Monsters from the game world had suddenly invaded the real world. The location was right here in the small city where he now lived. Luoxia Province, Yunchuan City. Although both the Black Tide Guild and the Moon Goddess Guild had bases here, that massive horde of level 50 boss-tier monsters, led by dozens of Lord-tier bosses, swiftly reduced Yunchuan to rubble. The Black Tide Guild and Moon Goddess Guild suffered heavy casualties, while the Defender Legion my father belonged to was nearly wiped out entirely. Father perished in that upheaval. It was the most severe monster invasion of reality in the 100 years since the game world descended. The scene remains vivid in his memory. It was 3 months later. October 21st. It was the anniversary of his death, a day he would never forget. Leveling up to 50 in 3 months? That might be a bit unrealistic. But with the power of the fight to the final chapter talent boosting his stats, if he pushed himself relentlessly to level up, to save his dad in Yunchuan, it was still possible. First, revive little sister. Then, level up in Cuckoo. At the very least, his combat power must be strong enough to crush those monsters 3 months from now. Lin Feiyu handed all the items to Li Dahu and the others. Take a look yourselves. Use what you can, sell the rest. Split the profits as we discussed before. If you can't pay right now, that's fine, just owe me for now. Lin Feiyu couldn't care less. Employees owing their boss money was practically unheard of. Earn it here, spend it here, not a single penny leaves. The trio was utterly thrilled. Setting aside everything else, that Greenwood pill alone was absolutely unmatched on the market. Various attribute pills had restrictions on stacking effects, requiring users to constantly seek out pills with different names to keep boosting their stats. But this attribute pill, one never seen on the market before, could be used by everyone from top-tier players at level 50 down to newbies still hanging around the starting village. Its premium value would skyrocket, a hot commodity. With the weapon enhancements Lin Feiyu provided in this attribute pill, the three of them genuinely had a chance to clear the advanced instance. How could they not be thrilled? They had resigned themselves to languishing in the newbie village for 5 or 6 years. And now, they'd actually found a way out. Young master. No need for words, I, Li Daho, pledge my life to you. Same here, Chen Song. From now on, I'll follow young Master Lin wherever he leads. Same here. Lin Feiyu, however, remained unconcerned. Human nature was unpredictable, but for now, these three seemed decent enough. But, who could predict what the future held? He waved his hand dismissively. No need to pledge your lives. Just handle the goods I give you properly. Sell what needs selling, you decide the prices. I don't have the time to fuss over such matters. This is just the beginning. There will be plenty more materials coming. Prepare yourselves mentally. Also, I think, with what we got from this haul, we should be able to head to the secondary county city for class advancement. The trio nodded immediately. While not entirely certain, the odds were now significantly higher. Lin Feiyu nodded in agreement. With these three heading to the secondary county city, there would be ample room for maneuver. Whether tackling dungeons or navigating special quests, they'd need teammates. Having allies was far better than relying on random, untested groups. Play it safe above all else. Do not risk pushing into the advanced dungeon prematurely, Lin Feiyu cautioned. These three subordinates seemed quite capable now, but he couldn't afford to lose them in the advancement dungeon. The trio quickly responded, "You're absolutely right, young master." At that moment, a clamor erupted from the mountaintop above the valley. Lin Feiyu looked up. Above the valley, hundreds of players began emerging from the dense forest, then surged forward in a thick, swarming mass. It's those four. Take them down. Damn it. Let's take them down. Lin Feiyu narrowed his eyes slightly. Is this, the Dragon Slayer Guild, coming for revenge? Oof. They couldn't have picked a worse time. My health bar just increased by 20,000 and now I'm about to get ganged up on? Li Dahu and his two companions froze in shock. So many people had actually shown up? He knew full well this map was their doing, meaning this trouble was entirely their fault. What if Lin Feiyu suffered a setback here? Would he blame us? His health pool was substantial, likely built with full vitality points, but even that couldn't withstand a mob attack from hundreds. Better to get him out of here quickly. At worst, the three of us could hold the rear here. The players on the other side are under strict management by the Great Xia Kingdom. They probably wouldn't dare kill us. At most, they'd defeat us and cause us to lose levels. He stepped forward urgently. Young master. There are roughly 100 or 200 of them. Their numbers are overwhelming. Perhaps we should avoid the confrontation for now? Chen Sung chimed in urgently. Young master. Big Tiger's right. They really are outnumbered. How about the three of us hold them off? If we die, we die. We've been stuck in the newbie village for years anyway. Young master, you should retreat first and avoid the brunt of their attack. Lin Feiyu glanced at his health bar, 27,000 HP, plus a 10% life restoring obsidian shield. Just 20 points short of breaking 30,000 HP, a health pool rivaling that of a Tiger King? Retreat? If that obsidian shield shattered, it would unleash over 2,700 points of massive AoE damage. You want me to retreat? Well,
Li Dahu and the others still don't know I summoned the Thorn Witch on the Earth platform, boosting my health by a full 20,000 points.
Those 3 still think I'm under 8,000 HP. That's just a euphemism for passed away.
8,000 HP is high, but it's only on par with a pure tank player who stacks raw health. It certainly wouldn't hold up against a 100-strong charge.
But I'm at 20,000. Me? Dodge his attacks?
Lin Feiyu stepped forward, placing himself before the trio. You 3, step back.
Don't get caught in the crossfire.
Young master. The 3 still approached uneasily to dissuade him, but Lin Feiyu blocked them all.
You 3, step back a bit. I'm about to take on hundreds of opponents alone. Chapter 23, he's still holding back.
As the Dragon Slayer Guild members reached the valley, leader Lu Jia spotted the 4 opponents and halted on the spot, weapons drawn, ready for battle. Not only did they refuse to leave, they intended to fight back? That's incredibly bold.
No.
They simply didn't give the Dragon Slayers Guild a second thought.
Lu Jia flew into a rage.
These fools were going to be leveled back down. Long before this, Lu Jia had stationed players at the resurrection point by the spring in Qidian town. The moment they revived and stepped outside the town, they'd be killed again. That's precisely why we had to bring so many people. With fewer people, they might not be able to surround and grind these 4 back to level 1. Of course, bringing so many people also served to demonstrate their strength.
Daring to provoke our Dragon Slayers Guild?
They must be tired of living.
The cycle repeated until level 1. Level 1. Guys. Cut the trash talk. Don't die from talking too much. Just go in and fight. Just do it. Charge. Kill. Lu Jia roared, towering like a mighty general holding the rearguard. Hey! You cocky brat. Come and get it.
The group had closed in. The mages' ranged attacks and the arrows of the level 1 archers had already begun pelting Lin Feiyu.
175. 188. 195. 178.
A string of damage numbers appeared above Lin Feiyu's head. Yet he remained unmoved. The blast radius of the obsidian shield's explosion spanned over 100 meters. At this moment, the enemy's force of over 200 had all entered the blast radius. In just a short while, Lin Feiyu watched his shield drop by 2,000 points. The enemy's ranged attacks were relentless, their firepower overwhelming. He didn't even bother raising his bow, simply letting them attack. At this moment, those present also began to notice something amiss.
What? That guy, he's still alive? That shouldn't be possible. Dozens of people unleashed their attacks. Yet that guy only lost a little shield value? What kind of shield is this? Lu Jia was baffled too. This player named Lin Feiyu. He actually has such a powerful shield skill? Could it be they've already cleared the stage? Have they already defeated that Lord-level boss? Did they get something good from the legendary chest? That's a boss with 20,000 HP, you know? How incredibly powerful. Just as he was fuming, thinking that legendary chest might have been stolen, a faint crackling sound echoed the sound effect of a shield shattering. Alright. Lin Feiyu, huh? Let's see if your health bar can withstand the onslaught of over 200 of us. Lin Feiyu saw his obsidian shield shatter too. And it seemed the shield burst damage was about to unleash. He surveyed the hundreds of enemies before him. Few were fully armored with helmets and full health. Most were fragile types archers and mages. A significant portion were warriors wielding spears and two-handed swords. This wasn't surprising. After all, if you couldn't clear the advanced dungeon at level 10, you'd be stuck in the newbie village forever. Thus, most players split their stats 70-30 or 80-20 between health and attack magic power. In the newbie village, nobody plays full health builds. Meaning that out of the 200 or so enemies, most won't even have 3,000 HP. They couldn't withstand the blast from the obsidian shield. The shield shatters. Boom! A halo of light radiated outward from Lin Feiyu. The glow spread rapidly. As it touched the players of the Dragon Slayer Guild, it was 2,700 plus damage. Though armor varied, virtually none could withstand Lin Feiyu's shield explosion. The Dragon Slayers Guild players were instantly knocked down in a single exchange. All turned into a flash of white light, returning to the spring baths of Qidian town. Ding! Player Li Yihang has had their HP depleted by your damage. Please select Defeat Kill. Ding! Player Chang Fei has had their health depleted by your damage. Please select Defeat Kill. Ding! Player Yi Quan's health has been depleted by your damage. Please select Defeat Kill. A barrage of alert tones sounded, one after another, rising and falling in succession. Lin Feiyu selected defeat for every single one. Killing meant outright execution. He didn't want to be hunted down. Killing meant paying with his life. And he certainly didn't want to be hunted down by the big shots of the Sword Pavilion. Ding! Player Li Yihang has been defeated by you. Ding! Note, defeating players does not trigger the Divine Protection effect. Ding! Player Yi Quanan has been defeated by you. Ding! Upgrade, defeating enemies no longer grants the Divine Protection effect. Ha! What? Killing players can also trigger divine defense? Holy crap! So that's how it works, huh? Lin Feiyu suddenly discovered a whole new world. How bizarre is that? Players can be possessed too? What about female players? This is just too wicked. Lu Jia stood at the rear left of the party, watching her Dragon Slayer guild teammates fall like wheat being harvested in waves, one after another. Right then. Shut up. Huh? What the hell? This shouldn't be happening. Weren't we here to gang up on him? What the hell? Over 200 of us? Got ganged up on by just one guy. That halo of light quickly approached his eyes? 2713. Everything went black. When he opened his eyes again, he was back in the hot spring of Chidian town, soaking in the waters. Ding! You have been defeated by player Lin Feiyu. Level 1. Current level 8. Equipment, Magic Cloak Superior Blue dropped. Lu Jia felt like crying. Another level drop? And, my only blue equipment drop too? Damn Lin Feiyu. Damn it. I'll make you pay for this. At the bottom of the valley, only 2 critically wounded Dragon Slayer guild players remained on the battlefield. One with 100 HP left. One with 120 HP. Lin Feiyu had no desire to fight anymore. With a wave of his sleeve, he sent Li Dahu and the other 2 to finish them off. The ground was littered with the Dragon Slayer guild players' dropped gear. Defeating players in game carried a red name penalty. But Lin Feiyu had defeated over 200 people, but it was self-defense. He wouldn't get a single point of red name. After all, the enemy had initiated the attack. And since they came as a group of 200, they were all considered aggressors by default. He was acting with righteous indignation. I'm a good guy. Would I attack if they didn't start it? Am I some cold-blooded killer? Red name penalty, it increases the drop rate of equipment when defeated. To clear the red name, you have to grind monsters or go to towns and use reputation points to wash it off. But this is the newbie village, the reputation system isn't active yet. You can only clear the red name by grinding monsters. Still not good enough. Li Dahu and his 2 companions were at the valley bottom, frantically picking up dropped items. The shock on their faces had long since turned to numbness. That shield explosion skill? They found it among the loot from the stone monster, a necklace skill whose properties they were somewhat familiar with. After handing it to Lin Feiyu, he never returned it to Li Dahu and the others, meaning he'd taken it for himself to use. Obsidian shield? It generated based on 10% of health points and exploded to deal damage. Over 2,700 damage? So, the health pool must be 27,000? Level 8? So earlier, when he was attacked by the werewolf monster and lost 2,100 HP, that was a quarter? He's still hiding his strength? Just how powerful is he, and when will he finally reach his limit? Chapter 24, Family. Lin Feiyu looked at the pile of junk gear Li Dahu and the others had picked up. Hardly any of it was usable. Not a single special trait. He considered erasing the restriction slots to transform the gear, but after examining everything, only a blue iconed, exceptional quality cloak seemed passable. Still, he picked out a plain white icon one-handed longsword. Just in case. Blunt sword. Quality, common white. Equipment, one-handed sword. Level requirement, none. Attack plus 23. Effect, none. A tale of how I sliced through another world with a blunt sword. The blunt sword has cleaved through wind dragons and struck down thunder gods. When strength falls short, courage steps in. Well, attack power is useless anyway, it'll just get overridden by the Divine Guard debuff. Even a 2000 attack boost is pointless. Might as well grab the cheapest sword available. After all, the final chapter's talent is basic attacks and it doesn't restrict weapon types. Magic Cloak. Quality, Superior Blue. Equipment slot, back accessory. Level requirement, 5. Restriction, cannot stack effects with other equipment in the same slot. HP plus 100. Mana plus 100. Special effect, increases health based on maximum mana. Restriction, maximum HP cannot exceed 500. An intangible power that protects oneself or others. Can completely dispel others' unreasonable behavior, rapidly lower others' temperature? Too bad it doesn't convert health into mana. Otherwise, oh well. At least future mana gear will double the battle to the end bonus. Cap at 500? Big deal? Instantly erasing the cap. Then equipped. Talent, battle to the final chapter S30322. Fight to the end also boosts damage by 300 points. The rest was left to the trio to handle roughly 200 pieces of gear in total. The stats and properties were all terrible. Some were even the kind of starter gear found in NPC shops with unlimited supply. They were practically worthless. Roughly calculated, the entire haul wouldn't even add up to 150,000 gold. Lin Feiyu and his 3 companions headed straight back to Chidian town. It was already 5 p.m. A full day had passed since they entered the game, and the in-game sky was beginning to darken.
Yunlai Province and the Great Xia Kingdom shared the same timeline, which explained why Great Xia players dominated this map. Other large maps, varying in size, all had time differences relative to Yunlai Province. Players from other nations on Blue Star would be active on those alternate maps. The primary reason was Yunlai Province's cultural environment, reminiscent of Daxia's ancient past. Players from Daxia felt a stronger sense of belonging here. Upon reaching the town's safe zone, Lin Feiyu instructed Li Dahu and the others to handle the sale of today's loot independently while he logged off. Lin Feiyu, having just returned to his room, still wore his in-game gear, a tunic over chainmail, a wide-sleeved robe embroidered with fierce tiger patterns, a conical hat on his head, and a pure black cloak draped behind him. He glanced at his reflection in the room's mirror. Damn, that's me. Just so damn handsome. A look that perfectly embodied an ancient scholar general. In this world, people could wear in-game gear in the real world. This led to a diverse array of people on the streets, sporting all manner of peculiar attire. Some wore leather armor and carried bows and arrows, others robes and wands, while some donned plate armor and wielded massive blades. However, supernatural energies from the real world were strictly prohibited and regulated by the Sword Pavilion. Those who dare defy this will have their levels wiped by the sword-wielding pavilion's special abilities, or permanently barred from entering the game. This authority was granted to the sword-wielding pavilion at the game's launch by governments worldwide. Thus, whether within the game or in the real world outside it, no player dared to provoke the sword-wielding pavilion. Lin Feiyu stowed his gear, reverting to his casual home attire, baggy shorts, a plain white t-shirt, and flip-flops. No sooner had he finished dressing than a knock sounded at his door. Hey! Feiyu! You're home? Didn't go to work? Why aren't you back from the guild? Hey! I'm home. Didn't go to work, leveling up instead. Lin Feiyu called out as he opened the door. Outside stood his older brother, Lin Shinostaki figure with a high ponytail and squinting eyes. His brother's S-tier talent was straightforward, double damage with sword-type weapons. Just 8 simple words. Thus, he'd chosen the swordsman path, specializing in swordsmanship. He kept his hair long because he believed ancient swordsmen wore topknots and feathered hats. One must embody the sword spirit from the inside out. Otherwise, the sword heart would be unstable. His squinted eyes were due to nearsightedness, a lifelong torment. He couldn't wear glasses, it clashed too sharply with his path of sword cultivation. Without them, he had to squint, unable to reveal the sharp sword intent in his eyes. Truthfully, Lin Feiyu thought the most unfortunate thing about his elder brother was that he was a big fat guy. You, TSK. Feiyu, you finally come to terms with it? Quit being a slacker gatherer. Fine. When the time comes, join our guild. I'll write you a recommendation letter. Lin Feiyu smiled without comment. Join your guild? I accidentally ended up as the guild leader. Oh? Feiyu's leveling up too? Excellent. Just what you'd expect from the good kid I fished out of the trash. Old man Lin Haichuan placed a steaming plate of food on the table. Come on. Dinner's ready. Oh, and your little sister's been holed up in her room since she got back. Go get her to come eat. Dad said, starting to serve rice into everyone's bowls. Dad, give me less rice, I'm trying to lose weight. A swordsman can't be chubby. The little sister emerged from her room, smiling, her face dotted with playful dimples, her head topped with lively twin ponytails. Her top was a cute anime character t-shirt, perhaps a bit too tight, radiating youthful energy. Her lower half was clad in pink lounge shorts, and she wore cartoon slippers, bouncing lightly with each step. Big brother, second brother, dad. Good morning. Her face wore an utterly normal, charming smile, but the faint tear stains at the corners of her eyes betrayed her. Morning my ass. It's past dinner time. Eldest brother Lin Shen rubbed his bulging belly and snapped back. Lin Feiyu stood frozen in place, his eyes suddenly stinging with tears. His little sister was already babbling incoherently. Back then, he'd been deeply in love with Su Xiaohan and hadn't paid the slightest attention to today's situation. So, his little sister's cover-up had been so full of holes. Back then, if only he'd noticed sooner. Selling the house, selling the gear. Perhaps then, he could have kept his little sister. She only started playing the game last year, and her talent was quite exceptional. Though only an A rank, its practical combat effectiveness rivaled even S rank talents. Her talent effect was converting 10% of her health into attack power. So like me now, she built pure HP. The difference is, mine boosts 100% of my auto attacks and all other stats, while hers boosts attack power and also benefits skills. Back then, it seemed absurdly overpowered. The thicker her health, the higher her attack. Once she scaled up, she became unstoppable. Looking back now, I was still the more broken one. After entering the game, the little sister quickly cleared the level 10 advancement dungeon, headed to the secondary county city, and transferred to the knight class, the profession with the highest HP pool. The knight class could share health with her mount, instantly elevating her attack power to a whole new dimension. This caught the attention of the Moon God Guild, and she was recruited into this major guild. The result? Jealousy from fellow guild members led to her being framed, resulting in an S-rank curse. She ultimately passed away tragically.
At this thought, Lin Feiyu clenched his fists tightly behind closed doors, his knuckles cracking audibly. The family gathered around the dinner table. Suddenly, Father Lin Haichuan spoke up. Hey, Feiyu. What level are you now? It's fine. Everyone has to start slow at first. Just leveling up 1 rank a day is good enough. Lin Feiyu, thinking about having to stay up late grinding levels, ate more and faster, shoveling a mouthful of rice. Oh. Me? Well. Level 8. Chapter 25, Flower Sea Flow. Level 8? Not bad. Just remember to level up carefully, don't rush it. Wait. Level 8? Ha! His dad practically screamed. His older brother, Lin Shen, nearly choked on his food, gulping hard. What? Feiyu. Are you kidding me? I thought you were only level 3 yesterday? 5 levels in 1 day? Lin Feiyu continued shoveling rice into his mouth, mumbling indistinctly, don't you guys care about me at all? Didn't anyone check their friends list? His sister Lin Lu also gave him a puzzled look, then opened her friend list to check, just to be sure. Lin Feiyu, LV.8. Whoa. Lin Lu sucked in a sharp breath. Back when she'd leveled up to 10 in just 5 days with her god tier talent, it had been a huge feat. Her second brother had actually leveled up 5 times in a single day? The experience points for the first 10 levels weren't high, but the monsters in the newbie village gave out very little XP, extremely little. Unless one risked their life by forcibly grinding high-level monsters between levels 8 and 10, and even then, only by taking on several bosses could one possibly gain such massive experience points. Father glanced at the list, that game interface chat group he'd created himself, Lin Family Dynasty, and saw that Lin Feiyu had actually reached level 8? Second brother, you didn't grind for 2 years, but once you started, you just took off? Dad asked in bewilderment, what's the rush? Why the urgency? Stalking high-level monsters day and night, that's dangerous. If you need money, just say so, ask your big brother for a loan. Get lost. Dad, you're being ridiculous. You control the family finances and you're asking me for money? Wait. Feiyu, how did you pull this off? Did some big shot mentor you? Lin Shen set down his chopsticks, his expression saying, I know what's up. Lin Feiyu wolfed down his meal, his dad's delicious home cooking, something he hadn't tasted in 10 years. He was so engrossed in eating he'd completely lost track of time. He'd originally planned to tell his family about his little sister's situation right away. He wanted to give his dad and older brother a heads up his little sister's S-rank curse was no joke. But, he didn't have the 5 million yuan in his pocket yet. Telling them outright, he feared his father and brother might go to extremes, diving into impossibly difficult dungeons just to farm gold for his sister. If, after being reborn like this, something else went wrong, it would truly be too late for regrets. Therefore, Lin Feiyu resolved to shoulder this burden alone. He would wait until he had enough money before telling his father and older brother, then simply pay out the 5 million in cash that would be the true resolution to the crisis. After pondering, Lin Feiyu explained, yes, I leveled up so fast because I had a few veteran players, level 10 veterans who'd been hanging around the newbie village for 5-6 years guiding me. Just as his father and older brother were about to ask more questions, Lin Feiyu cut them off. The veterans are still waiting for me in the game. I need to log in early so they can guide me. With that, he gave his adorable little sister one last meaningful look before heading straight back to his room. His older brother, Lin Shen, also set down his chopsticks. He sensed a deep threat. He'd always been the sole prodigy in the family, but last year his little sister had emerged unexpectedly, and now even the bottom-dwelling second brother was gaining momentum. He couldn't let them outshine him. Dad, I'm off to grind levels. With that, he headed into his room, muttering under his breath, little brother. The battle for the crown prince's position has always been like this. The little sister, somewhat distracted, also set down her chopsticks and bowl and returned to her room. Father Lin Haichuan, however, couldn't stop grinning. He'd casually picked up 3 children, and all of them were so diligent. One was found rummaging through trash bins, another picked up from a curbside flower bed, and the third came as a freebie with pork at the market. Good, good, good. All my careful nurturing has not been in vain. Lin Feiyu returned to the game, equipped his gear, and while eating, remembered something. He hadn't even glanced at the stats for the tameable thorn succubus. Would converting this boss into a tameable creature alter its stats? Were there restrictions on which stats could be erased? He had already coordinated with Lu Fei from the Qianyu Guild to meet at the entrance of Qidian Town at 5:30 p.m. The reply came, yes, guild leader. Scratching his head, he realized he was actually the guild leader now? It felt so unfamiliar. This suddenly reminded him of his past life in the Qiyue Guild. Back then, he joined the guild solely because of his girlfriend, Su Xiaohan. Then he remembered his older sister-in-law. Yuan probably hadn't joined the Qiyue Guild yet. Wait, she probably isn't even of age yet. She hasn't even entered the game yet. Sigh. At that moment, Lu Fei arrived with 7 or 8 gatherers from the Qianyu Guild. Several were familiar faces, Ji Chen, Chen Hao, and Hua, and the big guy Yang Shu were all present. They'd all learned the news through the guild announcement. The guild leader position had been handed over, and the new leader was Lin Feiyu.
Many who knew Lin Feiyu but weren't privy to today's developments were utterly shocked. Ji Chen and the others had been deliberately kept in the dark by Lu Fei, so Lin Feiyu's specific circumstances hadn't spread at all. As everyone came forward to greet him, they all offered superficial respect, saying, "Greetings, guild leader."
Lin Feiyu wasted no words, instructing Lu Fei to lead the way immediately to the new location for monster grinding. Lu Fei explained that the location was a mine called the Platinum Mine on the map, producing refined gold and white iron ore, both of considerable value.
It should yield an income of 800,000 to 1 million. As they walked, Lin Feiyu opened the Divine Guardian skill interface to examine his own beast companion, the Thorn Succubus.
Divine Guardian 1-1. Thorn Demoness Lord Tier, level 10. HP, 20,000. Attack, 900. Armor, 150. Magic resistance, 150. Skill, Thorn Seeds sow seeds on the ground, detonating them 10 AOE damage, 720.
Alternatively, plant seeds on an enemy target and detonate them single target damage, 900.
After detonation, the seeds grow into plants to fight alongside you. Cooldown, 1 second.
Ability, Entangling Vines releases vines to bind and control enemies, dealing 900 damage.
Cooldown, 20 seconds.
Skill, Strangling Vines summons a twisted thicket of vines, knocking back enemies within the area and dealing 1800 attack damage.
Cooldown, 120 seconds. Summon, Pea Blossom Shooter Ranged Plant Unit 1000 HP, 45 ATK. Thorn Whip Warrior Tanky Melee Plant 2000 HP, 18 ATK. Rose Entangler Vine Plant with Crowd Control Abilities 200 HP, 18 ATK. Restrictions, each seed released during summoning reduces Thorn Witch's health by 500. Each combat plant generated also reduces Thorn Witch's health by 500. Maximum plants, 10.
When Thorn Maiden's HP falls below 50%, she cannot summon seeds or combat plants. Each plant's death restores HP equal to the combat plant's maximum HP to Thorn Maiden.
Wow!
Lin Feiyu already knew how to play this succubus by removing the HP deduction restriction and plant cap.
I'm still going with the Beast C strategy, right? Oh. No. It's the Flower C strategy. 1 plant per second, cast without any resource cost, and their deaths heal the succubus? Given enough time, damn it, millions of flowers swarming in. As long as the succubus isn't one shot, plants keep dying. How could she possibly die? A super tank? Isn't that exactly it? This creates the perfect opportunity for me to build up my power and one-shot those bosses that aren't asleep and have a strong desire to attack. Chapter 26, Don't Come Near Me, No. White Iron Mine.
Lu Jia of the Dragon Slayers Guild was shooting arrows in frustration. One by one, the round, stone ball-like monsters fell under their coordinated assault.
The experience payout was decent. At the very center of the mine lurked a boss-level monster. Its health bar was ridiculously thick. He was leading a group of over 200 members, clearing the outer area of minor monsters. Once most of the monsters were cleared, he could call in the gatherers from the dragon-slaying gathering guild to mine here. After being killed by Lin Feiyu, everyone was furious with him as the instigator. Losing a level made leveling up a real pain. Even the guild's top brass vented their fury on him, leaving him scolded so badly he couldn't lift his head. The guild's leaders declared that Lin Feiyu had killed 200 members of the Dragon Slayer Guild, and this grudge must be avenged. But Lin Feiyu was still stuck in the newbie village. The leaders couldn't reach him, so they could only warn the newbie village players like Lu Jia not to provoke Lin Feiyu again.
Otherwise, if they all die together once more, they'd truly fall behind the main group's leveling pace. To compensate for everyone's losses and ease the resentment toward him, Lu Jia shared a highly secretive map rich in experience points and mineral resources. He urged everyone to grind their levels back up together.
Damn it! That damn Lin Feiyu. I'm seeing ghosts here. What kind of skill is that? A single skill with a 100-meter AoE range dealing 2,700 damage? If this game had cheats, I'd report you in a heartbeat. Guided by Lu Fei, Lin Feiyu finally arrived at the White Iron Mine. A deeply hidden valley, barren and devoid of any decent vegetation. This was the mining area Lu Fei had mentioned. Except, it seemed to have already been taken over. Lin Feiyu looked up to see the hillside densely packed with people, hundreds of them. Lu Fei was utterly shocked. He had kept this mine strictly confidential. How could word have leaked out beyond the inner circle? The newbie village map was vast, and to this day, much of it remained unexplored. Lin Feiyu knew many such areas, regions not yet discovered but destined to be explored and developed within the next decade. However, compared to that, the map Lu Fei had led him to offered significantly higher experience points. The entire Qidian town newbie village only had one king-level boss, and Lin Feiyu had already taken care of it. That lord-level boss now resided within his beast taming space. Just as Lu Fei was about to step forward to negotiate, Lin Feiyu stopped him. At a glance, he recognized a familiar face. It was the unnamed player who had led the Dragon Slayer Guild's retaliatory force in the valley map. Oh? So the Dragon Slayer Guild had actually taken over this place? What a small world. He grabbed Lu Fei by the arm. This. I'll handle negotiations. Guild leader. Do you know them? Are they acquaintances? Acquaintances. But don't worry, they'll clear out the moment they see me. With that, he strode toward them. Lu Fei scratched his head, still confused about what was happening. Meanwhile, the other gatherers behind Lu Fei began murmuring among themselves. How did this Lin Feiyu end up becoming president? Probably caught the eye of the former president, Shiryu? Oh no! Now he's living the good life. President Shiryu. My goddess. Wha? Those over there, are they from the Dragon Slayer Guild? Dragon Slayer Guild? The one ranked in the world's top 500 guilds? Holy crap! We better get out of here. Ji Chen and Shen Haoan stood together. He rubbed his nose and whispered to them. I roughly counted about 200 people over there. Lin Feiyu's stats are indeed high. If we assume his talent restriction is lifted plus his gear, his HP should be around 7000 plus. Chen Hao turned and whispered back, if he tries to be a hero, those 200 enemies each landing a basic attack even at 35 damage per hit would send him back to base. And Hua froze, then why is he going? Isn't that suicide? Won't he regret losing his level? Ji Chen rolled up his sleeves, high stats, massive damage, got cocky, started showing off. And Hua pouted, I despise people like that. Suddenly rich and flaunting it everywhere. Chen Hao, humph. Lin Feiyu pulled the blunt sword from his backpack, now it would come in handy. He slowly walked over, sword in hand. Lu Jia over there immediately sensed something was off. How did someone just appear over there? Lu Jia squinted through his 400-degree nearsighted eyes, studying the figure for a moment. It looked familiar. A sudden chill ran down his spine. It was Lin Feiyu. Holy. What the hell? He's actually chasing us to kill us? Lu Jia froze in terror on the spot. The Dragon Slayers Guild members over there also spotted the newcomer. It was Lin Feiyu. The plague god has arrived? Everyone froze on the spot, completely at a loss. Because that bastard had his sword drawn across his chest. As if he'd strike down and kill anyone who crossed him at the slightest provocation. Who was he going to kill? Everyone present knew all too well. They'd learned the hard way. Down in the valley bottom, they'd all combined to shatter Lin Feiyu's shield. Then, they all vanished into nothingness. All sent to soak in the natural geothermal hot springs. Now, it was this same person again. How could he just log off for dinner and run into him once more? Could he be here for revenge? Revenge my ass. We're the ones getting screwed over, the unlucky bastards deceived by Lu Jia. 200 people were instantly immobilized. Not a single one dared to move. All afraid that Lin Feiyu might snap and break his own shield. Gulp. Someone swallowed hard, their sound echoing like thunder through the crowd of over 200 people. Lu Jia finally snapped out of it. Seeing this, he hurriedly intervened. What are you doing? You dare to hold back? Are you going to make a sound? His voice trembled. Damn it, I've already dropped 2 levels today. I can't afford to lose another one, otherwise, I'll be a full week behind the others who started the game at the same time. Lin Feiyu said nothing, only relentlessly slashing his sword across his chest. Then, he suddenly quickened his pace and charged toward the group. Lu Jia was on the verge of tears. Her voice choked with emotion as she bellowed at the top of her lungs. Don't come over here. Don't come any closer. Brother Lin. No. I surrender. I admit defeat. I was wrong. I'm scared. Brother. I'm kneeling before you, okay? I didn't recognize a mountain when I saw one. I looked down on you with my dog's eyes. Lu Jia had actually been scared into his knees, completely disregarding his dignity. He wailed, tears and snot streaming down his face, these 200 brothers of mine, they're my dearest kin. Spare them. Kill me. Kill only me. I beg you. Chapter 27, Grateful for the Elder's Mercy. Lu Fei, the still confused vice president of Qianyu Guild, watched as the leader of the Dragon Slayer Guild dropped to his knees with a thud. His eyes widened in disbelief. What the hell? The moment he saw Lin Feiyu, he acted like he'd seen a ghost? He actually knelt down? Isn't that the Dragon Slayer Guild one of the world's top 500 guilds? Hey! Can't you show some dignity as a major guild? This is worse than a gathering guild without protection getting their resources stolen by a combat guild, pathetic. What the hell is going on? Lu Fei had intended to call Li Dahu, a member of the Dragon Slayers Guild, to confirm, but he'd already received word that Li Dahu and his 2 companions had left the Dragon Slayers Mercenary Corps, a subordinate unit of the guild. Ji Chen, Chen Hao, and Manhwa were all left speechless. Was Lin Feiyu that terrifying? How could a single glance terrify members of the Dragon Slayer Guild ranked among the world's top 500 guilds into prostrating themselves on the ground? And begging for mercy while weeping? That line, don't come any closer. They heard it loud and clear. There were over 200 of them over there, right? And they didn't dare charge at him? Could you drown Lin Feiyu with a mouthful of spit each? Fight him to the death. Chickened out? One look and you all chickened out? What are you waiting for? For Lin Feiyu to spare your lives? Do you still have any dignity left as a Fortune 500 guild? The few uninformed gatherers behind them found it utterly unbelievable. What the hell? Is something wrong with my eyes? He actually, with just one look, scared the out of a level 200 member from a Fortune 500 guild. He's scared to his knees. Wait, isn't he crying? What kind of heinous deeds has Lin Feiyu committed to make people so terrified? Have some dignity. Top 500? How did they get pushed to this point by just one person, Lin Feiyu? How bizarre. Why? Is this the intimidating presence of our new president? I was wondering why we didn't need to hire mercenaries from the combat guild to protect me on this expedition. So that's why. Hand over this area's minerals and monsters, and they can leave. Lin Feiyu lowered his blunt sword, speaking slowly and deliberately. Oh my god. Lu Jia immediately stood up, looking like he'd narrowly escaped death. Kneeling hadn't been in vain after all. What utter humiliation. But what could he do? On this newbie village map, Lin Feiyu's massive AoE damage output truly let him run rampant. If another 200 members died here, Lu Jia would truly have no place left in the Dragon Slayer Guild. He'd have to swallow his pride and beg for mercy. Fortunately, Lin Feiyu was merciful enough to spare them. Lu Jia turned around. Guys. Boss Lin, we can go now. Thanks for the mercy, boss. Thanks, boss. We owe you big time for sparing us. Thanks, boss. For sparing our lives. A sparse chorus of thanks echoed from that side. Meanwhile, the members of Qian Yu's guild frowned even deeper. What the hell? Thanks? For sparing their lives? Are you kidding me? Over 200 people couldn't take down Lin Feiyu alone? Are they flying objects or something? Lu Jia watched as the Dragon Slayer's guild members still seemed hesitant to leave. He turned around again, only to see Lin Feiyu still holding his long sword poised before his chest. Wait. Lord Lin. What's this about? Lu Jia asked, utterly bewildered. I'm talking about them. Not you. Lin Feiyu said calmly. Unless you die again, not a single one of them leaves. Eshiyu Lin Feiyu, don't you dare, push your luck too far. Lu Jia pointed at Lin Feiyu, but before he could finish, the Dragon Slayers behind him began to stir with agitation. Lu Jia. I advise you not to speak recklessly. Lu Jia. I advise you to watch your words. Big Boss Lin is actually quite reasonable. Exactly. You're only level 1. If all 200 of us die again, you better believe we'll be screwed. Lu Jia's furious expression instantly crumbled and his finger pointing at Lin Feiyu dropped. Lin Feiyu's single sentence had divided the Dragon Slayer Guild. If he insisted, it would mean disregarding the levels of every single brother. Could it be we're really losing a level? Well, it's true, losing a level myself isn't a big deal. But if all 200 people here collectively drop levels again, especially since I led them to this map specifically for leveling, then I'd be the one to blame. Better to lose a level myself and let my brothers get out of here. Damn it! How did I end up provoking such an unreasonable pestilence? Lu Jia's face darkened. Though his heart was filled with bitterness, this presented a golden opportunity to win over hearts. He quickly put on a righteous facade and demanded, Lin Feiyu, do you stand by your word? If I really am one level lower, you'll let my brothers go. Lin Feiyu said nothing, merely nodding slightly. Fine. Lu Jia said, his voice laced with suppressed fury. He raised his hand high and addressed the brothers of the Dragon Slayers Guild behind him. Brothers, follow me in thanking Lord Lin. Thank Lord Lin for sparing our lives. With that, he swept his arm in a commanding gesture. Over 200 people on the hillside erupted in a deafening roar, their momentum overwhelming. Yet the words they shouted were, thank you, Lord Lin Feiyu, for sparing our lives. With the preamble done, Lu Jiasen steeled herself. So what if she got killed? It was just level 1. She just grinded back up. He drew a short sword from his backpack and pressed it against his throat. Behind him, the brothers of the Dragon Slayer Guild began cheering him on with great enthusiasm. Way to go, Lu Jia. Lu Jia. Don't embarrass us. Stay strong. Worst case, we'll all help you grind levels. Gritting his teeth, Lu Jia slit his own throat. Transforming into a streak of white light, he returned to Qidian town to soak in the hot springs. Lin Feiyu was a man of his word. He declared, last time, that Lu Jia brought you to kill me. That was me fighting back in self-defense, it doesn't count. So this time, I'll take down the ringleader, Lu Jia, once more. Go back and tell him. For the sheer guts it took to slit his own throat. If he doesn't come back to get me, then this feud is settled. With that, he sheathed the sword without edge and waved his hand, dismissing the Dragon Slayer Guild members. The hillside, once densely packed with over 200 people, instantly emptied as they scattered like birds and beasts at Lin Feiyu's dismissive gesture. They fled in a mad stampede. In an instant, the hillside was utterly deserted. After the Dragon Slayers departed, Lin Feiyu gestured once more toward the members of the Qian Yu Guild standing not far behind him, signaling them to enter and begin gathering resources. The crowd over there looked as though they just witnessed an absurd, fantastical sci-fi comedy spectacle. Did Lin Feiyu possess some kind of superpower? How had he handled it so effortlessly? Just now, the Dragon Slayers Guild members had collectively shouted their thanks, their voices deafeningly loud, shattering the eardrums, echoing through the valley. And yet, all they could muster was a baffling thanks. Lin Feiyu. A debt of gratitude for sparing their lives? What the hell? Chapter 28, Beastmaster Skill Upgrade. The Valley of the Platinum Mine. Lu Fei, the vice president of the Qianyu Guild, was completely flustered. How is this even possible? And that leader over there, he just, what the hell? What kind of mental manipulation ability does this Lin Feiyu possess? Or has his power skyrocketed to such heights that the Dragon Slayer Guild trembles in fear? Seeing Lin Feiyu alone makes them weak in the knees, ready to kneel and beg for mercy? What a talent! Truly worthy of being my guild leader. And Hua's mouth hung open wide, speechless for a moment, unable to describe this feeling. It was as if a peerless leader had arrived. Merely showing his face was enough to effortlessly resolve issues others couldn't even begin to tackle. Ji Chen and Chen Hao exchanged stunned glances. This Lin Feiyu already possessed such intimidating power? If that earlier scene wasn't some magical stage play, then there was only one explanation. Those 200 members of the Dragon Slayer Guild had suffered a major defeat at Lin Feiyu's hands before. That's why his mere appearance had those men trembling, begging for mercy on their knees. The rest of the Qianyu Guild members were utterly bewildered, unable to distinguish between what was truly happening and whether their eyes were playing tricks on them. What the hell is going on with this world? Is this still the world I knew? Their worldview crumbled. As the group entered the mountains to begin mining, Lin Feiyu simply summoned the Thorn Demoness to savagely trample those plump, round stone monsters. Meanwhile, he happily collected experience points. The members of Qianyu's guild, gazing at the hillsides covered in small flowering plants, finally began to suspect something. Could it be a sea of summoned beasts? Oh no! It was a flower demon in human form, alluring, sensual, and enchanting. With a single wave of her hand, she summoned a new flower spirit into battle every second. Soon, the entire mountain was swarming with strange little flower demons, diligently grinding away at the stone monsters. This is the flower sea flow. White, black, red, rose-colored monsters of every hue could immobilize the stone beasts. Purple-pink pea flowers continuously spewed peas from afar, launching ranged attacks on the monsters. Pink-white thorny flower monsters, armed with sharp spines, swung their prickles to attack nearby foes. A trinity forming a dense floral sea stream, an army of monster-grinding creatures. No wonder. The Dragon Slayers Guild members fled at first sight? But that doesn't make sense. Those little flower demons, their stats aren't exactly terrifying, are they? Could it be that one, the seductively built thorn succubus? Amidst their confusion, the group followed Lin Feiyu as they mined ahead. Ding! You have been defeated by yourself. Level 1. Current level, 7. Lu Jia revived at the central spring in Qidian town, only to see her level drop once more. He felt like crying but couldn't shed a tear. Damn it! Thud! Lu Jia slammed his fist into the hot spring water, sending droplets flying everywhere. I'll make you pay for this. Just you wait. Ding! You defeated or monster. Experience plus 70. Ding! Divine Guard skill experience increased 2,101,00000. Ding! Skill Divine Control not yet level 2, cannot be used to tame beasts. Experience points 1945-1900. Ding! Level up. Reach level 9. Gained plus 10 free attribute points. Phew! Finally level 9. After slaying 7 8 or beasts, my EXP finally broke through to level 9. Or beasts have 3000 HP each, granting 3000 EXP to the Divine Guard skill per kill. Not bad. Once I clear out all the monsters here, even if Divine Guard only reaches level 2, I can start hunting the boss. I'll make it my second Divine Beast. After clearing the boss. Aiming to hit level 10 tonight. No way I'll clear the Advanced Dungeon tonight. The Advanced Dungeon opens at 8 AM and closes at 5 PM daily. That way, first thing tomorrow morning, I can clear the Advanced Dungeon and head to the secondary county city. Then I can accept the hidden quest, progress through the dungeon storyline, clear the dungeon, and obtain the valuable materials inside. My little sister will finally be saved. As always, Lin Feiyu allocated all his points to his health bar. Though he possessed a magic cloak that converted mana into health, he still didn't allocate any points to mana. First, he hadn't learned a single skill that consumed mana. Even the bow, which required mana to fire arrows, had its relevant attributes erased. So investing points there served little purpose. Second, each point spent on the mana bar only granted 10 mana points, a return rate 5 times lower than investing in health. After clicking the attribute points, he opened the stats panel to take a look. Player, Lin Feiyu. Title, Tenacious Black Iron Warrior. Class, None Level, 9 Experience, 45 2500. Talent, Fight to the Final Chapter S31525. Health 28,455. Shield 2,845. Mana 110. Attack 7. Spell power 7. Physical defense 9. Magic resistance 7. Physical penetration 0. Magic penetration 0. Attack speed 0.5. Movement speed 2.5. Reputation 0. Copper coins 120,502.35. What a comforting set of stats. Keep grinding monsters. Lin Feiyu was full of energy. This mine area is teeming with monsters. Following the Thorn Witch, Lin Feiyu quietly gathered loot while watching his dense cluster of small flowering plants waving their thorny branches and firing peas, earning him experience points. It couldn't be more blissful. It wasn't that he was lazy and didn't want to fight, it was just that the miners from Qianyu Guild were still clanging away at the ore. Even if he farmed faster, it wouldn't matter much, he still had to protect the gatherers and couldn't leave their side. Better to let the little flowers handle the monsters themselves. They could even grind experience for the Divine Guard skill. The little flowers that could take down one monster per second, first 3 thorn flowers, then 3 pea flowers, and finally a rose flower. Repeat the cycle. Though some flowers got killed by ore monsters, it was rare. Within 20 minutes, over 1,000 flowers covered the hillside. This sheer number left the gatherers of Qianyu Guild utterly stunned. They covered the entire hillside. No wonder that Dragon Slayer Guild wanted to make a run for it. Who wouldn't run away in this situation? Lin Feiyu glanced at his experience points. Experience points 2,145. 2,500. Divine Defense Skill EXP 111,000. 1 million. Ding! Divine Defense Skill has been upgraded to level 2. Beast Control 1-2. Divine Beast Control's experience had just reached level 2 not long ago. This means you can now tame one more beast. Just as luck would have it, the ore monsters in this area have already been wiped out. Honestly, the drops from these ore monsters are really worse than the stone monsters in that golden chest map. Nothing but rocks. How come the difference is so huge? His own level was still just a hair's breadth away from reaching 10. Lin Feiyu left the Thorn Banshee and her children to guard the gatherers. He ventured alone into the very heart of the mine. According to Lu Fei, there was a colossal stone monster with incredibly thick health, a boss-level creature. He couldn't come all this way for nothing. He must defeat it. He must subdue it. Chapter 29, finally level 10. Lin Feiyu ventured alone into an underground cavern within the mine. There lay a dragon lizard covered in rocky protrusions. Its body radiated the power of rock, bringing a sense of reassurance. Lin Feiyu glanced at the dragon lizard's attributes. Ancient Rock Dragon Lizard Boss, level 10. HP, 30,000. Attack power, 500. Armor, 230. Skill, Elemental Breath. Charges for 0.3 seconds, unleashes a violent elemental blast from its mouth, dealing 200% per second damage over 3 seconds. Skill, Primal Rock Burst, charge 0.3 seconds, unleashes an elemental blast from its mouth into the ground, lasting 1.5 seconds before erupting to deal 500% of its attack power as damage. Skill, Earth Dragon Roar, after a fierce roar, draws elemental power from the earth, water, fire, ice, lightning, simultaneously increasing own attack power by 300%. Restriction, Dragon Roar can only be unleashed when health falls below 25%. The colossal rock dragon lizard possesses immense power, able to draw water, fire, ice, and lightning from the earth. Master this mighty force of nature. Hiss. Judging by its stats, it doesn't seem as terrifying as the Thorn Harpy, but those skills? Absolutely. The Thorn Harpy, ranked 1 tier higher, is far more formidable. How can such a formidable boss be only a leader tier? Its health pool is already on par with the Yi Fierce Tiger King. Except, its attack power and armor are half that of the Tiger King. It doesn't even have that sleep damage reduction buff. Lin Feiyu glanced at his innate damage stats again. Talent, Fight to the Final Chapter S31525. For a boss of this caliber, other guilds would probably need 100 or so members just to stand a chance at defeating it. But I'm different. All I need is one basic attack. Lin Feiyu drew his bow and released an arrow. Thwack. A perfectly ordinary normal attack. 31,295. 3,129. One hit dealt basic attack damage, the other dealt skill damage from split arrow. The ancient rock lizard's health bar empties instantly. Roar. The dragon lizard roared in frustration. It collapsed dead. Ding. You have killed ancient rock lizard. Experience plus 360. Experience points 3,300. Ding. Skill Divine Taming triggered. Do you wish to tame the ancient rock lizard? Yes, no. Ding. Level up. Reach level 10. Ding. System notice, since you failed the advanced dungeon, you will not receive experience points. Finally hit level 10. He eyed the Divine Guard upgrade. A 30,000 HP dragon lizard, huh? Come into my bowl already. Without hesitation, he clicked yes. Ding. Divine Beast skill triggered. Acquired Beast Ancient Rock Lizard 2-2. Ding.
Divine Guardian skill restriction triggered, permanently deducts attack power 30,000 points.
Ding. Enhancement. When other attack bonuses, equipment, weapons, attribute points, pills, cannot exceed the deducted attack power, none will increase attack power. Ding. Skill Blood Bond triggered. Health plus 30,000. Ding.
System notice, as the ancient rock dragon lizard has been tamed, it will not drop any loot. This barrage of notifications nearly stunned Lin Feiyu.
Negative attack power of 50,000? Looks like this hole will never be filled.
The ancient rock wyvern couldn't drop loot. He'd expected that, having already learned his lesson from the thorn harpy.
But the increase in health was tangible.
Combined with the bonus from the battle to the final chapter talent, it was something no loot could ever match.
Besides, he'd gained another powerful fighter with excellent stats, hadn't he?
Following his usual routine, Lin Feiyu allocated all 10 attribute points gained from the level up to his health.
He opened the stats panel once more to review. Player, Lin Feiyu. Title, Tenacious Black Iron Warrior. Class, None, Level, 10, Experience, 03300. Talent, Fight to the Final Chapter S64525.
Health, 58,455. Shield, 5,845. Lin Feiyu returned to the hillside, where the gathering was still ongoing.
It would likely take until late into the night. The plump or beasts would keep spawning endlessly.
And he couldn't log off otherwise, the tamed beasts would return to the beast taming realm. He had to stay nearby to watch over them. No need for him to lift a finger. Let the little flowers grind experience for that divine beast control skill.
1 million points? This was going to take a while. Nothing much to do. Might as well stream some videos to pass the time.
By 10:30 p.m., the mining site was finally cleared. Lu Fei followed the usual practice of zhuangyang grass, prepaying the protection fee in advance, roughly 30% of the total earnings.
250,000 copper coins. As for the guild leader,
Lin Feiyu paid it little mind. He understood clearly that the Qianyu guild valued his potential.
He couldn't be bothered to refuse the guild leader position anyway.
Besides, it was little more than a nominal title. Now hardly any real authority came with it.
He simply chose not to dwell on it. Another consideration was that it was best not to antagonize Qianyu's guild for now.
After all, they were aware of the specifics of his talent. Given his current performance, it wouldn't be hard to deduce that the restriction had been lifted.
Having them all suddenly exposed would definitely not be a good thing. Moreover, if something went wrong in that dungeon after heading to the secondary county city and they failed to clear it,
at least he'd have another option: borrowing money from Qianyu's guild.
With his current savings, borrowing another 2 million would be enough to pull his sister back from the cliff. Returning to the safe zone of Qidian town, Lin Feiyu chose to log off.
Returning to his cozy little room, he felt a pang of loss. Back when those in-game monsters invaded reality, this home had been shattered. Not just the apartment building in Lin Feiyu's neighborhood, but the entire city of Yunqing had been reduced to ruins. In his previous life, that catastrophe had been nothing short of a living hell. It was an accident where the game world and reality merged. Anyone living in Yunqing City was dragged back into reality, unable to escape the chaos by logging into the game. The people of Yunqing suffered horrific casualties. Bloodied corpses littered the streets, surrounded by crumbling ruins.
Lin Feiyu took a deep breath, pulling his thoughts back.
He stared at his younger self reflected in the mirror.
This time, I will protect everything. He opened his backpack and glanced inside. Copper coins, 1,455,023.5. 1,450,000. Not bad. Li Dahu still had plenty of materials left unsold. Even after deducting the 3 who wanted to buy on credit for their outfits, a conservative estimate would still be around 1 million. Not to mention those 3 greenwood pills, each worth around 250,000, totaling 750,000. Sell off the rest of the odds and ends, and 1 million is absolutely achievable. The money should be coming in the next day or two. Not bad. Reborn into this life, and on the very first day, I've already earned nearly 2.5 million. My strength has also skyrocketed. A single basic attack now deals over 60,000 damage. He had no idea how he was going to lose tomorrow's advancement dungeon. Chapter 30, A Ruthless Genius. The next day, Lin Feiyu woke up early. In this household of busy people, he was the only one awake. He'd resolved to skip instant noodles today. He'd finally feast on the NPC breakfast chops, meat buns in game. But breakfast was already waiting on the living room coffee table. Attached was a sticky note with a message. Big bro, eat breakfast. Instant noodles aren't good for you in the morning. Lin Lu. Lin Feiyu's lips twitched slightly, his eyes stinging. His younger sister Lin Lu had always been thoughtful and caring toward her family. Though none of the 4 in this household shared a single drop of blood, Lin Feiyu felt a profound sense of belonging here. At this time in his past life, his little sister would never have done something like this. The fact was, he hadn't gone to the company yesterday, so he hadn't bought breakfast on the way and had eaten a bowl of instant noodles at home instead. His observant sister noticed this and kept it in mind. Their top-tier guild opened very early. So before heading to work, she bought breakfast for herself and conveniently grabbed a portion for him too, delivering it upstairs. Unfortunately, his sister cared too much about others' feelings. In his past life, that curse dragged on until it was too late for his family to find out. But it was too late. She couldn't even pinpoint who had framed him. It was only after her father exhausted every favor he had accumulated in his lifetime that the culprit was finally exposed and sent to the sword hall. Lin Feiyu sat on the living room sofa, munching on a large meat bun and sipping soy milk. The warmth was just right for him to eat and drink heartily. As he ate, the shadows of his past life began to fade away, just like the steamed bun in his hand. There was still time for all of this. This life still had time. Today he would head to the secondary county town to complete the dungeon opening quest, so tomorrow he would definitely be able to farm the materials. He remembered it was a kind of berry, a magical berry that could stack and enhance attributes. Deep within a dungeon. Not only were the treasure-guarding monsters incredibly tough to kill, but the method to unlock the dungeon was exceptionally unique. If it weren't for some brain-dead cat lover, no one would have ever figured out how to open that dungeon. The first step to unlocking the dungeon was actually petting cats. Oh no! Cat cuddling. Lin Feiyu finished breakfast, returned to his room, and logged into the game. Newbie Village number 4396. The entrance to Chidian town was still bustling with a constant stream of people. Susu Duo, a brand new player who just logged in today, was immediately swept up in the excitement. This feels like time travel. So cool. Oomph. As a veteran player, let me tell you, this is nothing compared to the towering buildings in the county seat. Whoa, no one's in charge? This is in-game? Yunlai province is under the Cloud Realm dynasty. That's feudal remnants, man. So expensive. What the hell? Very expensive. Holy crap. I'm heading to the city. Lin Feiyu ignored everyone, even his current girlfriend, Su Xiaohan, who'd been messaging him all day yesterday, got no response. Tea ceremony master. Who knows how many backup options she keeps on standby day in and day out. Choosing to marry me in the end? Probably just wanted a reliable guy to settle down with. Finally, they discovered this honest man was actually a hidden gem, so they enthusiastically recommended him into that den of thieves, the Chair Guild. In the end, Lin Feiyu also ascended to the top of the Great Xia Kingdom's 100 strongest combatants list. Alongside his older sister-in-law Yuan, they became known as the Chair Guild's dynamic duo. Yuan served as the tank, while Lin Feiyu acted as the marksman. Their seamless synergy propelled the Chair Guild into the world's top 100 guild rankings. In a private message, Su Xiaohan wrote, "Lin Feiyu, you didn't message me all day yesterday. What's that about? Have you given up on being my suitor?" Suitor? Oh. So I'm not your boyfriend anymore? Is that even a thing? Oh. Right. Lin Feiyu remembered. Back in his previous life, after successfully winning Su Xiaohan's heart, he'd agreed to an unequal treaty. The terms were clear: if he failed to initiate contact with Su Xiaohan for even a single day, it would be deemed a breakup. Getting rid of this tea art instructor was actually pretty simple. Lin Feiyu had no time to deal with this smooth-talking, flower-loving green tea girl. What a waste of time. He quickly replied, "Fine. Deal. Let's wrap this up nicely." Then he promptly removed her from his friends list. He hurried to the town hall of Chidian town to accept the advanced dungeon quest. A crowd had gathered here too. Seems plenty of people are heading to the secondary county town today. As soon as he approached, he overheard people chattering nearby. Lin Feiyu listened in. He felt slightly embarrassed. They were all discussing him. No way. One guy, force back, the Dragon Slayers Guild. 200 people. The guild's lieutenant actually begged for mercy on his knees? You watch too many fantasy dramas. It's absolutely true. My college classmate's girlfriend's boyfriend works for the Dragon Slayers Guild. He told me personally. Someone secretly filmed it back then, and it's already gone viral. Girlfriend's boyfriend? You, public. Hey. Cut it out. Focus on the main point. I said I swung my blade without blinking an eye. You're asking if my eyes got tired? Hey. Dude. Who talks trash like that? No matter how weak the Dragon Slayers Guild is, they're still a top 500 guild. They wouldn't let themselves get bullied like that. Exactly. And if the video's already out there, why haven't I seen it on the gaming forums? Rumor has it the Dragon Slayer Guild's higher-ups paid a hefty sum to have it taken down, worried about the bad publicity. Well then, doesn't that mean there's no proof left? We do, bro. We do. It's still out there. Exported then re-imported. Check it out. I managed to climb the wall and see it. Oh. Seriously? Let me see. Let me see too. Sequin-studded armor, a tiger-striped cloak tailored into scholar warrior sleeves, a conical hat, and a pure black cape. The attire of an ancient scholar general or a legendary knight-errant. He's so handsome. This guy. Huh? In terms of looks. He's got nothing on those singing and dancing pretty boys. Not just holding his own. Personally, I think that aura of lethality, compared to those acting pretty boys, it's a complete and utter surpassing. And by a huge margin. The crowd gathered at the town hall entrance, pushing Lin Feiyu back so he couldn't get in. They were engrossed in watching that video originally made for foreign audiences, now dubbed and subtitled in their own language with rapt attention. The video was being broadcast publicly. Anyone passing by or within range of the town's map could see it. Suddenly, a deafening voice boomed from the video, "Thank you, Lord Xie Lin Feiyu, for sparing my life." Followed by several heartfelt words of encouragement. "Way to go, Lu Jia. Lu Jia. Don't embarrass us. Stay strong. Worst case, we'll all help you level up." Then, the leader in the video, Lu Jia, a minor boss of the Dragon Slayer Guild, slit his own throat on the spot. The video abruptly ended. Whoa, what a badass. He actually went through with it. Do you think that guy Lin Feiyu will spare those 200 people? That's grammatically incorrect. Subject-verb-object mismatch. Shouldn't it be, will those 200 people spare the guy named Lin Feiyu? Guys, listen up. Anyway, my friend said all 200 of them collectively dropped a level. Ha! That's brutal. He didn't even spare them. What a ruthless bastard. Lin Feiyu couldn't bear to listen anymore. If this kept spreading, he'd turn into a boss. He cleared his throat urgently, trying to get everyone to make way so he could enter the county office and pick up the Advanced Dungeon quest. Ahem. Chapter 31, Advanced Dungeon, Black Tiger Mountain. Who's there? You, what? The moment the man turned around, he saw someone who looked exactly like the male lead in the short video. Holy crap. Lin Feiyu. Who? Everyone turned around. Holy crap. The bamboo hat, the leather armor, the black cloak, the scholar warrior sleeves. It really is Lin Feiyu. Lin Feiyu smiled shyly, adjusting the bamboo hat on his head. Excuse me, everyone. I need to go inside the county office to pick up a mission. Make way. Big brother Lin. Clear the path. Someone bellowed from the crowd. The crowd swiftly parted to form a passageway, each face a study in mixed emotions, but all wore utterly captivating expressions. Lin Feiyu entered the town yamen and soon received the town constable's assignment slip. Mission, Black Tiger Mountain. Eliminate the bandits. East of Chidian town lies Black Tiger Mountain, where this band of bandits has taken refuge. They frequently ambush and slaughter passing merchants, massacre villages, plunder, and commit every conceivable evil. They have nearly severed the road to the county seat. Proceed to eliminate? Yes, no. Warning. 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 Once you confirm to proceed with the extermination, you will enter a separate instance. All stats from your equipment will be nullified. Equipment traits and skills remain usable. Warning. 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 If you die or fail to clear the instance within 3 days, you will be permanently erased. Clear rewards. 1. A map of a secondary county city. Choose one county city to travel to and use 1 free teleportation. 2. A letter of introduction to various martial arts schools, guilds, pharmacies, shops, and workplaces. This is the advancement quest. In his previous life, how perilous it was for Lin Feiyu to complete this quest. Not only did he trigger every NPC capable of joining combat through the storyline, but he also went 3 full days and nights without a single moment of rest. Even so, that bandit chieftain with over 100,000 HP nearly cost him his life. He only managed to complete it minutes before the deadline. And now? That 100,000 HP boss? It probably couldn't even withstand 2 arrows. Lin Feiyu clicked yes without hesitation. Instantly, he transformed into a beam of light and entered solo dungeon mode. The buzzing chatter of other players behind him vanished instantly. The map remained the same Chidian town map, but now he was the only player left on it. This was the solo instance. In truth, as many had already verified, the fastest approach now was to persuade the town mayor to dispatch troops to suppress the bandits. Of course, the story wouldn't be that straightforward. He'd also have to help the mayor complete other tasks and earn his favor before he'd send troops. You also had to visit every hunter's house in the town, pleading door to door, plus a bunch of minor tasks to gain their favor before they'd help you. With these 2 groups of NPCs on your side, the quest becomes half as difficult. Time is critical, but to further ease the difficulty, you must journey to Woyan Mountain to enlist 2 martial arts masters to punish evil and uphold justice. Those 2 are quite reasonable, but the journey is long. One misstep could push you past the deadline, and if you run out of time, the outcome is instant death. However, the gameplay mechanics for those 2 martial arts masters haven't been developed yet. In his previous life, Lin Feiyu only discovered this fact much later. He ran for 3 days and nights straight in his previous life, literally running himself to exhaustion. He risked his life to verify for future players that you could indeed summon 3 waves of reinforcements to assist in battle, and it actually allowed him to clear the stage. This feat even earned him a bit of fame. But, today, he wouldn't need any reinforcements at all. Lin Feiyu stepped out of the town hall onto the main street and immediately summoned the Thorn Witch. On this map, where he was the sole player, he could unleash skills within the town. For instance, Lin Feiyu's Thorn Witch could begin accumulating little flower demons right within the town. The journey to Black Tiger Mountain took over 3 hours on foot. Since the newbie village lacked a mount system, he had no choice but to trek there. How could he not lead his army of flower demons to wipe them out? 3 hours? My thorn demon spawns one little flower per second, that's over 10,000 little flower troops. That'll make the mountain stronghold famous. Black Tiger Mountain. It was already 11 a.m., the sun blazing overhead, its glare so intense it hurt to open one's eyes. Lin Feiyu shielded his eyes from the glare while squinting at the mountain fortress gate. The cops are closing in. Grab your weapons. Which scoundrels? Government henchmen? Demon spies. What the hell is that? Monsters, damn it. They're piled up like mountains. Hold them back. Hold them back. Don't let those things get in here. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A hail of arrows began flying from the mountain fort, but it was useless. Because the Thorn Witch and the Ancient Rock Lizard, two super tanky bosses, had already charged ahead. The two beasts drew tons of damage, especially the Thorn Witch. She could even heal herself after her little plants died. It was just too ridiculous. It's the boss spot. The boss spot. Roar. The Ancient Rock Lizard let out a proper dragon roar, drawing fire elemental energy from the earth below. Its attack power instantly multiplied by 5. Its attack power instantly surged to 2,500. The restriction that the dragon roar could only be used at 25% health had been erased by Lin Feiyu. The ancient rock dragon lizard in his hands could enter berserk mode at any moment. Under his command, the ancient rock dragon lizard unleashed an elemental breath attack directly at the mountain fortress gate. The intense flames instantly reduced the mountain fortress gate, along with all the defensive barriers and fences, to smithereens. Crash! Led by the Thorn Banshee, the little flower demons surged into the mountain fortress like a tidal wave. There were only about 300 bandits inside the stronghold. Each ordinary monster had around 3,000 HP, while elite monsters had around 5,000 HP. Although the bandit leader was only a boss-level enemy, it was a level 15 boss. Its health had reached a staggering 100,000. Which meant the 1 million damage output of the divine defense skill would be more than enough. You could save the final bandit leader for yourself and take it down with a single arrow. So the divine defense skill can handle another 100,000 HP boss? Great! My plain old auto attack is about to break 150k. For ordinary players, this is already nuclear level damage. The mountain stronghold was soon drenched in blood and carnage, with Xiao Hua's army dominating the battlefield almost single-handedly. Add two bosses with skyrocketing HP and attack power, and it's just heartbreaking. Along the way, the ancient rock lizard got focused down by bandits and went down. Ding! Your Mount Ancient Rock Lizard has fallen in battle. Resurrection cooldown, 30,000 seconds, 8 hours 20 minutes. Cooldown? Lin Feiyu activated the skill of the White Tiger Arm, ready to fight a billion times over. Cooldown ended instantly. Bring it on. Come play with me. Roar. The ancient rock dragon lizard instantly revives. It unleashes a dragon roar on the spot, entering berserk mode. Too bad. Monsters in advanced dungeons don't grant experience points, nor do they drop loot. But wait. The damage dealt by the Divine Guard skill still grants experience points. Chapter 32, Ghost Taoist. Ding. Bandit Grunt defeated. Divine Guard skill EXP 1,020,000 1 million. Divine Defense skill EXP 1,020,000 10 million. Ding. Divine Defense skill has been upgraded to level 3. Beast Taming, 2-3. After half an hour of fierce combat, the mobs and elite monsters were finally cleared. The Divine Guard skill has reached level 3. The Bandit Chieftain appeared. A scar-faced figure of exaggerated stature, clad in armor and wielding a massive axe, spawned in the Bandit Stronghold's main hall. Bandit Chieftain Black Tiger Boss, level 15. HP 100,000. Attack power 700. Armor 500. A villain of the worst kind, utterly depraved, utterly ruthless, utterly unforgivable. Where did these vermin come from? Seeking death. The Bandit Chieftain spouted his usual cliched lines before charging fearlessly into battle. Blocking his path stood a half-health ancient rock dragon lizard and a full-health thorn banshee. Lin Feiyu commanded his beast to hold its ground defensively while he drew his bow. He fired. With only 100,000 HP, there was no need to charge, just 2 quick shots would do. But the Divine Beast skill required a one-hit kill to capture it as a mount. So he had no choice but to charge. Charging increased normal attack damage by 100%, combined with the base damage from drawing the bow. So a single charged shot would suffice for the instant kill. 128,550. 5,952. 5,952. The combined damage from 2 basic attacks, plus the damage from 2 split arrows. The Black Tiger Chief's health bar empties, and he falls dead. Ding! Congratulations to player Lin Feiyu for successfully clearing the Black Tiger Mountain dungeon. You may now claim your rewards and head to the county town to seek new opportunities. Ding! Skill Divine Taming triggered. Do you wish to tame the Black Tiger? Yes, no. Ha ha ha. A 100,000 HP boss now becomes my beast companion.
Imagine taking it out and people seeing it's actually a monster from an advanced dungeon. That'd be hilarious.
Just as he was about to click yes, another notification chimed. Ding!
Congratulations to player Lin Feiyu for breaking the fastest clear record in the Black Tiger Mountain dungeon.
A special test will now be unlocked.
Successfully completing this test will grant special rewards items related to class advancement and grade enhancement.
Ding! Notice!
The special test spawns a brand new boss within the mountain fortress. Each time the Black Tiger Mountain dungeon record is broken, this test option will unlock.
The boss is extremely powerful. Proceed with caution.
Lin Feiyu paused in surprise.
Oh? So that's how it is? Those record-breaking clearers sure kept their mouths shut. He quickly checked the new boss's stats. Ghost Taoist Lord Tier Boss, level 15. HP 150,000. Attack power 1200. Armor 700. Skill, Ghost/explodes ghostly blades around self, dealing 80% of ATK damage 1 second cooldown. Skill, Execution Blade launches a flying sword for a piercing strike, dealing 100% of attack power damage 1 second cooldown. Skill, Ghostblade activate Ghostblade for stealth, gaining 20% movement speed for 6 seconds. Cooldown, 45 seconds. Skill, Ghost Clone consumes 1 charge to create a clone for combat. The Ghost Taoist can swap positions with 1 clone at random. Ghost Clone charge, 3 charge time, 20 seconds. Restriction 1, the clone possesses the same damage output as the original, but only 10% of the original's health. Restriction 2, clones cannot perform basic attacks, but can cast skills. Restriction 3, maximum of 3 clones on the field at once. Each clone lasts 15 seconds. What has been done cannot be undone. Oh!
Lin Feiyu was startled.
Another summoning type boss, those stats, those skills, that health bar. Truly, no one dared provoke him.
Only an ordinary player like me would dare challenge him. He glanced down at the corpse of Black Tiger, still listed among the divine defense options. Seriously, just when I finally got a boss that didn't require divine protection, it turned out to be a monster from an advanced dungeon that doesn't drop loot anyway. Releasing the Black Tiger's beast assimilation revealed that this Ghost Taoist was clearly far more terrifying. He'd already figured it out, since the Divine Guardian skill perfectly replicates the boss's abilities when switching beasts. Then, erase it with the Eraser skill, applying the restriction, maximum 3 clones present, each lasting 15 seconds. Wouldn't that unleash an endless tide of beasts again? Having made his choice, Lin Feiyu immediately selected to accept the special test. 150,000 HP, not exactly a huge amount.
He charged up for 2 seconds. And it was over. Bring it on!
A whirlwind began to swirl within the mountain fortress hall.
And soon, a dark figure began to coalesce.
A Taoist priest appeared, his face concealed by a bizarre, tattered mask. His hair was tied in a topknot, secured with a peachwood hairpin. He wore coarse hemp robes, a gourd hung at his waist, and carried a rusty black iron sword with a bagua pattern guard.
Ha ha! Ha ha!
The ghostly Taoist came to a halt, pacing back and forth as he scrutinized Lin Feiyu.
His laughter turned eerie as he declared. Well now. What an unwelcome young friend you are. Quite skilled, I must say. To single-handedly destroy the mountain stronghold I secretly supported. Perfect. Such prowess. Perfect. You shall be the blood offering for my ascension and transformation. Couldn't be better.
Lin Feiyu listened, feeling as though he'd been yanked from the martial arts atmosphere of a beginner's village straight into the realm of immortal tales and supernatural lore.
Before he could react, the Ghost Taoist charged forward, sword drawn.
2 ghostly shadows materialized in an instant, coiling around Lin Feiyu's 2 tamed beasts.
The Ghost Taoist charged straight at Lin Feiyu.
Caught off guard, Lin Feiyu took a ghost slash and a slaying blade from the Ghost Taoist, followed by a basic attack. The final ghostly clone materialized behind Lin Feiyu.
Another ghost slash and a slaying blade struck Lin Feiyu's body. 960. 1,200. 1,200. 960. 1,200. In the blink of an eye, Lin Feiyu lost 5,513 HP in rapid succession. Another 300 damage and the obsidian shield would shatter. Damn it! He cursed inwardly. What a freaking insane boss.
Not only did it have massive health and devastating attacks, but it was also intelligent enough to know who the real target was. It's charging straight at Lin Feiyu.
Is there any chance against that stationary, charged attack? Seriously.
Lin Feiyu couldn't even find a chance to draw his bow and knock an arrow.
The Ghost Taoist and that ghost clone were just lurking nearby.
This was waiting for the right moment for skills to cool down. Once the timing was perfect, they'd unleash a full combo. By then, another 5,000 HP would be gone. Not bad, only Lin Feiyu has enough health. He could take about 10 rounds.
There's a chance for an instant kill. The Ghost Taoist's skill cooldown is 1 second.
To kill him, with 150k HP,
you'd need to charge for 2 seconds. Isn't that just taking a skill combo for nothing? Enough health to survive.
He began drawing his bow to charge.
Just as the charge ended and the damage was about to land, a crisp ding sounded from the ghost Taoist's body. Then, his body began to fade. Lin Feiyu's fully charged arrow struck nothing but air. Immediately after, the ghost Taoist and his ghostly clone dealt 5,513 damage to him once more. Chapter 33, The Beautiful Snake. The obsidian shield on Lin Feiyu's body exploded. The massive AoE damage reduced the health of the 3 ghost clones by 1/3. Each possessed 1/10 of the ghost Taoist's 150,000 HP, leaving them at 15,000 HP bars. Ah! Lin Feiyu was utterly shocked. They actually managed to dodge my charged attack. He suddenly sensed a dangerous aura. This was the first time since his rebirth. He had to take this seriously. One slip up and he could truly capsize in this shallow ditch. This was the Ghost Blade skill activating its ghost stealth state, granting a 20% movement speed boost for 6 seconds. 45-second cooldown. 6 seconds? 45 seconds. Is there a chance? No way. You still can't shoot arrows directly at the ghost Taoist when he's revealed. He also has a skill to swap places with his ghost clone. If this charged arrow gets dodged again, things will get truly dangerous. Immediately use the White Tiger Arm skill's battle again a billion times ability to end the cooldown on the obsidian shield. Reapply it. Clang. The obsidian shield shattered once more. The light aura began to dissipate. The 3 ghostly figures lost another third of their health. Cast it once more. At this moment, even the Thorn Maiden and Ancient Rock Lizard over there had already fallen. All 3 ghostly figures closed in on Lin Feiyu. Gritting his teeth, Lin Feiyu endured the 5th skill combo. This skill surge skyrocketed from 5,500 to 9,800. Lin Feiyu's health bar plummeted rapidly. Despite the constant stacking of obsidian shields, it had already fallen below half health. The 3rd obsidian shield began to explode outward. The 3 ghostly figures instantly collapsed to the ground, dissolving into black smoke. The ghost Taoist also snapped out of his ghostly stealth state. Lin Feiyu aimed directly at his forehead, drawing back his bowstring with all his might. This arrow had been charged for a full 6 seconds. 480,066. 6,452. 6,452. One arrow dealt 480,000 damage. It hit the weak spot and broke through. Plus the splash damage from 6 splitting arrows. Ghost Taoist, he didn't die instantly. Give it back, with a cutscene. Is it that grand? A pink little snake slithers out of the sand. A spray of blood mist erupts, transforming into a beautiful snake woman. The snake maiden wore a crimson robe, her long serpent tail trailing behind her. Humph. Overestimating your abilities. Daring to attempt ascension? With that, she turned to Lin Feiyu. This fate is entirely your own doing. Lin Feiyu frowned deeply, his expression grave. Because, above the snake woman's head were nothing but? No specific values could be discerned. Not even her level or rank were visible. Even back in his previous life, a level 100 throne-bound great demon would at least show a health bar. What, exactly was this thing? You actually carry that person's aura. How rare it seems he too has begun to break free. The beautiful snake spoke with a smile, her face heavily made up, exquisitely adorned. As she spoke, she handed over a fragment of brocade. Lin Feiyu froze for a moment. He already understood perhaps, this was just a cutscene monster, the kind that couldn't be attacked. Only then did he reach out to take it, glancing down. Unnamed Blueprint Map Fragment 19. Wasn't this the very same map fragment, one of 9 parts he'd obtained from the Thorn Harpy? This was one of the 9 pieces. He quickly stuffed it into his backpack. The 2 maps instantly fused together. Nameless Blueprint Map Fragment 29. Whoa. What could be so important in here? The snake woman turned to gaze at the ghostly monk's corpse on the ground, muttering to herself, your skill set is quite impressive. If you could kill me, using your beast taming abilities to bring me back to reality, I'd essentially be free. Too bad, you can't kill me. Lin Feiyu listened in stunned disbelief. What the hell? How does a boss from a cutscene know my skill set? How can I not kill you? I can build up my power. At worst, it'll take a lot of time. Lin Feiyu blurted out. This beautiful snake boss, her health bar looked incredibly high. If I could tame her, wouldn't that be incredible? The snake beauty swept her delicate hand, flinging the corpse of the ghost cultivator toward Lin Feiyu. Take this ghost cultivator's remains as your mount. Serving as your mount, isn't that another kind of ascension? You don't want to come over and ascend? You actually want to tame me? Of course Lin Feiyu did. He didn't know this beautiful snake's exact attributes yet, but her aura was absolutely leagues above that ghost Taoist. The beautiful snake smiled radiantly. With your current damage output, even if you spent your entire lifespan charging up, you still couldn't kill me. Go! Gather all 9 maps. I will come back to meet you. With her words, the beautiful serpent dissolved into a crimson light, vanishing without a trace. From a distant valley, an ethereal melody drifted faintly, wandering the empty mountains. I hear flowers fall, the flute's sweet sound reveals a dwelling near. Adorned in a false form, yet true in essence, borrowing another's body to refine the elixir. Lin Feiyu was still reeling from the beautiful serpent's words, with your current damage, even if you spent your entire lifespan gathering power, you still couldn't kill me. My current damage. 64,000 per second, plus 6,400 from the split arrows. Per second damage. 70,000. A lifetime? I'm only 22. Even if I live to be 100. 78 years. 365 days a year, 24 hours a day, 60 minutes an hour, 60 seconds a minute. How many billions? Wait, is there a unit above billion? This. I'm running out of math units here. What the heck? Lin Feiyu subdued the ghost Taoist lying on the ground. Ding. Divine Control skill triggered. Acquired Beast Ghost Taoist 3-3. Ding. Divine Control skill restriction triggered, permanently deducting attack power 150,000 points. Ding. Enhancement. When other attack power bonuses, equipment, weapons, attribute points, pills, cannot exceed the deducted attack power, none will increase attack power. Ding. Skill Blood Bond triggered. Health plus 150,000. Ding. System notice, no loot will be generated. Open attribute panel. Player, Lin Feiyu. Title, Tenacious Black Iron Warrior. Class, None Level, 10 XP, 03300. Talent, Fight to the Final Chapter S229546. Health, 208,455. Shield, 20,845. Basic Attack. 220k damage. Awesome. 6. Checking the rewards for clearing the Black Tiger Mountain dungeon and advancing to the next stage. Besides the map fragment gifted by that beautiful snake, there are also system-dropped items. County City Map 2. Class Advancement Letter 1. Advanced Class Change Letter 1. Ha? County City Map 2? The county town map is used to travel to secondary county towns. Without it, you'll be stuck in the starting village forever. This item cannot be sold, it's for personal use only. Then, 2? What's the point? Chapter 34, will this be my lucky year? Lin Feiyu stared at the 2 letters of introduction in his hands. Career change introduction letters, valid for the following institutions: Swordsman Academy, Golden Blade Sect, Sorcery Pavilion, Suspended Pot Medical Clinic, Divine Fist Academy, 5 Armies Commandery Cavalry, 5 Armies Commandery Crossbowmen, 5 Armies Commandery Spearmen. Including over a dozen different career paths. Only with this occupational transfer letter could one select from various martial arts academies and factions within the county seat to transfer into different professions, the only way to continue leveling up. So, what about this? Advanced Profession Transfer Letter? What does it mean? Is this a special reward from a special stage? Could it possibly mean the option to choose dual professions? After all, choosing a profession not only grants its unique traits but also provides bonus attribute points for leveling up. That's a ton of extra attribute points at lower levels. Once the level gap widens, the difference becomes huge. If dual classes were possible, wouldn't that mean gaining double attribute points? Opening the contents of the Advanced Class Change Introduction Letter, it was largely similar to the standard version, except it listed several class change locations I'd never even heard of in my previous life. Yellow Wind Valley, Qingyun Sect, Ihong Courtyard, Dongchang. The first 2 sound legit, definitely cultivation sects. The last 2? 1, never mind. The last 2 are just for laughs. As for the 2 maps, Lin Feiyu suddenly remembered something. Back in the county seat, one could take up positions within the county government offices. It was like choosing the 5 armies command headquarters, then you'd be assigned tasks like bandit suppression and warfare outside the county seat. So could these 2 maps mean I could infiltrate myself? Never mind that for now. He should head to the county seat first and complete the known dungeon story quest. It's almost noon already. We need to pick up the pace, or we won't finish the dungeon storyline. After the dungeon's opening story concludes, we'll have to wait until the next day to officially enter the dungeon. If we don't finish the storyline, we'll have to wait until the day after tomorrow to clear the dungeon. Every extra day puts my little sister in more danger. We must increase our pace. Lin Feiyu set aside other concerns, opened the county map, and selected Yunzhong County, the same county he'd chosen in the game during his previous life. Click to select. The map transformed into a pass, the Yunzhong County Pass. This token grants entry to the county city and allows daily quests at the county government office. Ding! Welcome player Lin Feiyu to Yunlai Province's 443rd county city, Yunzhong County. A flash of light later, a towering county city materialized before him. On the city gate walls, 3 large characters were faded yet clearly visible: Yunzhong County. Lin Feiyu knew Yunzhong County well, having spent 5 or 6 years here in his previous life. It wasn't until reaching level 50 that he cleared the level 50 advancement instance and journeyed to the final main city, Tianyun City, the capital of the Yunshang dynasty. It was also in Tianyun City that he broke through to his current level, and indeed, to the pinnacle of human cultivation 10 years hence, the 7th tier Transcendent Master.
Only by clearing the level 80 advancement dungeon could one earn the title of Peerless Grandmaster.
Yet no one had dared attempt the advancement dungeon. Rumor had it that every participant died, with a 0% success rate. I wonder if I'll ever get the chance. Lin Feiyu swiftly entered the county city, only to be stopped at the gate by players from the 5 armies command headquarters who were completing daily quests here. Lin Feiyu presented the official document from Chidian town, along with the wooden pass Yunqing County travel permit.
He also paid 1,000 copper coins as the county city residence fee, since he would be staying here long term.
Only then was he permitted entry. Upon entering the county town, following the typical player routine, he should have headed straight to find his faction, join it, change his class, and start grinding levels. But Lin Feiyu had his own plan. First, locate the key figure to unlock the dungeon storyline, that little cat. That kitten only appeared during daylight hours, vanishing at nightfall.
The storyline took a long time, 3 or 4 hours, so he had to hurry before sunset. He hurried past without stopping, searching for a tabby cat. Lin Feiyu hadn't completed the dungeon in his previous life either, though he'd been fortunate enough to read guides about it on gaming forums. The quest to unlock the dungeon was widely called downright insane.
The guide made it crystal clear, finding that cat was the key. He couldn't recall the exact location of the cat, but it was probably in an alleyway within the main district of Yunzhong County. Lin Feiyu darted into every alley he spotted. After wandering for over half an hour, he finally spotted one atop a wall in an alley, an absurdly large, plump, and fierce-looking tabby cat. Lin Feiyu's spirits soared. It was indeed here.
This quest is incredibly complex and troublesome.
And he couldn't fathom what the developer was thinking when they came up with it. It was divided into 3 stages. Phase 1, do not startle the cat, do not chase it, do not disturb it, do not acknowledge it.
You must quietly remain beside it for about half an hour, observing it silently.
During this time, the kitten will sense someone watching it and turn to look back. Remember, under no circumstances should you make eye contact.
Otherwise, the tabby cat will think you're challenging it and will promptly leave a few little scratch marks on your face.
Then all your efforts will be wasted. You'll have to search for the kitten again the next day.
Lin Feiyu followed the detailed guide from the expert in his past life step by step.
If the kitten didn't look back at him, he'd stare at it.
If it turned around, he'd lower his head to pick at his fingernails or browse the forum for little roast chicken.
Half an hour passed. The kitten rose, stretching lazily. At this moment, remember, you must stretch alongside it. Otherwise, the kitten will think you're flaunting your superiority, and the story will end there. Then you'd have to search for the kitten again the next day. Lin Feiyu complied, mimicking the cat's stretch. Meow woo. The kitten let out a lazy meow, signaling that the first stage, getting acquainted with the kitten, was complete. Stage 2 involves fighting a dog. After several interactions, the kitten had come to accept you. It was starting to think you weren't such a bad person after all. But the kitten had its own troubles. It has a sworn enemy, a big black and white dog, a husky. With the kitten's guidance, defeat that big dog, and the kitten will consider you a good friend. It will then agree to do you a favor.
Lin Feiyu's face darkened at this thought.
Rebirth, my life in the game brawling with a husky. Reborn, cultivation begins with beating up a dog.
He forced a grim expression onto his weathered face and followed the tabby cat. He kept his distance never closer than 5 meters, yet never farther than 10.
Otherwise, he'd have to search for the kitten again the next day.
After walking nearly a kilometer, he reached a bustling district teeming with players.
A husky wandered among the crowd, tail wagging pitifully, begging for scraps. The tabby cat glanced at Lin Feiyu, gave a single meow, then turned to the husky and meowed twice. The meaning was crystal clear. It was saying, "Man, take care of it."
Lin Feiyu's face flushed crimson.
He'd thought they were in a quiet alley, not this bustling district packed with players. Forget it. His dignity was already gone. He didn't care anymore. He just wanted to get this over with quickly. No way was he letting anyone film him and post it online.
Lin Feiyu rolled up his sleeves and charged in.
Good dog. Will I have a prosperous year? Woof woof woof, woof woof woof. Woof woof woof, woof woof woof. Woof woof woof. Bystanders. Holy crap. Someone's fighting a dog. That intense? What's going on? Holy. What a cold world. They won't even leave the dog alone? Guys. This must be a hidden quest. Holy crap. You're right. Did that guy say anything before the fight? Am I going to be lucky this year? Chapter 35, The 7-Foot Serpent Spear.
The dog general fled with his tail between his legs.
The kitten vanished. That completes the second phase of the mission.
Pay no mind to the kitten's departure, it will reappear when you need it most.
Phase 3, a snake has entered the mute sister's house, capture it. It's highly agile and deadly poisonous. The sister won't let anyone who can't handle it into the yard.
Since the mute sister cannot speak, she cannot establish effective task communication with any player. So when Lin Feiyu arrived at the location described in the guide, he remembered, the mute sister kept intercepting people on the road.
Yet because she couldn't communicate, no one could accept the quest.
Many players knew this woman must have valuable quests, yet they were helpless.
Even writing on the ground was useless, the sister couldn't read. A crowd gathered before the courtyard gate, occasionally performing strange actions and discussing endlessly, trying to trigger the storyline. Sigh. This lady must have something valuable here. Too bad we can't accept the quest. Sigh. Let's go. This quest has been around for years, and no one's cracked it yet. It's practically Yunzhong County's eternal mystery. Even though she's mute, she's got a killer body. Get lost. She's just an NPC. Your wife? Your wife. Just barge into her house? No way. Can't get in. There's an invisible wall. You can't enter without accepting the quest. Sigh. Did you just get here from the sticks? Isn't the newbie village fun enough? Damn it. Forget it. Everyone else has already class changed and started leveling up, and we're still here arguing about quests? Let's just go. That mute lady doesn't even know sign language, and she made me stay up all night learning it. A player blocking the entrance to the Big Sister's Gate looked up to see a figure approaching, a man wearing a conical hat, chainmail armor, a scholar warrior robe with wide sleeves, and a black cloak. The newcomer was none other than Lin Feiyu, fresh from his decisive victory over the Husky. Hey buddy? You here to crack the unsolved mystery too? Get in line over here. Lin Feiyu ignored them and strode straight toward the courtyard gate. Hey! Bro! You can't go in here, there's an invisible wall. Don't go banging your head. A player stepped forward to warn him. Lin Feiyu scratched his chin, about to ignore him and head inside to catch the snake. A player waiting to accept a quest, bored, opened the forum linked through the game interface and started searching for guides. Holy crap! This guy's a badass. He just beat the crap out of a dog. Let me see. Beating a dog and stealing peaches? That's just unethical. One player watched the video on the forum and felt a sense of familiarity. He looked up and saw Lin Feiyu, his face dark and sullen. Ahem, ahem. Only then did the group notice the dog beater guy was standing right in front of them. Whoa! Dude! You're going to fight the dog? What a badass! Bro! Is beating dogs some kind of hidden quest trigger? Lin Feiyu's face darkened as he pushed past the crowd, waving his hand. Move aside. I'm going into the courtyard. You still want to enter the courtyard? Don't stop him, let him bump his head. Another country bumpkin. Hope you don't crack your skull open. Exactly. Get a big bump on your head. Wait, he actually went in? He actually went in? Then, under everyone's stunned gazes, Lin Feiyu stepped into the small courtyard, and even the eldest sister followed him inside. Everyone gasped. Holy crap! How did he do that? Could it be that air wall has vanished? Everyone rushed forward. Of course, they were blocked by the air wall. Not only that, but even the courtyard gate, which had been open, slammed shut. That's how he got in. No, dude. Your wife shut the door with someone else. Your wife must have done some advance work. The group exchanged glances, then suddenly spoke in unison. Dog beating? Is that even possible? Buddy, check this out. Did he say any incantations before beating the dog? Or did he just start punching? Yeah. Bro. He did. The chant was, will I be lucky this year? Let's go. We're finding a dog to fight right now. You guys go ahead. I'll hang back here and see what kind of reward that guy gets. Alright. Bro. You stay put. We're off. Beat the dog. Beat the dog. Throughout Yunzhong County, in every street and alley where dogs roamed. Will I be lucky this year? Woof woof woof. Will I have a prosperous year? Woof woof woof. Lin Feiyu, who had just entered the small courtyard, watched the mute woman close the gate. He knew this was the third stage of the mission. That is, summon the tabby cat to slay demons and eliminate evil. He didn't even need to call out. The moment he stepped into the courtyard, the tabby cat would suddenly appear on the wall. With one leap, it would enter the small house and begin hunting the venomous snake. He only needed to stand in the courtyard for a moment while a fierce battle raged inside the hut. Clatter, clang, clang. Soon, the tabby cat would strut out of the room, head held high, clutching a black and white spotted venomous snake in its jaws. It leapt onto the wall with a cat's grace and vanished with a flourish. The mute woman was overjoyed. Though unable to speak, she gestured wildly with her hands to express her gratitude. Lin Feiyu stroked his chin, puzzled. I stood here motionless. It was the tabby cat who caught the snake, not me. Yet she kept thanking me. Oh well, best not to fix this glitch. How else would I explain it to the mute lady? This cat, was it the backup I called after fighting the dog? Soon, the mute woman emerged from the house carrying a long-handled weapon, an iron rod snake spear over 2 meters long. Lin Feiyu was overjoyed. This, an unexpected bonus? He only remembered the guide mentioning that after the tabby cat captured the venomous snake, the mute woman would produce a map. That was the crucial clue to unlocking the dungeon. He took the spear and examined it. 7-foot serpent spear. Quality, superior blue. Weapon, spear. Level requirement, 10. Attack power plus 100.
Basic attacks inflict poison, dealing 10% of the attack's damage. Poison stacks up to 10 times, explodes upon removal. Skill, throw. Can hurl the spear forward. Throwing the spear deals damage equal to a basic attack and inflicts poison. Throw range, 80 meters. 100 mana cost, casting once, 100 mana cost, pulling spear once. 7-foot serpent spear, serpent's tongue at its tip. Who king shall not pass, straight to slay Lulun. Lin Feiyu ran his fingers up and down the spear. Could it be a 1 in a million basic attack damage calculation method? This is essentially an alternative damage method for split arrow. Excellent. Grab it and use it, add another weapon as a secondary. What's this about poison stacking up to 10 times? I've got an eraser. Rub rub rub. Directly erase the limit. Poison stacks unlimited. Lin Feiyu erased the restriction. The mute woman retrieved another parchment from the room and handed it to Lin Feiyu. He took it and glanced at it. Sure enough, it was a map. This was the crucial item needed to unlock that dungeon. The map marked a cave entrance, but contained no other information. But, no problem. He knew exactly what to do. Chapter 36, Profession, Sword Immortal. Lin Feiyu remained low-key. When he entered the mute woman's small courtyard earlier, many people had seen him outside. To avoid being stopped and questioned, he slipped out the back door. He raced straight to the wilderness marked on the map. The location indicated. He had to complete the storyline before sunset. He arrived at a place called Emerald Valley, where a gentle stream flowed. Beside the stream stood a smooth stone wall. There was also a small puzzle-solving task here, one that required the sun to be present. Only by holding the map given by the mute woman, aligning it with the sunlight and the stream, could he find the missing piece of the map's illustration. From a specific angle, it would fit perfectly. The stone wall will then reveal a small cave. After completing all this, Lin Feiyu opened a purple epic tier treasure chest inside the newly opened cave. The chest yielded quite a haul. 2 attribute pills. Stream coagulating pills 2, attack plus 15. Attack power? Sell these. Blue icon shoes 1. Cloud pattern sandals. Quality, superior blue. Equipment, shoes. Level requirement, none. Restriction, cannot stack attributes with other shoes. Movement speed plus 0.8. Attack speed plus 0.6. Shoes embroidered with auspicious cloud patterns, a cost-effective choice for professional runners. Swap out those 1000-layer soul cloth shoes ASAP. This gem boosts both attack speed and movement speed. A pile of various crafting materials. Also a green icon beast tooth bronze half mask. Beast tooth bronze mask. Equipment, head hat. Grade, green fine quality. Attack plus 17. Level requirement, 5. Effect, conceals ID. Essential for raiding and plundering in the martial world. Well, not much use, but I'll keep it just in case. And, most importantly, the item to unlock the dungeon, a half-broken jade pendant. Broken jade pendant. Special item. Gulp. Just arrived in Yunzhong County and already stuck in a cutscene. Damn it, I haven't even had lunch yet. He picked up the half-broken jade pendant and held it up to examine it for a moment. This is it. This dungeon activation method is such a pain. Next step, deliver the jade pendant to the county government office. Then you'll connect with the county officials, who'll make you wait overnight while they verify certain matters with the jade pendant. The next day, you'll receive an official letter from the county government office summoning you to assist with an investigation. That's how the dungeon opens. Phew. Having completed everything, it was still early, only a little past 2 p.m. Rushing to make the most of the time saved. Lin Feiyu slurped noodles at a roadside stall in Yunzhong County while checking his backpack. Professional career change introduction letter. Advanced job change recommendation letter. These two. What should I do? Which profession should I choose? Or should I just stay a jobless wanderer? Being jobless isn't impossible, but leveling up is a problem. I can't just not level up, right? But choosing a profession brings another issue. It restricts the use of various weapon skills. Lin Feiyu vaguely recalled the general process for that hidden class with no equipment skill restrictions. The standard classes listed in the class change recommendation letter are definitely out of the question. Even if you use the skill eraser, equipment restrictions and skill restrictions are 2 separate entries. Only one could be erased, and currently, the equipment and skills in my possession were tied to multiple class categories. There's absolutely no way I can choose a standard class. Take the Divine Defense skill, for instance. It's utterly irreplaceable. Add to that Divine Guard's negative skill, Blood Drain. It adds a whopping 200,000 to my health bar? If I were to abandon that, I'd be reduced to my original form. Better check the advanced class transfer letters first, see if any of them offer classes without skill or equipment restrictions. Lin Feiyu visited the brothel and the Eastern Factory once before leaving. Damn it, these 2 places won't take me because of my gender. So strict? I checked out the Qingyun sect. Turns out the one taking disciples is that storyteller from Yunzhong County. 2 classes to choose from. Thunder King focuses on spell power. Pass. Icefall Cultivator, also magic focused.
Pass.
Finally, at Huangfeng Valley, I actually got that ascension order from a beggar Taoist in ragged hemp robes.
With this order, I can join Huangfeng Valley. Ascended? Is this really a cultivation sect?
Lin Feiyu examined the bright yellow token in his hand.
Its front bore the 3 characters Yellow Wind Valley, while the back read Ascension Token. And a line of smaller text, present this token to join the immortal sect, Huangfeng Valley. Teleportation via token permitted. Oh?
Lin Feiyu froze in place.
This token actually had teleportation capabilities?
Considering a return scroll cost around 100,000 copper coins, many people were unwilling to use them.
It was like an instant plane ticket, but the fare was too steep. This token could actually teleport?
Lin Feiyu hurriedly clicked to check the teleportation function.
Click to use teleportation. Can teleport to Yellowwind Valley or designated county cities? Restriction, can only be used once. Limited? Only usable once? Screw this. Holy crap. Now it can be used infinitely, right?
The town portal scroll has no usage restrictions, but it's a one-time consumable.
Once used, it instantly vanishes into a streak of light. Where's the chance to erase the restriction?
After erasing the restriction, Lin Feiyu immediately activated the token's teleportation function. In an instant, a golden pillar of light erupted around him. And Lin Feiyu felt the surrounding scenery shift continuously.
After an indescribable sensation of the world flipping upside down.
Finally, his feet touched solid ground, a mist-shrouded mountain pass that resembled a fairyland. Looking up, he saw layer upon layer of cloud seas roaring like waves between the mountains.
The mountains were cloaked in lush greenery, and suddenly, the air filled with the chirping of birds.
A youth clad in white robes arrived, riding his sword through the mountains.
Fellow Taoist. Could it be you who used that ascension command? Lin Feiyu hurriedly bowed with clasped hands. It is indeed I. Follow me.
The heroic youth in the jade crown waved his hand, lifting Lin Feiyu onto the rainbow light of the flying sword and carrying him away. Lin Feiyu stood within a grand, ancient hall in Huangfeng Valley. With this ascension order in hand, you are now an outer disciple of Huangfeng Valley. Here lie 3 foundational cultivation techniques, choose whichever suits you best.
A teaching disciple sat upright behind an octagonal table, upon which lay 3 ancient, thread-bound books.
Lin Feiyu understood these represented the 3 professions of the Huangfeng Valley sect.
Thank you, senior disciple.
He bowed respectfully, then stepped forward to pick up the 3 ancient texts and began reading.
Fireball technique, profession, fire mage. Gains 15 attribute points per level up. Requirement, must wield a magical weapon. Restriction, mage skills only. Restriction, cannot stack with other classes. Characteristics, 100% increased fire damage, spellcaster damage class. Wow, this is incredibly powerful. Especially the extra attribute points per level, that's a huge boost. You know, regular classes only get 10 stat points per level. Back in the day, remember the class Lin Feiyu knew that could use any weapon skill? It only gave 7 stat points per level. Too bad about the spell power. 5 elements arts, class, 5 elements sorcerer. Gains 12 attribute points per level, can wield any weapon and use any skill.
Traits, 50% reduction in 5 elements spell casting cooldown, 80% reduction in 5 elements spell mana cost, attack damage based class.
Restriction, cannot stack with other classes. The skills and gear fit me perfectly. Too bad. Attack power? My attack power, stuck at 7 points. Sigh. Picking up the last one. Sword scripture, class, sword immortal. Gains 15 attribute points per level up. Can wield any weapon and use any skill. Restriction, cannot stack with other classes. Abilities, manipulates objects for attacks, controls weapons autonomously, performs basic attacks independently. Attack speed determines the number of object manipulated strikes. Physical damage class. Restriction, attack range increases by 1 meter per level, current range 10 meters. Whoosh. Pulling the spear, no hands needed. This is truly a cure within 7 steps. Alright, double a now. Directly, doubled damage? This, massive boost. Chapter 37, A Fairy Tale Scene. Lin Feiyu used the Ascension Order to return to Yunzhong County. It was already 5 p.m. There were many matters to attend to at the Huangfeng Valley Cultivation Sect. Not only did he need to collect his outer disciple outfit, but he also awaited his formal initiation. However, according to Huangfeng Valley's rules, once one became a disciple, they had to remain within the sect to cultivate and were not allowed to descend the mountain at will. Citing the need to descend the mountain independently in search of opportunities, Lin Feiyu chose not to become a disciple. Thus, he no longer had a room to stay in at Huangfeng Valley, the outer disciple quarters. However, he learned that Huangfeng Valley offered sect-exclusive profession quests. That is to say, the daily activities that ordinary players in Yunzhong County complete every day. And he, as an outer door disciple of Huangfeng Valley, could claim these immortal daily activities. These tasks yielded spirit stones, which could be exchanged for cave dwellings within Huangfeng Valley. They could also be used in Huangfeng Valley to exchange for high-tier immortal equipment and skills. He knew a bit about Huangfeng Valley from his previous life, though that knowledge came much later. When 100-level great demons began ravaging the game world, various reclusive immortal sects finally emerged from seclusion. Among the 7 great immortal sects of Yunlai province, Huangfeng Valley might only rank 7th, but it was still a cultivation sect. According to his past life's memories, the Cloud Realm dynasty that ruled Yunlai province was backed by the province's immortal cultivation faction, the Sword Sect Beyond the Clouds. But Lin Feiyu knew that with the disciple token of Huangfeng Valley in his possession, he could make the cloud above dynasty tremble. Today's gains were substantial. Not only had he acquired a powerful immortal cultivation profession, but he'd also established connections with the immortal sects. Leveling up could wait, tomorrow's dungeon would be more than enough for that. Lin Feiyu logged off and returned home. The next day. By late morning, Lin Feiyu had already arrived at the county government office. Upon learning that the youth who delivered the jade pendant yesterday had arrived, the officials inside hurried out to usher him in. County Magistrate Li Ju, clad in deep black official robes and wearing a fapida headdress. He approached anxiously. Young hero, where did you obtain this jade pendant? The moment you delivered it yesterday, I discovered it bore the imperial seal. After extensive inquiries, it turns out this jade pendant belongs to the princess of the Yen royal family, none other than the princess of Yunzhong Commandery, the very commandery we govern. Oh. What? Lin Feiyu froze in shock. This twist? In his previous life, he'd only heard rumors about a fruit in that dungeon that could be consumed repeatedly, granting infinitely stackable attributes. How could it be connected to the Yen king? The Yenshan prince was the 4th son of His Majesty the Emperor, a member of the current imperial family of the Cloud Realm dynasty. If memory serves, after the old emperor of the Cloud Realm dynasty passed away, the throne was passed to the great-grandson. But Prince Yen refused to accept this, raised an army in rebellion, and ultimately met his end in defeat. Many players residing in the Yen king's fiefdom, especially those holding positions within the 5 armies' command, were conscripted to join the Great War. Some unlucky players were slain by NPC armies and couldn't even be resurrected. Those luckier ones were defeated by enemy players, only losing a level. But the battlefield is ever-changing. Who could have predicted the outcome? Thus, after the major rebellion storyline concluded with countless player casualties. After the Yen king was executed, countless players branded him a scheming opportunist and a cunning conspirator. His reputation was far from favorable. This dungeon was actually about saving his daughter? But why doesn't he recall the official strategy mentioning this? Was it concealed? Or is there some other hidden truth? Also, the guide mentioned that the governor of Yunzhong Commandery wouldn't send troops to assist, leaving players to conquer it on their own. Lin Feiyu felt that with his strength, soloing it should be no problem. But why wouldn't the governor send anyone? The governor continued politely, well, my troops are currently engaged in suppressing bandits at Black Dragon Mountain. I simply cannot spare any man. This situation is urgent. I wonder, young hero, could you perhaps proceed on your own? As he spoke, Magistrate Li Ju handed over a dungeon opening scroll. Lin Feiyu finally understood. So that's it. You just don't want to save her at all. The princess of Yunzhong Commandery, whose fief lies within the commandery, has gone missing in Yunzhong Commandery. And you, the governor, dare not send anyone to rescue her. No way, this must be your doing. That mute woman, you didn't make her mute, did you? Yunzhong Commandery is still under the Yen king's jurisdiction. Are you secretly loyal to the old emperor? That explains it. But Lin Feiyu is still too weak. He doesn't want to get entangled in the dynastic politics within the game. His sole focus is clearing the dungeon, selling its loot, and rushing to save his sister. The county magistrate is too kind. I'll find a way on my own. But my strength is weak, and I fear I may not be up to this heavy responsibility. Still, I will give it my all. Excellent. Bring the wine. Let us toast to our young hero. Governor Li Ju waved his hand grandly. Lin Feiyu took the cup and downed it in one gulp. Ding. Player has been poisoned with 7 spice bone softening powder. Attack power permanently reduced by 800. Clink. The wine cup in Lin Feiyu's hand fell to the ground, shattering instantly. Damn it. You're not even pretending anymore? Attack power. 800. You've crippled everyone. Damn it. The guide for this dungeon didn't mention this at all? How can they be so unfair? But Lin Feiyu promptly left the county government office. You reduce attack power. What does that have to do with my measly 7 attack points? Where's my divine defense skill? I'm at least 200k attack power short. And you're missing 800 from that. Off to grind dungeons. But I think that dungeon requires teammates to unlock it? How many people does it need? 6? I think so. Li Dahu and his crew are so slow, still pulling NPCs in Black Tiger Mountain. We haven't even started the assault yet. Forget it, if it doesn't work out, I'll just grab a few random people in the World Hall. Gotta hurry up and open the dungeon. Need to farm gold for my little sister. Emerald Valley, beside a babbling brook, a group of adventurers had arrived. Miss.
There's a treasure chest here. A fistfighter with brass knuckles on his palm dived headfirst into a cave in the stone wall, shouting excitedly to the others behind him.
Enough, Kai. That chest looks like it's been opened before it's empty. The speaker was a dashing young man mounted on a sturdy steed, wielding a lance with military bearing. Li Chi. What's wrong with letting him look? Kai passing the advancement test wasn't easy. He's just arrived in the secondary county city and doesn't know much yet.
Let him observe and learn more, declared an older, burly man wearing gleaming armor and carrying a broad sword on his back.
Exactly. Li Chi, you hear that? Uncle Gu is the leader this time. Cut the nonsense.
A youth with a bow seemed thoroughly fed up with the night's show of bravado. Li Chi reined in his horse, ignoring the archer entirely. His gaze settled on a graceful, slender young woman not far away, and his face instantly broke into a smile.
I didn't want to delay your leveling time, miss.
The girl, named Morong Shiyu, wore a confident, composed, and innocent smile. When she laughed, a pair of sharp little fangs peeked out, complemented by dimples on both cheeks utterly adorable. She wore a silver-blue knight's armor and a skirted knight's tunic, her hands resting on the pommel of a cross-bladed holy sword.
That little stream. This stone wall. A scene straight out of a fairy tale. Chapter 38, Opening the Dungeon, Blood Plague Forest.
Lin Feiyu hurried toward the verdant valley. Only there could he use the dungeon scroll given by the county governor to unlock the instance. Along the way, he desperately recruited teammates on the World Channel, but sadly, not a single soul trusted him.
But I'm not wrong. He glanced at his recruitment post, dungeon opening. My damage hits 6 figures. Full carry available. Location: Emerald Valley. Hurry up. It was true. Why isn't anyone coming? Sigh. Can't start the dungeon without teammates. Or, should I use my guild leader privileges and pull people from Chenyu Guild? Looks like that's the only option.
Lin Feiyu trudged along in a foul mood until he reached the map location. The moment he arrived, he spotted a group of people. There were 5 of them in total. One wearing knuckle dusters, likely a fistfighter. Another wielding a greatsword, probably a tank. A lance knight mounted on a horse, and an archer wielding a bow. And one who looked like a proper young lady wielding a one-handed sword.
Medieval knight attire? S.A.?
Lin Feiyu stroked his chin. After observing for a while, the 5-person party wandered about like they were on a picnic, browsing here and there, showing no intention of entering the monster-infested outer areas to farm monsters. That greatsword tank. Judging by his gear, he should be around level 40. He was clearly the highest level player among them. He must be the leader, but he was unusually respectful toward that girl. Was he a house-trained warrior? Looks like they'd stumbled upon a wealthy family's heiress. Lin Feiyu was certain of his assessment. The 5 people across from him perfectly matched the 6 needed to start the dungeon. Why not take them? Decision made. Even if I went through Lu Fei or the guild leader Shiryu, it'd take half a day to get them here. That would delay my dungeon run. This dungeon would take a whole day to clear. Otherwise, it's best to resolve my sister's matter as soon as possible. There's no time to waste. Lin Feiyu walked straight over. Hey, everyone. Fancy running a dungeon? The 5 people over there were startled. How could there be outsiders here? Li Chi immediately spurred his horse over, pointing his lance. Who are you? What dungeon? What are your intentions? Everyone watched the situation unfold. The young woman, Morong Shiyu, furrowed her delicate brows, clearly not welcoming this uninvited guest. Lin Feiyu displayed the dungeon's description and posted it in the restricted map channel. He then scanned the group members' IDs. Morong Shiyu, Li Gu, Li Chi, Kai Yuan, Song Ishua. He selected these individuals to view it. Dungeon, Blood Plague Forest. Easy. Minimum entry level, level 10. Quest, eliminate mutant monsters, rescue Princess Yunjong. Located in the southeast of Emerald Valley, within a forest corrupted by demons. Monsters infest every corner. They continue to multiply wildly. If left unchecked, this will lead to catastrophic consequences. Proceed to exterminate? Yes, no. Warning, this dungeon contains high-level monsters. Players below level 20 should proceed with caution. Warning. This instance requires a minimum of 6 players to activate. Clear rewards, 4 parties under 10 members, each player receives, County City Reputation plus 1000, EXP plus 1000. Actually, Lin Feiyu had concealed one crucial detail. This dungeon isn't just normal mode, it also features hard mode, nightmare mode, and hell mode. To ultimately obtain the fruit granting infinitely stackable attribute points, one must conquer the insanely difficult hell mode. The moment the group saw this in the map channel, their eyes lit up. This dungeon? Shouldn't be too hard. And it even grants 1000 County City Reputation points. That's the key to buying properties and renting shops on the county town streets. In NPC cities, players can buy properties and rent shops to run businesses. But the county government office checks your reputation points. If you don't meet the requirement, they won't let you buy. The group exchanged glances, all deeply tempted. While daily activities do grant reputation, they only yield less than 5 points per day, far too little.
At the county government's quest board, reputation dropping tasks were practically impossible to snag. Li Gu immediately turned to the Night Maiden. This dungeon is only level 20. I'm already level 40, Li Qi and Song Ishua are both level 30, and you're level 22, miss. We should clear this dungeon easily. Morong Shiyu's face lit up with delight as she nodded in agreement. Alright, but how will we split the experience points and dropped gear? Let's agree on that first, then let the system decide ownership. Otherwise, we don't know you, and we're afraid you might, cough cough, take advantage of us. Li Gu stepped forward earnestly. Young man, this dungeon is incredibly valuable to you. Based on how loot distribution worked in previous dungeon openings, all experience and drops go to whoever lands the killing blow. But looking at your level, you're only 10. We've got 110, 120, 230s, and me. 40. So, are you planning to sell it outright to us in one go? Or split the proceeds proportionally? After all, you provided the dungeon opening scroll. If we split it, how about 70% for us, 30% for you? If it's a buyout, I'd say around 300,000 credits. No. Lin Feiyu flatly refused. What split? What outright purchase? You're just filling numbers. I can solo this myself. Lin Feiyu waved his hand dismissively, his tone leaving no room for debate. Per established precedent, the kill belongs to whoever defeats it, and they get the share. That's how it's done. Li Gu, Song Ishua, and the others froze in shock. Is there such a good deal? Wasn't this guy practically handing out the dungeon? The young Miss Morong Shiyu couldn't help but laugh out loud, giggling audibly. This guy must be out of his mind. Uncle Gu was truly easygoing, he'd even offered a guaranteed buyout. Yet this guy actually wanted to earn benefits through his own strength? Is that even possible? The power disparity between them is completely disproportionate. A level 10 kid, where does he get the nerve? TSK. Youngsters these days. Uncle Go has already shown great leniency toward juniors like you. I advise you to choose the percentage split immediately. Otherwise, you might lose everything, working for nothing to line our pockets. This dungeon scroll was incredibly hard to obtain, wasn't it? Li Qi, perched atop his tall steed, shook his head regretfully as he offered earnest advice. Exactly. At your level. Level 10? Just fresh out of the countryside, cough cough, the newbie village, right? You don't know your place. Song Ishua, the archer beside him, chimed in with his own criticism. Lin Feiyu couldn't be bothered to respond. He simply activated the instance, pulling everyone present into the party. First, he hid his own stats. Then he adjusted the party settings to a split loot system. Experience and drops go to the killer, while shared kills are divided based on damage dealt. Hurry up! It's starting! Chapter 39, Hell Mode. Morong Shiyu and Li Gu exchanged a glance. We've never seen someone so unreasonable, can't even tell friend from foe? Miss, we've done everything we can. It's not our fault. We offered a fair and just deal, but he refused everything. Exactly. Stubborn as a mule. Insisting on whoever kills gets the kill share? Brainless? Honestly, to put it bluntly, he's just being ungrateful. Several people crowded around the young lady, each chiming in with their own opinions. Are we running the instance or not? Lin Feiyu urged. Let's go. Li Gu sneered as he motioned for everyone to click the instance confirmation button. Entering the instance wasn't something to fear. If anything went wrong inside, they could always choose to exit. He had made up his mind. Once inside the instance, he would absolutely wipe out every monster within. Not a single one would be spared for this greenhorn who didn't know his place. He'd teach him a lesson he wouldn't forget. Let him learn the harsh realities of human nature and the brutal lessons of society. After gaining everyone's consent, Lin Feiyu immediately changed the difficulty mode. Ding! Captain, Lin Feiyu has changed the difficulty mode to Hell mode. Ding! Dungeon activated. Warning! Minimum level for common mobs in Hell mode is 40. Proceed with extreme caution. Li Gu, Li Qi, and the others barely had time to exchange glances before exclaiming in alarm. Hell mode? The lowest level mobs are already level 40. That means even the lowest level boss is a Lord tier boss? Level 40 Lord level bosses? This could kill us. This guy, isn't he after the young lady? An assassin? Could it be a death squad sent by the Xiao and Yi families? Wait, isn't it supposed to be possible to leave dungeons freely? Could this dungeon be one of those forced instances where you can't leave? Or, does that youth possess some special item that can trap everyone? Damn it! We were too careless. The group made a unanimous decision. The moment they entered the instance, they would immediately take the young lady and exit. Lin Feiyu felt the world spinning wildly before his feet touched solid ground. He found himself at the edge of a desolate forest filled with bizarre trees sprouting crimson branches. A thick, foul stench wafted through the air. It was nauseating. Lin Feiyu had just pulled out the archer's oath, ready to start grinding monsters. The 5 people over there immediately huddled together. Li Gu, the one with the greatsword on his back, shouted urgently, "Miss! Quick! Exit the instance! Hurry! Got it!" No matter how well-behaved Miss Morong was, she sensed something was wrong and immediately took Li Ji's advice. Then the group of 5 frantically selected to exit the dungeon. Ding! Morong Shiyu selected to exit the instance. Ding! Forced instance. Exit failed. Ding! Li Gu selected to exit the instance. Ding! Forced instance. Exit failed. Ding! Li Qi selected to exit the instance. Ding! Forced instance. Exit failed. Damn it! It really is a forced instance. Shouldn't there be a warning for this kind of instance? Shouldn't there be a forced warning? Uncle Gu. Level 40. Hell mode. Do we stand a chance? Lin Feiyu, huh? Are you a death squad sent by the Xiao family or the Yi family? How utterly treacherous. May you rot in hell. You're not exactly proactive about having sons, are you? Lin Feiyu watched their panicked expressions, their incessant curses hurled at him, and their frantic, failed attempts to exit the instance. It suddenly reminded him of the moment he died in his previous life. That level 100 dragon dungeon. That was a forced instance with no warning. Such instances were extremely rare. Some players might never encounter one in their entire gaming lives. So most players instinctively forgot that this game world contained such mandatory dungeons ones you simply couldn't leave unless you completed them. And yet, here he was, facing it again in this life. What a twist of fate. Lin Feiyu himself couldn't figure it out. Shouldn't the guide for that dungeon have revealed these details? Those people over there seem to have misunderstood. They think I'm an assassin sent to kill their lady. They're still in multi-mode. They can't disband the party until they exit the dungeon. Unless Lin Feiyu, as the party leader, initiates a disband. Otherwise, members of the same party cannot inflict damage on each other. That's why those guys are just yelling over there, instead of attacking. Ha! Keep arguing. I'm off to farm monsters. Lin Feiyu hoisted his bow and arrow, setting off alone toward the Crimson Forest. The others exchanged bewildered glances. This Lin Feiyu was actually walking straight into the monsters to farm? After successfully outmaneuvering Miss Morong, shouldn't this assassin, this arch-villain, now reveal his true colors and begin mocking them relentlessly? Why was he off solo monster hunting? And he's leading the way? Could it be he's mistakenly targeting an innocent person? Miss Morong Shiyu furrowed her delicate brows in confusion. A good person? No. Miss. If this man isn't a loyal assassin of the Xiao or Yi families, if he isn't an assassin, then he must be. Oh dear. He can't possibly think this hell mode is a walk in the park, can he? No way? Pure. Damn it. What a fool. From how he just refused our fixed split and outright buyout, this guy is incredibly arrogant. Arrogant my ass. He's practically sick in the head. We're done for. We're gonna get screwed over by those 2 cuties and die in this dungeon. Team leader Li Ji's face darkened. This outing, led by him, a level 40 greatsword warrior, should have been foolproof. Yet, they'd stumbled in the gutter. He was consumed by self-blame and endless rage. A lifetime of glory. Ruined in an instant. Damn that bastard Lin Feiyu. If we really can't get out, I'll take you down with me. But if there's even a sliver of hope left, I'll fight to the death to protect the young miss. This must never happen again. Li Gu suddenly recalled the tragedy 3 years ago. The mistress was trapped forever in the forced instance. Even the second young lady, driven by grief and resentment that the family refused to risk our rescue, ran away from home. Today, even if I die, I will protect the young miss. I'll go check the monsters level. Stay right here, don't move. Perhaps there's a chance we can fight back. Over there, Lin Feiyu had already entered the blood forest. A half-human, half-branch monster, radiating a blood-red glow and dripping with an unknown crimson liquid, roared from the mountainside as it approached. The monsters inside matched the guide's description perfectly. Thankfully, the stats didn't lie. Verdant Tree Spirit Common, level 40. HP 200,000. Attack 2,500. Armor 1,500. Skill, Bean of the Bean, generates a shield that explodes upon destruction, dealing 200% of attack power as damage. Skill, Vitality Restoration, restores 10% health. Life truly is a peculiar miracle. 200,000 HP? Lin Feiyu was tempted to replace the battle-hardened Thorn Witch immediately. But, considering there'd likely be even more absurdly powerful bosses later, he decided to observe for now. Li Gu, the level 40 greatsword warrior who had followed straight into the forest, stared at the minor monster with 200,000 HP. He gritted his teeth. He knew his own attack power was only 2,300 points. His own HP was a mere 50,000. Even this minor mob would require him to fight with every ounce of strength, playing every last card in his hand, just to have a chance of defeating it at the cost of his own life. And this was just an ordinary mob. A wave of helpless despair surged violently within Li Ji's heart. Could it be, today, he truly was going to die here? At that moment, an arrow struck the crown of the verdant tree god. 228,046. 22,804. The bizarre tree demon, still prowling about, collapsed dead on the spot. Chapter 40, The Theory of Healing Qi. Lin Feiyu walked forward alone, picking up the dropped item, while Li Gu stared in disbelief. Ding! You have slain that emerald tree spirit. Experience plus 500. Ding! Triggered skill Divine Control. Beast Control capacity full. Unable to add to Beast Control roster? Experience points 500-3300. The dropped item on the ground wasn't bad. Copper coins plus 203. 1 white icon level 30 greatsword equipment. 1 green icon level 20 staff equipment. There's even a blue skill scroll. Emerald greatsword. Quality common white. Equipment two-handed sword. Level requirement 30. Attack power plus 251. Effect 15% lifesteal. Emerald wooden staff. Quality green fine. Equipment staff. Level requirement 20. Spell power plus 196. Effect restores mana on basic attacks. Theory of vitality. Quality blue superior. Skill active ability healing skill. Class priest support role. Effect restores 10% of the caster's maximum health to another target or themselves. Cooldown 90 seconds. Mana cost 50. Oh. The first two items are useless. We'll have to find Li Dahu and the others to get rid of them. This skill? Does the healing amount scale with your maximum health? 10%. So that means 22,000 HP restored? Cooldown? What cooldown? I've got god tier gear the White Tiger Arms battle a billion times that resets skill cooldowns at will. Then wouldn't that be infinite recovery? Perfect. I was just worried about lacking your recovery skill. Otherwise, no matter how high your health bar is, it'll eventually drop to 0. Class restrictions? My class, Sword Immortal? That's an immortal cultivation class, no class restrictions whatsoever. Lin Feiyu immediately began learning. At that moment, the young lady in knightly chi, still on the outskirts, also witnessed the Crimson Tree Demon collapse lifelessly. But they hadn't seen how the tree demon had actually died. But did they really need to wonder? It was undoubtedly Li Gu who had slain it. Otherwise, how could a level 40 greatsword class be outmatched by a mere level 10 archer? Everyone felt a wave of relief wash over them. It seemed this hell tier dungeon wasn't all that after all. If Li Gu, a tank class, could one-shot those minions, then with their teamwork, clearing the dungeon and escaping seemed highly achievable. Relaxing their expressions, the group began walking deeper into the Crimson Forest. Li Qi, still riding his horse, was the first to enter the forest. Uncle Gu. You're still going strong. No wonder you were one of the legendary Morong 4 knights back in the day. Miss Morong was also excitedly waving her arms. Uncle Gu. Well done. You actually one-shot it with a single strike. Looks like this dungeon isn't that hard after all. Kai Yuan, the lowest leveled among them, clung close to the young lady. Uncle Gu, just a moment ago you were making such a big deal out of this, but look. Archer Song Ishua was about to crack a joke, but he noticed something off. That was Li Ji's expression, which looked decidedly off. Unconsciously, his brow furrowed slightly. And then, there was that guy named Lin Feiyu, the one who'd screwed everyone over, actually licking up the loot. If memory served, this dungeon was kill share loot distribution, right? It was the mode Lin Feiyu himself chose. How, if Li Gu made the kill, how could he possibly have permission to loot the drops? Could it be? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Uncle Gu. What's wrong? Young Miss Morong Shiyu noticed Li Ji's uneasy expression and quickly asked. Li Gu gave an awkward chuckle. I might have an eye problem. A level 10 archer, 1 basic attack. 200,000 damage? Do you think I should go see an eye doctor? The group exchanged glances, though they were beginning to grasp Li Ji's meaning. There were only 2 level 10 players present, Kai Yuan, a fistmaster. The other level 10? An archer? That could only be the youth across from them, Lin Feiyu. What does that mean? 1 arrow for 200,000 gold. Is that even possible? Is this even humanly possible? Does this even let anyone else play the game? This is human? The crowd stared at Lin Feiyu in utter disbelief, utterly baffled. Lin Feiyu, however, remained focused on the item that had fallen from his hand. Without turning his head, he declared, those who wish to follow, follow. Those who don't, wait here. Once I clear the dungeon, you may exit. Gulp. Someone swallowed audibly, snapping the stunned crowd back to reality. Uncle Gu, he really hit 200,000 with 1 arrow? Li Qi, perched atop his towering steed, could scarcely believe his ears. Li Gu, his mouth parched, nodded emphatically with absolute certainty. Over there. Another emerald tree spirit spawned. Lin Feiyu drew his bow and released an arrow. A plain old auto attack. 228,046. 22,804. The damage from a basic attack plus split arrow utterly overflowing damage. Instantly slaying the tree demon that had spawned less than a second ago. Li Qi, mounted on his horse, had the clearest view. This. What a goddamn cheater. Damn it. It's a newbie. Li Qi saw it all with his own eyes. Yet even witnessing it firsthand, he couldn't believe it. His heart lurched, his legs buckled, and he tumbled completely from his horse. Thud. He crashed to the ground. Flat on his ass. He's really only level 10? Why does he feel like a level 50 to me? Lin Feiyu kept mowing down monsters, one arrow per target, barely taking any damage. This verdant tree demon gave decent experience points. 500. Killing 6-7 of them would get me to level 11. It's just, the loot drops afterward are pretty meager. Ding. Level up. Reached level 11. Gained plus 10 attribute points. Class exclusive attribute points for Sword Immortal plus 15. As usual, Lin Feiyu allocated all points to health. This was his first level up since reaching level 10. Lin Feiyu opened his attribute panel for a quick glance. Player, Lin Feiyu. Title, Valiant Bronze Warrior. Class, Sword Immortal level, 11 experience, 200-4500. Talent, Fight to the Final Chapter S232315. Health, 210,955 Shield, 21,095. Mana, 110. Attack power, 7. Spell power, 7. Physical defense, 9. Magic defense, 7. Physical penetration, 0. Magic penetration, 0. Attack speed, 1. Movement speed, 3. Reputation, 0. Copper coins, 1,460,223.5. Not bad, but this health from the stat points. Lin Feiyu was already starting to look down on it. Beast taming still gives more. He glanced at the experience points for the Divine Beast Control skill. Divine Beast Control skill EXP 1,020,000 10 million. Looks like it's time to bring out the beast to fight. Chapter 41, 5 levels up. At the edge of the forest. A vast swath of verdant tree spirits began gathering. 100 or more. Roaring and snarling, their forms contorted. They began surging toward us. Roar. Wah. Unfortunately, Lin Feiyu paid it no mind. These were all experience points. Not just his own experience points, but also experience points to level up his beast taming skills. Bring it on. Let the storm rage even fiercer. Brother Lin. There are way too many monsters over there. Should we retreat first? Li Gu and the others behind him began to worry. After all, it seemed only Lin Feiyu could handle these hell mode monsters here. The others could only watch helplessly. They couldn't stand by and let Lin Feiyu get trapped in a deadly situation. They immediately called out a warning. Lin Feiyu paid them no mind whatsoever. Instead, he unleashed 3 beasts at once. Ancient Rock Dragon Lizard, Thorn Succubus, Ghost Taoist. Li Gu and his 4 companions froze in place. He's actually a beast master? They watched as the dense sea of flowers began advancing toward the verdant tree demon. Lin Feiyu leapt onto the ancient rock dragon lizard's back. He commanded the beast to attack, but alas. After all 3 were monsters from the beginner village. Facing level 40 common monsters in a hell dungeon, they were simply outmatched. Only the Ghost Taoist fared somewhat better. He could exchange blows with the Emerald Tree Spirit for a few rounds. The thorn, which clearly couldn't hold out any longer, let alone her flower spirit. Looks like I really need to switch mounts. Lin Feiyu watched the thorn demoness, who had already been defeated multiple times, summoned once more. He thought to himself. It wasn't just that her health pool was insufficient to withstand the Emerald Tree God's attack, she was killed in mere moments. Moreover, her damage output was practically scraping the surface. This was actually slower than grinding on my own, and it couldn't even level up the Divine Beast Control skill. That meant the health provided by the Bloodling skill couldn't be increased. That's the fastest way to gain health. He couldn't give up. After the Thorn Demon died once more, Lin Feiyu quietly sacrificed this loyal companion who had followed him for days. Ding! Do you wish to abandon the Beastmaster Thorn Harpy? Yes, no. Once discarded, she'd be gone forever, no chance of any drop items either. Sigh. It seemed the price of taming a beast was forfeiting all chance of its drops. He clicked yes. Note, the abandoned Beastmaster Thorn Succubus will permanently lose its attack power. Notice, after abandoning the tamed Beast Thorn Succubus, the increased HP will be deducted HP 20,000. Divine Beast Taming, Beast Tamed 2-3. Immediately after, Lin Feiyu tamed a verdant tree demon he had just instantly defeated. Ding! Divine Beast Skill triggered. Acquired Beast Emerald Tree Spirit 3-3. Ding! Divine Beast Mastery Restriction triggered. Permanently deducts attack power 200,000 points. Ding! Enhancement. When other attack power bonuses, equipment, weapons, attribute points, pills, cannot exceed the deducted attack power, none will increase attack power. Ding. Skill blood bond triggered. Health plus 200,000. Ding. System notice, no loot will be dropped. Inside and out, another 180,000 HP added. Good. Basic attacks gained another 180k. Wait, with the shield value, that's actually 190k damage. Talent, fight to the final chapter as 430315. Whoa. This boost. 430k now? How about swapping out the ancient rock lizard too? The ancient rock lizard only has 30k HP. If we swap out the ancient rock dragon lizard for the emerald tree spirit, base attack damage would need to increase by 187,000. But Lin Feiyu didn't immediately abandon the ancient rock dragon lizard. No rush after all, this was merely the first minor enemy encountered in this hell tier dungeon. The elite monsters later on would surely be even stronger? Even if all 3 beast tamers were swapped for emerald tree gods, it wouldn't work. How could 3 take on 100? Looks like grinding experience for divine beast skills in this dungeon is out of the question. Better to handle this myself. Let's push through quickly. He didn't summon the emerald tree spirit. After all, there were still outsiders behind him. He couldn't reveal his information too quickly. Better to play it safe. Since I've decided to farm these mobs myself, I won't hold back. Mounted on the ancient rock dragon lizard, Ghost Daoist assisted from the side. Lin Feiyu fired arrows left and right, taking down one after another. The emerald tree spirits, each boasting 200,000 HP, fell like chicks, one after another. In under 3 minutes, the 100 or so emerald tree spirits spawned here were slaughtered clean by Lin Feiyu. Only a sea of loot remained scattered across the ground. Behind them, Morong Shiyu and the others stared in disbelief. It was that effortless. Who the hell was on a picnic here? Gulp. Li Gu swallowed hard, moistening his parched throat after gaping wide. This guy. How fierce is he? Did we just misunderstand a good person? Miss Morong said timidly. After all, they'd just entered the dungeon, discovered it was hell mode and a forced one at that, and proceeded to hurl baseless insults at that handsome young guy named Lin Feiyu. We kinda can't tell the good guys from the bad guys. Song Yishue, the archer, was starting to regret his earlier curses too. He'd been the one cursing the loudest. That guy probably just dragged us along to fill the numbers to start the dungeon. Li Chi climbed to his feet, brushed off the dirt, and said hesitantly. Is he really level 10? Kai Yuan, the only level 10 fist master present, asked in disbelief. He was when we first entered the dungeon, but now, his body has been glowing gold several times already. Li Gu swallowed hard, his voice bitter. With strength like that, would he hold us accountable for our foul language? Golden light flared intensely around Lin Feiyu. Ding. Level up. Reached level 12. Gained plus 10 attribute points. Class-specific attribute points for Sword Immortal plus 15. Ding. Level up. Reached level 13. Leveled up to 14. Level 15. Level 16. Leveled up 5 times in a row, plus the previous level. The first minor stage of this dungeon granted a whopping 6 levels. And used attribute points now reached 125. After clearing all the monsters here, Lin Feiyu finally began allocating his points. All points into stomach seal HP. All in. Player, Lin Feiyu. Title, Valiant Bronze Warrior. Class, Sword Immortal, Level 16, Experience, 8,216,000. Talent, Fight to the Final Chapter S444065. Health, 403,455. Shield, 40,345. Mana, 110. Attack Power, 7. Spell Power, 7. Physical Defense, 9. Magic Defense, 7. Physical Penetration, 0. Magic Penetration, 0. Attack Speed, 1. Movement Speed, 3. Reputation, 0. Copper Coins, 1,475,204.7. Lin Feiyu glanced at his stats panel. Looks like Divine Defense and Blood of the Wraith still offer the biggest boosts. Next up should be Elite Monsters and Boss Level Enemies, right? Chapter 42, The Crimson Wolf King. Hey there, young man. Young man. Got a guild? How about joining ours? Our Morong clan's Chi guild is ranked among the top 20 guilds in the Great Xia Empire. As a founding member of the guild, Li Gu had devoted his entire life to it. He had long regarded the guild as his life's work. Upon witnessing Lin Feiyu's basic attacks dealing nuclear-level damage, he couldn't help but feel a deep admiration for such talent. He immediately began recruiting him. What guild? Lin Feiyu furrowed his brow. Wasn't this the very guild he had joined in his previous life? Wasn't this the guild his ex-wife belonged to in his previous life? Wasn't this the guild where Su Xiaohan, the woman he'd just dumped and cut ties with, belonged? Damn it! What a small world! How could we run into each other here? That spoiled brat over there. Could she be that guy's so-and-so? Lin Feiyu felt a chill run through him, the last shred of goodwill vanishing completely.
replaced entirely by disgust and negative emotions. The Chiara Guild. Our guild's mascot is the polar penguin. That's what makes us the Chiara Guild. His fame. I think you must have heard of him. Li Gu was still chattering away, introducing his guild. Lin Feiyu swiftly flicked his hand, sending the plant emblem of his Qianyu guild into the party chat. What a joke. I've got a plant too, damn it. Now you lot are going to start whining here? Is your guild leader that guy named Morong Limo? Lin Feiyu asked with utter contempt. He had finally figured it out. The only reason he'd managed to marry that Su Xiaohan was because of that guy's weird quirks. You've heard his story too? He's one of the few level 70, 6th transformation brilliant diamond warriors in our great Xia. Just one step away from becoming a level 71 transcendent master. Li Gu spoke with extreme excitement. Back then, it was he who had stayed up all night for several consecutive days alongside Morong Limo, pushing him rapidly into the top 20 of Great Xiao's combat power rankings. Moreover, looking back, much of the equipment on President Morong's person was actually gear Li Gu had graciously relinquished for the president's use. In other words, Li Gu believed that Morong Limo's current achievements contained his own sweat and contributions. Ha! Lin Feiyu chuckled inexplicably. You lot just tag along. I'm going back to grinding monsters. And don't even mention joining a guild again. I have my own organization. Li Gu paid no heed to Lin Feiyu's warning, pressing on. Guilds can be acquired. We're willing to pay a tremendous price for you. Your damage output proves your strength and potential. Shut up. Lin Feiyu was utterly speechless. How could this burly greatsword warrior be so chatty, like some nagging auntie? At that moment, after reading the guild information Lin Feiyu had sent in the party channel, was instantly filled with shock and doubt. Qianyu Guild? Why this guild? Wasn't that the guild her younger sister Morong Qianyu had invested in, secretly acting as its backer? The guild leader, isn't that Sister Shiryu? How could it be her? What's going on? But Morong Qianyu didn't dare make a fuss. That gathering guild actually had some of her pocket money invested in it. That was, after mother got trapped in the dungeon and couldn't escape, the clan under pressure from her brother Morong Limo refused to organize a rescue mission. In a fit of rage, the younger sister stormed out of the house, secretly establishing this guild outside. She planned to rescue her mother once the guild grew strong enough. The guild leader was Sister Shiryu, a close confidant of her younger sister, Morong Qianyu, a highly skilled ice mage. The vice leader is Lu Fei, who was once the family's long-serving steward. How did the guild leader suddenly change to this boy standing before us? Why didn't they even consult me, the major shareholder? Even if you didn't consult me, you should have at least notified me. I knew absolutely nothing about this. But she immediately stepped in, advising Li Gu, who'd been bragging about how great the Chiara Guild was, not to push him too hard and risk offending him. We couldn't let the Chiara Guild poach him. Such a powerful figure. He's the one who saved my mother. No. The greatest combat power. Perhaps, the opportunity truly was immense. If Li Gu persuaded him to join the Chiara Guild, my brother Morong Limo would genuinely order the rescue mission to be halted. Morong Limo and Qiyu Qianyu half-sisters have never gotten along since childhood. After their mother's accident, he outright blocked any rescue efforts. That's not something a human being would do. Even if she was your stepmother. She was still your mother. Didn't she wash your clothes and cook for you when you were little? Lin Feiyu paid them no mind, striding deeper into the dungeon on his own. After walking inward for nearly half an hour. Along the way, emerald tree spirits kept spawning. 1 arrow per target, no mercy. The loot drops were pretty decent. His backpack was already overflowing. I had no choice but to remotely use the game system to bundle most of the unused gear and dropped materials into packages, shipping them all to Li Dahu and his 2 companions. Let them handle it. Soon, they emerged from the edge of the blood forest. Finally, they encountered a boss-level enemy, along with a horde of 20 to 30 elite monsters. Blood Wolf King boss level, level 40. HP, 450,000. Attack power, 3,500. Armor, 1,500. Skills, Howl summons wolf cubs to attack. Each howl summons a pack of 10 wolf cubs. Wolf cubs possess 5% of the Wolf King's stats. 10-second cooldown. Restriction, no more than 50 cubs may be present on the battlefield at once. Skill, Bite. Continuous bites. Each bite deals damage equal to 100% of the user's attack power plus 100 number of cubs present. 10-second cooldown. Night falls. Close your eyes. Blood Wolf. HP, 350,000. Attack power, 2,500. Armor, 1,200. Skill, Roar boosts own attack power, attack speed, and movement speed. 30-second cooldown lasts 15 seconds. Charge, rapidly dashes forward, dealing 100% of its attack damage and inflicting bleed. 10% of damage dealt per second, lasts 30 seconds. Stacks. Woof. The others behind them also saw the monster's stats. Hey, kid. This Wolf King with 450k HP? Not gonna be easy to take down.
Just say the word. We can tank it for you, no problem.
Lin Feiyu glanced back over his shoulder.
Didn't you see me take down that tree spirit earlier? One arrow for over 400k HP? Yeah.
They were hiding way back there, just watching me go on a killing spree.
How could they possibly see the stats? 450,000?
Lin Feiyu glanced at his talent stats.
Talent, fight to the final chapter as 444,065. Plus the 40,000 from split arrow. Taking down a 450k HP Wolf King? Piece of cake. He raised his hand and fired an arrow. 442,565. 42,906. The Wolf King didn't even get to howl before dropping dead on the spot. Chapter 43, I'm low on health. This. Just now, it was over 200,000 damage per arrow. Now it's over 400,000? Don't tell me it's from consecutive level ups in this dungeon?
I think he actually had this damage potential all along. The 200k earlier was just holding back.
Have you ever seen a level 10 player dealing 400k damage? That's ridiculous. What are you talking about? 200k damage per shot isn't absurd? True. Ding. You have defeated Blood Wolf King. Experience plus 1000. Ding.
Triggered skill Divine Beast Control.
Beast capacity full. Unable to add to beast control? Experience points 9,216,000.
Lin Feiyu stared at the fallen Wolf King.
He knew the ancient rock dragon lizard had to leave. He had already stored away the ancient rock dragon lizard and the ghost Taoist long ago. He opened the Divine Guard skill interface and discarded the ancient rock dragon lizard. Ding. Confirm abandoning tamed beast ancient rock dragon lizard? Yes, no. He clicked yes. Note, the abandoned mount ancient rock dragon lizard will permanently lose its attack power bonus. Note, after abandoning the beast ancient rock dragon lizard, the deducted HP bonus will be removed HP 30,000. Divine Beast Control, Beast 2-3.
Then, Lin Feiyu directly summoned that Wolf King.
Ding.
Divine Beast Control skill triggered.
Acquired Beast Blood Wolf King 3-3. Ding.
Divine Beast Control skill restriction triggered.
Permanently deducts attack power 450,000 points. Ding. Enhancement. When other attack power bonuses, equipment, weapons, attribute points, pills, cannot exceed the deducted attack power, none will increase attack power. Ding. Skill Blood Bond triggered. Health plus 450,000. Ding. System notice, no loot will be dropped. Alright. After deducting the ancient rock dragon lizard's HP bonus, that adds another 420,000 HP. My HP. Just broke 1,000,000.
Player, Lin Feiyu.
Title, Valiant Bronze Warrior. Class, Sword Immortal level, 16 XP, 9,216,000. Talent, Fight to the Final Chapter S906065. HP, 823,455. Shield, 82,345.
A single auto attack arrow dealing 900k damage.
Whoa! That's insane.
I haven't even used my Sword Immortal skills yet. Even the bow in my hands is just a plus 50 attack bonus starter gear with no level restriction, something Li Dahu flattered me with. My attack deficit must be over 1,000,000 by now. Look at that. There's still a boss I can take down. Just as Lin Feiyu was quietly admiring his stats, the pack of blood wolves that had been watching from the sidelines saw their leader suddenly go down so easily. They immediately launched a collective charge. 30-odd blood wolves howled in unison, their cries shaking the valley. Arg. 3,743. 3,743. 3,743. A bunch of numbers floated above his head. But it was useless. 20 blood wolves in total, and not even the obsidian shield could break through. The 5 people behind him, seeing the pack of wolves lunge forward, instinctively wanted to shout a warning, but, remembering this guy was a psychopath. So they all held their tongues, unable to utter a word. Yet, the clanging sound effects of the wolves striking the shield still reached their ears. This time, the 5 of them were close enough to get a better look at this young man's abilities. Just what the hell was he? But, how could the wolves' attacks not even break through his shield? What? The group exchanged glances, each face bearing its own shade of shock. Today, they'd been utterly stunned into numbness by this Lin Feiyu. What kind of shield is this? How resilient? Ding. You've been hit by Blood Wolf skill, Fierce Pounce. Inflicts bleeding effect. 375 HP SCC, lasts 30 seconds stackable. Stack 20 times. 7,493 damage per second. Crack. The obsidian shield finally shattered under the Blood Wolf's bleeding effect. Boom. A halo of light began to spread. The wolf pack was instantly struck by Lin Feiyu's massive area AoE attack. Group 82,345. Whoa, 80,000 damage to the group? Honestly, that number feels almost normal to me. 80,000. This must have a 100-meter radius. 80,000. A team fight god tier skill. Li Gu, Miss Morong, and the others silently endured this crushing blow, stunned and disbelieving.
Lin Feiyu stood utterly unfazed amidst the wolf pack. Surrounded and savagely mauled, the scene appeared perilous. But in reality, with my 800,000 HP bar. Bring it on! I'll snap your teeth right out. At this point blank range, don't even bother drawing your bow. Lin Feiyu pulled out the blunt sword from his backpack. He raised his hand and swung the sword. Ding! You have killed Blood Wolf. Experience plus 600. Experience points 9,816,000. 20 Blood Wolves weren't enough to take him down in half a minute. But his own health was plummeting rapidly. 20 Blood Wolves, combined with their bleeding skill, dealt devastating damage. 20 seconds later. All down. Ding! You have killed Blood Wolf. Experience plus 600. Experience points 9,816,000. Plus 600. Plus 600. Level up again. Ding! Level up. Reached level 17. Gained plus 10 attribute points. Class exclusive attribute points for Sword Immortal plus 15. After being struck by Obsidian's blast, these Blood Wolves were no longer instantly killed. Divine defense skills didn't even get a chance to activate. What a pity. Originally, I had even replaced the Ghost Daoist. That would have added another 200,000 HP. But there's no need for regrets. There's still a Lord tier boss waiting. And one more, a hidden King tier boss crucial for unlocking the final reward, the attribute fruit. Perfect timing to swap out the regular mobs, the verdant tree spirit and the ghost Taoist. Surveying the scattered gear, Lin Feiyu spent a moment picking through it. Only one item caught his eye, a superior blue quality wolfskin backpack with plus 200 inventory slots. There was also a fine green wolf fawn pendant that added 1000 HP. Equipping these two items, he bundled the rest for Li Dahu. Following his usual routine, he allocated all his attribute points to health. Player, Lin Feiyu. Title, Valiant Bronze Warrior. Class, Sword Immortal, Level, 17, Experience, 5,220,000. Talent, Fight to the Final Chapter S908815. HP, 825,955. Shield, 82,595. Copper coins, 1,479,204.7. Lin Feiyu stared at his health bar, still steadily decreasing. It must be said, the Blood Wolf's stacking bleed effect was truly impressive. Not only could it stack on itself, but it could also stack between wolves. Each Blood Wolf bite added 375 stacks. Starting with 20 bites, it immediately dealt 7,493 damage. Later, Lin Feiyu's attack speed reached 1 strike per second. Decreasing per second. But that still totals 210 stacks. 78,743 damage per second. Plus the earlier Wolfpack assault. He endured 210 bites from the Blood Wolves. Total damage, 780,000. After deducting shield value, 82,595. Current health bar, 43k 820k. Damn it! My health bar is down to just over 40k. Only 5% health left. No way. I'm critically low. Li Gu saw Lin Feiyu's health plummeting and rushed forward. Hey, I've got healing potions here, each restores 1000 HP. Why don't you use one? Lin Feiyu said nothing, casting a healing breath on himself. Plus 82,595. Then another and another. Healing Chi Theory. Plus 82,595, plus 82,595, plus 82,595. His healing skills felt like they had no cooldown, instantly restoring his health to full. Chapter 44, The Original Master. Sacrifice your life. Li Gu silently stowed the offered health potion back into his backpack. High damage output is one thing. But perhaps it's innate talent, a gift from the heavens. Being able to tame beasts is one thing, but maybe it's just luck, stumbling upon a skill that lets him tame beasts. But this, you can actually heal yourself? And instantly restore over 80,000 HP? Or, no cooldown. You've shattered conventional class boundaries. A solo player could probably clear this dungeon solo, right? Then why drag us 5 in? Just so we can watch you show off? Oh? Less than 6 players can't start the instance? So, the 5 of us, we're just here to make up the numbers. Furious? No wonder. This guy refuses to split the loot at a fixed ratio, yet won't buy out the entire share outright either. He knew all along he could clear it solo. He planned from the start to go into hell mode. And, the rest of us? We were just passing by, caught his eye, and got dragged in to make up the numbers. Lin Feiyu walked silently deeper into the dungeon. Does he have any other secrets he hasn't revealed yet? Li Gu stood dejectedly in place, watching Lin Feiyu's receding figure as he muttered to himself. The realization that he was merely a token addition sent a wave of overwhelming helplessness and frustration surging through the usually arrogant Li Gu. Was this it? Was I just washed up on the shore? At that moment, Miss Morong approached with several others. Uncle Gu, we should follow him, that freak, oh no. That guy's already gone too far.
Miss Morong accidentally let slip, playfully sticking out her tongue before continuing. The monster's here, none of us can handle them alone, it's safer to stick close to him. Li Gu listened to the young lady, unaware of how his words felt like salt rubbed into a wound, and nodded helplessly. He was the highest level player here, yet for safety's sake, he was now forced to trail behind that kid barely in his teens. This blow instantly made Li Gu feel 50 years older. Li Qi arrived too. Once proudly riding a tall horse, after that terrifying fall. He no longer rode. From mounted to foot soldier. Noticing Li Ji's dejected state, Li Qi tried to console him. Uncle Gu, back when we were level 10, dealing 1,000 or 2 in damage was normal.
But he's only in his teens and already dealing hundreds of thousands? That kind of damage, that's just insane. He's the one with the problem, not us. We're normal. He's the abnormal one. Li Gu whipped his head around to stare at Li Qi, his face frozen in shock. You sure know how to talk. Emerging from the edge of the blood forest, they climbed over a small hill. They arrived at a boundless plain. This was the map of the dungeon's boss. It was a giant dragon. Following the strategies from my past life, I shouldn't have gone wrong. The final showdown with the dungeon's ultimate boss was upon us. The hour is now high noon. A colossal, purplish-red dragon, dripping with dark blood, its wings decayed and broken. Death Dragon Lord Class Boss, level 40. HP, 700,000. Attack Power, 0.01. Armor, 200,000. Magic Resistance, 200,000. Skill, Rending Claw. Huge dragon claws tear through space. Deals physical damage equal to 20% of the dragon's maximum HP 10-second cooldown. Ability, Scorching Breath of Darkness, scorching dragon flames reduce all to ashes. Continuously spews Dragonfire Breath 10-second duration, damage increases incrementally each second, consuming 10% of maximum health per second. Deals 3%, 6%, 9%, 12%, 15%, 18%, 21%, 24%, 27%, 30% of maximum health as magic damage 50-second cooldown. Skill, Annihilation, Dragonflame Breath drains the dragon's health until it explodes, dealing true damage equal to the damage caused by Dragonflame Breath. Dragonflame Breath deals damage over 10 seconds, totaling 165% of maximum health. Ignores defense attributes. Revives after death. Resurrections 8-9. Unstoppable, irresistible. Hiss. Good news, this dragon's attack power is weaker than a mosquito's. Bad news, it's a health bar model. Damage output depends entirely on health points. Just like me. This dragon is cosplaying me. These stats. Lin Feiyu watched with his heart in his throat. 1 Dragon Claw Strike 140,000 damage. My armor is 9 points, magic resistance is 7 points, it's practically nothing. Dragon Flame Breath. 10 seconds, damage increases by 3% per second. A 10-second breath. 1.155 million? That'll wipe my health bar instantly. And that's not all. The true damage from the dead dragon's self-destruction hits again. And it ignores armor and magic resistance? Though he has a chance to one-shot me with an arrow. But I still need to be careful. If we slip up here, it'll be too late for regrets. The 5 members behind him stared at the boss's stats. All of them sucked in a sharp breath. Magic resistance, armor, both at 200,000. Li Qi exclaimed. Who could possibly break through that defense? Miss Morong was equally astonished. Maybe that guy Lin Feiyu could. Archer Song Yishua remarked calmly. I broke through the defense. I also entered this dungeon at level 10. Kai Yuan, a level 10 fistmaster, was already losing his cool. He's not human. He'll probably level up 10 times in this one dungeon. Li Qi complained. With stats like his, he'll probably be ready for the level 20 advanced dungeon the moment he leaves this one. Why should he have to suffer like us, desperately hunting for special effect weapons and high stat potions, painstakingly evaluating gear, honing skills, endlessly researching and discussing advanced dungeon strategies before daring to attempt them? Miss Morong pouted, thoroughly annoyed. In this game called life, why did some people sail through smoothly, like they had cheat codes? Enough. Let's not compare ourselves to freaks. It'll just blow our minds. Li Qi tried to calm her down. Looks like Uncle GE's already blown up. Miss Morong teased, glancing at the silent Li Gu beside her. After witnessing Lin Feiyu's strength and those unassuming stats today, it was just a massive blow. He was nearly crushed. How can people be so different? Li Gu muttered to himself, seemingly oblivious to the group's discussion and teasing. Lin Feiyu drew his bowstring as usual, poised to unleash another one-shot kill and claim yet another 700,000 HP boss. But then, that same, mysterious, inexplicable preserved egg that had reincarnated alongside him, began violently trembling inside his backpack. Then, the purple-black preserved egg flew out on its own. Hovering before Lin Feiyu. Death Dragon began to tremble violently. Then, it knelt down. The colossal dragon's body, as massive as a small mountain, collapsed to its knees, its enormous head bowing low to the ground. The dragon actually spoke in human language.
A hoarse, deep, and commanding voice that of a mature woman echoed from the dragon. Death Dragon, Box, pays homage to my master. I offer my life to my master. Chapter 45, Rewriting the Rules of the World. The boss got scared into kneeling? Damn it! Is he even human? How did you pull that off? He's not human. Not human. He's inhuman. You're not human. You're not human at all. You're a native inhabitant of this game world. And you're pretending to be a player here. What are your intentions? What are your motives? You are the dragon's child. The 5 members of the Morone family had descended into utter madness. Of course, they hadn't noticed the preserved egg that had suddenly floated into view before vanishing just as quickly. They began to refuse to believe that this person who could terrify a boss lord into kneeling with a single glance was human. Amidst their incoherent ranting, it was Li Gu who bravely stepped forward. True to his age, he remained composed. He shouted sternly to silence them. Silence. Quiet. Stop this nonsense. Young Master Lin is a good man. A good man. A truly good man. In truth, among all these people, he was the one trembling the most. As the eldest among them, he had seen the most. The more he knew, the more he feared. Lin Feiyu stared at the preserved egg that vanished in an instant, then lay quietly back in the backpack. He was utterly dumbfounded. What the hell? The origin of this preserved egg was... First off, it was an egg. Second, ruling out myself as the source, I'm human. While we belong to the phylum Chordata and class Amniota, we're mammals, viviparous creatures. Of course, there are oviparous mammals too, but those are Prototheria, monotremes. I clearly have 2 holes, one in front, one in back. I'm a eutherian mammal. Ha? What am I thinking? What the heck is this nonsense? I'm male, a male, I don't give birth. I don't have the necessary equipment. Lin Feiyu was utterly baffled, his thoughts completely scrambled. The egg came from another world. No. There, reborn. And I died in, that one. Skeleton Dragon. Level 100. A throne-bound great fiend. Could it be, it put out a bounty on my head? Or, did it use my rebirth to escape something? Lin Feiyu suddenly remembered. A serpent. A creature with the upper body of a human and the lower half of a serpent's tail. A snake woman, exquisitely beautiful with heavy makeup adorning her face, who had casually remarked with a smile. You actually carry that person's aura. How rare it seems he too has begun to break free. Damn it. My rebirth. Could it be, not some divine destiny? Could someone be pulling strings behind the scenes? Could it be? My lord, please sign the master's servant contract. Box will then become your loyal beast. A scroll of the contract appeared before his eyes. Lin Feiyu picked up the scroll. He too had heard the various terrifying tales from behind. Not human. Dragon's offspring? Doesn't that mean I have to kneel before this great dragon mother? Put. She should be the one kneeling before me. Then that must be the Dragon King. I am the Dragon King. Rebirth, the Dragon King returns. The one without the crooked mouth. He pursed his lips, turned his head awkwardly behind him, and forced out an explanation. This is my personal charm. Do you believe me? Under Li Ji's admonition, the 5 members of the Morone family quickly realized the truth that the more you know, the faster you die. Better to play dead, to pretend they knew nothing. Otherwise, if, then, not a single one of them would make it out alive. Miss Morone, I believe you. I'll believe anything you say. Li Ji, yes. Young Master Lin speaks with wisdom. Song Yishue, right. Young Master Lin's charisma is simply boundless. I even want to, that. I don't want to. Kai Yuan stammered, that. Brother Long is absolutely right. Li Ji slapped Kai Yuan hard. What brother? Kai Yuan jolted in shock, nearly collapsing to his knees. Brother Lin. It's Brother Lin. I was wrong, Brother Lin. Ha. Li Gu stood there, chuckling to himself. These were all men he'd trained himself. How could they all be so utterly clueless? If you hadn't spoken up, it would have been fine. But now that you have, Brother Long will likely be even less inclined to let us off the hook. Under immense pressure, sweat drenched his back. Lin Feiyu ignored them, unfurling the contract scroll to examine it. Contract scroll Death Dragon Boxer active contract. Single use only. Only usable on Death Dragon Boxer. Upon activation, Death Dragon Boxes shall become your servant, bound to your command. Note, Death Dragon Boxes is an active contract and a living being. It will not inherit any skills from contracted beasts. Restriction 1, once contracted, the contract beast cannot be upgraded. Restriction 2, if its HP is depleted in battle, it will still perish. Hint, Dead Dragon Box possesses a resurrection skill, currently with 8 uses remaining. Cannot be upgraded? Screw that. Lin Feiyu had intended to erase the restriction after using it once. But erasing it was pointless.
After all, this contract scroll can only be used on dead dragon boxes. Making it reusable wouldn't change anything. Then erase the upgrade restriction. As for resurrecting 8 times after death, that's an inherent effect of the dead dragon beast itself. This is a contract scroll. Resurrection count can be erased in the Beastmaster interface. That's how it'll be done. A mount that can level up and grow infinitely. That's seriously so cool. Lin Feiyu immediately erased the restriction and chose to activate it. But then, that big mother dragon seemed to have a screw loose. She suddenly started bellowing. My master, actually, can modify the rules of the world. Shut up. Lin Feiyu quickly cut her off. This eraser was his greatest asset since his rebirth. Though it was a forced binding, he couldn't just casually reveal its existence. The ability to erase restriction clauses was utterly defying the heavens. If word got out, how many envious eyes would it attract? If someone refused to believe it was bound and insisted on seizing this immense opportunity by force, that would spell disaster. After all, their power was still lacking, not enough to shatter this world. The dragon wasn't the sharpest tool in the shed, but even it recognized its own limitations. Because several others were following behind. My lord! Those 5 ants behind us, they've already glimpsed the heavenly secrets. Allow me to slaughter them all. The dead dragon spoke, then straightened its body, raised its massive claw, and prepared to strike down. The 5 members of the Morong family behind him were instantly overcome with despair. What an undeserved calamity. Was it just not consulting the almanac before going out? Wasn't it just taking people out for a picnic? How did they end up facing something like this? Li Gu was on the verge of collapse, yet he steeled himself against the overwhelming dragon's might and stepped forward, his voice strained as he declared. Young Master Dragon, oh no! Young Master Lin, we swear we won't breathe a word of today's events. I'm willing to make a solemn oath right here in the game interface. The other 4 nodded vigorously. Swearing an oath within the game interface was equivalent to pledging before the formidable rules of this vast game world. Valid, but not very effective. It all depended on whether the game world's rule power would give a damn about you. If it does, the terrifying might of the rules could bring instant retribution. Even in the real world, you'd be found out regardless of whether you logged into the game world. If it ignores you, your oath might as well not have been made at all. It can only be said to have some binding power, but not much. The dead dragon suddenly spoke. I observe that my master possesses a kind heart and does not wish to recklessly create bloodshed. Then, bowing respectfully toward Lin Feiyu, it added, My lord, have you forgotten you can alter the rules of the world? Chapter 46, The Darkest Disciple. The dead dragon's single sentence instantly ended the contest. The 5 members of the Morong family froze in place. It was this very dead dragon who had casually mentioned that his master could actually alter the rules of the world. Dead dragon realized he'd spoken out of turn, that's why he'd harbored murderous intent. Now look at this mess, you gave him the reason to die, and you gave him the reason to live. Good dragon, bad dragon, oh no. You've played both roles to the fullest. Altering the rules of the world? If that's true, then wouldn't an oath become a genuine curse? No. The ability to alter the rules of the world, that's what's truly terrifying. Who the hell is this Lin Feiyu? No. What the hell is he? But, following Li Ji's lead, they quickly swore an oath in the game interface. Survival comes first. Lin Feiyu completed the contract scroll and handed it to the Great Mother Dragon. Death Dragon Box, her massive dragon claw grasping the small contract scroll. A gentle puff of breath sealed the contract. Ding! Lord Tier Boss Death Dragon Boxer initiated contract. Acquired Beast Mount Death Dragon. Ding! Bloodlust skill triggered, HP plus 700,000. Oh! This dead dragon isn't even a beast controlled by the Divine Guard skill, yet it still gains the blood bonus from Blood of the Dead? A direct 700,000 HP boost? That's a straight 1.5 million HP surge. This puts me just barely. Player, Lin Feiyu. Title, Valiant Bronze Warrior. Class, Sword Immortal level, 17 XP, 5,220,000. Talent, Fight to the Final Chapter S 1,679,816. HP, 1,505,955. Shield, 150,595. Not bad, but still not breaking through the sky. The road ahead is still long. He inquired of Death Dragon Box, that abyssal monster. In other words, the ultimate boss of this dungeon. The Death Dragon seemed slightly afraid. Her hoarse, mature voice echoed, the Darkling, hailing from the depths of the abyss. It seeks to spread corruption, poisoning this sacred realm to cultivate the abyss's vanguard forces. Then, why are you here, working for him? He killed me once. He broke my death resurrection. So? The Death Dragon's death resurrection countered. What kind of setting is this? Oh? This dead dragon, no wonder he chose to kneel the moment he saw me. I suppose part of the reason was to escape the control of that Darkling. Died once? Lin Feiyu opened the Beastmaster interface and examined the information on the dead dragon. Death Dragon Lord Class Boss, level 40. HP, 700,000. Skill, Rending Claw. Huge dragon claws tear through space. Deals physical damage equal to 20% of maximum HP 10-second cooldown. Skill, Scorching Darkness Breath. Scorching Dragonfire reduces all to ashes. Continuously breathes Dragonfire 10 seconds duration. Damage increases incrementally each second, consuming 10% of its own HP per second.
Deals 3%, 6%, 9%, 12%, 15%, 18%, 21%, 24%, 27%, 30% of its maximum HP as magic damage 50-second cooldown.
Skill, Annihilation. Dragon Flame Breath depletes the dragon's health until it explodes, dealing true damage equal to the total damage from Dragon Flame Breath. 165% of maximum health if sustained for 10 seconds. Ignores defense attributes. Revives after death. Resurrection count 8-9. Heh.
Lin Feiyu grabbed an eraser and went to town on the respawn count.
Now it's perfect infinite deaths. Is this what they call a dead dragon? Death Dragon Boxer. The entire dragon trembled violently, struggling to speak.
Spotting 5 others nearby, it couldn't hold back any longer and let out a series of thunderous dragon roars.
Roar. Roar. Well, will you take me along to see that? Abyssal Disciple? Mount my back, my lord. I shall carry you there.
Originally, there was also a teleportation array diagram needed to locate the final boss's position.
That quest was also incredibly troublesome and complex.
But now, no need for teleportation, we have a dragon to carry us.
It's just...
He glanced back at the 5 members of the Morong family, now frozen in shock, their forms distorted beyond recognition.
He asked, after I leave, will this place be safe? The dragon replied, extremely unsafe.
This place has been utterly corrupted by that darkling.
After I fly away, who knows what other monsters might emerge?
With those 5's abilities, staying here means certain death. Then, take them with me.
Why should they ride my back? Do me a favor. Fine.
Persuaded by Lin Feiyu, the dead dragon lowered one wing to the ground, forming a gentle slope for everyone to climb aboard.
Lin Feiyu turned back. No time for explanations. Get on board.
A hooded figure in black. A figure clad in black, wielding a jet-black, razor-sharp sword. A tattered cloak hung behind him, torn and broken. His face, barely discernible, flickered within the black flames. After hours of lightning-fast flight atop the dead dragon's back, they finally reached their destination. Upon a mountain peak, a leveled platform.
A humanoid-like monster hovered there, suspended in midair.
Box. You've broken free from my control.
Then meet your final end. Insignificant humans, so it's not the damn king sending an army to rescue his daughter. No, just these few people?
Their blood is nowhere near enough.
My night spirit's sacred tree, when will it ever grow tall? So that's it.
This monster kidnapped the king of Yenshan's daughter, the princess of the clouds, precisely to lure the king into sending his army to rescue her, only to slaughter countless human soldiers. To water some tree with copious blood.
Pity this creature may appear human in form. But its thoughts are far from human. He's completely oblivious to the internal strife among humans. And, the king of Yen sending troops to rescue her?
By now, the damn king probably doesn't even know his daughter is missing. The news has long been blocked by certain strange individuals.
Rescue. Lin Feiyu glanced at the attributes. Darkness's chosen king class boss, level 40. HP 1.4 million. Attack power 150,000. Armor 200,000. Magic resistance 200,000.
Skill, Dark Cloud / a horizontal / dealing 100% of attack power as damage 10-second cooldown.
Skill, Dark Cross. Skill, Ultimate Dark Cloud summon 5 clones matching the user's attributes. As long as any clone remains alive, the user gains immunity to damage. Clones can be resummoned upon death.
Skill, End of Destiny. The main body delivers a slash that guarantees hits on all subsequent clones, which rapidly follow. Each strike deals 9% of the target's maximum HP, total of 6 strikes from main body plus clones. Total damage, 54% of maximum HP cooldown, 24 hours. Restriction, each clone's death reduces the host's HP by 5%. Recalling clones further reduces the host's HP by 5%. A distorted reflection born from the abyss's endless calamities, harboring the seeds of destruction. Hiss.
This? Damage equal to the enemy's maximum health? Dude, are you serious? And the main body gains immunity once the clone dies? And the clones share the same stats as the main body? FCK me. Instant kill is a must. I'm gonna subdue him. Chapter 47, Night Spirit Fruit. Box. Your betrayal breaks my heart. Today, I shall turn every last one of you into fertilizer for my Night Spirit's sacred tree.
Lin Feiyu was already planning to instantly kill this darkling and claim its beast. But, this guy's skill set is utterly disgusting. His clones share the same attributes as his original form.
Both boast 1.4 million HP? If the clone survives, the main body gains immunity to damage.
If he actually summons clones, and they can be revived even after death, though it drains the main body's health bar. Each clone death deals 5% retaliatory damage, and summoning more reduces that by another 5%, and he can sustain up to 9 clones. Plus, it deals percentage-based damage, perfectly countering me. Must sneak in a one-hit kill. No bow and arrow, or he'll get alerted and summon clones. That'd be bad. Lin Feiyu opened his own class skill description. Class, Sword Immortal. Gains 15 attribute points per level, can use any weapon and any skill. Restriction, cannot stack with other professions. Characteristics, Elemental Control Attack. Can manipulate weapons to perform auto attacks. Attack speed determines elemental attack frequency. Physical damage class. Restriction, attack range increases by 1 meter per level, current range 10 meters. This class I learned in Yellow Wind Valley. I've never actually used it once. It's just the ranged control distance. Erase. In the shadows, he drew the 7-foot serpent spear and began ground-level weapon manipulation. Slowly closing in on the Darkling. He had the dead dragon and this dim-witted Darkling spew venom at each other. True to its nature as a creature of darkness, the dead dragon spew into a frenzy several times. The sword in his hand became a middle finger, gesturing wildly, completely forgetting it could simply charge in for a fight. The 5 Morong family members were equally perplexed. Why are they cursing each other out? A Lord tier boss and a King tier boss trading insults? After a moment, that 7-foot serpent spear into the darkest one's foot. The darkest one glanced down in puzzlement but ignored it, continuing to trade insults with the dead dragon. 147-9816. 1. Only then did he notice his health bar seemed to have been reset to 0. Splash. He collapsed to the ground, dead. His mouth still twisted in a furious curse. Clap clap clap. Good, well said. You actually cursed yourself to death. Lin Feiyu applauded the dead dragon, teasing casually. Dead dragon box, head held high in pride. As for the 5 Morong brothers, they felt increasingly stifled. Could curses actually kill someone? How much damage did the dead dragon's curse deal just now? 1.47 million. Write that down. Ding. You have slain the Darkling, experience plus 5,000. Ding. Triggered skill Divine Guard. Beast taming capacity full. Unable to tame? Experience 10,220,000. He opened the Divine Protection skill interface and discarded the Ghost Taoist. Ding. Discard tamed Beast Ghost Taoist? Yes, no. He clicked yes. Note, abandoning the Beast Ghost Taoist will permanently forfeit the deducted attack power. Note, after abandoning the Beast Ghost Taoist, the deducted HP bonus will be removed, HP 150,000. Divine Guardian, Beast 2-3. Then, Lin Feiyu directly summoned the Darkling. Ding. Divine Taming skill triggered. Acquired Beast Darkness's Disciple 3-3. Ding. Divine Taming skill restriction triggered. Permanently deducts attack power 1.4 million points. Ding. Enhancement. When other attack power bonuses, equipment, weapons, attribute points, pills, cannot exceed the deducted attack power, none will increase attack power. Ding. Skill Blood Bond triggered. Health plus 1.4 million. Ding. System notice, no loot will be generated. Open. Panel. Player, Lin Feiyu. Title, Valiant Bronze Warrior. Class, Sword Immortal, level, 17 XP, 10,220,000. Talent, Bite to the final chapter as 3,054,816. HP, 2,755,955. Shield, 275,595. Phew. Lin Feiyu thought. A level 20 advanced dungeon? Piece of cake. But seriously, not even enough EXP. I'll grind it later. With these stats, grinding an XP dungeon won't even take 3 hours to hit level 20. Better take a look at that attribute fruit tree first. Night Spirit Sacred Tree. On that flattened mountaintop platform, nestled within a crevice of stone, I spotted a diminutive fruit tree. Hanging from its branches, a dozen or so bright red berries. They resembled cherry tomatoes, plump and luscious. Beside the tree lay a stunning young woman, reclining in a luxurious court gown. So, this must be the Princess of the Clouds. Yeah, but how did she fall asleep? Hey! Hey! Wake up, girl! I'm here to save you. No response? Could she already be dead? Better check the little fruit first. Night Spirit Fruit, attack plus 25, stackable 12. This is it. Though it only boosts attack by 25, that's the same effect as the greenwood pill from the legendary chest at the Thorn Harpy. But, this one can be stacked. Even if we just consider the base attack value, each one is worth 250,000 copper coins. But, it stacks. 12 pills, a whopping 300 points of attack power. If you bought them all, your stats would skyrocket. Of course, for a freak like Lin Feiyu, no amount of attribute pills would make a difference. In other words, a conservative estimate, the absolute minimum price would be 3 million copper coins. And that doesn't even factor in market premiums. Lin Feiyu glanced at his copper coin balance.
Copper coins, 1,479,204.7. 1.4 million.
Plus, the various materials from Li Dahu's side would easily add up to at least another million or so.
Looks like my sister's 5 million is more than enough. And there's even some left over. Awesome. Little sis, big bro here, coming to save you. After clearing the dungeon, I'll buy those attribute fruits. As for the family, what's there to eat? Just wait until I make this dungeon my own, and we'll feast on it later. But the dungeon's already been cleared on Hell mode. The dungeon battle for control will begin. And you have to join via guild mode. Whoever wins gets to claim the dungeon. But the rights are time limited. After a certain period, the battle for control will start again. Once a guild secures dungeon control, all its abundant mineral resources and monster loot drops belong to that guild. Of course, you can also charge fees to open the dungeon for daily access, allowing other players to farm inside. Ticket fees alone generate substantial income. There's another special feature: the first player to clear the dungeon receives exclusive privileges. If the first clear player participates in the dungeon battle and emerges victorious, they permanently retain control of that dungeon. If they clear it solo, then it becomes personal access. Therefore, in raid battles, the first clear player is almost always the primary target. No one wants to see a dungeon become someone's permanent private property. Take down the first clear player or guild, and that dungeon will reappear periodically for contention. That's how it becomes shared property where strength speaks for itself. Chapter 48, Sis, you're crazy. These chapters are just daily stuff, might even be a bit filler. 3 updates today to prove my innocence. I'm innocent. Baring teeth. Originally, upon emerging from the Blood Plague Forest, I handed over the still slumbering princess of Yunzhong to the prefect of Yunzhong Commandery. Once the instance quest was handed in, job done. Claim the quest experience, collect the reputation points, done. But the moment we exited the instance, the princess of Yunzhong awoke and flat out refused to go to the county office. Lin Feiyu immediately realized there must be follow-up storylines here. Meaning there were additional follow-up quests. Perhaps it was connected to the Yen King's rebellion. In that case, she couldn't be sent back. Lin Feiyu had no choice but to arrange for the seemingly crucial female NPC to stay at an inn in Yunzhong County. Not too expensive. 198 copper coins a day, meals not included. He also had to leave over 2,000 copper coins for the esteemed princess as her meal allowance. Not bad, he was flush with cash now. After exiting the dungeon, the Morong clan members swore a blood oath at Lin Feiyu once more before fleeing as if their lives depended on it. Though these individuals belonged to the Chier Guild, they hadn't crossed paths in his previous life. His hatred was focused on that venomous woman, Su Xiaohan, the mentally unstable guild leader Morong Lumao, and that treacherous man named Lu Qinfei. As for the others, while Chier Guild's corporate culture was genuinely nauseating, there was no need to kill everyone in sight. The problem was, this dungeon quest remained uncompleted. The 5 members of the Morong family had essentially gained nothing, wasting half a day for nothing. It was still early, barely past 2 in the afternoon. It cost a mere 1,000 copper coins to enter the experience dungeon controlled by a certain guild. For beasts were unleashed: the Emerald Tree Spirit, the Crimson Wolf King, the Death Dragon, and the Darkling. It was nothing short of a slaughter. By evening, we'd leveled up to 20. Even the Divine Mount skill had accumulated 8 million experience points. Soon I'd be able to mount one more beast. After 2 days of relentless effort, Li Dahu and his 2 companions were finally about to meet their elder brother in Yunzhong County. Big Brother had said he'd emerge from the dungeon soon to meet them. The gear they'd listed in the marketplace for their elder brother to sell had been mostly cleared out. The total amount had reached a whopping 1.8 million. First, they came to see their leader and receive any new instructions. Second, they came to hand over the copper coins earned from the sales. They kept all sales records and screenshots. As seasoned veterans who understood that transparency in work was essential. Only by maintaining clear accounts could they preserve good relations, avoid suspicion, and ensure longevity. I just received another package from young Master Lin, a storage ring with a whopping 85 slots, shipped straight to me. Holy moly, Big Brother sure knows how to farm gear. Why not farm more experience instead? Exactly. Personal strength is what truly matters. Later, we should talk some sense into young Master Lin. He needs to stop obsessing over money. True strength is what matters most. Li Dahu, Yan Kai, and Chen Song roamed the major cities of Yunzhong County, exchanging glances as they searched. They exchanged whispers as they searched for the location Lin Feiyu had given them an inn. Chi Fei Inn. Brother Hu, this must be the place. Alright. I'll message Big Brother. Li Dahu opened the game interface, searching for Lin Feiyu's name in the character roster. These past 2 days, they'd been busy clearing the Black Tiger Mountain dungeon. But Big Brother kept sending him stuff to handle. It was so annoying. While busy appraising and listing items, he also had to keep an eye on the Black Tiger Mountain outpost dungeon. He hadn't even had time to check what level Big Brother had reached. It had been 2 whole days. With young Master Lin's stats, leveling up 2-3 times shouldn't be a big deal. Alright. Stop messaging me. I'm right here, come on in.
At the inn entrance, bearing the title of level 20, he stood smiling. He had spotted the three brothers arriving through the window of the Cloud Princess's room long ago. He had already started descending the stairs to greet them.
Li Daho looked up in delight. Level 20? Wait. Level 20? His massive frame trembled instantly. Holy. He really is no ordinary man. My big brother is the real deal. Evening.
Lin Feiyu returned home,
holding 7.27 million copper coins.
The original 1.47 million plus the 1.8 million he earned with Li Dahu and the others' help, combined with the infinite stacking attribute effect of the Night Spirit Fruit, which should have been worth 3 million at base price, ended up selling for over $1 million above market value. He hadn't handed this Night Spirit Fruit over to Li Dahu and the others to handle. Mainly, its attributes were too good, he feared they'd start running up debts again, so he consumed it himself. There would be more opportunities later, he just needed to claim the dungeon as his own. As for the battle over the Blood Plague Forest dungeon, Lin Feiyu planned to clear the level 20 advancement dungeon first. He wondered what kind of challenge the Huangfeng Valley advancement dungeon held. Each profession faced distinct advanced dungeons, serving as trials assigned by their respective class transfer locations. For instance, the 5 armies command headquarters assigned bandit suppression missions, essentially follow-up tasks for Black Tiger Mountain. As for Lin Feiyu, he transferred at the Huangfeng Valley, a celestial unit.
That meant he had to claim his advanced dungeon there.
Upon clearing the level 20 advanced instance, the unyielding Silver Warrior.
At this point, the raid battle opens. This way, players below level 30 can all enter the instance battle. So, will Lu Qinfei show up? Also, those 2 jerks who cursed my little sister, those 2 jerks, will they show up? Once the dungeon guild battle begins, any major guild with a base in Yunzhong County can participate. It's highly likely. Revenge will begin at this very moment. A man who doesn't avenge his enemies is no gentleman. Yunchuan City, at home. Dining table. Little sis. You're crazy.
During dinner, Lin Feiyu suddenly blurted out. The timing was right, no more beating around the bush.
Clang. Old man Lin Haichuan slammed his bowl down first. What's going on? You kids fight all the time, but I'm right here. It's just.
Lin Shen, who was as round as a ball, slammed his hand on the table and stood up abruptly, squinting his nearsighted eyes.
How you talk to little sister, you owe me, you absolutely owe me.
When your dad brought you and little sister home, you were both around 10. Not exactly childhood sweethearts, but practically raised together.
Your dad and I were even trying to set you 2 up. And this is how you talk to me. You don't want to marry little sister? Then fight me for the heir's position and the family inheritance? Is what I said that hard to understand?
Even my little sister Lin Lu was bewildered, chewing on her chopsticks as she stared blankly at the 3 grown men in the house.
No, that's not what I meant.
Lin Feiyu hurriedly explained.
Good. Big brother Lin Shen sat down. Remember to apologize to your little sister.
Father picked up the smashed rice bowl and scraped the spilled grains back onto the table.
What I meant was, little sister is dying.
Lin Feiyu continued.
Clang. Crack.
Father's bowl finally slipped from his grasp, crashing to the floor and shattering. Rolling up his sleeves, he barked orders.
Lin Shen. Strip him naked and choke him. Lin Lu. Grab the toilet plunger from the bathroom. I'm gonna suck his mouth raw today. Lin Feiyu, damn it. He's definitely not my biological son. Chapter 49, come here, little sis. Give your brother a shoulder rub. S-class curse. Death's wither. 4 days until the curse erupts. Little sister, Lin Lu, in 4 days, you'll leave this world. Lin Feiyu quickly blurted out the curse's contents. Otherwise, he'd truly be flushed down the toilet by his enraged older brother and father. Lin Haichuan and Lin Shen exchanged a glance, then sensed something was terribly wrong. That was little sister Lin Lu, her eyes bloodshot, lips tightly pressed together, the chopsticks in her hands long since snapped. Her fingers, cheeks utterly pale, not a trace of color. Her body trembled slightly. Tears streamed down her face. She sobbed uncontrollably. Xiaolu, is what your second brother said true? Her eldest brother, Lin Shen, widened his small eyes to their fullest, the pea-sized pupils filled with utter shock. Lin Haichuan's brow furrowed deeply. His hands began to tingle, his mind growing hazy. Second brother, how did you find out? Lin Lu stammered, her voice breaking with sobs. Only 4 days left? Why didn't you tell us sooner? Call 120. We're going to the hospital. Father roared in frantic anger. It's useless. Regular hospital therapists can't break an S-class curse.
Lin Feiyu calmly poured cold water on the situation.
Thud.
Lin Haichuan slumped lifelessly into a chair.
There has to be a way, there absolutely must be. Second brother, tell me, isn't there? Think of something, quick.
The elder brother paced frantically around the room, his obese frame jiggling with every step. His hands rubbed his face incessantly as he racked his brain for solutions.
There's no need to save me. This is fine.
Father, eldest brother, second brother, I truly cherish this family.
Big brother is a good man too. Second brother. I care for you as well. Stop running around. These last few days. I want to stay home and spend more time with you all. I don't want to spend my final days hooked up to IVs in a hospital, listening to the constant beep, beep of machines, smelling the foul odor of disinfectant as I leave this world. Impossible. Don't even think about it. With two brothers and a father who stands tall and strong, how could we possibly let you go? Eldest brother Lin Shen roared furiously, his massive frame erupting in a deafening shout. The dowry money I've been saving for you isn't even enough yet. Your second brother hasn't finished gathering the betrothal gifts. I can't just watch you leave like this, absolutely impossible. Bang. Father slammed his fist on the table, I'll do whatever it takes. I will save you. Well, in Luoxia City, the provincial capital of Luoxia Province, there's an extraordinary master, a level 72 7th transformation, special occupation, holy light healer, who can break curses. Lin Feiyu shared insights from his past life. Great. Since there's a way out, we're leaving immediately. Hearing this, father was overjoyed. Waving his hands excitedly, he quickly ordered. Lin Shen, get the family's used Santana out. We're heading to the provincial capital. To save your little sister. Wait. Lin Shen suddenly realized something, this 7th tier master might be quite expensive. Lin Haichuan froze for a moment, hesitated briefly, then immediately said, Lin Shen, go get the property deed I stashed in the ceiling panel of my room. Also, I need to log in online. I've got a few pieces of gear that should fetch a decent price. Lin Shen's face twisted with pain. As the eldest son and heir apparent, all these family assets were rightfully his. Now, it was all slipping away from him. Gritting his teeth, Lin Shen added, wait. I'll log in too. My level 60 purple flying sword should fetch a good price. I'll list it on the marketplace. Big bro. Dad. Little sister Lin Lu stood up, tears streaming down her face like a fountain. Dad, didn't you say the house was your life? Big brother, didn't you say that sword was your entire livelihood? Don't do this for me. Shut up. You were always the most obedient one in this family. When trouble hit, you didn't even tell us. Thank goodness your second brother caught it in time, or else, you really wouldn't have had a chance. Father snapped angrily. You truly are your father's good daughter. Exactly. Family comes first. My fight with your second brother over inheritance is a matter between heirs, it has nothing to do with you. Even if it meant selling the family home, or even selling me myself, it wouldn't matter. Lin Shen stood with her hands on her hips, speaking with equal resolve. Lin Lu clutched her skirt tightly, head bowed as she sobbed softly, it's my fault. I've brought trouble upon our family. Lin Feiyu, reborn into this life, had witnessed this scene before in his past existence. A warm little family. Though his eldest brother was greedy and coveted wealth, he was willing to sacrifice for his family. Father's righteous spirit, willing to sacrifice his life for both the small family and the greater community. Under the guidance of the patriarch, father, who led by example, this family atmosphere was so united. This was the harbor Lin Feiyu longed for, the place he wished to anchor his life. He still remembered his past life when his little sister couldn't withstand the curse's damage, collapsing at home before being discovered at the hospital. By then, the curse had seeped deep into her bones. Even a 7th tier master was powerless to help. Even so, father and brother were willing to exhaust the family fortune seeking every possible cure, desperately trying to save her. But, now. Little sister, you fool. I'll save you. Bang. This time, it was Lin Feiyu slamming the table. What a mess. What's the rush? It's just a little money. I've got some here. Go splurge it. You. Second brother. What kind of time is this for you to be joking around? Get online and sell your gear now. Eldest brother Lin Shen pointed at Lin Feiyu, furious. Second brother. If you can't come up with 100,000 today, I'll break your legs. I'll even fracture your third one. Father Lin Haichuan also yelled angrily. Lin Feiyu sat calmly, picking up a piece of vegetable and popping it into his mouth. I can't come up with 100,000. But I do have a few million. Still bragging? Just as Father Lin Haichuan was about to lay hands on this wayward son, Lin Feiyu flung his copper coin balance into the family group chat. Copper coins, 7,275,347.5. When his father and older brother opened it, their jaws dropped. Holy! 720,000? Lin Shen exclaimed excitedly, when did you become a millionaire, kid? Lin Haichuan immediately smacked Lin Shen on the head, can you even count? Did you learn math from the gym teacher? That's 7.27 million. Whoa, Lin Shen counted it over several times. You didn't get the screenshot from somewhere to trick me, did you? Lin Feiyu opened his backpack interface and shared it. This wouldn't lie. Second son. Where did you strike it rich? Old man Lin Haichuan looked utterly stunned. Just a few days ago, this guy was a penniless collector, right? How could he be rolling in it? A millionaire. You didn't sell those leather sparrows, did you? Lin Shen still couldn't wrap his head around it. Where on earth did Lin Feiyu get all this money? Get lost. You're definitely not my real brother, how could you even say that? Lin Feiyu nearly choked on his own blood from rage. But, he immediately leveraged his massive fortune to seize control of the household. Here are my orders. Dad. Take your 2-year-old, second-hand, 3-cylinder Tana out for a tune-up and oil change. It's going on the highway, so make sure it's properly serviced. You have 1 hour. Big bro, clean up the dining table, dishes, and utensils, you have half an hour. Little sis, come here and rub my shoulders. All this money spending has worn me out. Remember to use some muscle. Your big bro here needs it. Chapter 50, Confession. On the highway heading to the provincial capital. Dad was driving the 3-ton truck, speeding along the highway. Actually, given that the power from the game world could invade reality, it wouldn't be impossible to have dead dragon box just carry us through. But the problem was, since the game world's arrival to prevent humanity from wiping itself out, it has certain protective mechanisms in place. The game system proactively grants certain authorities to national governments to regulate players who have acquired extraordinary powers. The Great Xia Empire explicitly stipulates that under no circumstances may in-game powers be used unless the real world faces invasion by monsters from the game realm. Otherwise, the penalties are severe beyond measure. This protects ordinary players who haven't gained powerful abilities within the game, while also safeguarding the integrity of modern metropolises built through technological civilization. Otherwise, what if 2 high-level players got into a fight and just blew up the city? What about ordinary people who can't level up? Would they even survive? It safeguards the most fundamental human rights. Of course, should game powers invade reality, there are crisis protocols in place. The scenery outside the car window blurred by rapidly. Inside the car, the atmosphere was cheerful. To cheer up the quiet little sister, Lin Feiyu and the older brother kept cracking jokes. It was nearly 8 p.m. now. Yunqing City was still quite a distance from Luoxia City, the provincial capital. Luoxia City sat at the northernmost tip of Luoxia province, while Yunqing City lay at its southernmost point. They were in the same province, but they were separated by the entire expanse of the province's landmass. Still, they had now passed Luoxia City's boundary marker and were about to reach the urban area. Along the way, Lin Shen had been quite gracious, acknowledging that Lin Feiyu deserved immense credit for successfully rescuing his younger sister this time. He, Lin Shen, requested to relinquish his position as crown prince, insisting that Lin Feiyu take his place in the eastern palace. That meant he'd be giving up the largest master bedroom on the eastern side of the house. Father was even more decisive, announcing his immediate abdication. He would hand over the position of Lin family patriarch directly to Lin Feiyu, while he himself would retire as the supreme patriarch. Lin Feiyu chuckled as he joked with his family, "I'll command the armies of the realm. As long as you 2 brothers don't turn against each other, it doesn't matter who takes the throne. Right, Feiyu? Please address me as crown prince, father." Very well. From this day forward, all property deeds and bank accounts shall be under the crown prince's management. Wait. Father. If I'm commanding the armies of the realm, what exactly are you doing with the finances? The army moves only after provisions are secured. Isn't that right? Ah, right. 3 hours had already passed on the journey. Little sister Lin Lu wore no smile, likely feeling deeply guilty for burdening the family. Lin Shen and Lin Feiyu kept up with the 2 lively ones, cracking jokes about this and that. It seemed as though this trip was meant for leisure and relaxation. But their father and older brother never once relaxed their expressions. Unlike Lin Feiyu, who had been reborn, they knew the harsh reality. The specifics of what lay ahead remained unknown. Whether the younger sister could be rescued was still uncertain. The younger sister kept staring out the window at the fleeting scenery, barely uttering a word. Suddenly, she asked, "How did my second brother find out that I was cursed?" Though her voice was as faint as a mosquito's buzz at that moment. Lin Feiyu and Lin Shen immediately noticed it. The brothers, Lin Shen and Lin Feiyu, had been watching Lin Lu the entire time. Seeing her speak, Lin Feiyu immediately replied, "I have a friend." This couldn't be explained away, he'd just have to invent a friend out of thin air. Then why did she get cursed? I never wronged anyone. Her eyes were hollow with confusion. She couldn't understand how she'd been cursed. She'd always treated others kindly and lived a gentle life. This curse definitely wasn't cast by monsters in the dungeon. Because if it were from a dungeon monster, there would have been a warning long ago. But she only noticed it after the curse had been active for 2 whole days. To this day, this S-rank curse had been following her for nearly 5 days. It was clearly a deliberate attack. But why? This kind-hearted, innocent girl simply couldn't comprehend it. Lin Shen watched his little sister's gloomy expression, his heart twisting in pain. He could only turn to his second brother for help with a pleading look. He might know more. After all, he had a friend. Throughout the journey, none of them mentioned the curse afflicting Lin Lu. They all understood it was best not to dampen their little sister's spirits as she sought an explanation and a cure. This was a matter of life and death. Survival came first, everything else could wait. Those who understood knew survival instinct was paramount. They couldn't let their little sister sink into a state where she didn't want to be saved. Yet now she was asking about it herself. If he didn't handle this well. Looking at the little sister who kept staring at him. And then at her brother's pleading gaze. Lin Feiyu hesitated, weighing his words. Sigh. She's been sheltered too much. How could she possibly understand the treacherous nature of human hearts? He still felt it would be better to tell her. All this guessing and overthinking, if he ended up stressing himself out, who would treat him? After pondering for a moment, Lin Feiyu said, offending someone? Sometimes, it might not be your fault at all, it could be someone else's choice that leads to it. Ha? Lin Lu furrowed her delicate brows, unable to grasp the meaning. You really know? Lin Shen was also taken aback. Though Lin Feiyu's words were as vague as if he hadn't said anything at all, it was clear he knew something, which was why he spoke in such cryptic terms. In his previous life, after his little sister passed away, his father had exhausted a lifetime of connections. Numerous influential figures had been involved, and it took a full 2 months of investigation to finally unravel the truth. Recently, has anyone confessed their feelings to you? Lin Feiyu suddenly asked. Brother, why are you asking this? Her face, which had been deathly pale, suddenly flushed crimson. Then, feeling as if she might not survive the day, she steeled herself and added, even if someone did confess, I wouldn't agree. Exactly. Feiyu, why are you asking this? Your little sister's heart has long been yours, didn't you know? Lin Shen thought it was way too much for Lin Feiyu to ask this at this moment. He loudly complained, even when you ate instant noodles for breakfast, your little sister noticed. She got up early to buy breakfast for you. Do you think I get that kind of treatment? Big bro. Lin Lu quickly shouted to stop him. Lin Feiyu scratched his head. Clearly, he hadn't meant to imply that someone had completely twisted his words. He continued. Motive for murder boils down to 4 points. Money, revenge, love, and change. Then the whole family stared at Lin Feiyu with eager curiosity. Even the father driving turned his head to sneak a peek. Based on these 4 points, Lin Shen quickly began his analysis. Enemies. Little sister is beautiful and kind-hearted, unlikely to offend anyone, eliminated. Wealth. Given dad's financial situation, that's also out of the question. Lin Haichuan, that's offensive. Ahem. Pervert. You mean a psychopath? Could it be a psychopathic killer? You missed the affair part. Lin Feiyu reminded him. Love my ass. When did my little sister ever have an ex? In a past life? Big brother Lin Shen's chubby hand nearly flew across the table. I just asked, recently, has anyone confessed to little sister? Chapter 51, a rather overbearing illness. Ha? Ah. Rejected, so now you want to kill? If you can't have it, you destroy it? What kind of melodramatic plot is this? Lin Shen ranted wildly. Lin Lu was utterly bewildered, muttering incoherently to himself, how could, the vice president isn't that kind of person. Who do you think it is? The vice president? The vice president of the Moon God Guild? I'll kill him. Lin Shen roared, clenching his fists and waving them wildly. No, it wasn't him. Lin Feiyu continued, it's the girl who secretly loved your vice president. Seeing him confess to you, her love turned to hate. What? That cliché? Who wrote this script? Damn it all to hell. Who is that girl? I'll wring her neck myself. Lin Shen gritted his teeth, his face twisted with fury. His already rugged features contorted into a terrifying expression, his eyes bulging with rage. Lin Feiyu remained silent. He had already planned his revenge. Back in the newbie village, he hadn't had the chance, they never crossed paths. After arriving in Yunzhong County, his top priority was rescuing his little sister, so he put it on hold. But now, once his little sister was saved, her doom would begin. Soon, Tana arrived at the heart of Luoxia City. Lin Feiyu guided the way the entire journey. After all, he'd been here before in his past life, and the memories were still vivid. In a residential complex, before a large detached villa. Second brother, you've researched this so thoroughly? You probably knew all along about little sister's condition, then started frantically leveling up, grinding materials, and farming gold. Her older brother, Lin Shen, made a well-founded guess. You bet, this time, Big Bro's analysis was spot on. Almost spot on. But, now wasn't the time to talk about that. He walked straight up and knocked on the door, stating his purpose. Not letting him in? No way. He came with cash money talks. Joking aside, a simple inspection alone costs 10,000 yuan. A balding elderly man in a suit. This must be Master Chen. An extraordinary master, a 72nd level 7 transformation special class, a holy light healer. After drowsily examining Lin Lu's curse, Master Chen suddenly perked up. He nearly leapt from his seat. Holy crap, such a powerful curse. I'll need to give it my all. Thankfully you came early. Had you arrived 3 days later? Unless I fell in rank to treat it, there'd be no cure at all. Master Chen, so you really can save her.
Lin Haichuan asked, his voice trembling with excitement. Can be saved, yes, but the difficulty. The balding elder narrowed his eyes, stroking his beard repeatedly, looking deeply troubled.
Money is no issue. Just name your price, master.
Lin Feiyu declared directly. Master Chen wasn't pondering at all, he was clearly demanding payment. Having been reborn, he knew full well that Master Chen possessed genuine skill, though he was slightly greedy. Curing the young woman's curse did indeed require many rare materials, but the specifics. Lin Feiyu really didn't know what exactly was needed. Perhaps it was all a scam, just a simple healing skill to lift the curse. Still, to save his little sister, a little money was a price he could afford to pay. Money lost could be earned back, couldn't it? After Lin Feiyu stated his terms plainly, Master Chen responded decisively, 5 million. Sure enough, it was that price. In his previous life, Master Chen had mentioned that if Lin Lu had come for treatment just one day earlier, 5 million yuan would have been enough to guarantee a chance. But they had come too late. Now that he needed to be treated while his cultivation base was declining, it was no longer a matter of money. No matter how desperately they knelt and begged, it was useless. In the end, the little sister passed away with regret. Even as she left this world, she still hadn't understood who had sought to destroy her. Truly pitiful, tragic, and lamentable. Lin Feiyu didn't agree immediately. This was where Lin Shen, a master bargainer, came in handy. Brother! Go up and haggle him down. After a fierce half-hour of haggling, Lin Shen finally drove the price down. Not 500, just 498. Lin Feiyu paid, and the young woman began receiving treatment. Just then, a disciple of Master Chen approached. The equipment fee for the treatment, please pay up. Lin Shen stared blankly. Equipment fee? It can't be 20,000, right? No. Under Master Chen's divine light, the dark curse energy within the young woman began to dissipate layer by layer. Bald old Chen worked tirelessly, bathing her in holy light for a full 10 hours. From 9 p.m. until 7 a.m. the next morning. The few of us barely slept, quietly keeping vigil in the treatment room. Alright, that's it. Go ahead and check her over. This old man's reputation isn't built on empty promises. What do you think? Worth every penny of 5 million, right? The others rushed over to check, and sure enough, the curse was gone. Thank you, master. We bow in gratitude. I'll definitely get you a commemorative banner. Ahem. Master Chen rose and politely escorted them out of the treatment room. No sooner had they stepped outside than they saw a beautiful young woman, accompanied by a preteen child, hurrying in. Master Chen, my child is sick. Please examine him quickly. What's going on? 4 days now, he's been coughing and sneezing non-stop. The door slammed shut behind them as soon as they exited the treatment room. Master Chen's startled exclamation echoed from inside. Damn! This cold is relentless. I'll have to give it my all. Good thing she came early. If she'd waited 3 more days, at least 100.4 F. Then she'd need 4 fluids. Wah? Is it that serious? Wah? Please save my child. Lin Shen clenched his fists, ready to throw down. Fortunately, Lin Feiyu stopped him. The master truly possessed genuine skills, though 5 million was definitely too steep a price. But there was no other way. He truly couldn't find any other means to save his little sister. Having barely slept all night, the group decided to stay in Luoxia City for the day at least to catch some sleep. Driving while fatigued is not advisable. Lin Feiyu hadn't slept either, but now he was extremely excited. What a relief. Little sis is safe. He got his own room, while Dad and my older brother had to share one. They said it was a special privilege for the head of the household. Special treatment, my ass. Even when the whole family went on trips before, we always had 3 rooms. My brother always claimed he needed a room to himself because of his weight, his status as the eldest son, his loud snoring that might disturb others, and all sorts of other excuses. Now look at him, just because he saved little sister this time, he thinks he deserves the biggest reward. He opened the game interface alone, where several messages awaited his attention. One was from Li Dahu and his crew. They'd sold a ton of gear and items today. They'd transferred over 500,000 copper coins, 2,775,347.5. Also, he's already level 20 time to upgrade his gear. Even his bow was still the ungraded archer's oath. His pants were still those basic deerskin trousers with plus 20 HP and plus 2 defense. He's already sent Li Dahu and the others to go shopping. No special requests, just prioritize high HP. Just as he was about to sift through the massive catalog of hand-picked gear sent by Li Dahu, a hoarse, deep, mature female voice echoed, "My lord, is this the real world you inhabit? Mother Dragon? Is that you? What's up? My lord, may I be released, so I too may experience this technological age?" Ha? How am I supposed to release you? You're enormous. Besides, in this world, using supernatural abilities from the game realm is generally forbidden. I can take human form, transform into an ordinary human shape. I'll strictly abide by the rules of your world. Whoa, that's possible? Is that really okay?
It's fine. The rules of your world are just permissions granted by this game world system. You forgot. You can change the world's rules. Permissions my ass. How am I supposed to explain this? Where's the eraser? Chapter 52, The Four Ancient Pillars. A dark red system control screen one Lin Feiyu had never seen before materialized out of thin air. Blue Star Game World Energy Monitoring Control Platform. Dead Dragon Boxer, an in-game power entity. Entry into the real world will be detected by this platform. Can actively disable its game world background, yes no. Lin Feiyu froze in place. Is this an official management platform shared among nations? This platform monitors anomalous energies appearing across regions and player violations. So even in the privacy of one's own home in the most secluded corners, no one dared to secretly wield powers brought over from the game. Now. It just appeared right before his eyes. I'm not an official. How could I possibly have access to this platform? Lin Feiyu asked himself in astonishment. Dead Dragon's sultry, mature voice sounded again, this is the authority of the other lord. Didn't he give you that magical item that can alter the rules of the world? You didn't know? The other master? It was a seemingly ordinary yet profoundly meaningful title. The moment this dead dragon encountered that preserved egg, it had immediately chosen to proactively form a contract. Lin Feiyu refused to believe it was due to his personal charm. There must be a reason behind it. This dead dragon knows a bit too much. Box. Come out and talk. Can't you transform into human form? Shape shift now. Lin Feiyu erased the detectable restriction. A faint purple light flickered. A pool of purple blood appeared on the ground. Countless purple flower butterflies coalesced from it, fluttering upward. Then, a violet-hued, enchantingly beautiful, sharp-eared, elfin-like maiden materialized from thin air amidst the swirling butterflies. Her hair and eyes were violet, styled in twin ponytails. She wore a purple backless gown, adorned with deep purple gloves tied at the wrists with bows. Floral vines, white stockings, stiletto heels. Tall and slender, radiating irresistible allure. Lin Feiyu paused in surprise. She was indeed quite the vision. An anime character? Standing right here, blocking the path? You? The elven maiden lifted her long skirt and curtsied slightly. Box, greets my lord. This is your actual form? Why didn't you change it when we were in the game? Boxes smiled faintly. My lord prefers it. I can wear this look from now on. Lin Feiyu glanced at her before looking away. How are you supposed to fight like that? Do you possess all the abilities of the dead dragon? Can you spit fire? The fairy girl extended her hand, and a massive, dark purple scythe appeared in her grasp. It bore a single, still spinning eye. With a swing of the scythe, space shattered. From the shattered void emerged a colossal dead dragon, bowing its head in reverence. It handles the fighting, while I specialize in companionship. The girl turned and smiled. Lin Feiyu hurriedly opened his backpack to check. The preserved egg was still there. Otherwise, he might have thought this girl hatched from the preserved egg. Seeing Lin Feiyu still had many questions, the girl closed the spatial rift and began explaining on her own initiative. Yet, though she radiated youthful energy, her voice remained as mature and alluring as ever. Hoarse, deep, gentle, bewitching, alluring. It was your power to alter the rules of the world that erased my cycles of death and rebirth. In other words, I became a truly immortal being, achieving absolute evolution. That's why I now possess this form. To call it evolution is less accurate than a return. Of course, this also involved the assistance of a certain noble individual. Lin Feiyu grew increasingly confused as he listened, but he could still fully control this suddenly mutated beast. Otherwise, he'd have called the police to arrest her. What the hell, a living beast companion, this terrifying? That person, another person, it sounds like two individuals. Lin Feiyu inquired. Yes, one is the one who granted you the ability to alter the rules, and the other is connected to that egg. The girl narrowed her eyes, speaking while deep in thought. Then, who exactly are these two? What's their deal? Since you already know, hurry up and tell me. I don't know. I've forgotten. The girl frowned deeply, pondering for a moment before replying in a solemn voice. You don't know? You forgot? You just said so much, and now you don't know? Watch out, I'll hit you. Lin Feiyu was furious. The girl laughed again, her smile bright and captivating. My lord. I forgot. I am a dead dragon. A dragon that died long ago. After countless ages, its corpse developed sentience and began growing anew. My memories are shattered beyond repair. I can scarcely recall anything more. You truly don't know? I truly don't know. Truly no recollection? I've truly forgotten. Damn it. I'll really hit you. Lin Feiyu was so furious he wanted to curse. That damn dragon, speaking in half-truths, she'll die a miserable death. Damn it, it seems like she's been modified by me, she can't die. This is bad. But to toy with me like this? She must be punished. She must be punished. You really deserve a spanking. Lin Feiyu roared in fury, you can't even speak clearly. Your punishment is, turn around, hands on the wall, 10 swats on the butt. Yes, sir. Smack. Smack smack smack. Just as Lin Feiyu was disciplining his beast companion, delivering a flurry of blows, the door suddenly swung open. A girl with a high ponytail burst in. Second brother, what do you want for lunch today? I'll treat. Lin Lu's eyes lit up. You guys, carry on. With that, bang. The door slammed shut as she fled the scene. Lin Feiyu watched his sister vanish in a flash at the doorway. Oh no. Did she misunderstand? That was my horse, not mine. Is there still a chance to explain? The 4 pillars of antiquity? This was confessed by the dead dragon box under Lin Feiyu's torture. But that girl is incredibly mysterious. She managed to completely separate from the dead dragon. She is she, and the dead dragon truly became the dead dragon. Is she truly focused on companionship? To distinguish them. Renamed. In the height of summer, a butterfly, blood. Let it be called Summer Butterfly. Summer Butterfly's attributes are nearly identical to the dead dragon's, yet its health cannot be bolstered by the Shang blood skill. It can be understood as an avatar of the dead dragon. Or rather, the dead dragon is her avatar. Similar to the 5 avatars of the Dark One. Even as Xia Dai recounted it, she remained unclear on the true nature of the ancient 4 pillars. But in her understanding, the game world, the invasion of reality by the game, and even these players logging into the game to gain power within it. All part of their grand scheme. That egg was connected to one of them. The ability to alter world rules was another's authority. Are you one of the ancient 4 pillars? Lin Feiyu suddenly asked. Not sure. Whoa. It's actually unclear. Not. Did I just hit something? Chapter 53, Made Play. Lulu, listen to my explanation. No way. I'm never talking to you again. In a restaurant downstairs from the hotel. A family of 4 had just finished lunch. They were about to head back to Yunqing City. After observing her all morning, the little sister truly seemed perfectly fine. 5 million yuan, perhaps a steep price, but to save little sister's life, it was worth every penny. The master's fee was steep, but he truly delivered results. That girl, was my tamed beast. She disobeyed me, so I disciplined her. Absolutely no issues. You're full of it. In-game powers in the real world are regulated by the authorities. If she were really a beast tamer, you'd have been hauled in for questioning ages ago. Damn it. Can't even explain it. Forget it, no explanation needed. Whatever. The voice of my inner Sundara resounded again. My lord, do not panic. Whether in the mythical age, ancient dynasties, or the tribal era before civilization dawned, capable males have always possessed multiple females. I'll explain this to her. Screw you. With that explanation, I'm dead meat. Lin Lu blushed and leaned in suddenly, whispering, brother, it's fine to have fun before marriage, but after you tie the knot, you'll need to settle down. I'll keep this secret for you this time. She even winked at Lin Feiyu. Lin Feiyu was overjoyed. His thoughtful little sister was just perfect. Wait a minute? Who's Jiafeng? On the way home, Big Bro and Dad took turns driving. My little sister was still catching up on sleep beside them. Only Lin Feiyu was wide awake, opening the game interface to examine the various equipment Li Dahu had recommended, along with the skills associated with the health bar model they'd been told to keep an eye on. Though they couldn't wield the powers brought from the game world in reality. However, trading and chatting through the game interface, as well as trying on gear without activating its attributes, were all permitted. Lin Feiyu planned to swap out nearly all his current gear. He'd keep a few pieces with special effects, like the obsidian necklace. Its shield based on maximum health was quite useful. He also kept an ultra-wide area AoE skill that was irreplaceable. And that armguard, the White Tiger Arms battle a billion times skill, was also quite powerful. It allowed skills to be cast infinitely. Healing and such extremely convenient. According to the in-game equipment rules, you can equip multiple pieces, but only one set of attributes can be active at a time. But Lin Feiyu has an eraser. After numerous trials, he discovered that even after erasing the non-stackable attributes clause, only 3 pieces of equipment could be equipped per slot. This was the equipment limit, not the limit on erasing attributes. Well, there's nothing to be done about it. Still, his stats were already quite high. Equipment was merely icing on the cake. Since he had plenty of money now, he might as well splurge a little. 3 full sets of pure health gear. A 5-piece fish scale armor set. Dragon patterned war boots, fish scale armor, whale swallow arm guards, fishtail cuffed leggings, firefish patterned cloak. A 3-piece night cloak set. Black robe, black trousers, black gloves. 2-piece Taoist crane crest robe. Crane patterned auspicious cloud cloak, lotus crown. Worn over the same garments to create a civil military robe style. Plus additional accessories. Attack speed and movement speed both skyrocketed. HP bonus soared to a staggering 30,000 plus. Lin Feiyu still felt utterly defeated. After all that effort and spending a whopping 700,000 copper coins? And that's all the health I got? Not even worth a single one of my beast taming items. No more wasting money on this nonsense. Still, movement speed and attack speed are crucial. Besides, that level 20 bow isn't half bad. Bird gone, bow hidden. Quality, epic purple. Lin Feiyu didn't even glance at the other stats. Attack power? I'm already millions in the red. Ability, basic attack damage increased by 50%. The secondary weapons remain unchanged: a blunt sword and a 7-foot serpent spear. They'll do. Feeling blue mana's a bit tight, especially with the healing breath skill that consumes a lot of mana. So I splurged on 2 accessories that boost blue mana capacity. A necklace plus 7,000 mana pool. A ring that regenerates mana. Ring of abundant mana. Quality, superior blue. Equipment, ring. Level requirement, 20. Restriction, cannot stack effects with other equipment in the same slot. Mana pool plus 5,000. Special effect, restores mana per second based on 1% of your maximum health. The eternal blue of life, shining forever. Player, Lin Feiyu. Title, Valiant Bronze Warrior. Class, Sword Immortal. Level, 20. Experience, 036,000. Talent, Fight to the Final Chapter as 3,099,916. Health, 2,796,955. Shield, 279,695. Mana, 12,000. Attack power, 7. Spell power, 7. Physical defense, 7. Magic defense, 7. Physical penetration, 0. Magic penetration, 0. Attack speed, 3.0. Movement speed, 15. Reputation, 0. Copper coins, 2,074,327.2. By the time I got home, it was already evening. The pressure eased considerably now that my younger sister's illness was cured. It was already late, and I wasn't sure if I could still accept the advancement quest in Huangfeng Valley. I decided to just stay home and quietly wait for dinner, stealing a half day of leisure from life's hustle. The next day, I spent the entire day completing the advanced quest for Huangfeng Valley. It turned out to be a ghost exorcism quest. The task itself wasn't difficult. The monsters inside barely required Lin Feiyu to lift a finger. In fact, he didn't even need Xia Dai or Dead Dragon. A single dark disciple, capable of splitting into multiple forms, swept through the area effortlessly. The real pain was the mission storyline, long and tedious. Getting through the narrative alone took a full 10 hours. Even with Dead Dragon speeding them along, the journey still took a full day. The final monster was a level 30 boss tier creature. A bride ghost. Boasting 300,000 HP. I decisively swapped in the Emerald Tree Spirit, boosting my HP by another 100,000. Player, Lin Feiyu. Title, Unyielding Silver Hero. Class, Sword Immortal. Level, 20 XP, 036,000. Talent, Fight to the Final Chapter as 3,209,916. Finally silver. I'm no longer a bronze player. This is high-end stuff. He activated the dungeon battle that had been on hold for 2 days, the one unlocked after clearing Hell Mode. This feature allows a delay period, giving the team that cleared Hell Mode enough time to recover and regroup. Of course, there's a time limit. You can't delay it indefinitely. Each dungeon has a different delay period, which correlates with its difficulty. The Blood Plague Forest instance had a 30-day delay period. Its difficulty was evident. Yunzhong County, Shifei Inn. So, have you spread the word? A dungeon that infinitely stacks the Night Spirit Fruit attribute. I reckon people will be flocking to it. Young Master Lin, I've disseminated all the information as you requested, though I don't quite understand why. Li Dahos sat in a room at the Shifei Inn. He watched young Master Lin, flanked by 2 women of unknown origin and identity, busily serving him tea and water. He was utterly perplexed. Are we playing the same game? How did you manage to pull off a maid training scenario? I don't get it. Lin Feiyu accepted the teacup handed to him by Xia Dai. This tea had been poured by that crucial female NPC, Princess Yunzhong. This was also the room where Princess Yunzhong resided. It had temporarily become Lin Feiyu's resting place and meeting spot for his underlings when returning to Yunzhong County. You don't need to know. Just help me find a few skills that boost HP. Alright. That shouldn't be too hard. Chapter 54, Playing This Big? Dragon Slayer Guild, Guild Leader's Office. Lu Jia stood trembling before the desk. Father, I've already cleared the level 10 advancement dungeon and entered Undoubted County. Thank you for giving me the attribute fruit. The Dragon Slayer Guild's leader pushed his glasses up his nose and sighed in disappointment. You were killed 3 times in a row by a single player and then begged for mercy on your knees? Thank goodness. He's just a bastard son. Otherwise, where would I hang my old face? Take a look. The Dragon Slayer Guild leader slid over a folder. Clearly displayed was news of a dungeon battle. Blood Plague Forest, S-rank instance. Loot drop. Night Spirit Fruit. Participating players, level cap 40. Dungeon battle initiator, Lin Feiyu. Date, 3 days hence. Father, so, the 12 night spirit fruits you gave me came from this place? Lu Jia suddenly understood, so that's where they came from.
No, his eyes suddenly lit up.
Lin Feiyu? How could it be him? Well, what a small world. Lu Jia beamed with delight. I'll lead the team. Oomph. You? Don't screw this up for me. For this dungeon battle, I plan to deploy the top combat players from the Dragon Slayer Combat Guild. The loot inside this dungeon is incredibly valuable. I'm sending you to see the world, to witness how your brother will crush that guy. Lin Feiyu into the ground. Feng Nan, vice president of the Moon God Guild, volunteered in the president's office. The loot from this dungeon is incredibly valuable. I'll lead the charge personally. Could we bring in Lin Lu from the second squad to assist? She's not only got high HP, but her attack power is also formidable. She's already left the guild. What? How did that happen? I don't know the details. You'll have to ask her yourself. Feng Nan frowned, staring at Lin Lu's name on his friend list now blocked. Boss. I found this skill book. It sacrifices health to boost damage, range, and area of effect. It's not for archers though. Boss. Can we use this? A few days later. On the streets of Yunqing City, Lin Feiyu sat in a car, glancing at the game interface while checking messages from Yang Kaifa. His older brother, Lin Shen, was acting as his driver. Driving their dad's Triana, they arrived at Qianyu Guild's headquarters. A major team battle was imminent, and he was actively preparing. Desperately needed, a wide area AoE, proactive attack skill. The Obsidian Shield could also be used as a substitute, but it was too passive. True, he could self-inflict damage to trigger the Obsidian Shield explosion. But, you can't exactly start a brawl by putting a knife to your own throat for a slash and slash attack, right? Fun. Lin Feiyu tapped to open the skill description. Blood Slash. Rarity, Epic Purple. Skill, Active Skill. Class, Greatsword Classes. Effect, slashes forth a crimson beam, dealing large area AoE physical damage. Effect, deducts your own health points to deal damage, with damage value proportional to health deducted. 1 health point equals 1 damage point. Range, for every 10,000 HP deducted, the skill's effective damage width increases by 1 meter. Range, for every 100 HP deducted, the skill's effective range increases by 1 meter. Cooldown, 500 seconds. Restriction 1, maximum health deduction per use cannot exceed 50% of total health. Restriction 2, Blood Slash's maximum range and width capped at 100 m1m. No damage cap, but distance is capped? Damage really isn't an issue. My level has reached 27 these past few days, and my HP is now nearly 3 million. A 1.5 million damage slash, though it's less than half my basic attack. The Healing Chi Theory restores 10% HP per use. Combined with the God tier skill battled billions of times. With fast enough reflexes, you can chain combos. Frenetic healing, relentless combos. It really does test your finger speed. You have to keep tapping battle billions more times. This alone is sufficient. Other health skills either have too many restrictions to manage effectively or lack sufficient range. This blood slash is insane. Wait, no. It's awesome. Then let's remove the attack range cap. The car pulled up beneath the Qianyu Guild headquarters. Below the headquarters building, the flower beds were already packed with people waiting. Even a banner had been unfurled. A warm welcome to guild leader Lin Feiyu for his inspection and guidance. The moment Lin Feiyu stepped out of the car, he saw the banner. Who came up with this? Wasn't this just a subtle way of criticizing me for not showing up to work at the guild? What's so great about this crappy guild anyway? If it weren't for the guild mode requirement for this raid battle, he wouldn't have bothered. Welcome, welcome. A warm welcome. Lin Feiyu passed by the gathering area and recognized many familiar faces. Vice President Lu Fei hurried over with a smile, shaking his hand. President, you're late. Do I have a habit of arriving early? And what's with all these fireworks? Let's clear this up and head to the meeting. Lin Feiyu walked past the former president, Shiryu, who was clearly dressed up to the nines, without so much as a glance. Shiryu pursed her red lips and followed him upstairs. Inside the conference room, Lin Feiyu picked up a pencil and began crossing off names one by one on a roster of guild members. Lu Chang, shield bearer, level 35. Health 40,000. Armor. Zhang Yongfan, knight, level 36. Health 60,000. Guild leader Shiryu stood before a projector displaying a PowerPoint slide, presenting the attributes of the guild's few combat-oriented classes. When Lin Feiyu, the guild leader, had initiated the guild war, she hadn't known anything about it. Seeing the abundant special items within that dungeon still tempted her greatly. But alas, as a gathering guild, they simply didn't have the funds to recruit combat classes. And, this guild leader? She seemed to have a screw loose. He insisted on issuing a server-wide announcement. And he even scheduled the battle to start 3 days later. Normally, according to convention, they would quietly initiate the dungeon battle. That way, guilds based in other counties wouldn't have time to rush over and join the fight, drastically reducing the pressure. Though the first group to clear it would still face a brutal beating. But that would greatly increase their chances of securing permanent dungeon rights. Why such a rush? A server-wide announcement? And delaying the opening by 3 days? This just gives others time to mobilize their forces. Alright. The combat classes in our guild, their stats are utterly pathetic. Everyone here is trash. If it weren't for the minimum 10-player requirement for Guild Wars, I'd consider starting my own guild. Thud. Sure, you slammed the remote control pen onto the conference table. Lin Feiyu. You. Even Sure Yu's temper couldn't hold up anymore. Such a big deal, and he just went ahead and did it. And now he's insulting people here? Now look, we can't even force a withdrawal. Because Lin Feiyu, the first clear player, was right here. If Qianyu's guild withdrew, this guild war would be cancelled. This, announced server-wide? Qianyu guild would alienate everyone. They'd be dragging the guild straight into the quagmire of guild wars. If they participate, players entering combat risk level drops and equipment loss upon death. With so many combatants entering the fray, how much damage would that cause? Guild wars are pure money-burning fiascos. Doesn't he know that? He was supposed to come to headquarters for a briefing, but dragged his feet until the very day the guild war started. What's with the big shot act? Are you footing the bill? If we fail, the losses will be catastrophic. And you still refuse to ally with other powerful guilds. I see no hope of victory. Sure, you managed to calm himself down. After all, this guild was someone's life's work. Vice President Sure Yu. If you have reservations, then how about this? Let's sign a wager agreement. Regardless of victory or defeat, all losses from this guild war will be borne solely by me. But if we somehow win. Sure, you had been waiting for this very line. He sprang to his feet, overjoyed. Great. If you win, the dungeon rewards are all yours. You win. 20 of the Fortune 500 are here. What do you have to win with? With that thought, Sure you shot him a defiant look and added, and here's another wager. If you win, I'll eat a whole pound of it. Oh? Playing that big? I call. Chapter 55, is killing everyone enough? Dungeon, Blood Plague Forest. Lin Feiyu led a group of 100 people into the instance, including himself. Most of them were gatherers. For this guild war, any guild member could be directly pulled into the instance. Thus, several level 10 members were present, along with gatherers who hadn't even left the newbie village yet. With each guild capped at 100 members, Qianyu Guild, a relatively small gathering-focused guild, had truly mobilized everyone who could come. Even Vice President Lu Fei, whose combat effectiveness was practically zero, made the trip. Win or lose, someone's gotta eat. Might as well come see others feast. Lin Feiyu was formidable, but, as hundreds, thousands, even tens of thousands of players surged in. Spells, arrows, ranged skills, until the roar. He was carried away in one wave. Brother, can we really win? Aren't we just throwing our lives away? His younger sister, Lin Lu, had long since left the Moon God Guild at Lin Feiyu's instruction and joined the Qianyu Guild. Li Dahu, Chen Son, and Yang Kai had also been recruited by him and were now inside the dungeon. Lin Feiyu now served as the guild leader of Qianyu Guild. While his authority over the guild was limited. But the guild leader privileges were real. Arranging for a few trusted allies? What's the big deal? A simple matter. The Qianyu Guild, the entire guild, including the beautiful former leader, would sooner or later bear the Lin name. Little sister, even you don't believe in me? Lin Feiyu scratched his nose. He was quite confident about this guild war. It wasn't that his strength was extraordinary, but rather, his strength was downright insane. Conquering this dungeon didn't require such elaborate schemes. There was another purpose: revenge. The curse of his little sister, his death in his previous life. He would exact as much vengeance as possible. The rules for this dungeon battle are straightforward. They're divided into 2 phases. The first stage focuses on gathering points, construction points, and hunting points. Within this vast dungeon, gather resources, build camps, and hunt minor monsters. Each of these point categories has a cap, and the caps are quite high. If only a few people enter, it's genuinely difficult to win against larger groups. Most crucially, the camp must be completed within a day. Those failing to finish will be eliminated after 24 hours. Therefore, you need a large group to come in and build. In the second phase, defeat points are earned by killing players from other guilds. This kill point system is activated during Phase 1. However, during Phase 1, everyone is busy gathering resources and building, so almost no one is willing to kill players from other guilds. If clashes erupt too early, neither guild will finish building their camp, resulting in elimination for both. Camps breached incur a breach point. Eliminating players earns elimination points. Before camps are built, defeated players respawn randomly across the map. Only after the camp is fully constructed will respawns occur within the camp. On the second day, once camps are built, the battle shifts to camp combat. Once a camp is breached, defeated players will respawn outside the instance, effectively eliminated from the game. Once all members of a guild are eliminated, their accumulated points become invalid. Only surviving guilds will have the chance to compete for points. Therefore, while other scoring elements are important, ultimately defending the camp is paramount. Camps were immovable. Once their exact location was discovered, they were completely exposed. For guilds like Lin Feiyu's, whose first clear players cannot remain anonymous, it becomes a sitting duck. This is precisely why Vice President Shiryu dared to take such a bold gamble. Over 200 guilds have entered this guild war. 20 of the top 500 guilds have arrived: Share, Dragon Slayer, Wind and Cloud, these top 500. Moon Goddess, Black Tide. These elite guilds are no pushovers. For ordinary guilds and players, those aiming to secure permanent dungeon rights must make concessions and ally with powerful guilds. The dungeon battle has commenced, lasting 2 days. Today is the first day dedicated to gathering resources and establishing camps. What? Guild leader, aren't you going to issue commands? Vice leader Shiryu began urging from behind Lin Feiyu. You handle gathering and camp construction. Just get the base set up. I'll take my people to clear out other guild players and monsters on the outskirts. And pick up some hunting points and kill points along the way. Lin Feiyu said, beckoning his sister Lin Lu and Li Dahe to leave. You? Lin Feiyu. Have you ever fought in a guild war? Camp location, camp layout, personnel assignments, defensive strategies, gathering routes. You're not handling any of that? Shiryu was furious. How could anyone play like this? It was as if putting on thermal underwear meant you could just abandon all responsibility. Sure, his combat prowess was undoubtedly high, but to be this cocky? Win my ass. I'm leaving all that entirely up to you. Also, don't stress about maxing out gathering, building, or hunting points. Just get the camp up and running. No need for top-tier defenses, I'm not planning to hold it anyway. Lin Feiyu turned back to instruct Shiryu. Ha. When people are speechless, they really do just keep laughing. What? You don't plan to defend it either? Wow. You really don't want to win at all. Ha. Alright. Shiryu chuckled derisively while giving him a thumbs up. This isn't just irresponsible like wearing thermal underwear, it's like you never intended to take responsibility from the start. Fine. Then it doesn't matter, anyone can mess around. Camp construction? What's the big deal about defense? As long as we finish building the camp within the first day's time limit and avoid getting eliminated, right? Shiryu pursed her lips in thought. Watch me leave the camp's weak spot completely exposed. But Lin Feiyu, oh Lin Feiyu. Don't blame me for being ruthless. If you want to eat, go ahead. I can tell you're just itching for it. When the time comes, you'll pay for every bit of experience and dropped gear from the defeated players over here. Cry your heart out. Cry while you eat, you. Lin Feiyu left the gathering spot for Qian Yu's guild, leading his little sister and Li Dahe into a blood-red forest. Lin Lu furrowed her delicate brows and scratched her head in confusion. Second brother, are you really not planning to win this dungeon? It's tough, but we should give it a shot. The loot here is seriously valuable. Seeing his little sister's puzzled expression, Lin Feiyu smiled and said, of course I want to win. Why wouldn't I? I never said I planned to lose. Ha! Lin Lu grew even more puzzled, blinking at Lin Feiyu with eyes brimming with curiosity. Then, why doesn't the camp construction matter at all? Logically speaking, the gathering points and hunting points before the guild war, along with the construction points, didn't play a significant role. Each category only has a cap of 1,000 points. Combined, that's 3,000 points. Defeating players earn 10 points each, and while you could defeat them infinitely before the camp fell. But kill points also had a cap. 2,000 points. After the camp falls, the capture points are a whopping 5,000. Eliminating a player yields 100 points. Moreover, there is no cap on siege points or elimination points. Since over 200 guilds coexist in this instance, it all comes down to who can rack up the points. Or, spot a high-scoring player and eliminate them entirely, wiping their points to zero. In short, camp defense is absolutely crucial. But second brother couldn't care less. Why is that? Lin Feiyu was about to answer when Li Dahe beat him to it. These past few days, the boss had led the three of them grinding experience like mad in the experience dungeon. The three of them had witnessed Lin Feiyu's terrifying prowess firsthand. He's not human. Li Dahe stated bluntly, the guild leader's meaning is, as long as we eliminate every single member of the opposing guild, that's all that matters. Everything else is irrelevant. Our guild joined specifically to build the campsite. We can't let it be forcibly eliminated on the first day before it's finished. Clap clap clap. Lin Feiyu clapped his hands. Exactly. To win, just kill everyone. Simple. Chapter 56, the enemy deploys one man, strikes only once. Su Xiaohan was in a terrible mood today. She barely acknowledged her own sycophant, Lu Qinfei. It was all Lin Feiyu's fault. A few days ago, he'd blocked her without a word. It was always me blocking others, never the other way around. She'd assumed he'd found a new flame, but it turned out he'd cleared an S-rank dungeon for the first time? And now he's the guild leader of Qianyu Guild? Made it big? Hit the jackpot? And now he ignores me? I knew it. Oomph. Men. They'll share hardship with you, but not prosperity. Made it big? Now you're kicking me off the bus? Setting aside the facts, are you really without fault, Lin Feiyu? Fine, fine, fine. Just you wait, I'll make sure you're thoroughly disgraced. Watch out, people are coming from that direction. Prepare for battle. The squad leader of the Chiera Guild hurriedly called out. A crimson blade aura, 1 meter wide and stretching. 600 meters long, swept straight across. Swish. Wide area AoE. 60,000. Over 30 members of the Chiera Guild, before they could even react, were all defeated. Since their camp wasn't built yet, the group scattered and respawned across the world map. Lin Feiyu emerged from the dense forest, wielding the blunt sword. The Dungeon Guild battle notification sounded. Ding! You have defeated Su Xiaohan, Li Gu, Li Fumin, Yang Su, earned 320 defeat points. Oh? Li Gu? An old acquaintance. Lin Feiyu picked his nose and shouted, Big Tiger, loot the gear. Got it, bro. Li Dahu, Chen Son, and Yang Kai began picking up gear from the ground with practiced ease. Lin Lu's pupils dilated in shock, her mouth forming a wide O. The scene left her utterly stunned. Gripping her lance, clad in blue and white armor, Lin Lu had been poised to summon her mount and charge forward. But, before she could even move, it was already over. One strike, and they were all taken down instantly? Has my brother's strength truly reached this level? How absurd. No wonder, spending 5 million didn't hurt a bit. Is our family finally going to live comfortably? Let's go, Lulu. I told you, just come along to enjoy the scenery. You don't need to get involved here. Lin Feiyu sheathed the blunt sword and called to his little sister. Oh. Brother, maybe I should go pick up some gear too. Lin Lu was still quite obedient, feeling it was awkward to just stand around doing nothing. Fine. Go ahead. Just have fun. Xianyu Guild, camp under construction. I must have been blind. He's utterly insane. To just like that, ruin Xianyu Guild's reputation. What the hell is his motive? Shiryu, who was venting wildly to her backstage boss, Morong Xianyu, almost slapped herself. The proposal to make Lin Feiyu guild leader had indeed come from Lu Fei. But at the time, Morong Xianyu had been vehemently opposed. It was her insistence that ultimately led to his appointment as guild leader. Back then, she and Morong Xianyu founded this guild solely to save Aunt Lu. Now, 3 years had passed and there was still no end in sight. Upon witnessing Lin Feiyu's single arrow deal a staggering 4 million damage, he felt a glimmer of hope. Lin Feiyu had quietly served as a gatherer in the guild for nearly 2 years, and I thought he was a decent person. Little did I know he was this kind of person. Once power gets into someone's hands, they turn bad in an instant. Truly, it's no lie. 2 possibilities drove Lin Feiyu to make this decision, leading to the current situation. 1. Lin Feiyu is just a reckless scoundrel, acting on impulse. 2. He deliberately intends to destroy the Qianyu Guild. Once this battle ends, the Qianyu Guild will undoubtedly become a laughingstock. How could they ever recruit combat professionals to transition into a combat guild afterward? Alright, Sister Shiryu, this isn't your fault. Blame Lu Fei instead, it was all his idea. Morong Qianyu hurried forward to console her. Ahem. Lu Fei, standing nearby, nearly choked on his words. He could only explain, ahem. I don't think Lin Feiyu is that kind of person. I believe there's still a chance. Shiryu, you should start preparing. What should we eat for that pound? Shiryu was utterly baffled. Huh? What are you talking about? There's still a chance to win? That's pure fantasy. A mythical tale? Or a fairy tale? Lu Fei just chuckled. Well, we'll see. After being defeated, Su Xiaohan was teleported to a swamp. Covered in mud, she listened blankly as the system announced. Ding! You have been defeated by player Lin Feiyu. Level 1. Ha? It's him? Is it really him? He one-shot me? That flash of blood just now. 60,000 damage. Keep in mind, the highest level in this guild war is 40. Even the veteran heavyweight in our guild, the one who calls the guild leader brother, the greatsword-wielding Blood Knight Li Gu, Uncle Gu, only has a 50k health bar. He dealt 60k in one swing? Has Lin Feiyu become a big shot? Su Xiaohan felt a sharp pang of pain in her heart. I'd been kicked off the bus. Back when they were in school, still at the gaming academy. Su Xiaohan had already noticed Lin Feiyu's astonishing gaming talent. She had long since exploited his advantages to her own ends. She hoped that her early investment would hatch a golden egg. After graduation, Lin Feiyu entered the gaming industry, and then word spread that his talent was utterly lackluster. She was utterly devastated. But Su Xiaohan refused to give up. She still believed Lin Feiyu had a chance to soar. She refused to be that supporting character in novels who immediately calls off the engagement after the protagonist faces a setback. How much regret would she feel then? Besides, Lin Feiyu was still handsome, she could make do with him. But yes, that's right. It's just that my attitude has gotten a bit worse these past few years. I just I've been keeping a few backups on the side. I've just made you wear a few hats. But you can't just kick me out right after takeoff. I didn't even get off the plane on my own. I was literally forced out by him. No way. Su Xiaohan. Pull yourself together. Go chase him back. Just like back in college when I had him wrapped around my finger. Blood Plague Forest. On a small hillside. At the Qi Guild headquarters, Lu Qinfei, the commander-in-chief of this guild war, exploded with rage upon seeing the news of his team's defeat. Damn it! Where's the honor? Where's the discipline? Where's the enemy? What's their position? Reporting to the commander-in-chief. 1 kilometer southwest of our campsite, at the edge of a dense forest, a combatant from the Qiyue Guild relayed the intelligence. Which guild is that? How many did they deploy? Why are only our people dying? Why haven't we earned a single kill point? Why? Could it be the Dragon Slayers? Or did the Wind and Cloud Guild strike? Lu Qinfei demanded furiously. Reporting to the commander-in-chief, according to frontline intelligence, it is indeed the guild of the instigator of this guild war, the Qianyu Guild. Oh? That tiny gathering guild? They mobilized their entire force? Report. According to frontline intelligence, the enemy deployed 1 person who only swung their blade once. Bull. Chapter 57, South Mountain's Invincible Warriors. Qi's Grand Muster. The deputy commander produced the damage logs of the other defeated members. Lu Qinfei stroked his chin. Narrowing his eyes, mouth twisted into a grimace, teeth bared, he stared at that single 60,000 damage hit, his lower eyelid twitching uncontrollably. Then he glanced at his own 70,000 HP bar. Could he withstand it? Li Qi, the night class player who had been observing the situation closely, couldn't help but tremble slightly upon seeing that the one who had defeated over 30 opponents was Lin Feiyu. Bang! Lu Qinfei slammed his fist hard on the table, snapping Li Qi out of his nameless dread. Enraged, Lu Qinfei roared. Damn it all to hell! Do they think we're a bunch of nobodies at Chier? Our Chier Guild in Nanshan County is known as the Unbeatable Ones. We've never backed down from anyone. How dare you? Lin Feiyu! You've pushed us too far. Muster the troops. Muster the troops. I'll fly past him. By a small stream. Li Gu stared at his level, which had dropped by 1. He had come to terms with it. After all, he couldn't clear the level 40 advanced dungeon anyway. Just 1 level he'd grinded back up in no time. But that notification made him shiver 3 times. Ding! You have been defeated by player Lin Feiyu. Level 1. After actually encountering him during that dungeon run, he was completely haunted by the experience. That dragon and that man? Was he even human? Not necessarily. Not at all. He desperately wanted to warn guild leader Morone Limo, learning the Blood Plague Forest dungeon this water shouldn't be waded into. But what reason could he give? Wouldn't that break his oath and bring a curse upon him? Being cursed himself was one thing, he was just a worthless piece of trash anyway. But dragging Li Qi, Kai Yuan, Song Ishue, or even the young Miss Morong Shiyu into it? Absolutely not. Change the rules of the world? Is that something a human would say? It can only mean one is nearing godhood yet drifting far from humanity. Suddenly, a violet figure materialized behind a cluster of trees, a purple-clad maiden wielding a one-eyed scythe. Closely following behind her was a purple-black dead dragon. Li Gu glanced at it once, and his pupils instantly dilated. Lin Feiyu led several people to a mountainous area. Looking up, the terrain undulated in a jagged pattern. Over there stood a hill of considerable height. He knew this must be where Lu Qinfei had chosen to set up camp. In his past life, he had also served under Lu Qinfei. Lu Qinfei always believed that the mountain's rugged terrain offered strategic advantage. Holding the high ground allowed surveillance of enemy movements and made feigned attacks extremely difficult. He also knew this man was ruthless and merciless. In his previous life, Lin Feiyu's rapid advancement in the later stages had once shaken Lu Qinfei's standing within the guild. No wonder he framed me back then. A grudge from the past life, repaid in this one, that's karma. Die, Lu Qinfei. Lin Feiyu remembered well the Blood Plague Forest was the home turf of the dead dragon box, also known as Xia Dai's old stomping grounds. Brother, are we really going to clash with the Chiera Guild? Lin Lu was still deeply concerned. After all, it was a guild ranked among the world's top 500, a colossal entity. Even the Moon Goddess Guild she had once belonged to didn't rank among the top 1,000. She knew all too well the strength of such guilds. They were teeming with elite players. Forget brother's 10,000 damage per hit. Even if he dealt 600,000 damage per strike, he wouldn't necessarily come out ahead if ambushed by a mob in the open fields after clearing a dungeon. He might even get leveled down and sent back to the newbie village. Lin Feiyu stretched lazily, his voice languid. Whatever. Deal with him. Conflict? Just a simple conflict? Poof. But Lin Lu still couldn't shake her worry. No buts about it. One comes at me, I take them down. I'm not talking about inside this instance. I mean the wilderness outside the instance.
Lin Feiyu ruffled Lin Lu's hair.
I was talking about the wilds too. A small hill not far away suddenly erupted into commotion.
100 or so people began marching toward them in force. The leader of this group was none other than Lu Qinfei, the commander of the Chiyue Guild, along with other players who hadn't been deployed. They too had spotted Lin Feiyu and his group.
Lu Qinfei quickly gathered his men and commanded, "Hold! Do not advance any further."
He narrowed his eyes, observing Lin Feiyu standing motionless at the foot of the hill.
Is that Lin Feiyu? Judging by the gear and attire, it's him. Well. They've actually launched a surprise attack on our camp. Looks like we won't need to go looking for him. He actually dares to come here to kill us? What nerve! Deputy Commander Yi Fanqing, a knight riding a wolf. Seeing Lin Feiyu stride in so brazenly, he quickly asked Lu Qinfei, "What should we do, Commander? His damage output is extremely high. He'll be tough to handle." Lu Qinfei stroked his chin. 60,000 damage per swing? Half our team doesn't even have over 60,000 HP.
Deputy Commander Yi Fanqing continued his analysis. Only knights and tanks can survive his attacks.
And I reviewed the death replay that skill's range is truly massive. A full 600 meters. It's a sweeping type skill. This Lin Feiyu certainly has reason to be arrogant. We need to handle him with caution. Lu Qinfei nodded in agreement with Yi Fanqing's assessment. Then, what do we do?
Have anyone with over 60,000 HP, plus damage reduction and shields to withstand it, step up and take that hit. A skill with such high damage will have an incredibly long cooldown, long enough for us to finish him off completely.
Yi Fanqing offered her suggestion, a brutally simple yet highly effective tactic. Lu Qinfei nodded in deep agreement. Alright, let's do it.
He then commanded, distribute all health potions and healing items to players above 60,000 HP. Once they take 60,000 damage, start consuming them immediately to avoid being one-shot. Healers, get in there fast. Pull aggro where needed, heal where needed, don't hold back on your skills. Those with health below 60,000, if you're far enough away, unleash your ranged skills immediately, but stay outside 600 meters, don't get one shot. I'll lead the charge.
Beat the drums. Advance. Take him down. Charge. Assault. Assault. Dust instantly began swirling up the hillside.
Lin Feiyu knew the tactical discussion over there had concluded.
They were planning to gang up on him. Or,
I'll just stand here motionless.
Let them try to break my obsidian shield? And let them taste the 300,000 damage AoE? No way. Lu Qinfei is on the other side. Standing here letting them hit me?
I'll chop him to pieces. Lu Qinfei, one of those with over 60,000 HP, wasn't messing around either. He charged forward, leading the charge. Seeing Lin Feiyu frozen in place, he shouted urgently. Quick! He's intimidated by our numbers, sprint and take him down. Soon, a hail of ranged arrows from archers and mages' spells erupted overhead.
Clang, clang, clang.
All strikes hit his shield, which held 300,000 HP.
The distance was still too great, few could reach him.
So by the time they broke his shield, the enemy melee fighters would probably have their blades pressed against our foreheads.
No way. We still need to save face. This is a raid battle, a guild war, no restrictions on red name penalties. Then, let the slaughter begin. Draw the blunt sword. Blood. Slash. This strike drained 80,000 HP. Attack range, 800 meters. Enough. The range is sufficient to cover it entirely. Now. 600 meters out. Rear units, hold your ground. Frontline members, keep moving. Take him down in one wave.
Prepare to receive the roar. Swish. A crimson streak of light slashed across.
Lu Qinfei stared at his 70,000 HP. Plus his armor. Oof. You won't one-shot me. 79,253. Ha! How did my health bar empty? After a dizzying whirl,
Lu Qinfei revived beside a small stream.
Ding! You were defeated by player Lin Feiyu. Level 1. Damn it! That Lin Feiyu had a hidden move. My mistake. This is bloody awful.
Thankfully, his skill only has a 600-meter range.
We still have a few survivors in the back row. Lu Qinfei cursed furiously, damn it all to hell.
Suddenly, he looked up and saw a familiar figure.
Hey! Li Guo? You're here too? Chapter 58, Master. Doesn't care. Run, kid. Li Guo shouted at Lu Qinfei.
Lu Qinfei scratched his head, looking at Li Guo in confusion.
What was going on? Why was he telling him to run the moment they met? What's up, Uncle Guo?
Before he could finish.
Thud. A massive purple scythe plunged straight into Lu Qinfei's back. Pierced through on the spot. Blood began to flow from the front of Lu Qinfei's chest.
In this game, blood doesn't usually appear unless you're killed, not defeated. He abruptly looked down at his torn chest.
Damn it all. How could this be? I'm dying. This was his final thought in life.
Extreme darkness began to envelop him, his thoughts snapped, and he died completely.
Thud. Lu Qinfei's body collapsed to the ground, pupils dilated. Xia Dai emerged from behind a tree nearby. It was her scythe that killed him, no doubt. It was indeed she who channeled the power. But the killer couldn't be her. She was Lin Feiyu's beast companion. If she had killed him, it would be detected. Officials with certain game privileges would investigate, and then Lin Feiyu would be in big trouble. Therefore, the killer was a tree spirit. She'd been in this instance for years and knew it inside out. Manipulating a dead player's resurrection point? There are plenty of ways to do that. With the Darkling dead, she was now the final boss of this map. Xia Dai glided past the corpse in her stiletto heels, approaching a towering, ancient tree with a human-like form. She retrieved the scythe coiled around the ancient branches. Gently wiping away the blood, the one-eyed scythe transformed into a purple speck of light and vanished. Xia Dai turned to face the one who had witnessed everything. Li Go watched Lu Qinfei collapse in a pool of blood. The blood-soaked ground made it painfully clear what had happened. He was dead, completely and utterly. His eyelids twitching violently, he abruptly looked up at the elfin-like girl. If not for having just glimpsed the dead dragon behind her, and her voice, which was unmistakably recognizable, he might not have identified her at all. The elven-eared girl before him was none other than the boss, the dead dragon box. In human form. The sudden appearance of the dead dragon filled him with utter terror. She opened with a terrifying statement. "It's you! You swore a solemn oath if you see what you shouldn't, you won't be able to speak of it. This place is unsafe, teeming with monsters. After I finish off these people, I'll take you out." At first, Li Go had thought this dragon was quite decent. It was actually willing to protect him and get him out of this forest. Kill someone? Who? Li Go asked in surprise, his words slipping out instinctively. Killing people, not defeating them, that much he understood. Directly deciding life and death? Why? Someone who was about to resurrect here. Why? Li Go knew he shouldn't ask, yet he couldn't suppress his curiosity. Why? My lord's will. After that, the dead dragon refused to say another word. Li Go wiped the sweat from his forehead. He felt immensely relieved that he'd hurriedly made everyone swear an oath that day. Otherwise, who was the dead dragon's master? Lin Feiyu. What exactly was his purpose? As he speculated while waiting quietly, a resurrection light flared. To his surprise, it was someone he knew. Lu Qinfei? They were after Lu Qinfei? You know him? Do you know why my master wants him dead? Xia Dai asked Li Go, though she herself didn't know the reason. Lin Feiyu had given the order, so she followed it. Li Go pondered for a moment. Perhaps he's the overall commander for this guild war. I see. Xia Dai pondered. That couldn't be the reason. Given how badly our master was injured, it wouldn't make sense to kill some commander of a guild. Seems you don't know either. Xia Dai muttered to herself, turning to leave. Follow me. I'll lead you out of this dense forest. Li Go watched Xia Dai's departing figure. She's even taking me out of the forest. This dragon is surprisingly decent. The events witnessed today. Dare he speak of it? Might it implicate the young miss? What if he really caused the death of Miss Morone? She's the chairman's daughter. How could he possibly bring himself to sacrifice their lives? But Lu Qinfei is also a top talent cultivated by the guild. More importantly, this is a living, breathing human being. Cover it up? But what if Lin Feiyu truly was some terrifying entity, an evil force plotting to destroy humanity? Should they conceal it then? Wouldn't that make him complicit? If this dragon cared, perhaps killing me outright would be the best outcome. But it didn't. What exactly were they trying to do? Li Ji's legs felt like they were filled with lead, unable to take a single step forward. The turmoil within him tore him apart. Gritting his teeth, he managed to ask. Aren't you afraid of breaking your oath and revealing this? Xia Dai didn't even turn her head. The master doesn't care. At the Chair Guild camp, Lin Feiyu, who was blocking the gate, asked in surprise. The master? Doesn't care? Did you really say that? After hearing Xia Dai's report, he was utterly stunned. What style? A dragon is still a dragon. And he even knew to lead people out of the dense forest. But the master does care. Just you wait, I'll beat you. I'll beat you to a pulp. And whip you with a lash. Light the candles too. You're completely out of control. Such a big matter, and you didn't even ask for permission? What if you knocked Li Gu unconscious? Even if you'd been more discreet about it so no one saw? Got some nerve, huh? Tiger's courage? Or leopard's courage? Dragon's gall? Oh, then it's fine. But if this gets leaked, it's murder. Need I say more about the punishment? I'll give you a shot. Lin Feiyu's cheek twitched. Xia Dai was obedient, but she had no humanity. Not a shred of humanity. Then again, she is the mother dragon. Where would humanity come from? It's all animal instinct. Did she ever consider that Li Gu might just give up on living, defy the poison oath, and expose us? Probably not.
Her mind is filled with nothing but beastly instincts.
Under the threat of death, absolute control is all that matters? True. Beastly instincts see only prey, survival, and reproduction. It probably couldn't comprehend human self-sacrifice.
But now that things have come to this, we still need to figure out a way to deal with Li Gu.
Or maybe just shut him up.
Lin Feiyu sat on the hillside of the Chiyue Guild camp.
He clutched his head, a slight headache throbbing. Not far away, Lin Lu watched the vaguely familiar purple-clad woman seeming to report something to Lin Feiyu.
Suddenly, she remembered that fleeting glimpse at the hotel.
It was her. What was she doing here? Seemed like one of Brother's subordinates? Why are they keeping their conversation from us? What were they talking about? Perhaps to prevent Lin Lu from misunderstanding, or perhaps to flaunt his knowledge of the secrets surrounding the eldest brother.
Yan Kai went straight ahead and told Lin Lu that the purple-clad woman was Lin Feiyu's beast tamer.
See, you're his sister, yet you know less than I do. I'm the one big brother truly trusts. Lin Lu was utterly astonished. Could she really be Brother's beast tamer? Could my brother actually be telling the truth? I thought. Chapter 59, Paper Burning County.
Li Gu, his heart heavy, joined several players from the Chiyue Guild. He stood alone, far removed from the group. He clenched his fists so tightly his fingertips turned white. Yet he still heard the gasps from the other side and saw the terror in their eyes.
The commander? Dead? How could this happen? Killed by a dungeon mob. What do we do? A guild war actually resulted in a death. Should we even participate in the upcoming guild wars? Li Jiyi's face darkened as he wrestled with intense internal conflict throughout the entire ordeal. Lu Qinfei had died right before his eyes. That kid was someone he'd personally recruited. He had incredible talent. True, his character left something to be desired, a bit hypocritical, petty, and scheming. He saw all that, but it didn't deserve death. Given time and proper guidance, he could have grown into a towering tree. To see him die right before my eyes, and now I'm supposed to cover for the killer? But who exactly is this Lin Feiyu? Could he still come after us? Li Qi, Kaiyuan, Song Ishua, and the young miss. Killed, not defeated. As he struggled violently, Li Qi approached. His voice barely above a whisper, he asked, "Is this related to Lin Feiyu?" Li Gu snapped his head up, his pupils contracting sharply. "Why would you think that?" He shook his head, then declared. "We're withdrawing. Now. Immediately. Leave this instance at once." Li Qi's hand clenched fiercely around Li Ji's arm, knuckles turning white from the pressure. "But how do we convince the others to leave?" "No. We can't. Persuading them would break our oath. Just the two of us. Leave. You don't care if the others live or die?" Li Qi's gaze hardened. "If the two of us die here, then there will be two fewer people who know about that matter. If Lin Feiyu that thing really makes a major move, we can still issue an early warning. If someone hasn't done anything to harm humanity, Blue Star, or the Great Xia Empire, how many lives can you stop? Even if you exposed his secrets, who would believe you? Who? That's why we must preserve the spark. To pass down that truth. Generation after generation. Generation after generation? Not human. Not human life?" Li Ji's tightly clenched fists finally relaxed. "You really think big. You've already considered the future?" "The future. It has already arrived. Your words have moved me. Ha! I'm truly getting old. Even the courage to die has deserted me. Uncle Gu, how can you say such things? Where did this come from? The burden we bear is 1,000-year 10,000-year responsibility. Fine. Then we will become deserters. For humanity. For humanity." However, to save everyone's lives, Li Gu still couldn't bring himself to persuade them. He raised his arm and called out, "Everyone, listen to me. The commander is dead. How about it? Shouldn't we, the Chiyue Guild, withdraw from the competition altogether?" "Ha? Ah. Oh." Lin Feiyu had originally planned to wait at the exit of the Chiyue camp, ambushing them at the gate. Killing one by one until they couldn't set up camp and were all eliminated. But instead, he waited through daylight and into the night. Waiting in vain for a whole day and night. And now dawn was nearly breaking. Even the invincible frames at the camp's core were nearly depleted. The camp core must be heavily guarded. If the camp is breached, you must locate the core and shatter it to fully conquer the camp. But during the first day's competition, the invincibility status of the camp core cannot be broken. Lin Feiyu glanced at the time. It was already 6 a.m. on the second day. Could it be true? Not a single one had returned. In the distant dawnlight, a figure appeared, riding a wolf. Oh no! One has returned. Lin Feiyu recognized him at a glance. 9 out of 10, he was very familiar. Though in his past life, this person had only been a figure in a black and white photograph. He had seen it countless times. He'd wiped that photo clean countless times. It had developed a patina from handling. Even the incense we burned together would be enough to fill 2 cars and 3 tricycles.
Though we never met in my past life, I owe a debt of gratitude to his wife.
That is to say, the unlucky husband of sister-in-law Yuan,
The guild leader who dropped dead on his wedding night.
Yi Fanqing.
Lin Feiyu remembered that his acquaintance with sister-in-law Yuan began after that very wedding. That was 3 years after this timeline. Though he wasn't present during that beast tide, nor did he attend the wedding. But afterward, he heard the story of his sister-in-law, Yuan. That's how their paths crossed. They became friends. A pure friendship. Really? Perfect. Sis-in-law mentioned that it all began when she first left the newbie village and entered Shaoji County. There, she encountered Yi Fanqing and they got to know each other, grew close, and fell in love. Their long-distance romance lasted nearly 2 whole years before they finally got married. By today's timeline, it's coming up fast. Oh no. Fate is truly mysterious. We must act first. Saving widows is everyone's responsibility. Oh. No. She's not one yet, so save the maiden. But according to fate's arrangement, shouldn't Yi Fanqing meet Yuan first? Should I go burn paper offerings at the county seat? Will I meet her there? Add her as a friend directly? At this point, has she already entered the game? Is she already stuck in the newbie village? Hard to say. He never really asked when Yuan entered the newbie village. In my past life, I never imagined I'd get another chance. Why would I have asked about that? Opening the friend list and typing Yuan brought up tens of thousands of results all with the same name. After the Great Xia Empire descended into the game world, it gained access to this vast resource pool. Its population skyrocketed over tenfold. The surname Yi and the given name Wan were neither uncommon nor unique. Hundreds of thousands of namesakes were perfectly normal. No way. It's like looking for a needle in a haystack. And I have no bloody clue when she even joined the game. I can't make a choice. If it was just these past few days, then wouldn't that mean missing the opportunity? Looks like I'll have to focus my efforts on Yi Fanqing. Lin Feiyu watched Yi Fanqing slowly approach on her wolf, silently resolving within himself. Alright. Yi Fanqing. In this lifetime, you shall be my closest confidant. Lin Feiyu approached her with great enthusiasm to greet her. Yi Fanqing was still shaken, backing away repeatedly. Lin Feiyu, you're something else. This is the first time our Chiar Guild has been pushed into such a desperate corner. I'll remember you. Brother Yi. What are you saying? We're family here. Who knows you? What about the other Chiar Guild members? Aren't they coming back? They all withdrew from the competition. They all withdrew? Even Su Shaohan ran off? Poof. They won't get away with it. But Yi Fanqing still spoke cautiously. The commander-in-chief, Lin Feiyu, is dead. With this guild war's crushing defeat, as the deputy commander, I'll bear the main responsibility. It's going to be brutal. Oh? So he's taking the fall? It'll be bad? Lin Feiyu instantly understood he wanted me to destroy the core of his camp. This way, they'd be eliminated by me, not withdrawing themselves. It saves face and could lessen the punishment. Lin Feiyu quickly anticipated the request. You want me to destroy the camp core? Yes. Yi Fanqing had expected lengthy negotiations. After all, the camp core couldn't be damaged by their own people, so they had no choice but to beg him. What utter despair! Li Ge, a highly respected guild elder with immense prestige, led the withdrawal and everyone immediately scattered. Wasn't this like roasting him, the deputy commander, over a fire? The commander-in-chief had already fallen, and the most resilient one was gone. Who'd have thought Lin Feiyu would be so on the ball and get it right away? I wonder. When I met Brother Yi, it felt like we'd known each other for ages, truly a karmic connection from a past life. This matter. I suppose we could consider it. Oh? Is that so? So wonderfully coincidental? You bet. By the way, when do you plan to head to Shaoji County? Oh? You've heard my story? I do have a quest item being crafted in Shaoji County. I'm heading there in 3 days to pick it up. Oh? I hear the fiery clouds in Paper Burning County are as intricate as paper cuttings, absolutely stunning. Could you take me alone? Well, help me break it. Break it. Add me as a friend, take me to see the fiery clouds, I'll break it right now. Alright. Deal. Chapter 60, Laying an Egg for You. Uncle Gu really thinks big. He actually withdrew from the competition voluntarily. Well done. We're all following suit. Exactly. Uncle Gu actually sacrificed his reputation to protect our ranks and gear. Withdraw. We absolutely must withdraw. Great. Then we won't have to face the guild leader's punishment. Li Ge never imagined our guild had sunk this low. The world's gone to the dogs. And I only said one thing. Everyone's running away? No, isn't anyone staying behind? Scared off by Lu Qinfei's death? This game world was never safe to begin with. Who hasn't fought tooth and nail to survive? Sigh. The Chiyue Guild has truly lost all face this time. Forget it. If the guild leader wants to blame someone, let him blame someone. Late at night. Once midnight passes on the first day, the second day's schedule officially begins. At this moment, the second stage was about to begin. Next, the camp's core will lose its invincibility status and become vulnerable to attack. Xian Yu's guild camp had already been fully constructed by this point. Ji Chen and Hua, Chenhao, and the other gatherers stared at the camp core now completely exposed, the camp. A pole was planted directly into the ground, with a banner hanging from it, camp core located here. Arrow. On the ground lay several directional signs, camp core this way please. A group of Qianyu guild players stood there, torn between laughter and tears. Seriously, what is this? Some kind of covert rivalry among the higher-ups? Secret? It's practically on display. Exposing the camp core like that, afraid people won't notice? They even put up a banner and signposts. Unbelievable. As if they're afraid they can't lose. He doesn't care about camp construction or defenses at all. I bet he hasn't even bothered to grind much hunting points. Don't say that about Lin. Guild leader. He's already racked up 1,000 kill points, right? That means he defeated 100 people. Yang Shu, the big guy, chimed in to defend Lin Feiyu. Humph. And Hua sneered. What good is 1,000 points? If the camp gets destroyed, that's 100 elimination points right off the bat. We've got so many level 10 gatherers here, if just a few dozen get eliminated, that's thousands of points gone. I heard. Vice President Shiryu and President Lin Feiyu made a bet: if Shiryu wins, he eats, but if Lin Feiyu loses, he eats. What? You didn't eat that. Probably. That's it? Oh. I see. Looks like this guild is done for too. We better find a new one and get out of here fast. Yeah, let's just grab our buckets and run. Not a shred of hope left. A notification sounded for all players participating in the guild war within the dungeon. Ding! The core of the Chiyue guild camp has been destroyed by player Lin Feiyu. All members of the Chiyue guild may now be eliminated. Ding! All members of the Chiyue guild have exited the dungeon. Eliminated. What? Chiyue got eliminated? Wait, how did they all leave the instance? Did they quit en masse? Aren't they one of the top 500 guilds globally? I can smell a conspiracy here. At the Dragon Slayer Guild's camp, this battle's commander, Lu Chengfeng, was utterly astonished upon hearing of Chier's elimination. His scouts had already pinpointed the location of Qian Yu's camp, the initiator of this guild war. He was about to send a message to Chier Guild's commander, Lu Chenfei, inviting him to join forces. First, eliminate this guild that had the chance to permanently seize control of this dungeon rich in resources and commanding high prices. Then they could fight for ownership. Why did they flee? Had something happened? He hurriedly opened the chat system, intending to send a message to Lu Chenfei, whom he was somewhat familiar with. But, the moment he opened it, Lu Chenfei deceased. What? A fatality? This dungeon is terrifying. We'd better be careful. No wonder they all withdrew. Lu Chengfeng quickly consulted with the Fengyun guild members. Both agreed this dungeon was too dangerous and that they should impose stricter restrictions on their guild players. Fortunately, they had already completed the gathering and hunting objectives. Next up was the guild battle. Players defeating each other was no big deal, it wasn't like they'd actually die. The two quickly rallied a large number of guild members and headed toward Qian Yu's base. They had to eliminate this guild that stood a chance of permanently claiming the dungeon first. Dawn broke, and the next day's guild battle schedule commenced. Lin Feiyu began scouting other guild bases he intended to strike first. Why defend your home? If none of you have a home, then so be it. Tear them all down. Charge the high ground and destroy their crystals. Lin Feiyu rode atop the dead dragon, soaring high in the sky. Leveraging the vantage point, he scanned for other guild camps. Xia Dai stood by his side. Now it was perfect. Xia Dai and the dead dragon, human and dragon separated, truly focused on companionship, never parting for a single step. Li Dahu and his two companions, along with the little sister Lin Lu, were also on the dragon's back. Though the little sister had never ridden a dragon before, her knight profession kept her steady in the saddle. The other three, however, were a different story. They were screaming and shouting, looking like they'd never seen anything like this before. Lin Lu's eyes sparkled brightly. She was a knight, after all. Riding on a dragon's back, that's every knight's dream. She wanted a dragon of her own. It was truly irresistible. Xia Dai noticed too and asked outright, "Little sister, you want a dragon too, don't you?" Ha! Lin Lu's face flushed crimson. Had she been found out? Her brother's purple-robed female beast tamer was quite unusual, unlike the other beast tamers and mount riders who were stiff and lifeless. Still, Lin Lu didn't find it odd. After all, many NPCs in this game world possess genuine personalities just like real people, capable of normal human emotions. So the purple-robed beast tamer's question made perfect sense. It was a testament to her brother's formidable beast taming skill. After hearing Xia Dai's question, Lin Lu pumped her little fist excitedly and exclaimed, "I want to." "You have a way? I can lay an egg for you," Xia Dai said, glancing deliberately or perhaps not at her master. A crimson tongue flicked across her red lips. Lin Feiyu had been sitting comfortably atop the dragon's back, still straining to locate other guild camps. Suddenly, he heard Xia Dai's words and felt her burning gaze. His entire body trembled violently. The three primal laws of beasts: survival, sustenance, procreation. Oh no! He was being targeted. He quickly changed the subject, steering clear of this extremely dangerous topic. I see it. I see it. Look, there's a guild camp over there. Let's charge it. Assault. Full assault. Full-on assault. Lin Lu, brother, you look so awkward, utterly flustered. Xia Dai, is that embarrassment? I thought it was excitement. Chapter 61, Run. There's an ambush. Early morning. The core of the camp, the Invincible crystal, had vanished. The second phase of the guild war had begun. A valley front was packed with 1,000 players. Wind and Cloud Guild, Dragon Slayer Guild, Moon Goddess Guild, Black Tide Guild. A total of 200 guilds entered this instance, with roughly half now present. Over 90 major guilds have already assembled on the outer edges of the valley. The turnout is substantial, with each guild sending around 10 members. Nearly 900 people surrounded the exit of the small valley. Commander Lu, this valley has no other exits, only the entrance before us. Lu Changfeng, commander of the Dragon Slayer Guild, was stunned. Had they boxed themselves in? A desperate last stand? What kind of strategy is this? Are we resorting to military strategy now? Is that how military strategy is supposed to be used? Whoa, wait a minute. Could there be an ambush? Li Yan, the deputy commander of the Wind and Cloud Guild, also stared curiously at the valley with no depth. Two possibilities. Either the players from Qianyu Guild have never fought a guild war before and have no clue what they're doing. Or, they never intended to win at all. After speaking, Li Yin turned to look at Lu Chengfeng of the Dragon Slayer Guild, who had gathered everyone this time. The Dragon Slayer Guild and the initiator of this guild war had a grudge. The specifics weren't entirely clear, but it seemed the grudge originated back in the newbie village. Since it meant attacking the instigator of the guild war, he responded immediately, regardless of whether Lu Chengfeng intended revenge. Taking down a guild that could permanently gain dungeon access meant the dungeon might become available on a rotational basis. This was directly tied to their own interests. There was no room for hesitation. They had to join the fight. If they didn't, and neither did the other side, someone else would claim permanent rights. Though the gathering guilds' odds were slim, if the major guilds here clashed head-on in a massive battle, they might get ambushed. That would be a complete laughingstock. Lu Chengfeng shook his head. I smell a rat. Even if the Chier Guild's commander died, they shouldn't have just quit the tournament altogether, right? Just a commander. No big deal. And, when you saw the Chier Guild get eliminated, it was Lin Feiyu who destroyed their camp core. I think it's possible Chier and Qianyu Guild struck some kind of deal. This valley might have an ambush. As soon as Lu Chengfeng spoke, the room erupted in commotion. The commanders and deputy commanders from the other guilds present were all taken aback. They weren't afraid of Qianyu, this obscure gathering guild. But Chier was still a force to be reckoned with. Nanshan Victory King. That was no joke. Their reputation wasn't just talk. It was earned through hard-fought battles. Hundreds of thousands of seeded players. Plus 2 7th-tier, transcendent masters holding court. Their strength rivals the very best on Blue Star. How could this happen? Could it be Chier stabbed everyone in the back? I think maybe Chiyue bought out Qianyu's entire guild. That way, Qianyu Guild's permanent dungeon access rights would become Chiyue's. Damn it, that's shameless. Yeah, Chier's pulled stunts like this before. He plays dirty and sneaky. So that's it. No wonder Qianyu Guild suddenly decided to delay the guild war for 3 days. They were waiting for Chiyue to regroup his forces? What should we do? Should we rally more people? Exactly. If Chier's guild members have already replaced Qianyu's people, then we'd essentially be attacking Chier's guild. Exactly. That kind of veteran guild's camp defenses, there's no way our less than 1,000 people can take it on. Just as the heated discussion reached its peak, Feng Nan, the commander of the Moon God Guild for this operation, suddenly spoke up, cutting through the cacophony of voices. He'd been pondering how Lin Lu could have left the guild. And why had she joined this gathering guild with no apparent future? He had learned from Lin Lu's other guildmates that she had indeed joined this Qianyu Guild. Could it be she was involved with their new guild leader? Impossible. Lin Lu was such a good girl. Staring at the mountain pass where Qianyu's guild headquarters stood, an unexpected surge of rage welled up within him. Charge in. Then we'll find out everything. What a bunch of wimps. All these so-called Fortune 500 companies. I'll lead the charge. Feng Nan declared, gripping his narrow-bladed longsword as he charged straight toward the valley. Li Yan and Lu Chengfeng exchanged glances, both frowning slightly. Yet both simultaneously began praising Feng Nan. Although Feng Nan, commander of the Moon God Guild, had stolen the spotlight from their own Fortune 500 guilds this month. But he was the one who took the first hit. Way to go. Don't let us down. You really have to respect the young ones. That youthful drive is something else.
Heroes emerge from youth. What spirit? You're doing the Moon God Guild proud. The crowd, still trailing far behind the dozen or so members of the Moon God Guild, began their advance. At the headquarters of the Qianyu Guild. Guild leader. Troops are approaching from that direction. Over 900 of them. Should we really not defend? Several gatherers approached former guild leader Shiryu and asked. I told you call the vice president. Defend what? How are you going to defend it? You're just a gatherer. Take off your gear and wait to be eliminated. Shiryu crossed his arms, his face flushed with anger. Could Lin Feiyu really be gone for a whole day and night? Taking his sister and his 3 trusted men, he just vanished without a trace? Where the hell did he go? Sure, he did blow up the camp crystal of the GE Guild, earning the guild another 5,000 points. What good did that do? Look, nearly 1,000 people are approaching from outside the valley? Shiryu breathed a sigh of relief. These past few days, she'd been almost constantly worried about this guild war. Now it's over, elimination is imminent. Facing death, she felt strangely at peace. Knowing victory was impossible, she'd long ago instructed the guild's combat players to wear subpar gear. Even if they got eliminated, it would only cost them experience points. Equipment? Though someone said they'd cover it. Forget it, better save him some cash. He's got it tough. Running around causing trouble everywhere. But don't push him too far. Lin Feiyu's combat power is pretty high. In just a day and night, he's earned the guild a ton of defeat points. But, you still gotta eat. I'll prepare it myself. Just wait. I'll stuff you, silly. Feng Nan was furious, but he quickly calmed down. What they said at the valley entrance might not be without merit. Better to be cautious. But soon, his composure vanished. The valley was shallow. They reached the location after only a few steps. What a choice for a campsite. Pretty clever? How did they find this spot easy to attack, hard to defend? Damn it. Feng Nan cursed under his breath as he approached the exit, then he saw Qianyu's guild camp. That distinctive layout. No fences, no barricades, no walls, nothing at all. Even the camp's core lay exposed to the sunlight. That blue crystal-like core shimmered brilliantly in the morning light. Feng Nan raised an eyebrow. Something's off? 9 out of 10 things were off. Glancing again. On the ground lay several signposts, each shaped like an arrow. Camp core this way please. Beside the camp crystal. 2 poles were stuck directly into the ground, with a banner hanging from them. Camp core here. An arrow. Is this an empty fort tactic? No. A reverse empty fort tactic? Did you think I hadn't read the classics? Oh no. There's an ambush. Damn it, they're using me as cannon fodder. Run. Feng Nan turned and fled with 10 members of the Moon God Guild. Not far behind, dozens of other guild members who had been tailing them heard Feng Nan's shouts, ambush empty fort strategy run. Lu Chengfeng and Li Yin paled in shock. Oh no, they'd truly fallen into Chi's trap. Run. At the mouth of the valley, 1,000 people, a dark mass, turned and fled. Shiryu stood on high ground, watching the 1,000 or so people at the valley entrance. Her face twisted with bitter resentment. Turning away, she could not bear to watch the advancing enemy forces any longer. Everyone. I will compensate for all the level drops, experience losses, and equipment losses from this guild war. Thank you all for your hard work. With that, Shiryu bowed her head in respect. Ha? Ha? What's going on? What just happened? The other members of Qianyu's guild stared at the valley entrance, utterly stunned and speechless. Chapter 62, Tension, Circle. Shiryu? Her face filled with confusion as she looked up, meeting the astonished, puzzled gazes of everyone fixed on the valley entrance. Following their gaze, over 1,000 enemy players were actually retreating like a receding tide? Shiryu's eyes widened in disbelief. Huh? What's going on? What's going on here? What terrifying presence scared them all off? Could it be the guild leader? Lin Feiyu came to save us? Not just her, even the 1,000 or so people over there, who had begun retreating in a chaotic throng, had no clue what was happening. All they knew was that the leading Wind Cloud Guild and Dragon Slaying Guild, under the command of the Moon Goddess Guild and led by Feng Nan, had abruptly turned their entire force around and were charging full speed toward the retreating column at the valley entrance. Assaulting. Then, everyone regrouped at the very spot where they had just assembled at the valley entrance. The valley lay silent. 10 minutes later, the valley remained eerily quiet. As if they'd been played for fools. Lu Chengfeng's face was dark as night. He kept his head down, desperately suppressing the rage threatening to erupt. Even a fool could see it now. There was no ambush here. If there had been an ambush, they would have entered the valley and immediately retreated. That moment of utter chaos would have been the perfect time to strike. Damn it! There wasn't. Li Yin, the deputy commander of the Wind and Cloud Guild, also seethed with suppressed rage as he glared at Feng Nan, the commander of the Moon Goddess Guild who had led the charge. Feng Nan stood there, stared at by everyone, for a long moment. Ha! Feng Nan looked awkwardly at everyone, wiping sweat from his brow as he explained. Ha, so it was. Scared myself. Lu Chengfeng went straight for it, holding nothing back. Uing.
They rallied their forces once more, this time with Lu Chengfeng at the helm. Without a word, they charged straight at the Qianyu Guild.
Signage? Banners? They didn't give a damn.
The camp's core was blown to smithereens. They wiped out all 95 members of the Qianyu Guild in one fell swoop.
Forget resistance.
Not even a proper threat, plea for mercy, or curse was uttered. This left Lu Chengfeng frowning deeply.
How bizarre. Is this reasonable? Could it be there really is some other scheme at play? Just as he was puzzled, the Dungeon Guild battle alert sounded in everyone's ears. Ding!
The core of the Bent Iron Guild camp has been destroyed by player Lin Feiyu.
Players from the Bent Iron Guild can now be eliminated. Ding!
Bent Iron Guild and 90 others eliminated by player Lin Feiyu.
A guild commander present turned pale with shock. Oh no! My base got destroyed. What happened? My base is gone. Did someone steal our base crystal? Someone ambushed our camp while we were out. Bro.
I know you're panicking, but calm down first.
You only brought 10 people, how did they manage to steal it? Ask them. Ask them, what happened? How can I ask? They've all been eliminated? You can't contact anyone inside the instance from outside. Because outsiders can spectate through the Guild War system. Any participating guild can spectate through the game system. Even if they're completely eliminated, they can still see the final outcome clearly.
If contact were possible with guild members inside the instance during a guild war, reporting any random point would be like having a cheat code for wall hacking. Yet the member from the Steel Guild still opened the game interface and activated the chat system. Right now, they're testing the combat awareness of fallen players. In a previous guild battle, someone had actually sent crucial information right before being defeated, ultimately turning the tide of the battle.
He opened the chat log.
Several unread messages appeared, marked with red dots. Oh! Unbelievably, someone had indeed sent a crucial message in the split second before their demise.
And it said,
Lin Feiyu rode a dragon down from the sky, unleashing a dragon's breath that obliterated the entire camp, leaving nothing but dust. The entire crew, along with the camp, was obliterated by that dragon on the spot.
They were all eliminated instantly.
I've heard some wild stories, but never anything this absurd.
Riding a dragon, sure that's something people can wrap their heads around. But one dragon breath and the entire camp is gone? And everyone dead? What the hell? Oh no! What kind of dragon?
Not only that, but some player with tactical awareness to spare even recorded the battle footage of the camp being destroyed right before dying.
All I can say is, a veteran among veterans. The elite of the elite. This gameplay awareness is unmatched. Whoever came couldn't help but praise, that's the hand speed of someone who's been single for 20 years. Give it a 6.
He quickly opened the battle log video sent by some elite member of the Steel Hardened Guild. He showed it to everyone present.
The footage showed. High above, a colossal dragon silhouette unleashed a torrent of scorching dragon fire. The dragon's flames continued to spew for a full 10 seconds. Total damage dealt, 1.15 million. Whoosh. What?
Keep in mind that camp structures have durability, essentially their health points, or health bar. Typically, camps constructed within this day's timeframe will have durability ranging between 1.5 million and 2 million durability points. Buildings have no armor or magic resistance. Only durability. Due to the time limit and the need to gather materials within the dungeon, it's extremely difficult to increase durability further.
What kind of damage is this dragon dealing?
Just as everyone was thinking this damage was absurd, the dragon dove straight down. Although the Bent Iron Guild players in the camp were also bombarding the giant dragon with their ranged skills. It dealt a whopping 70,000 to 80,000 damage, yet the dragon's health bar dropped by only 1/10. Which means, the dragon's health bar was conservatively estimated at around 700,000.
Then, as the dragon approached the camp's vicinity,
it unleashed a devastating dragon explosion. Its massive form shattered into a swarm of purple butterflies filling the sky.
Another damage spike, 1.15 million.
The violent explosion not only obliterated the camp but also wiped out its core in one fell swoop. Simultaneously, it instantly defeated all players within the camp, eliminating them en masse. The scene abruptly ended. The camp, its core, and the players all vanished without a trace. Logically speaking, 2 million should be the maximum durability limit for a Guild War camp.
This dragon. 2 moves. 1 breath, 1 blast and it's over? Ha! Everyone was utterly stunned.
The information provided by this top-tier player was truly crucial.
Now everyone present knew that Lin Feiyu possessed a mighty dragon. This Lin Feiyu, is he that formidable? Oh no! That dragon is that formidable? So this is the trump card of the man named Lin Feiyu? He's truly formidable. No wonder he played the Guild War like that. So, he's got the confidence to back it up. This beast must be slain. Just as everyone stared speechless at the absurd damage numbers in the video. Ding!
A notification sound rang out once more.
causing another wave of gasps. Ding! The core of the Circular Sound Guild camp has been destroyed by player Lin Feiyu. Players from the Circular Sound Guild can now be eliminated. Ding! Circular Sound Guild and 90 others have been eliminated by player Lin Feiyu. Oh no! My guild, my home is gone. A commander of the Round Voice Guild froze in shock on the spot. He'd only come out for a small task, yet now his entire 10-person team had become kindling. This is bad. The camp is dangerous. Right. We've got numbers here, alert all guilds immediately. No one should stay in the camp. Someone could wipe out the entire camp and all the players inside. This Lin Feiyu. After his guild lost 95 members, he single-handedly. He took on 2 guilds back to back. Is Lin Feiyu that strong? Oh no. Is his dragon that insane? So he exposed the core of the guild's camp just to lure the tiger away from the mountain? Lure the tiger away from the mountain? Bull. When we come out, each guild only has about 10 people? The camp clearly has more people. No, he's picking them off one by one. Lu Chungfeng suddenly realized what set Lin Feiyu apart. Or rather, his twisted genius. I get it now. That's why he didn't bother defending his own guild's camp. He even left the camp crystal completely exposed. He never intended to defend the camp. His goal is to destroy every single camp and eliminate everyone. He intends to kill everyone? Absolutely insane. What should we do? Let's go back and fight him. No. We can't go back. Better to rally everyone and take him on. Yes. His dragon health pool is too massive. Judging by that damage drop rate, it's probably a whopping 700,000. Right. Take him down directly. Right. This is the way to go. How could a player's HP be higher than a summoned creature's? Take him down. Great idea. Damn it. That's a hell of an idea. Chapter 63, Abandoning his family? Everyone realized that Lin Feiyu might actually have some real skills up his sleeve. Over 200 guilds. Even after subtracting those who've been eliminated, that's a full 20,000 strong. 20,000 men heading out to surround and attack Lin Feiyu. 20,000 men. Let's do it. Remember to relay the order, target his physical form, not the dragon. 20,000 men. If he can handle them all, he's practically a god. Let's do it. Dragon Slayer Guild Commander Lu Chungfeng and Wind and Cloud Guild Deputy Commander Li Yan are about to command tens of thousands of troops into battle. Promoted to Division Commander. The two exchanged a glance. Their eyes held no fear of the enemy's strength. Instead, their eyes burned with the eagerness of battle and fervor for the great conflict. A dragon with a 2.3 million HP combo? That must be the source of his arrogance. He's got something after all. It's definitely a headache. Time to put our command skills to the test. Yeah. I'm getting pumped. Sure, you and the other players who had exited the Guild War instance had all logged off. Inside the Guild Master's office of Qian Yu's guild. Sure, you sat slumped in her chair, utterly dejected. Today's Guild War had left her feeling utterly helpless and deeply hurt. Morong Xinyu tried to console her from the side. Come on, sister Shiryu. This Guild War was started by Lin Feiyu, it's not your fault. No one even knows how badly we failed. It's no big deal. Thump thump thump. The office door burst open. Lu Fei burst in. Oh no. Our Guild War, it's being streamed live. What? Who's streaming it? The Guild War being streamed? Isn't that normal? Some guilds stream spectator footage of Guild Wars to make money. Win or lose doesn't matter, just participating grants spectator access. So, the footage of us getting eliminated? Our elimination wasn't caught on camera, though the news of it was seen. Phew. Sure, you let out a long sigh of relief. Thank goodness that seeing all those people standing motionless, necks craned, ready to be slaughtered wasn't recorded. Otherwise, she might as well find a block of tofu to smash her head against. Everything else could be dealt with. Quick, open it up and see. I need to see what the hell Lin Feiyu is doing. At the Qianyu Guild headquarters, numerous players who had just logged off still held spectator privileges. But they all noticed several live streaming accounts at the same time. Some opened the live stream interface to watch the guild battle footage while spamming comments. Others directly activated the spectator system to watch. They were all members of the participating guilds, entitled to spectate. Even if no one had been eliminated yet, or if all members of a guild had been eliminated, they could still use the spectator system to see the final outcome. Ji Chen, Chen Hao, and Yang Shu sat together, discussing their Guild War experiences. They complained about their own guild while watching the livestream. Our guild leader is seriously impressive. Such a grand guild battle, and I've only seen him once. That's pretty impressive. He knows how to play. Guild leader, at least he showed up, right? Poof. Let's see how our esteemed guild leader Lin turns the tide and saves the day. Just as their ranting reached a fever pitch, a bizarre sight suddenly caught their eyes. A massive number of players not from a single guild were converging on a single location. It seemed every player was there except for Chen Yu's guild. Wait, what? Every guild, every player is gathering? Abandoning their camps? Not even defending their bases? What the hell are they doing? Don't tell me this army of over 20,000 is here to hunt down Lin Feiyu? No way. What makes him so special? Whoa. I wonder. Could it be they encountered a million HP boss in this dungeon? Putting guild wars on hold to rally against it? That could totally be it. Didn't we encounter one before? Last month's guild war in Wanyu County.
Lin Feiyu stood atop a small hill.
He commanded the Death Dragon to begin bombarding yet another camp. Boom. The Death Dragon's death explosion leveled the camp to the ground. Ding.
The core of the Mountain Collapse Guild camp has been destroyed by player Lin Feiyu.
Members of the Mountain Collapse Guild can now be eliminated.
Li Dahu and his two companions had already witnessed the power of this Death Dragon and its master, the succubus Xia Dai, during the experience dungeon a few days prior. And the master of this dragon's master was none other than their own big brother.
Big brother is mighty.
Little sister Lin Lu stood frozen in place. Today she finally understood why her brother had casually shelled out 5 million to save her back then.
His strength had already begun to transcend the realm of ordinary humans.
Tell me a man who casually shell out 5 million for you, with a sculpted physique and absurdly powerful abilities.
How could you not be utterly captivated?
Lin Lu felt stars dancing before her eyes.
Truly, he's my brother. She silently vowed, even if the whole world doubts my brother, I'll stand by him and challenge the entire world.
Rolling green smoke billowed from the bombed-out ruins. Lin Feiyu surveyed his masterpiece before him.
Not bad, not bad. Another camp crystal stolen. The dead dragon's combo sequence obliterated an entire camp. Though the Death Dragon perishes in its explosion, its infinite resurrection allows it to revive instantly without even a cooldown. And Xia Dai, who shares the exact same attributes as the Death Dragon, hasn't even made her move yet? He's already wiped out 4-5 guilds.
The previous guilds each eliminated 90 members. Combined with city destruction points and elimination bonuses, his guild battle score had already soared past 100,000 points.
Though these points mean absolutely nothing to Lin Feiyu. But why doesn't the Collapsing Mountain Guild we just defeated have any elimination points? Where are the people? Right. When the dead dragon dove from the sky, it didn't even get hit back. Did they all go out together? They've abandoned the high ground? Their homes are about to be destroyed, and they still won't come back? This is bad. Something's wrong.
Lin Feiyu instantly realized something was terribly wrong.
How could the camp be completely deserted? Are they really abandoning their home? Two possibilities. First, they realized it was futile to defend it, so they all fled together. Second, they'd all gone completely mad.
Lin Feiyu leaned toward the first possibility.
Thus, there's only one reason why the camp is completely deserted.
It was obvious, they had received news somewhere. It seems my dead dragon, with its explosive bite, has already leaked the entire camp's situation.
That explains it. It makes sense. They couldn't hold it.
Defending the base meant waiting to be blown up along with it.
But he still intended to verify it. Next camp. Ding.
The core of the Jueca Lin Guild camp has been destroyed by player Lin Feiyu.
Players from the Jueca Lin Guild can now be eliminated. Sure enough. Exactly as expected, no one was guarding it at all. Looks like they're planning to gather together in one spot and then get wiped out by me all at once. Alright. Let's start by tearing down their base.
The Guild War system interface erupted with a barrage of notifications.
Ding.
The core of the Frying Pan Guild camp has been destroyed by player Lin Feiyu. Players from the Frying Pan Guild can now be eliminated.
Ding.
The core of the Shining Star Guild camp has been destroyed by player Lin Feiyu. Players from the Shining Star Guild can now be eliminated.
Ding.
The core of the Pinduoduo Guild camp has been destroyed by player Lin Feiyu.
Players from the Pinduoduo Guild can now be eliminated. Ding. The core of the Xiaomi Guild camp has been destroyed by player Lin Feiyu. Players from the Xiaomi Guild can now be eliminated. Over 200 guilds' camp cores were breached by Lin Feiyu alone in nearly half a day. Chapter 64, the 10-kilometer diameter Grand Formation.
After discussing with Lu Chengfeng, Li Yan reached a conclusion. They must quickly organize their forces. They must hasten the decisive strategic showdown with Lin Feiyu. With roughly 20,000 troops now assembled, Lu Chengfeng and Li Yan shared a unified vision for strategic and tactical formations. Truly the seasoned commanders of a veteran guild. Though there were still many differences in the details of their staggered deployment and segmented ambush plans. However, consensus was quickly reached, full command would be entrusted to Lu Chengfeng. Lin Feiyu is formidable and deserves everyone's utmost attention. This is no time for power struggles. Only by swiftly organizing these 20,000 men into an effective fighting force can we achieve combat readiness. Otherwise, we might as well spare him the trouble of running around.
Let's gather here and wait for Lin Feiyu to show up. With tactics set, challenge him immediately. The battlefield is chosen on a flat mountainous terrain.
This would clear the airspace, allowing a clear view of Lin Feiyu's dragon soaring overhead. The ground was covered with tangled shrubs and scattered boulders. This terrain provided effective cover for our 20,000 troops, preventing our sheer numbers from intimidating him into retreating.
The strategic objective is singular: lure Lin Feiyu into the encirclement. Once he entered the designated location. Then, 20,000 men.
The extremely dispersed formation was specifically designed to prevent the dragon's devastatingly high damage from wiping out the entire group in a single strike. The closest units are the summon creatures of summoning style players. It's not just you, Lin Feiyu, who has summons. Close-range melee fighters, long-range archers, mages, and players with ultra-long-range skills. Forming tiered formations. The entire battle line radiated outward from the encirclement, spanning a full 5 kilometers. A massive encirclement formation spanning 10 kilometers in diameter had been completed in just half a day. Whether it's the players on the front lines under command, the guild members watching intently outside the instance, or those watching the livestream as spectators, all were left in awe. They were all in awe of the two commanders' tactical prowess. The team composition was textbook perfect. What was even more terrifying was the synergy between the two. Originally two commanders from separate guilds with no prior affiliation. Yet they managed to gel and achieve seamless coordination in a mere half-day, utterly astonishing. One set the grand strategy and direction, while the other filled in the minor gaps, perfecting every detail. Complementing each other while maintaining mutual respect, coupled with Li Yan's inexplicable obedience to Lu Chengfeng, this hastily assembled force of 20,000 was instantly organized into an impenetrable unit, poised to unleash earth-shattering combat power at any moment. All that remained was waiting for Lin Feiyu to enter the encirclement. Spectators outside the instance began etching the names Lu Chengfeng and Li Yan into their memories. In the Black Tide Guild's lounge. As a veteran player within the guild, Lin Shen watched the Guild War footage alongside a group of fellow players. He stroked his plump belly while running his fingers through his high ponytail. He couldn't stop sighing in regret. What a waste of talent. That Lin Feiyu, just wait till he gets back, I'll beat him black and blue. Not a shred of strategy. Why didn't you tell me earlier? I would have written you a strategy guide. A dragon with these stats. A guaranteed win. When that dragon's stats got exposed, he was stunned speechless. Right now on the gaming forums, several people have already posted footage of the guild camp that Lin Feiyu wiped out during this guild war. A single purple dragon, 1 breath attack, 1 explosion, 2 million damage. It genuinely startled him. No wonder he could quickly scrape together 5 million to heal his little sister. So there really was a stroke of luck. That dragon. It dropped loot. My brother never disappoints. Now he understood why that small gathering guild, the Qianyu Guild, had simply handed over their guild leader plant to Lin Feiyu as if it were worthless. Earlier, when he used the 3-tower Nana to send Lin Feiyu to the Qianyu Guild, he hadn't understood at all. Now he understood. Completely understood. The Qianyu Guild was coveting Lin Feiyu's combat power. Oh no! They coveted the combat power of that dragon in his hands. But Lin Shen watched the guild war in the instance. Those 20,000 players assembling, forming teams, setting up defenses. Now he was about to face a siege by 20,000 enemies. Even a god couldn't save them now. Lin Feiyu's strength was exposed far too quickly. He should have kept it hidden. He should have held back. Still too young. He's full of youthful vigor. True. Without that fire, how could he be called young? Too bad it's not me. If it were me. If I had that trait, I'd play them to death. The initial arrangements remain unchanged. Lin Feiyu's plans for the first half were actually quite reasonable. No complaints there. As for Qianyu's guild with 90% gatherers, they could certainly abandon their own camp. But just storming in and tearing down someone else's camp? That's too reckless. Not thorough enough. See? Now they've become the target of everyone's attacks. They should hide first, not reveal their strength. Other guilds will see. The guild that started the war had their camp destroyed. 99 members eliminated. Only one left? What threat could they possibly pose now? Then, when 200 guilds are locked in chaotic mass combat, we'll take advantage of the chaos. Wait until they're nearly wiped out, casualties piling up everywhere, then rise like a dragon and strike. Damn it! Permanent rights to this dungeon are practically guaranteed now. Seriously. That Lin Feiyu too. He kept this from me, his big brother. He should have consulted me ages ago. I'm a strategist, damn it. What a waste. That dragon with its massive damage output wasted in the hands of that greenhorn Lin Feiyu. Sigh. This dungeon is worth a fortune. Not to mention the minerals, timber, monster drops, and experience farming. Just those 12. A whopping 300 points of attack boost. And their stackable, night spirit fruits. A month's worth of profits alone would be 3 million. Our family, the Lin family, would have transcended our social class. What a tremendous waste. Lin Shen let out a deep, heartfelt sigh. As Lin Shen watched the live stream's comment stream, his heart grew even heavier.
I've long heard that Lu Chengfeng of the Dragon Slayer Guild is a tactical genius. Now I see I fall far short compared to him. Hey, kid! Get back here. Dad and I are gonna grab the toilet plunger and give you a good whack. Lin Feiyu. The coordinates are sent. Hurry to the final showdown.
Lin Feiyu watched as a player named Lu Chengfeng typed furiously on the guild war chat screen.
Oh? Is this battle formation ready? Should I join the encirclement?
He knew about that 20,000 player encirclement long ago. Though the dead dragon could fly over to investigate, its massive size made it impossible.
Xia Dai flying over to scout is still the best option.
She shares the same elemental affinity as the dead dragon, so they fly at identical speeds. Except, when Xia Dai takes flight, a pair of dragon wings sprout from her back. Watching the footage Xia Dai sent back of the opposing 50,000 troops assembling,
Lin Feiyu pondered for 0.03 seconds. 5,000 meters away. If I stand at the center of the encirclement, using the blood slash skill, drain blood 500,000 units. I'll just spin in circles on the spot. That's 2,000 people in one fell swoop? Go. We have to go. They've gathered together. Their camp is completely destroyed. Then slaughter them all. Time to circle around. Gurgle gurgle. Chapter 65, Spinning in Circles.
In the guild master's office of Qian Yu's guild.
Sure Yu's mouth gaped wide enough to fit a whole radish.
She just finished watching several videos from the game forum Lu Fei provided, showing Lin Feiyu obliterating entire camps along with their defenders.
Wait, what? What kind of damage was that? One spray, one explosion, a whopping 2 million damage? What kind of dragon is this? So that's it. Has Lin Feiyu grown to this level? Less than 10 days ago, he was just an obscure gatherer? In just a few days, he's taken off? Did he have some extraordinary encounter?
I thought that single arrow of his dealing 4 million damage was already jaw-dropping enough.
Now he's pulling off a dragon-slaying feat with area damage. 2 million. He's practically unstoppable now. Has he been possessed by some ancient powerhouse? Could it be he got his hands on the Dragon King's return script?
Sure Yu whipped his head around to look at Lu Fei and the equally gaping-mouthed, behind-the-scenes boss of Qianyu Guild, Morong Qianyu.
Lu Fei. Do you know more than you're letting on? Is there something else about Lin Feiyu you haven't told us? Lu Fei spread his hands helplessly. No way. That's all I know. I told you everything ages ago. After speaking, Vice President Lu wore an amused grin. I still think
Lin Feiyu has a very high chance of winning.
Second young miss, what do you think? What do you plan to make sure you eat? Is eating people an option? Morong Qianyu teased, her cheeks flushed. Get lost, both of you. Sure Yu snapped angrily. Don't you see the situation we're in? 2,000 enemy troops are massing across the river.
Even if Lin Feiyu's dragon's health is, as some analysts claim, a conservative 700,000, maybe even 1 million.
But that's 20,000 men? Not hundreds, not thousands, 20,000. If each lands a single 50-point hit, that alone would deal over 1 million damage. And don't even get me started on Lin Feiyu's health bar. We know his talent well.
Even maxing out his health won't get him past 80k HP.
We're doomed. Not a chance. Maybe you should focus on what he eats instead.
Sure Yu finished her analysis, panting heavily.
How about eating you? Morong Qianyu continued to tease. Get lost.
Sure Yu rolled her eyes so hard they nearly popped out.
Li Yan and Lu Chengfeng suddenly realized a major problem. What if Lin Feiyu didn't show up?
A wave of dread suddenly washed over them. By destroying 4-5 guild camps and eliminating several 90-player groups, his points had already soared to over 100,000.
What if he simply didn't show up? What then? Wouldn't that mean the elaborate trap we've set here would become a colossal joke?
A single oversight spoils the whole plan.
Fuming, Lu Chengfeng slammed his level 40 greatsword, prototype Ancient Splendor, onto the ground.
Li Yan's face began to turn green. It was over. Just moments ago, he'd been brimming with excitement, but now it felt like a bucket of ice water had been poured over him from head to toe.
Freezing cold. What do we do? Insult him. He'll come back, right? Insult him until he cries. Li Yan stiffened his neck, his expression as sour as if he'd eaten. Lu Chengfeng abruptly picked up prototype Ancient Splendor from the ground.
Rage surged from his heart and a dark resolve took hold. He snarled viciously.
Screw it.
I'll start cursing from his grandmother.
Not a single female relative will be spared. Li Yan gritted his teeth. Right. Exactly. If he doesn't show up, we won't spare any of his female relatives. Post on the public chat and start cursing. Li Yan and the others opened the Instance Maps public chat window, ready to type.
When suddenly a single line appeared.
Lin Feiyu, so this is your so-called encirclement? Lin Feiyu, over 20,000 people? Just waiting here for me to walk right into your encirclement? Lin Feiyu, you guys really put in the effort. Lin Feiyu, tired? Want a sip of water first? Li Yan and Lu Chengfeng's faces darkened like coal dust about to fall off. They schemed and plotted this ambush, even setting up their formation only to be discovered? And now they're openly mocking us on the public chat? What on earth is their motive? Li Yan and Lu Chengfeng exchanged stunned glances. Could it be that we have to rally our entire 20,000 strong force to chase after him? He's got a dragon. Wouldn't that just be like walking a dog? I thought I could show everyone and all the major guilds what real strategy and tactics look like. Damn it, we're a laughingstock. Meanwhile, a whole bunch of other players over here had already started trading barbs with Lin Feiyu across the void. Sarcastic remarks. Come on over. You got the guts to come? Probably scared less, huh? Lin Feiyu, make way for me. I'll walk right into your encirclement myself. Lin Feiyu, I'm coming alone. Public chat. So cocky? And you have the nerve to make demands? Should we grant it? Li Yan stared at the chat screen, boiling with rage. She immediately shot back. Lin Feiyu, so what if you have a powerful dragon? Ha? So you're not keeping a low profile? Lin Feiyu, does my strength even allow me to be low-key? Lin Feiyu, have your men clear a path. I'm breaking through your encirclement. Everyone was overjoyed. We were just worried you wouldn't show up. Come on in and see if we don't beat you to a pulp. Not far away, Lin Feiyu finished his chat in the instance channel and turned to Lin Lu, Li Dahu, and the others. Hey, do you have enough storage rings on you? There are 20,000 enemies across the way. There's bound to be a ton of loot dropping. Li Dahu, I brought several sacks. Lin Lu was still in a daze. Bro, are you saying you're going solo against 20,000 enemies? Not solo. I'm going to take them all down. Lin Lu, huh? What? With that, Lin Feiyu strode resolutely toward the massive horde of 20,000. Xi'er Guild. Guild headquarters, a 32-story corporate tower. Guild leader Moron Limo stared at the 99 players who had fled en masse during this guild war. His face turned green with rage. Li Gu. You're a veteran player, a founding member of this guild. Is this how you play? If Yu Fanqing hadn't at least had the sense to have someone destroy her own camp crystal, who knows what people would be saying about our withdrawal right now. But the leader of the Xi'er Guild wasn't entirely furious. Because Moron Limo had heard from eliminated players that Lin Feiyu possessed a skill dealing 80,000 damage per strike from 800 meters away. And another 1/1 breath attack, 1 explosion, a dragon worth 2 million. Looks like this guild war is going to be entertaining. Several of those top-tier guilds ranked among the world's top 500. TSK. They've actually run into someone like Lin Feiyu this time. They're in for a world of hurt. Thank goodness. My little darling got out of there fast. He activated the video conference system, summoning all guild members to watch the final showdown of this guild war. Moron Limo raised a cup of tea, took a sip, and said calmly, watch every detail of this guild war. Decode every single attribute of that Lin Feiyu. After this guild war, I want every bit of information on him. Lin Feiyu, this guy defeated every single one of the 100 members we sent in, for no apparent reason. Can we swallow this humiliation? Can any of you swallow it? Bang. He slammed his teacup hard onto the desk, sending tea splashing everywhere. Are we throwing away the reputation of Nanshan's unbeatable? Are we? This guild war is a lost cause. But once that Lin Feiyu steps out of the guild war instance, he'll dare to farm monsters in the wild? Just wait to be drowned by the hundreds of thousands of players from my Xi'er Guild. Drowned. Lin Feiyu began closing in on the 20,000 strong team over there. Though they had indeed cleared a path for him, waiting for him to step right into the encircling trap. But he didn't actually walk straight into the center of the encirclement to circle around. So what if it's only 10,000 meters in diameter? Then he'd drain 1,000,000 units of blood. Lin Feiyu raised the blunt sword and began circling. 1,000,000 damage blood slash instantly engulfed the entire battlefield. In an instant, the once boisterous 10,000 strong formation fell into complete silence, collectively defeated and eliminated by Lin Feiyu. One man, one strike. Ding. XXX, eliminated. A barrage of elimination notifications began bombarding the screen. After a long while, ding. Congratulations to the Qianyu Guild for securing the ultimate victory in this Blood Plague Forest instance battle. Ding. As player Lin Feiyu is both the initiator of this guild battle and the first to clear the hell mode of the Blood Plague Forest dungeon, permanent access to this dungeon is granted. Chapter 66, A Taste of Their Own Medicine. The guild battle concluded. Lin Feiyu stood amidst the scattered loot, holding the blunt sword at an angle toward the southern sky, gazing at the blood-red sunset. Posing. The live stream of this guild war should be wrapping up now, right? My arm's getting tired from holding that sword up. Li Dava, Chen Son, and Yang Kai paid no heed to his complaints. They immediately grabbed sacks and began scooping up the scattered gear. This sack storage item had plenty of slots, a whopping 2,000 slots. But it's far too bulky, only gear merchants bother using it. Makes sense. Li Dahu and the others, merchants.
Lin Feiyu silently opened the dungeon permissions interface.
I need to take a good look and see if there are any entries worth erasing. S-rank dungeon, Blood Plague Forest.
Dungeon type, material farm, experience farm, special attribute fruit dungeon. Produce or refine iron ore, timber bloodflower wood, herb night 7 grass, herb golden spear fruit.
Specialty, Night Spirit Fruit. All resources can be refreshed daily at 4 a.m.
Resource limit, refreshable 3 times per month.
Dungeon affiliate, Xianyu Guild permanent permission transferable. Permissions, the holder may independently determine opening hours, entry personnel, monster spawn patterns, and resource refresh intervals.
Lin Feiyu glanced over. Other resources were decent. A single refresh yielded roughly several 100,000 in income. Night Spirit Fruit was different, selling for a solid 3 million per refresh.
3 times a month? That meant this dungeon alone could generate nearly 10 million copper coins monthly from Night Spirit Fruits alone. But selling for profit?
Compared to selling them for profit, Lin Feiyu would rather treat his family to some of these delicious fruits.
With so many people at home? Would it be enough? 3 times a month, right? Delete that. I'll refresh daily. Sis, bro, dad, we're not scared.
From now on, attribute fruits are our daily meals. Lin Feiyu decided it was best not to eat them himself.
After all, his attack power was so negative it broke through the sky. Too much deficit. No replenishment coming. Quietly pulling out an eraser. Damn it. But it won't erase? Oh, this dungeon isn't even mine personally? It belongs to the Qianyu Guild.
And this guild war is being fought under the Qianyu Guild's name.
Makes sense. But I'm the guild leader. Besides, I made a bet with Qianyu Guild's former leader all for this very moment. Hand it over.
Lin Feiyu used his guild leader privileges through the game system to transfer the dungeon directly to his own name.
What the hell, does this actually require authorization and approval from the other 2 vice guild masters? Looks like my position as guild leader is just a figurehead now.
But because of that wager agreement, Shiryu and Lu Fei both readily agreed without hesitation.
Ding! S-rank dungeon, Blood Plague Forest has been transferred to your personal account. Permission duration, permanent access.
Lin Feiyu immediately erased the resource limit, can refresh resources 3 times per month, restriction.
Damn it all. Alright. Change to daily.
His younger sister, Lin Lu, stood frozen in place, utterly dumbfounded.
Could this brother really be so unfamiliar? 1 million damage from a single strike? Wiping out a 10-kilometer front line with 1 blow?
Her little hands trembled slightly.
Was this really her own brother? Oh. Wait, no. He never was.
The Qianyu Guild. The guild leader just instructed everyone to watch Lin Feiyu's arm movements closely.
We must seize his weakness. After this guild battle concludes, we'll show him what we're made of. But Lin Feiyu ended the battle with a single strike.
Muron Limo stood frozen for a moment. He himself was a level 72 Transcendent Master Warrior. He believed he had a chance to deal that 1 million damage strike.
But wasn't this dungeon's guild battle restricted to players below level 40?
According to records, that Lin Feiyu fellow was only
level 27. Such a prodigy. If he were to grow stronger. Muron Lumo lifted the teacup already smashed to the point it held barely any liquid and drank.
His gaze drifting unfocused, lost in thought. Not a single drop of tea touched his lips. Beside him, another figure, a high-ranking member of the Qianyu Guild, also a 70-plus level master of the extraordinary. Spoke up to mediate. Perhaps we shouldn't antagonize him. Besides, in the guild war, we were the ones at a disadvantage. If we don't provoke him, he shouldn't harbor resentment toward our guild. Muron Lumao set down his teacup but did not place it on the table.
Clang! The cup shattered into pieces on the floor.
Yet guild leader Muron remained utterly oblivious, continuing to speak to himself.
Hard to say. We can't expect him to let us off. We must extinguish every spark before it ignites. In the president's office of the Qianyu Guild.
Vice President Shiryu pressed both hands against her face, kneading it with purpose until the soft flesh of her cheeks formed a lump.
Fine. Good job, Lin Feiyu. You know your own strength, don't you? And deliberately dragging it out for 3 days before showing up at the guild headquarters for a meeting?
Then deliberately spouting those cold remarks all just to bait me into saying that one thing. If I lose, Lin Feiyu bears all losses.
If he wins, the dungeon becomes his personal property.
So sure of yourself?
You don't trust him? Yeah, no wonder we can't trust him.
What a disgusting person. Hiding his true strength just to sneakily claim a dungeon that should belong to the guild for himself.
But sure, you thought about it.
This dungeon was basically conquered by Lin Feiyu alone.
She felt a bit better about it. But what's the point? That was the real problem. We couldn't possibly eat, could we? Damn it. Now he had to go beg for food?
Shiryu sat in the office all day, rubbing her face raw. While Li Dahu and the others were still sorting through gear. Lin Feiyu had already taken his sister Lin Lu to the location where the darkest disciple had previously spawned.
After a long gallop across the dead dragon's back, they finally arrived. A platform carved flat atop a mountain peak.
Lin Feiyu let his sister and Xia die down. During the journey, Lin Feiyu had already activated the instance's permissions. He had refreshed the resources within the instance. And now, the night spirit fruit here had indeed borne fruit once more. Still 12. 12 every single day. Lin Feiyu plucked one and handed it to his little sister. Night spirit fruit, attack power plus 25 stackable when consumed. From now on, you'll have some sweet rewards coming your way. Chapter 67, Playing So Fancy? Early the next morning, Lin Feiyu pulled out 12 more night spirit fruits.
He handed them to his family. His older brother Lin Shen snatched them away. How can you do this? How can you possibly do this? Little brother, you're far too polite. If you give these to me, I'd feel truly awkward eating them. As he spoke, he opened his gaping maw, popping one after another into his mouth. Slurp, 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 3 bites and they were gone. His high ponytail and his big belly both jiggled violently as he ate. Little sister Lin Lu blushed as she took it back. Thank you, brother. Then she began eating daintily, taking small bites one after another. Father Lin Haichuan's eyes welled up with tears. His teeth, stained yellow from nicotine, clamped down on the tear-drenched fruit, biting into it fiercely as he mumbled. You're truly the child I found rummaging through trash bins all those years ago. Back then she was barely 10 years old, and now she's already giving back to her family. The children I've raised truly, each one more outstanding than the last. Last night, Lin Feiyu had already brought out 12 night spirit fruits. He had also given them to his family. He also made it clear that the fruits would be available daily, and his family must rise to the occasion. He himself wouldn't eat them. Consuming them would be a waste. The attack power appears to be 7 points. But in reality, it's an invisible negative number well over 1 million. How many fruits should one consume? It's simply a case of being too weak to absorb the nourishment. Besides, the divine defense skill is still leveling up. During yesterday's guild war, the dead dragon went berserk, spewing fire at the camp and blowing it up. The camp's durability also counts as experience for the divine guard skill. And strangely enough, he hadn't anticipated that the dead dragon's damage could actually count toward divine protection's experience points. After all, the death dragon was a self-contracted entity, not summoned by divine protection. The death dragon's rampage had already racked up 40 million damage. Divine Guardian skill EXP 41.02 million 100 million. This meant the Divine Guardian skill could summon one more beast. Summoning one more beast would cause its attack power to drop by several 100,000 points. 12 fruits only add a total of 300 attack points. Forget it, I'm destined to never get attack fruit. Better give them all to my family instead. Just now, 12 fruits. 4 per person per day. Each fruit grants plus 25 attack power, stackable infinitely. 100 attack points per day. In 2.5 years, that's nearly 100,000 points of attack power boost. Within a decade. Our Lin family. 4 prodigies in 1 generation. Advancing through dungeons isn't just about growing stronger, it's also about a crucial matter, extending lifespan. In this era where the game world merges with reality. Before reaching level 50, though we possess in-game superpowers. But those are all granted by the game system. Not true physical prowess. It wasn't until the level 50 job changed the 5th tier and clearing the advanced dungeon. My power underwent a complete transformation. Even the base attribute points granted were nearly 100 times higher than before reaching tier 5. Plus, the chance to unlock unique, personal attributes. Like wind type, water type, fire type. In his past life, Lin Feiyu had terrible luck, he didn't belong to any faction at all. Those who cleared the level 50 advancement dungeon would even experience significant rejuvenation. Back in the era when the game world first ascended, people discovered that breaking through the level 50 advancement dungeon even extended one's lifespan considerably. Players who broke through the level 50 advanced dungeon and reached level 51 generally had lifespans exceeding 100 years. Those in excellent health could even reach 120. Breaking through at level 60 meant reaching around 200 years old. Breaking through at level 70. The exact lifespan beyond that remains unknown, because as far as we can tell, most players who've broken through level 70 are still alive and kicking. After all, the game world has only existed for a few hundred years. In other words, several hundred years is no longer the lifespan limit for level 70 players. The later stages of this game resemble cultivating immortality, something Lin Feiyu had encountered in his previous life. Moreover, the advanced dungeons are notoriously brutal. Base equipment stats are useless, but traits can be utilized. Ultimately, the fastest way to boost your stats is through attribute fruits and various attribute pills. These items are never enough for anyone. They're practically priceless. This is precisely why family members get so excited they're practically crying tears of joy. As for money. Once you've built up your strength, what money can't you earn? We're not starving to death. No rush. Besides, what about that batch of gear for 20,000 people? It hasn't been sold off yet. Yesterday, Li Dahu and the others carried over 10 sacks of gear out of the dungeon with him. He remembers it vividly. It was pure gold. Yesterday's guild war not only brought Lin Feiyu immense benefits, turning the Blood Plague Forest dungeon into his private domain, but also sent his fame skyrocketing like a rocket. Game forums were flooded with videos of him one-shotting 20,000 enemies. View counts had shattered the billion mark. Even among the 20 trending topics on the gaming forums, Lin Feiyu dominated the majority. In this gamified world, admiration for the strong is an eternal theme. Just as the entire household was still basking in the atmosphere of Lin Feiyu's soaring prowess, wealth, and fame, a knock sounded at the door. It must be the two vice presidents of Qianyu's guild. Yesterday, after he secured the dungeon access rights, Lu Fei and Shiryu had contacted him, intending to present a detailed profit-sharing agreement. They proposed that all mining rights for materials within the Blood Plague Forest instance be exclusively handled by the Qianyu Guild. After some consideration, he agreed. Shiryu and Lu Fei were decent fellows during yesterday's dungeon transfer, they hadn't held back at all. They agreed immediately, without a moment's hesitation born of greed. Even on paper, the projected monthly income of tens of millions represented nearly a year's worth of earnings for a gathering guild like Qianyu. Honorable to accept defeat gracefully, truly admirable. So he granted them the gathering rights. After all, he was still the official guild leader even if his authority had been neutered and his power largely rendered nominal. I don't even have a guild leader's office. But what could be done? It was all because Lin Feiyu himself didn't care about managing it. He still believes raw power is everything. Asking him to manage the guild? He'd rather grind a couple of experience dungeons first, that's way more worthwhile. Just as Lin Feiyu was about to rise and open the door, his older brother, Lin Shin, immediately stepped in. Little bro. Leave these minor matters to me, your big brother. Besides, I'm submitting my resignation to the Black Tide Guild today. Just like your sister, I'm sticking with you from now on. Guild leader. Open up. It's just a small matter, I'll handle it. Lin Feiyu felt his head spin. His little sister was fine, a simple, well-behaved girl. But this older brother, well, he got into plenty of fights when they were kids. But whatever. At least he's got heart when it comes to family. He'd fight tooth and nail for his family, that much was clear from how he saved his little sister. It's just... what kind of talk is that? Chairman? Did your old man get you for free when he was selling pork? Could you be related to them? Ha? Eating a fruit awakened my bloodline? Am I about to be exposed? The door just opened. Up ahead were Shiryu and Lu Fei. But trailing behind them was a stylishly dressed, stunning young woman. Pleated skirt, black stockings, red high heels, pure black crop tee, long straight black hair, smoky eye makeup. The girl saw the door open and immediately shoved the two ahead of her aside, rushing in as if she were charging. The moment she saw Lin Feiyu, she fell to her knees with a thud. Tears streamed down her face as she sobbed uncontrollably. Chairman Lin. Brother Lin. You can't just abandon me. Do you know how much a child longs for their parents? Why? Brother Lin Shin and Father Lin Haichuan froze for a moment, then wore expressions of sudden understanding, their eyes darting around wildly. Their gaze lingered on Lin Feiyu's darkened face, then shifted to the girl sobbing like a broken doll. Oh no! This was clearly the result of not keeping his pants zipped. Finally, his gaze landed on Lin Lu's face, flushed crimson with astonishment. Father and son Lin Haichuan and Lin Shin whispered to each other. You're playing around that hard, little brother? Already got a kid? And she's come looking for you. I told you, Feiyu, that kid doesn't seem like a good person. I told your sister to go on blind dates. Damn it! This girl who cries the moment she meets him, clearly not a good woman. Chapter 68, Prosperity or Not. Lin Feiyu listened for a while before realizing that this girl was Morong Liumao's half-sister? The little sister named Morong Shiyu he'd met that day in the Blood Plague Forest. The story about their mother being trapped in the dungeon and Morong Liumao refusing to rescue her. In his previous life, Lin Feiyu had heard rumors about this. Another restricted level instance. Indeed, in his previous life, even after his own death, Chier never attempted it. Lin Feiyu, who had once been part of Chier, knew this all too well. Joining the guild was like signing a contract selling your soul. Though the pay was high, nearly everyone ended up as a power bank for the upper echelons and high-level players. Players drained to the point of collapse were a common sight. In his previous life, if he hadn't worked tirelessly and been exceptionally fortunate, he'd never have reached level 70, let alone cleared the advanced dungeons. He never imagined the Qianyu Guild had such a background? This was truly beyond his expectations. All he knew was that this girl named Morong Qianyu had a close relationship with guild leader Shiryu. But she was the real mastermind behind it all? And I, the guild leader, didn't even know? How pathetic. Thinking about it now, Lu Fei and Shiryu had simply used the title of president to trap me. Turns out I was just a plant all along. And I actually believed I was the real president. Lin Feiyu felt emotionally betrayed and utterly disgusted. His face darkened alarmingly. Even though they'd already agreed in the chat system, he refused to discuss granting development rights for the Blood Plague Forest dungeon. He immediately ordered them out. In the backseat of a BMW, Morong Chinyu lay on her side, still sniffling softly. Lu Fei, driving the car, sighed inwardly. Second young miss, didn't we agree? This trip was meant to be about confessing that you're the boss and discussing the mining project. How could you? Sigh. Wah? Morong Chinyu's sobs grew louder. Mother's been trapped in that dungeon for 3 years of endless darkness. How could I not be desperate? Sure, you pressed her forehead, a headache pounding. This is way too sudden. We should have taken it step by step. Even if we'd explained it properly, it would have been hard to convince him to rescue your mother. But Morong Chinyu sat up straight immediately. He has the power to save mom now. Why wouldn't he go? She's your mother, not his. Why would he risk it? Sure, you explained helplessly. Morong Chinyu's embroidered brows furrowed deeply. After pondering for a long moment, she suddenly declared, not his mother? Then how can she become his mother? Got it. The second Miss Morong's eyes lit up with excitement. A mother-in-law is still a mother. After understanding the specifics, Lin Haichuan sat down on the sofa and began, in the name of a father. Feiyu, you're grown now, and your power has grown too. Logically, I shouldn't be able to persuade you of anything. But as things stand now, the resources within that instance truly require a mining guild to extract them before they can generate profit. You cannot and should not become obsessed with making money. Leveling up and growing stronger is what you should be doing. Strength is the foundation of this era. True, you claim your guild leader authority has been stripped and your position is largely nominal. But you remain the de facto leader of the Chinyu Guild. Whether it's familiarity with members or managing dungeon loot distribution, outsourcing Blood Plague Forest gathering tasks makes Chinyu Gao the most suitable choice. You're still the de facto leader. This counts as an internal arrangement. You can't just cut all ties because someone deceived you or kept things from you. We adults have to prioritize our interests. You need to learn to be ruthless. Lin Feiyu was utterly overwhelmed by all this. Alright. I get it. Dad's giving me the same old lecture again. Dad was absolutely right about everything, but still, this anger was unavoidable. Otherwise, being too easygoing makes you look weak as hell. When you need to get angry, you have to get angry. You might think you're easygoing, but really, you're just too easy to push around. He planned to hold off on the Blood Plague Forest matter for a few days. No rush. A few days' profit wasn't worth the fuss. The stern image that needs to be established must be established. Otherwise, being so powerful yet still manipulated by others, that would be a laughingstock. The focus must remain on strengthening his power. There's little time to manage the guild anyway. Sure, you and Lu Fei would have to handle the management duties. Dad was absolutely right. Leveling up is the ultimate path. Strength is forever the foundation for safeguarding one's interests. Truth always lies in the numbers. Alright, Dad. Got it. I'll handle it. Gotta log in and grind levels now. Lin Feiyu said, then immediately headed back to his room to log in. It was still early, Lin Feiyu thought. After logging in, he'd grind his level up to 30. Ideally, he'd clear the advanced dungeon for level 30 within the next few days. Then he'd be a glory gold brave. Lin Feiyu logged in and arrived at Cloud County. The moment he entered, he saw a person and a dog fighting. Woof woof woof, woof woof woof. The man and dog were tearing at each other, both covered in rags. Lin Feiyu watched with utter disgust. What a decline in morals. Then he heard a familiar incantation. Will I be lucky this year? Will I prosper? Lin Feiyu? Standing in the alley, Lin Feiyu's face darkened. He quickly pulled out an unused item from his backpack, a tool designed to conceal his ID, the Beast Tooth Bronze Mask. He put it on. Beast Tooth Bronze Mask. Equipment, head hat. Grade, green fine quality. Attack plus 17. Required level, 5. Effect, conceals ID. Then, he overheard the players discussing in the shadows. You mean that big shot Lin Feiyu? He only got famous after fighting a dog? You didn't know? It's all over the forums. There's even a video of big shot Lin Feiyu beating up a dog himself from a few days ago. The video's a bit blurry though, probably from being reposted so many times. Oh, I see. What's the incantation? Will I have good fortune this year? There's another line, good dog? Will I have a prosperous year? Let's go. Find a dog to fight right now. Let's go. I'm in. Lin Feiyu quickly clamped his jaw shut before it dislocated. Damn it. And this is my fault? Guys, don't blame me. Blame that tabby cat instead. Chapter 69, Cultivating Immortality. In an experienced dungeon. This instance was filled with disgusting, pus-oozing zombies. Lin Feiyu wore a grim expression throughout, not because the monsters were disgusting. He was still thinking about that dog beating video. What a blunder. How did it spread so widely? He'd lost all face. He never bothered with forum videos or such unless bored. Unless he was utterly bored, then he'd hunt down some big bombshells, leg players, waist slender beauties, and watch. But now, opening it up, it's all discussions and speculation about him. So infuriating he doesn't even feel like scrolling anymore. Honestly, people were saying all sorts of things about him, Lin Feiyu. Some even insinuate that Lin Feiyu isn't human at all, but a monster from the abyss? Sent to destroy the peace and stability of humanity's blue star. Is this even human speech? What a wild imagination.
While scrolling through the forum, he had the Darkling, the Crimson Wolf King, and the Bride Ghost grinding experience there.
Monster hunting? He didn't even need to lift a finger for this kind of grind anymore. Truthfully, a single Darkling could handle all of this. Does the dead dragon need to get involved? Xia Dai just needed to focus on companionship.
A gentle shoulder massage, a tender leg need. His technique was beyond compare. While grinding experience, he didn't forget to bring along a few underlings.
Li Dahu and his crew also piggybacked off Lin Feiyu's experience runs, leveling up to 20.
But yeah, their stats might struggle in advanced dungeons. Having them tag along isn't just about leeching experience, they also need to scavenge gear and help sell it. Just today, after meeting up, the guys transferred over 10 million.
With money in hand, it's time to upgrade the home and let my family enjoy a better life with me.
Here are the materials Lin Feiyu farmed earlier, plus the loot dropped from defeating 20,000 enemies in yesterday's guild war.
According to Li Dahu, less than a tenth of it has been sold.
Especially that batch the gear dropped from the 20,000 players in the guild war is incredibly valuable. After all, these were the core members of major guilds, nearly all of them were level 40 players. It makes sense these are the mainstay players at level 40 for each guild.
Who among them doesn't have at least one or two pieces of gear worth tens or even hundreds of thousands?
The vast majority are top tier gear.
It could probably fetch hundreds of millions. So what are we waiting for? Splurge, we absolutely must splurge. Finish up today's work and log off early.
Luxury cars and mansions, get them all arranged.
Maids and butlers, on duty around the clock. Drivers and chefs must be in place.
Lin Feiyu stared at the pile of copper coins in his backpack, still a bit speechless.
Killing and arson really do pay off. Grinding monsters? Nothing beats grinding people for profit. Still, Lin Feiyu didn't dwell on it.
Too much wealth tends to corrupt the soul.
As long as he could live comfortably, that was enough.
His goal had always been to grow stronger. Only by growing stronger could he protect his wealth.
Otherwise, being rich but powerless is life's greatest tragedy.
After instantly slaying the final boss with 200,000 HP with a single arrow and taming it as a beast companion,
the experience bar reached level 30. Ding! Level up! Reach level 30. Gained plus 10 attribute points.
Class, Sword Immortal exclusive level up attribute points plus 15.
Lin Feiyu pondered for a moment, should he allocate these attribute points toward attack speed? Attack power and magic power each gain 2 points per attribute point spent. Defense gets 1 point per point, while attack speed gains 0.01. Attack speed is added, not multiplied.
Only health and mana gain 100 points per attribute point, making it the highest gain stat point among all options. Due to his innate talent, investing in health yielded the greatest returns. This is precisely why Lin Feiyu relentlessly maxed out his health points.
As for mana, the mana ring already provides infinite regeneration. No need to invest in it. What about the health bar?
But with the Divine Defense skill active, the base HP boost from leveling at once is practically negligible.
Go for attack speed.
Then grab some movement speed.
Remembering the traits of my class, Sword Immortal. Characteristic, weapon controlled attack. Can manipulate weapons to perform auto attacks independently.
Attack speed determines the number of weapon controlled attacks.
Physical damage class.
Increasing attack speed will even accelerate the Sword Immortal's weapon manipulation.
Attack speed provides significant benefits. Movement speed is also a great stat. But since I can ride a dragon into battle, speed isn't an absolute necessity for now.
But the attack speed granted by these stat points is downright stingy.
Would you rather have plus 2,500 HP at level 1 or plus 0.25% attack speed? Forget it, I'll go with attack speed.
Today I leveled up 3 times, so I'm putting all points into attack speed. I'll stack HP later with my beast taming skills.
All points into attack speed. Open my stats page to check. Player, Lin Feiyu. Title, Unyielding Silver Hero. Class, Sword Immortal level, 30 experience, 240,000.
Talent, Fight to the Final Chapter as 3,338,954. Health, 3,024,455. Shield, 302,445.
Mana, 12,000. Attack power, 7. Spell power, 7. Physical defense, 7. Magic resistance, 7.
Attack speed, 3.75. Movement speed, 30.
Reputation, 0. Copper coins, 130,251,450.
With time still early, Lin Feiyu rushed straight to the sect headquarters to claim the advanced dungeon quest.
He took out his ascension token and activated its teleportation function.
A golden pillar of light flared. And Lin Feiyu found himself once more at a mist-shrouded mountain pass, a scene straight out of a fairy tale. Beneath the thick sea of clouds, the emerald green of the mountains was faintly visible.
Where was that sword-riding NPC?
At that moment, a youth clad in white robes arrived, soaring through the mountains on his sword.
Junior brother Lin. We meet again.
Lin Feiyu hurriedly bowed with clasped hands. Greetings, senior brother Yi.
Follow me.
Senior brother Yi casually lifted his hand, carrying Lin Feiyu along as they soared away on the sword.
Ugh. So annoying every time I have to get carried by this cultivation NPC. He'd rather ride a dead dragon, but he doesn't have a flight token, does he? Junior brother Lin, have you been making rapid progress in your cultivation lately?
Lin Feiyu froze. Senior brother Yi usually kept quiet, yet now he was speaking up on his own initiative.
Cultivation realm? What cultivation realm?
Senior brother Yi shook his head and fell silent.
Seriously? Not talking again? Another riddle spinner? Damn it! Lin Feiyu still didn't understand much about this realm business.
He'd only heard whispers about it in secret. It was a 7th-tier master who had lived nearly 200 years.
His understanding was that the late stages of this game were essentially a cultivation journey. A qualitative leap began at level 50. Below level 50, it wasn't even the same game. Before level 50, you're just a player. After level 50, even your lifespan can be extended. Calling it cultivation wouldn't be wrong.
Lin Feiyu had broken through level 50 in his previous life, and that feeling was truly different. He didn't see it as a qualitative change, but rather a metamorphosis.
Wasn't there an old saying about it? The 5th-tier advancement. Overcoming all ailments.
It was as if, upon breaking through level 50, his very life form had transformed.
No longer mortal, the ailments of the mortal world became far more stubborn. As for, what exactly is cultivating immortality?
In his previous life, he had also pursued it relentlessly, yet found nothing. But, in this life, he found his immortal destiny early on. Upon arriving at Huangfeng Valley, Lin Feiyu made his way alone to the Grand Hall where he had previously received his advancement quest. Inside, the same old Taoist master who imparted teachings was present. He glanced up at Lin Feiyu, stroked his beard, and smiled. Lin Feiyu couldn't tell if it was his imagination, but the old Taoist seemed far more amiable than when he'd last seen him.
The Taoist smiled as he handed over a black iron token. This is the emblem of our Yellow Wind Valley. At your current cultivation level, you are now authorized to represent the valley in external affairs.
Lin Feiyu paused slightly, accepting an iron tag while asking again.
Realm? What realm? Why this question again?
Most likely, the realm Huangfeng Valley referred to was the player's progression stages.
Last time he was at the 2nd transformation, 2nd tier.
This time, he was about to complete the 3rd transformation and advance to the 3rd tier.
He glanced at the iron token in his hand. It bore a resemblance to the Ascension token. Except instead of the characters for Ascension to Immortality, it bore the inscription Yellow Wind Valley Token. I opened its properties. Yellow Wind Valley Token. Symbol of status. Special effect, presenting this token grants special privileges within the Cloud Realm Dynasty.
The old Taoist stroked his beard and continued, Junior brother Lin, it's still too early for you to comprehend the realms of cultivation, but I can share a bit with you. From what I observe, you stand on the brink of breakthrough. After this breakthrough, one more breakthrough to reach perfection, that is when you will attain the Tao of cultivation.
The brink of breakthrough?
I came here to claim the advancement dungeon, so it was. Oh? Lin Feiyu stowed the iron token in his backpack and pondered for a moment. It seems the so-called realms of Huangfeng Valley are connected to a player's tiers and stages. This advancement is to level 31, Tier 3 Golden Warrior. The next advancement will be to level 41, Tier 4 Platinum Warrior. And, the final level for a Platinum Brave of Tier 4 is 50.
That's the advancement quest Lin Feiyu knew would trigger a transformation.
After that comes the level 51 Emerald Warrior.
Breakthrough twice more? Perfect cultivation? What does that mean? Is that enough to reach that realm? The Qi cultivation stage. Chapter 70, Slaying Demons and Evil. What the hell? A cultivation game? Who wrote this game script? You've run out of ideas, haven't you? Could it be the grand finale where I save the world again, shouldering humanity's fate? That's way too cliché. Who'd watch that?
Lin Feiyu stood within a grand, ancient hall in Huangfeng Valley. Younger brother, your cultivation progress has indeed been remarkable. It seems you still have a good chance of becoming an inner door disciple. Then, you'll be able to apprentice under a true immortal master and cultivate the Tao. The old Taoist smiled gently. Lin Feiyu politely clasped his hands and inquired, what cultivation level is required to enter the inner sect? Lin Feiyu asked casually, though he already had a hunch in his heart, probably after advancing through the 5th tier dungeon. As a level 51 Emerald Warrior, according to senior brother Yi, that would place him at the Qi cultivation stage.
Qi cultivation stage.
The venerable Taoist master who imparted teachings stroked his thick beard and spoke with narrowed eyes, a hint of hope flickering within them.
Indeed. The ultimate goal of this game is cultivating immortality.
Thankfully, I've already joined a cultivator sect now. Unlike my previous life, where I reached level 71 without ever finding the path.
How fortunate.
So breaking the record in the level 10 advancement dungeon and completing the hidden challenge actually grants a chance to join a celestial sect. Thank goodness I chose to take on the challenge back then.
Wait. That's a huge mistake. Why didn't any of those overpowered players choose Huangfeng Valley in my previous life?
Logically speaking, those with exceptional innate talent should be able to clear the hidden quest in the level 10 advanced dungeon, though it's incredibly difficult.
But there should have been a few beasts who could clear it. But how come none of them ever mentioned it? In over a century of gameplay? Not a single person succeeded? Or did they succeed but fail to obtain the Ascension Order? Then, what makes me different? During my advancement dungeon run? What went wrong? Or did I overlook something? Sigh.
Lin Feiyu felt a sudden twinge of envy.
Suddenly, he remembered someone, or rather, a snake. A beautiful snake.
Wandering the empty mountains, I hear flowers fall, the flute's sweet melody carries to someone's home.
Adorned in a false form, yet true in essence, borrowing another's body to refine cinnabar.
Those utterly incomprehensible words suddenly swirled in his mind. He recalled the words spoken by that beautiful snake.
You actually carry that person's aura. How rare even he has begun to break free. At this thought, Lin Feiyu couldn't help but shiver violently. The implications ran deep, best not to probe further for now. He'd take things one step at a time. If it involved any kind of evil deeds, he absolutely wouldn't agree. But what if there were benefits? Saving the world or something? That might be acceptable. Never mind, no rush.
Lin Feiyu instinctively opened his backpack and began examining its contents.
A dark, murky preserved egg. Unnamed blueprint map fragment 29. And a piece of eraser he found incredibly handy. Entry, eraser. These three items still lay quietly inside his backpack. My eyebrows twitch uncontrollably. Something definitely fishy here. What she mentioned about escaping? Was it the egg? The map? Or the golden eraser? Most likely the egg? Xia Dai once said. The egg and the eraser are connected to the two elders. That adult? And the other adult. An egg can hatch something makes sense. An eraser? Can't warm it up, right? Xia Dai is a patient with memory loss. That beautiful snake woman is another riddle maker. Damn it. I don't get it. The snake beauty, huh? Back when I first left the newbie village, my DPS was only 70k per second. They said I'd spend my whole life pulling the bowstring and still never kill it. Oomph. Now I've broken through 3 million. Next time we meet, I'll make you mine. Just you wait. Lin, what are you spacing out for? The question from the senior instructor teaching the class snapped Lin Feiyu back to reality. Ahem.
He cleared his throat to mask his awkwardness, gathering his scattered thoughts. Senior brother, please assign me the advanced dungeon quest. His mind was set on leveling up quickly and boosting his strength as soon as possible.
Senior brother nodded. Take it. And handed over a quest scroll. Quest, Yanzhou County, Southeast Demon's Lair, slay demons and monsters.
East of Yanzhou County lies Demon Flame Mountain, where a demonic lair harbors monsters that terrorize the land. They feast on human flesh, and the surrounding villagers detest them intensely. Proceed to slay demons and purge evil?
Yes, no. Warning. Warning. Warning.
Once you confirm to enter the dungeon to purge evil and uphold righteousness, you will enter a solo instance.
All stats from your equipment will be nullified. Equipment traits and skills remain usable. Warning. Warning. Warning.
If you die or fail to clear the dungeon within 7 days, you will be permanently erased. Clear rewards: 1 high-tier class-specific technique manual, 1 high-tier class-specific skill book.
Oh? Yanzhou County? Isn't that the stronghold of the Yanzhou king, the father of that Cloud County princess?
Lin Feiyu began to ponder, drawing upon memories from his past life.
When exactly did the Yanzhou king launch his rebellion? Oof. It seems to be the beginning of the year in the 2080th year of the Great Xia calendar.
The current timeline is late July, 2077.
That's still a ways off. No problem, we can go. Back then, many players were passing through Yanzhou County and the Yanzhou King's territory, or doing quests there.
They were directly swept up in the great affair of the Yan King's rebellion.
Then, the Yan King was defeated. He was defeated and killed.
Many players caught up in the Great War perished in the conflict, unable to be revived.
Many more players were forced to join the Yan King's faction, only to face retribution after his defeat. All were beheaded. The Cloud Dynasty's imperial court intervened. So, being slain by NPCs means losing your chance to revive.
Many players attempted suicide or mutual suicide to escape the Cloud Dynasty's control.
But it won't work.
Even when facing danger inside dungeons, self-sacrifice or mutual sacrifice cannot be used to escape peril. It's only possible when you're not engaged in combat with monsters. The NPCs in the game are incredibly intelligent. They're practically indistinguishable from real people. This is precisely why veteran players warn, entering the game means traveling to another ancient-style cultivation world. The high-ranking officials of those dynasties might understand what games are and what players are even more thoroughly than players on Blue Star. So attempting to escape danger through self-harm or mutual harm is impossible. You'll be caught by the in-game dynasty and immediately hit with a debuff. Even when real-world authorities intervened to protect players accidentally caught up in the rebellion, it was useless. The result? Hundreds of thousands met a gruesome end. The game forums exploded in an instant. Everyone lashed out at the developers and the in-game dynasty. But the outcome remained unchanged. Lin Feiyu remembered this incident vividly. Back in his previous life, he was only level 20 at the time. He hadn't even cleared the level 20 advanced dungeon yet, and he hadn't even met Yuan. It was sheer luck he hadn't visited Yenzhou County City. And this advancement dungeon was actually located in Yenzhou County City. Thank goodness. The timeline was off. Then there's nothing to worry about. Go ahead with peace of mind. That advanced dungeon actually takes 7 days? But I still have to go with Yifanqing tomorrow to find. Doesn't that mean we'll miss it again? No way. The advanced dungeon can wait. Let's head to Paper Burning County first. There's someone special waiting for him there. At this thought, Lin Feiyu couldn't suppress the smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Xiao Zi. Setsubun. Chapter 71, This humiliation won't be swallowed. Lin Feiyu used a 100,000 copper coin teleportation scroll. He teleported to Paper Burning County. Logically, he should have come here tomorrow with Yifanqing. That way, the chances of encountering Yuan would be much higher. After all, in his previous life, she was his destined one. But he still wanted to come see for himself. First, if he started the advancement dungeon now, it would take several days to emerge. That would mean missing his encounter with Yuan. Second, since he hadn't cleared the advanced instance yet, he couldn't gain experience and wouldn't be able to level up. In other words, with nothing else to do today, why not try his luck? He'd wander aimlessly for now. Who knows? Perhaps the fate of this lifetime lay in his hands? That way, I'd avoid competing with Yifanqing for destiny. If we meet today, then... I swear I'm not stealing anyone's partner. I really did meet them first. He. No sooner had I arrived in Paper Burning County than I heard several shrill cries. Good dog. Will I have a prosperous year? Woof woof woof. Will I have good fortune this year? Woof woof woof. Lin Feiyu's face darkened. He slipped on the bronze mask and retreated into the alley. He slipped away. Just as he was about to exit the alley from the other end, he turned his head and saw several men slowly closing in on a fresh-faced, artsy-looking girl. Lin Feiyu froze instantly at the sight. Yuan. Was it really her? This glance back had spanned an entire lifetime. Destiny, this lifetime's predestined fate. Here with me. That face, as if from another world, suddenly appeared before my eyes. She was like a gentle poem, softly murmuring on the pages of time. Her jet-black, lustrous hair cascaded like a waterfall over her shoulders, the ends curling naturally as if narrating tales of youth. Her fair skin resembled fresh spring snow on bare branches, delicate and pure, glowing softly in the sunlight, tempting one to touch it. Her eyes were like clear lakes, their sparkling depths revealing both liveliness and innocence. Her long lashes resembled butterfly wings, fluttering with each blink as if the world itself were blinking with curious stars. Like a blue flower swaying gently in the breeze, fresh and elegant. Lin Feiyu's eyes instantly welled up with tears. In a past life, there were many reasons. Yuan became a widow at a young age and refused to cross the line. Though Lin Feiyu and Su Xiaohan had long been estranged in heart and soul, he still remembered those years when he had fallen into a life of collecting. Su Xiaohan had never abandoned him. Out of respect for that old affection, he refused to be a cuckold. Yet, that restricted level dungeon scroll secretly revealed to him as a potential path to immortal cultivation. Ultimately proved a trap. Delivering the final blow. What she wanted was his death. Beneath the throne of the level 100 great demon, all past affection lay like the dead remnants of his former self. Shattered into dust. Past lives brought no connection, but this lifetime makes up for it. Just as he was deeply moved and touched, several men swiftly closed in from the other side. Yuan. Your talent is truly remarkable. Join our Chiara guild, you'll be rolling in cash. Exactly. We worked our asses off to cripple that boss, and you just had to mess it up, breaking the aggro. You owe us. No. You have to pay extra. Yuan cowered in the corner, looking dejected. Can I not pay? Then submit to us. Join the Chiyue guild. We'll make sure you live in luxury. Lin Feiyu roared in fury, let go of that girl. He ripped off his bronze mask on the spot, revealing his ID. There were two reasons for revealing his ID. First, the mask only concealed his identity when he wasn't attacking. Once the opponent was defeated, the ID would still be reported. Second, how could a hero shield his face while rescuing a damsel in distress? A hero may endure hardship, but he must never hide his face. The moment those men recognized Lin Feiyu, they froze in shock.
Big Boss Lin? How could it be you? What are you doing here?
Lin Feiyu drew the blunt sword, and the mere glint in his eyes was enough to send shivers down their spines.
Chiyue Guild? Humph. Looks like we're settling both old and new scores. The three men, staring at Lin Feiyu's eyes and the sword in his hand, suddenly realized he was going to take them out. Big Boss Lin. This girl is yours. We're outta here. We're leaving. We're getting outta here right now. Boss, don't be impulsive. This is the county town.
Killing, defeating players will get us arrested by the constables.
Exactly.
You can't kill us just for a girl who's pretty and has an amazing figure.
Exactly. Exactly. Sure, rescuing a damsel in distress might win her heart, but it's not worth it. Our guild leader is right here in Shaoji County. Lin Feiyu knew exactly what he was getting into. Defeating players would be treated as a brawl even if taken to the county magistrate's office. There would be punishment, and it would be severe: kill a few, lose a few levels. But a Yellow Wind Valley token still lay quietly in his backpack. Would this special token grant him an exemption from the usual punishment for fighting? Man, having connections really pays off. Even if I lose levels, grinding them back is as easy as drinking water. Who cares?
In front of Yuan, I must be the peerless hero riding a rainbow cloud, making a dashing entrance.
No need to hold back. Then kill them all.
Lin Feiyu twisted his mouth into a wicked grin. Swinging his blood slash. Off to the hot springs. Mon Luomo, the guildmaster of Chier Guild, and Xiao Yan, the guild's vice guildmaster, a level 69 fire elemental greatsword user, stood together atop the tavern owned by Chier Guild. Xiao Yan bowed his hands respectfully to the guild leader.
Leader, you needn't carry any psychological burden. Your order to avoid antagonizing Lin Feiyu was correct. His future growth potential is beyond estimation. That tone isn't entirely easy to swallow. President Moron, with his extreme arrogance and pride, was actually being forced by a greenhorn to swallow his pride? It was truly choking him up. Though his position as guild leader held considerable authority, the opinions of the guild's two vice presidents still couldn't be ignored. Even if it was just for appearances, he had to listen. Another vice president, Zhao Xing, a fellow master tier warrior at level 72, specializing in the wind element spear knight class, was also strongly urging restraint. As long as Lin Feiyu didn't come looking for trouble, it was best to keep our distance. At this juncture, if we fail to crush him completely, or directly kill him so his experience drops back to the newbie village, then pin him there forever. Otherwise, once he grows stronger, he'll become a major headache. But the cost would be enormous. It would require a massive number of players to sacrifice their levels to fill the gap. Both vice presidents deemed it unnecessary. Lin Feiyu hasn't shown us any hostility. Why bother? Ugh. This is just too hard to swallow. But as you've all said, as long as he doesn't provoke our guild first, we should swallow our pride and endure it. No matter how hard it is, we have to swallow it. Just as guild leader Moron was lost in his thoughts, a junior member of the Chier Guild burst through the door. Bad news, guild leader. Lin Feiyu attacked our guild members and has already defeated several of them. Chapter 72, 500 glances back. What? What are you talking about? Chairman Moron's voice shot up 8 octaves, nearly reaching a shrill pitch. What's going on? Didn't I explicitly forbid provoking him? I issued a strict order against it. Who exactly disobeyed orders? The subordinate below hurriedly explained the situation. It was Lin Feiyu who had initiated the conflict. We were just doing the most routine recruitment for guild members. That guy showed real talent. He just came out of nowhere and slashed us with a knife. Right here on the main street of the county seat. He wore a bronze mask that seemed to block his ID, showing no fear of punishment from the county authorities. Chairman Moron's face darkened intensely. Gritting his teeth, he demanded, Fine, fine. Did he say anything before attacking? Yes. He said, settling both old and new grudges at once. Bang. A richly carved antique table was smashed to dust under his fist. We swallowed that grudge, but he didn't. Xiao Yan, do you think the two of us can withstand that? That one strike? One dragon? Damage reaching 3 million? Xiao Yan remained silent, his face twisted in grim pain. Just moments ago, he'd been desperately urging the guild leader not to provoke conflict with Lin Feiyu. It was unnecessary. Besides, in Xiao Yan's view, making enemies during a guild war wasn't something Lin Feiyu would hold a petty grudge over. But reality slapped him in the face faster than he could blink. The moment the guild leader made his agonizing decision, members of the Chier Guild were about to be slaughtered by Lin Feiyu. After a moment's thought, guild leader Moron leaned close to Xiao Yan's ear and whispered. What if we ambush him? Both of us strike together. Use our signature skills, you with your 7th tier, me with my 6th tier, and take him down instantly? Xiao Yan snapped his head up. It wasn't a bad idea, but that would violate the players' pact. But given the situation, it was the only option. Only the shameless had a chance. True, they'd only witnessed Lin Feiyu's terrifying damage output. But his own health bar.
If your damage is already that high, a million per swing, his health bar must be 99% fragile.
You can't possibly have terrifying damage output and still be a tank with a huge health bar, right? Are you being reasonable or not? The two instantly agreed.
They doubled their combined maximum damage output. When adding their damage skills suitable for ambushes, their combined damage would reach a terrifying 3 million.
Enough! That's more than enough.
President Moron's eyes blazed with astonishing hatred.
It could wipe out 100 Lin Feiyus in an instant. 3 million damage?
We've been far too conservative, too cautious, too careful. Xiao Yan quickly chimed in, we should be cautious.
Better to err on the side of caution. We can't give him a moment's breathing room. We absolutely cannot let carelessness haunt us for eternity.
Seriously, did you come to on my Chiara Guild? The other vice president, Zhao Xing, wasn't here. Otherwise, we'd have to bump the damage up another million.
Moron Limo finally let go of the weight on his shoulders.
Screw whatever player agreements exist.
Screw my dignity. Take him down.
According to the player code, you're not allowed to defeat players 20 levels below you. This is a protection for newcomers and an unwritten rule agreed upon by all.
We're breaking that rule.
Lin Feiyu started it.
Don't blame us for being ruthless.
Right.
Exactly. Vice President Xiao Yan immediately chimed in.
Kill him once, and we'll have the chance to ambush him at the resurrection point in June City. We'll make sure he never raises his head again.
Though President Moron had forced his emotions down, his expression remained dark and brooding. Yes, we can't back down any longer. We must crush this threat while it's still in its infancy. Exactly. This is outrageous. Those who bully others will be bullied in turn. Wait, the guild leader is inside the county seat defeating players?
Then send him to the county yamen for punishment.
Demote him 3 ranks first. Inside a room at an inn in Shaoxi County. Delicious, absolutely delicious. Yuan devoured his food in big bites.
Lin Feiyu sat at a dining table in the hall, watching with a smile. He still remembered her favorite dish from his past life, seafood abalone sauce rice.
This is absolutely delicious.
It's my first time trying it.
Bring me another bowl.
All right. Waiter, another bowl. Lin Feiyu called out, summoning a player who ran a restaurant in the game. Wearing a bronze mask, no one could recognize him. Hello? Gentlemen, let me clarify, though the game world is ancient style, this restaurant is player run, and the staff are also players. So please call me V Special. 1 order of seafood abalone sauce rice coming right up. Yuan lifted the plate, clanking and clattering. Lin Feiyu watched with a faint smile. How wonderful. Young Yuan was so pure back then, and she wasn't even the legendary driver yet. Yuan set down her bowl and chopsticks. Go ahead, Mr. Lin. What's the price?
Sis, cough cough.
Yuan, what are you talking about? Lin Feiyu looked at her with surprise. Yuan wiped her mouth and said, we don't know each other.
That Chiara Guild is still a Fortune 500 company.
You suddenly showed up to save me, offending them in the process.
You claim you have no ulterior motives? I don't buy it. And bringing me to eat such expensive seafood rice. You tell me. What do you want me to pay?
Yuan patted her ample chest as she spoke.
All right, if you don't mind, I'll tag along with you from now on.
Lin Feiyu chuckled.
Hold on. You refused Chiara Guild's invitation outright earlier. Why are you so eager to join me now? Chiyue? That guild that devours players whole? Its reputation precedes it. Most players end up there under duress. Like what happened to me earlier. That kind of guild. Look at the last guild war, you were right there, weren't you? The moment they get an excuse, they all pull out. Whoever wants to go, go. I'm definitely not going.
Lin Feiyu's face darkened slightly. In his previous life, he hadn't been coerced.
Forget it, no point dwelling on it. Then join our guild. I'm the leader, I'll personally guide you through leveling. What do you say? Lin Feiyu actively recruited her.
Yuan agreed on the spot to save face. Sure. With a big shot who can deal 1 million damage personally guiding me, I'll probably hit level 20 in a day? Lin Feiyu picked up a cup of tea and sipped it.
You got it. Yuan's eyes darted around as if plotting something. Suddenly leaning closer, she whispered.
Honestly, guild leader, with your credentials, you don't need to be so proactive when it comes to picking up girls. It just makes it obvious you're a total player.
Put. Lin Feiyu spit the tea he was drinking right out. Yuan was covered in.
She flicked tea leaves from the corner of her mouth and flicked away the damp strands clinging to her forehead.
You? Mr. Lin, you're way too enthusiastic.
It's like we have some kind of karmic debt from a past life.
But hey. I'm not scared of you. You do the math, see how long it'll take you to win me over. Yuan stood up and left. Boss, I'm off, time to grind levels.
Lin Feiyu set down his teacup, smiling in utter speechlessness. He really had been too unrestrained.
Yuan was still Yuan.
She still had to drive. Though her experience was limited, she avoided the highway today. He paid the bill, stepped outside the inn, and hurried after her.
Yi Wan. The Buddha said, 500 glances in a past life earn but a single brush past in this one. If there were no karmic debt, how could we have met? Yi Wan turned back, that sounds like something a scumbag would say. She gave him a thumbs up, her expression saying she saw right through him. Classic. 500 glances in a past life, exchanged for this life your single tip grins. Chapter 73, this place is no longer safe. Labeled a scumbag by Yi Wan? Lin Feiyu couldn't care less about such things. Time will prove everything. But after taking only a few steps, the pair collided head-on with guild leader Morong and Xiao Yan, the vice-leader of the Chair Guild. Several constables from Shaoji County trailed behind them. It wasn't hard to guess who this was targeting. Lin Feiyu had dealt with them in his previous life, so he recognized the pair instantly. Oh, they really were in paper-burning county. Those three young brothers from the Chair Guild weren't lying. And they even brought constables from the county yamen? But they probably wouldn't recognize him, after all, he was wearing a bronze mask. Suddenly, he glanced at Yi Wan swaying her hips ahead. Oh no. Sister-in-law. Yi Wan isn't wearing a mask. This mask was pointless. Wearing it clearly wasn't safe after all. President Morong merely glanced at her before immediately turning to the county constables, his eyes narrowed and teeth gritted as he declared. It's him. He's the one who defeated our guild's players. Several constables drew their swords and charged forward. The leader pressed his blade against Lin Feiyu's throat, remove that identity-concealing mask. I have reason to suspect you're the suspect involved in that illegal alleyway combat just now. Lin Feiyu reluctantly removed the mask, revealing his ID. That's him. That's him. Xiao Yan from the Chiyue Guild immediately stepped forward to identify him. The constable scrutinized Lin Feiyu from head to toe, then said with a look of contempt. Hero. Though you are an outsider, a traveler, you must still abide by the laws of this dynasty. Daring to defeat other heroes within the county city? Defeating one means a one-rank demotion. With that kind of strength, why not go purge the demonic creatures and evil spirits? Handcuff him. Take him away. Passers-by recognized Lin Feiyu and gasped in astonishment. Is this the legendary Lin Feiyu? He's even more handsome in person than in the videos. Why is he defeating players right here on the street? Doesn't he know he'll face punishment? No clue. Probably just got carried away? So cocky? Oof. If I had his defy heaven trait, I'd be even more arrogant than him. He really is. Dream on. Did you hit a dog? Oh dear. What a waste, he'll lose levels now. Why did Big Lin do that? Leveling up is so hard. Looks like they crossed paths in the last guild war. Xiao Yan watched as Lin Feiyu was taken down, knowing he'd lose levels. He felt a surge of satisfaction. Excellent. This is merely the beginning of our evil Chair faction's revenge. Lin Feiyu, apologize to us now, admit your mistake, and compensate those guys for their dropped experience points converted to cash. Then I'll withdraw the charges against you at the county yamen. I'm the aggrieved party, we have that authority. Morong Luma narrowed his eyes, speaking lazily to Lin Feiyu, seemingly relishing this game of manipulating others. Xiao Yan nearly burst out laughing beside him, knowing full well what kind of scheming villain his guild leader truly was. Apologize? Pay compensation? And he'd drop the charges? No. That would only make him more excited. Ignoring the two men, Lin Feiyu leaned close to the constable's ear and whispered. Hey, buddy, I've got something on my waist. Take a look. He'd intended to pull out his official token, but the other man didn't give him the chance. Within the county seat, constables from the county yamen and officials of the Cloud Above dynasty wielded considerable authority. Their control over players far exceeded that of real-world authorities. This was precisely why Lin Feiyu had been poisoned by the county governor in Yunzhong County, suffering an attack power penalty of 800, yet dared not utter a word. Players had to abide by the dynasty's rules. Its rules were absolute. No room for complaint. Dissatisfied? Get locked up and grind levels. Still not satisfied? Get locked up and killed. The kind that can't be revived. This is precisely why, when the Yen King rebelled, he directly conscripted players they didn't even get the chance to refuse. It was pure misfortune. Just like now, the constables charge in, slap on a suppression effect, and you're immobilized. All you can do is rely on the game interface to hang the token on your waist. But then, the constable actually smiled at Lin Feiyu and didn't reach for the token. Instead, he whispered in his ear, "Young Master Lin, there's no need for this. You don't have to bribe me. I wasn't bribing you." Lin Feiyu wanted to shout his innocence. That was a token. Forget it, if I have to lose levels, so be it. It'll bounce back soon enough. Wait? This constable? Still calling me young Master Lin? Isn't that a bit too polite? Then, the constable whispered softly in his ear, "A noble patron has intervened to secure your release. You'll just go through the motions with me shortly, no demotion required. You'll be out of the county office in no time. We'll have to inconvenience you by following protocol and taking you away in handcuffs." Ha? His mind was filled with question marks. What? A distinguished guest? And they keep addressing you as you? What does that even mean? When did I get mixed up with some nobleman?
The constable gave a sharp tug, furrowed his brow, and his expression turned stern.
Move. You criminal scum. The law shows no mercy. Off to punishment you go.
And just like that, Lin Feiyu was dragged away. Yi Wan was horrified, crying out in alarm. What should she do? How could she save him? This Lin Big Shot was quite the character.
Back in the alley, he hadn't needed saving at all. With the Cloud Dynasty watching over her, those men wouldn't dare touch her. Was it enough to just break the siege and rescue her? What was he playing at? Must you kill? Well, that's just great. Arrested. Pretending to be a criminal.
So young, and already down the path of crime.
What to do? Should we help? When you're arrested, do they have to notify your family? I don't seem to have their contact info. Oh right.
He's the leader of the Qianyu Guild. Pull up the guild list and find someone from the Qianyu Guild.
Alright. That's the plan.
A guild this big should be able to afford the ransom. Yuan watched the members of the Chair Guild laughing merrily over there, then immediately slipped into an alley and ran off. I need to spread the word fast. Halfway there, Lin Feiyu was bound, but the ropes were tied quite loosely. He felt no discomfort whatsoever.
He pondered the entire way what noble figure could this possibly connect to?
It had to be the princess of Yunzhong he had rescued.
Her? Wasn't she staying quite comfortably at the Chifei Inn in Yunzhong County? Could she have come to burn paper in Shao County to rescue me? And, so swiftly at that.
I hadn't even been arrested yet, and already someone had bailed me out.
Upon further thought, oh no. Possessing such immense influence that she intervened to secure my release before my arrest and had the constables bowing respectfully to her?
That's beyond the reach of someone like the princess of Yunzhong.
There's only one conclusion, it must be the princess of Yunzhong's father, the Prince of Yen. I saved his daughter.
The thought struck Lin Feiyu, and he immediately wanted to verify this with the constable. This place. Before he could finish, the constable had already sensed his confusion and cut him off, offering the answer himself. The paper-burning county is Prince Yan's territory.
Indeed. Poof. No.
Lin Feiyu suddenly realized something.
Wasn't the Yen-Yang King's rebellion back then triggered by his daughter's victimization?
In his previous life, she had merely gone missing. It wasn't until later that someone unlocked that cat-teasing, dog-battling quest.
That's why he raised his army.
In this life, I rescued the princess of Yunzhong early.
Doesn't that mean the Yen King knew about his daughter's abduction beforehand? He even warned me about my impending punishment beforehand, proof he knew all along that I saved his daughter. How could he not know about his daughter's persecution? No. The major rebellion event must be launched early. And I'm still stuck in paper-burning county? In the Yenshan King's territory? This is bad.
I can't stay here much longer.
Chapter 74 Eastern Sword Wave. He was a truly imposing figure.
Broad shoulders, a general's belly, a leopard-like head with piercing eyes, and a magnificent beard. His complexion was deathly pale, his expression grim. He was none other than the Yen King.
Lin Feiyu thought, this guy is royal family after all, should I kowtow?
After all, it wouldn't cost him anything. But he was still a bit reluctant to sacrifice his knees, so he froze for a moment. The man stepped forward on his own, studying Lin Feiyu for a long moment.
You're the outsider who saved my sister. Lin Feiyu? Sister? You're not the king of the dam? Well, that settles it. No need to kneel then. Wait? Little sister? Who are you? Lin Feiyu asked.
The person's face remained expressionless, staring straight at Lin Feiyu. Beside him stood a white-haired figure with a high ponytail, clad in dragon scale armor.
A dark crimson spear rested on her shoulder.
Her entire armor was crafted from dragon scales, her weapon adorned with dragon horns, and her skirt resembled dragon wings. A level 66 health bar hovered above her head.
The handsome, commanding, and heroic woman stepped forward and announced, "This is Prince Li Yinxian, heir to the Yin Kingdom."
Lin Feiyu looked at this girl decked out in an 888 skin. Alright. He's done introducing himself.
What about you?
The woman smiled, slamming her spear onto the ground. The mirror-like marble tiles shattered instantly. She gripped the hilt of her greatsword. You asked the right question.
I am the most important person here today. Hello? Starting today, I am your personal bodyguard. My name is Dongfang Zhanlan, the Flame Dragon Slayer. Ha? Lin Feiyu was utterly baffled. What the? Bodyguard? Can I just summon, oh wait, contract? He's boosting my health points?
He turned his gaze back to the Crown Prince of Yen, Li Yunxian. Only those at the very top could pull something like this off, right?
These big shots, really? They casually arrange things for people, bodyguards, concubines, maids, slaves, and such, without even asking if the person wants it. Poof. The Crown Prince of Yenyang, Li Yinxian, sneered. Ever since you saved Yunrui, you've been tied to this war chariot of Yenyang. Do you still think you can stay out of it? Ha? Chariot? I got on it? When did that happen? Lin Feiyu's face instantly drained of color. No. You're doomed to defeat. He suddenly realized that a tyrant like the Yen King was certainly not someone driven by love for his daughter. The Yen King absolutely did not raise an army to avenge his daughter. Damn it. This was premeditated all along. I've fallen into a trap. While Lin Feiyu was still reeling from the shock of having dug his own grave, Li Yinxian continued, your strength is evident to all, and I know your background inside out. Nod, or shake your head. In your outsider's words. Nod for yes, shake for no. Li Yinxian finally let out a laugh that sounded awkwardly foreign, like someone struggling with a poorly learned language. Lin Feiyu, you should understand my words. If you shake your head, then you'll kill me? Shake your head and get it? Is that what it means? You're good. Pretty clever. He really wanted to give a thumbs up to this prince of Yenshan with decent internet at home, Li Yinxian. Don't get too cocky. Shouldn't he add one more line, Bong Tian Jingnan, is that enough? The NPCs in this game, especially the high-level ones, are well aware of certain matters concerning Blue Star. So it's no surprise Li Yinxian's household has internet access. He's totally fallen into a deep hole. Why not put up a fight? He glanced over at the one beside him that Dongfang something? The 4-character sister. Level 66. Take her down, then make a run for it, it's not impossible. Not to mention the official NPC suppression system against players. Another issue, Li Yinxian said I'm already on their Yanwang war wagon. If things fall apart here, would they take me in? That would mean caught between two fires. Damn it. Damn it. And I'm supposed to keep slaving away helping you rebels? What's in it for me? My strength? My connections? Lin Feiyu cursed inwardly, but outwardly remained composed as he asked. He was baffled. What kind of background could I possibly have? As a mere player? In the eyes of big shots like the damn king, aren't we just outsiders and travelers under the dynasty's control? Could it be, he suddenly remembered the iron token of the Yellow Wind Valley in his backpack? Could it be my immortal lineage? Li Yinxian fell silent again, staring at him expressionless. That dead fish face infuriated Lin Feiyu. At that moment, Dongfang Zhanlan chimed in again, that battle where you, a lone outsider from your guild, fought against 20,000 troops has already spread throughout the dynasty. Ha! My fame has reached another world? That actually makes sense. After all, once player guilds grow large enough, they inevitably need to collaborate with the dynasty. But, that guild war around level 40? You people from Yen Kingdom actually know about it? What else? Spill it. I'm all ears. In the Taiyue Mountains lies a reclusive immortal's cave, untouched by worldly affairs. Ordinary folk can scarcely even approach it. And you've entered it multiple times. So it is. It really is a divine lineage. However, Lin Feiyu was still curious. I always use the Ascension Order to teleport there. How did you find out? He demanded immediately. We have our own spies, Dongfang Zhanlan replied with a faint smile. You're spying on immortal factions? Aren't you afraid? Lin Feiyu frowned. Fear? Why should we fear? Dongfang Zhanlan waved his hand dismissively, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. That's how dynasties have always operated. Lin Feiyu remained baffled, yet he began to speculate. Could this be part of the power struggle between the Cloud Realm dynasty and the immortal factions? Or perhaps there were some other unexpected, hidden motives at play? Who could say? At that moment, the Crown Prince of Yen, Li Yinxian, who had remained silent and stood motionless all along, stepped forward and patted Lin Feiyu on the shoulder. That's why you're important, brother-in-law. I'm important. You bet. I am. Wait a minute? What? Hey. Did I agree to this marriage? You're my brother-in-law? Don't underestimate the young and poor. Times change. I want to call off the engagement. His face is as dark as a non-chief. This car. I doubt I can get out now. Things seem to have spiraled into an irreversible mess. He glanced at Dongfang Zhanlan again. This, your bodyguard? Surveillance camera, right? 24/7? Dongfang Zhanlan patted his broad chest. You bet. I'll protect you no matter what. As for punishment? There wasn't a shred of it. It was just a formality. Power truly is exhilarating. In short, the entire Shaoxi county was under their control. Even as they neared the county office exit, Dongfang Zhanlan continued to follow them all the way. According to Dongfang Zhanlan, the moment he entered the Taiyue Mountains, multiple factions had begun monitoring him. After rescuing Princess Li Yunrui of Yunzhong, the Yanzhou royal family also began keeping a close eye on him. Finally, upon arriving in Shaoxi County, he defeated players on the streets. Following protocol, he should be brought to the county office. Perfect timing for a secret meeting. Thus, the scene unfolded where Li Yinxian awaited him at the county yamen. Both Chairman Morong and Vice Chairman Xiao Yan were waiting at the county office entrance. Defeating players within the county walls incurred a level down penalty. But was the penalty 100 strokes of the cane for 1 level drop or 100 lashes for 1 level drop? It all depended on luck. Both were grinning ear to ear. Defeating 3 players meant losing 3 levels. Lin Feiyu. This time, you're really in for it. Chapter 75, can't hold on any longer. 3 chapters today, that's all I've got, everything's here. Writing and posting as I go. Through the guild roster, Yi-won. She finally got in touch with Shiryu, the vice president of Qianyu's guild. Shiryu immediately crushed a 100,000 credit teleportation scroll and rushed straight to Paper Burning County. She met Yi-won. Shiryu took just one glance and grew puzzled. This Lin Feiyu sure has a knack for meeting beauties. His own sister was refreshingly unique, and even his beast companion was enchantingly alluring. And now, on this trip to Paper Burning County, he'd encountered such an innocent-looking girl? She was the real deal, a true artist, genuinely refined and gentle. Shiryu already felt a strong liking for her. Little sister, what's your name? Yi-won immediately rushed over. Are you the vice president of Qianyu Guild? Cut the little sister, nonsense. This is urgent, go save your guild leader. If we're late, Payani might explode. Shiryu? She instantly retracted every positive thought she'd had about this girl just moments ago. Who starts off spouting nothing but crude remarks? Ha! Speeding? Ease off the throttle, will you? So what happened? Tell me first, how did you end up being detained by the county authorities? Behind Lin Feiyu, the county magistrate and several officials followed, escorting him to the county office entrance. Chairman Morong and Xiao Yan hid among the crowd nearby. They had come to witness Lin Feiyu's punishment. They saw several imperial officials following behind Lin Feiyu. They assumed they were all there to witness the punishment. Chairman Morong sneered, Lin Feiyu. You truly deserve this. Xiao Yan chimed in, defeating players in broad daylight? How arrogant. Arrogance always comes at a price. Oh, look. Isn't that Prefect Zhan? Is it really him? Xiao Yan and Chairman Morong recognized him instantly. After all, a major guild like Share Guild had holdings in Shaoji County. With such holdings, interaction with the Cloud Realm dynasty was inevitable. Recognizing the county magistrate was hardly surprising. Why is the prefect still handling such minor matters? Young Master Lin, take your time. Young Master Lin, please visit often. I have several guards at home who could escort you. Zhang Yan heard it all clearly in the main hall. This Lin Feiyu, not only does he have connections to the immortal realm, but even Li Yunxian calls him brother-in-law. He had already stepped deep into the quagmire. He was already deeply entangled with the Yen King's chariot. He had lost all means of retreat. So this Lin Feiyu? If he succeeds, he becomes the prince consort. If he fails, well, they're all screwed. He remained courteous. It was best not to antagonize people unnecessarily. When humility was called for, one had to keep a low profile. Zhang Yan bowed and scraped as he watched Lin Feiyu and that dragon hunter, Dongfang Zhanlan, who had only recently defected to the Yen King's camp, depart. Chairman Morong and Xiao Yan watched the once lofty Zhang Yan. The county governor players dared not approach, bowing and scraping to see off Lin Feiyu. They were utterly dumbfounded. Is this even possible? Why? He hasn't even been demoted yet? Damn it! What the hell is wrong with this burning paper county? Is the county magistrate just sitting around doing nothing? To the point of ignoring the dynasty's laws and regulations? Chairman Morong was utterly baffled. He came to witness his enemy's humiliation. And yet he saw nothing? Fury flared instantly. Xiao Yan beside him chimed in. There must be some kind of under-the-table deal involved. I'm sure. Lin Feiyu must have paid an unimaginable price. Chairman Morong clenched his teeth. No. I still can't swallow this. Forget it. Forget whatever player agreements exist. Kill him. Xiao Yan nodded in agreement. Stick to our original plan, ambush him. Chairman Morong's face darkened. After pondering for a moment, he said, Xiao Yan, do you remember the legendary scroll left behind by the old chairman? Xiao Yan thought for a moment before replying, the one that can steal all other players' attack power? The one-time scroll? You want to use that scroll? Against Lin Feiyu? Morong Limo pondered for a moment. We'll see. If we can't beat him, then we'll see. If we truly can't defeat him, then we'll bring out the Morong family's final trump card. Though it only affects players, it remains a miraculous scroll capable of stripping all hidden attributes, the trump card among trump cards. President Morong pondered that was the family's true foundation. Directly plundering another player's attack power without justification. Directly plunder. Seizing every ounce of the opponent's attack power and transferring it entirely to oneself. And the target, their attack power, would be completely wiped clean. It appeared to be a legendary scroll, yet its effect rivaled that of a mythic item. Cannot be resisted, cannot be blocked, cannot miss. Ignores hidden attributes. This scroll is quite old, only a few guild elders know of it. Still, considering Lin Feiyu is a level 30 unyielding silver, using it on him is truly a waste. Xiao Yan listened as guild leader Morong suppressed his resentment. Still wary that the guild leader might resort to his hidden reserves, he tried to reason with him. We can definitely beat him. So let's find someone with sky-high attack power and drain him dry. Yeah. You're right. Let's go after Lin Feiyu first. Lin Feiyu had barely taken a few steps outside when he spotted Vice President Shiryu and Yiwan rushing over in a hurry. After learning the situation, he finally understood. So you're the reinforcements my sister-in-law brought in. Too bad. No rescue needed. But after Vice President Shiryu had a chat with President Lin, she was speechless too. She watched as Lin Feiyu stepped out the door, accompanied by two stunningly beautiful girls. Sigh. Why again? And one of them isn't even a player. What kind of royal personnel from the dynasty had arranged these bodyguards for him? What the hell is this? A new beast tamer? Plus that purple-themed girl from last time. You're judging these beast tamers by looks, not stats? Oh? Something's off. You're judging by their hot bodies too. Put. Shameless, vulgar. Pervert. Still, Vice President Shiryu couldn't shake the look of deep concern on her face. After all, that innocent little girl naive as a country bumpkin had uttered that absurd remark, a mother-in-law is still a mother. Shiryu pondered. Looks like I need to go back and have a serious talk with second young Mississippi. The path to becoming Lin Feiyu's bedmate is crowded. All sorts of weirdos like that seemingly innocent expert who immediately revved up to high speeds. Then there's that so-called dragon hunter, constantly spouting nonsense about taming dragons, slaying dragons, training dragons. With her limited skills, she'd be completely overwhelmed. She'd probably barely be able to walk. After seeing off Vice President Shiryu, Lin Feiyu took Dongfang Zhanlan to help Yuan level up. He was quite satisfied with Shiryu's attitude. After the last guild war, the Feiyu guild members were thoroughly convinced. They were terrified of losing their powerful ally, Lin Feiyu, so they were extremely respectful and compliant. They didn't even bring up the dungeon gathering rights or anything like that. It seemed as though they wouldn't bat an eye if Lin Feiyu handed it over to another guild outright. In truth, Lin Feiyu's current reputation was more than sufficient to establish his own guild entirely free from constraints. However, founding a guild demanded immense energy and would distract him from his main pursuits. Moreover, guilds primarily serve to generate income and expand influence. For personal growth, they offered little benefit. Lin Feiyu firmly believed in the principle of personal strength. Why limit himself with a guild? Better to just take over this ready-made Xianyu guild and use it comfortably. Later on, he'd see about squeezing his older brother into the management. The guy might not be great at much, but when it came to dirty tricks and wielding power, he had a knack for it. After all, back home he's constantly fighting over the title of heir apparent. With him stepping in, Xianyu would soon be thoroughly under the Lin family's control. Chapter 76, Trying to outclass me? Guild Master. Lin Feiyu has left the county town with 2 women. Yes. 2. One is that stunning woman who caused trouble this morning. The other one I don't recognize doesn't seem like a player. No way. Guild leader, I'm not blind. How could I mistake that? She must be some special quest NPC. Oh. You mean levels? Oh. Lin Feiyu is level 30, and that stunning woman is level 10. Huh? Guild leader, you're asking about NPCs? That's unnecessary. What NPC would ever help players fight? Yes. I know. Stop. Don't dock my pay, I'll check right now. Holy crap. Level 66. President Morong hung up the system call app, frowned, and said to Vice President Xiao beside him, Xiaoyan, the situation has changed. They've entered the county town. Not only did they avoid proper punishment, but now we've got this female NPC who might cause trouble. Xiaoyan pressed his fingers hard against his temples, having listened to the entire conversation between the president and Vice President Zhao. Lin Feiyu also has a dragon that deals 2 million damage with each breath and explosion. He muttered to himself, utterly exasperated. After pressing for a moment, he offered his suggestion, we should still call Zhao Xing over. That way, we'll be absolutely certain. Woe to 7th tier players, plus you at 6th tier. Guild leader Morong asked, clearly astonished. Not enough. Far from it. We still need to mobilize a large number of guild members for the assault. President Morong frowned, pondering, but won't that be too much of a spectacle? No. This isn't about scale. We must exhaust every means, commit everything we have. We absolutely must strike with lethal precision. Leave not a single trace of trouble behind. Xiaoyan's voice was icy, yet utterly resolute. Since they'd resolved to retaliate against Lin Feiyu, they couldn't just send minions piecemeal to feed him experience points. What was needed was to unleash the top-tier combat power, to throw everything we had at him. Crush him outright. Not send a level 50 today, fail, then send a level 60 tomorrow, only to fail again. By the time a level 70 fighter was sent, it would be futile. All that would remain was the bitter realization, if only we'd known. Why bother back then? Too late for regrets. The Chair Guild didn't rise to prominence through simple grinding and leveling. What threats have its founding members not faced? Yet they were utterly crushed? Xiaoyan understood the harsh truth, if you're not ruthless, you won't stand firm. Alright. I'll call Zhao Xing right now. You gather the players nearby. President Morong didn't hesitate either. I'll get right on it.
Lin Feiyu and Yiwan chatted happily. Having known each other in a past life, their conversation flowed effortlessly, and their mutual attraction grew rapidly. When Yiwan and Dongfang Zhanlan first met, she had been quite reserved. But then Yiwan remarked, "Why do female generals in this game only wear armor without any lining? Your cleavage is practically spilling out." Dongfang Zhanlan was instantly speechless, unable to utter a word. He stood behind her the entire time, closely following as a human surveillance device, fulfilling his role as the qualified crown prince of Yen. After walking for a while, Dongfang Zhanlan suddenly took a carrier pigeon.
Lin Feiyu turned back curiously. Oh? What new orders were coming now? Dongfang Zhanlan read the message and released the pigeon.
He looked at Lin Feiyu with a grave expression. Lin Feiyu and Yiwan exchanged puzzled glances.
What's wrong? Why the serious look? Dongfang Zhanlan stated, the forces of you outsiders, the Chair Guild is mobilizing a large number of people. I suspect their target might be you. Moreover, their guild master and both vice guild masters have all appeared in Paper Burning County. Oh? Is the Yenshan King's intelligence network that formidable? How do they know so much? Hearing Lin Feiyu's question, Dongfang Zhanlan took it as praise.
She stood with her hands on her hips, grinning, utterly delighted. Looks like they really are rebels. No wonder I just defeated players from the Chair Guild over there and hadn't been captured yet, and she'd already stepped in to rescue me. But, the Chair Guild mobilizing their entire force. Lin Feiyu furrowed his brow slightly, contemplating his next move. As far as he knew, the Chair Guild possessed 2 high-tier 7th-tier combatants. Plus a 6th-tier member. Not a low tier at all. If they brought a large force and deployed all 3 high-tier fighters together. For ordinary fighters, they'd be quite a challenge to handle. But, high tier? I specialize in high tier. Attack speed 3.0, 3 million damage per arrow. Plus the auto attack from a professional sword immortal's projectile weapon. Straight up 6A per second. Plus blood slashes 1.5 million damage, circling at a whopping 15,000 meter range.
Come on. Just come on. One hit, no sound. Think you're elite? Think you're elite?
After all, Lin Feiyu had been a top-tier player at level 71 in his previous life. He knew exactly what players' stats were like. For the average player at level 40, having 50,000 to 80,000 HP and 2,000 to 3,000 attack power was already considered formidable. Take Li Gu, for example, he had 60,000 HP and 2,300 attack. From level 41 to 50, players might reach around 100,000 HP and 5,000 attack. But once they break through to the 5th tier and become a glowing emerald warrior, the boost is massive. HP jumps straight to 300,000, and attack power exceeds 30,000. At tier 6 level 6170, the brilliant diamond warrior boasts roughly 500,000 HP and 50,000 attack. At tier 7 level 7180, the transcendent master represents humanity's pinnacle combat power. A 2 million HP bar and 200k attack power are merely the starting point. Each level grants roughly a 10% boost. But advancing beyond tier 7 is incredibly difficult. Leveling up in this game is already a grueling challenge. Especially at tier 7? Without over a decade of dedication, there's no chance of advancing. He knew the current situation. Moro Luma was level 72, and Vice President Zhao Xing was level 73. Meaning neither of them has even hit 3 million HP yet. Oomph. I'll take them down with a single arrow. Still, I can't afford to be careless. After all, the skill bonuses at the 7th tier are terrifying. With 200,000 attack power, I might just deal over 1 million damage. He opened his stats interface and glanced at his attributes. Talent, battle to the final chapter as 3,449,166. HP, 3,024,455. Shield, 302,445. If the 3 of them combined their attacks, they still had a chance to take me down instantly. But I can't give them that chance. Now that I know they're coming back to gang up on me. Rather than sitting here waiting to die, I'll strike first. Catch them off guard. Dongfang Zhanlan, have your people tracked down where they exited the county city? Lin Feiyu's face darkened as he slipped on his bronze mask.
Dongfang Zhanlan nodded.
Right away, Your Excellency.
Chapter 77, if roles were reversed. Dongfang Zhanlan, take Yiwan and leave. Don't travel with me, otherwise, this mask would be pointless. I'm going to take the initiative and crush them.
Lin Feiyu planned to sneak over and give Chairman Morom a little surprise.
Dongfang Zhanlan? She just agreed to help find someone, thinking he was planning to find a good spot to escape? But then. Wait. I just got word the enemy might number around 100,000. You're not even scared? He was still puzzled, though that single strike dealing 1 million damage was indeed terrifying. But back in that guild war dungeon, there weren't any level 77th tier transcendent masters. This time, the intel was that both the guild master and vice master of Chiyue Guild were participating. She hurriedly explained the gravity of the situation. Though she was an official of the dynasty, she still couldn't intervene in the battles of these outsiders who called themselves players. Her presence was solely to guard against the dynasty's forces. Otherwise, the Imperial Court possessed the means to suppress these outsiders' true strength. Moreover, once killed, they could not be revived. That was precisely why she had been dispatched to escort him. If she couldn't intervene now, Lin Feiyu would face the Chiyue Guild siege alone. This Lin Feiyu's first instinct wasn't to flee, but to strike back. Lin Feiyu ignored her after hearing this, insisting she take Yiwan away. I've seen bold people before, but never this bold. After laying out the risks and benefits, seeing Lin Feiyu remain so aggressive, Dongfang Zhanlan immediately urged him. Must you test just how sharp the Chiyue Guild sword truly is? Lin Feiyu froze, blurting out, my sword isn't exactly dull either. East Gate of Paper Burning County. Well, how many people has the guild sent? Moron Lumao led Zhao Xing and Xiao Yan, who had just arrived, out through the county city's eastern gate onto the main road outside the city walls. We've already gathered 100,000 troops. Zhao Xing replied. But, except for Li Gu and Li Qi, who are escorting Miss Morong Shiyu, they just started a long-term mission and can't get out yet. Everyone in our guild above level 20 who could make it is here. Vice President Zhao Xing couldn't resist calling out someone's shady tactics even now. Li Gu? He wasn't always like this. How, after getting beaten once by Lin Feiyu in a guild battle, he turned into a coward? Maybe witnessing Lu Qinfei's death firsthand did it. The final death replay showed Lu Qinfei dying from a purple scythe wielded by a tree demon. Li Gu was right there at the time, probably got traumatized. President Morong nodded slightly. Enough of that. I need to get out of the city gates quickly. Oh, have you located Lin Feiyu's position yet? I'll go ask. By this time, Chairman Morong and the others had already departed from the gates of Chengshao County. Xiao Yan opened the game system interface to inquire. Then he roared in fury, they actually lost track of Lin Feiyu. Chairman Morong roared in fury, damn it. How could we lose him? Lin Feiyu seems to have gear that can conceal his ID. Hiding isn't difficult. Don't panic, President. We have plenty of brothers here. Vice President Zhao Xing hurriedly tried to calm him down. Right. Vice President Zhao is absolutely correct. Have them search thoroughly. With so many of us, we should be able to find him. Hey! Are you guys looking for me? Lin Feiyu suddenly darted out from behind a giant tree beside the main road. He casually removed his mask. Holding a bow and arrow, he was already poised and ready. Whoosh thud. An arrow had already been released the moment he spoke. Talent, fight to the end as 3,449,166. Under the effects of the epic purple tier hide the bow after the birds are gone. Effect, increases normal attack damage by 50%. This single arrow instantly killed Zhao Xing, the spear knight with the highest health. 5,010,000. 501,000. Moron Limo's eyes widened in disbelief. The subsequent damage was completely ignored. His eyes were fixed only on that staggering 5 million. Robbed? This is a basic auto attack. One arrow. 5 million. How much attack power does he have? He knows Zhao Xing's armor is at least 150k. This game's armor calculation works like this: whatever your armor value is, that's exactly how much physical damage it directly reduces. If the damage dealt doesn't exceed the armor value, it simply can't break through the defense, resulting in a forced 1 damage. That terrifying 5.01 million damage? And basic attacks are calculated as a simple 1-to-1 ratio with attack power. Which means Lin Feiyu's attack power had likely reached a terrifying 5.16 million. In an instant, Morong Lumao realized so many things. That was the true depth of his Morong clan's heritage. That scroll that plunders attack power? This over 5 million attack power. It might be mine. He'd never heard of anyone in his entire life possessing attack power this high. Even the Sword Sovereign, the most formidable and deadliest warrior in the Great Xia Empire, barely reaches 500,000 in attack power. Is this Lin Feiyu even human? Damn it! Cheating bastard! Cheater! But, just as a white glowing, ordinary quality flying sword was about to strike him, Moron Lumao showed not a shred of sorrow at losing his rank. Nor did he feel the slightest fear of losing experience points after defeat. Instead, a perfect curve formed at the corners of his mouth. Lin Feiyu. No matter how you exploited the glitch to achieve this 5 million attack power, it must have been quite the ordeal. It must have been incredibly difficult. You must be incredibly lucky. But, what a pity. What a real pity. You ran into me. Then, your attack power will be 0, and I will take that 5 million attack power of yours and put it to good use. What's this about 7th tier upgrades being tough? What's this about 8th tier advancement dungeons being impossible to clear? All that is but fleeting dust. Ha 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 ha. Ha ha ha. 3.27 million. Amidst his maniacal laughter, Moron Lumao transformed into a beam of white light and resurrected. Lin Feiyu was utterly bewildered. What on earth had gotten into this Chairman Morong? Why was he so delighted? Or was it that my damage was too high, scaring the hell out of him? Regardless, he paid no heed to Moron Limo. His next basic attack struck Xiaoyan, another vice president of the Chair Guild. 5,040,000. 504k. After sending 3 players back to the fountain, he picked up the 3 lost purple glowing equipment pieces. Lin Feiyu glanced at Dongfang Zhanlan and Yuan, who were trailing not far behind. I really told you to stay back, but you just wouldn't listen. If you get too close, you'll blow my cover. How am I supposed to? Lin Feiyu's expression darkened as he donned his bronze mask. He walked away from the 2 of them. At the paper-burning county resurrection spring, after hearing this, Morong Lumao realized it wasn't just Zhao Xing's damage exceeding 5 million. Even Xiaoyan's defeat damage exceeded 5 million. Yet his damage was only just over 3 million. Is that a skill? A ranged flying sword skill, an extremely underhanded move. Lowered damage output is to be expected. Which means Zhao Xing and Xiaoyan's defeat. Mutually corroborating. Lin Feiyu's attack power might actually be around 5 million. Ha 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 ha. Ha ha ha. Chairman Morong laughed heartily and loudly. He thought of his family's ultimate treasure. The attack power plunder scroll. Ha 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 ha. It's skyrocketing. Then the laughter stopped. He opened his stats again for another look. 2.23 million HP, 220k attack power. Then, he burst into laughter once more. He's broken through the sky. Ha ha ha. Mine, all mine. Ha ha ha. The laughter was utterly outrageous. He laughed until his whole body shook, laughed until his stomach cramped, laughed until he was gasping for breath, laughed until a single crystal clear tear slid down the corner of his eye. Lin Feiyu. If our roles were reversed, I'd show you what cruelty really means. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 78, You're all surrounded by me. Young Master Lin, I take back what I said earlier. Your arrows are indeed sharp. 2 7th tier masters and 1 6th tier master all taken down with a single strike. The Yen King didn't misjudge you. Dongfang Zhanlan shouldered his great spear, offering sincere praise. Lin Feiyu nodded. Though he still hadn't figured out how these living NPCs understood player damage values. Glancing once more at Yuan, who was still reeling in shock, Lin Feiyu decided it would be best to have Dongfang Zhanlan escort her away. According to the information from Yenyang, east of Jianji County City, a massive army of 30,000 to 50,000 players was waiting. They were poised to attack once Lin Feiyu and the guild leaders finished their battle. They would either launch a pincer attack or block their retreat. Well then, I'll go take a look. Taking the initiative, he glanced at the 3 purple icon epic gear in his hands. 30,000 troops over there? That'd mean raking in another few hundred million. Alright. You lot are practically begging to hand over your money. Don't blame me. After Dongfang Zhanlan led the still speechless Yuan away, Lin Feiyu immediately messaged Li Dahu and the others, instructing them to bring 20 sacks and assemble at Shaoji County immediately. Instead of ambushing the 3 guild leaders at the county gate, he headed alone toward the location provided by Yen Wang, where the Chiyue guild was supposed to be blocking his path. Those 3 probably weren't worth blocking anyway. After getting crushed by my 5 million point attack, they'd likely be too scared to show their faces. Better earn some extra cash first. And hurry before President Morong issues an order to retreat. If everyone pulls back now, it'll be too late. On the way, he immediately summoned the Death Dragon and Xia Dai. Mounting the Death Dragon, he soared through the clouds, racing like the wind. Along the way, he glanced at the 3 purple epic equipment drops. A spear. Star Piercer. Quality, epic purple. Weapon, spear. Level requirement, 70. Attack power plus 90,000. Skill, double strike. Each normal attack deals double normal attack damage. Climb 1 mountain, and you'll tower above it. This must be Vice President Zhao Xing's weapon. Simple and straightforward, double the damage with every basic attack. What a godly skill. Back then, many knew about this gear, he was one of them. When I saw Zhao Xing earlier, I wondered if there was any chance he might drop this item for me. And sure enough. You get what you wish for. Level 70? Poof. Lin Feiyu silently pulled out an eraser and wiped away the level restriction. Then he stuffed it back into his backpack. Still, it's best to use it discreetly. Otherwise, anyone who knew about this gear would immediately realize he, Lin Feiyu, could wield weapons without any level restrictions. Though it was unlikely anyone could guess the erased attribute, better to be cautious. A great sword. Dead end. Quality, epic purple. Weapon type, 2-handed sword. Level requirement, 70. Attack power plus 80,000. Skill, wolf-like hunt. Equipping this sword increases attack power by 80%. The lone wolf and the knight move in perfect harmony, advancing and retreating as one. The base attack stat boost alone is already substantial, and it comes with an additional 80% attack power bonus. Truly luxurious. Truly befitting the weapon of Grandmaster Morong. No skills whatsoever, just raw stats. What a shame the attack power. My attack power is negative. Equipping this gear would make my go negative off the charts. Forget it, I'm not looking. Negative attack power, hidden backup energy. Attack modules are just not meant for me. Better save this weapon for dad. And another ring. Origin and extinction. Quality, epic purple. Weapon, storage ring. Level requirement, 30.
Storage slot plus 80,000.
Restriction, cannot stack attributes with other equipment in the same slot. Just your average storage ring except it holds a lot. Whoa. A decent drop? Alright. I'll take it then.
Soon, Lin Feiyu arrived at a vast stronghold where the Chiyue Guild had gathered.
This was a hilly terrain with complex topography.
The hillsides were teeming with people.
Over 30,000 people had assembled at such speed, then organized their defenses. One couldn't help but marvel at how the Chiyue Guild was a seasoned organization.
Lin Feiyu surveyed the defensive positions being established below.
Flying dragons charging head-on?
The dragons' damage was immense, but it was nearly impossible to wipe them all out in one strike. After all, Lin Feiyu had demonstrated terrifying prowess during guild wars. This taught them a lesson. Not only did they spread out their positions widely, they also erected massive fortifications at the front. A newly constructed structure resembling an ancient military fort. At high altitudes, Bloodslash still struggles to execute horizontal strikes. After all, while Bloodslash had a large area of effect, its projectile trajectory remained relatively narrow. A 1,000,000-point health bar stretched out over 10,000 meters in distance, yet only 100 meters in width. That force of over 30,000 troops was simply too dispersed. They'd spread out across roughly 2 kilometers of terrain. If the flying dragon were to dive bomb them, landing right in the center, it would be a direct hit to the heart of the formation. That could instantly drain half your health, dealing a staggering 1.5 million damage points. Its attack range is also insane, a whopping 15,000 kilometers. But if I fly in right at them, won't they just run away? Just wait for me to land right in the center, then start circling around? Lin Feiyu pondered for a moment.
Don't I still have my beast tamers? Could I flank them? He landed hundreds of meters away from Chiyue's great formation, summoning his other powerful allies.
The Darkest Disciple, the Crimson Wolf King, the Bride Ghost, and a hideously festering zombie king boss he had tamed that very morning.
The Darkling's 5 clones sharing his attributes. The Blood Wolf King's infinitely summoned blood cubs.
Then there were the Dead Dragon, the Summer Butterfly. Only the Bride Ghost and the Zombie King were slightly weaker.
Ha! Who's surrounding who? Ha! You're all surrounded by me.
Lin Feiyu waved his hand, and the crowd, the beasts scattered,
and began encircling the 3,000 troops on this side.
Meanwhile, he advanced alone toward the heavily fortified position of that bunker. Yi Fanqing, who was helping organize the defense, was also incredibly frustrated. He had already made plans with someone they'd agreed to meet tomorrow at Paper Burning County to watch the sunset, fiery like paper cutouts. Yet here he was again, locked in combat with Lin Feiyu. He really didn't want this. It wasn't fear of death, but he simply couldn't win. He hoped the president and the 2 vice presidents over there had already taken down Lin Feiyu. Then I won't have to see that plague of a man. Like a ghost, each strike costs 1,000,000. The one organizing this base is Chun Fong, a high-ranking elder of the Chiyue Guild, level 57. He stepped forward and asked Yi Fanqing, "You are truly friends with Lin Feiyu?" After that guild war ended, when Lin Feiyu's 1,000,000 gold per hit became legendary, Yi Fanqing had been bragging everywhere about his relationship with Lin Feiyu. When confronted now, he immediately puffed up with pride, of course. "We're the closest of friends." Those were his exact words. Chapter 79, Speak My Name. "Hey, you over there. Get lost. This map's reserved for our Chiyue Guild. Go farm monsters somewhere else. Seriously, why are people still showing up?" A player approached slowly from afar. He wore fish-scale armor, dragon-patterned war boots, a cloak adorned with firefish motifs, and a lotus crown atop his head, all covered by a crane-patterned cloud-patterned cloak. His hands were clad in jet-black gloves. One hand gripped a bow and arrows, while the other held a serpentine spear, reversed in its grasp. "Why are you still coming over? Get lost already." A player from the Chiyue Guild bellowed. But Yi Fanqing quickly intervened. "Why do I feel like I've seen that outfit somewhere before? Holy, could that be Lin Feiyu?" After Yi Fanqing spoke, Chen Fa, the commander standing beside him, froze in shock. Impossible. How could he still be here? He couldn't possibly have survived the beating from the 3 presidents. He doesn't have what it takes, you know. Yi Fanqing remained skeptical. "Should we ask him?" "Ahem. Fine, let's ask him." Chen De bellowed, "Who goes there? State your name." Lin Feiyu halted, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "Asking for my name? Well then, I'll graciously tell you." He let out 3 hearty laughs. "Ha ha ha. Hear my name, and tremble." Lin Feiyu tore off his bronze mask. "I am the one you've been waiting for, Lin Feiyu." Chen Fong turned pale with shock. Holy. It really was Lin Feiyu. Not only had he arrived, but he'd brought weapons. What he intended to do was obvious, wasn't it? This is bad. I'm going to lose my rank. Yi Fanqing was equally stunned. It really is him? Oh no.
All that experience I just grinded back yesterday wasted. Chen Fong was at a loss. How could that be? The guild leader and vice leader Zhao are top-tier fighters at level 70. They didn't defeat him? Maybe. Lin Feiyu got away. It's possible. Yi Fanqing spoke while opening her guild's member list to check. Scrolling to the top, she discovered the guild leader and both vice leaders had all dropped a level. What the hell? Chen Fong turned his head too, seeing the 3 members' level drops on Yi Fanqing's shared screen. Could it be this guy single-handedly defeated 2 7th-tier masters and a 6th-tier diamond? Gulp. Chen Fong swallowed hard, moistening his nearly parched throat. Didn't Yi Fanqing say he and Lin Feiyu were close? Desperate, he turned to Yi Fanqing and asked, "Can you hold him back? Didn't you say you're close with him? Talk some sense into him." Right. Yi Fanqing had thought of this too. The day he and Lin Feiyu met, it felt like they were kindred spirits, wishing they'd met sooner. If I stepped in to talk some sense into him and save tens of thousands of brothers, wouldn't my prestige in the guild skyrocket? Yi Fanqing immediately stepped forward and called out loudly, "Lin Feiyu. Big brother Lin. It's me. It's me, Yi Fanqing. Remember me?" As Lin Feiyu approached, he heard the shouts from over there. He looked up and it was Yi Fanqing. "Oh? You're here too? Aren't you supposed to come tomorrow for the paper burning ceremony?" Lin Feiyu walked cautiously, step by step, drawing nearer. He smiled and replied, "So it's you, kid." Yep. That's me. Big brother Lin, do you remember our promise? We promised to be together. To watch the sunset together. I promised you. Tomorrow I'll take you to Paper County to see the paper cut sunset. Oh no. We can see it today. Big boss Lin. Don't kill us. Let us go. I'll watch it with you every day. Lin Feiyu's face darkened to a terrifying shade. Damn it. There are tens of thousands of people here. What about being together? What about watching together every day? I'm a straight guy through and through. If you wanna be, go ahead and be, but don't drag me into it. You're seriously ridiculous. Besides, I only got close to you because. But now, that streak of evening glow, I've already seen it. You, my beloved family and friends, are now an invalid setting. Deleted. Then, Lin Feiyu stared at the makeshift shelters. Then, you and your ridiculous shelters can go up in smoke together. Lin Feiyu drew the blunt sword, instantly maxing out its blood slash. A staggering 1.51 million blood slash points were unleashed in a single swing. Whoosh! A colossal blood slash, 150 meters wide and 15,000 kilometers long, swept across the battlefield. Yi Fanqing stared at the rapidly approaching slash, her expression freezing. Ha! Man! Her vision darkened. When she awoke again, Yi Fanqing found herself standing within the resurrection spring of Paper Burning County. Tens of thousands of bodies lay sprawled, crowding the spring until it resembled a small hill. Yi Fanqing rose with a gloomy expression. At that moment, Chairman Moron, who had been waiting by the spring, hurried over. He grabbed Yi Fanqing by the collar and demanded, "Were you defeated by Lin Feiyu? Where is Lin Feiyu? Which position were you defending? Where exactly were you stationed?" Bloodshot eyes glowed menacingly from Chairman Moron's face. Yi Fanqing still felt a deep sense of betrayal from being defeated by Lin Feiyu. His mood was utterly foul at that moment, yet he still thought to himself, "Lin Feiyu may be unprincipled, but I cannot be unjust." He completely forgot that there were so many people present. There was no way to hide it. Gritting his teeth and stiffening his neck, he retorted, "I don't know." Chairman Moron's right lower eyelid twitched violently, and he froze in surprise. Then he realized it was his own fault for ordering them to ambush Lin Feiyu, only to be defeated and lose experience points. He was fuming. So he ignored him and turned to question the others instead. Chen Fong immediately piped up, "We were at position 2, in that hilly area. The map location is, over the hills." Upon receiving the target location, Chairman Morong burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha. Lin Feiyu. Wait for me over the hill. Feel the pain." Lin Feiyu's blood-soaked slash wasn't enough to defeat them all. Players from the distant Chiyue guild began scattering in all directions. "Run. He's gone berserk, he's gone berserk. We can't beat him. We don't stand a chance. Let's get out of here." But it wasn't that easy. A slain dragon charged from the flank, spewing dragon fire from its maw as it flew. On the battlefield, it carved scorching trenches. Xia Dai charged forward wielding her scythe, her damage output identical to the death dragon's. Only her attack method had changed. Instead of spewing dragonfire, she now swung her scythe relentlessly, reaping heads. The Blood Wolf King led his pack into battle, rampaging across the field. Even the Bride Ghost and the Zombie King showed off their skills. Lin Feiyu wasn't idle either, striking left and right. His serpent spear, empowered by the Sword Immortal class, danced ceaselessly through the air, piercing through bodies, ripping open bellies. White flashes erupted from the ground. Pieces of equipment dropped one after another. When Li Dahu and his 2 companions arrived, their faces turned deathly pale. This equipment scattered everywhere across the entire mountain. Just how many people had Big Brother Lin defeated?
Li Dahu and his two companions stared at the storage bags in their hands.
Looks like we've got our hands full today. Chapter 80, minus 3.45 million.
On the hill, Lin Feiyu surveyed the map covered in equipment.
The dropped gear was too abundant and scattered. With only 3 people picking them up, who knew how long it would take?
Lin Feiyu commanded the Blood Wolf King, which spawned endless packs of small wolves, to have its cubs scattered across the hills carry the gear over. It was done in no time, barely 10 minutes. Li Dahu and the others crouched on the ground, stuffing the mountain of gear Lin Feiyu had spawned into large burlap sacks. They simultaneously recorded everything through the game system. All this data would eventually generate invoices to be submitted to Lin Feiyu. Lin Feiyu approached Yang Kai, who was working diligently nearby.
Yang Kai. Do the math. How much is all this gear worth this time?
The burly, dark-faced man with a thick beard froze.
Boss Lin rarely spoke to him.
But he was tongue-tied, unable to come up with a good response.
Scratching his head, he hesitated for a long moment before stammering, "Boss. A conservative estimate, it's gonna be a lot of money." Not bad.
Lin Feiyu's face darkened. He gave Yang Kai a light pat on the shoulder before heading off to find Li Dahu. True to his reputation as the leader of the trio, Li Dahu stepped forward to greet Lin Feiyu as soon as he approached.
"Boss.
This haul's gear is worth at least $1 billion.
Seriously, way too much. A large portion of it has top-tier attributes, first-rate main gear that'll fetch a fortune."
Lin Feiyu smiled and nodded.
"Looks like the family will be moving into a mansion soon. Tonight, we'll make it happen."
At that moment, Li Dahu paused thoughtfully before speaking up. "Boss, about this gear." Seeing him hesitate, Lin Feiyu knew exactly what was on his mind. He wanted to keep a few pieces for himself.
After all, the guys were all in their 20s now.
They were ready to tackle advanced dungeons, but all 3 felt uncertain and were still hesitating. Now that a pile of top-tier gear had appeared here, naturally they wanted to grab some for themselves. As I said before, take what you need. Also, save the knight gear, swordsman gear, and the top-tier equipment for greatsword tank classes. Lin Feiyu had already secured a batch of gear for his older brother, dad, and little sister last time.
But that was only for their current levels. Now he was setting aside another batch for them to use after leveling up. Li Dahu didn't ask why, he agreed immediately. All 3 had heard Lin Feiyu's words, though they'd discussed it before. But there was simply too much good gear here. So Li Dahu could only ask again. Taking a deep breath, Li Dahu clenched his fist and declared, "Though you might think I'm being overly sentimental, I still have to say. Boss, you've been way too good to us. We can't repay you. All we can do is sell our lives to you."
"At your word, we'll climb mountains of knives and plunge into seas of fire, no questions asked." The tall one, Chen Song, chimed in, "That's right. All 3 of our lives belong to you, boss." Seeing the emotional tension building again, Yang Kai paused for a moment before finally blurting out, "Same here." The 3 men departed, carrying over a dozen large sacks.
The money from selling the gear last time hadn't even been spent yet. Now they were bringing back so much more. Xiaer Guild. What a bunch of good guys.
Lin Feiyu was just about to head back to Paper Burning County to find Xiao Yuan.
"Lin Feiyu. I've been looking everywhere for you."
A voice called out from behind him.
Morong Limo appeared alongside 2 vice presidents. Their faces bore an icy coldness, radiating an air of absolute control. Together, they emerged slowly from around the bend of the hills. "Oh? You dare show up? Aren't you afraid of dying?"
Lin Feiyu immediately drew his bow and arrow, ready to strike without a word and take him down instantly once more.
That way, he could loot some gear again. Morong Lumao raised a golden, shimmering legendary scroll. "Lin Feiyu. Today is your doom." Boom. Golden light showered down. It struck Lin Feiyu directly. He felt his entire body freeze in place. "Oh? A forced control skill? It actually managed to control me? This is bad. What kind of absurd skill is this? Being hard controlled?" Lin Feiyu saw that Morong Limo, who had controlled him, seemed unable to move either. "But why aren't the other 2 vice presidents moving to kill me?" "Oh."
He suddenly realized this forced control skill came with a mandatory invulnerability buff.
"So after being controlled, you can't take damage? Then, what the hell are you so cocky about?"
Lin Feiyu remained completely unfazed despite being immobilized.
Even if he was defeated and dropped a level, it wouldn't be a big deal. 99% of my stats come from the divine techniques, divine control, and blood of the undead combined. Even at level 1. So what? My damage remains explosive. My basic attacks are still nuclear level. But the 3 opponents were grinning in an extremely unsettling way. It felt like they were about to devour him whole. This made Lin Feiyu, who had been pretty calm until now, feel a chill run down his spine. What the hell? These guys aren't immobilizing me nor killing me. Instead, flanking me? They're screwing with me. SSSSHHH. So terrifying. Protect Pai Yinzi. Morong Lumao saw that Lin Feiyu had been completely taken over. Thinking about what he'd do next, he couldn't hold back his laughter. Ha 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 ha. With extreme arrogance, he flaunted the scroll in his hand for Lin Feiyu to see. Ha 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 ha. Lin Feiyu, look at this. What do you think it is? Your 5 million attack power will soon be mine. Ha ha ha. All that attack power you worked so hard to build up is mine now. Despairing, aren't you? Pitiable? Infuriating? Does it hurt?
Lin Feiyu glanced up at the scroll's attributes shared by Moron Lumao on the map chat. Deep Fall, Heavenly Rise, Unique Legendary Golden. Effect, upon use, completely strips one player's attack power.
Trait 1, complete plunder, even hidden attributes are seized. After plundering, the target's entire attack power transfers to the user, while the target's attack power is reset to 0. Property 2, before plundering, the user will control one player, rendering them unable to resist, block, or evade. Ignores hidden attributes. However, cannot deal damage. Property 3, the user will rise into the air, harnessing the power of cosmic laws to forcibly seize the attack power. Restriction 1, applies only to attack power. Restriction 2, can only be used once, becomes void after use.
Restriction 3, only effective against players.
Restriction 4, cannot use this scroll to view others' attack power attributes.
Lin Feiyu saw the scroll's properties.
His eyelid twitched violently. He chuckled.
This really amused him.
It genuinely amused him. Damn it. My attack power. Damn it. I'm millions in the red. Oh. Let me go check it out. I haven't even checked yet. He tapped to reveal his hidden back-end attributes, negative attack power. 3.45 million.
Minus the 7 points of attack power that cannot be deducted by the blood parasite skill and are forcibly retained.
Go ahead and plunder. Play. Play with me.
Lin Feiyu desperately tried to control his expression.
What should his expression be now? Terrified. Frightened. He should be scared out of his wits. Should I put on a show for these three?
But then he remembered what Moron Limo was about to do, and he held back his laughter for ages, but finally couldn't contain it.
He burst out laughing with a loud ha. Well, that really was impossible to hold back. Well, if I can't hold it in, I might as well laugh out loud. Ha ha ha. Moron Limo? You really intend to steal my attack power? If you actually take my attack power, you're done for. Go ahead and try if you don't believe me. Chapter 81, minus 6.21 million. Don't believe me? Try it?
Under Lin Feiyu's prompting, Moron Limo laughed even more wildly.
Ha 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 ha. At a time like this, you're still trying to provoke me? Do you really think I'd believe you? This will only get you killed faster.
Moron Limo began to slowly float upward.
Fine. I'll grant your wish right now. Let me see just how much firepower you've got. Lin Feiyu. You asked for it. Then I'll reluctantly oblige. Let's see what you've got.
Lin Feiyu watched as Moron Limo took flight, beginning to float upward toward the sky. He had no other thoughts, only regret for that scroll.
What a waste. It's not in my hands. Otherwise, I could have just erased the entries and used it without limits. Dare to cross me. Attack power, 0. Moron Lumao didn't buy a word of Lin Feiyu's nonsense.
He remained utterly convinced that the 5 million damage from that single strike was simply the result of absurdly high base attack power. Even with extremely powerful basic attack enhancement talents and gear, could it all be attributed to talents alone? Even if the bonus reached 100%. That would still only amount to 2.5 million attack power.
That would be god-tier attack power. Must be plundered. Lin Feiyu's attack power must all be mine. Moron Lumao soared into the sky.
Just as Chairman Morong ascended into the heavens from where he stood. Lin Feiyu was currently restrained, his movements somewhat sluggish. But that didn't stop him from switching gear. He surreptitiously swapped the bird-shooting bow in his hand for the weapon previously wielded by Chairman Morong.
Last stand. Attack power plus 80%. Let me spice things up a bit more for you. This. Lin Feiyu opened the panel data and glanced at the hidden attack power. 6.21 million. Whoa. That was close. Almost didn't pull off the good deed. Thank goodness this weapon wasn't sold off by Li Dahu and his crew. I was planning to save it for my old man. Who'd have thought filial piety would be rewarded with such a smooth laugh?
Moron Lumao looked down at Lin Feiyu, firmly controlled by the Deep Fall, Heavenly Ascent scroll. The height difference granted him a lofty, condescending gaze. Now, in his eyes, Lin Feiyu's figure resembled nothing more than a pitiful stray cat or dog. As lowly as dust. To be trampled and discarded at will. Ha! An ant dares to challenge me. But the smile had vanished from his face. Replaced instead by the immense pressure of bearing the brunt of a 5 million attack power assault. He occupied a lofty position. He knew secrets unknown to ordinary men. A colossal threat loomed perpetually over the human race. Therefore, only I can save humanity. Looking down, a look of contemptuous superiority rose at the corners of his mouth, spreading throughout his entire body. Narrowing his eyes, he uttered a final whisper to Lin Feiyu. Lin Feiyu. The complete loss of your offensive power will be excruciating.
But I permit you to weep. Even the strongest cannot endure such agony, so feel the agony. Contemplate the agony. Understand the agony. Begin now. Feel the pain. Deep fall heaven rise. A massive beam of light descended from the heavens. It struck Lin Feiyu directly. His attack power was being frantically drained. Ding. Detected foreign energy draining attack power. Warning. Unstoppable. 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 Ding. Attack power 7. Ding. Hidden attribute attack power exposed. Cannot conceal. Ding. Hidden attack power 6.21 million. Ding. Negative times negative equals positive. Attack power plus 6.21 million. Ding. Current attack power is 0. Ding. Attack power from legendary scroll Deep Fall, Heavenly Rise fully absorbed. Control released. Oh. Equipment boosted attack power counts 2. Did he really get hit with a negative 6.21 million? He truly is the world's #1 debt tycoon. Lin Feiyu looked up with deep sympathy. Moron limo. This is entirely your own doing. It's not my fault. I really did warn you. Lin Feiyu glanced at his attack stat, 0. Feels good. Stuck high in the air, Moron Lumo pulled up the game interface and stared at the data panel. For a long while, he dared not click over to the attack power page. His hands were trembling. He was beyond excited. If his attack power truly reached 5 million, then he would be absolutely the strongest combat power among humans. Wouldn't that mean absolute freedom to do whatever he pleased? He took a deep breath and muttered to himself. Breathe deep. Stay calm. It's normal to feel dizzy from the rush of victory. Moron limo. Keep your cool. You must prepare yourself. Become an unrestrained supreme power afterward. You must mentally prepare to become a great power. Embrace the aura of a master. Become unrivaled under heaven. What's yours, what's his? They're all mine. At the very least. Don't get so worked up you start yelling. Moron limo's eyes burned red. His face flushed hot. His hands trembled. His heart pounded wildly. He clicked open the stats panel. He glanced at it. Whoa. He sucked in a sharp breath. That string of attack power numbers resembling QQ account digits. 599-4215. 5.99 million. Unbelievable. Lin Feiyu. Is this what you're so confident about? It's certainly enough to be proud of under heaven. My original attack power was 220,000. Which means Lin Feiyu's attack power is a staggering 5.77 million. Ha 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 ha. I, Moron Limo, am about to become unrivaled under heaven. He'd already planned how he'd act with utter arrogance and contempt for all others. Just as he was about to burst into maniacal laughter, he suddenly noticed a tiny minus sign before that 7-digit number. What's going on? His pupils dilated instantly. His eyes bulged wide. Moron Lumal clutched his scalp, utterly speechless. Even elementary school kids know. A number preceded by a minus sign is negative. Negative attack power? How could that be? What the hell? Ah. No. Lin Feiyu? You're seriously so FING crazy. You're kidding me, right? Data interface? The system must be glitching. Though he knew full well that this game connecting to another world should never experience lag or delays. But Moron Limo still, again and again and again, closed the data panel, then opened it. His entire being suddenly became extremely calm. Could this be fake? It's real. My attack power has turned negative. His entire body trembled as he glanced at Lin Feiyu. He unleashed a simple ranged attack skill. It hit Lin Feiyu. Lin Feiyu didn't even bother to dodge. He just tilted his head back with a dazzling grin baring his teeth, letting him attack. Crack! A green light shot forth. A healing green light rose. It felt like an electric shock, utterly unbelievable. Like a miracle. Plus 5994215. It actually restored health. Ha! Ha! I've become a healer. The world's strongest healer. Poof. President Moron watched the healing green light and laughed in frustration. Ha ha ha. A momentary lag. Ha. Lagging. He. Then the laughter stopped. He clicked open his character stats again for another look. Player, Moron Limo. Title, Transcendent Master Warrior. Class, Unyielding Heavy Sword Level, 71 Experience, 2.08 M120B. Health, 2.23 million. Attack Power, 5.99 million. Laughing again. Ha ha ha. Free-falling laughter in the sky. Shaking with laughter, stomach cramping from laughter, gasping for breath from laughter. Laughter that makes a single tear of regret slip from the corner of my eye. I've become the strongest healer on the planet. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 82, Full Takeoff. Alongside Moron Lioma's free fall came the scroll of Deep Fall, Heavenly Rise he had already used. Splat. Morong limo crashed to the ground. A fall from such heights would be fatal without protection or flight abilities. A flash of white light erupted where Chairman Morong landed. He was instantly killed by the impact. A scroll that had just dropped appeared on the ground. Lin Feiyu stared at the fallen scroll in puzzlement. Typically, scrolls once used should dissolve into a ball of light and vanish, right? How could it still drop? But right now, his stomach was twisting in pain. Probably from holding back laughter. Chairman Morong had already fainted from anger. I can't even imagine if Morong Limo will accept his current role when he wakes up again. Heavy sword warrior, overpowered healer. He glanced at the two vice presidents over there, but he was utterly powerless to attack them now. He'd literally choked on his laughter until it hurt. Best leave it to the beast tamers to handle them. What's the president doing? Xiaoyan, standing nearby, watched the flash of white light and asked in confusion. Their gazes remained fixed on President Morong Limo, witnessing the birth of Blue Star's most powerful human throughout the entire ordeal. They hadn't noticed the plus 5.99 million HP regeneration glowing above Lin Feiyu's head. Zhao Xing pondered for a moment before saying. Probably because he saw the attack power skyrocket. That's hilarious? More like overjoyed. Well, that really is. So what about this Lin Feiyu? His attack power must be 0 now. What are we waiting for? Take him down. Roar. A thunderous dragon roar echoed through the air. The dead dragon instantly tore itself free from the rift in the void. Xia Dai wielded her scythe, while the Darkling brandished his black sword, launching a direct assault. Lin Feiyu no longer needed to lift a finger. The two vice presidents, filled with resentment, burst into white light. Only 2 pieces of equipment remained. Lin Feiyu stepped forward to pick them up. Blood red gloves. Quality, epic purple. Equipment, hands. Level requirement, 60. Attack speed plus 1.25. Physical lifesteal, 20%. Ability, Sigh of Despair, reduces charge time by 50%. Ah! Delicious meridians. Hiss. Good stuff. Almost exclusively removes level restrictions. Bloodsucking is pretty awesome. Even though it's only 20%, my blood slash skill is an AoE attack. After each use, I'd have to cast the healing skill Healing Breath to restore my health bar. With these healing gloves, it's a whole new game. One swing deals massive AoE damage, instantly filling my health bar to the max. This is great. As long as there are enough enemies, I won't have to worry about not being able to unleash a second blood slash. Plus, the charge skill cooldown is reduced? What a fantastic upgrade. Lin Feiyu also stowed away a pair of arm guards that boosted his base attack power by 70. Attack power templates? Still useless to me. Though my attack power has been balanced out by a certain big shot. But when you encounter a good beast, you still gotta tame it. My attack power will still drop to negative numbers. So while I could thank Morong Limo, it wouldn't be sincere. He only has himself to blame. With that matter settled, Lin Feiyu didn't linger. He found Yuan and took her off to grind levels. He also asked Shiryu, the former guild leader who lived in the same city, to recommend some high-end residences, maids, drivers, and such. He planned to log off early today and enjoy the good life. By the Resurrection Spring in Paper-Burning County. Although Zhao Xing had dropped 2 levels, those 2 levels were enough to keep him grinding experience non-stop for 2 or 3 years. Yet he remained completely unfazed. Our esteemed guild leader's attack power must have skyrocketed. Once he gets some help from him, he'll be back in no time. Xiaoyan also dropped 2 levels. He had been on track to advance to the 7th tier by year's end. But with this interruption, it'll likely take several more years now. This real-world game really is painfully slow to level up. Still, he wasn't too worried after all, the guild leader was taking flight. There's no reason he wouldn't carry his brothers. It's just... Xiaoyan remembered something. That scythe. The scythe held by Lin Feiyu's humanoid beast, the one with the eyeball, seemed familiar. Just now, he had died at the hands of that anime-like beast tamer. The memory was still vivid. Where could it be? It shouldn't be. He hadn't seen it anywhere in the past few days. Xiaoyan felt that the design of that scythe was significant, but he just couldn't quite place it. Ah well, there were other happy things today. Better ask the guild leader what his attack power actually is. President Morong stood alone, right in the center of the Resurrection Spring. Alone. Silently shedding tears of regret. The 2 vice presidents approached. Zhao Xing, being impatient, immediately asked, President, what is your current attack power? Xiaoyan also approached, saying that Lin Feiyu may have 0 attack power, but the fact that he still has so many powerful beasts under his command is bloody ridiculous. The 2 of us couldn't defeat him, but... Since the president has already stolen his attack power, I think it's time I settled the score with him. Cold tears rolled down Morong Liumao's cheeks, sliding down to his chin and falling into the Resurrection Spring. He stared at the 2 vice presidents before him. Morong Limo suddenly realized his own attack power must never be exposed. After this, he needn't strike again. The demeanor of a true master must be upheld. Otherwise, with schemers like Xiao Yan and Zhao Xing lurking, his position as guild leader would be utterly untenable. I'd end up assigned to a healing legion full of healers. No way. I must conceal my stats. Don't even think about knowing my stats. Attack power? Oh, and have them find me a healing skill with an attack-based template. I'll show them my healing numbers and they'll fill in the rest themselves. Morong Limo violently wiped the tears from his face. He turned and walked away. Without a word. The two vice presidents watched Morong Limo's carefree departure. Still sporting that arrogant, haughty demeanor. Still refusing to reveal his attack stat. Truly worthy of being the president of our Chiera Guild. He doesn't even trust his own vice presidents. But Zhao Xing and Xiao Yan exchanged knowing smiles. The more the guild leader distrusts them, the more it proves his attack power is beyond human. Which means the Chiera Guild is about to take off, achieving the title of the world's #1 guild. And the two vice presidents would become second only to the president, towering above all others. Watching guild leader Morong depart with steady, deliberate steps. The two of them felt it was only right, it should be so, it was meant to be. What vice presidents? He should only trust himself. This is the solitary grandeur befitting a peerless master. It seems, the benefits the president has gained are beyond imagination. Indeed. We'd better watch our words from now on. Proceed with caution. Exactly. No more conflicts with the president. Chapter 83, Overwhelmed with Joy. Leveling E1 to 20, that's not a 3-hour job? Logging off. Today's logout was a bit early, not even 3 p.m. yet. Right after logging off, Lin Feiyu received over 600 million in funds from Li Dahu and the others. The payment included in-game currencies like copper coins, gold coins, and silver coins, as well as real-world currency. But it didn't matter, it all worked in real life anyway. The roughly 30,000 pieces of gear dropped by the Chiera Guild. The moment they hit the auction house, they sold like hotcakes. Many Chiera Guild players were attached to their weapons and gear, or possessed equipment whose skills synergized with their innate talents. They were willing to pay a premium to get them back. They weren't too stingy with the money either. After all, dying in guild battles came with certain subsidies and compensation. Guilds like Chiera, ranked among the world's top 500, are worth hundreds of billions. And they've got tons of experienced dungeons and material dungeons under their belt. Their cash flow routinely hits hundreds of billions. A mere trifle like this? They can certainly afford it. A mere 10 billion or so. They sure know how to milk the system. With Shiryu's arrangements, a standalone villa was secured in no time. Located in the Tangchen Ipin community right in the heart of Yunqing City. Rumor has it only the wealthy reside here. No problem. Lin Feiyu was now a nouveau riche himself. Accompanied by Shiryu, Lin Feiyu toured the palace-like villa. What a blissful feeling. That very evening, Lin Feiyu brought his entire family over to stay. Though his old man kept grumbling about how wasteful it was, he was still overjoyed that his eldest son had made such a success of himself. The smile never left his face. And so, the entire family moved into their new home. Lin Feiyu retired early, as he had a level 30 advancement dungeon to tackle tomorrow. With his current stats, Lin Feiyu felt he could skip eating beef altogether. Clearing a level 30 advanced dungeon shouldn't be too difficult. The next day. Northern capital of the Great Xia Kingdom. Chiyuai Guild Headquarters. Funeral. Today was a special day. A squad leader from one of the guild's combat teams had unexpectedly perished on the guild war map during a battle. This is Lu Qinfei's funeral. Since the death occurred within the game, the official player management authority must step in to investigate. Lin Feiyu's side has been fully cooperative. After all, that dungeon was under his jurisdiction. Even official investigators must obtain access permissions from him to conduct their inquiry. Of course, the findings from the Sword Pavilion's investigation concluded he died from monsters within the dungeon. Everything appeared normal. At the forefront of the funeral procession, Chairman Morong's eyes were bloodshot as he wailed uncontrollably, sobbing and wailing. At times he would beat his chest in anguish, at others choke on his sobs, nearly fainting from grief. The grief was beyond words. It was as if his own father had passed away. Standing nearby, the two vice presidents. Xia Yan nudged Zhao Xing gently with his elbow. Hey! The chairman's emotional state is off. Zhao Xing echoed the confusion. Even when the old president died unexpectedly 5 years ago, the president didn't cry this hard, did he? An illegitimate child? Impossible. The ages don't match up. I'm talking about the old president. Still impossible. When the second daughter ran away back then, the president didn't even bat an eye. Then, how do you explain? Tears of joy. Because of yesterday's events. That makes sense. As the guild leader, he had to maintain composure and never show any emotion. He finally let it all out at the funeral. Oh, and as soon as the guild master returned, he issued another order. The entire guild is forbidden from provoking Lin Feiyu. Looks like he really did pay hush money. He wants to hide how his attack power has skyrocketed. Yeah. Didn't he tell us too yesterday? We absolutely can't leak any information. Could it be, the national war is about to start, and the guild leader plans to keep it hidden until the last moment, then blow everyone away on the global stage? Oh, I see. He's saving his ultimate move. His super ultimate move. Zhao Xing and the others chatted, circling around as they stared at the portrait. At that moment, Vice President Xiao Yan couldn't help but recall the death replay he'd seen from Li Gu. It was a tree demon branches coiled around a massive purple scythe bearing a single eye. With one swing, it had impaled Lu Qinfei to death. The damage was so immense that the health bar depletion notification didn't even register in time. Before Lu Qinfei breathed his last. A scythe? Hiss. Wait, what? A purple scythe with a single eye? He jolted awake Lin Feiyu. Xiao Yan suddenly realized something. That was... the scythe that stabbed Lu Qinfei to death bore an uncanny resemblance to the one wielded by Lin Feiyu's humanoid beast yesterday that defeated him. No! They were absolutely identical. Something fishy was going on here? Could it be? Could Lu Qinfei's death was deliberately orchestrated by Lin Feiyu? Lu Qinfei was killed by Lin Feiyu. But what about the motive? He was the commander of that guild war. It doesn't make sense. This is a capital offense. Xiao Yan's expression immediately brightened. The guild leader did say not to provoke Lin Feiyu anymore, but with this incident, the Sword Pavilion had an opportunity to intervene and investigate. Even if Lin Feiyu manages to wriggle free, it'll still be a huge headache for him. He'll pay dearly for this. Without delay, Xiao Yan scurried over to President Morong and whispered something in his ear. Morong Liumao's eyes widened in sudden alarm, his bloodshot gaze locking onto Xiao Yan. The vice president stumbled back in fright. Chairman, what's this about? Morong Liumao's face turned icy as he gritted his teeth. Why didn't you say anything sooner? His body and mind were exhausted, his heart filled with despair. Had this news come sooner, he wouldn't have ended up like this. Xiao Yan hurriedly explained, I only deduced this just now. Should we report it directly to the authorities? Impossible. Morong Liumao cut him off decisively. He reached out, pressing down on Xiao Yan's hand. Truthfully, he'd already considered the implications yesterday. To maintain his position as head of the Chiara Guild, he must conceal his true nature. He knew exactly what Zhao Xing and Xiao Yan were made of. His own abilities were decent enough to hold his own against them, and besides, this guild was founded by his father. They were still willing to serve as his foot soldiers. If they found out his attack power was actually 5.99 million, then, a guild leader with only healing abilities would surely be kicked out. The Chiara Guild's culture has always been one where strength speaks for itself. If I want to stay in the Chiara Guild, I have to hide my stats. But, knowing this negative attribute wasn't just him. There was another person, the very instigator himself. Lin Feiyu. He immediately thought of confronting him to silence him. He was willing to pay any price. But, just hand over the money? That clearly wouldn't work. If he'd gone straight for it yesterday, that would have exposed his reluctance to reveal his true nature, only giving the other guy more leverage to blackmail him. Now look. He's got leverage. Morong Liumao stood up and patted Xiao Yan's shoulder. As he rose, he said, there's still more to squeeze out of Lin Feiyu. I'll handle negotiations with him. You absolutely must not reveal anything further, otherwise, the deterrent effect will be lost. With that, Chairman Morong walked away with steady steps, calm and composed. Chapter 84, Feiyu Guild. The moment Lin Feiyu logged in today, he headed straight for Yanzhou County City. The moment he landed in Yanzhou County City, he was met by several piercing screeches. Good dog. Will I have a prosperous year? Woof woof woof. Will I have a prosperous year? Woof woof woof. Good dog. Woof woof woof. Watching the scene of rags and dog hair flying together over there, Lin Feiyu's face darkened. He donned his bronze mask and retreated into the alley. He hurried toward the location where the level 30 advancement instance would open. Yanzhou County, Southeast. Demon's Lair. This dungeon could only be completed solo. Not even the surveillance device sent by the Yanzhou King, Dongfang Zhanlan, could enter. That monitor couldn't be controlled either. Living NPCs are equivalent to real people in this alternate world within the game. Without a certain level of vitality, a contract cannot be formed. That's why he had informed her beforehand, and she hadn't followed him in. After all, Yanzhou was the Yanzhou King's stronghold, not particularly threatening. They arrived at a peach blossom grove, with a babbling brook flowing nearby. Following the advanced dungeon's indicated location, they followed the stream upstream. Walking along the stream, forgetting how far or near the path. Where the forest ends and the water's source begins, a mountain comes into view. This was a lush mountain range. He pulled out the quest scroll given by Huangfeng Valley. Quest, Yanzhou County, Southeast Demon's Lair, slay demons and exterminate evil. East of Yanzhou County lies Demon Flame Mountain, housing a demonic lair where monsters run rampant. They devour humans as blood offerings, and the surrounding villagers detest them deeply. Proceed to slay demons and purge evil? Yes, no. Warning. Warning. Warning.
Once you confirm to enter the dungeon to uphold justice, you will enter a solo instance.
All stats from your equipment will be nullified. Equipment traits and skills remain usable. Warning! 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 If you die or fail to clear the instance within 7 days, you will be permanently erased. Clear rewards: 1 high-tier class-specific cultivation manual, 1 high-tier class-specific skill book. That's it. What class skill it is doesn't matter anyway. Class technique? What's the deal? Immortal cultivation techniques? The kind for dual cultivation? 7 days is still a bit long.
Lin Feiyu had already handed over some authority over the Blood Plague Forest to his older brother, Lin Shen. This way, they could maintain a 24-hour refresh cycle, ensuring a steady supply of good fruits every day. As for collection rights and such, he'd also left those negotiations to his older brother. Lin Shen, that greedy bastard, blinded by greed, he shouldn't cause too much trouble. The Qianyu Guild would definitely be the ones losing out. That's fine. Wait a minute, aren't I the guild leader? Then wouldn't I be the one taking the hit? Wait, that doesn't make sense. After all, that dungeon is mine personally. This concerns my own interests. Forget it, I'll just have my brother manage it for me. I'd better focus on leveling up. I've been dominating guild wars, and yesterday I single-handedly slaughtered the 30,000-strong combat squad of the Chair Guild on the Over the Hills map. My fame has spread far and wide. So these past few days, tons of combat players seeking fame have been applying to join the Qianyu Guild. The Qianyu Guild, which previously had no combat division, immediately put one on the agenda. Naturally, I was the obvious choice for its leader. But I didn't want to handle the administrative duties. The actual management duties fell to Lin Shen, who had just been appointed as the guild's vice president. Since leaving the Black Tide Guild, he had joined Qianyu Guild. As a level 62 swordsman, he was already the highest level player in the guild. As the guild leader's non-blood related older brother, his direct entry into the upper echelons left no room for objection. At Lin Shen's insistence, the Qianyu Guild was finally officially renamed the Feiyu Guild. The elder brother's point was that in business, one must learn to leverage momentum. The name Lin Feiyu had already made a name for itself. Leveraging that name to establish a guild would be twice the result with half the effort. This proposal had actually been made once before, back when Lin Feiyu was still in the newbie village, by Lu Fei, Shiryu, and a few others. However, Lin Feiyu had politely declined and sent it back. This time, it was like revisiting an old idea. Lin Feiyu didn't hesitate and agreed. Leverage? Whose influence? My own guild. What's wrong with leveraging my own influence? Making money. Nothing to be ashamed of. Grow bigger, grow stronger, and achieve new glory. There's a mountain over there, with a small opening in it, as if there's light inside. That must be the entrance to this dungeon. Just as he was about to enter the dungeon and embark on his 7-day grinding journey, a peculiar figure sent a friend request. Ding! Morong Limo has sent a friend request. Accept, reject. Oh? Chairman Morong? What the heck is this? Does he want to insult me again? Can't beat me in a fair fight, so now he's trying to win with keyboard warfare? He casually declined the invitation. He entered the dungeon directly, and immediately spotted a level 30 goblin monster. He'd planned to focus on grinding monsters and ignore outside distractions. But that friend request kept stubbornly popping up, over and over, relentlessly flashing. This made him think something might actually be wrong. Right. Lin Feiyu suddenly remembered by all logic, Morong Liumao's attack power should be negative by several million. He'd transformed from a combatant into a top-tier healer. By now, the Qianyu Guild should be in complete chaos. What, the guild leader lost his combat ability? What guild leader turned into a super healer with insane healing output? The guild leader had been snatched away long ago. Yet not a single whisper has reached us. Whoa! Lin Feiyu instantly realized this President Morong had come to hand over the money. This is hush money. 500 million. Then I really wouldn't dare open my mouth. No. 200. Decision made. Immediately accepted Morong Liumao's friend request. I thought he was just here to negotiate the price, but the moment Chairman Morong opened his mouth, he left Lin Feiyu completely dumbfounded. Morong Limo, you killed Lu Qinfei. Lin Feiyu frowned slightly. Had he been discovered already? He quickly summoned Xia Dai to question her. Only then did he grasp the situation, although Lu Qinfei had indeed perished at the hands of the Emerald Tree Demon. However, the Tree Demon's attack power wasn't enough for a one-hit kill. Fearing something might go wrong, she lent some of her own power through the scythe to finish him off instantly. So that's how it was. Xia Dai bowed her head slightly. I thought you wouldn't mind, master. Just wait. I'll teach you a lesson tonight. Lin Feiyu growled viciously. Truthfully, Lin Feiyu no longer cared much about this matter. After all, his power had begun to surpass the heavens. He'd reached a level where he no longer needed to eat beef. How many days had it been since his rebirth? In his previous life, he had been a mid to high tier combatant, but he had only reached level 71. Compared to those old timers nearing level 80, the gap was still pretty huge.
He felt utterly out of place. Now, re-evaluating everything. The sword pavilion can't do anything to him now. Exposed? So be it. You, Moron Limo, think you can threaten me with this? Do you even have the right to threaten me? You think you can try Lin Feiyu's treatment? Humph. Lin Feiyu neither confirmed nor denied it, instead issuing a blatant threat. Lin Feiyu, you want to become Lin Feiyu too? Chapter 85. If we're going down together. Over there, Chairman Morong stared coldly at the icy cold text Lin Feiyu had sent back. This man. Has he disregarded the law to this extent? Then again. If I had 5 million attack power, I might be even more reckless than him. But his attack power was reset to 0 by me. Moron Limo immediately retorted, humph. I don't know what disgusting method you used to turn my attack power negative. But that scroll's explicit effect is that your attack power must be reset to 0. Moron Limo, you have no attack power left? Why would I fear you? Your beast taming is impressive, but you've lost your damage output, no more of that blood/skill stretching for kilometers. Do you think you can withstand my tens of thousands of players? Lin Feiyu merely smiled. What does my attack power have to do with my damage output? Lin Feiyu, tell that to my basic attacks. Lin Feiyu, still, I must thank you for reducing my attack power to 0. After replying, Lin Feiyu activated the video chat system. He aimed the camera at that level 30 Borman and unleashed a single basic attack. Smack! 5.16 million. The video chat connection was immediately severed. On the other end of the call, Moron Lumao exclaimed, 5.16 million? His scalp instantly tingled, his eyes widening like copper bells. Cold sweat poured down his forehead. What? How could this be? Why him? His basic attack damage is still over 5 million? Didn't I reset his attack power to 0? How is that possible? The video is fake. Impossible. This is the real-time video chat program built into the game system. It can't be faked. No one could possibly rig anything on the game system side. How could this be? Could it be Lin Feiyu wasn't using an attack power module at all? But something else? Attack power was irrelevant to him. Or rather, his attack power was inherently a massive negative value, traded for sky-high normal attack damage? And I foolishly eliminated his weakness. Was I actually helping him break even? No wonder he even thanked me? How polite. Me. Damn it. Morong Lumao, hiding in his office, flipped the desk over on the spot. Damn it all to hell. This time, after being mocked by Lin Feiyu again, he couldn't hold back any longer. He kicked and punched the shattered desk in a frenzy. After venting his rage, Moron Limo quickly regained his composure. He had business with Lin Feiyu today, not to be humiliated. He had intended to use Lu Qinfei's death as leverage to threaten Lin Feiyu into silence, preventing him from revealing the truth about his ability to turn his attack power negative. His current healing abilities were terrifying. But healing alone wouldn't intimidate Vice Presidents Xiao Xing and Xiao Yan. Those two were never decent people to begin with. Morong Lumao understood this point perfectly well. But now his healing abilities had skyrocketed beyond all limits. With just a little more room to maneuver, it would be enough to get the job done. He needed an opportunity. This year's once-in-a-decade national war was the perfect opportunity. It was fast approaching. If I can just hold on until then and showcase my god-tier healing skills during the national war, I'll secure my position as guild leader for good. But Lin Feiyu deliberately showed him his damage stats, unchanged as ever, precisely to shatter Moron Limo's plan to blackmail him by using his kill on Lu Qinfei. Otherwise, if this negative attack stat scandal ever leaked, Moron Limo would become the healing squad captain of the Chair Guild. This massive power disparity forced him to re-evaluate his relationship with Lin Feiyu. He needed to smooth things over. It seemed a proper conversation was necessary, no expense spared. But when he opened Lin Feiyu's interface, he'd been blocked. No way to add him as a friend anymore. However, Lin Feiyu had left a message. He instructed Moron Lumao to kill 2 people, and their names had already been sent over. 2 under level 30 girls from the Moon Goddess Guild. Location, Yunqing City. Moron Limo read it and burst out laughing. This is a blood oath. Lin Feiyu's final message stated that the 2 girls were dead and now conversing with him. Time limit, 7 days. Ha! I've got you by the balls. You want to get me by the balls too? Fine. What a sneaky little bastard. Shameful. Utterly shameless. I love it. I adore you, Lin Feiyu. Without a moment's hesitation, he realized Lin Feiyu was trying to drag him down. Well, I can drag Zhao Xing and Xiaoyan down too. Ha! If we're going down, we're all going down together. No one's getting away. He immediately dragged the 2 vice presidents into the office. His explanation was that Lin Feiyu wanted to form an alliance with the Chair Guild. No more mutual attacks. Zhao Xing and Xiaoyan both agreed immediately. Though they believed Lin Feiyu's offensive power had been neutralized. His Beastmaster abilities were exceptionally formidable. As a pure beast master, he would be an exceptionally powerful ally. The martial world isn't just about fighting and killing. It's about human relationships and social etiquette. As vice president, he naturally didn't need to bear the burden of saving face for the president. Thus, he readily agreed. But they needed to step in and eliminate two individuals. Zhao Sheng and Xiao Yan exchanged a glance, instantly understanding the implication. That meant let's do it. The current President Morong's offensive power far exceeded 5 million. Frighteningly powerful. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call him the strongest on Blue Star. Even if the chairman held a minor advantage over them, it wouldn't matter much. This was all part of his plan in a way. They've got the chairman by the short hairs. That only makes their relationship even closer. A win-win situation. Besides, with Morong Limo's current strength, he's firmly cemented his position as the president's right-hand man. Who would dare to cross him now? So, he was meant to be his underling anyway. So let him handle the dirty work. It'll only bring them closer. This little task, if we keep our hands clean and do it in the real world instead of the game world, it's not that difficult. Alright. We're leaving immediately. 7 days, right? Yunqing City, right? We'll be back in no time. Zhao Sheng and Xiao Yan immediately gave their word. President Morong narrowed his eyes, watching these two increasingly obedient vice presidents with deep satisfaction. Where had that rebellious streak gone? I still prefer your rebellious, untamed ways. Lin Feiyu was grinding in the advancement dungeon, using the game system to farm short videos from the forum. First, he watched a bit of One Nest of Q. Then hooves. Then carpet cleaning and fruit pulling. Finally, his favorite little roast chicken. Grinding through advanced dungeons still requires manual effort. The Beast Master finished the job. The two names he sent to Morong Luma were from the Moon God Guild, those two schemers who cursed his little sister. Last guild war, they lured Lu Qinfei in and let Su Xiaohan escape. But those two from the Moon God Guild might not be high enough level. We didn't even spot them in the Blood Plague Forest dungeon last time. Those two. Oomph, he wouldn't even dirty his hands with them. Chapter 86, Demon Dragon. This lowly cultivator from the lower realms trembles in awe, not knowing if it is the unyielding silver ancestor in person. A dog-headed, humanoid demon bowed with hands pressed together, approaching Lin Feiyu with utmost reverence after witnessing his mighty display. But Lin Feiyu paid it no mind whatsoever. Shut up. An instant 800,000 damage blood slash claimed its life. He watched as the dog demon dissolved into nothingness on the ground, leaving nothing behind. The monsters in advanced dungeons were of exceptionally high level and quality. What a pity they never drop anything. No experience points, and not even a single copper coin dropped. This marked Lin Feiyu's 7th day in the instance. The storyline of this advanced dungeon involved rescuing the trapped citizens of Yanzhou County. He'd rescued nearly 3,000 people so far. He only learned what this advanced quest entailed after entering the instance. That is, rescue the trapped civilians and purge the region of all the wicked demons and monsters. Rescuing one person grants 100 reputation points. Excellent. Reputation boosts the damage of battle to the final chapter, so we must rescue as many as possible. The catch is that you only receive the reputation points after clearing the dungeon. This demonic lair's map is vast, requiring Lin Feiyu to piece together clues bit by bit to locate the trapped people. Defeat demons to rescue them, escort them to safety, and finally eliminate the demonic overlord to obtain the final map coordinates for the lair's depths. These tasks are both tedious and numerous. Completing one requires waiting a certain period before the next step unlocks, compounded by the tediously drawn-out storyline. This dragged on for 7 days. During these 7 days, the beast tamers went on a killing spree, finally leveling up the Divine Control skill to level 5. Divine Guard skill EXP 120 million 1 billion. Another beast can be added to the stable. It was a 300,000 HP, humanoid pink-haired little fox. While slaying monsters, he discovered a fox spirit with decent stats that had already been tamed. It's not the outfit that makes her look hot, she's just got a great figure. Its stats are genuinely impressive. Plus, with the dead dragon going on a rampage these past 7 days, it's leveled up too. It's now a level 50 boss. Death Dragon Boxer Lord Class Boss, level 50. HP, 1 million. Max HP increased by another 400,000. Talents. Fight to the end as 3,778,954. The damage output has also reached 3.77 million. Not bad, but the increase isn't huge. Lin Feiyu remains surprisingly calm inside. The words of that beautiful snake still rang in his ears. Even if you draw your bow for a lifetime, you'll never kill me. It was still fresh in his mind. Just you wait. The final day. Night King Mountain. At last, we found it, the lair of the greatest demon in this hellish abyss. Demon King, huh? I've come to subdue you. Night King Mountain. Today, I subdue you here. Lin Feiyu wasted no time, summoning his entire beast legion. The pink-haired fox spirit, the zombie king, the crimson wolf king, the darkling, the bride ghost, the dead dragon, Xiao Dai. Under Lin Feiyu's command, the vast horde marched steadily toward the mountain.
Black mist swirled through the valleys, casting an eerie, terrifying pall. Before long, Lin Feiyu discovered an ancient medieval Western-style castle palace. This must be the Demon King's domain. Yet he discovered the main gate stood elegantly open. He narrowed his eyes slightly. A wicked wind swept through. A blood-red rune in its original form appeared on the ground. Then, a female demon lord appeared. Fully grown, proud, wings, tail, horns, armor coverage low. Holy crap, a female demon. Lin Feiyu caught just a glimpse and felt his head start to lift. Holy crap. What terrifying demonic power. This demoness is terrifyingly powerful. Her combat strength is worth at least billions. She actually managed to shake my rock-solid Dao heart? Another glance at the stats. Queen of the Night Lilith King class boss, level 50. HP 1.8 million. Attack 300,000. Armor 250,000. Magic resistance 250,000. Skill Serpentine Lash. Swings a serpentine whip, dealing lightning damage. Inflicts 100% of her attack power as physical damage and has a chance to paralyze enemies. Cooldown 0.2 seconds. Ability Demon King Scream. Emits a fierce roar, spewing dark demonic flames that incinerate everything. Sustained demonic flame emission 10 seconds duration. Damage increases incrementally each second. Consumes 10% of own HP per second, dealing 3%, 6%, 9%, 12%, 15%, 18%, 21%, 24%, 27%, 30% of own HP as magic damage. 60 seconds cooldown. Skill Obliteration. When the demon flame breath depletes the user's health, it triggers a self-detonation, dealing true damage equal to the total damage of the demon flame breath over 10 seconds. 165% of maximum health. Ignores defense attributes. Can be resurrected after death, limited number of times. Skill Dragon's Descent summons a dark dragon matching the queen's attributes to fight alongside her. The dragon shares the queen's skill set but attacks with Dragonfire instead. Resurrection count 39. The night gave me black eyes, yet I used them to seek the light. Hiss. These stats. Truly worthy of a king tier boss. Yeah, he couldn't figure out how a level 50 king tier boss ended up in a level 30 advanced dungeon either. Who cares? 1.8 million HP? I don't even need to charge up, I can take him down with a blood slash. Let's wrap this dungeon up already. We've been at it for 7 days. Just destroy it already. I'm exhausted. He glanced at the Night Queen's skills. A skill that lashes out every 0.2 seconds? That's lightning fast. That attack speed is unmatched, wielding a series of afterimages. 5 lashes per second. Lightning 5 strike whip? And it comes with a paralysis effect? Oh no, I didn't dodge. Glancing at the remaining 2 skills, Lin Feiyu felt a sense of familiarity. Health bar model? Consume health to spew fire? Deplete your own health bar, then explode? Resurrect after a death explosion? 9 resurrections? Only 3 left? Looks like you've been through a lot. Huh? Something's off? This doesn't feel right. Dead dragon? Isn't this the template for the dead dragon? Can it even summon a dark dragon? That's Xia Dai's template. Huh? This? How careless are the developers of this game? Just slapping a template on everything? Everywhere? Randomly slapping it on? Even the skill descriptions are just filler text? How shameless. He glanced at Xia Dai, who stood frozen nearby. Your sister? Xia Dai shook her head. I don't remember. Lin Feiyu remembered the first time he met Xia Dai, that preserved egg suddenly flew out. Then, the dead dragon was scared into kneeling. He hurriedly opened his backpack to check. Sure enough, the preserved egg was violently trembling in an odd way. Just as he reached to take it out, a voice as seductive as a femme fatale echoed from within. My lord, need not trouble yourself. I have already sensed that one's presence. Lin Feiyu's hand paused midway into his backpack. Again? His brows knotted tightly. What the hell? Is there really a big shot behind me? Did someone plan everything in advance? Making me gather combat power along the way? What if I were to recruit another demon dragon? Surely not that dead dragon's proactive contract mode again? The Night Queen, Ying, slowly knelt to the ground with exquisite grace. Her hands held aloft a fragment of brocade. I pledge everything to my master. Lin Feiyu had only one thought upon seeing this. Damn right. They say women are made of water, and damn, that swaying was beautiful. He took the silk fragment. Unnamed blueprint map fragment 39. Ha! Sure enough. Another worthless scrap of cloth. He glanced at the Night Queen kneeling on the ground, then turned to Xia Dai and asked, how many dragons do you have? If we gather all 7, can we summon the divine dragon? Make a wish or something. Chapter 87, The Countryside? My lord, please sign the master-servant contract. Lilitu will then become your beast companion. A contract scroll appeared before him. Lin Feiyu took it and glanced at it briefly, immediately recognizing it as identical to the one Xia Dai had given him. Contract scroll, Night Queen Lilith active contract. Single use only. Can only be used on Night Queen Lilith. Upon use, Night Queen Lilith shall become your servant, bound to your command.
Note, Night Queen Lilith is an active contract and a living being. It will not occupy any skills of contracted beasts. Restriction 1, once contracted, the contract beast cannot be upgraded. Restriction 2, if its HP is depleted in battle, it will still die. Hint, Night Queen Lilith possesses a resurrection skill, currently with 3 uses remaining. Cannot be upgraded? Oof. Same formula. Same taste. Even more reckless than last time. Last time, that rotten egg at least flew out and took a spin. This time, just 3 shakes were enough to scare the witch to her knees. He pondered briefly, then decided it was best to just sign the contract. He didn't care about the consequences, only relentless growth mattered. Even if we finally uncover the mastermind at the end of time, manipulating everything. I unleashed a basic attack. And I'll take you down too. Besides, a queen this enchanting, ahem, not that. A beast with such high HP it'd be unnatural not to take it. It even voluntarily submitted to the contract, and it doesn't count toward the divine beast skills beast quota. Moreover, based on the experience of the beast master who defeated the dragon, this beast can trigger the shadow blood skill. After all, the effect of the blue blood bond skill is that acquiring a beast increases the caster's maximum HP based on the beast's HP pool. But there's no restriction saying it has to be a divine beast skill mount. This is essentially a free 1.8 million HP bar. Why pass up such a gift? To refuse such a gift would invite misfortune. He proceeded with his signature top-tier technique, erasing the upgrade restriction. This restriction appeared within the contract scroll. After the Night Queen tamed the beast, she erased the death count. Death counts reside within the Beast Master panel, 2 entirely separate systems. This isn't exploiting a glitch. Perfect. Ding. King tier boss Queen of Night Lilith initiated contract. Acquired mount Queen of Night Lilith. Ding. Skill Blood of the Undead triggered, HP plus 1.8 million. Nice. Another 1.8 million HP added to the bar. This one, like the Dead Dragon, is upgradable a lifelong mount series. He glanced at the attribute panel, now bursting with skyrocketing stats. Player, Lin Feiyu. Title, Unyielding Silver Hero. Class, Sword Immortal, Level, 30, XP, 0-240,000. Talent, Battle to the Final Chapter as 5,758,954. Health, 5,224,455. Shield, 522,445. HP at 5.22 million? Battle to the End has reached 5.75 million too. My basic attacks are unstoppable. The queen over there remains remarkably calm. Truly a queen-style beastmaster, no screaming like the Dead Dragon, nor speechless excitement. Instead, she merely raised an eyebrow in quiet puzzlement. Excellent. Lin Feiyu was thoroughly impressed with this new recruit. She's incredibly composed, perfect for handling any dirty work in the future. Xia Dai was useless, too dim-witted, obsessed solely with laying eggs. Who could put up with that? She had no clue about reproductive isolation. Not a shred of scientific understanding. Lin Feiyu instinctively glanced at Xia Dai. The appearance of this night woman seemed to have heightened Xia Dai's vigilance. She kept her lips pressed together, not uttering a word. Could she actually stomach this jealousy? Lin Feiyu quickly interjected, Xia Dai, stop staring. She really is dressed more revealingly than you. You can't deny it. Xia Dai scrambled to defend herself, her expression flustered. Master, I'm not jealous. I'm just thinking about that lost memory. I feel like I've seen her somewhere before. Lin Feiyu frowned. The dead dragon was a dead dragon, its memory was lost. But what about this living dragon? He turned to the Queen of Night and asked, Lilith, right? What do you know? Like the ancient 4 pillars? The Queen of Night shook her head. I don't know. You don't know either? I only know I was ordered to wait here to await my master's arrival and become his servant. Nothing else. Wait? How long have you been waiting? Until my lifespan was exhausted. Then, using my resurrection trait, I revived to wait once more. You've died 6 times? How many years is your lifespan? 1,000 years for one chance. 6,000 years? This seems serious. Someone predicted my arrival at least 6,000 years ago? Wait. He remembered that preserved egg again. No. It wasn't my arrival they foresaw, but the arrival of something on my person. Whoever possesses that thing becomes the master of these dragons. Whoever it possesses must bear the weight of destiny. Wherever it resides, that one must receive the gift of destiny. So, what is the price? So it seems I truly have become the Dragon King? Reborn as the Dragon King of the beautiful dragon? Then whose orders are you following? Lin Feiyu pressed. Surely you should know that? Queen of the Night Lilia lowered her gaze, a beautiful snake. Hiss. Lin Feiyu recalled that ancient verse again, something about mountains, dwellings, illusions, and alchemy? Actually, after encountering the beautiful snake, Lin Feiyu had analyzed it late into the night. He'd simply opened the AI, inputted the lines, and analyzed them.
He had already broken down the general meaning of those 4 lines of ancient poetry with remarkable accuracy. The first 2 lines described a place that seemed rustic, yet every household lived in peace and harmony, a scene of profound beauty. The latter 2 lines implied someone falsely assuming an identity, playing tricks and pretending to be supernatural, using this as an opportunity to refine others into elixirs, attempting to achieve ascension. If we could decipher exactly where this rural area refers to, then we could fully decipher the beautiful snake's hint or warning. Who would have thought? This Dragon King's identity was indeed arranged by the snake demon. Truly worthy of a serpent demon? No wonder she had to wait 1,000 years. Wait, the snake demon isn't white either. No, she's white as snow. Very white. White and plump. And wicked. Lin Feiyu pressed on. Is it one of the 4 pillars? Not sure, replied the Queen of the Night. How come you don't know anything? The Queen of Night smiled and said, if it could be known to you, it would be known to you. Not wanting you to know too soon might also be a form of protection. Oh? Are you messing with me? Forget it, no point overthinking this. So, does that mean I passed this advancement dungeon? I should have advanced successfully, right? My current rank should be Glory Gold, right? Lin Feiyu asked curiously, since he hadn't received any advancement notifications from the game system. The Queen shook her head. There's still a Bone King atop the mountain. That is the final boss of this dungeon. I'm merely waiting here for my master's arrival. Bone King? Lin Feiyu rubbed his chin. Maybe you should change your name too. Let's call her Yay. Also, make sure to wear more clothes from now on. After all, catching a cold in this world costs a whopping 5 million to treat. That's ridiculously expensive. Chapter 88, I'm the healer. Lin Feiyu changed his destination to Night King Mountain. Today's journey ends here. When Lin Feiyu saw the Bone King, he was genuinely startled. A humanoid skeleton with a towering frame, it radiated an eerie and mysterious aura. Eerie, ghostly light flickered within its hollow eye sockets. He wore a magnificent, magic-infused robe adorned with precious gems and mystical runes. A robe? Lin Feiyu stared at the towering skeleton, expecting a warrior who fought with blood-soaked blades and bone-crushing fists. A mage? Glancing at the attributes. King of the Undead King Tier Boss, level 30. HP, 1 million. Attack power, 100. Magic power, 1 million. Armor, 30,000. Magic resistance, 30,000. Skill, Black Goats casts a spell for 1 second, summoning 5 Black Goats to attack. Each possesses 300% of the caster's health and 10% of the caster's attack power. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Skill, Thunderstorm Summon, 10-second incantation, unleashes a large area 500 m radius thunderstorm attack dealing 100% of AP as magic damage. Cooldown, 20 seconds. Skill, Storm's Arrival casting time, 8 seconds effect, releases a massive, slowly moving tornado with significant pull effect damage range, 50 meters pull range, 1000 meters pull strength increases with proximity, dealing 100% of the caster's spell power as magic damage. Cooldown, 20 seconds. Skill, Blazing Inferno casting time, 3 seconds effect, releases a wide area fan-shaped flame attack forward 300 m range, 60-degree angle, dealing 100% AP magic damage. 20-second cooldown. Skill, Frost Lotus, casts a 2-second incantation to summon an ice lotus that actively tracks enemies. Upon contact, it explodes 10 m radius, dealing 100% AP magic damage. 20's cooldown, up to 9 can be cast simultaneously. Skill, Prologue of Despair, 100-second incantation, unleashes a transcendent spell that descends from the heavens, forming a colossal pillar of light 300 m radius, dealing 100% AP magic damage per second for 10 seconds. 12-hour cooldown. Ultimate Execution Strike instantly kills enemy units with health below 12% cooldown, none. Despair. The curtain rises. Hiss. Terrifying indeed. Holy crap. Low HP, low defense, 100 attack power, 1 million spell power, a superpowered archmage. Back-to-back wind, thunder, fire, and ice spells each with a 20-second cooldown, massive AoE, and starting damage at 1 million. Plus a super powerful ultimate with a 12-hour cooldown, but total damage exceeding 10 million. The Prologue to Despair. And a passive ability that instantly kills enemies below 12% HP with 0 cooldown. Powerful. But the casting animation is way too long? Constantly chanting spells? And the ultimate takes a full 100 seconds to cast? That many spells? How many words? Can anyone even memorize them? Though the health it grants isn't much either, only a measly 1 million. But this Bone King is already incredibly powerful. Control it. Must subdue it. Upon seeing enemies approach, the Bone King uttered not a word. He immediately summoned 5 Black Goats, assumed a battle stance, and began chanting a spell. But the incantation was only halfway through. Lin Feiyu, watch me wield my sword, my spear. Ambush. A serpent spear pierced through his toes. Splash. 572-8954. The Bone King crashed to the ground, shattering into a pile of bones. Shattered. Can he still control it? Because my Divine Beast summoning skill is maxed out. I must release one beast first. Only then can I see if this shattered Bone King has any chance of becoming a capable ally. He released that disgusting zombie 10,000. Once a tamed monster is released, it instantly turns to dust and vanishes into thin air. Lin Feiyu attempted to summon the pile of bone fragments on the ground. Ding! Divine Beast Control skill triggered. Acquired Beast Bone King 5-5. Ding! Divine Beast Control skill restriction triggered, permanently deducts attack power 1 million points. Ding! Enhancement. Any additional attack power bonuses, equipment, weapons, attribute points, pills, cannot exceed the deducted attack power. All such bonuses will be nullified. Ding! Skill Blood Bond triggered. Health plus 1 million. Ding! System notice, no loot will be dropped. Ding! Congratulations to player Lin Feiyu for successfully clearing the advanced dungeon, earning the title Glorious Golden Warrior. Ding! Advanced dungeon rewards acquired. This advanced instance was provided by Yellow Wind Valley. Special rewards will be granted by Yellow Wind Valley. Please proceed to the sect headquarters to claim them. Ding! Rescued 3,078 villagers within this instance, earning 307,800 reputation points. Ding! By eradicating the demon lair and eliminating a threat to Yenzhou County's citizens, you will receive a 500,000 reputation reward from the Yenzhou County government. Additionally, you have earned the favor of the county magistrate and will receive a 1 million copper coin reward. Please claim your rewards at the county government. Great! Finally hit gold rank. After 7 days of relentless battle, I've finally advanced to the gold tier. But, do I still have to claim the rewards for the last 2 or 3 advancements myself? Yellow Wind Valley is manageable, it's my own sect, after all, and I needed to unlock the cultivation system. But the Yenzhou County office? He really didn't want to go there. What if I really end up becoming the county magistrate's son-in-law? Then, wouldn't I lose my chance at worldly beauty? No way. I must call off the engagement. He opened his attribute panel. This advanced dungeon had given him a significant boost. By the final chapter, I should have around 7 million, right? Let's see. Player, Lin Feiyu. Title, Glorious Golden Warrior. Class, Sword Immortal, Level, 30, XP, 0-240,000. Talent, Battle to the Final Chapter S6, 977, 7535. Health, 6,332,255. Shield, 633,225. Mana, 12,000. Attack Power, 0. Spell Power, 7. Physical Defense, 7. Magic Resistance, 7. Attack Speed, 5. Movement Speed, 30. Reputation, 307,800. Copper Coins, 130,251,455. Over the past few days, Li Dahu and his 2 companions had already sold off most of the gear they'd obtained from Guild Wars and from securing the gold belted over the hills. We're now billionaire tycoons. Time to learn how to splurge. From now on, when I buy steamed buns for breakfast, I'll get 4 E2 and toss the other 2. Half the soy milk, half poured away. From now on, I'm living the high life too. Yunlai Province, Cloud Realm Dynasty, Capital City, Tianyun City. The Chi-E Guild Headquarters. Grandmaster Morone finally obtained a healing skill with an attack power module. Most healers in this game are either HP-based or spell power-based. Attack-based models, especially those without class restrictions, are incredibly rare. He hit alone in the training instance, using his guild leader privileges to block all access and external observation. He surreptitiously pulled out the skill scroll. And found himself silently shaking his head. Humph. I'm a healer. Earlier that morning, he had been in his in-game headquarters office, using auto-attacks on a dummy mannequin designed for analyzing stats. The stats were impressive. Unfortunately, it was healing. However, Chairman Moron was deep in thought, completely oblivious to a player trimming flowers and plants outside the chairman's office window. His heavy-hearted gaze fell upon the scroll's properties. Holy Light Healing. Quality, Blue Superior. Skill, Active Skill, Healing Skill. Level Restriction, None. Class Restriction, None. Effect, Chance Allowed, Holy Light of Healing. Bring forth new life. Then bursts forth healing light, restoring health equal to 20% of the caster's attack power to another target or oneself. Cooldown, 5 seconds. Mana cost, 20. Holy Light of Healing. Bring forth new life. He deliberately posted the specific attribute values of this skill in the guild's public channel. He even specifically found someone to loudly recite the incantation. The reason? To conceal the fact that his attack power was negative. He deliberately exposed this skill to everyone's view. Moron Limo thought this way when he later used his 6 million attack power to damage a healer. By loudly reciting the incantation, everyone would assume the guild leader was using a healing spell based on attack power. That way, he could mislead others. This way, others would mistakenly believe his attack power was incredibly high. He has learned the skill. Opening the skill panel to check. That very number. His heart was pounding like crazy. Healing Light. Effect, restores 20% of your attack power as HP to others or yourself. Current healing value, 1,198,000.
Morong Lumao rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Ha! Chapter 89, Never Underestimate a Poor Girl. Yunlai Province, Yunzhong County. Within a guest room at the Qifei Inn, a man dressed as an ordinary peddler, the Yenshan King's secret envoy, was respectfully reporting something to Princess Yunzhong, Li Yunrui. Li Yunrui, her thumb adorned with an ancient bronze ring, gripped a short sword to crack walnuts. Young Master Lin is not entirely in favor of this marriage. The Yenyang King urgently requests a response from Your Highness. As the peddler finished his report, the walnut in Li Yunrui's hand instantly shattered under her grip. Bang! Powdered dust swirled. The short sword emitted a series of sharp whistles. Its tip trembled slightly. He wants to call off the engagement? Li Yunrui gritted her teeth, forcing out the 4 words with great difficulty. This was what she had begged her father for, a life-saving favor to be repaid with her body. Besides, he was so handsome. He came to rescue me riding a rainbow cloud. Oh no! A dragon! So utterly captivating. His embrace was so strong and warm. Li Yunrui had assumed that when she pleaded with her father about this matter, he would refuse, that it would be difficult. But unexpectedly, her father agreed quickly. He even said she had excellent taste. He didn't even mind that he was a stranger from another world, a traveler. This left her overjoyed. Though she was in Yunzhong County, she wouldn't have many chances to see Lin Feiyu again. She could only entrust her brother, Li Yunxian, to explain the situation. The final outcome was a resounding yes, leaving her utterly thrilled. She never imagined she'd entrust her entire life to him like this. Well, that's happiness. Only a few days had passed. 7 days? He wants to call off the engagement? Li Yunrui bit her red lips. Her eyes began to well up with tears. Her small hand gripping the short sword clenched so tightly her knuckles turned white. She had already begun training diligently in martial arts during this time. She had also discovered that Lin Feiyu was a martial arts fanatic, spending every day immersed in combat. She had dusted off the martial arts she hadn't touched in years. But only 7 days? Already changing his mind? Already starting to abandon her? Men. Li Yunrui's unruly little pearls began to fall one by one. The undercover agent disguised as a street vendor was no fool either. Sensing trouble brewing, he bowed respectfully and withdrew from the room, carefully closing the door behind him. Li Yunrui wore a bronze ring on her thumb, a keepsake left by her mother. At that moment, the bronze ring began to tremble faintly, emitting a soft glow. A voice, audible only to Li Yunrui, emanated from within the ring. A ethereal, icy female voice rang out. Yunrui! I told you! Men can't be trusted. Stop crying. You must stand tall. Pick up your sword now. I shall impart all my divine abilities to you, teaching you the path to immortality. He treats you like dirt now. But someday, you'll be out of his league. Soon, you'll be a goddess. A little fairy. A queen. Li Yunrui gently stroked the bronze ring. Elder. Is this true? Can I really do it? The woman's voice echoed from within the ring. 3 years. I guarantee that after 3 years, you'll beat him to a pulp. Bang. Li Yunrui slammed her hand on the table and stood up abruptly, her face set with resolve and determination. 3 years it is. After 3 years, I'll defeat him myself. Then I'll force him to marry me. No. I must humiliate him thoroughly. I'll make him marry me. Bronze ring? Bronze ring, no. Li Yunrui summoned the spy back once more to relay the message. Yenzhou County Government Office. Lin Feiyu had just met with the Yenzhou King. To his surprise, it was an old man with a head full of white hair. But he was broad-shouldered, robustly built, and moved with a brisk, energetic stride. Clearly someone who commanded troops in his youth. He still carried the imposing presence befitting a prince, yet when Lin Feiyu met the Prince of Yen, he felt an inexplicable warmth and approachability. Could it be, he really sees me as his son-in-law? He quickly and very tactfully expressed his lack of interest in marrying an NPC or forming a couple in the game, a request that was utterly beaver-like. Then, Prince Yen roared in fury, "You want to call off the engagement? No. Did I even agree to it? Is this considered breaking off the engagement? Besides, did you even ask the bride's opinion?" The Yenyang King declared that the annulment must be reported to the Princess of Yunzhong. So he dispatched a carrier pigeon to inquire about her opinion. Does Princess Yunzhong know? Lin Feiyu asked curiously. Though he didn't visit her often, he regularly sent her money. He never gave large sums at once, thinking that as royalty, she must be quite extravagant. He feared she'd spend it all as soon as it arrived. Still, he didn't mind the effort of delivering small sums each time. He also believed Princess Yunzhong must be a crucial NPC, so he treated her warmly to cultivate a good relationship. But she never said anything, did she? How did she even know? Oh, she only informed me these past few days, right? I was stuck in the advanced dungeon for 7 straight days. But the Yenshan King's reply was. This was her own suggestion. Your strength is quite decent, and your background is deep. And could be useful for future, great endeavors against me. So I overlooked the fact that you're not from this world and agreed. Achieve great things? Rebellion? Why are you even trying to hide it? You're not even trying to hide it from me.
Lin Feiyu rubbed his nose thoughtfully.
How come she was the one who brought it up? So proactive? She must be out of her mind. What life-saving favor? Offering herself in return?
But then again, Lin Feiyu realized it made sense. After all, a hero saving a damsel in distress, nothing moves the heart more.
Besides, my modeling skills make me look like a total jerk. Thinking about it this way, it makes perfect sense. Then it makes perfect sense.
Lin Feiyu waited for ages at the Yenzhou County office, but Dove finally returned. The news he brought back would shock him for 100 years.
What goes around comes around. Never underestimate a girl in poverty. In 3 years' time, we shall settle our differences and decide life or death. Lin Feiyu was utterly horrified. What kind of monstrous plot twist was this? That brother is double fire, and this sister is triple heart?
The beacon fires illuminate the western capital, yet injustice burns within my heart.
Oh? Is there really a legend? Does the princess of the clouds wear any peculiar rings on her hands? Oh. Right. On her right thumb, there does seem to be a bronze ring? Oh no. In this game world, she is the protagonist. Lin Feiyu leapt to his feet with a roar. This marriage. I won't back down.
This was supposed to be a double chapter release, but I fell asleep while proofreading and ended up sleeping on the keyboard all night. Oh whoa.
Chapter 90, My President is Invincible.
Lin Feiyu sat inside the Yenzhou County office, rubbing his chin in thought. In his previous life, the princess of Yunzhong couldn't withstand the trials that came with being the protagonist. She was framed in bizarre circumstances and perished within the dungeon.
But in this life, my presence saved the protagonist, allowing her to escape with her life, pulling her back onto the proper storyline path the protagonist should follow. Little did anyone know that after the broken engagement plot unfolded, there was a high chance the ring would start sparkling. A deceitful old man would emerge to manipulate the protagonist. So, the damn king rebels?
Not only does he possess the protagonist of the game world, but he also possesses me, the protagonist of the real world, who's cheating with a cheat code.
Li Yunrui is a woman destined to be a phoenix among men. As a man, I'm not just a reincarnated soul, I come equipped with a god-tier cheat code. This is a dragon among men. Have you not heard of the dragon and the phoenix? Gain one, and you gain the world? Yet the Yen King possesses both the dragon and the phoenix? I ask you, who in this realm dares challenge him? After much deliberation, Lin Feiyu concluded.
The king of Yenshan's promotion match from the king tier to the emperor tier.
His win rate is incredibly high. This bet is huge. Let's do it. Besides, since Li Yunrui is the protagonist template, shouldn't the empress template be applied? Then, this entire realm? Wouldn't it become our marital property? If we ever divorce and split the assets? Wouldn't I get half the kingdom? Oh.
Lin Feiyu suddenly understood everything.
So this is what they mean by a man's ambition lies in conquering the world? I'm definitely going to be that scumbag. But
Lin Feiyu suddenly remembered something crucial.
That was, during the Yen King's rebellion in a past life, players who were accidentally caught up in it lost countless lives for nothing.
That Cloud Dynasty, its capital, Tianyun City, the young emperor secluded deep within the imperial palace, no amount of persuasion worked. Only by executing them all could he ease the hatred in his heart.
This situation has no solution. What if we flipped the script? What if I joined the Yen King's faction and actually helped him pull off an upset victory?
Leveraging my status, both a son-in-law and a capable strategist.
Wouldn't I have a say? Then, I could lift the executioner's blade poised over players' heads. Couldn't that save countless families? Isn't this worth striving for? Since this leaky boat can't be abandoned now, then giving it everything to prevent it from capsizing is the right thing to do.
Lin Feiyu pondered in secret whether he should step in and lend a hand to the mighty Yen King. He recalled how Dongfang Zhanlan had used carrier pigeons to relay messages back then, and how they'd employed them again to question the princess of Yunzhong this time.
What era is this?
We players communicate through the game interface's chat window.
You lot are playing pigeon games? What's the point? Flapping around? How efficient is that? Really? Seriously, not dissing carrier pigeons?
My game interface not only lets me type with a virtual keyboard, but also supports mind-controlled input.
Not only can I make calls, it doubles as a phone, even supports video chat. Can pigeons compare to that? What era are we in, still using carrier pigeons?
He recalled the declining mobile phone industry on Blue Star. Yes, the very phones. It's like how MP3 players weren't killed off by MP4s or MP5s, but by the arrival of the smartphone era. What killed the mobile phone wasn't some new black technology either, but the dawn of the gaming era. The gaming interface's capabilities were simply too powerful.
Why not? Let Yin Wang and his crew see what the power of radio waves can do? Actually, this idea wasn't Lin Feiyu's original creation, someone had already done it. After all, the mobile phone industry had long since become obsolete in the real world. They'd set their sights on the technologically backward ancient dynasties within the gaming world. However, the authorities in the real world strictly prohibit it. They seem utterly unwilling to introduce modern technology into the game world. But this time is different. Lin Feiyu's goal isn't profit. It's to save players from the massive casualties caused by the Yen King's rebellion. Looks like he'll need to find someone connected to the authorities. Lin Feiyu explained the situation to the Yen King. True to his military background, Yen Zhuan fully understood the critical role intelligence played in warfare. He immediately commended Lin Feiyu's idea, though he didn't believe Lin Feiyu could pull it off. He then departed the county office, collecting the additional reward for clearing the advanced dungeon, the Demon's Lair. 500,000 reputation points from the Yenzhou county office. Additionally, he received a copper coin reward of 1 million from the Yenzhou prefectural governor. Not bad. 1 million copper coins? He couldn't care less about that anymore. 500,000 reputation points, that's pretty decent. By the final chapter, he'd probably have 7 million by now. Talent, fight to the final chapter as 7,477,535. After leaving the Yenzhou county office, Lin Feiyu planned to head to Huangfeng Valley. The conclusion of the advanced instance mentioned. This advanced instance is provided by Yellow Wind Valley. Special rewards will be provided by Yellow Wind Valley. Please claim them at your sect headquarters. Special rewards? What could it be? Could it be arranging a dual cultivation partner for me? We'd better make that clear first. If she's not pretty, I'm not having it. Yunlai Province, Cloud Realm Dynasty, Capital City, Tianyun City. The Chiayi Guild Headquarters. Vice President's Office. Zhao Xing yanked a guild subordinate by the collar. Say that again? The guild leader's attack stat is negative? Xiao Yan, who had already received the news, had summoned Zhao Xing to join him. They discussed together how to handle the situation. Alright. Keep this confidential. The payment should be in your account by now. You may leave. Xiao Yan interlaced his fingers, elbows braced on the desk, chin resting on his thumb. He gently ushered the subordinate, who had delivered the crucial information, out of the office. That subordinate was quite the talent. While trimming plants outside the chairman's office window, he witnessed firsthand the president's basic attack striking the test dummy. Green light bursting forth. A sickening green. Attack healing? Ha! He immediately instinctively recorded a video. The guild leader, lost in deep thought and completely distracted, didn't notice a thing. Only after leaving the flower bed did he belatedly grasp the gravity of the situation. How could a combat-focused guild possibly have a healer as its leader? So he immediately sought out Vice President Xiao Yan, who seemed the most reasonable. When only the two vice presidents remained in the office, both fell into a prolonged silence. They had just returned from Yunqing City that very day. Those two young girls singled out by guild leader Moron Limo. Their plight was nothing short of wretched. The methods employed were exceptionally cruel. They exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting admiration and awe for Moron Limo's methods. Even with negative health, he carried himself as if he truly possessed millions in damage. He truly has them by the throat. Chairman Morong remains as shady as ever. Poof. Zhao Xing muttered helplessly. This was supposed to be his golden opportunity to break through his class, to transform from a subordinate into a leader. With the Grand Guild leader's attack power in the negative, the battle-hungry Chier Guild wouldn't let some healer take the helm. No matter how high her stats, she was still a healer. In the Chier Guild, healers sit at the support table. And support roles belong at the kids' table. This guild leader's plant Moron Limo simply couldn't hold the position. Therefore, Zhao Xing, the guild's top combatant aside from the leader, is the most likely candidate to become guild leader. Ah, what a pity. Who'd have thought we'd still get outmaneuvered? Otherwise, if I'd forced my way in, I could have taken the president's seat. Just as Zhao Xing lamented his missed opportunity, Xiao Yan snorted derisively. Then, calmly he said, is it really necessary to force it? Ha? Xiao Yan, what do you mean? Zhao Xing scratched his head, puzzled by Xiao Yan's suggestion. If we want to bring down the guild leader, there's absolutely no need for us to act ourselves. Otherwise, Moron Limo will definitely report us. The sword pavilion isn't a pushover. Xiao Yan continued, we'll just fan the flames. Isn't the president deliberately showing off how high his attribute attack power is? Then let's fan the flames with an our president is invincible kind of swagger. That's the only way to get Moron Limo into a major fight with someone else. Then what? Refusing to fight would damage the guild's prestige. But if he does fight, he'll get a proper lesson. Then President Moron won't be able to save face? That'd be a huge embarrassment. How could he possibly keep his position as guild leader? But he never fought himself. How can he blame us? In the end, he'll resign as guild leader voluntarily. That leverage will only be used to beg us for protection. As they say, it's all about how you play the game.
Zhao Xing felt his scalp tingle, his eyes widening in admiration. He gave a heartfelt thumbs up and declared, "You've got some serious scheming skills. President Morong doesn't hold a candle to you." Xiao Yan remained lost in his own world, oblivious to the world around him.
President Morong. It's time for you to step down and make way for the next generation. Chapter 91, The Highs and Lows of Life.
Xiao Yan gestured with his eyes toward the tightly sealed office door.
Oh, and one more thing. That person?
It was clear she was asking how to deal with the only person besides the two vice presidents who knew the truth. Zhao Xing narrowed his eyes slightly, then without hesitation, ran his hand across his throat.
Xiao Yan nodded slightly in agreement.
First off, spreading this news would bring no benefits. If rival guilds learned that Chairman Morong had lost his power, who knows how much trouble that would stir up.
That underling earlier, willing to betray the guild leader for money, would certainly betray the entire Chair Guild for the same reason.
Their conflict with the guild leader over the plants was an internal struggle. If it attracts external covetousness, it would harm the entire Chair Guild's interests.
This one. He absolutely must not be spared.
Yunlai Province, Yunchang Dynasty, Capital City, Tianyun City. Chiyue Guild Headquarters, within the test instance. Grandmaster Morong stared intently at the healing numbers appearing on his skill panel.
This healing skill from the attack module. Its healing output was actually negative? This is a damage skill. Pant.
Morong Liumao's breath came in ragged gasps, his entire chest heaving like a giant bellows. He glanced at the number again. Current healing value, 1,198,000.
1,198,000?
And this was a large area group healing skill that converted attack power into healing with only a 20% attack power bonus. What if he found a single target or small area healing skill?
50% attack power bonus? 100% attack power bonus? 5.99 million damage?
Morong Liumao's hands trembled, his heart pounded wildly, and his face burned crimson. So that's how it works. Negative attack power can convert damage into healing and of course, healing into damage too. Damn! He never thought of that. The once broken Chairman Morong, who'd been wandering like a ghost, finally stood tall today. He used to dread those two shady vice presidents finding out his attack power was negative. He lived in constant dread. But now it's all good. Lin Feiyu. I really have to thank you. But he'd only seen the numbers, he hadn't actually tested it yet. Right here in this test instance. He found a map swarming with rabbits from the newbie village. This is where guild powerhouse players test their AoE skills. Grand Guild leader Morong muttered to himself, "Morong Limo, you shall once again stand atop the world. Get ready to become a true powerhouse." He began casting that healing skill. Raising both hands high, his face radiating sanctity. Chanting the incantation. Holy light of healing. Bring forth new life. Boom. A vast expanse within an 800-meter radius centered on himself saw healing holy light begin to radiate from the heads of the little bunnies. Bathed in warm, radiant light, the little rabbits felt as though spring breeze had touched them. The distinctive green glow of the healing skill shot skyward. It shot straight up, turning the hair on Morong Limo's head standing at the very center green, making it look like he was wearing a hat. The floating numbers appeared in proper green healing font color. But whether the healing value was legitimate was anyone's guess. That's right, it was negative. 1,198,000. A massive number of rabbits collapsed within the healing holy light. Morong Limo stared at this shocking scene, frozen in place for a long moment. Thud. He collapsed to the ground, kneeling down. His fingers dug deep into the soil, his palms covered in weeds. Ha ha. Ha ha. I've broken through the heavens? He opened his stats again for another look. Attack power, 5.99 million. Then, he threw his head back, arms raised high, and erupted into maniacal laughter once more. Ha 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 ha. Holy. I've broken through the heavens? I really broke through the sky. Ha ha ha. Dad. Mom. Did you see that? If you're watching from above, just take one look at me. I've truly broken through the heavens. Ha ha ha. Morong Lumao laughed with such arrogance it was beyond description. He laughed until his whole body shook. Laughing until his stomach ached. Laughing until he was breathless. A single crystal clear tear slid down the corner of his eye. The highs and lows of life, nothing compares to this. Lin Feiyu left the Yenzhou County Magistrate's office, determined to head to Huangfeng Valley to see what his special reward would be. Present the Ascension token and activate its teleportation function. A golden pillar of light flared. And Lin found himself once more at a mist-shrouded mountain pass, a scene straight out of a fairy tale. Beneath the thick sea of clouds, the emerald green of the mountains was faintly visible. The sword-riding NPC arrived as promised? Junior brother Lin. We meet again. Lin Feiyu hurriedly bowed with clasped hands. Greetings, Senior Brother Yi. Follow me. Senior Brother Yi casually raised his hand, lifting Lin Feiyu onto the flying sword as they soared away. Stepping onto the flying sword with renewed familiarity, Lin Feiyu seemed to catch a strange scent emanating from Senior Brother Yi.
Lin Feiyu rubbed his nose. He hesitated to speak up. It smelled like dog. Until he accidentally noticed a tuft of dog hair on senior brother Ye's robe hem. Ha! Holy crap! As someone who'd fought dogs before, he recognized it instantly. That was dog hair. And from the most authentic yellow dog at that. Wait, aren't you guys from Huangfeng Valley, a cultivator sect? Ah! They've heard of my legend too? You've heard my story too? Lin Feiyu stood on his flying sword, suddenly feeling uneasy. He had an urge to put on the bronze mask. Damn it! My old face is ruined in front of my own sect. My reputation is ruined. Chapter 92, NPC turned player. A gentle breeze swept through the mist-shrouded mountains. The scenery was magnificent and breathtaking. This place was truly a paradise on earth. Lin Feiyu boarded the exclusive NPC flight and touched down smoothly. The moment he touched down, a cacophony of noise reached his ears. And the occasional bark of a dog. Not far away, outer disciples and registered disciples were all chasing after something. It was a dog demon that had attained demonic power. Several of them. Good dog. Will I have good fortune this year? Speak up. Will I have good fortune this year? Dog demon, honored immortal grandfathers. Ask me questions. Stop just beating me. I'll confess. I'll confess everything. Another dog demon, this lowly mortal is terrified. Honorable immortals, speak your grievances plainly. Eat dog meat if you must. I'll cut a few pounds for all of you. A big yellow dog demon, stop hitting me. Stop pulling my fur. I'm nearly bald. Big black dog, kill me if you must, skin me if you dare. How dare you insult us lowly cultivators like this? Ah! My back. Ah! My balls. Lin Feiyu's face darkened as he donned the bronze mask. Senior brother Yi turned to look at Lin Feiyu, smiling indifferently. A mask? Junior brother Lin's mask is truly remarkable. It actually conceals one's aura. Lin Feiyu pressed his forehead. Senior brother Yi, we're old acquaintances. Can you tell me why this divine cave heaven of Huangfeng Valley is also plagued by such farce? Senior brother Yi shook his head and said, it is a farce. Utterly ridiculous. To commit such heinous acts, unlike me, I couldn't care less about such things. This elder brother absolutely refuses to participate. Lin Feiyu watched the gentle breeze rustle the hem of brother Ye's robe, the dog hair he'd rubbed also swaying in the wind. He thought to himself, brother Yi, you really are an honest soul. Brother Yi is so straightforward. But, you still haven't explained why. Lin Feiyu pressed on relentlessly. Don't you know, junior brother Lin? I have no idea. You truly don't? Please enlighten me, senior brother. Junior brother Lin, your two instances of single-handedly fighting tens of thousands have long spread throughout Huangfeng Valley. And your willingness to single-handedly eliminate the demon lair has earned the admiration of every cultivating disciple on the mountain. Most importantly, this morning you subdued the demon lair. Truly a great hero. The sect elders and heads of all branches have heaped praise upon you. Junior brother Lin's admission into the inner sect is now a certainty. Senior brother Yi, you still haven't said why. Senior brother Yi smiled without a word. Lin Feiyu suddenly caught a crucial detail. Namely, Huangfeng Valley, just like the Yans, had been monitoring him from the very beginning. And he hadn't known a thing. Moreover, Huangfeng Valley truly was a celestial sect. He had just cleared the advanced dungeon, the demon's lair, that morning. He hadn't lingered long at the Yenshan King's place before being teleported here immediately. They even senior brother Yi already knew. So, Huangfeng Valley definitely doesn't rely on pigeons to deliver messages like the Yenshan King does. They must have other ingenious methods. Surely, not everyone in Huangfeng Valley has a character panel? Is cultivating in Huangfeng Valley just about getting assigned a game interface? That'd be ridiculous. Noticing Lin Feiyu's apparent confusion, senior brother Yi spoke up. Junior brother Lin, are you puzzled by how Huangfeng Valley communicates information? Didn't I give you a sect token last time? Lin Feiyu paused slightly before pulling an iron token resembling the Ascension token from his backpack. This iron token? Yellow Wind Valley token. Symbol of status. Special effect, presenting this token grants special privileges within the Cloud Realm dynasty. Senior brother Yi smiled and said, this token has the function of transmitting messages over long distances. You didn't know? Lin Feiyu was speechless. Like hell I knew. Not only did this token come without packaging, but I had to pick it up in person, and there wasn't even an instruction manual. 300-word complaint. Under brother Ye's guidance, he finally powered it on. A sudden cheerful voice rang out. Huangfeng Valley brand knockoff waterproof iron token. Waterproof? That's awesome. Lin Feiyu stumbled, his hand trembled, and he nearly dropped his phone. Oh no. This isn't a phone. This is a token. Damn it. Who the hell made this game? Have some decency. An Immortals communication token just copied the phone template? What the hell?
He held the token, which looked exactly like a phone, and stared at the bezel-less display without a notch or camera hole. A full-screen token, with just an app installed on the display. Huangfeng Valley Forum. Holy crap! Lin Feiyu hurriedly tapped it open, eager to see what was being discussed inside. He opened it to find. Who the hell is spreading this nonsense? Dog beating leads to divine connections? No idea. I saw everyone else doing it, so I just started too. I've been at it for 3 days straight. Covered in dog hair. Still no sign of that divine connection. Stop bragging on the forum and get to work already. Time to beat some dogs. Damn it. Where's that Lin Feiyu guy? Isn't he a registered disciple of Huangfeng Valley? I'll beat the crap out of him if I see him. Got bit by a dog yesterday. Hey. Is dog meat tasty? Dog head emoji. Lin Feiyu's face darkened. He touched the bronze mask on his face. Thankfully, it was still there. What's with this smell? It smelled like watching people flood the Blue Star Forum software. Lin Feiyu raced through his thoughts. Results-oriented. A massive question arose. If he hadn't lived on Blue Star, there's no way he'd recognize the strange smell. Either this game system is glitching. But this game's system. This is hard to judge. If it's not the system messing around. Only 2 possibilities remain. 1. Every single one of these group cultivators is a damn time traveler. After all, they can't be players. If Huangfeng Valley were full of players, it would have become a super popular class choice by now. But it hasn't. The other possibility, these people have already visited the real world of Blue Star. Game NPCs logging into the real world? That actually makes sense. After all, monsters can already come through the network cables to reality and cause havoc. NPCs going over to play the role of beasts of burden makes sense too. So, they logged in from there. Was it a group login? Or is it an individual competition? Were they going all out with full gear? Or scavenging for gear to level up? Are there disciples from the Yellow Wind Valley who first log into the real world? Then use the player system to enter the game world? These god-tier NPC turned players? If they can access the real world, it's no wonder they'd be swamped with videos of themselves flying everywhere mistaken for first beating dogs, then taking flight. But, just as Lin Feiyu was genuinely puzzled, how could the inhabitants of this immortal cave dwelling be so lacking in taste? As an outsider player looked down upon by the natives, a traveler who's taken flight, is it really necessary for these immortal cultivators to start learning from me? What the heck does beating a dog brings immortal fortune even mean? Senior Brother Yi reminded him again to scroll down a few more pages. Only then did he see what had sent this group of cultivators into a frenzy. Did you hear? That Lin Feiyu has caught the attention of the Huangfeng Valley elders. They're going to make an exception and admit him as an inner door disciple. What? Why? What? He's not even at the Qi cultivation stage? How is that possible? Word is the 3 chief masters of Huangfeng Valley's major sects, Sword Hall, Union Sect, and Beast Taming Sect, nearly came to blows fighting over who would take Lin Feiyu as a disciple. Holy crap! What the hell? Is this Lin Feiyu guy that good? My master said this boy's vitality is unprecedented. No way? Why? Gossip alert! This Lin Feiyu guy got his start by fighting dogs. Lin Feiyu spotted 3 familiar characters. Sword Pavilion? Isn't that the official organization on Blue Star that handles player violations and even holds the power of life and death? Could it be a namesake? What if it wasn't just a coincidence? What if it really was that organization? Oh no! Did I kill Lu Qinfei? Am I exposed? Chapter 93, Yellow Wind. Seeing Lin Feiyu's blank stare, Senior Brother Yi remarked beside him. Your chi and blood are so robust, you rival a golden core demon. How could those nascent soul-old monsters not covet you when you haven't even reached the chi cultivation realm yet? Lin Feiyu lifted his head slightly. Vital energy? The moment the words left his lips, he understood. Senior Brother Ye's vital energy most likely referred to his health bar. Well, that made sense. His health bar was already over 6 million. If we go by the cultivation tiers mentioned by Senior Brother Yi and that white-bearded master who passed down the techniques during our last meeting, if a 5th tier Emerald Warrior represents the Qi cultivation stage, then 6th tier must be Foundation Establishment. And since the limit for Blue Star players is 7th tier, that would be the Golden Core stage? If 7th tier is Golden Core, then players gaining extended lifespans after advancing to 7th tier would be perfectly normal. Playing a game? And you can cultivate to become an immortal? Damn! No wonder it's a game created by those crazy folks. So Qi and blood really refers to health bars? He had indeed far surpassed even 7th tier players. After all, he knew that even the esteemed Chairman Moron Limo's health bar only reached a little over 2 million. Even among Blue Star's strongest humans, the 7th tier Sword Master's health bar didn't exceed 5 million. Though both are 7th tier, each level within this tier represents a colossal leap in power. Take Grandmaster Morong and the Sword Master, for instance, both 7th tier masters, yet their combat prowess was worlds apart. Thus, in his previous life, although Lin Feiyu was also a 7th-tier player, he was hardly a major figure, merely a minor powerhouse. He had heard rumors that achieving a major breakthrough in this game required finding immortals, which led to his deceitful death. This assessment is accurate. His vital energy truly rivals that of a golden core cultivator. But senior brother Ye's offhand remark, how could those nascent soul old monsters not covet it, sent a chill down Lin Feiyu's spine. Yuanling old monsters? That would mean the 8th-tier Grandmaster rank, uncharted territory for Blue Star players? Whoa! Yuan infant old monsters? Was senior brother Yi referring to those? Not just one? Truly befitting a cultivation sect. Yellow Wind Valley truly lives up to its terrifying reputation. This is some serious clout. Whoa! Is that Yao Yaoling? I'm holding on tight. Senior brother Yi smiled and said, the sect elders already knew you'd come today and have been waiting for you in the main hall. Let me take you there. Lin Feiyu boarded the flight once more, heading toward the sect's inner hall. Soaring over mountain peaks, various celestial structures floated mid-air, standing tall amidst the clouds. Left Lin Feiyu utterly awestruck. Along the way, cranes danced through the air and colorful clouds drifted by. And they even encountered a colorful robed immortal maiden flying on her sword. Brother Yi conversed with her at length as they journeyed together toward the inner sect. Finally, they reached a majestic complex nestled amidst the mountain clouds. After disembarking from the flight, senior brother Yi instructed Lin Feiyu to ascend the steps, where the sect's elders awaited him at the end. He himself would not ascend, instructing Lin Feiyu to proceed alone. He also cautioned him to remove his bronze mask as a sign of respect. The moment Lin Feiyu removed his mask, the colorful robed fairy beside him was utterly stunned. Lin Feiyu? The fairy rolled up her sleeves, ready to fight, but was fortunately stopped by brother Yi. Lin Feiyu scrambled up the steps as if fleeing for his life. Rainbow fairy, what's the reason for this? Poof. Yihao, you actually ask that? Didn't you beat the dog? Senior brother Yihao smiled nonchalantly, of course I didn't. Am I that kind of person? Heh. You still have dog hair on you, and you reek of dog. Ah. The rainbow fairy dropped her playful tone and asked with a serious expression. Blue Star has been pressing us to investigate Lu Qinfei's death, whether it's connected to Lin Feiyu. You've had the most contact with him. Any leads? Yihao frowned slightly before declaring with unwavering certainty, this has nothing to do with Lin Feiyu. I swear it. Heh. So blatant in your cover-up? The rainbow fairy narrowed her beautiful eyes and coldly challenged. Yihao scratched his head. You can't put it that way. This is me protecting the sex prodigy. I'll relay your stance to the sword-wielding pavilion exactly as stated. You can't mention Blue Star. I'm referring to our sword-wielding pavilion here in Yellow Wind Valley. Within the resplendent golden hall. Lin Feiyu had just entered when he encountered an aged elder with snow-white hair and a radiant beard. Dressed in pure white robes, the elder stroked his beard and smiled. So you are Lin Feiyu. Truly extraordinary. And who might you be, venerable elder? Lin Feiyu felt a sense of familiarity, as if he had seen him somewhere before. He couldn't quite place it. Why was he alone? Didn't that forum just say something about the 3 major subordinate sects of Huanfeng Valley fighting over who would take me as a disciple? But this is just some old geezer. No sign of a fight? Where's the divine battle? This old Taoist's monastic name is Yellow Wind. They all call me the Yellow Wind Great Sage. You may simply address me as the Grand Elder. The old Taoist chuckled, stroking his beard as he looked at Lin Feiyu. Yellow Wind Great Sage? Lin Feiyu looked at the old man again and suddenly remembered where he'd seen him before. He had definitely seen him before. He suddenly realized. That beggar Taoist from Yunzhong County? The ragged, beggar-clothed Taoist who had been pitifully begging along the way? Lin Feiyu had used the advanced class change introduction letter, obtained by sneaking into the hidden advanced dungeon upon leaving the newbie village. It was the ascension order he had taken from that begging Taoist. It was also with this token that he joined the Yellow Wind Valley. Damn it! What a deep scheme. You're the Grand Elder of Huanfeng Valley, a top-tier sect leader, yet you're out begging? Was it to experience life or undergo worldly trials? You've got some nerve. Hiding it this well? Conspiracy. Lin Feiyu's first thought was that beautiful snake woman. Could this Yellow Wind Valley also be her doing? The entire journey had been secretly orchestrated. His heart trembled slightly, and his face twitched violently. Damn it! He was either falling into a trap or being led straight into one. 2 possibilities. 1, he was like a crop waiting to be fertilized, and every arrangement along the way was nothing but fertilizer. Just waiting to grow, then be harvested. 2, someone must break the pattern. What pattern? Wear a false form as if it were real, borrow another's body to refine cinnabar. Is this the scheme the beautiful serpent spoke of? This entire journey has been about enhancing one's own strength. The preserved egg that made the dragon kneel at first sight, the eraser that rewrites the rules. And that mysterious shattered map. The second possibility is extremely, extremely high.
Of course, it can't be ruled out that all these are just tactics to conceal the first truth. But if it truly is the first possibility, then the arrangements seem far too elaborate. All this scheming just for farming? Is this sapling of mine worth it? Is it that nourishing? Well, have you thought it through? The old Taoist master stroked his beard and smiled. Lin Feiyu glanced at the chuckling old Taoist. This old fox must know something. But he wouldn't get it out of him. Asking would only get him beaten up. Better not to ask. What he needed to know would come out eventually. Lin Feiyu's mind was consumed solely by growing stronger. Once he had enough power, he'd subdue that beauty snake and see if he dared say another word. The old Taoist continued cheerfully, 4 men on the back mountain have been fighting for 3 days and nights over who gets to take you as a disciple. If you don't go soon, they'll be fighting until the wee hours again. Lin Feiyu tilted his head, puzzled. Don't they ever get tired? That's why they need you to stop them. Lin Feiyu pointed at himself. Me? What am I supposed to say? Stop fighting already? Chapter 94, The National War Begins. Elder, who are the 4 fighting in the rain? Lin Feiyu stepped out of the main hall and asked the old Taoist as he followed behind. It wasn't raining on the back mountain. Who were the 4? The white-robed Taoist maintained his cheerful demeanor. Indeed, you should find out who those 4 are. Get to know them well, it'll help you decide which master to apprentice under. A multiple choice question? Lin Feiyu blurted out, only children make choices. I want them all. Ha ha ha. The old Taoist laughed heartily. Well, that depends on whether they're willing. This old man can't make that decision for you. The Taoist then revealed the identities and names of the 4. They are the heads of the 3 major branches of Huangfeng Valley, who also serve as their respective sect masters, and one is the supreme leader of Huangfeng Valley itself. Lin Feiyu froze slightly. Shouldn't the sect master of Huangfeng Valley be the most powerful? How could they be fighting? You 3 branches are practically rebelling. Hey! Your Yellow Wind Valley is at risk of disintegration. And you're still standing there laughing. The old Taoist continued. The head of the beast taming sect, Long Out Yen. Head of the Union sect, Lu Ruyan. Zheng Jianrun, head of the Sword Pavilion. Yellow Wind Valley sect leader, Xiao Shuai. Lin Feiyu, The first 3 I can sort of understand. That man's name is Xiao Shuai? Is the internet that fast? He must be binge-watching short videos. There's definitely something seriously wrong with Huangfeng Valley. Wait, no. The whole world is fundamentally messed up. Lin Feiyu bowed his head to the ground and paid respects to 4 mentors in one breath. Simultaneously, he obtained 4 supreme cultivation manuals. The Beast Taming Manual. The Union Diagram. The Boundless Sword Manual. The Heavenly Movement of 10,000 Phenomena. As for the others, the 4 mentors barely discussed them, instructing him to return and comprehend them on his own. He hadn't even had time to glance at their contents before being sent away. Looks like they were just too tired from fighting. All he had left were 3 tokens, 1 from the Union sect, 1 from the Beastmaster sect, and 1 from the Sword Pavilion. Sword-wielding Pavilion? Such a familiar name? He recalled the law enforcement agency in the real world. Perhaps there really is a connection. As soon as he stepped out of the main hall, he encountered his personal flight pilot, Senior Brother Yi. Lin Feiyu hurried forward, Senior Brother Yi. But before Lin Feiyu could finish speaking, Senior Brother Yi cut him off, shut up. Lin Feiyu froze, wondering what he'd done to offend him. But then Yi Shixiang bowed respectfully. Yi Hao greets his junior great-uncle. Ha! Even the colorful robed fairy beside him stepped forward to greet him. Chitsai greets you, granduncle. Ha! Just by becoming a disciple, they've added a generation? Holy super jump in seniority? Yi Hao explained, my master is the direct disciple of the Sword Pavilion Master's direct disciple, and you just became the Pavilion Master's final disciple. So? The colorful robed fairy beside him chimed in, same here. Lin Feiyu scratched his head. Should he send a red envelope? Just then, Lin Feiyu suddenly received a notification from the game system announcing the start of the cross-server championship tournament. He opened it and instantly froze in confusion. The thunderous war drums resound once more, the battle horn poised to sound. Cross-server championship tournament announcement. 1. All game servers are divided into 13 provinces: Yunlai Province, Northwest Sea Province, Southwest Sea Province, Al Province, Big Island Province, Xia Province, Gaoji Province. Each major server may send 10 guilds to the final map with a decisive battle. 2. The victorious faction will expand their province's territory with new county cities and vast map expansions, unlocking numerous high-quality dungeons, treasures. 3. Only the victorious faction claims first place, all others are deemed defeated. 4. The losing faction will have 100 county cities and corresponding dungeon treasure maps seized by the victors. 5. Internal preliminary tournaments within each major region for this cross-server championship will commence 7 days later and last for 1 month. Preliminaries allow revives upon defeat. 6. The final cross-server championship will commence 3 months later. 7. Eligibility: players must be at least level 50, and guilds must be at least level 7.
8. Detailed rules for various tournaments are as follows.
9. Final interpretation rights reserved by the game system. 10. Tournament registration opens tomorrow.
Whether you're a battle-hardened hero defending glory or a rising star determined to stir up a storm on the battlefield, the cross-server championship awaits. Heroes gather to vie for supremacy, come and fight. Lin Feiyu silently glanced at his level. Player, Lin Feiyu. Title, Golden Warrior of Glory. Level, 30.
Level 30? Oh. Then it's none of my business.
In the office of the Vice President of the Chair Guild.
How, did this national war start early?
Xiao Yan stared at the system announcement regarding the cross-server battle between major servers, his face filled with confusion. According to the previous championship rules, wasn't it supposed to be held every 5 years?
The last one was in 2073, starting at the beginning of the year?
Counting the 1-month internal selection period beforehand, it had started as early as late August. The game system was notoriously punctual.
What was going on? The game system's own announcement didn't mention an early start?
The tournament rules were roughly outlined, and Xiao Yan quickly scanned through them.
The cross-server battle format changes every season.
This requires careful study. Xiao Yan recalled that 5 years ago, cross-server battles primarily featured one-on-one duels in the arena and 5v5 battles for real men. 10 years ago, it was all about clearing the same dungeon in the fastest time. Players from different servers never got to fight each other. The focus was on solving dungeon puzzles and speed in defeating bosses. This year's format. It's practically identical to the chaotic raid battle mode, just with an enormous map and extended time limits. They're kicking things off with a full month.
This format works for us after all. The Chair Guild is renowned for combat.
What guild wars haven't they participated in?
No big deal.
But the stakes for this cross-server championship are a bit steep. The rules only briefly mention that the first place prize includes a full 1,000 county cities.
And tens of thousands of dungeons.
And beyond the top prize, every other server must contribute 100 county cities. So just imagine how terrifying the rewards for first place will be. This single tournament is practically equivalent to holding 10 previous ones combined. A single victory here surpasses 50 years of previous efforts.
It seems no faction will pass up this rare opportunity for growth. I imagine the official guilds established by the authorities will all be throwing their full weight into this. The highest-ranked veterans of Great Xia must take the field. The 4 pillars of Great Xia, revered by the martial world as the nation's cornerstones, the stabilizing pillars, and the final line of defense. Sword Sovereign, Blade Emperor, Thunder Emperor, Dragon King.
It must be understood that the major regions within the game, that is, each server, have long been divided among the nations of Blue Star.
Each server represents a powerful real-world nation.
Take Yunlai State's Great Xia Kingdom server, it's packed almost entirely with Great Xia players. This explains Yunlai State's time zone and cultural alignment with Daxia. Players find a sense of belonging here. Of course, Yunlai Continent currently boasts the largest map among all servers. That wasn't the case when the servers first launched. Back then, it was a series of bloody cross-server wars fought with lives on the line. As stated in the announcement above, players can defeat and revive opponents during the preliminary rounds.
But, in the main tournament, there are no revives.
For centuries, cross-server battles have always been this way. The championship has always been a battlefield for warriors.
If you're not willing to risk everything, don't even show up.
Chapter 95, Stray Dog Rescue Station. Northern capital of Great Xia. The National First Guild, commonly known as the National First Guild. The Great Xia government officially established 4 guilds. National Guild 1 is one of them, the earliest established and most powerful, the Senior Guild. In the conference room of the National First Guild, an elderly man in his twilight years, having removed his shoes, rested his bare feet on the conference table. Holding a 3-meter-long great sword in one hand, he trimmed his toenails. His snow-white hair hung loosely, a matching beard framed his face. His eyes were dull and cloudy, his skin deeply wrinkled, yet his hands remained steady.
With precise sword technique, he trimmed his toenails with remarkable skill. That legendary golden level 70 greatsword, named Dog Slaughterer, was it really being used to trim toenails? And he dared to do it openly in the official guild headquarters conference room? And to have the audacity to prop his feet on the conference table right in front of the guild master and 2 vice guild masters of the nation's top guild? Unbelievable. Who else could be this brazen? None other than the nation's top combat powerhouse. The sword's sovereign, Cold Wind. His sword was simply too long. Within a 5-meter radius, no one dared approach lest they get stabbed through and out. Sigh. The guild master of the National First Guild, the 75th level Archmage Li Ku, couldn't help but shake his head in exasperated amusement.
He hurried over to mediate.
Old Cold? What's gotten into you? We're about to start the mobilization meeting for the championship tournament. Could you put away that several-meter-long sword of yours?
Cold Wind ignored him, continuing to trim his toenails with utmost concentration. Cold Wind, the foremost warrior of Great Xia, had fought for Yunlai Province and Great Xia for years, achieving glorious military exploits. He should have been unstoppable, dominating the world. But 5 years ago, during the last championship tournament, Lin Feiyu was framed and struck by a mythical grade curse. Despite all efforts to lift it, the curse's remnants still gnawed at him like bone-eating worms, impossible to fully shake off. Even the renowned Master Chen, a special-class holy light healer dubbed the 5 Million Master by the martial world, found himself utterly helpless. The moment he unleashed his full combat power, the curse could erupt, leaving him incapacitated or even causing instant death. This matter was kept extremely secret, known only to the upper echelons of the Great Xia Empire and the leadership of the National Guild 1. Even the neighboring national guilds 2, 3, and 4 remained completely unaware. Therefore, as soon as the announcement for this championship tournament was released, the higher-ups had already issued a strict order: Lin Feiyu must not participate. Heroes must not be wronged. Upon learning he'd been excluded from the roster of combatants, Cold Wind. He was furious, the kind of anger that couldn't be soothed. That's why he ended up filing his nails in the conference room. Li Ku, of course, understood why old Master Lang was acting this way, but the rest of the guild members were kept in the dark. He immediately ordered everyone to leave the conference room, except for the 2 vice presidents who remained inside. Once everyone had left, Li Ku approached and said, "Senior Lang, everyone else is gone now. Please just go home, okay? Stop acting like a child. There are so many rising stars in this tournament. You don't need to charge into battle anymore. Focusing on your recovery is the priority. The Great Xia Empire is counting on you to break through to the 8th tier and create a miracle." Just as Li Ku was about to approach, Lin Feiyu unleashed a sword chi strike, instantly repelling the chairman. To dare wield such powers, supernatural abilities brought over from the game world so brazenly in the real world. Only these old-timers, who'd weathered the early days of gaming, still possessed such fiery passion and fighting spirit. Cold Wind swung his greatsword so fiercely it nearly shattered the conference table. The white-haired, white-bearded old man roared in fury, "I must be in the championship tournament. Old Lang. Your power is cursed and restrained, you can't even unleash half of it. You must know swords and blades have no eyes. What if something happens? Swords have no eyes? Well, neither do I. I must go." Li Ku scratched his head anxiously. Some people, when they acted stubborn, were just as terrifyingly unpredictable as their combat prowess. A vice president hurried over to plead his case. "Old man Lang. You're cursed at the mythic tier, your power suppressed. If we still send you into battle to risk your life. You know the conquest tournament is a real battlefield, people die there. That would be too much for you to endure. How could we let a hero suffer such injustice?" Before the words had even left his mouth. Crash! Cold Wind slammed his greatsword onto the conference table with such force that it instantly shattered into pieces, sacrificing itself, transforming into non-renewable resources. Cold Leader roared, "Heroes can endure injustice, but I cannot refuse to fight." Li Ku stared at the debris scattered across the floor, utterly devastated, slamming his hand hard against his forehead. This conference room was beyond salvage. But that wasn't his biggest headache. Cold Lao kept flagrantly violating regulations by using his superpowers. This was a major taboo, especially within the headquarters of a foreign guild. Of course, healing abilities, superpowers used to save lives, were permitted by the Sword Pavilion. But destructive powers? That's where things get strict. Sending an explanatory letter to the sword-wielding pavilion wouldn't cut it. At the very least, he'd have to go personally to make excuses. Others might not know, but Li Ku did. The sword-wielding pavilion was far more than just an official organization. It had always been the players within the game, wielding their terrifying power in collaboration with the Great Xia government, that maintained the most fundamental world framework of this blue star, a world riddled with holes and eroded by the game. This was far from something a single official letter could resolve. Beyond that, there's also the stubborn old Ling to contend with. He simply couldn't persuade him. The thought alone made his head split with pain. At that moment, another vice president with a thick black beard stepped forward and said, "Old man Lang. Talented individuals emerge in every generation. Have you heard the tale of the warrior who single-handedly annihilated 30,000 troops? A true supernova worth 1.51 million points? Oh, now you've got my attention. Tell me about this genius. Is he more talented than I was in my prime?" Old Master Lang quickly stowed his sword back into his backpack, sat up straight, and listened intently. "I have a friend. His name is Lin Haichuan. He has a son not biologically his own, but with a talent that defies heaven." Lin Feiyu slapped the table with a sharp smack. "Your friend? Did he pull some strings to get into this bloody national war where people are dying?" "No. Elder Lang." The dark-bearded vice president quickly rattled off the entire legend of Lin Feiyu in one breath. After listening, Lin Feiyu also grew curious. He pulled out his phone and began scrolling through the forums, searching for the legends surrounding Lin Feiyu's rapid rise. The younger generation had long since grown accustomed to opening the game interface and scrolling through forums. But old man Lang, coming from a pre-gaming era, was still more accustomed to using his old-school smartphone. Watching Lin Feiyu wreak havoc in the game, old man Lang nodded repeatedly in admiration. "What a kid! That's bold! What youthful vigor!
He's got half the flair I had back in my day. Chairman Li Ku and that vice chairman secretly gave Blackbeard a thumbs up at the same time. He actually found a way. It must be that Elder Ling felt his absence would weaken the Great Xia's overall combat strength.
And with Lin Feiyu's emergence filling that combat gap, persuading him not to participate became a simple matter.
So that's it. The wisdom of the older generation is truly admirable.
After observing for a long while, Lang Feng suddenly spoke up, very well.
What a talent. Ask him if he's willing to join our national team one. Also ask him, does he dare to join the battle?
From what I see, he's still quite young.
He probably hasn't even reached level 70 yet, right? There's still room for improvement.
Blackbeard sneered, that Lin Feiyu, he's only level 30.
What the hell? Level 30?
Old Lang's phone clattered to the floor as he instantly puffed out his cheeks and glared, utterly incredulous.
Level 30? How could someone at level 30 deal 1.5 million damage? The guild masters and vice masters all fell silent. Lang Feng suddenly stood up and asked the guild leader, Li Ku, isn't there a stray dog rescue center near your place? Li Ku was confused but answered, it's behind my house, just across the street.
Lang Feng grabbed his phone and left, you guys continue the meeting.
I'm stepping out for a bit. Chapter 96, Mythic Tier Skill.
Li Ku, president of the National First Guild, surveyed the conference room littered with debris. Then it dawned on him that this old geezer actually intended to meet that genius kid named Lin Feiyu in person. The throbbing in his temples eased unnoticed.
Vice President Blackbeard murmured doubtfully, President Li, you don't think old Master Lang is going to help Lin Feiyu level up, do you? Li Ku's lips twitched into a wry smile. Probably. Then, President, you're not stopping him? You know old man Lang's combat power is bound by a curse, another vice president asked anxiously. Oof. Given old man Lang's temperament, he's probably gone to find those three.
Li Ku narrowed his eyes, deep in thought.
Blackbeard looked stunned. Huh? You mean the 4 pillars of Great Xia are all mobilizing? Just to take some kid out for leveling?
Tisk-sai Li Ku pressed his temples as the throbbing pain returned. Old man Lang is absolutely the type to do something like this.
When has he ever followed the script? Yunqing City, Feiyu Guild headquarters. The entire guild office building was packed to the rafters.
Lately, Lin Feiyu's name has been making quite a splash. It had drawn quite a crowd here seeking employment.
Inside the conference room,
the 3 vice presidents Lu Fei, Shiyu, and Lin Shen were all present, along with the behind-the-scenes boss, Morong Qinyu. As the behind-the-scenes investor, she had stepped into the spotlight during this period.
Lin Shen brandished a preliminary tournament registration form, waving it as he lambasted Li Dahu and his 2 associates. Li Dahu and his crew were loyalists under guild leader Lin Feiyu.
Within the guild, no one dared speak ill of these 3.
Only Lin Shen dared. Not just Li Dahu, he'd even dare to reprimand the guild leader to his face. No. When he got really fired up, he'd even scold the guild leader.
In his presence, guild leader Lin Feiyu was nothing but a younger brother.
And what about the younger brother's underling? The junior of juniors.
Lin Shen scolded him without a care.
Li Dahu. Li Dahu.
Huh? You saw Lin Feiyu yesterday.
Couldn't you have tried to talk some sense into him? He just signed up for the championship tournament like that? Do you even know how many combat players our guild has now? What their quality is? If he's up to the task?
He's as thick as a brick, clueless about the situation.
And you 3 old farts don't get it either?
The attention on the championship tournament is nothing like the guild wars during that previous dungeon battle.
If we get crushed badly, the guild might as well declare bankruptcy. Especially once the main tournament starts, there's no resurrection feature then. Once you die, you're truly dead. Feiyu Guild going in now would be an absolute embarrassment.
They won't even make it past the first round of qualifiers.
You don't seriously think Lin Feiyu can carry the whole team on his own, do you? Have you forgotten? He's only level 30? He doesn't even meet the minimum requirement to register. This isn't a guild battle for under level 40 players, the minimum requirement is level 50. Lin Feiyu is only level 30. What is he thinking? Am I supposed to fight in the championship for him? Me, do I even have what it takes?
Li Dahu listened, sweat pouring down his forehead. They hadn't failed to try persuading him, but
the problem was, could they really dissuade him? Lin Shen kept ranting.
You 3 useless losers.
Can't talk him out of it? Don't you know how to take action? Why the hell won't you just fight the president? Li Dahu froze on the spot. What the hell are you talking about? Me and him? Fight? What kind of wild talk is this? You probably don't know how far his blade can reach? He's only level 30 now. If he hit level 70, wouldn't his blade slice all the way to outer space?
Deep within the cloud seas of the Yellow Wind Valley. This was a cave-dwelling Lin Feiyu had finally hit the jackpot. Finally, a cave-dwelling all his own. A privilege reserved for inner door disciples of the Yellow Wind Valley. Yesterday, he had just become the direct disciple of the patriarchs of the 3 major affiliated sects and even the direct disciple of the Yellow Wind Valley's master himself.
He was practically more exclusive than an inner door disciple, a closed door disciple. A cave dwelling? He'd pick the most valuable one.
Seeking the most expensive, not necessarily the best. A mountain peak lush with verdant foliage enveloped in mist, where birds sang and flowers bloomed. Perched atop the rocky cliffs at the peak, a cave dwelling came into view. After becoming a disciple yesterday, Lin Feiyu returned to Yunzhong County, where he placed orders with Li Dahu and the others to buy some items and collect payment. He then returned to this cave dwelling, gave it a quick makeover, and began reading through those 4 cultivation manuals all night long. He hadn't logged off since, and with the 7 days spent clearing the advanced dungeon, it had been 8 or 9 days offline. In his previous life, the divine connection he had pursued relentlessly ended in his death and the loss of his cultivation. Yet in this life, he had suddenly gained 4 divine connections. The Beast Taming Manual, the Union of Joy Diagram, the Boundless Sword Technique, and the Heavenly Movement of 10,000 Phenomena. The moment his 4 mentors bestowed them upon him, Lin Feiyu sensed something extraordinary.
These 4 items?
They radiated dazzling multicolored light.
Mythical skills? Moreover, the moment he held them, he sensed something amiss.
These were far more than mere in-game skills. Sure enough, upon closer examination, he uncovered 4 immortal cultivation manuals hidden within the text.
Was this the special reward mentioned after clearing the level 30 advancement dungeon? Immortal arts? But these 4 manuals.
Lin Feiyu could only grasp bits and pieces, his head spinning and eyes blurring from the confusion.
He ended up nodding off right on top of the manuals, sleeping straight through until dawn.
He drooled all over the 4 volumes of Immortal Destiny. Waking up at dawn, he discovered he'd actually fallen asleep face down on the manuals.
Lin Feiyu scratched his head. Guess I'm just not cut out for cultivating immortality.
He decided he'd seek out his 4 mentors one by one to ask them to inquire.
Seeking the way cultivating immortality.
Better take a look at another version of these 4 cultivation manuals. That is for mythic tier skill books. He tapped his finger, transforming the 4 cultivation manuals into skill book versions.
Opening them up. Beast Taming Manual. Grade, Mythic Glittering Icon. Skill, Beast Taming Skill Evolution Scroll. Class, no class restriction.
Mastery Unleashed, fuse all learned beast master skills, preserving their original traits while achieving glorious evolution. Union with beasts, after fusing with at least 1 beast taming skill, learning this skill will synchronize all beast attributes to the master.
Join the glorious evolution.
Lin Feiyu sucked in a sharp breath after reading this.
Holy crap! No wonder it's a mythical skill. Forget that mysterious evolution, for now it essentially assimilates all attributes into the master's body? Armor? Magic resistance? Attack speed? Health? Mana bar? Attack power? Combining my talent fight to the final chapter?
This is practically tailor-made for me. Previously, due to his stat allocation, his talents were primarily focused on health, with 0 points invested in armor or magic resistance.
Now, though, from now on, I can go wherever I want. Invincible.
Lin Feiyu opened his skill panel. Inside were 2 beast taming skills. One was Divine Beast Control, the other, Blood of the Undead.
So what effect would merging with this mythical skill produce?
Lin Feiyu studied it for a long time.
This mythical skill had absolutely no restrictions that could be erased.
It was practically a perfect skill.
What are we waiting for? Evolve. Divine Contraland Blood of the Undead. Ultimate Fusion Evolution. Chapter 97, The Beast Tamer Lives. A burst of multicolored light erupted. Blindingly dazzling. Ding. Fusion complete.
Lin Feiyu glanced at the scroll in his hand once more. After a cursory scan, his eyes widened like copper bells.
Mythic Skill Taming All. Grade, Mythic Glittering Icon. Skill, Beast Control. Class, no class restriction. Mastery Unleashed, Unlimited Beast Mastery. See it, master it? Master it. As long as the master kills it, including killing the beast. One with the beast, synchronizes all beast attributes to the master's body.
Why beasts rush? Beast tamers can now level up.
Whenever the master levels up, the tamed beast levels up too.
All tamed beasts below the master's level will instantly level up to match the master's level.
Those already surpassing the master's level will pause leveling until the master catches up.
Glorious Evolution, beasts of rank equal to or higher than boss level monsters will gain sentience, enabling them to actively and intelligently assist their masters.
No longer mindless, clumsy beasts.
Includes but is not limited to boss level monsters blue icon, lord level monsters purple icon, king level monsters gold icon, and demon god level monsters glittering icon. The eldest brother returns. All tamed beasts, whether abandoned or obliterated, shall return to the master's beast space. They will fight for you once more until the final chapter.
What must return will return. Lin Feiyu found himself inexplicably teary-eyed. They're all back. How wonderful.
Those beasts who accompanied him from the very beginning of his journey, how heartbreaking it was to part with them back then. He had thought it would be an eternal regret, but never imagined they could all return.
Come back, beast generals. My proudest thorn. The vividly remembered dragon lizard. Tears are flowing unbidden. I vaguely recall the Ghostblade slash. And the mighty tree spirit.
Guardian of the Master, most adept.
This skill is absolutely unbeatable.
Not only does it have no upper limit on taming beasts, but it also has no rank restrictions. The biggest drawback of the divine beast taming skill before was the tamed beasts couldn't level up. Take the Thorn Harpy, for instance. Her skill set is terrifyingly powerful.
But its low level meant mechanics couldn't save its stats. Now it's back and instantly leveled up to match mine.
The Thorn Harpy was previously just a level 10 Lord tier boss, but now it's a level 30 Lord tier, a whole different ballgame. He froze for a moment. This mythic skill was simply too overpowered, leaving him slightly flustered.
But he quickly activated the skill learning function. Ding!
Reactivating the beast taming skill, mythic skill, tame anything, will deduct the HP boost previously granted by divine taming and blood of the undead.
Ding!
Deducting 6.25 million HP.
It actually deducted the previously added HP attribute? Well, that makes sense. The mastery of all skill will just add it back anyway. It's just preventing a single beast from receiving the same attribute boost twice. Fine then. That's a deduction of 6.25 million. Whoa. Glancing at the stats, the current values must be pitifully low. Player, Lin Feiyu. Talent, fight to the final chapter S212566. Health, 182,255. Shield, 18,225. Attack power, 0. Hidden attribute, 3.1 M. Wiping sweat. Ding. Previous negative effects from the Divine Guard skill have been deducted and returned as attack power. Ding. Attack power plus 6.55 million. Ha! Lin Feiyu was instantly stunned. Wait. The deducted attack power can actually be restored? Wait, what? Chairman Moron? You. Holy crap. True love, huh? You really? I'm crying my eyes out. If it weren't for Chairman Moron's attack power plunder scroll, this attack power attribute restoration would just reset the attack power to 0. It would still cap at 7 points, just the hidden negative attack stat would vanish. Now look. I've gained a ridiculous 3.45 million attack points for free. I can finally play with skills now. Moron Limo is such a saint. Burning himself to light others' way. His character is beyond reproach. I'll have to give him an award sometime. Moron Limo. I truly thank you. One last glance at the attack stat and innate talent. Talent, fight to the final chapter is 3,662,566. Attack power, 3.45 million. Ding. Beast Thorn Succubus has returned. Ding. Beast Ancient Rock Dragon Lizard has returned. Ding. Beast Master Ghost Taoist has returned. Ding. Beast Emerald Tree Spirit has returned. Ding. Beast Master King of the Undead rejected by other beasts due to sheer repugnance. Return failed. Zombie King, amp BAP %Y by % hashtag at Y by BAP. Ahem. Lin Feiyu cleared his throat. So these tamed beasts have evolved after all. They've all gained sentience and developed their own sense of aesthetics. Refuse to team up with disgusting zombies. Fine, I don't need its 200k HP bar or other stats anyway. Forget it. Ding. Beast tamers below level 30 will begin leveling up. Thorn Witch Lord Boss, level 10 level 30. HP, 20,000 300,000. Attack power, 903,000. Ancient Rock Dragon Lizard Leader Boss, level 10 level 30. Health points, 30,000 250,000. Attack power, 500-2500. Ghost Taoist Lord Class Boss, level 15 level 30. Health points, 150,000 300,000. Attack power, 1,200 3,500. Within Lin Feiyu's beast taming realm, only the Bride Ghost and the pink-haired little fox were level 30, all others had surpassed level 30. So only these three leveled up. How wonderful. Ding. Skills are shared with beasts. Calculating values. Please wait. Calculating? Right. These values are going to be terrifying. Lin Feiyu immediately released all the beasts from his beast taming space. Not a single one of his beasts was below leader tier. Every damn one was a boss. In other words, they were all forced to undergo the glorious evolution. Now all his beasts possess sentience, just like Xia Dai and Ye are able to chat, brag, and shoot the breeze. They could even play mahjong together when free. They could even form a 5v5 team for their own battles. Even full-scale assaults are possible. Soon, all 11 tamed beasts appeared on a flat alpine meadow in front of Lin Feiyu's exclusive cave dwelling. There should have been 12, but sadly, one was too ugly and got rejected. Mainly because it was oozing pus all over, way too creepy. And kinda stinky too. The moment the beasts materialized outside, both the Blood Wolf King and the ghostly bride drifting on air bowed their heads in reverence, addressing him as their master. Only two beasts seemed somewhat peculiar. Namely the living dead dragon Xia Dai and the demon dragon Yor. Especially Xia Dai before the demon dragon arrived. She was the only one in this beast master squad with true sentience. Lin Feiyu had even authorized her to command the other beasts in battle. Truly, the de facto second in command of the beast tamers. After the demon dragon's arrival, she grew silent and withdrawn, clearly under immense pressure. Now, it's settled. The other beasts have all woken up too, making things even more chaotic. Chapter 98, Heaven Shakes, All Phenomena Stir. Huangfeng Valley, Aolai Mountain. This was the mountain peak where Lin Feiyu's cave dwelling resided. At the summit, a vast, level alpine meadow stretched out. His cave dwelling lay within the towering cliff face beside it. Now, accompanied by a group of tamed beasts, he stood quietly in the center of the meadow, watching his attribute values surge wildly. Overwhelmed with excitement, he even considered setting off a fireworks display along the ridge to celebrate. But, environmental protection must come first. Over 50 minutes later. Ding! Symbiosis with beasts calculation complete. Lin Feiyu eagerly opened his attribute panel to check. Player, Lin Feiyu. Title, Glorious Golden Warrior. Class, Sword Immortal Level, 30 Experience, 0-240,000. Talent, Battle to the Final Chapter as 15,043,679.02. Health, 7,482,255. Shield, 748,225. Mana, 12,000. Attack Power, 3,952,600.01. Spell Power, 1,255,907.01. Physical Defense, 687,407. Magic Defense, 595,621. Attack Speed, 520. Movement Speed, 1314. Reputation, 307,800. Copper Coins, 180, 214, 4667. Hoof. TSK. Battling to the final chapter brought it to 15,043,679. Truly divine techniques. Can humans even compare? If I'd known being a non-human was this powerful, I should have given up being human long ago. Armor, magic resistance, movement speed, attack damage, and spell power all skyrocketed. This mythic skill is insane. Add over 7 million HP to that, and I can probably stop eating beef altogether. I'll bet you're wondering if I'll add scallions. Go ask my basic attacks. From this moment on, humanity won't be able to stop me. So, what about the other 3 mythic skills? Could they be even more terrifying? My heart races, my hands tremble. He hurriedly activated the next skill, the Union of Bliss. Mythic skill, Ancestor of Union. Grade, Mythic Yellow Icon. Skill, Cultivation Enhancement Experience Acquisition. Class, no class requirement. Skill description, indescribable. Activation pose, indescribable. Usage instructions, indescribable. Skill usage tips, undescribable. Yin and Yang unite, together comprehending the Great Way. All things bear Yin and embrace Yang, harmonizing through the interplay of opposing forces. Lin Feiyu merely skimmed through it before snapping it shut. Holy crap! Wagwan! Damn it! Holy! You're something else, Lu Ruyan. Truly worthy of the title of Patriarch of the Union sect. Truly worthy of the great Emperor Ruyan. What a grand gesture. This is for the left general. This isn't something you can just practice, you might lose your account. But, he still quietly opened it again for a quick glance. Just one glance. Just a quick glance. 3 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Feiyu, his face gaunt, closed the skill book. It must be said, the experience points granted were truly immense. Endless variations. The experience gained, this was nothing like grinding in a dungeon. And there were no species restrictions mentioned. In other words, if love is meant to last, why should it care about species boundaries? He stole a glance at the bosses he tamed. 2 massive dragon queens, a pink-furred fox cub, a bride ghost? A thorn-clad succubus? Whoa. Not impossible. Oh no, looks like I'm in for some trouble later. Does this mean I'll have to grind my own bosses at home to level up and farm XP? Damn it, I'm stuck with this stay-at-home leveling grind. No way. Lin Feiyu looked at his character description and declared. I'm a sunny, cheerful guy. All I'm good at is smiling, just look at my upturned lips. He quickly shook his head, shaking off his worries. Hello everyone, my name is No Worries. Without a moment's pause yet with lingering reluctance, he glanced at the next mythic skill. Mythic skill, Boundless Sword Art. Grade, Mythic Glittering Icon. Skill type, Flying Sword Skill. Class, Sword Immortal. Description, generates flying swords based on specific attributes, capable of autonomously locking onto enemies and launching attacks. Can also carry a rider for flight. Flying sword quantity, generates 1 sword per point of attack power, currently capable of generating 3,952,600 swords. Flying sword speed, increases by 1 km/h per point of magic power. Current speed, 1,250,000 km/h. Flight range, total attribute sum 15,043,679.02 km. Flying sword damage equals basic attack damage. Man-flight, while riding the sword, generates a protective aura shielding the rider from aerodynamic drag.
I wield a blade that can move mountains and overturn seas.
I am a swordsman.
Lin Feiyu trembled 3 times in shock.
Over 3.9 million flying swords?
With 1 sword per person thrusting forward, an army of nearly 4 million, I could wipe them out with a single wave of my hand.
Holy crap, that's nation-destroying power. The speed of these flying swords is terrifying. 1.25 million kilometers per hour? Let me convert that. Over 1,000 Mach? 1% of the speed of light? Is it auto-targeting? Is the damage equal to the sum of all my attributes combined? You call this a flying sword? Holy crap, this is an auto-cruising, auto-targeting nuclear bomb. Oh no! This must be a water droplet. No way, it seems a bit off. A water droplet would at least travel at 15% the speed of light. The flight distance is terrifying. Over 10 million kilometers.
Enough to circle the blue planet 289 times.
That's 300 round trips to the moon. What does covering the entire blue star even mean? This is... Too bad it doesn't have area of effect damage. What a pity, my ass. With 3.95 million flying swords already, what else could you possibly want? Lin Feiyu took a deep breath, another deep breath, and yet another deep breath.
Calming his wildly fluctuating emotions, he could only say, truly worthy of a celestial sect.
Truly immortal arts. Not human-level damage. His gaze fell upon the final skill. Mythic skill Heaven Shakes, all phenomena move. Grade, Mythic glittering icon. Skill, charged damage ability. Identity restriction, cultivators of Huangfeng Valley. Description, recasts the original charged skill, restructuring its attack method. Damage mechanics, no longer receives any weapon or skill effect bonuses.
Skill description, after reforging, the attack pattern of charged damage skills is modified to include but not limited to, Meteor Summon,
Flame Assault, Tsunami Strike, Lightning Bolt, Gale Blast, Thousand-Handed True Form, 9 Dragons Hauling the Coffin, Great Might Celestial Dragon, Flash Bullet, Meteor Trail, Sword Slash. Skill description, attacks can be single target or area of effect, with attack range or coverage area scaling based on damage value. Each point of damage increases range by 1 meter 1 square meter. Skill description, can be charged while moving. Charge time accelerates based on the user's attack speed. Charge damage multiplier description, at your attack speed, each second charged grants a corresponding damage multiplier. By the azure heavens, I command the laws of nature, this is the way of the universe. Ah. Holy crap. Battle Saint technique. It's all about doing whatever you want. Do whatever you want with it. No wonder it's called heaven shaking. All-encompassing. Truly all phenomena. Even heaven itself must stir. This can be charged or cast instantly. If you go for an instant cast, doesn't it just deal the damage of a basic attack? From now on, take it up with my basic attack. Charge for 1 second. That's 520 times the base attack damage. So the damage is 7.8 billion. Perfect. Brilliant. Too bad you can't save the charge damage value, or just keep charging indefinitely, like, charge for months on end. That damage output? That attack range would probably hit the other side of the river. Huh? Which river are you talking about? The Milky Way. Alright, I'm just bragging. To cross the Milky Way at 7.7 billion meters per second. A quick calculation shows it's over 5,800 years. Then you're harder to kill than a beautiful snake. Lin Feiyu stared at the 4 mythical skills he'd just acquired, suddenly remembering the eraser lying in his backpack. This was truly the eraser's most helpless episode. There's simply no way to trace it. Absolutely no restrictions whatsoever. Chapter 99, Deep Fall, Heavenly Ascent. Lin Feiyu composed himself and turned his gaze toward the Great Mother Dragon. While the current level up no longer impressed him with its meager attribute gains, his own advancement would drive the evolution of his tamed beast. The comprehensive stat boosts from symbiosis were incredibly useful. What was he waiting for? Boss farming was the real business. Level up! Level up! He gritted his teeth and called out to Ye and Xia Dai. Come on! All of you, get into the cave. Yura said nothing, merely following obediently. Xia Dai, however, asked, Master? Why? Lin Feiyu shook his head. Grind the boss. I need to level up. Xia Dai was puzzled. Kill who? Are there other monsters in that cave? Yes. Yes. We're going to a dungeon. The monsters inside are terrifyingly strong. They're a great evil. Stop dawdling. Follow me now. Prepare for battle. The enemies will be formidable. Casualties are inevitable. The bitter day is short. Time flies, I urge you to drink this cup. I know not the sky's height nor the earth's depth, only the moon's chill and sun's warmth, which boil away human life. Lin Feiyu gazed at the starry sky, and ancient verses flowed from his lips. This was the life insight gained after leveling up.
As his level rapidly climbed, he began to grasp the essence of those immortal cultivation techniques. Not only that, even the philosophical truths and profound mysteries of life he once dismissed with disdain now held deep meaning. It felt as though he had entered a realm of extraordinary wisdom and noble virtue, one capable of comprehending the mysteries of the universe. Life, indeed. Lonely as snow. Glancing at the level I'd grinded up in a single day. Player, Lin Feiyu. Title, Glorious Golden Warrior. Class, Sword Immortal Level, 38 Experience, 78,562 990,000. Talent, Battle to the Final Chapter S 20,515,279. Health, 12,282,143. Shield, 1,228,214. Mana, 12,000. Attack Power, 4,034,600. Spell Power, 1,303,215. Physical Defense, 792,543. Magic Resistance, 652,541. Attack Speed, 666. Movement Speed, 1557. Reputation, 307,800. Copper Coins, 180, 214, 4667. This leveling up. This XP farming speed is off the charts. Not only did my own level rise, but also the Thorn Witch, Ancient Rock Lizard, Ghost Taoist, Bride Ghost, Pink-Haired Fox Spirit, Undying King, and all 6 tamed beasts have leveled up alongside me to 38. The stats they grant are off the charts. The stats Lin Feiyu gained from this single level were enough to surpass what other players could achieve in a lifetime. But he didn't stop there. After all, there's no level cap on tamed beasts. So of course he had to grind dungeons like crazy. If we don't hit 100 million today in Battle to the Final Chapter, I'll eat my hat. He fished 3 tattered scraps of cloth from his backpack. Nameless Blueprint Map Fragment 39. As my level rose, this tattered scrap began to trace a faint guiding line. Looks like it's a clue for the next few scraps. That guidance pointed to a dungeon. Level 70 Dungeon, Forest Book, Demon Realm. No other clues exist. Lin Feiyu narrowed his eyes slightly. If anyone else were here, they might not even know where this dungeon was. Forest Book, Demon Realm? He actually knew which dungeon it was. He remembered that a certain beautiful girl's mother was still trapped inside a dungeon. 3 years already. He'd heard of that dungeon in his previous life. It was a level 70 restricted dungeon. The Demon Realm. The mother of the Morong sisters had wandered in 3 years ago and ended up trapped. Fortunately, they found a safe zone within the dungeon where they could live peacefully. But, as long as that level 70 King tier boss remained unvanquished, there was no way out. They'd been trapped for 3 whole years. As a reincarnated individual, Lin Feiyu knew the truth. Even after he was killed within the dungeon, the Morong matriarch remained unrecovered. Clearly, Morong Lumao wasn't exactly a saint. Lin Feiyu wasn't going to rescue anyone out of kindness. Since there was a clue about the torn cloth strip, he might as well go. The secrets hidden within this matter were likely connected to his own rebirth and the eraser-covered preserved egg. Given its significance, he must investigate. But, since he'd already chosen to save them, he might as well squeeze something out of it? What should I ask for? How about taking over all the shares of the Feiyu Guild? That way, I'd truly have the guild firmly in my grasp. Otherwise, having that boss still hanging over us feels unsettling. Starting a guild from scratch is troublesome enough, and leveling it up is a huge hurdle. It'll take at least 3 to 4 years just to hit level 6 or 7. And then new members would be restricted by the guild's level. It's far more convenient to just buy one outright. Perfectly timed, Shenyu Guild, now renamed Feiyu Guild, is an excellent shell to use. Ready to use. But Lin Feiyu suddenly remembered another problem. That Demon Realm dungeon was under the control of the Chiara Guild. It wasn't exactly a fixed asset of the Chiara Guild, nor did the guild hold any real authority over it. But one of the scrolls needed to open the dungeon was in the hands of the Chiara Guild. Many guilds possess such dungeons, ones they hold the scrolls for but lack the strength to conquer. And dungeon scrolls aren't limited to just one copy, other guilds might possess them too. But Lin Feiyu had only heard that the Chiara Guild possessed the scroll to unlock the Demon Realm instance. As for who else might have one, that remained unknown. To enter the dungeon, you must use the scroll to unlock it. That's how the game is designed. Looks like I'll have to reason with Chairman Morong again. Damn it. Reason with someone like that? Worthy? Put. Am I the type to reason with people? I'll have to force him into submission, which means I need to bring out something special. Lin Feiyu didn't want to reveal his attribute values just yet, nor could he expose his innate skills. These were crucial matters. If anyone discovered his primary damage came from basic attacks, that'd be the end of him. You don't seriously think this game has no immunity to basic attack damage, do you? This is precisely why Lin Feiyu has always been concerned about the situation at the former Shenyu Guild, now known as the Feiyu Guild. Their guild shell was incredibly useful. Avoiding a falling out was a major factor in his decision. In his previous life, believing his talents were trash, he joined a gathering guild. And the basic requirement for joining a guild was to provide your attributes and talents to the higher-ups. This is standard practice across all guilds. If you don't want to reveal your abilities, you become a lone wolf. That's why so many players within guilds are reluctant to switch guilds. Especially those with talents that get easily countered. They'd basically stay in one dungeon until retirement. Lin Feiyu pulled a golden scroll from his backpack. Deep Fall, Heavenly Ascent, Unique Legendary Gold. Already used, cannot be used again. Lin Feiyu smiled indifferently, pulling out a golden eraser from his backpack. Here. Chapter 100, no less impressive. Yesterday's numbers were way off. My bad, sorry. There were too many people outside earlier, I bowed to you. Holy crap. Holy crap, holy crap, holy crap. Lin Feiyu used the scroll Deep Fall, Heavenly Ascent, already used, cannot be used again. He wiped it out fiercely. Upon rechecking the scroll's properties. Deep Fall, Heavenly Ascent, Unique Legendary Gold. Effect, upon use, completely plunders the attack power of one player. Trait 1, complete plunder, even hidden attributes are seized. After plundering, the target player's entire attack power transfers to the user, while the target's attack power is reset to 0. Property 2, before plundering, the user will control one player, rendering them unable to resist, block, or evade. Ignores hidden attributes. However, no damage is dealt. Property 3, the user will rise into the air, harnessing the power of cosmic laws to forcibly seize the attack power. Restriction 1, applies only to attack power. Restriction 2, can only be used once, becomes void after use. Restriction 3, only effective against players. Restriction 4, cannot use this scroll to view others' attack power attributes. Lin Feiyu narrowed his eyes slightly, then took the eraser and began rubbing out Restriction 2 once more. Deep down, he knew this erasure might fail. After all, the eraser's design stipulated. Each item could only be erased once. And he had already erased the used restriction from this scroll. It was highly unlikely he could erase it again. Ding! This scroll has already had an entry erased once and cannot be erased again. Just as I thought. It really is like that. Still, this is a significant trump card. Last time, when Chairman Moron used this scroll, he was so terrified by his own negative attack power that he instantly crashed and died. The useless scroll just fell to the ground. The two vice presidents, Xiao Yan and Zhao Xing, were swiftly overwhelmed by the beasts. He quietly picked up the scroll that had fallen to the ground. It had lain quietly in his backpack ever since. Now it was the perfect tool to threaten Moron Lumao. No one would know this scroll had its entries erased, they'd only assumed the restrictions within it had malfunctioned. In short, it had been glitched by Lin Feiyu. But alas, this scroll couldn't be used on family members. It can only be used by himself after all, the eraser effect isn't permitted for others. Otherwise, with my brother's talent of doubling damage from sword-type weapons combined with the attack power he's plundered, he'd be another human prodigy. My little sister's talent converts health into attack power. If she used the scroll, it wouldn't reach its full potential. Yuan wouldn't fare much better either. Her talent grants damage immunity, otherwise, she wouldn't have played a tank-type class in her past life, standing in front of him to absorb damage. He suddenly remembered. Wait. The scroll's properties haven't been altered at all. I only removed the cannot be used again status, that's all? Could it be? Looks like I'll have to test it out. Maybe it really is stuck on this bug. He had originally taken out the Ascension Order, intending to teleport back to Yenzhou County. Under his directive, the Feiyu Guild's in-game headquarters had already relocated to Yenzhou County City. Don't ask why that old Yenzhou king looks ready to rebel. His own guild members? He'd pull them all back into his own camp. He glanced at the Ascension token in his hand. Then he opened the map again. The Taiyue Mountains here were only 3,000 kilometers from Yenzhou County City. My flying sword already reaches 1.25 million kilometers per hour. Doesn't that mean I'll arrive in under 10 seconds? But the teleportation skill still has a 20-second cast time. Forget teleporting. I'll just fly there myself. Now that's what a sword immortal does. Lin Feiyu summoned a flying sword using the boundless sword technique. He enlarged the flying sword to the size of a battleship. He leapt into the air. He aimed for the stars and the sea. Woohoo! Take off. The wind's roar on both shores cannot hold it back. The flying sword has soared beyond 10,000 mountains. Jiyue Guild, the capital city of the Cloud Dynasty. Conference room. Grandmaster Morong is holding a mobilization meeting for the national war preliminaries. Vice Presidents Xiao Yan and Zhao Xing sat at one corner of the conference table, struggling to suppress their grimaces. Watching Chairman Morong Limao alone at the conference room podium, delivering his presentation with eloquent ease. He began with the century-long feuds between Yunlai Province, controlled by the Great Xia, and the other provinces. Then moved on to the once bitter enemies. To the guild's need to flex its muscles in the national war. Finally, he spoke with heartfelt emotion. Everyone's been grinding levels like mad, constantly boosting their strength. Shouldn't we contribute our share to our homeland? Morong Limo spoke with fiery passion, his words sharp and urgent. Those who die for their country, they are all heroes.
To die for the nation, holding the jade dragon high. The meeting room erupted in waves of passionate outbursts. Zhao Xing and Xiao Yan were nearly laughing out loud. They were dying to see how Morong Limo would spin this around. His attack power was negative. And he was still blabbering on about mobilizing for the national war? Did he seriously believe he was a million damage-dealing talent?
Zhao Xing desperately fought back the smile threatening to escape his lips as he whispered to Xiao Yan beside him.
What should we do? I'm getting so fired up I want to jump in. Should we just agree right now? Ahem. Xiao Yan stifled a laugh. Let's agree right now. He brought this on himself. We'll work together to push the Grand Chairman to the front for a little show. We can't let him hide that astonishing healing technique of his. He's got to show it off.
Zhao Xing burst into laughter upon hearing this.
Wait. Aren't you pushing Chairman Morong to his death?
But he still has to go through the preliminaries. The preliminaries have a revival system, so there shouldn't be any real danger to his life.
Xiao Yan suppressed his laughter and said calmly. Ha ha. Zhao Xing laughed heartily. If Chairman Morong really did die, wouldn't that be even better?
Xiao Yan whipped his head around to stare at Zhao Xing. His expression froze for a moment before his eyes narrowed and his face turned icy. He shifted his seated position, subtly widening the distance between himself and Vice President Zhao Xing.
All right, everyone. Those in favor of joining the national war, raise your hands. I will lead you to the true battlefield. This was Morong Limo at his most spirited.
Yesterday's group of little rabbits proved just how terrifying his damage could be.
Physical damage? You have armor to resist it. Magic damage? You have magic resistance. Then, what about that emerald green healing damage? What do you have to withstand it? You'll just have to take it with your life. Defense broken, defense broken. Real damage. Last night was so exciting I couldn't sleep. With Lin Feiyu's assist, I accidentally made history.
He'd already made up his mind since Lin Feiyu's damage output was still over 5 million.
Then, I'd better not provoke him. I need to find an opportunity. Seek cooperation. Can't beat him. Then join him. So you think only you, Lin Feiyu, are a freak? I, Morong Limo, am no less twisted. I went crazy yesterday too. Now I'm terrifyingly strong. So I'll just have to put on a show in the national war. I don't even know how to lose now. I'll make sure everyone knows I'm the top player under Feiyu.
At that moment, a message suddenly popped up in Morong Limo's chat system.
It was none other than Lin Feiyu. Morong Limo, oh? Little cutie? Sticking to me now? So proactive? Chapter 101, Principles. Lin Feiyu had just stepped out of the Feiyu Guild headquarters in Yenzhou County.
A certain little sister had already fainted from sheer delight.
The transfer of guild assets and shares went smoothly.
However, Lin Feiyu only sought to gain complete control over the guild.
Little sister Morong still needed to be kept in the family.
So he'd arranged for her to be a nominal deputy guild leader, a figurehead position. She could collect her salary without lifting a finger, serving as nothing more than a mascot.
As for that scroll, he couldn't find the old man. The man had vanished.
Lin Shin seemed extremely reluctant to participate in the championship tournament, having gone into hiding early on.
Oh well. When I have time, I'll let others take a look and see if they can see the entry.
Based on Lin Feiyu's previous experiments, any gear obtained by erasing entries would lose its erasure effect the moment it was listed in the marketplace.
Meaning others couldn't see the erased entries. If they could see it, wouldn't that mean others could use it? Still, he couldn't be certain. Let's see first.
This Deep Fall, Heavenly Rise scroll was unique. It erased the unusable attribute.
It wasn't erasing the scroll's own entries, yet the eraser itself became unusable afterward.
If this really exploited a glitch, it would mean discovering another use for the eraser. Still, he planned to rescue Miss Morong's mother first. First off, this is all the shares she used from her own pocket money spent over 3 years of her youth building up the guild to secure Lin Feiyu's assistance. Second, there was the faint guidance offered by that tattered scrap of paper, the nameless blueprint map fragment 39.
The destination.
He immediately sent a private message to guild leader Morong.
Morong, open the door.
I'm here to save your mother. Chairman Morong, who was in the middle of a mobilization meeting, immediately halted proceedings.
He rushed out to call Lin Feiyu back. What do you want?
After Lin Feiyu explained his purpose, he was surprised when Chairman Morong agreed immediately.
Oh? Agreed? That fast? Wait, didn't he never go to rescue them in his previous life? Has he changed? Or become a pervert? Or have you always been a powerless do-gooder? In the past life, it was a lack of ability, not a lack of will. Did I misjudge the good guy? That seems unlikely.
However, Chairman Morong over there did make one request. He must meet with Lin Feiyu in person one last time. Only then would he hand over the scroll.
Outside Yenzhou County City, in a secluded wilderness,
Morong Lumao stood amidst scattered groups of 7 to 8 level 15 minor monsters. Pointing to a large family of Peppa creatures over there, he declared.
Lin Feiyu. Watch this. My damage isn't much lower than yours. I'm worthy to be your ally. I'm qualified to overturn the entire world with you. To take down this championship tournament. With that, Chairman Morong raised both hands high, face upturned toward the sky, eyes filled with reverence, his expression radiating sanctity. While Lin Feiyu stood by, scratching his head in exasperation. Morong, Isn't this the standard opening move for a priest or healer's healing-focused skill set? Unbelievably devout. What the hell?
Originally, Lin Feiyu thought he'd have to negotiate properly with Chairman Morong, drag things out a bit, followed by a high-stakes magical exchange. Then pull out his trump card, the Deep Fall, Heavenly Rise, scroll for a one-hit kill that would scare Morong to death.
Refuse? Then I'll wipe out your negative attack power too. Go to hell. Your ultimate healing power is gone too, leaving you utterly useless. Wouldn't he be scared enough to beg for mercy on his knees? He'd have to find a secluded spot and kneel down calling me brother. But instead of refusing to hand over the scroll to unlock the Forest Book, Demon Realm, he even proactively sought his cooperation, wanting to be some kind of close ally. Let bygones be bygones.
They'd join forces, advance and retreat together, determined to win this championship tournament.
They'd take down the whole world together. Well then, the Deep Fall, Heavenly Ascent scroll? Probably not even worth showing.
Lin Feiyu just shook his head in disbelief.
Together? Who's going to join you? Who's going to join hands? Who's going to hold hands with you? Is that even right? You're sick. Hey, where'd you get that confidence? Where'd you get the guts?
Lin Feiyu didn't budge an inch back then. This infuriated Chairman Morong, who had crushed his teleportation scroll to rush to Yanzhou County.
He insisted on taking Lin Feiyu outside the city to test the waters against a monster.
Lin Feiyu wasn't afraid of ambushes or underhanded schemes.
He wasn't afraid at all.
He was now incredibly powerful. I'm not afraid of you messing with me, I'm afraid you won't mess with me.
Really want to mess with me?
Watch my Flying Sword Express.
The result?
This Chairman Morong actually unleashed his skill on a group of over a dozen wild boars, each weighing just over 1,000 pounds.
What a heartless bastard.
He spares not even the pigs.
Look at how fat they've eaten themselves. They're so tiny.
They're still just babies. How could you bring yourself to do this? At that moment, Chairman Morong began chanting incantations in a trance-like state.
Holy light of healing. Bring forth new life. Words became deeds. Boom.
A vast expanse of emerald light radiated outward from him like a concentric circle. Healing light began to radiate from the heads of the dozen or so pigs ahead. Bathed in warm, radiant light, the little piglets felt as cozy as spring. The healing skill's unique health restoration values began to appear. The green text shimmered and flickered with light.
Above Morong Liumao's head, the light illuminated his hair as if dyeing it. 1,198,000. A dozen piglets all collapsed within the healing holy light. Lin Feiyu. Not buddies?
Witnessing this shocking scene, his mind exploded.
Holy crap. Holy crap. Did you hook up speakers? You can play like that? He's really living the high life now. No wonder you're named Morong Limo? The damage skill is green? The damage type is healing? This totally blew my mind, man. Morong Limo. Wait, did that crazy guy make this game? Negative attack power is already absurd enough. Negative attack power turning damage into healing is bad enough. After all, negative times negative equals positive. It still kinda follows the laws of physics, math, and biology. But this. It can convert healing into damage. Is that even possible? Quantum mechanics?
Lin Feiyu stared at the numbers floating up, all perfectly reasonable green healing values.
But what kind of normal healing font could actually poison someone to death? This is a healing spell? You're telling me this is a healing skill? You're healing people to death.
That 6'3" guy in the sharp suit, with his buzz cut and sharp demeanor, Morong LV Limo.
Is he supposed to be the healer? Is this even legit? Well, did you see my power? Can we work together now?
Morong Lumao lifted his head, tilting his face upward, his lips gradually twisting into an uncontrollable grin. Lin Feiyu saw his smug, self-satisfied expression.
Cough, cough, cough.
Lin Feiyu was genuinely so enraged he started coughing. This accidental turn of events had actually propelled him to new heights. Originally, the years spent enduring humiliation at the Chiara Guild in his previous life, combined with the shady dealings between Lu Chenfei and Su Xiaohan, all of which had involved Chairman Morong's meddling, had once placed him squarely in Lin Feiyu's sights for revenge upon his rebirth. Now look at this mess, he'd actually been upgraded by him.
Damn it! He's become a crooked-mouthed Dragon King.
Seeing Lin Feiyu cough, Morong Lumao thought his intimidation had worked. Feeling rather pleased with himself, he believed he was now on equal footing with Lin Feiyu.
Well then, Lin Feiyu, our scores are settled. What do you say? Let's serve our country together. Fight on the battlefield. What do you say? Let's join hands to expand Yunlai province's territory. What do you say? If you have the strength, you should expand our territory. Don't you agree? Lin Feiyu nodded without hesitation. In principle, he wouldn't collaborate with someone like this. Cunning, underhanded, ruthless. But the cooperation project he proposed was a matter of principle. Chapter 102, Adding Fuel to the Fire. Xiao Yan sat in the vice president's office, listening to the news brought by his confidant. Morong Lumao went to Yenzhou Commandery? What on earth do you mean by insisting on going to Yenzhou Commandery? Who exactly is in Yenzhou Commandery? The answer was undeniable. Lin Feiyu.
Oh, right, Feiyu Guild recently relocated its headquarters to Yenzhou County. This caused quite a stir, since the guild's leader is Lin Feiyu.
A celebrity? Even his farts get their own column. No surprise there. Over in Yenzhou County. The Chiayi Guild also has holdings there, but their main operations remain unclear. The guild with the deepest roots in Yenzhou County is the Dragon Slayer Guild. In Yenzhou County, the Dragon Slayers dominate the player factions. The guild's leader, Lu Chuangji, known as Old Lu, is quite a figure himself. I wonder if the Feiyu Guild and the Dragon Slayer Guild might clash. Xiao Yan interlaced his fingers, elbows on the table, utterly engrossed in anticipation. Maybe I should stir things up a bit.
Another rather amusing thought occurred to him. But as he contemplated his impending move against Morong Limo, he couldn't help but take it seriously. Someone on the forum had exposed that the Feiyu Guild was formerly known as the Qianyu Guild. And the founder and secret shareholder behind Qianyu Guild was none other than Morong Liumao's half-sister Morong Qianyu.
Xiao Yan knew Morong Qianyu.
3 years ago, after the Morong sisters' mother was accidentally trapped in a dungeon. Instead of rescuing them, the Morong Guild leader had sealed off information, hidden the only instance scroll, and barred anyone from attempting a rescue. Xiao Yan and Zhao Xing had both participated in discussions about this incident. The bottom line was this: without access, rescue was utterly hopeless. Entering that instance below level 70 was suicide. Even for those above level 70, it was fraught with danger. So it remained shelved. Who would have thought? This Morong Qianyu is incredibly talented. What keen insight! To have cultivated someone as monstrous as Lin Feiyu. To this day, Xiao Yan is still struggling to crawl out of that terror, trapped by the beasts. And others might not know. Xiao Yan knows the truth. Lu Qinfei's death in that guild war was Lin Feiyu's doing. He was the first to uncover it. But this intelligence enough to threaten Lin Feiyu was seized by Chairman Morong to silence Lin Feiyu, who knew his attack power was negative. What's most terrifying is that Sword Pavilion didn't notice a thing? That was terrifying. If they truly provoke Lin Feiyu, would they deal with me the same way they dealt with Lu Qinfei? That wouldn't just be a demotion, it would be the end of my life. Though his attack power was reset to 0 by Morong Limo, his beast control remains formidable. To actually go all out in the game is rare after all. Everyone has a death replay to review. When he and Zhao Xing went after those two little sisters, they only dared to act in the real world. In short, Lin Feiyu is not someone to mess with. Therefore, if Morong Limo truly has a connection with Lin Feiyu, then his position as guild leader must not be touched. He's untouchable. It's not that Morong Limo is untouchable, but clinging to Lin Feiyu's powerful connections is simply more cost-effective. But why should Morong be the one clinging to that powerful ally? Why can't I? When the internet exposed the true boss behind the Feiyu Guild, it sparked wild speculation across forums. Besides his nickname Green Hair Brother, Morong Limo has recently earned another moniker, Lin Feiyu's brother-in-law. This has become a hot topic, spreading like wildfire across forums. Lin Feiyu's sudden rise to prominence, his game-changing performance in the last guild war, followed by their first-hand experience in the Over the Hill campaign, has been nothing short of overwhelming. Everyone is incredibly curious about this rising new powerhouse. And that's exactly why it's such a hot topic. The burning question is, how did Lin Feiyu rise to prominence? Just got lucky? And it really does involve dogs. During this period, Dog Brother in the game has been suffering. In many cities, finding a dog is nearly impossible. Even in the real world, outside the game, there's been a surge in cases. Man's best friend has been utterly tormented. Maybe I should go find a dog to try. No way, that's too embarrassing. No way, no way. At that moment, Vice President Zhao Xing burst through the door. Damn it! Did Morong go suck up to Lin Feiyu? What do we do now? Zhao Xing had been acting cocky these past few days and couldn't care less that others were present in the vice president's office. Xiao Yan frowned and gave a subtle glance. The young guy immediately headed out the door. Zhao Xing stood with his hands on his hips, pacing back and forth in the office. Just when Morong Liumao's presidency seemed about to be toppled, this treacherous little bastard actually sought outside help. Wasn't this supposed to be an internal struggle? Why drag Lin Feiyu into this now? Damn it! Should I expose the secret collusion between Lin Feiyu and Morong Limo? No! Xiao Yan quickly cut him off. Don't you know the second young miss is also in the Feiyu Guild?
Doing this, wouldn't that just bind them even tighter? What kind of people are our guild members? You lead them in guild wars every day, don't you know? Humph. Zhao Xing scoffed. They're all a bunch of fair weather friends. They're great at winning battles, but the moment things go south, they all scatter like rats. There were precedents for this. It hadn't been so obvious before, but after that old codgerly goose set the example. He wasn't high level or strong, but he was a guild elder. Once he set the example, he completely warped the entire guild's combat style, more crooked than a crooked dragon king's mouth. What if you exposed the secret collusion between President Morong and Lin Feiyu? Everyone in the guild might rally behind President Morong. Even if his attack power is negative, even if it's 0. He'd still be firmly entrenched as president. Xiaoyan carefully explained the situation to Zhao Xing. Then, is there truly no solution? Wait. I still don't understand why Morong Liumao's attack power is negative, but I've seen that scroll too. One of its effects is to reset the target's attack power to 0. Meaning Lin Feiyu's attack power might already be 0. So, even though his beast control is terrifying, but he's no longer invincible. Zhao Xing paused here, then strode to the desk. He slammed both hands down on the surface, leaned forward, and glared fiercely at Xiaoyan, his eyes blazing like torches. We send someone to take him out. Everyone go. Now. All hands on deck, go all in. Humph. Xiaoyan said nothing, merely smiling lightly as he slid over a map of the county city's faction distribution. The power distribution map of player guilds in Yanzhou County. Zhao Xing wasn't stupid. He spotted the discrepancy at a glance. The biggest guild in Yanzhou County was the Dragon Slayer Guild, controlling 90% of the player resources in Yanzhou. Yanzhou County had no more juicy profits to be had? Hadn't taxes been collected for decades already? Then, why did the unrivaled Feiyu Guild choose Yanzhou County as their guild headquarters? There must be something fishy going on. Xiaoyan chuckled and said. In terms of strength, the Dragon Slayers Guild surpasses even our Chiera Guild. You're absolutely right. Lu Chuangji, Lord Lu, is quite the figure himself. Better to drive a tiger to devour a wolf than to fight the tiger yourself. What should we do? Oh, I heard Lin Feiyu had a conflict with the Dragon Slayers Guild back in the newbie village. Wonder if that's true. Then let's fan the flames. Stir up trouble. As the saying goes, success depends on human effort. Zhao Xing was also excited, gesturing wildly. Perfect. Let's pour fuel on the fire and sow discord. Just as they were getting carried away, when Vice President Zhao Xing leaned in, Xiaoyan seemed to catch a whiff of something fishy. Xiaoyan frowned. Old Zhao. You're an intellectual, after all. What, you went to seek an imperial title too? Zhao Xing's face immediately fell. Who said that? I'm not looking for a fight with dogs. Don't talk nonsense. Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan chuckled helplessly. If it were me, I'd buy a few dogs, keep them at home for my own amusement. Now that'd be dignified. Chapter 103, The Dragon Slayers Guild. Yunlai Province, Yanzhou County City. Dragon Slayers Guild Headquarters, Guild Leader's Office. Lu Jia, Lu Jin, and Lu Chengfeng stood silently in the room, heads bowed, not uttering a word. The old guild master had already given them several fierce scoldings. Today was yet another round. Another day of the desk being slammed to pieces. Lin Feiyu was currently red hot, a rising supernova. The best approach with such a figure was to befriend him. Killing him is out of the question after all. There's that shadowy organization, Sword Pavilion, whose true strength remains an enigma. Earlier, some 7th-tier-old geezer thought he was hot stuff and refused to obey official oversight. His power bred utter arrogance. He started hunting down Fan Kuo and committing every conceivable evil. In the end, no one even knows how he met his demise. So, with such a rising figure, if we dare not eliminate him completely, even if we don't talk about befriending him, not offending him would be a very good outcome. But what happened? Poof. What a fine son. He went and offended someone right in the newbie village. It's just a legendary treasure chest worth hundreds of thousands, right? What's the big deal about giving it away? It's just getting beaten once? Just grind the experience back. If you're outmatched, what else can you do? Instead of grinding levels, you're thinking about revenge? Lu Jia pulled off a stunt that everyone knew about but dared not speak of, using his status as the guild leader's illegitimate son to rally hundreds of people to gang up on someone for no reason. That's impressive. And what was the result? He died 3 times. And dragged his brothers down with him once too. They were even planning to groom Lu Jia as the leader among the guild's new members. Ha! After holding it in for ages, I finally let it all out. The stench was unbearable. And now I've completely alienated everyone. Now look. Lin Feiyu has relocated the Feiyu Guild's headquarters to Yanzhou County. Who doesn't know Yanzhou County is Grandpa Lu's turf? The Dragon Slayer Guild holds vast assets in Yanzhou County. This isn't just about their headquarters. It's practically their lifeblood. Well, now they've come knocking on our door. Right next to you, treating this place as their headquarters. The knife is already at our throats. Will you submit to slaughter? Or just throw in the towel and withdraw from Yanzhou County? Watch decades of hard work go up in smoke? Or charge straight in? Have a showdown? The story between him, Lin Feiyu, and the Chiyue Guild has already gone viral on the forums. Over a petty grudge, he wiped out over 30,000 men in one fell swoop. Lin Feiyu is nothing but a petty, vindictive villain. Lin Feiyu is targeting my Dragon Slayer Guild. Lu Chuangji gritted his teeth and thought, damn it. This wave is targeting me. Surely no one thinks Lin Feiyu chose Yanzhou County as his base for some NPC prince? Are you kidding me? Players pursuing official careers within the game's dynasty? What's the point? Does the throne rotate like a merry-go-round, landing at Lin Feiyu's door tomorrow? That's insane. And then there's Lu Jin. This one's a real heavyweight. It's utterly outrageous. To think he'd ditch those 3 loyal buddies for such a measly sum? Li Dao, Chen Song, and Yang Kai were Lin Feiyu's trusted confidants, a fact known to many. But what many don't know is that these 3 were originally members of the Dragon Slayer Mercenary Corps, a subsidiary unit of the Dragon Slayer Guild. After breaking away, they immediately threw themselves at Lin Feiyu's feet, becoming his underlings. And how exactly did these 3 loyal comrades leave? A brief investigation by Lu Chuangji revealed everything at a glance. He, Lu Jin, couldn't withstand even the slightest investigation. It was all filthy, festering, stinking stuff. Those 3 old buddies were fine. It was Lu Jin himself who, with his bizarre antics, drove them away. Li Dao and his 2 companions, if not for their monumental contributions to the Dragon Slayer Guild, were at least diligent and honest souls. If not founding members, they were at least original server players. But Lu Jin? He went and cut their pay in half, then kicked them out. There's definitely something fishy going on here. After some pressing questions, well, it was Lu Fei, the vice president of Qian Yu's guild, who paid up. 30,000? Just 30,000? This money was well spent. 30,000 coins, barely 30,000 copper coins. This move completely concealed Lin Feiyu, who was still in his early stages of ascent but hadn't yet taken off. It also cemented Lin Feiyu's deep ties to the Qian Yu guild. This also severed all ties between Lin Feiyu and the Dragon Slayer Guild. Until Lin Feiyu's recent sudden outburst. Only then did Lu Chuangji, the guild leader, realize that Lin Feiyu had nearly been recruited into the guild before. Back when he was at his weakest, still in the newbie village. That guy named Lu Fei. What a beast. No wonder a guy barely level 10, stuck in the newbie village, is actually the vice president. Impressive. Lu Fei. Dancing wildly before my Dragon Slayer Guild, Lu Chuangji. My sons? They're mere pebbles, not even half your caliber. When it comes to dirty tricks, I, Lu Chuangji, crown you the undisputed champion. After Li Dao and his 2 companions departed, old guild leader Lu Chuangji found it highly suspicious and peculiar that they immediately pledged allegiance to Lin Feiyu. So he began reviewing the surveillance footage from that day. What he saw left him stunned. He slammed his fist on the table, shattering it to pieces. Regret. How could he not regret it? Only then did the old guildmaster Lu Chuangji belatedly realize that those 3 old comrades had rushed to the guild that day specifically to report on the genius Lin Feiyu. They must have sensed something was amiss long ago. They knew Lin Feiyu's future growth potential was beyond belief. They hoped the guild could recruit him. Damn it! How infuriating. To think he was outmaneuvered by some obscure old-timer like Lu Fei. Just 30,000 yuan, and he cut off his own opportunities? This was all figured out by the old guild leader, Lu Chuangji, himself. Combined with the fact that Li Dao and the other 2 had accepted a commission from Qian Yu's guild before returning to the guild that day. That's when they witnessed Lin Feiyu's godlike prowess. Finally, thwarted by Lu Jin, he stormed off in a huff only to happily become Lin Feiyu's underling. And then there's Lu Chengfeng. He's still okay. At least he was beaten into tears by Lin Feiyu in a fair fight. He was stronger than those 2 by at least 5 body lengths. Lu Chuangji looked at his 3 good-for-nothing sons and felt his anger boiling over. After pondering for a long while, he considered making peace. He couldn't afford to provoke Lin Feiyu now. Better to buy peace with money. Cede some of Yanzhou County's interests. If all else failed, he could trade other assets other county cities owned by the Dragon Slayer Guild to secure the Feiyu Guild's departure. Yanzhou County was untouchable. Not even in death could it be touched. That's the very foundation of the Dragon Slayer Guild's strength. It seems. I must set aside my pride and step forward personally. Seek peace. Hiding in the real world, Brother Lin Shen suddenly received an anonymous call. You're saying Yanzhou County is entirely under the Dragon Slayer's control? There's nothing left to gain? Oh? So you're saying my little brother Lin Feiyu only came to confront the Dragon Slayers Guild for revenge? What? You know how to destroy the Dragon Slayer's economic lifeline? Oh. Great. Great. Tell me now. Hold on. I need to jot this down. Lin Shen hung up the phone, his eyes gleaming with greed, practically radiating gold. Bro. You go ahead and slaughter them all. I may not be the strongest, but I'll hold down the fort and manage the finances for you. It's all about making money. What's wrong with playing dirty? No shame in that. At the real-world headquarters of the Chiera Guild, Xiao Yan hung up the untraceable phone he'd obtained through special channels. A sinister grin spread across his face. You, Lin Feiyu, are a seasoned veteran hard to fool. But your big brother sure is gullible. The strongest fortresses are often breached from within first. It's all about how you play the game. Chapter 104, The Healing Light of the Holy. Are you sure you want to run the dungeon with me? Lin Feiyu was equally astonished. This moron Lamaxiu was hooked on showing off his skills. And now he wanted to run the dungeon together. Was he planning to show off his damage stats in front of me again? Probably that whole family of peaches just couldn't get enough. That forest book, Demon Realm Dungeon at level 70 was incredibly difficult. Well, that's compared to ordinary people. Lin Feiyu didn't think much of it. At worst, he could just unleash a barrage of flying swords. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Not much, just 4.03 million or so. A minor dungeon conquered. Upon hearing Lin Feiyu's question, Moron Lumao wore a look of pride. Oof. Lin Feiyu, let's be clear, we're only allies. Your damage output far surpasses mine. Plus, you have a multitude of high-quality beast companions assisting you. I admit I'm no match for you, but I'm no pushover either. I'm strong. Extremely strong. In this world today, if I say I'm third, no one dares claim second. Except you, Lin Feiyu. I bow to no one else. Lin Feiyu pursed his lips. He really had gotten him feeling superior. He was bursting with pride. Still, Lin Feiyu remained silent, neither confirming nor denying whether he'd let him tag along for the dungeon run. Moron Liumao's expression darkened, his gaze growing unfocused. My father, the former leader of the Chiera Guild, died on the arena stage during the Conquest Tournament 10 years ago. My birth mother also perished in the Conquest Tournament 20 years ago, when I was just learning to walk and babble my first words. This is both a national grievance and a personal vendetta. I began grinding levels relentlessly, determined to one day avenge these deaths and honor their spirits. I even declared openly within the guild, whoever possesses the strength shall become the leader. It was pressure I put on myself. It was to reinforce the warlike nature within the guild. Strength equals right. Aunt Lu was my stepmother, yes. But she raised me from childhood. Her affection ran deeper than my birth mother's. Not going to save her back then? That was pure lack of strength. I was utterly rational. I couldn't go save her. How many brothers would have died otherwise? My brothers can die on the battlefield, but they can't sacrifice their lives to save my mother to satisfy my personal vendetta. Lin Feiyu. You can call me a scheming villain, a man who stops at nothing. I care not for any of it. To grow stronger, I'll do whatever it takes. Because none of it can change the fact that my entire family was loyal to the end. Where should my blood flow? I know better than anyone. Lin Feiyu. Do you still refuse to acknowledge me? Moron Lumao, overcome with emotion, placed his hand on Lin Feiyu's shoulder. I will personally go to bring my mother back. And I'll bring my two sisters with me. I'm strong enough to protect them now. Together, we'll break through that dungeon. Lin Feiyu scratched his head. This Moron Lumao? He was a complicated man. He knew the truth about his family's circumstances. His entire family was truly loyal and heroic. In his previous life, Moron Limo had only dared to act arrogantly within Yunlai province. But come the championship tournament? No sign of him. A total coward. Now he was talking a big game. Does he even believe his own words? Or was it that in his past life, Moron Limo was too weak to ever make a move? Now, after my training with negative attack power, has he begun amplifying the deep-seated emotions within? Has he begun unleashing his pent-up national grievances and personal vendettas? Has he become a proud young man? Is his youthful heart now filled with unwavering conviction? Fine. Bring your sister along. I've got several people here too. Lin Feiyu chose to believe his lies for now. He was truly up to no good. Upon entering the instance, Lin Feiyu intended to show him what it meant when they said, East wind at night releases 1,000 trees of flowers, blowing down even more swords like rain. Flying swords dealing millions in damage. Would this Chairman Moron even notice? Would he cling on for dear life? Such a thick thigh a sight I've never seen in my life. You, Moron Limo, aren't even worth a glance in my eyes. At best, you're no better than Li Dahu and his crew. Head inside to pick up my gear. He made a call, summoning Li Dahu and his crew, telling them to bring plenty of sacks. Start with 100. Oh, scratch that 500. Level 70 dungeons are crawling with monsters as thick as the hairs on a cow's back. Yunlaizu, Nanshan County. This is the stronghold of the Chiei Guild. However, the capital of the Yunchang dynasty is in Tianyun City, which also serves as the guild's headquarters. But the true core and main operations are in Nanshan County. Our Chiyua Guild in Nanshan Commandery is known as the Invincible ones. Every other guild gives us 3 steps back. We've faced almost no worthy opponents. Chairman Moron began boasting about his guild's glorious battle record.
Lin Feiyu scoffed, then I'll relocate our guild headquarters to Nanshan County and become your neighbor. Morong Liumao's eyes widened in shock.
Ahem, well. Nanshan County isn't exactly ideal.
Not only are there few dungeons, but the ventures here barely turn a profit.
And the county governor isn't exactly reasonable, he demands tribute at the drop of a hat. Nanshan County is too treacherous, you might not handle it.
I advise you not to come.
Humph. Lin Feiyu chuckled. Just messing with you. Just teasing. Morong Limo immediately relaxed his guard. That's good. That's good. That's very good indeed.
The group arrived before a lush, verdant forest. This was the location where the forest book Demon Realm 70 level instance opened.
The crowd was thick. Li Dahu and his two companions, the Morong sisters, Morong Dawachang,
plus Lin Feiyu himself, this small team now numbered 7. Li Dahu and his group were puzzled how could Chairman Morong and their own elder brother, who had previously been plotting against each other, suddenly work together? But the 3 of them spotted the Morong sisters, one of whom belonged to their own guild and had been the mastermind behind the scenes.
And the other one? They were both Morong Liumao's biological sisters? No wonder. Morong, the guild leader, sure knows how to play the game. He actually pulled out that ancient tactic of a political marriage. Well played. Morong Liumao truly knows how to bend and stretch. No wonder he became a local hero.
But Li Dahu and his 2 companions walked along, exchanging glances in the shadows.
Chen Sang pointed at the 2 vibrant blossoms. Brother who? What do you think, is this a forced choice between 2 extremes? Or a generous buy one get one free deal? Li Dahu frowned slightly. With Big Brother's damage output, 1 might not be enough. What do you think? Yang Kai, you agree with me, right? Yang Kai, same here.
Entering the instance, they found themselves in a dense forest with towering trees and lush vegetation. Immediately upon entering, they encountered a massive horde of level 60 elite monsters.
Numerous and densely packed. None of them were human.
There were humanoid rabbit maidens with rabbit ears on their swords. Cat-eared catgirls with feline tails. Winged beings resembling angels, known as winged maidens.
Fairies with butterfly wings, dragonfly wings. Centaurs, fox spirits.
Some soared mid-air, others stood upon the grass, while some hung from treetops. All of them watched the group of 7 led by Lin Feiyu with intense vigilance. All were half-human, half-beast creatures. No wonder it's called the Demon Realm. Li Dahu and his 2 companions remained unfazed by the multitude of demons before them.
What grand spectacle hadn't they witnessed? However, the Morong sisters couldn't handle it.
They were already trembling slightly with fear. Chairman Morong, on the other hand, was utterly exhilarated. Finally, he could show off his skills, make his mark.
He bellowed, Lin Feiyu. Hide behind me. I'll protect you.
Lin Feiyu scratched his nose.
Didn't you say you weren't looking at attributes?
Lin Feiyu glanced up.
Spirit Rabbit Demon Elite, level 60. HP, 1.5 million. Attack power, 200,000. Magic power, 80,000. Armor, 150,000. Magic resistance, 120,000.
Abilities. Even bunnies can make miracles happen.
Spirit Cat Sprite Elite, level 60. Health points, 1.4 million. Attack power, 220,000. AP, 90,000. Armor, 110,000. Magic resistance, 170,000.
Abilities.
Meow.
Lin Feiyu recalled that Morong Liumao's healing holy light barely reached 1.2 million. Most monsters over there started at 1.3 million HP, with the toughest ones nearing 1.5 million health bars.
Morong, he can't one-shot them, right? Speaking of which, does Morong Liumao's unconventional healing damage even check for resistance? Seriously, what kind of nonsense is that? Healing resistance? That's ridiculous. Besides, your healing skill has a cooldown, right? You can't spam it, can you? You don't have my White Tiger arms battle again a million times to slash your cooldowns like crazy.
But Morong Limo has been hard controlled by his own damage. He strode forward with unshakable confidence, all the while shouting loudly, "You lot just stand there and watch my show. Lin Feiyu. This time, I'm charging right to the front. This move is going to be so cool." He charged straight into the heart of the demon horde, completely disregarding whether he could win or not. Lin Feiyu stared speechless at the suddenly dim-witted Chairman Morong, unable to hold back any longer.
Impressive.
Chairman Morong raised both hands high, face upturned toward the heavens, eyes filled with reverence, his expression radiating sanctity.
He began chanting incantations in a mystical tone. Holy light of healing. Bring forth new life.
Chapter 105, sword flying, 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 flying.
Chairman Morong's words became reality. Boom.
A vast expanse of verdant light radiated outward from his very center. A colossal halo of sacred light expanded outward, radiating 800 meters in every direction from his position.
The warm, sacred light shone down, and the fairies hadn't even reacted yet. How could this man, upon entering, immediately unleash healing upon them? Then, collectively, 1,198,000. The green healing text shot skyward. The fairies finally snapped to attention. This isn't healing at all. This was cursed healing. We're getting hit? Did he just turn us into monsters? How could they tolerate this? The group of fairies were furious, boiling with rage. A shrill scream pierced the air. Ah! Ya! Roar! The enraged fairies charged toward Chairman Morone in unison. Chairman Morone was still lost in his epic fantasy of one skill obliterating a vast swath. He still held his hands high, face upturned toward the heavens, eyes filled with reverence, his expression radiating sanctity. Shouting loudly, Lin Feiyu. Is this move cool? In the mortal realm, in the proud world, where I, Morone, exist, there is heaven. It took his own sister, Morone Shiyu, to warn him, brother. Watch out. You're surrounded by monsters. Even the youngest sister, Morone Qianyu, urgently called out, brother. Run. Stop showing off. Because their mother was trapped, she and her brother had been at odds. But today, her brother was being so manly. Since he was willing to risk his life and actively cooperate with Lin Feiyu, someone she'd previously been hostile toward, to enter the dungeon and rescue their mother together. She put aside their past grievances. Now, she watched anxiously as her brother was surrounded, feeling helpless and only able to shout warnings. Only when someone pointed it out did Morone Limo belatedly realize he was about to get ambushed. He'd been too excited earlier. He'd completely forgotten to check the monster's health bar. This, a 1.2 million damage skill, couldn't finish it? Are the monsters here this powerful? He quickly opened the monster's stats. Spirit Rabbit Sprite Elite, level 60. HP, 302,001.5 M. Spirit Cat Sprite Elite, level 60. HP, 202,001.4 M. They still have hundreds of thousands of health left? Damn it! Their health bars are this thick? Oh no! Overestimated them. I was too hasty. What the hell? He glanced at his healing skill. Holy light healing. Cooldown, 4 seconds 5 seconds. Still 4 seconds left. Too late. I'm done for. He whipped his head around to look. Lin Feiyu stood there, perfectly still. Could he save me? That single slash of his, worth 1.5 million HP. It could wipe out every monster here in one fell swoop. But his attack power isn't gone. I wiped it out. But his auto attack was still 5 million last time I checked. But that was a basic attack. There are thousands of monsters closing in here. If my attack power was reset to 0, leaving only basic attacks, I'd lose my area of effect blood/skill. Morone Limo immediately realized I'm essentially killing myself. But there was no time for further thought now. He had to shout for help immediately. Morone Limo immediately shouted for help. Lin! Save me! Lin Feiyu shook his head helplessly. Ha! Just a moment ago, he was there, saying, Lin Feiyu, I can protect you now, right? See how handsome I am? Only a few seconds have passed? Lin! Save me? Oomph! Men! All of them are big pig's hooves, changing their minds in the blink of an eye. He. Morone, oh Morone. I thought you'd be holding back something big. Who knew you'd drop something even bigger? Truly. Stinking to high heaven. I gave you the stage to perform on. You couldn't hold the spotlight. Don't blame me for stealing the scene. Since you're genuinely calling for help, I'll graciously save you. Lin Feiyu's lips curved slightly. And took a small step forward. Such a fine specimen of a monster. Each one stunningly beautiful, with figures to die for. Ahem. My slip of the tongue. Each one with such high stats. Mine, they all have to be mine. I'll conquer them all. Today, I'll take them all. All of you, enter the rear. Cough cough cough. All of you, enter the beast realm now. He immediately summoned flying swords. 4,034,600 flying swords? All at once. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Swish swish swish. It just kept clanging and clanging, clanging non-stop. Obliterating the sky and blocking out the sun, like waves and clouds. The entire dungeon sky was pitch black, as dark as ink, like the apocalypse itself. Flying swords swarmed like thousands of bee swarms. Dancing, converging, weaving, striking. Sweeping like waves, moving like clouds. Each flying sword striking a demon dealt over 20 million damage. Enough to make your scalp tingle. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Those scantily clad female demons, under the might of the flying swords, died instantly upon contact, perished at the slightest touch, and met their end with a mere graze. Wherever they passed, corpses littered the ground, blood flowing like rivers. In the blink of an eye, Lin Feiyu had cleared the entire map. The others were still reeling in inexplicable shock. Only Chairman Morone, truly a leader worthy of his position, Truly a high-level player. Without a moment's hesitation and without a shred of pride, he immediately knelt on the ground. Brother Lin. Please accept my kneel. Brother, I bow before you. I, Moron Limo, swear to support my big brother for life. Chapter 106. Do you want your wife or not? A torrential downpour of swords fell from the sky. Let this downpour fall to the ground. Let me never see the struggle on Moron's face again. Let it all end. The gale whipped up by the flying swords dance had already ravaged the entire map, as if a storm had swept through sand and stones flying, trees toppling, rocks crumbling. No need to mention the flying swords damage. Damage exceeding 10 million. This is a forbidden realm beyond human capability. Even the bosses in level 80 advanced dungeons don't deal this much damage. And then there's the sheer terror of the sword count. Blotting out the sky like nightfall. How many flying swords would that require? Over there, the demons are falling in droves. A level 70 dungeon with level 60 elite monsters to most, these are formidable foes beyond defeat. A fearsome boss that inspires dread. Yet in Lin Feiyu's hands, it became a mere mowing game? The entire map was littered with drops, gear, items, scrolls, gold coins, silver coins, copper coins. The new skill, Guard Everything, no longer has the restriction from the previous Divine Guard skill that prevented drop items from beasts. Everything is now captured. Lin Feiyu's stats skyrocketed. This map held over 3,000 uniquely shaped female demons, all of whom were absorbed into his beast taming space. Lin Feiyu felt utterly exhilarated. It felt like all the heroes under heaven were falling into his net. His level had even reached 40. His experience points were maxed out without tackling advanced dungeons. He couldn't gain anymore. He glanced at his stats panel and couldn't believe his own numbers. Thank goodness this is my panel. Player, Lin Feiyu. Title, Glorious Golden Warrior. Class, Sword Immortal, Level, 40, Experience Points, 01,100,000. Talent, Battle to the Final Chapter S 6,320,603,969. Health, 4,212,821,433. Shield, 421,228,214. Mana, 1.2 billion. Attack power, 664,034,600. Spell power, 301.303215 million. Physical defense, 300,792,543. Magic defense, 300,652,541. Attack speed, 888. Movement speed, 2025. Reputation, 307,800. Copper coins, 1,956,984,562. Excluding movement speed, attack speed, and reputation. The shortest stat on this panel is actually the maximum EXP required for the next level up. Well, if I just stand still and let them swing at me, they probably won't even be able to swing properly. My obsidian shield is as immovable as a mountain, as solid as a rock. The power of rock is truly reassuring. Even the blast from my obsidian shield is unstoppable. I don't even need to lift a finger. My shield alone is invincible. I'm seriously a freak. Invincibility is so lonely. Invincibility is so hollow. Behind him, several people witnessed Chairman Moron directly kneel to the ground. None of them found it particularly surprising. With such a powerful patron to cling to, why would anyone dare offend him? The admiration and envy in the Moron sisters' eyes were plain for all to see. Though they knew Lin Feiyu was powerful, they never imagined he could be this formidable. This? A level 70 dungeon? Slicing through enemies like cutting vegetables? He's not human. Mao Rongqinyu thought to herself, recalling what Lin Feiyu had said earlier. Why should I save someone who isn't my mother? Could his sudden intervention really be what she imagined? A mother-in-law is still a mother. It seems. Big brother Lin has taken a liking to me. At this thought, she couldn't help but start fidgeting, her heart overflowing with affection. But Sister Morongqiyu suddenly recalled their encounter in the Blood Plague Forest instance. And Li Ji's warning that this Lin Feiyu might not be human. An enemy of humanity? He doesn't look like it. He was actually quite handsome. Definitely more handsome than most. If he's already hurt so badly, why would he need any schemes? Or maybe I should get closer to him to try and extract useful information? Honestly, it's not like I'm getting close to him just because he's handsome. I'm truly doing this for the eternal prosperity and survival of humanity. Li Dahu and the others, their expressions right now. Their little mouths were practically curled up to the sky. Pretty impressive, huh? That's my big brother. I'm his little brother. How awesome is that? He was practically bursting with pride. Striding forward with utter disregard for anyone around him, he began picking up the gear scattered on the ground. With an air of pride that screamed, who in this world doesn't know Lin Feiyu is my big brother? Is this what it feels like to latch on to the right person? Even though I didn't do anything, just followed the big shots around every day, picking up trash and selling gear. Out in the world, who doesn't call out Brother Tiger, Brother Tsang, Brother Kai? Choosing Lin Feiyu as my big brother was absolutely the right decision. What a blessing! What a blessing indeed! Passing by the still kneeling chairman Morong, they thought to themselves that this man had good judgment too. Li Dahu walked over and patted Morong on the shoulder. Alright, that's pretty good. From now on, you'll sit at my table. After watching Li Dahu and the others go to collect gear, his eyes darted around restlessly before he scrambled to his feet. Approaching Lin Feiyu, he whispered. Brother Lin. Want a wife? Brother Lin. Just give the word, and I'll send her over right now. Our Morong family may lack in other areas, but we've got plenty of sisters to spare. Lin Feiyu ignored Chairman Morong's flattery, fawning, and sycophancy. He didn't even bother to recruit a new follower. Oof. Back when he took in Li Dahu and the other two, it was their passion and fearlessness that moved Lin Feiyu. Morong? What he valued wasn't just Morong himself. It was the Fortune 500 guild standing behind him. No rush. Let's take it slow and steady. The Chier guild will be mine. He glanced at Morong and casually remarked. We'll talk about it later. Then he turned and walked ahead, continuing the dungeon run. The mess of gear scattered across the ground was left for Li Dahu and his two companions to deal with. Whether monster or NPC, he swung his sword at anything that crossed his path. 20 million plus. He already started holding back. After all, that damage had skyrocketed from 20 million to 6.3 billion in an instant. It was just too terrifying. People would mistake me for something else entirely. If someone with ulterior motives mistook him for some demon from the abyss, carrying sinister schemes, that would be bad. So Lin Feiyu began regulating his damage output through his interface. Still maintaining that 20 million damage value. He swiftly pressed forward. His time was precious, he couldn't afford to waste it on this dungeon's tedious storyline. Lin Feiyu knew this forest book, Demon Realm Dungeon, while its storyline was notoriously tedious and drawn out. On the way here, the Morong sisters had already explained it. After all, their mother was trapped inside and had experienced the storyline firsthand. They were being protected by NPCs inside. While temporarily safe, they couldn't escape. Even communication with their families outside through the game system was intermittent. Fortunately, many details about the dungeon's situation had been relayed out. So regarding the storyline, Lin Feiyu had already heard everything from the Morong sisters. To fully complete the storyline as suggested by their mother would take at least 3 months. 3 months? That's far too long. The dev team knows how to make games. Then forget it. Whether they're NPCs or monsters, just kill them all. But then there'd be no story left. On the road, Lin Feiyu encountered a girl wielding an axe, being beaten up by a group of mushroom spirits. Oh? Calling for help? Why save her? Save her? That'd just mean falling into the plot trap. Kill them all. Kill the plot too. Lin Feiyu's single sword strike all wiped out. Come into my beast taming realm. Chapter 107, Lin Feiyu is finished. Within the forest book, Demon Realm Instance. Under the relentless assault of Lin Feiyu's sky-obscuring flying swords, progress was swift. Soon, he cleared 3 entire large maps in succession. But why were there only female demons along the way? This was something even Lin Feiyu hadn't anticipated. What's this forest book, Demon Realm? This must be a scam. Could it be a lovey-dovey paradise? Based on the information transmitted by Mother Morong within the dungeon, if they followed the script step by step, it would take at least 3 months and 7 days. But Lin Feiyu wasn't playing by the rules at all. Whether you're a monster, NPC, or ally, drop your gold coins, all of you. He really does it all. In just half a day, he'd already slaughtered every corner of the maps. Poor those 4 trash-picking guys. They've already filled over 30 big sacks. They can't possibly finish packing them all. Morong Lumao quickly found his place, just as Li Dahu had said. From now on, he'd be sitting at the same table as Li Dahu. Far from feeling resentful, he was utterly thrilled. He was over the moon, like he'd eaten honey-flavored poop. The gear he picked up was absolutely amazing. Morong Limo had heard every word when he was promoting his sister earlier. Lin Feiyu had explicitly said, "We'll discuss that later." He'd etched it into his memory. Morong Limo thought, with his sister this beautiful and him asking like that, how could he possibly remain indifferent? There was definitely something fishy going on here. First, let's rule out the possibility that he's got a deep pool of girls. After all, since Lin Feiyu entered the industry, he'd only ever been linked to that level 10 girl named Ji-won. But Morong Limo knew the whole story behind that incident. He knew it better than anyone. Didn't Lin Feiyu just start a feud with his own Chiyue guild? He just happened to be there, played the hero saving a damsel in distress, and ended up slapping his own face in the process. It was absolutely not just about protecting a girl. Lin Feiyu, a big shot obsessed with becoming stronger, had no time for romantic entanglements. That was merely a respectable-sounding excuse. Otherwise, if it were truly about rescuing someone, those Chier Guild minions? Just shoo them away. No need to chase them away, just flash your ID, and those 2 little brothers from his own guild would have bolted already. And defeating players right in the county seat? Thus, that big fish named Ji-won was also ruled out. Which means Lin Feiyu has always been a lone wolf, solitary and unaccompanied. A solitary traveler. A drifter in this world. A meticulously crafted independent personality. Commonly known as a single dog. But that can't be right? My little sister here is a real stunner and I'm selling her as a package deal. He actually wants to inspect the goods first? Something's off. A million things are off. Could it be me? Oh no. Morong Luma was utterly shocked. If my sister can do it, why can't I? I can do it too. No wonder. He was hinting at me. After sunset, then? Alright. Then I'll go find him after dark. Yunqing City. Su Xiaohan's home. How's it going? Is the water draining yet? Su Xiaohan asked anxiously, standing on tiptoes. Is your kitchen drain that clogged? How long has it been blocked? A member of the Chiyue Guild named Xiaorun was sweating buckets as he vigorously worked to clear the drain. Su Xiaohan frowned slightly. I can't remember. Soon. Gurgle. Alright. Done. Finally finished. That was exhausting. Xiaoran wiped his sweat, pulled up his pants, and said, Didn't you say you had something important to tell me? Is it related to Lin Feiyu? Su Xiaohan asked eagerly. This was something Xiaorun had mentioned to him in passing several days earlier. Su Xiaohan was deeply intrigued, but no one gives away secrets for free. There's always a price to pay. And here she was, doing menial labor at his place. During the guild battle in that blood-plagued forest instance last time, she hadn't planned on leaving the instance at all. She'd hoped to use this chance to patch things up with Lin Feiyu. But people actually died in there. The terror made her legs go weak and she immediately fled with the rest of the group. Once outside, she resolved to find Lin Feiyu and have a proper talk. Surely they could reconcile after all. Lin Feiyu was a soft-hearted god, and she knew this about him very well. But after the guild battle and the blood-plagued forest instance ended, she could no longer reach Lin Feiyu. Completely blocked. She went to his place, but he'd moved out. When she went to his guild, security wouldn't even let her in. She even revealed her identity as Lin Feiyu's ex-girlfriend, his current girlfriend. It was useless. The security guards had already made it clear it was a direct order from above to block her, Su Xiaohan. What? They're blocking me? Why? On what grounds? Looks like Lin Feiyu is dead set on kicking me out. But I really haven't done anything wrong. All I did was become a bit more difficult to deal with over the years. I just kept a few backups on the side. I just made you wear a few hats. But you can't just dump me right after takeoff. I haven't even gotten off the plane yet. How could you be so heartless? Forget the facts for a second. Are you, Lin Feiyu, really without fault? This is disgusting. She saw that video of Lin Feiyu slashing through 20,000 enemies in the dungeon. It absolutely terrified her. Lin Feiyu is terrifying. If he were my man, I'd bear him 8 sons. Too bad he's not. If he were my man, I'd be the perfect wife and mother. Too bad he's not. If he were my man, I'd master every chore, washing clothes, cooking meals. But alas, he isn't. Then came Lin Feiyu's head-on clash with the Chair Guild, where he dealt a staggering 1.51 million damage in a single strike during Over the Hills. Plus, his astonishingly powerful beast herd. What a pity. He wasn't my man. The higher Lin Feiyu soared, the more Su Xiaohan's heart ached like needles piercing her skin. Does he truly no longer want me? Why? If only things were like before. I'd be the president's wife. I'd be the woman of the man destined to become Blue Star's strongest warrior. What a pity. Not anymore. The immense psychological gap made her intensely resent Lin Feiyu. Yet helpless to do anything about it, utterly powerless. Until she met Xiaoran. Xiaoran knew all about the relationship between Lin Feiyu and Su Xiaohan. So he used his knowledge of Lin Feiyu's dark secret to win Su Xiaohan over. Su Xiaohan didn't care if it was true or not, she'd test the waters first. With a sinister grin on his face, Xiaoran whispered into Su Xiaohan's ear. Lin Feiyu is finished. Xiaoran was the one who had been spying outside Chairman Morong's office that day. He relayed the information to Vice Presidents Xiao Yan and Zhao Xing. Vice President Xiao Yan was a man of few words, but Vice President Zhao Xing had a loose tongue. Without meaning to, he let slip crucial information. That is, Chairman Morong's family heirloom, a scroll capable of nullifying an opponent's attack power. The user was none other than Chairman Morong himself. And the one who fell victim? Lin Feiyu. In other words, Lin Feiyu was crippled. Su Xiaohan was utterly shocked upon hearing Xiao Ren's revelation. Stunned, she blurted out. What happened? How could this be? Xiao Ren smiled without answering, merely staring at Su Xiaohan. Su Xiaohan clenched her teeth. Well, the drain in my bathroom is still clogged. How about? It's a deal. Chapter 108, What If? In the Vice President's office of the Chair Guild, Vice President Zhao Xing received a message from his subordinate reporting that Xiao Ren had left Su Xiaohan's residence. He was leaning against the wall the whole way out. He shared the news with Xiao Yan, sneering as he said. That kid's got some nerve. He actually went to see Su Xiaohan. Lin Feiyu's ex-girlfriend? She's still Lin Feiyu's woman. Doesn't he fear crossing that line? Who the hell sent him? He's got some guts. Zhao Xing knew that Xiao Yan had only made a slight move, and that was already the limit of someone like Xiao Ren's strategic prowess. But he hadn't expected this kid to be so incredibly bold. He even dared to secretly film the chairman's wolf extinction. But then again, he didn't know Lu Qinfei's death was Lin Feiyu's doing. Otherwise, Bao wouldn't dare. Xiao Yan took the confidential report, glanced at it, then tore it to shreds and tossed it into the trash bin. Heh. Looks like everything's going according to plan. After hearing this, Zhao Xing cleared his throat. Ahem, ahem. While you're full of clever schemes, I accidentally leaked the scroll's information. I don't think that was part of your plan. Xiao Yan smiled. When you can turn a mistake into an advantage, it ceases to be a mistake. It becomes intentional. When mishaps are handled well, they can become beautiful foreshadowing. Zhao Xing frowned. Now that everything that needed to be known is out in the open, what should we do next? Xia Yan replied calmly, of course, we revealed to Su Xiaohan that the Dragon Slayer Guild plans to take down the Flying Universe Guild and that the two guilds are at odds. The task of stirring up conflict between the Flying Cloud Guild and the Dragon Slayer Guild, only she can handle it. Zhao Xing nodded in agreement. I'll find someone to handle revealing the Dragon Slayer Guild's situation to Su Xiaohan. No. You don't need to get involved. I have connections within the Dragon Slayer Guild, I'll have my people handle it. What? You have connections in the Dragon Slayer Guild? How did you manage that? Heh. Just spent a little money. Not much, only 30,000 yuan. Zhao Xing looked utterly bewildered. Of course, his confusion wasn't about Xiao Yan having connections within the Dragon Slayer Guild, it was about how incredibly complicated the entire situation had become. It should have been as simple as sending someone to leak the information to the Dragon Slayers Guild, that would have been the end of it. Why? Did it have to be so convoluted? He opened his mouth, but closed it again. I know what you're wondering. Seeing Zhao Xing hesitating, Xiao Yan took the initiative to explain. In this matter, we can pit one against the other. We can sit back and watch them fight. But it absolutely cannot be the two of us taking the lead. We must remain hidden in the deepest shadows. Stay behind the scenes. What if things don't go as planned? What if Lin Feiyu proves too difficult to eliminate? What if Tu Long and Feiyu Guild start fighting, and through communication, they discover we're the ones stirring the pot, secretly sowing discord? What if the plan backfires? TSK, TSK, TSK. We'd be torn to shreds. Have you forgotten how Lu Qinfei met his end? Consider victory, but first consider defeat. Zhao Xing narrowed his eyes slightly as he stared at Xiao Yan, seemingly trying to read something in his expression. So, does that mean we two are completely off the hook in this? Are you certain you can advance the plot according to your plan? What are the odds of success? Zhao Xing stared intently at Xiao Yan as she asked calmly. Poof. Xiao Yan gave a bitter laugh. What success rate? There is no such thing in this world. It's all about human effort. Zhao Xing kept his intense gaze fixed on Xiao Yan before asking. I have one more question. Whether it's me becoming president or Moron Limo, you're still the vice president. This situation offers you no personal gain whatsoever. So why are you helping me like this? Xiao Yan lifted his head slightly. You listen to my advice more than Morong does. That's it? That's it. I get it. If Morong becomes president, you're vice president. If I become president, you're president even if you're not officially president. Zhao Xing couldn't help but smile bitterly. And what about that you listen to my advice more than Morong does? Nonsense. You just want to say I'm more brainless than Morong? Easier to control? But whatever. All I want is the title of president. I don't care if you strip me of all power later. Fine. I'll do the dirty work for you. You just scheme from the shadows. Xiao Yan chuckled lightly. How could you possibly be that brainless? You're just pretending. Within the Forest Book Demon Realm instance, Lin Feiyu's flying sword unleashed a fierce assault, clearing out the last few remaining areas of the map. Yet night had fallen. Surely we've already killed every NPC along the way. Had they already killed off the story elements? Yet there were still numerous bizarre puzzles requiring his intervention, which proved extremely time-consuming. Seeing that night had fallen, Lin Feiyu led his team to set up camp at the base of a flat hillside. Through conversation with the Morong sisters and their mother, they learned 2 more maps lay ahead. Only then would they reach the map where Morong's mother was located. How on earth did the old lady manage to reach the deepest part of the map back then? The Morong sisters mentioned it seemed to be a powerful NPC inside who guided her in. After that, she could never come out again. There's no way around it. This dungeon is restricted level. Until the final boss is defeated, no one can leave. Not even logging off is possible. In only, no out. Lin Feiyu wasn't too bothered by it. Who cares about a few maps? Just kill your way through and be done with it. But he still planned to get back to it tomorrow. Sleep. What a wonderful thing. Gotta rest up.
Several tents resembling military field tents were pitched at the foot of the hillside. These tents are in-game items, don't underestimate them just because they look like ordinary little tents. But they held a world within. The Morong family, with its illustrious lineage, naturally provided top-notch items. Each appeared outwardly as a modest military tent, yet inside lay luxurious suites as grand as palaces. They were essentially portable, mobile villas. Not only are they supremely comfortable to live in, but they come fully equipped with entertainment facilities. They could easily accommodate hundreds of people. Moreover, they came equipped with early warning systems. If monsters, beasts, or bosses approach, it can detect them early and sound the alarm. It's an absolute must-have for home and travel. The old Lin Feiyu never enjoyed such treatment. Take that last advanced instance, the demon's lair. He spent 7 days inside, sleeping wherever he could find shelter. This time, Chairman Morong proactively offered this military tent developed by the artisan players of the Chiyue Guild under his leadership. Lin Feiyu gladly accepted. Late at night, after confirming everyone was fast asleep, Morong Limo quietly rose from his bed. He stepped out of the military tent, his pace deliberate, his gaze unwavering as he made his way toward Lin Feiyu's tent. "Feiyu, I'm coming for you." But soon, he encountered a boss. A king-tier boss, no less. Darkness's disciple king-class boss, level 40. A hooded figure clad in black. A figure clad in pitch-black robes wielding a gleaming dark blade. A tattered cloak hung behind him, torn and broken. His indistinct face flickers within the black flames. One glance at the stats nearly scared me to death. HP 1.4 million. Another one Morong Limo couldn't take down instantly. But that boss didn't seem hostile at all. Its first words were, "What brings you here to see the master?" Oh. Morong Limo suddenly understood. This is one of the beasts from Lin Feiyu's beast tamer. He'd caught a glimpse of it during his fight with Lin Feiyu earlier. Is it serving as his bodyguard? What should we do? Go announce my arrival? I want to see your master. At that moment, a plant person emerged. It was a voluptuous vine succubus. Her form bore many traits shared by both plants and humans. Tall, elegant, and graceful, with flowers blooming freely atop her head. A flower spirit. Could Lin Feiyu's beast taming style really be this different? Just as Morong Limo marveled at this, the flower spirit spoke, "Master, please come inside." Chapter 109, If You Do Not Forsake. Led by the flower demon, Morong Limo entered the large tent. The moment he stepped inside. Good heavens! He was utterly speechless. What could it be? It's full of beast tamers? And they're all beautiful female beasts? There's a humanoid rabbit girl with rabbit ears. Cat-tailed cat girls. Angelic winged maidens. Fairies with butterfly, dragonfly, and insect wings. Hundreds of them, right? Why are they holding various musical instruments? And all staring straight at Morong. Morong suddenly realized once more. Oh no! He's not. I've got it all wrong. I guessed wrong. Lin Feiyu is straight. Straight as can be. Looks like my oil was wasted. Lin Feiyu stared at Chairman Morong, who had come calling late at night. He already knew why he was here. Just like Li Dahu and the others, seeing how ridiculously powerful he was, they'd come to surrender. He couldn't care less. Time to showcase his terrifying power once more. Is this all you've got with your beast herd? Who else on the entire Blue Star? Before me? Is there still the rule of law? Is there still justice? Morong Limo surveyed his surroundings, finally discerning the ranks and attributes of these beast tamers. Spirit Rabbit Sprite Elite, level 60. Spirit Cat Sprite Elite, level 60. Spirit Fox Sprite Elite, level 60. Spirit Butterfly Sprite Elite, level 60. Spirit Sparrow Sprite Elite, level 60. Morong Limo was utterly shocked. Wasn't this the very beast that Lin Feiyu had just slain today? How? How could it have become Lin Feiyu's beast? He suddenly snapped to attention. That was what Vice President Xiao Yan had mentioned, the death of Lu Qinfei. It was the work of a dungeon monster, and the weapon that monster wielded belonged to one of Lin Feiyu's beasts. No. That monster was also one of Lin Feiyu's tamed beasts. It wasn't that he exploited some rule loophole, nor that he used his tamed beast to indirectly influence the monster to kill Lu Qinfei. Instead, he had mastered some secret technique to kill without being detected. As this thought struck him, another memory surfaced back when he and Lin Feiyu had just entered the confusion moment. He had been dancing on a grave the entire time? He had been recklessly testing the edge of life and death. Fortunately, perhaps due to certain circumstances, or maybe because Lin Feiyu was inherently a kind-hearted person. Unwilling to recklessly take a life, he had spared his life until now. As these thoughts raced through Morong Limo's mind, cold sweat poured down his back. He was filled with dread over his own past recklessness. Lin Feiyu was truly terrifying. His power was unfathomable. Not only did he wield a sky-obscuring swarm of flying swords, but he also commanded a vast horde of beasts with astonishing attributes. He might still be holding back his true power. He's still holding back. He has more up his sleeve.
What he shows you is only what he chooses to reveal. What he chooses not to reveal. How terrifying is that? Could it darken the entire sky? One hand obscures the heavens. Terrifying. Utterly terrifying. Cold sweat poured down Moron Limo's forehead in a steady stream. He was both terrified and relieved. After gaining over 5 million negative attack power, and having developed his unique healing damage ability, he didn't get carried away. Instead, he kept his composure. He didn't seek revenge against Lin Feiyu because of his special healing damage. Instead, with the national war imminent, he proactively sought to collaborate with Lin Feiyu, a master boasting an exceptionally powerful Beastmaster core and over 5 million base attack, to join forces and serve the nation together. That's why he didn't provoke him, he sought an alliance instead. Who would have thought that this patriotic sentiment would become the very sentiment that saved his life? What goes around comes around. At the end of the day, being human means having faith in your heart. All those times before, when I provoked him relentlessly, dancing wildly on his face, he never got angry? That proved his kindness. Morong now understood clearly, this was a leg worth clinging to. Watching Chairman Morong tremble in fear, drenched in cold sweat, Lin Feiyu knew his plan had worked. Unlike Li Dahu and the others, Chairman Morong was already immensely powerful. After using that scroll, he'd even developed his negative attribute attack power to absurd levels. If he didn't get thoroughly beaten down, he'd never truly submit. Why discipline Morong? Why make Morong submit completely? The reason is simple, it's just like how brother Lin Shen refuses to appear in the game world. Lin Shen deliberately retreated to the real world. Because Lin Feiyu is entering the championship tournament. But Feiyu's guild still isn't quite up to par. Most of the combat players were only recently recruited during this period. They haven't effectively formed cohesive combat strength yet. So, the combat personnel and skill ratios of this guild ranked among Blue Star's top 500 are certainly not something a half-baked amateur like Lin Shen could ever hope to match. After all, it's the foundation of a top 500 guild. Then, let's take this world-ranked guild. Let's pull off a snake swallowing an elephant. Swallow it whole. Only then will participating in the championship be a breeze. So, is it possible? The answer is simple, with true strength, anything is possible. He believed it wouldn't be difficult. Originally, within this vast military tent. Since he was already at level 40 with maxed out experience points, he hadn't planned on grinding his own boss. Instead, he'd let the new Beast Maiden recruits step out for a look. Inside this fully equipped military tent, there were actually numerous musical instruments. How could he not let the fairies start rehearsing? Lin Feiyu envied that kind of leisurely life where one could spend idle days listening to music in the entertainment quarters. But alas, such a world didn't exist in reality. And the game world was governed by the Cloud Dynasty. Well, if conditions aren't given, then create them yourself. Personnel are plentiful, beast personnel are plentiful, demon personnel are plentiful. What are we waiting for? Rehearsals have already begun. Lin Feiyu saw that the intimidating effect on Moron Lumao had been achieved. He raised his wine cup and urged the demons to continue rehearsing. Keep the music playing. Keep the dancing going. The decadent music began to play. These spirits were born of mountain creatures, raised on dewdrops in the forest. Their artistic sensibilities were undeniably rich. Exotic flair at its peak. And they're all beast girls. He couldn't help but critique the visuals while nodding his head in approval, nodding and looking up. Nodding in constant admiration. Not bad. Absolutely dazzling. Just missing a DJ. Lin Feiyu glanced at his maxed out experience points, otherwise, he'd have already started grinding bosses. No rush. He never wasted time on meaningless tasks. Morong Limo also witnessed it. The beasts here had miraculously begun to dance. He took a deep breath. Today, Lin Feiyu had been dismissive of every suggestion he'd made. As if he was utterly unwilling to take him as a subordinate. But, your doc, Lin Feiyu. I, Morong Limo, swear allegiance to you. Since you refuse to take me as your subordinate. Then I'll just step down a generation. Rank is just a formality. It doesn't matter. Lin Feiyu's powerful connections are real. I must climb onto it today. His gaze unwavering, he knelt before Lin Feiyu once more. If you would not reject me. If you will have me, I, Son, humbly pledge allegiance to each of you as my sworn fathers. Honorable fathers. Happy National Day. Please support with tips. Chapter 110, The Big Shot. Humph. Lin Feiyu roared with rage. Crash. The wine cup was immediately hurled to the ground, shattering into 8 pieces. Guards, throw him out. Chairman Morong was thus thrown out. Lin Feiyu was furious too. What kind of twisted logic did this Morong Lumao have? Not a shred of common sense? Just blurting out dad? What good would that do? Who'd pay you any mind? Calling someone dad works? Do you really think this is some gangster turf? Calling someone dad right off the bat? Calling dad works on top lane, but nowhere else. Instead of learning proper tactics, you just resort to underhanded tricks. Someone might think you're skilled with a halberd? Got a horse? Always messing around with nonsense and empty talk.
Lin Feiyu is perfectly clear-headed. He wants the entire Chiyue guild.
Not just Morong bowing down to him alone. That's way too low a return on investment. Father? Even grandfather is unacceptable. So Lin Feiyu kicked him out anyway, leaving him to stew in his own thoughts. Figure out how to properly please me. No real substance, yet you want to be my underling? Oof. Besides, the dance below was simply too captivating to look away. With the great battle imminent, there was no room for anyone to disturb him. The zither is emptiness.
Only emptiness prevents the zither from playing.
The next day. The sun was high in the sky. The group set sail once more. Lin Feiyu didn't unleash all his flying swords today. He started controlling them and holding back. There really weren't that many monsters for his flying swords to pierce. It definitely wasn't because he'd overworked himself yesterday by grinding his own boss. He wasn't tired at all, okay? He was full of energy. There simply weren't enough monsters here to unleash his full power.
Manipulating 7-8 regiments of flying swords, he began rampaging through the dungeon map.
Though the flying swords zigzagged a bit erratically, their damage remained terrifyingly devastating, utterly breathtaking. Just like yesterday, I'm taking on everything that comes my way, no holds barred. Another day of explosive stats.
Lin Feiyu felt that with a few more runs through this dungeon, it wouldn't be long before his flying swords surpassed the speed of light.
Could they even surpass the speed limit? If it truly did exceed the speed of light,
then physics as we know it would cease to exist.
Morong Limo, who had been so excited earlier, now looked utterly gloomy.
Even while scavenging trash with Li Dahu and the others along the way, he was stiff and sluggish. Seeing this, Lin Feiyu pondered for a moment. He suspected this Morong guy had fallen into a peculiar mental rut he couldn't climb out of. That is to say, Lin Feiyu could also be bought with money. But the price would have to be astronomical. Don't even bother mentioning a few billion as if I'd be swayed by that. But what if? A Fortune 500 guild with assets ranging from hundreds of billions to trillions? A major guild boasting 100,000 combat-ready players? Handed over for free? Given away? Voluntarily donated? Not impossible? Lin Feiyu would be more than happy to have another trash-picking underling. If Morong really made that decision. Then with Li Dahu and the other two ahead of him, Morong Limo, that 4-character brother, would truly be the fourth in line.
He believed Morong, that scheming, underhanded little bastard, certainly wasn't being stingy. He was someone who played by the rules. Otherwise, he wouldn't have knelt twice in a single day. Rather, he simply hadn't thought of it. What? Could the unrivaled Lin Feiyu actually be bought with money? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Once someone falls into a mental trap, they can't break free without guidance or a wake-up call. It was obvious that Morong Luma was pondering why nothing seemed to work. Calling me brother was useless? Calling me father was also futile? He's still pondering how to win me over.
Lin Feiyu certainly couldn't go remind himself that would be beneath him.
Wouldn't that make me look like a beggar or a panhandler? A strong man's image must be maintained. He immediately summoned his former boss, now vice president of Feiyu Guild, Morong Qianyu. She needed to have a proper chat with her brother about how I became the former president of the Qianyu Guild. He specifically emphasized that the word deliver needed extra emphasis.
Morong Qianyu's face flushed bright red, no telling if she understood a word.
Send?
The young girl murmured the word softly, scratching her head as she walked away.
Send who? 1 or 2? Men. You don't want to pay the dowry. This is planning to. Game World. Yanzhou County City. The newly relocated headquarters of the Feiyu Guild. A few special visitors arrived that day.
An elderly man in his twilight years, snow-white hair cascading loosely, a snow-white beard, eyes dull and cloudy, face etched with deep wrinkles.
Though appearing decrepit, he radiated boundless vitality.
A swordsman whose very presence screamed blade master. A young man with a crooked smile, a look of utter disdain, and an extremely arrogant attitude. A young girl with purple braided hair. The old man bellowed outside the gates of the Feiyu Guild, the nation's foremost guild. Coldwind has arrived.
Yunqing City. Feiyu Guild headquarters building. Vice President's office.
Lin Shen leisurely hid in the real world, binge-watching short dramas while snacking.
His already plump figure had curled up into a lump on the sofa. Report. Urgent matter. A subordinate swiftly opened the door.
Lin Shen erupted in fury.
What are you doing? Didn't I tell you? Don't come looking for me. Don't come looking for me.
If Lin Feiyu finds out I'm hiding, he'll definitely want to confront me. That subordinate was brought over from the Black Tide Guild. He was one of Lin Shen's trusted confidants, the only one Lin Shen had told where he was hiding. Otherwise, if something serious happened and he couldn't be found, it wouldn't be good. The man pursed his lips, clearly bearing grave news.
Lin Shen quickly tossed aside the tablet in his hand. What is it? What's happened?
The subordinate hesitated for a moment. Someone's looking for you. Lin Shen froze for a second, then rolled his eyes.
Seriously? How many people come looking for me every day? And you have to report this? Tell him to fill out an appointment form first, get in line, wait. The man looked even more exasperated than Lin Shen, handing over a completed appointment form. It's already filled out. Take a look, my esteemed vice president. Big shot? Big shot. What big shot is interrupting my show? This mini-series is so good. Totally addictive. Lin Shen took it and saw the name written on the form, National Guild 1, Cold Wind. Gulp. Cold Wind? The guy wielding the 3-meter dog-slaughtering sword, the top warrior of Great Xia? Old Master Lang? The Sword Master? What a big shot. Holy crap. I'm logging in right now. Soon, Lin Feiyu arrived at the final map. He'd already swept through 9 maps along the way. Only one left. Before entering, Lin Feiyu discreetly glanced at his character stats. Player, Lin Feiyu. Title, Glorious Golden Warrior. Class, Sword Immortal Level, 40 Experience, 01.1 M. Talent, Fight to the Final Chapter S 47.4 billion. Health, 27.3 billion. Shield, 2.7 billion. Mana, 7.8 billion. Attack Power, 3.5 billion. Spell Power, 2.1 billion. Physical Defense, 2.2 billion. Magic Defense, 1.8 billion. Attack Speed, 6505. Movement Speed, 14001. Reputation, 307,800. Copper Coins, 252, 546, 9875. Oof. This is insane. These stats stack up. I can't even make sense of it anymore. According to Morone's mother's instructions, there's a what attribute life dragon inside. Lin Feiyu scratched his head. Following the previous plot arrangement. It seems the 4th scrap of cloth. That nameless blueprint map fragment 49 must be on that dragon. Is this one also a mother dragon? Wood element? Meaning grass element? Grass dragon? Could it be a... Chapter 111, The 4 Pillars of the Nation arrive. Before entering the next map, Li Dahao quietly handed over a special scroll. Golden and dazzling. Oh? Golden legend? He opened it and was instantly captivated. Blood bar explosion technique, unique legendary golden. Effect, upon use, when receiving a single instant damage exceeding 99% of your current HP. Your HP value multiplies by 10. And instantly restores your HP bar to maximum capacity. Restriction 1, can only be used once. Scroll becomes void after use. Restriction 2, if damage exceeds your current maximum HP, the HP bar x10 effect cannot be used to offset this damage. It cannot prevent death. What doesn't kill me makes me stronger. This. Lin Feiyu's eyes narrowed sharply upon reading it. He'd call it the grave dancing skill. In other words, if your health bar instantly drops by over 99% and you survive, your health will increase tenfold. The catch? You have to survive. Admittedly, he possessed the stat eraser trait, which could remove the usage cap. But he glanced again at his maximum health, 27.3 billion. Which coincidentally matched a 2.7 billion shield value. Honestly, surviving 99% damage isn't that hard. But who has that kind of damage output? 27 billion, 27 million DPS? But does anyone actually have that kind of damage? What if I reset the usage count? Wouldn't the health bar just skyrocket? But what if we remove restriction 2? That's a one-time mini invincibility skill. After taking damage, it could even boost your health bar tenfold. As long as the damage number isn't 10 times your own health bar, you're invincible. This ability is truly absurd. He has no idea which monster dropped this. But it's a real gem. At least he's got a solid trump card now. On the offensive, erase limit 1, boost health. Or, fall back and remove restriction 2, gaining an extra life-saving skill. He stowed it in his backpack for now, unsure if he'd ever get a chance to use it. Lin Feiyu beckoned everyone to enter the final map. The Morong sisters were incredibly excited. Finally, they would see their mother, separated for 3 years. As soon as Lin Feiyu led everyone into the brand new map, they spotted a girl dressed in attire resembling a badminton shuttlecock. Holding a silk fragment aloft with both hands, I vow to be my. Shut up. Lin Feiyu didn't give her a chance to speak. You expect me to acknowledge you as my master? Can't I control it myself? My current beast control has no limits, you know? Can't I kill you? Even if I kill you, you'll still be my beast. Why are you kneeling? I want you to die standing. Lin Feiyu didn't even glance at her stats. He raised his hand and unleashed a flying sword. Whoosh. Instantly refined. Enter my beast taming realm. Lin Feiyu reached out and caught a tattered rag. Nameless blueprint map fragment 49, acquired. No. At that moment, a woman clad in blue and white robes burst out, shouting. No. Wood spirit saved my life. You can't kill it. You can't. The woman, running and weeping, was clearly the mother of the Morong sisters. She bore a 50-60% resemblance to them.
In her youth, she must have been a great beauty, but the marks of time lingered heavily upon her.
Mu Ling? How could that be? Did you kill the wrong person? She's a good woman. I've survived all these years only because of her help. Why? Lin Feiyu was utterly confused. This Mother Morone must have gone mad in there. That wood spirit was the final boss. How are we supposed to get out if the boss isn't dead? This guy's weird actually befriended the boss inside the dungeon? But the intelligence she relayed was surprisingly accurate.
Seeing their mother start to cry, the two daughters immediately rushed forward to comfort her.
Mother! You're being foolish. That's the final dungeon boss. Once the map refreshes, he'll just respawn. Exactly. Mother! You really are being foolish. Oh. Right. I see. Oh. Is the boss already dead? We can leave now, right? Then I'll go home. That's great. Let's get out of here. What a shame.
I've been here for years, I'm already too attached to leave.
Are you guys hungry? I want takeout. These days have starved me. I haven't logged out of the game in years. I'm never logging back in. Morone's mother.
You say she's starting to ramble, yet she's perfectly lucid and knows she hasn't logged in for years.
You say she's lucid? Now she's demanding takeout again? This doesn't make any sense at all. Maybe it's from surviving in the wilderness here for so many years. Once rescued, she got overly excited, that's what caused it.
Right after clearing the dungeon, Lin Feiyu got a call from his older brother, Lin Shen.
Oh? Wasn't he avoiding me? Why are you calling me out of the blue?
The moment he answered, his brows furrowed.
Someone wants to acquire the Feiyu Guild. Acquisition? Ha? What the hell? My guild was just starting to thrive? It's even an officially established guild. The National First Guild. National Second Guild. National Third Guild. National Fourth Guild. Representatives from all four official organizations have simultaneously arrived at the Feiyu Guild's headquarters. Negotiations with Lin Shen have already commenced. And they're all heavyweights among heavyweights.
Sword Sovereign of the National First Guild, Cold Wind. Sword Emperor of the Second National Guild, Chen Yizhan.
Dragon King of the Third Guild, Lin Ao.
The Thunder Emperor of the Fourth Guild, Lei Qianying.
The four pillars of the Great Xia Empire Purple Gold Beam, White Jade Pillar have all arrived? All four pillars of the realm have arrived? And their first move is to push for a merger? What? My damage output still looks decent? Now you want me to join the conquest tournament? Afraid my little guild's fighters can't handle the brutal drain of a nation war? Then they come up with this rotten idea. Acquiring the guild I painstakingly nurtured through hardship? You really want to have your cake and eat it too. What the hell is this?
Lin Feiyu pondered. He hadn't really shown his true strength to the masses before. The last time we showed our strength was when we went head to head with the Chiara Guild in the Over the Hills campaign. A single slash dealt 1.51 million damage. And then there's my own beast herd. That beast herd is terrifying too. Besides my low level and immense potential, the only thing that could draw these four big shots to my doorstep is my beast herd. That's the only thing that caught their attention. In his previous life, Lin Feiyu knew. Even back then, when Chairman Morone was only level 72, he already possessed skills capable of dealing over 1 million points of damage. His Blood Slash, which dealt 1.51 million damage, only had the advantage of an incredibly large damage area. And then there was his potential. I'm only level 40. Huge room for improvement. Getting 4 top-tier players to mobilize together. I bet they're going crazy trying to snatch me up, right? Ah. This plot feels familiar. It was also 4 people fighting over me as their disciple. At least over there, they actually fought each other, battling until they were completely exhausted. By all logic. You guys should at least have a fight too, right? Come on, fight it out. Chapter 112, Glory. No sooner had they exited the instance than the yellow Wind Valley token in Lin Feiyu's backpack began to vibrate inexplicably. The message came from none other than his personal flight pilot, Yi Hao. The message was brief, yet its content was utterly shocking. It also resolved a lingering doubt in his mind. Lin Feiyu bid farewell to the 4 members of the Morone family. Though his mother had been rescued, the situation seemed far from resolved. Morone's mother was in a strange mental state and needed to log off immediately to seek treatment from a master. Everyone said that Master Chen, the bald-headed 5 million yuan master, possessed extraordinary skills. The Morone family quickly logged off and set out. The reason they had to seek him offline was that Master Chen rarely logged in. The exact reason remained unknown. After the Morone family departed, he immediately took action. That was to effectively intimidate the 4 great powers of Daxia. In this gamified world, raw combat power remains the ultimate hard truth. Power was everything. However, he had no intention of testing his skills against the 4 masters. Because it was unnecessary. It wasn't that he couldn't defeat them, but rather that he couldn't control his own strength. He feared they wouldn't be able to withstand it. His stats had already begun defying the heavens.
A single demonstration of the flying sword's destructive power would settle everything. The two flying swords had already shot deep into the unknown map. Lin Feiyu deliberately checked his attack power. Attack power, 3.5 billion. According to the description of the infinite sword technique, attack power equals the number of flying swords. He could now summon a full 3.5 billion flying swords. If linked together, these flying swords could circle the blue star 75.11 times. But, to demonstrate overwhelming might, 2 swords suffice. The otherworldly damage and flight speed of 2 flying swords. One for display, one to carry a video recording stone for documentation. Let the flying swords soar. Just let them soar for a while. Their target, an 80-level boss, to take down in one strike. Xia Dai and Yair were even seated aboard the flying sword to adjust the recording stone's angle and let them experience directing. Once everything was set, without waiting for flying sword to return, Lin Feiyu rushed back to Yenzhou County City without delay. He was actually mentally prepared for the arrival of the officials. Over the years, the Great Xia Empire had produced very few truly formidable rising talents. Consider this, the 4 pillars of the Great Xia Empire. These titles have been celebrated for nearly a century. They had always been the fiercest. And they remain the most formidable now. It's not that they're exceptionally formidable, it's that no rising talent has been able to challenge them. This is precisely what they mean by a generational gap. And Lin Feiyu knew his recent performance had been nothing short of meteoric, a lightning-fast rise that had undoubtedly caught the officials' attention. It was inevitable they'd come for him. But he hadn't expected all 4 of them to arrive together. He knew the battle histories of these 4 heavyweights like the back of his hand. After all, they were the 4 supreme masters of Great Xia. Sword Sovereign, Cold Wind. Renowned as the mightiest warrior in Great Xia, possessing the most terrifying killing power. The ultimate nuclear weapon incarnate in human form, possessing the highest offensive power. The sharpest sword in Great Xia. His attack power alone exceeds 500,000. One of his skills can unleash a staggering 5 million plus damage. This remains humanity's ultimate benchmark to this day. He is also widely recognized as the most promising candidate to clear the level 80 advanced dungeon. However, in recent years, following the last championship tournament, the National War 5 years ago, Sword Master Cold Wind's condition has been peculiar. Since his life or death victory over the one-sword style swordsman Saito Fox from Ishii State, he has never fought again. He hasn't been seen at all. For a time, rumors swirled on forums that Cold Wind had been crippled or even killed. But those spreading such nonsense ended up in trouble. This only fueled the panic even more. Though Lin Feiyu was a reincarnated soul, he held deep respect for the 4 absolute masters who had fought to the death on the battlefield for Great Xia. He still remembered that one-on-one arena battle during the National War 5 years ago. A true man's 1v1 showdown. Every match was a life or death battle. Bets on their very lives. In the end, it was Sword Master Cold Wind whose superior skill claimed victory, cutting down his opponent. No desperate cries of surrender echoed from Great Xia, only the fierce battle of 4 unyielding warriors. Blood spilled on the arena they fought until there was nothing left to give. 5 years ago, in a one-on-one Blue Star Championship, swordsmen from Ishii Prefecture nearly stripped Great Xia of its ultimate combat power. When that blood-red banner signifying victory from 5 years prior reappeared on the tournament's final scoreboard, people finally realized that what should have been an effortless victory now demanded such desperate struggle. The imperial wall upheld by the 4 pillars began to show the first cracks. Sword Sovereign Cold Wind, Blade Emperor Chen Yizhan, Dragon King Lin Ao, and Thunder Emperor Lei Qianying had spent nearly a century cementing foreign warfare invincibility as the default standard. The championship tournament, once a fierce battle for supremacy, has devolved into a relegation contest where every other server across the entire Blue Star is desperately fighting for second place. Looking back at the glory days of Great Xia, it wasn't about sheer numbers, but divine power. For supremely powerful figures, each with distinct styles, spent nearly a century securing 19 victories, expanding Yunlai Province's territory to surpass the combined size of all other servers. Each with distinct combat traits, they collectively ushered in the golden age of Great Xia. Dragon King Lin Ao shattered the 7th-tier advancement dungeon's impassable barrier in just 7 years, a feat still unmatched. He was born to fight. His power didn't come from steadiness, but from explosive bursts triggered by the slightest twitch of his lips. He could become a legend in a single battle, or ignite the entire arena with a single crooked smile. Alas, his intensity proved too fierce. 5 years ago, during the 1v1 True Men tournament, he didn't hold back. He pushed himself to the point of exhaustion. By the final moments, his own survival mattered little, but that little run from Ishii Prefecture had to die. Lin Ao transformed the fiery championship into a one-man, testosterone-fueled frenzy. He burned his blood to the last drop, transforming it into the most ferocious combat power, battling to the bitter end, nearly destroying both themselves. Lin Ao was the most surging wave of Great Xia, the world's second strongest warrior, hot on the heels of the Sword Sovereign. If Cold Wind was the sharpest sword in existence, then Blade Emperor Chen Yizhan was more like a carefree poet wielding his blade as a brush.
His blade techniques were impenetrable, his footwork graceful and effortless, renowned for his swift, lightning-fast, and ghost-fearing combat style. Speed was his everything. He also possessed the exceedingly rare skill of invincibility. Once activated, it created a sea of ghostly shadows. Turn off the lights, pull the switch, no one could last a single round within his shadow. Yet 5 years ago, during a great battle, an unexpected twist occurred. That person not only blocked his strike but nearly turned the tables and killed him. In the end, it was that kid called Demon Blade Shizumaru who, without a care in the world, surrendered in a bizarrely victorious manner. Otherwise, the outcome would have remained unknown. Life and death would remain uncertain. Thunder Emperor, Lei Qianying, had long been revered as goddesses in the hearts of the people of Great Xia. She is also the sole female among the 4 pillars of the Great Xia's national power. And the youngest among them. From a country bumpkin with the least talent, braids twisted like pretzels, she repeatedly crawled out covered in blood from advancement dungeons where others thought she'd gone in to die. Time and again, she proved that when she said she could do it, she could. A spear in hand, lightning at her side. 50 years ago, in the Supremacy Tournament, her earth-shattering thunderclap cleaved a county city in Ishii Prefecture in two. To this day, the fissure glows with lightning. 5 years ago in the 1v1 tournament, she fought 23 battles in a single day, collapsing so exhausted at the end she had to be carried off. Not a single complaint, only a body scarred by old wounds. From Thunder Girl to Supreme Thunder Goddess, she possessed neither Cold Wind's lethality, nor Chen Yizhan's ethereal grace, nor Lin Feiju's blazing intensity. What she relied on was the unwavering resolve that made her say, "I can do it," and see it through. This steadfastness and tenacity forged her into the later Thunder Emperor. She wasn't the sharpest blade, but she was the most resilient shield, the most steadfast force in Great Xia. Over nearly a century, she forged her talent into an impenetrable fortress, cornering opponents while pushing herself to the absolute limit. In critical battles, she shouldered the pressure. In storms of public opinion, she faced them in silence. It was she who extended the Great Xia dynasty's unbroken reign by a full decade. Unbeaten in every international match, undefeated in singles play, that razor-sharp edge crackling with thunder and lightning. Stroke by stroke, single-handedly, she held the entire world at bay. Those years of routine victories only revealed their true nature in that brutal triumph 5 years ago. It wasn't mere luck, but a fortress forged from their blood and sweat. Hearing that phrase again now, what our Great Xia lacks most is not victory, but someone to carry the torch forward. It dawned on them, it wasn't the Great Xia that was strong, it was them. Lin Feiyu held deep admiration for the glorious past of those 4. They were all formidable figures worthy of his admiration and respect. But they come in and immediately want to absorb the guild I worked so hard to build properly? He felt deeply uneasy about it. Even though the Feiyu guild wasn't worth much, Lin Feiyu still felt a knot in his gut. Those glorious days were nothing but memories now. Chapter 113, by Imperial Decree. Before returning to Yenzhou County, Lin Feiyu thought meticulously about how his fame might be too high. If too many people came to greet him, wouldn't that be a waste of time? And if a few young girls screamed and fainted, that would be even worse. Therefore, he deliberately issued an announcement in the guild's public channel. This return to Yenzhou is a personal matter. All arrangements should be kept simple. No extravagance or waste. No banners. No red carpets. No roadside welcomes along the route. Subordinate units of the guild are prohibited from providing escorts. No vice presidents, branch presidents, or team captains shall accompany the procession. No loud gongs or drums. Firecrackers are forbidden. Blocking roads to disturb residents is strictly forbidden. By Imperial Decree. Lin Feiyu arrived at the guild headquarters and immediately headed to the meeting room. The streets were indeed quiet and still excellent. His announcement had indeed served its purpose. This sensation of being a high-ranking figure whose every word commands extreme attention felt rather satisfying. Is this what power feels like? Absolutely satisfying. So satisfying. In the conference room, Vice Presidents Lin Shen, Lu Fei, and Shi Yu were all present. They were facing off against the 4 strongest individuals in Great Xia. Our meaning is crystal clear. I trust you understand. Lin Feiyu's damage output is quite high? But entering the championship tournament with your tiny Feiyu guild? This championship follows a guild war format. It's a true test of a guild's overall strength. Can your small guild's combatants even withstand the brutal attrition of a national war? Therefore, acquiring your guild is the optimal solution. The speaker was Lin Ao, nicknamed Dragon King, his lips perpetually twisted in a slight smirk. Thunder Emperor Lei Qianying remained silent throughout, quietly gazing out the window at the clouds drifting by. Sword Emperor Chen Yizhan also chimed in. Lin Feiyu is only level 30. You must know how incredibly difficult leveling up is in this game. And the minimum level requirement for this guild war is 50. Lin Feiyu doesn't stand a chance of participating. But we're coming with 4 people. Not just 1. That means the 4 of us can team up to grind experience for him. Together, we'll elevate Lin Feiyu to godhood. Such an opportunity is a privilege no one has ever received. Lin Feiyu will be hooked the moment he hears about it. Swordmaster Cold Wind stroked his 3-meter-long greatsword, head bowed in deep thought, lost in his own musings. Chen Yizhan, observing the most seasoned veteran present, Cold Wind, spoke up, "Old Cold.
Say something. What are you thinking?"
Cold Wind flicked his fingers against the dog slaughterer in his grasp, his gaze tinged with nostalgia.
"I'm thinking about my ex-girlfriend from when I was 60. Why? Put." Lin Ao, who was drinking water, spit it out in surprise. "Damn. Old man Lang."
Actually, Lung Feng was pondering something very important. He had suddenly received a friend request yesterday. Normally, someone of his caliber received so many friend requests daily that it was overwhelming.
He rarely bothered to look at them.
But this girl's message read, Lin Feiyu's ex-girlfriend.
That piqued his interest. After accepting the request, he uncovered a hidden truth. Lu Qinfei's death seemed suspicious.
Outsiders regarded the sword master as a venerable elder of high moral standing.
But deep down, he knew it well. Without a few underhanded tricks, one couldn't rise this far.
Therefore, he did not immediately report it to the sword hall, choosing instead to keep it under wraps.
He could see that Lin Feiyu held great promise for the future. But he was far too young. Youthful talent often comes with youthful arrogance.
This secret might just be his ultimate trump card. After hearing Lang Feng's words, Chen Yizhan knew he was spouting nonsense.
He could only shake his head and laugh. "Old Lang. You really shouldn't go to this championship tournament. With the newcomer Lin Feiyu rising up, it'll be just fine."
Lang Feng snapped out of his dark schemes, chuckling calmly. "My sword has no rearview mirror and my dog slaughterer blade knows no mercy. A championship tournament spanning all 13 servers across Blue Star. Why shouldn't I go? I must go." In this conference room, everyone was actually waiting for Lin Feiyu's arrival.
Without him, no one can make a decision.
A teenager barely at level 30? He's already capable of going toe-to-toe with players just over level 70. What if he fully develops his potential? Therefore, their purpose in gathering here is threefold. 1. Help Lin Feiyu level up so he can qualify for the championship tournament in 3 months.
That prodigy from Yixiazu, Demon Blade Jiwan, is rumored to be nearly level 80 already.
The situation for this championship tournament is dire, precarious as an egg balanced on a stack of eggs. 2. To acquire the Feiyu Guild, firmly securing this peerless prodigy of extraordinary talent under the official platform's control. 3. And another purpose, to give Lin Feiyu a taste of his own medicine. His recent actions haven't exactly been low-key. He's made a name for himself in guild wars, and his epic clash with the Chier Guild is the talk of the town.
He acts like he doesn't know the sky is high and the earth is thick.
That's one reason all 4 of us came together. They're deploying their top-tier forces without hesitation just to teach this not-so-well-behaved kid a lesson. Lin Feiyu stood quietly at the conference room door, listening to the conversation inside. Many within the guild had heard rumors about the impending official takeover. And they all saw guild leader Lin Feiyu standing quietly outside the conference room door. This was a matter that would determine their fate. Joining an official guild was certainly appealing. It meant a secure position. But freedom would be severely restricted. Moreover, it would be extremely difficult to leave. Many were eager to join, while just as many who didn't want to join were waiting for guild leader Lin to step in and settle the matter. Lin Feiyu's stance was simple: he wouldn't join the official guild. That's for sure. He had plenty of secrets to protect. Joining the official guild would mean handing over all his attribute secrets, talent secrets, and skill secrets. Absolutely not. Even if the veterans of Qianyu Guild knew his talents, attributes, and skills, those were from his previous life. Compared to who I am now, it's like night and day. He wouldn't give them away lightly. Furthermore, Lin Feiyu had already decided to participate in the conquest tournament. He had already considered the critical issue of his guild's combat personnel being inadequate. The solution? Swallow up the Chier Guild, the colossal World 500 powerhouse. With a plan already in place, why would he need to join any official guild? Why should I grind experience or level up with them? Poof. I can't even handle the bosses in my own beast-taming realm. I'm a stay-at-home leveling specialist, you know? Why bother leveling me up? Give me a break. At that very moment, Lin Feiyu sensed his flying sword returning. Defeated an 80-level king tier boss with 15 million HP. The footage was fully recorded. He approached the window at his floor, retrieved the flying sword, and simultaneously exported the footage from the recording stone. He summoned an old acquaintance from his past life, the legendary driver Yuan, whom he hadn't interacted with much in this lifetime. He sent the footage over, instructing him to quickly compile a PowerPoint presentation. All preparations complete. What else was there to wait for? He turned and headed toward the conference room. Lin Feiyu pushed open the door and entered. He intended to go head-to-head with the top 4. If they refuse, they refuse. And now you're making things difficult? Watch the VCR. Chapter 114, Utterly Ridiculous. Creak. The frosted glass door of the conference room swung open. Lin Feiyu stepped inside at a measured pace. Inside, 7 people turned to look. All of them froze for a moment. Then, They all did the same thing at the exact same moment. They all swiftly rose to their feet in a show of respect. The three vice presidents Shiryu, Lu Fei, and Lin Shan need no introduction. Even the four pillars of the Great Xia Kingdom rose as one to greet him. This clearly demonstrated Lin Feiyu's unstoppable rise. These four individuals were paying the highest tribute to the future fifth pillar of the Great Xia. This was an early effort to build rapport with their future colleague. This was mutual admiration between equals. This is Lin Feiyu, young and accomplished yet unburdened by self-doubt. They understand what is truly precious. As for Lin Feiyu, didn't even glance at them, walking alone to the main seat reserved exclusively for him. Even though the Four Pillars Kingdom had arrived early, no one dared to sit in that central seat. He stood there, motionless, silent. The others remained standing as well. Zhenizhan, the most active-minded blade god, was the first to feel compelled to speak. But Lin Feiyu raised his hand and gently pressed down, stopping her. What do you mean, say? I haven't even spoken yet? Who among you dares to utter a sound? His expression wasn't good, it was practically expressionless. A blank expression is the most terrifying look in the world. Silence without a word is the most powerful statement. What do coldness, indifference, and detachment signify? They represent ruthlessness. The Four Pillars Nation's people knew full well the mission they bore. It was utterly unreasonable. They understood this all too well. That's precisely why all four were summoned, hoping their combined efforts to assist Lin Feiyu's advancement might ease the tension. In truth, given their combined strength, they knew full well that Lin Feiyu had been lingering outside the door the entire time. They were merely feigning ignorance, pretending not to notice. Now it seems this young man has quite the fiery temper. Then again, what kind of young man wouldn't be? Tall, handsome, with boundless potential, serving as guild leader and brimming with youthful vigor. In short, tall, rich, handsome, fiery-tempered, and a bossy tycoon. Lin Feiyu narrowed his eyes slightly and began surveying his surroundings. He knew exactly what was going through his mind. That was that he would definitely participate in that championship tournament. He had to. It was his responsibility, something he couldn't possibly shirk. But going willingly and being forced to go were two entirely different matters. The outcome might be the same, participating in the tournament either way. But the principle behind it was entirely different. Lin Feiyu is the most reasonable person there is. If all else fails, my flying sword is reason enough. The laws of physics? Not a principle? Tap tap. Lin Feiyu's index finger tapped lightly on the tabletop, his expression unchanged as if he'd worn the deadpan face since time immemorial. His tone softened, gentle and deliberate as he spoke. I will not merge the guild I worked so hard to build into any other organization. Not even an official one. I will participate in the championship tournament. And I will give it my all. I will resolve all difficulties on my own, no assistance needed. That's all I have to say. All in favor? His tone was calm, yet utterly unquestionable. The Four Pillars Kingdom members exchanged glances, the atmosphere growing awkward. They instantly realized this young man might truly be impossible to deal with. His stance was utterly unyielding, utterly indifferent to the consequences for others. A single sentence ended the competition. But the question was, his own guild? Their mission wasn't merely to acquire the Feiyu Guild, but also to ensure Lin Feiyu could participate in the championship tournament. More importantly, they had to ensure the team Lin Feiyu led was strong enough. They needed to ensure it was a formidable new force, not just Lin Feiyu himself. But the reason all four of them came together wasn't just to resolve Lin Feiyu's personal issues. They came to boost their chances of victory. Securing victory in the championship tournament was the paramount, core objective driving all four of them to come together this time. This championship tournament features an entirely new format. It's not individual combat, but an unprecedentedly massive team battle. Individual strength matters, but collective power matters even more. Modeled after Guild Wars, this tournament unfolds across a colossal map, pitting hundreds of thousands, perhaps even millions of players against each other in massive offensive and defensive battles. The detailed tournament regulations have been released. After careful study, this tournament will be the bloodiest and largest in the game's history. It also features the harshest reward and punishment system yet. Put simply, it's a massively scaled-up version of the Guild War mode everyone has experienced before. The difference lies in eliminating elimination and defeat mechanics. It's purely kill-based. In other words, vast numbers of players from every server are dumped into a single massive map. Players from all servers begin constructing defenses, conducting reconnaissance, launching attacks, holding their ground, or executing strategic retreats. It's a real-life, dungeon-style, player-versus-player version of a warlord-era power struggle. There's another issue: players need to eat. This is explicitly stated in the tournament's detailed rules. No food may be brought into the competition. Additionally, the in-game trading interface cannot be used, and participating players are strictly forbidden from communicating with spectators outside the instance. However, the tournament rules explicitly state that the instance contains numerous NPCs, many of whom are engaged in production activities.
Therefore, the NPCs within the tournament instance become prime targets for contention. No food? Starve? Your combat power won't just dip a little, it'll take a serious hit. After all, players enter this game with their physical bodies, not just their consciousness. Therefore, this conquest tournament features not only siege battles and defensive warfare after cities are built, but also battles for public support to secure NPC assistance. And there might even be massive player encounters in the wild, with armies numbering in the hundreds of thousands clashing head-on. One player even shared a spot on analogy on the forums. It's like, Season 3 has begun inside the dungeon. Therefore, this championship is of utmost importance. It's essentially a gamble on the nation's fate. Remember, the size of the game map directly translates to massive amounts of experience points, materials, and gear. This paves the way for players entering the game later. A reduction in map size in dungeons means the growth of future players will be severely stunted. And abilities gained within the game can be transferred into reality. That is, a major conflict involving blue starships, a new form of superpowers within the game, has yet to erupt. Drawing lessons from humanity's past historical experiences. This new form of war involving superpowers may erupt, or it may never happen at all. But you can't afford to lack the strength to fight this war. Otherwise, defeat is inevitable. When the Sword Pavilion can no longer contain it, then the real world will be 10,000 times more dangerous than the game world. Therefore, for the future, for our comrades, the Four Pillars Nation's leaders understood this clearly. Lin Feiyu must be taken down. Let him be strong, but his followers must not be. For this championship tournament, the four discussed their strategy. Individual bravery would play a significant role. But it clearly wasn't enough. The number of players eligible to enter this tournament from each server was in the millions. Meaning the entire tournament instance could host tens of millions of players. Add to that the vast number of combat NPCs available for battle within the tournament instance. The numbers will double again. If we prepare for the worst-case scenario, just like in past championship tournaments, the Great Xia Empire will face the entire world as its enemy. Can Lin Feiyu really wipe out tens of millions in an instant? I refuse to believe it. Absolutely ridiculous. Chapter 115, You're My Idol. Brother Lin. Can I sit down now? My old back isn't what it used to be. The old fox sword venerable handled it smoothly. Seeing the talks might break down, even risking of falling out, he began to play the old man card, cracking jokes, showing weakness, and extending goodwill. Breaking the strange tension. While easing the tense situation somewhat, Lin Feiyu glanced at Sword Master Cold Wind and said, Old Cold. All this time, I've always looked up to you as my idol. But today's matter, even if my idol were here, there'd be no room for negotiation. His expression remained as still as a deep well. Let me repeat. Every problem you've considered, I've considered too. I will resolve them. I possess the capability to resolve them. I said it. Idol. At that moment, Lei Qianying, the sole woman among the four pillars, spoke for the first time. Lin Feiyu. Think carefully. If you agree, we'll offer you a price beyond your wildest dreams. Additionally, the four of us will team up to help you grind experience points. This will smooth your path to growth. Gaining experience in this game world is extremely difficult. Unless you grind monsters way above your level, like dozens of levels above. Without our help, by the time the tournament starts, you might not even reach level 50. Dragon King Lin Ao chimed in with a crooked smile, his words flowing effortlessly. The difficulty of leveling from 40 to 50, I don't think we need to elaborate on that, right? You should know exactly what that means. With the four of us old-timers helping out, you could pull it off in just a short fortnight. For the average player, grinding from 40 to 50 takes years, right? Lin Feiyu nearly laughed out loud. He possessed the secret technique passed down by Lu Ruyan, the sect leader subordinate to Huangfeng Valley, the mythic tier, yellow icon cultivation method, indescribable. All he needed to do was grind his own bosses relentlessly. Leveling up would be ridiculously fast. Why would I need you to carry me? How laughable. Can't I grind on my own? He chuckled, humph. I've got my own unique leveling method. I can level up without leaving home, I don't need your help at all. And get this. If I go all out, hitting levels 40 to 50 might only take 3 days. I could do it all by myself. Lin Feiyu thought about his own leveling methods and decided to play it safe by adding a few extra days. Otherwise, he'd end up saying the same thing as Langfeng, my old back just can't take it anymore. Chen Yizhen asked in confusion, without leaving home? How do you grind experience points? Lin Ao's mind was filled with question marks, that's pure fantasy. Cold Wind scoffed, that's pure sensationalism. Lei Qianying pressed, how did you manage it? Lin Feiyu replied with utmost seriousness, I have numerous tamed beasts. I'm sure you're all aware of that. I have a way I grind the beast bosses in my own beast taming space at home. Lei Qianying frowned slightly. What kind of heretical cultivation method was this? What method? Can you demonstrate? Lin Feiyu? Lin Feiyu, huh? Where? Lei Qianying, right here? In the conference room? You wouldn't be embarrassed, would you? Ahem.
Lin Feiyu quickly cleared his throat to hide his embarrassment. Well, this method is my closely guarded secret.
Sorry, I can't demonstrate it. Cold Wind realized conventional methods wouldn't work on Lin Feiyu. He had to resort to some underhanded tactics. He'd threaten him with charges of intentional homicide. Still refusing to comply? Then he'd report him to the Sword Pavilion. But this was merely a threat. He wouldn't intervene at this critical moment.
Cold Wind was investigating the past between Lin Feiyu, Lu Qinfei, and Su Xiaohan.
He's come to realize something. Lin Feiyu is still a hopeless romantic.
That girl named Su Xiaohan hasn't realized it at all. Lu Qinfei's death stemmed from him getting too close to Su Xiaohan.
So he kept his distance. He wouldn't bother pursuing such a ridiculous mess. In this game-like era, who doesn't have a few lives on their hands? Does Lin Feiyu have any? Does Ai Lingfeng have any? The difference is, those who evade the Sword Pavilion's detection remain unknown. What people know is that he didn't escape the Sword Pavilion's investigation. That's survivor bias. Regarding the Sword Pavilion's peculiar combat prowess, even Cold Wind himself finds it utterly terrifying. He knew some of the inside details. The sword-wielding pavilion of Blue Star isn't just composed of former Blue Star members. Several members are directly drawn from the game's most peerless masters. That youth named Ji Hao and the girl named Ji Chitsai. He, Lung Feng, had tested the waters. Killing him, the strongest warrior in Great Xia, was as easy as drinking water for them. Yet they chose not to invade Blue Star, instead actively safeguarding its peace.
Therefore, Lin Feiyu must be terrified of this truth being exposed.
Lang Feng's mind made up. Lin Feiyu. I'll name a person. You better think carefully. Oh. Idol. Go ahead.
Lin Feiyu remained unyielding only regarding the guild's acquisition, but he held genuine respect for these individuals.
Ahem. Lung Feng cleared his throat tactically. Lu Mo Fei. Everyone present was utterly baffled. What on earth was this about? What kind of flying? Lin Feiyu was utterly shocked upon hearing that name. So, it was you. Did that green tea spill the beans to you? He knew full well the power of the Sword Pavilion. It's simply beyond what any player could withstand. I'd still held on to some hope before that the Swordmaster Pavilion's leader, whom I'd sought out as my master, might be the boss around here too. But today, upon exiting the Forest Book Demon Realm dungeon, a message suddenly appeared on the Yellow Wind Valley token in my backpack. The news of Lu Qinfei's death has been leaked to Su Xiaohan by someone with ulterior motives.
Su Xiaohan then disclosed it to others. Explanation 1. The source of the leak originates from the Chiyue Guild, but the specific individual cannot be identified. Explanation 2. It remains unknown to whom Su Xiaohan disclosed this information. Sincerely. Greetings, Grandmaster. Captain of the First Squad, Sword-Wielding Pavilion, Blue Star Yi Hao. So I'm the great uncle of the captain of Blue Star Sword Pavilion's First Squad? Who could possibly have stronger connections than me? Do whatever you want, you pervert. Humph. Dare to threaten me? Lin Feiyu flew into a rage upon hearing this, slamming his fist on the table as he leapt to his feet. Lu Qinfei is dead. You think you can take me on? I killed Lu Qinfei. Yi Su couldn't save him either. I've got this covered. The Sword Pavilion wouldn't dare touch me. I said it. At that moment, Yuan, clutching the video playback device, pushed open the door and entered. Chapter 116, Minor Damage. Dragon Slayer Guild Leader's Office. I heard, all the Four Pillars nations have gone to the Feiyu Guild? The Dragon Slayers Guild, also based in Yenzhou County City, had already received this news. Dragon Slayer Guild leader Lu Chuangji paced his office with a cigar clenched between his teeth, his expression dark and brooding. He had already planned to reconcile with the Feiyu Guild. The earlier conflict between Lu Jia and Lin Feiyu in the newbie village was nothing but a minor squabble. He hadn't taken it seriously, assuming the rising star Lin Feiyu wouldn't either. But now, they'd taken the initiative to attack, relocating their guild headquarters to Yenzhou County City. This was clearly a direct challenge to his Dragon Slayer Guild. The feud between Lin Feiyu and the Chiara Guild had previously reached an irreconcilable boiling point. And what was the outcome? The entire 30,000-strong Chiara Guild dropped a level. It was also discovered by those paying close attention that the two vice presidents and the president of the Chiara Guild, Moron Limo, had each dropped 2 levels. This was highly intriguing, because the direct confrontation between these 3 individuals and Lin Feiyu was never exposed. It had been deliberately concealed. What does losing 2 levels even mean? At the 70-level stage, grinding experience points is extremely difficult. It takes years to achieve. Its value is immeasurable. Yet the Chiara Guild didn't make a peep about it. Clearly, they suffered a major loss. In other words, Lin Feiyu is a petty, vindictive person. This much is beyond doubt. So, how can the Dragon Slayers Guild avoid this enormous risk? The answer lies in proactive reconciliation. Even if it means sacrificing some resources, even if it means handing over a few dungeons, reconciliation must be pursued. Once the fighting starts, regardless of victory or defeat, the cost will be enormous. If the losses are massive, it could knock your guild out of the world's top 500. Then there'd be no chance of recovery. But, at this thought, Lu Chuangji slammed his fist onto the desk. Lin Feiyu, you're a ruthless bastard. The Dragon Slayer Guild's foothold in Yanzhou County City was built on cooperation with the city itself. This was something rarely achieved within the player factions. Lu Chuangji, had pulled it off, and that was precisely why he'd nearly drained every last drop of player resources from Yanzhou County. And now, someone was disrupting that arrangement. Linyu Guild has been working for the Yanzhou County government at near loss prices lately. This is malicious competition, deliberately chipping away at the lifeblood of his Dragon Slayers Guild. He had already investigated this thoroughly. The person orchestrating it was none other than Lin Feiyu's half-brother, Lin Shun. This was cutting off Lu Chuangji's legs. Where did Lin Feiyu get this information? How did he manage to uncover the situation so thoroughly? Now look, all 4 pillars of the nation are coming knocking? Things just got worse. Could it be? Is the very lifeblood of the Dragon Slayers Guild about to be cut off by my own hand? This is a moment of life and death peril. You 3, speak up. What should I do to turn this around? Am I supposed to go negotiate concessions myself? Lu Chuangji's 3 sons stood in the office. Also present were 2 70-level vice presidents of the Dragon Slayers Guild and several leaders from the various branches. All eyes were fixed on the 3 young masters. The Dragon Slayers High Command knew well that whichever of these young masters excelled in this crisis could be elevated from a young master to a crown prince, becoming the next candidate for guild leader. Lu Chengfeng was a pure combat player, free from all the complicated politics. He gripped the level 40 greatsword, prototype Ancient Splendor, running his fingers over it repeatedly as if still contemplating how to defeat Lin Feiyu. This strike carries 20 years of my power, I wonder if he can withstand it. Lu Jia, meanwhile, kept scratching his head. Ultimately, he was the one to blame for this entire mess. But his empty head couldn't come up with a single decent solution to ease the tension. After much pondering, he recalled that move Lin Feiyu had used in the White Iron Mind map, that ultimate technique. Should he try it? Learn it himself? Should I go apologize to the Feiyu Guild? Should I slit my own throat? Atone with my life? Truly, there was no other way. Unlike the other 2 young masters, only Lu Xun wore a broad smile, as if he had everything under control. Lu Chuangji immediately noticed Lu Xun's unusual expression. While others frowned inside, he remained as steady as an old dog. The guild leader, Master Lu, promptly asked, "Oh, Zhen? You have a solution?" Lu Chuangji hadn't intended to ask this. Lu Xun was the most reckless of the 3. Lu Chengfeng had actually fought tooth and nail in the dungeon battle, so he hadn't done anything wrong. As for Lu Jia's actions in the newbie village, though they seemed truly uncalled for in hindsight. But it wasn't intentional, just a case of looking down on people. Was he really incapable of apologizing? At worst, he could disown the sun? Cut off all ties. But Lu Xun? That was beyond the pale. He got swindled out of 30,000 yuan by Lu Fei. After leaving the Dragon Slayers, those 3 stuck close to Lin Feiyu. God knows how much trash they've been talking about the Dragon Slayers. Maybe even setting up camp in Yanzhou County was their idea. Now this Lu Xun actually looks eager and confident. He practically had "I've got this covered" written all over his face. After hearing his father's question, Lu Xun immediately nodded emphatically. "Ah, Shun. You're serious about this?" Lu Jia was utterly astonished. Lu Chengfeng narrowed his eyes in confusion, sensing a tremendous threat. Zhen. You really have something?" Lu Xun chuckled softly. His plan had long been perfected in his mind. In truth, he'd taken on another 30,000 yuan job these past few days. The payment had come from an unnamed Vice President Xiao of the Qiyue Guild. The sole requirement was to discreetly contact a woman named Su Xiaohan. Inform her about the discord between the Dragon Slayer Guild and the Flying Universe Guild. 30,000 yuan in hand. Easy, simple, and enjoyable. He'd earned the money effortlessly. And he even got an unexpected bonus. That woman named Su Xiaohan claimed to be the ex-girlfriend abandoned by that scumbag Lin Feiyu. She knew a secret unknown to others. Namely, Lin Feiyu was finished. Only his beast-taming abilities remained formidable. But his attack power was 0, and his personal damage output was 0. At first, he refused to believe it until he saw a screenshot of the scroll's usage instructions. Deep Fall, Heavenly Rise. This scroll was a treasured family heirloom of Chairman Morom, a scroll capable of nullifying an opponent's attack power entirely. The user was none other than Chairman Morom himself. And the one who fell victim to it was Lin Feiyu. Which meant Lin Feiyu was finished. This matter is extremely confidential. And I, Lu Xun, am the one who knows. In other words, Lin Feiyu is no longer invincible. However, Lu Xun didn't immediately spill the beans about Lin Feiyu being finished. He had another plan, one that might not be very effective, but it would definitely annoy Lin Feiyu. It might even create cracks within the entire Feiyu Guild. That plan was to publicly reveal to Li Dahu and the others the recorded phone call from Lu Fei. The recording of Lu Fei paying Lu Jin to expel the three of them. Lu Fei was the vice president of the Feiyu Guild. Li Dahu was Lin Feiyu's right-hand man. And there's underlying tension between them. All I need to do is leak this information. Then, might Lin Feiyu also clash with Lu Fei? His most loyal ally, it turns out, is part of Lu Fei's scheming? Not a voluntary defection, but a desperate move with no other options. Would that leave a bitter taste in Lin Feiyu's mouth? Not much harm done. But the disgust factor? 5 stars. Chapter 117, why not avoid it? In the Feiyu Guild meeting room, Yi Wan's arrival went completely unnoticed. Except for Lin Feiyu himself, who watched Yi Wan enter along with the look of surprise and uncertainty on her face. He felt reassured. Not only did she have deep connections, but her strength was also formidable. Negotiate terms with me? What terms? The expressions on the faces of those below became utterly priceless. There was the shock and fear on the faces of Lin Shen, Shiryu, Lu Fei, and the others. Murder? Is this something you can just casually do? And casually spoken of? And to say it outright in front of the most powerful warriors of the Great Xia? The phrase utterly audacious felt utterly inadequate. But the problem is, the Four Pillars Kingdom over there. Seemingly, they haven't immediately launched an investigation or assigned blame. Not even a hint of reprimand. The expressions on their four faces seemed to convey not just surprise, but more so a sense of helplessness. While Lin Shen and Shiryu were still utterly baffled. The seasoned veteran Lu Fei had already figured it out. That is, even if Lin Feiyu had caused Lu Qinfei's death, that life was worthless. Or rather, not worth a single one of Lin Feiyu's. Was this how the upper echelons of the organization approached matters? As long as things didn't blow up, everything was negotiable. There was no justice to speak of, only calculations of self-interest? Well, Lin Feiyu's combat prowess certainly allows him to get away with minor missteps. This approach can't be called right, but it certainly isn't wrong. After catching those subtle expressions, Lu Fei understood their president, Lin Feiyu, would likely face no consequences. Instead, it was the vice presidents who might end up signing some kind of confidentiality agreement. For some reason, Lu Fei felt a pang of unease. Amidst the relief that Lin Feiyu would be fine, a vague sense of disappointment welled up from somewhere within him. The other 3 members of the Four Pillars Nation fixed their gaze on the wrinkled face of Sword Master Cold Wind. They couldn't care less where Lang Feng had gotten his information. The problem was, he hadn't served any purpose at all. Instead, he'd driven Lin Feiyu into a rage. It was truly a case of shooting himself in the foot. As supreme beings, those whose hands weren't stained with blood as long as they handled matters cleanly and could justify it to the Sword Pavilion, they'd likely face no repercussions. But this young upstart Lin Feiyu likely didn't know that. Old Man Lang's threat was simply too excessive. He's young and hot-blooded and you're forcing him to submit? It'll backfire. He'll defect to the Great Xia and become a traitorous dog. Then we're screwed. Lang Feng was so stunned by Lin Feiyu's words he nearly choked on his own breath. I knew you'd be stubborn, but I never imagined that just mentioning Lu Fei would make you voluntarily spill the beans about Lu Qinfei. As if to say, I don't care if I live or die, but your threats will work on me. Cough, cough. Lang Feng cleared his throat twice for effect. He knew this topic was now off the table and could only retract the voice message. He immediately retracted the matter. Alright, let's just forget about this. Pretend you never heard it. Oh no. Just pretend I never said anything. Right. Lin Shen, is it? Have you and everyone from your guild who heard this sign an agreement? Make absolutely sure this stays buried. That effortless shift in stance, that fluid adaptability. The shamelessness of taking back words once spoken. The vice presidents of Feiyu Guild had a lot to learn. Is this what it means to be a true powerhouse? Could it be? Lin Feiyu paid them no mind, no matter how Cold Wind maneuvered. His own background and strength. The advantage was his. Over here, Yi Wan had already set up the video player. The others also noticed Yi Wan's arrival. Everyone was curious what kind of PowerPoint presentation Lin Feiyu would bring. That could possibly outshine the Four Pillars Kingdom's pie in the sky? Lin Feiyu looked at the crowd and smiled. There's a kind of hurt called not understanding. With that, he launched the video playback. The video showed a sharp sword streaking through the air at incredible speed. Judging by the rapidly receding scenery on the ground, this flying sword was traveling at a minimum speed of over 100 Mach. This was still Lin Feiyu holding back his power, otherwise, his flying sword would have rivaled the speed of light. Everyone was utterly astonished. A flying sword moving at that speed? What kind of damage could it inflict? This footage was captured by the in-game item, the Shadow Stone, and it was incredibly accurate. Many cases could use the contents of the photograph stone as direct evidence. After all, in-game items cannot alter data. No one can exploit bugs within this game world. This is universally acknowledged, it's impossible. Therefore, when Lin Feiyu presented the footage recorded by the photograph stone, no one would suspect it to be fake. In the footage, the flying sword began skimming along the ground. The camera shifted, revealing a massive white bear covered in thick white fur entering everyone's field of vision. The bear's massive frame bore several jet black lightning spears embedded in its back. Instantly, the bear's attribute panel appeared on screen. Indomitable Thunder Nest of Sorrow King Class Boss, Level 80. HP, 15 million. Attack Power, 5 million. The earth sleeps, yet it is not dead. I awaken it with my roar. I summon it with thunder. Hiss. Someone gasped in shock. Is this an unknown boss lurking in realms untouched by human feet? So this is the terror of an 80-level king tier boss. No wonder, after all these years, no one has dared to approach the level 80 dungeon. Just as everyone was marveling at how ridiculously overpowered this level 80 king tier boss was, the king tier boss Wolibei met its tragic end while still in its lair. A flying sword struck with lightning speed, piercing straight through its toe. Snap. A sharp crack. Dealing massive damage. 20 million. Roar. Wolibei performed a blood bar vanishing act, instantly drained of health and collapsed dead. A mountain of gear exploded from the ground. Gold, purple, blue piled up like a small hill. But that's where the video ends. The footage abruptly ended. The loot? Lin Feiyu had already had Xia Dai bring it back. No need to worry. The crowd remained in stunned silence for a long time. Even for the Four Pillars Kingdom, whose calmest hearts would now be churning with towering waves. This youth truly had reason to be proud. Why are we still here, struggling to persuade him? Had we known his damage was this high? Why didn't we avoid him? How could we dare? Lin Feiyu waved his hand, and hundreds of flying swords materialized out of thin air. This was his way of declaring, these flying swords are mine to summon, and not just one, but many, many, many more. The flying swords whirled and spun in midair, their points fixed intently on the Four Pillars Kingdoms group. He placed both hands on the conference table, surveying the room with a calm yet supremely arrogant tone. You've all seen my equipment. The range of my flying swords is sufficient to cover any location on Blue Star. Its flight speed exceeds Mach 100. Each launch can unleash tens of thousands of flying swords. We, the Great Xia, cherish peace. Since ancient times, we have won people over with virtue. And so do I. But martial virtue is also virtue. I'm quite reasonable too. But then? Physics is also reason. All present here are pillars of the nation. You all know my packages can't be refused. And it's mandatory signature required. Today I'll only make one point. You won't need to buy out my guild for the championship tournament. I'll handle every issue myself. Who's in favor? Who's opposed? Chapter 118, The Divide and Conquer Strategy. Dragon Slayer Guild Headquarters Office. Lucian decided to throw out a trial balloon first. He revealed his scheme to sow discord. I have a plan to sow discord within Lin Feiyu's ranks. Create a rift that we can exploit. Upon hearing this, the others present were utterly astonished. Oh? Has this useless young master finally seen the light? Has he been possessed, or is this the work of a time traveler? He's actually resorting to schemes now? Everyone perked up their ears, listening intently. Lucian declared, I still have the recording of Lu Fei bribing me. If I expose this, Li Dahu and his crew, Lu Fei from the Feiyu Guild, and Lin Feiyu himself will all face irreparable damage. This scheme won't finish off Lin Feiyu completely, but it'll give him a taste of his own medicine. The others listened and suddenly understood. While this tactic might not be very effective, but if executed well, it could cause the Feiyu Guild to collapse instantly. With the entire Feiyu Guild gone, only he would remain. Even if there were genuine grudges, what could a lone individual accomplish? No matter how powerful he is, he couldn't possibly topple a massive guild ranked among the world's top 500. Lu Jia scratched his head in confusion, still not getting it. Lu Chengfeng's frown deepened further. His grip on the prototype Gu Hua tightened. Lu Chuangji nodded uncontrollably, looking at Lucian with satisfaction, filled with the pride of a father seeing his son succeed. Excellent. Excellent. So, do you have any concrete plans? Grandpa Lu fired off another question. Coming up with a countermeasure was no small feat. If executed flawlessly, the results could be exponentially amplified. That Lucian could devise a solution marked significant growth. If he could figure out the finer points of using it, that would truly make him indispensable. You know what? Lucian, had actually thought about it. He immediately laid out his plan. First, let Li Dahu and the others get wind of the news. Have them stir up trouble from the start. The Feiyu Guild over there appeared harmonious on the surface. But internally, factional divisions were severe. One faction comprised former guild leader Shiryu's followers, while another consisted of forces brought over from the Black Tide Guild by Lin Feiyu's half-brother, Lin Shen. Then there were Lin Feiyu's own trusted confidants within the guild. A small guild with 3 or 4 factions unstable internally, making it prime for sowing discord. Based on the information currently available, we can provoke a quarrel between Lin Feiyu's confidants and Lu Fei, the confidant of former guild leader Shiryu. Then have Lin Shen and Lin Feiyu intervene, finally igniting the conflict. The Feiyu Guild would crumble, falling apart on the spot. He immediately mapped out his analysis of Feiyu Guild's internal relationships, detailing how to sow division and provoke their infighting. Every step calculated, every move meticulously planned. Lu Chuangji nodded repeatedly in agreement. His eyes flashed with brilliant light. Truly worthy of my bloodline. Excellent, excellent. Let's proceed this way. Before Lu Chuangji could finish speaking, Lu Jin immediately interjected. Hold on. I still have something to say. This young master has one more plan that will surely restore the Dragon Slayers Guild to its former glory. Ha! Ha! Oh! Oh. Everyone was utterly astonished. One plan executed? Another plan? Another plan? Lu Jin displayed the image from the Deep Fall, Heavenly Ascent scroll. He had purchased it from Su Xiaohan for 30,000 yuan. Lu Jin began sharing the most crucial secret. This scroll is the foundational legacy of the Qiyue Guild, a divine artifact capable of nullifying an opponent's attack power entirely. And I can confirm with absolute certainty that this scroll has already been used. The user was Morong Limo. The victim was Lin Feiyu. Besides the beast herd Lin Feiyu displayed during the Over the Hills campaign, Lin Feiyu himself is finished. He is no longer invincible. I didn't believe it at first, but my mole within Feiyu Guild revealed the truth. Lin Feiyu has formed an alliance with Morong Limo. They just emerged together from the same dungeon today. If Lin Feiyu were still that formidable, would such a proud man ever ally with Morong Limo? Now I realize Morong Limo must have used the knowledge that Lin Feiyu is finished to blackmail him. He, Lin Feiyu, has completely fallen to become a summoner for the Beastmaster. As Lu Jin's words fell, the entire guild leader's office fell into an eerie silence. You could hear a pin drop. Lin Feiyu crippled? Such a grave matter? And it happened without a whisper? The Chier Guild and Feiyu Guild have formed an alliance. Lin Feiyu, that man who prided himself to the grave, had actually bowed his head. This matter would be easy to investigate. If the leaders of two guilds teamed up to enter the same dungeon, someone would have seen them. If true, then Lin Feiyu might have suffered a major setback. And then there's that screenshot of the in-game scroll item. Everyone knows that in this gamified world, such technical cheating methods no longer exist. The game system can easily distinguish the authenticity of your screenshots and Shadowstone videos. Therefore, the scroll representing the Qiyue Guild's legacy Deep Fall, Heavenly Ascent. It absolutely cannot be fake. Lu Chuangji finally broke the deadlock, speaking urgently. Ah Jin. So you're saying, we should take the initiative? No more hiding our cards, go all in? Take him down? Lu Jin shook his head, no. Oh? He actually had a plan? Just as he waited for more, Lu Jin cleared her throat with a finger, talking myself hoarse. Then she turned to Lu Chengfeng, brother, could you please get me a glass of water? Lu Chengfeng narrowed his eyes, nearly smacking the Shizhua Guhua right across Lu Jin's face. Lu Chuangji glared at him, humph. Lu Chengfeng, right away. Big bro will fetch you tea and water. Lu Chuangji then turned to his youngest son, Lu Jia, and said, you, go fetch a chair for your second brother. Lu Jia, oh. As his older and younger brothers left to attend to matters, a cold glint flashed in Lu Jin's eyes. He silently pondered. While the youngest son of a commoner might fight over 6 feet of fertile land, when the contest is for the crown prince, the stakes are life and death. He then laid bare his innermost plan. Father, you are mistaken. Whether this matter is true or not remains to be seen. Even if Lin Feiyu is truly crippled, why should we intervene? All we seek is to drive the Feiyu Guild out of Yanzhou County, or ensure they pose no further threat to us, is that not so? Lin Feiyu is already crippled. As for how he and Li Dahu escaped the Dragon Slayer's secret, let that be discarded along with Feiyu Guild's internal affairs. Didn't Lin Feiyu seize the guild leadership precisely because of his formidable strength? Or could it be that the guild leaders voluntarily stepped down to make way for him? Once news of his power's demise reaches the Feiyu Guild, Lin Feiyu's reign will crumble. Combined with Lu Fei's previous assassination plot against Li Dahu, the conflicts will erupt simultaneously. It'll collapse without a fight. The Feiyu Guild without Lin Feiyu? What threat could it possibly pose? Absolutely none. We can even toy with them at will. Smack, smack, smack. Clap, clap, clap. Smack, 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 smack. Lu Chuangji led the applause for Lu Jin. The other vice presidents immediately followed suit. The applause erupted like thunder. Lu Chuangji clapped his hands and laughed. What a brilliant scheme to sow discord. To have such a son, he must be smiling in his grave. This is absolutely hilarious. Ha ha ha. Excellent. Brilliant. Cunning enough. Ruthless enough. Merciless enough. Worth every silver coin. Qingzhou Commandery, the second most influential commandery under our Dragon Slayer Guild, shall henceforth be placed under your sole command. Lu Jin, you shall be infeft as the Prince of Qing. No sooner had the words left his mouth than crash. The water glass in Lu Qingfeng's hand fell to the floor, shattering into pieces. His face turned pale instantly. No way. He's the Prince of Qin? It's over. I'm a useless crown prince now.
Chapter 119, The Future Has Changed. In the Feiyu Guild's conference room, the four supreme masters of Great Xia stared at the unalterable recording stone, unable to recover for a long while. Has this Lin Feiyu truly grown to such heights? Then, all plans concerning Lin Feiyu must be scrapped and reworked from scratch. This youth is now unmatched. He is truly unrivaled under heaven. The group exchanged stunned glances, speechless. Even Cold Wind, the most seasoned sword master, wore an expression that spoke volumes. After a long moment, Cold Wind finally spoke. Young brother Lin, I'll ask once more, are you truly certain you need no assistance from us in your advancement? What I mean is, you won't have to pay anything. The four of us are willing to act as your advance party for free. The acquisition matter is hereby dropped. When the championship tournament begins, if the brothers of the Feiyu Guild lack sufficient levels or manpower, I'll find a way to get members from other guilds who can't participate to send reinforcements. Once your principles start slipping, shameless solutions always pop up. Oof. Lin Feiyu watched Old Man Lang, his attitude shifting 360 degrees in an instant. He couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. This shift from haughty to obsequious, this ability to change faces in an instant. It was truly unmatched. Truthfully, they weren't helpless, they simply believed acquiring Feiyu Guild outright would be more straightforward. But likely more than that, they also harbored intentions to control Lin Feiyu. But now, that possibility was gone. No longer needed. Lin Feiyu nodded. I told you. I'll figure it out myself. Gentlemen, aren't you leaving? Stay for dinner? True to his reputation as the fastest man, Blade Emperor Chenijan immediately found an excuse to leave. Oh, my pup should be back from the vet by now. Gotta get home to pet my dog. Lei Qianying said nothing, turning and walking away as if she'd made some decision. Ahem. Sword Sovereign Cold Wind also cleared his throat. Well, my 60-year-old ex-girlfriend must be getting impatient waiting for me. I really ought to be off. Leaving only Dragon King Lin Ao behind, who began drafting the confidentiality agreement with a bitter expression before having everyone sign it. Lin Feiyu didn't linger at the guild headquarters. He was about to leave. He still had matters to attend to. First, he sought out Lu Fei and Shiryu to retrieve the supplies they had prepared for him when he first acquired the Yellow Wind Valley Cave residence. Not much, but a full 15 sacks. He needed to head to Huangfeng Valley to unlock the advanced dungeon. He was already at level 40 now, and his experience points had stalled. The qualifiers were manageable after all, those four from Great Xia had already witnessed his strength. Even if he skipped the World Championship qualifiers, even if he didn't participate in the wildcard matches. As long as his level is high enough, Lin Feiyu was guaranteed a spot in the World Championship journey. The prerequisite is reaching level 50. That advancement dungeon last time really screwed him over. It took a full 7 days. He certainly didn't want to find himself still stuck in that advanced dungeon when the championship tournament kicked off 3 months later. That would be a disaster. So he only tested whether Deep Fall, Heavenly Ascent, had a text description in front of old brother Linshin. The result? Absolutely. Meaning, old Linshin could plunder attack power from any player. Lin Feiyu had already identified the perfect target. It was that genius youth from Yixiazu, Demon Blade Zhuan, the one who had surrendered 5 years ago despite having already defeated the Blade Emperor Chenijan. Rumor had it that boy possessed the potential to surpass even the world's strongest warrior, Sword Sovereign Langfeng. He was even on the verge of reaching level 80, poised to shatter the limits of human potential. Hurry up and break through level 80. Hurry up and become an 8 transformation overlord master. Let my brother steal a huge advantage from you. That would be quite interesting. But Lin Feiyu didn't say that this scroll was meant for him. Instead, he showed it to him, confirmed its contents, and then put it away. Linshin thought his younger brother was showing off to him. His face turned a shade of green with fury. His chubby cheeks betrayed both joy for his brother's success and seething envy. Lin Feiyu departed swiftly, heading straight for Huangfeng Valley without delay. Time waits for no one. Since his rebirth, he'd been exceptionally busy during this period. He was either grinding dungeons or leveling up. Not a moment had passed without effort. This wasn't merely driven by his single-minded desire to grow stronger. What's truly terrifying is that everything he knows since his rebirth is quietly brewing something. That ancient poem. What exactly does it mean? The beautiful serpent? And who is she? Could she be one of the 4 pillars of antiquity mentioned by Xia Dai? Who are the other 3? With my current abilities, could I muster enough power to slay the beautiful snake? That remains to be seen. He didn't even know what the ancient 4 pillars were. And preserved eggs? Erasers? A 4-9 tattered map? Plus the great mother dragon who kneels the moment she sees you. 3 clues already? All these events kept warning Lin Feiyu this world was far from simple. He's invincible now. But who can predict the future? Only by ceaselessly growing stronger, ceaselessly leveling up. Only then could he slightly ease the inexplicable panic and unease that had taken root in his heart after his rebirth.
What troubled Lin Feiyu even more was that his involvement in events since his rebirth seemed to be growing excessive. The current plotline had completely veered off the predetermined course he knew from his previous life. It had veered off course entirely. In his previous life, he had only participated in one championship tournament, and that was 5 years from the current timeline. He hadn't even gotten to participate in the second one before perishing in a level 100 dungeon. That is to say, he had never participated in this championship tournament in his previous life. That's not the crucial point. The crucial point is, the competition format at this exact time point in his previous life was completely different. Although he hadn't participated in this championship tournament in his previous life, it didn't stop him from following the World Championship. That tournament was the most laid-back championship in the game's history, nothing more than a vehicle speed contest. Put simply, it was a drag race. The rewards and penalties were trivial, mere afterthoughts. That's why he remembered it so clearly. But now, reborn and returned, the whole thing had changed. It became the bloodiest tournament in history. It seems my rebirth has gradually altered the course of the future. The future is warped. Chapter 120, They Should Thank Me. Huangfeng Valley, Alai Mountain. Lin Feiyu did not go directly to seek out the Grand Elder, the Yellow-Wind Great Sage. Instead, he first returned to his own cave dwelling, where he released a large number of his beasts. He had Sure Yulu and the others prepare construction materials long ago enough to fill 15 sacks. He instructed them to follow the construction manual and get to work here. He didn't even need to hire a construction crew. His beasts were incredibly useful. 99% of them were humanoid little sisters. Not only could he have them keep the music playing and the dance going, but also grind experience with them. What a bunch of gentle, warm-hearted, and generous bosses. And no need to pay them a dime. Perfect. Lin Feiyu then flew on his sword toward the central hall of Huangfeng Valley. The Grand Elder, Huangfeng the Great Sage, resided there. As he had mentioned earlier, this was where one should seek him out. He was now an inner door disciple and the personal protege of all the big shots. So what if he was taking off? No problem. He immediately mounted his sword and flew toward. The moment Lin Feiyu touched down, he saw the already sparse inner sect disciples of the sect. They were all chasing after several demon dogs, running all over the mountains and fields. Oh. Oh. Lin Feiyu's face darkened as he donned his bronze mask. Fortunately, the grand hall was unguarded, allowing him to enter directly. The moment he reached the entrance, he saw a venerable elder with snow-white hair and a radiant smile, dressed in pure white robes, stroking his beard and saying, "You're here?" "Yes. I'm here." Lin Feiyu bowed his hands in greetings, Grand Elder. He thought to himself, truly a venerable elder of the nascent soul stage. I'd barely stepped into the hall, and he'd already been waiting here. Without further ado, Lin Feiyu focused on immediately starting the main quest to level up. "May I ask, Grand Elder, where do I claim my advancement dungeon?" Previously, as a registered disciple, he only needed to find an outer sect senior brother to receive his advancement dungeon. But now, as the closed-door disciple of the chief elders of major sects and with 4 masters under his belt, he genuinely didn't know whom to approach. He could only approach this Grand Elder first, the one who seemed perpetually cheerful, with kind, benevolent eyes, and who had guided him into the Yellow Wind Valley. The white-robed old Taoist stroked his beard and chuckled, "Go seek your female master first. Begin with the Union sect. Go now. Sect leader Lu is already waiting for you." Lin Feiyu froze upon hearing this, his mind drifting back to that unspeakable technique, the Union diagram. Oh no! This advancement trial might just cost him his dignity. Feiyu Guild. Vice President's Office. Lu Fei was quietly handling various guild affairs. Ever since the Qianyu Guild changed its name to Feiyu Guild, the entire organization has been thriving. Many individuals drawn by Lin Feiyu's reputation had joined the guild. This had caused the guild's membership to swell dramatically. As a vice president with little real power, he had little chance of ever leaving the newbie village. However, under Lin Feiyu's special favor, he had been given numerous attribute fruits and attribute pills, allowing him to come to Yenzhou County City to handle affairs. He even gained the chance to meet the legendary 4 great masters of the Great Xia. Got a text. Take it or leave it. Got a text. Take it or leave it. The private message notification chimed. Lu Fei didn't pause his official duties for a moment as he opened the message panel to glance at it. The sender was none other than the HR manager from the Dragon Slayer Guild, the same person Lu Fei had paid to fire Li Dahu and his 2 associates. Rumor had it this man was the illegitimate son of Dragon Slayer Guild's leader, Lu Chuangji. Lu Jin. Humph. What does he want? I opened it and just glanced at it. It contained 3 items. 1. Usage instructions for a golden legendary scroll named Deep Fall, Heavenly Ascent. A divine scroll that can nullify an opponent's attack power. 2. This scroll is the legacy treasure of the Chiyue Guild. And it has already been used. The user, Morong Limo. The victim, Lin Feiyu. 3. Lin Feiyu's attack power is now 0, he's basically useless. Lu Fei saw through the scheme at a glance. A scheme to sow discord.
Ha! Lu Jin? An administrator of the Dragon Slayers Guild. The Dragon Slayer Guild is striking back. Seeing that our Feiyu Guild has also settled in Yenzhou County, they're trying to drive us out. But Lu Fei just saw it on an unalterable recording stone that Sword Strike at Mach 100 dealt 20 million damage. You're telling me Lin Feiyu is finished? His attack power reset to 0? Lin Feiyu's attack power reset to 0? What does that have to do with his 20 million damage strike? Absolutely ridiculous. Pathetic tactics. Childish and shameless. He immediately copied the private message, intending to post this divisive information in the Feiyu Guild's management group chat right away. Let everyone be on guard. Bang. The door to Lu Fei's office was violently kicked open in an instant. It was Vice President Yu who burst in. Yu looked utterly shocked. This is bad. Lu Fei. Your concealment technique has been exposed. Lu Fei froze in surprise. What? Yu hurriedly explained. You remember, right? When you blocked the news about Lin Feiyu's arrow instantly killing the Tiger King, you cut off the escape routes for Li Dahu, Yang Kai, and Chen Sung. You did it to prevent them from returning to the Dragon Slaying Guild. To stop the news from spreading. Lu Fei nodded. Of course he remembered. It was he who had called Lu Jin, spending 30,000 yuan to effortlessly lock down the news about Lin Feiyu. It also ensured that in the early days, no one came to snatch up the prodigious young talent Lin Feiyu. This experience gradually fostered his loyalty to the Qianyu Guild. Moreover, the second young Mrs. ultimate goal, clearing the dungeon to save her mother, had been safely accomplished. Truly, he owed Lu Jin's stinginess and greed a debt of gratitude. But his sole purpose had been to lock down the information, which was why he de-expelled Li Dahu and the other two who knew the details from the Dragon Slayer Guild. After all, given Lin Feiyu's immense power, once Li Dahu and the others left the colossal Dragon Slayer Guild, they'd have no backing to dare spread rumors recklessly. This could potentially offend Lin Feiyu himself. Lu Fei and the other two had dealt with Li Dahu and his crew quite a bit and knew they weren't that foolish. But he never expected the three of them to go straight to Lin Feiyu, immediately pledge their allegiance, and become his trusted lieutenants. He couldn't help but marvel that these three stubborn old men had finally shown some flexibility. Only Yu and Morong Qianyu knew about this matter. Why was she panicking? Yu hurriedly explained. Li Dahu and the others somehow got wind of it. They found out that when they were kicked out by Dragon Slayer back then, it was all because you paid off Lu Jin. They're storming over here right now, furious. Lin Shin is desperately trying to hold them off, but he might not be able to stop them. They'll be here any minute. They'll tear you apart alive. Lu Fei narrowed his eyes slightly. Where did Li Dahu and his two companions get this information? Who else could it be? When Lu Fei learned of this earlier, he forgot one crucial person. That's the one handling the specifics. Lu Jin. Besides him, no one else would know about that extra 30,000 he pocketed, right? Oh. Lu Fei's eyes were filled with astonishment. This Lu Jin is pretty sharp. Plus that private message he just sent saying Lin Feiyu is finished. One scheme after another. One scheme leading to another. This is a chain of schemes. Alright. This has potential. But not much. Lu Fei remained calm. Upon hearing this, he began printing out files he had saved long ago on his computer. He had prepared for this long ago, specifically for today's situation. Not only was he completely unfazed, he even planned to work overtime later if today's tasks weren't finished. He'd even figured out what takeout to order, what coffee to drink, the flavor, and how many ice cubes to add. He smiled indifferently. What's there to panic about? Just watch. Those three brothers will end up thanking me. Chapter 121, A Better Way Out. Yu was still extremely anxious and panicked. Because if this matter wasn't handled properly, it could jeopardize their relationship, meaning her own, plus Lu Fei and Morong Qianyu, the original shareholders of Qianyu Guild, with Lin Feiyu. She couldn't bear the thought of watching Feiyu Guild grow stronger and achieve new heights, only to have them kicked out at this critical moment. That would be utterly heartbreaking. She hadn't been overly concerned before, since the second young Miss, Morong Qianyu, held the largest shareholding. But to fund her mountain clearing axe project to save her mother, she had converted all her shares into the axe and transferred them to Lin Feiyu. In other words, the actual controller of this guild was now Lin Feiyu himself. This was precisely the usurpation of the nest they had feared all along. Still, second Miss Morong's desperate need to save her mother was understandable. Fortunately, Lin Feiyu wasn't a heartless man. He had only placed his brother, Lin Shin, as a high-ranking figure within the guild. Even his own sister, Lin Lu, held only a minor squad leader position. Though Lin Shin was driven by greed and blinded by ambition, he was at least reasonable. He wasn't the kind of petty villain who abused his power or kicked people when they were down. Their relationship remained relatively peaceful. This truly showed how exceptional the Lin family genes were. Of course, this refers to their educational genes after all. The fact that all three siblings were adopted remains a hot topic everyone loves to discuss. Every now and then, they even bring up the plausibility of pseudo-incest. It's downright taboo.
Everyone has noticed that the three prodigies of the Lin family are all exceptionally outstanding individuals. It's just that Lin Feiyu shines so brightly that Lin Xin and Lin Lu pale in comparison. Truthfully, if an ordinary family could produce prodigies like Lin Xin and Lin Lu, they'd be golden phoenixes flying out of the nest. But Li Davu's trio is fundamentally different. They're hand-picked protégés personally cultivated by Lin Feiyu. Needless to say, Lin Feiyu is firmly on their side. Even multi-billion-dollar equipment deals were fully entrusted to these three brothers. This alone demonstrated the depth of his trust. If this matter isn't handled properly and causes a major rift between Lu Fei and these three, if Lin Feiyu deliberately sides with his trusted lieutenants, that would spell real trouble. The three original shareholders Shiyu, Lu Fei, and Morong Qianyu could find themselves in precarious positions. Then, within Feiyu Guild, a massive rift would likely emerge. What to do? Urgent. Waiting online. Just as Shiyu was pacing anxiously, Li Dahu and the other two arrived at Lu Fei's office door. Shiyu tried to stop them, but the trio paid her no mind whatsoever. They shoved the vice president aside and barged right in. Shiyu stumbled back, regaining her balance just in time to see a badly beaten Lin Xin. A clear shoe print stamped across his face. Shiyu was instantly horrified, his face turning ashen. This is bad. This is going to be a huge problem. The greatest crisis since the founding of the Feiyu Guild had arrived. If this isn't handled properly, the guild might just fall apart. Li Dahu and those two? Had these three big shots lost their minds? They actually went after their own boss's own older brother? What if Lin Xin files a lawsuit against Lin Feiyu? Which side would Lin Feiyu take? On one side, his half-brother by different fathers and mothers? The other is his loyal, trusted younger brother? Shiryu's hands were starting to tremble. She hurried forward to ask about the injuries. But before Shiryu could speak, Lin Xin's words sent a chill down her spine. Lin Xin clutched his bruised, uneven eyes, frantically wiping the shoe print off his chubby cheek. Vice President Shiryu. Sorry. I just took a tumble. Seriously, the cleaning crew you hired mopped the floor way too well. Slippery, slippery, slippery. A fall? How could someone fall right onto someone else's foot? What was he doing? He was desperately trying to maintain stability within the guild. Even if he got hit, even if he got kicked, even if he suffered an injustice, he still swallowed his pride. Shiryu's eyes instantly welled up with tears. This Lin Xin truly understands the greater good. He must have been acutely aware that the situation between Lu Fei and Li Dahu's group demanded constant vigilance. He understood even more clearly that if he voiced this injustice, it would only add fuel to the fire. He really. I'm crying my eyes out. Shiryu stared at Lin Xin in utter shock. The impact of Lin Xin's words, "I just took a tumble," was no less staggering than Lin Feiyu's legendary rampage through enemy ranks in the guild war. The patriarch of the Lin family truly was a hero of our age. How else could he have raised such outstanding children, one after another? Vice President Lin, you. Shiryu hesitated. Lin Xin quickly raised his index finger to his lips. Shoo. Consider this never happened. Feiyu is not one to concern himself with such trivial matters. As his elder brother, if I don't handle things properly for him, am I supposed to make things difficult for him? Is he even human? As he spoke, Lin Xin slapped his bulging belly hard. His belly jiggled violently. Seeing how fiercely Lin Xin defended the guild's internal stability, Shiryu suddenly felt that today's matter might not be as complicated or difficult as she'd imagined. If Lin Xin could be so noble and upright, Lin Feiyu might do even better. Even if Lin Feiyu did experience unwarranted emotional fluctuations, his own older brother would step in to reason with him. No one could be more effective than Lin Xin in pulling Lin Feiyu back. Oh, there's also a younger sister. I'll go talk to her later. But earlier, Lu Fei seemed surprisingly calm, almost as if he had everything under control. Could it be Lu Fei has some other scheme up his sleeve? That old silver coin, Lu Fei. He probably really has a way to make today's incident disappear without a trace. Shiryu immediately followed him into Lu Fei's office, intending to see what the situation was like inside. Lin Xin followed in right away too. Inside, Li Dahu and the other two squinted, frowned, and tilted their heads back as they listened intently to Lu Fei's explanation. Lu Fei's face darkened. Without Chairman Lin? Could the three of you even make it out of the newbie village? Without Chairman Lin? Could the three of you have achieved what you have today? If you don't thank me, I'll just leave it at that. And you actually dared to try and attack me? Don't you have any conscience? Shiryu's vision darkened as Lu Fei's words hit him. Well, that's how it goes. But those three only appeared to be forced out of dragon slayers by you, Lu Fei, which is why they became Lin Feiyu's underlings. In truth, it was you, Lu Fei, who drove them into a corner first. It was only later, after they came to terms with it themselves, that they sought out Lin Feiyu. It has nothing to do with you, Lu Fei. In other words, while it may seem like Lu Fei deserves all the credit for their current situation, that's not the actual cause and effect relationship. While Lu Fei's actions did secure a brighter future for Li Dahu and the others, But Lu Fei's original intent was to frame them, which led to Li Dahu and the others leaving Dragon Slayer. It was Lu Fei's malicious scheme that came first, and that's precisely why Li Dahu and the others were furious. People are ultimately driven by emotion. Li Dahu and his two companions no longer harbored any intent to fight, and the fury on their faces had significantly subsided. As Lu Fei had said, though it was a case of mistaken fate. But the outcome was truly excellent. The three of them cherished it deeply. Their anger had cooled somewhat, though they still glared intently at Lu Fei. Lu Fei smiled and handed over a freshly printed document. Li Dahu took it and saw it was a document prepared way back on July 7, 2077. It was an offer to recruit him and the other two. The benefits were generous. The salary and compensation were very high. Lu Fei clasped his hands together. One thing must be made clear: I only offered Lu Jin the price of 30,000 yuan. It was he who dismissed you lot. Not me. Which means, in Lu Jin's eyes, the three of you aren't worth 30,000. You must understand. While I may have stirred this up, Lu Jin and the Dragon Slayers genuinely have good people on their side. Can you really walk away from that? Li Dahu stared at the documents in his hands for a moment. 30,000 yuan. Looks like the three of us are worth quite a bit after all. Vice President Lu, so you'd already been arranging an exit for us guys all along. Lu Fei smiled. Too bad it didn't come to pass, huh? You found a better path. Chapter 122, right underfoot. Sir, come up and play for a while. Young master, it's been ages since you last visited. Don't miss out if you're passing by. Fair prices, lovely ladies galore. Tiansu County, Ihong Courtyard. Lin Feiyu covered his bronze mask and sneaked upstairs. He wasn't here to relax and listen to music. Rather, the Hahuan sex token teleported him straight into this brothel. The Union Sect. 6. Truly, the great hide in plain sight. At Huangfeng Valley, the Grand Elder Huangfeng the Great Sage informed him that the next advancement dungeon would be obtained from Lu Ruyan, the head of the Hahuan sect. He rushed here without delay. He found her, but within a private chamber, Lu Ruyan gracefully invited Lin Feiyu to take a seat. She presented him with a cup of tea, then Lu Ruyan directly handed over the nameless blueprint map fragment 59. Lin Feiyu took it without fully comprehending, then froze in place. So, you, Lu Ruyan, are a mother dragon too? No way? Can you play like that? What about the other three masters? Were they all arranged by the Snake Beauty? My guides? Seeing Lin Feiyu freeze in shock, Lu Ruyan, the sect master of the Union sect, chuckled softly. I know you have many questions. According to the rules, I can share some information with you. Lin Feiyu frowned deeply. Master, please speak plainly. I can handle it. Giggle giggle giggle. Lu Ruyan's laughter rang out like silver bells, nothing too terrifying. It's just, well, someone got beaten in a fight and needs to call in reinforcements. Lin Feiyu was utterly confused. What? Fighting? Who's fighting? Immortals fighting. Lu Ruyan teased playfully, yet her expression remained dead serious. You know a lot. Lin Feiyu was genuinely eager to learn everything. But every time, it was like trying to catch a sheep's fart. The information came in bits and pieces. Pressing too hard for answers only made him feel like he was about to get kicked out of a KTV, utterly miserable. Fortunately, Lin Feiyu wasn't someone with an insatiable thirst for knowledge. Otherwise, wouldn't he be tossing and turning all night long? Now that he'd finally encountered someone who seemed to know something, he naturally wanted to get to the bottom of it. Hurry up! Tell me now! Lin Feiyu urged. But Lu Ruyan's beautiful eyes flickered with mischief as she began to speak in a playful tone. She spoke of things he could hear but couldn't quite grasp. The Great Xia of Blue Star has 4 supreme masters. Though their power varies, if they were to actually fight in a 2v2, what would the odds be? Though Lin Feiyu was desperate to uncover the greatest mystery of this world, he noticed Lu Ruyan discussing Blue Star matters with deliberate slowness. Perhaps there was a hidden meaning within her words. So he patiently responded. 50-50. In the short term, it might be a draw. The 4 of them get along quite well privately. So they know each other's strengths, weaknesses, and vulnerabilities inside out. It won't be easy to take them down anytime soon. It might take 10 days or even half a month to break through their defenses. Lu Ruyan smiled. Precisely. So, how can we break this deadlock quickly? Lin Feiyu pondered for a moment before answering. Bring in outside help. Find someone of comparable strength and draw them into the fight. That will quickly tip the scales. The outcome will be decided in no time. Excellent. That's exactly the point. Lu Ruyan's eyes crinkled with amusement. All right. You know enough already. See him out. Lin Feiyu rose from his seat, his expression outwardly calm. But the corners of his mouth and eyes twitched uncontrollably, while inside, a storm of emotions raged. Who was Lu Ruyan comparing to the 4 great masters of Great Xia? It was obvious, wasn't it? The 4 pillars of the ancient era? They were locked in a fierce 2v2 battle somewhere. Exactly what Lu Ruyan called a battle of the gods.
Just like when the four supreme masters of Great Xia engage in a 2v2 battle, it might take days to resolve. So what about true immortals? Perhaps it would take centuries to resolve? Something's off. The demon dragon Yer once said she waited in that ancient castle, clinging to life and death, a full 6 times. 1,000 years for a single chance. 6,000 years? Is this what it means when gods fight? A minimum of 6,000 years, and in their eyes, it's just a matter of not being able to finish the job in a short while? If, according to Lin Feiyu's calculations, the beautiful snake was one of them, then how could she possibly have time to meet me? And then she inexplicably recited an ancient riddle poem so cryptic even a riddle master couldn't solve it. After Lin Feiyu stood up, he realized he'd learned a lot today, but none of it was particularly useful. So he pressed again, Master. What about the reason? What's the reason they're fighting? Perhaps the reason for their 2v2 fight was precisely why this world had been so bizarrely invaded by the game. The result? Lu Ruyan recited an ancient verse. Seeking truth in empty mountains, I hear flowers fall, hearing flutes and pipes, I know homes exist. Adorned in false forms like true images, borrowing others' bodies to refine cinnabar. Humph. Lin Feiyu laughed in exasperation. It was those same lines of ancient poetry again, he simply couldn't decipher them. What does that mean? Lin Feiyu knew asking wouldn't yield an answer. Yet he couldn't help but voice his confusion. Lu Ruyan's eyes narrowed seductively. If you could know, you'd realize how little you truly understand. This is a form of protection. Oh? You're pulling this KTV routine on me too? Lin Feiyu sat back down and downed the cup of tea in one gulp. He recalled that late night when he'd activated the AI, directly inputting those 4 lines of ancient poetry. It had provided a line-by-line analysis of the poem's meaning. Lin Feiyu voiced his interpretation outright. Seeking the way, the path of reclusive sages and immortal truths. Empty mountain, a vast, quiet, and rarely visited mountainous environment, far from the clamor of the world, close to nature's essence, a place suitable for cultivation and enlightenment. I call it the countryside. There are dwellings, in this seemingly desolate mountain, people actually reside. Amidst the quiet quest for the way, suddenly hearing flute music reveals unexpected dwellings of surprise and delight. Illusory body, the human physical form is regarded as illusory and ephemeral, akin to a false body, contrasting with the eternal and unchanging spirit or soul. Cinnabar, alchemy is regarded as a practice seeking immortality and transcendence beyond the mundane. Borrowing another's body, one interpretation suggests utilizing external substances, environments, or others' experiences and wisdom for cultivation, much like alchemy requires materials like cinnabar. Another possibility, on a deeper spiritual level, is to borrow another's spiritual body to perfect one's own cultivation. Lu Ruyan listened quietly, occasionally nodding in agreement. Empty mountain, that was Lin Feiyu's own interpretation of the countryside. Still, the same question remained. If only we could decipher exactly where this hometown refers to, all our questions would be answered. Then, empty mountain, where exactly is it? Lu Ruyan lifted a cup of tea and sipped lightly. It's right beneath your feet. Chapter 123, Luxurious Platinum. Ha? I'm a country bumpkin now? That can't be. I'm a city slicker. I don't know my grains from my vegetables, and I'm not exactly the most hardworking person around. Lin Feiyu was utterly astonished. The word country bumpkin fits perfectly. It pairs exceptionally well with desolate mountain. But here, desolate mountain doesn't mean a place devoid of people. Lin Feiyu hurriedly pressed, then what does it refer to? Vast and silent. Oh? Then it's not a game world. The vastness of the game world is truly astonishing. Even after humans entered it, less than 10% has been explored. Even the currently controlled map size, just the Great Xia stronghold of Yunlai province alone, is comparable to the entire Blue Star. Each conquest tournament releases new maps. Over the years, Yunlai province has achieved continuous victories, steadily expanding its territory. The sheer number of NPCs inside is staggering, compounded by the constant influx of players. It's absolutely teeming with people everywhere. Where could there possibly be any open space or silence? It certainly isn't Blue Star anymore. Since entering the gaming era, Blue Star has relied on dungeons that never run dry. Resources exploded, bringing with them an explosion in population. If it weren't for the ability to log into the game world with one's physical body, Blue Star would have been overrun long ago. It's literally packed with people everywhere. Where's the open space, the silence? Where would that be? The starry sky? There, where vastness and silence reign. Analyzing the meaning of that ancient poem. Cinnabar was regarded as a means to pursue immortality and transcendence. Yet cinnabar requires borrowing another's body to be completed. This refers to relying on external substances and environments for cultivation, much like alchemy requires materials like cinnabar. And the raw materials likely represent the very cause of the Four Pillars' passionate 2v2 conflict. Lin Feiyu wanted to press further, but Lu Ruyan had already ushered him out. He obediently rose once more, intending to depart. Lin Feiyu pondered. Perhaps he'd spoken too much. Fearful that revealing any more would invite divine retribution. Hence the expulsion.
Or perhaps it was because he was too dashing. Staying too long might tempt his master beyond restraint.
If he ended up defying his master, that wouldn't be good.
That reason was perfectly plausible. Just as he reached the door to his master's boudoir, Lin Feiyu suddenly remembered the purpose of his visit today.
He came to retrieve the advancement dungeon.
How could he just leave like this? True enough that nameless blueprint map fragment 59 had been too overwhelming. This further proved that the entire Yellow Wind Valley might be the work of that beautiful snake woman. Except for the first map fragment, which came from that legendary treasure chest guarded by the Thorn Witch. The second one was given by that beautiful snake herself, the one Lin Feiyu couldn't kill even if he shot at her for a lifetime.
The other two? One came from the demon dragon Yaer. One came from the wood dragon Xiao Luo. The fifth came from Lu Ruyan. Then, why isn't there one from Xia Dai, the dead dragon? Isn't she the great mother dragon? No, she isn't. Is she the very first one?
Lin Feiyu shook his head, shaking off his worries.
Never mind. Better ask the master for the advancement dungeon scroll first.
He turned back and asked again, Master,
did you forget to give me the scroll to unlock the advancement dungeon?
No need to fear the in-game NPCs not understanding. They likely know more about dungeons and scrolls than players do.
Lu Ruyan chuckled. You are now a cultivator. No longer an ordinary player. Study the union diagram diligently. You no longer need advancement dungeons to undergo physical and mental transformation. Leaving Tianside County,
Lin Feiyu had grown accustomed to flying by plane. Transforming his flying sword into the size of an aircraft carrier, he sat right in the center. Behind him, the dead dragon massaged his shoulders, while before him, the demon dragon pounded his legs.
The female demon summoned from the forest book, Demon Realm, continued her dance to the music.
Lin Feiyu swayed his head as he gazed at the mythical manuals bestowed by his various masters. He was genuinely studying the hidden characters he deciphered between the lines in the Union of Bliss diagram. Not the illustrations. The flying sword's speed was deliberately set to be slow. Otherwise, at its current pace, it wouldn't take even a second to return to the Feiyu Guild's headquarters in Yanzhou County. He stared intently at the cultivation texts within, his expression growing haggard with deep contemplation.
Difficult. Too difficult. The techniques, oh no. The knowledge inside was too difficult. He simply couldn't grasp it.
Yet, as he continued reading, Lin Feiyu suddenly gained a glimmer of insight.
It was as if he had already read and analyzed it years ago.
Memories and experience he didn't know he had surged back into his mind at lightning speed.
He quickly grasped the operational principles of this union diagram.
It was the cultivation practitioner's law of fortune, the practice of expelling the old and welcoming the new, the slow infusion of celestial and terrestrial spiritual energy, the transformation of the entire body through the execution of cultivation techniques. It wasn't like the game world, where skills were instantly learned with a single click on the built-in interface, only to be forgotten the moment they were deleted. That was merely the system's illusion of mastery.
This time, I truly mastered it. I truly understood it. It was that feeling where, even if the game world shut down right now and the gaming era faded into the past, he could still wield that power. He truly cultivated to godhood within the game world. Enlightenment came in an instant. Ding!
Congratulations to player Lin Feiyu on successfully advancing.
You can now regain experience points.
Obtained title, the Magnificent Platinum Hero.
The advancement confirmation chime rang as promised, a clear ding.
He stared at his attribute panel.
I finally made it to Platinum.
Player, Lin Feiyu.
Title, Magnificent Platinum Warrior. Realm, Body Forging Realm. Class, Sword Immortal. Level, 40. Experience, 1.1 M. Talent, Battle to the Final Chapter as 47.4 billion. Lin Feiyu stowed away the union diagram. Then he suddenly remembered he still had 3 mythic tier cultivation manuals? Could he directly achieve enlightenment? Then, those advancement dungeons others couldn't possibly clear?
He wouldn't need to attempt them at all.
Could he simply stay home, read books, and transcend his class? Achieve metamorphosis? Oh, just chilling at home studying for the college entrance exam? Just thinking about it got me excited. But the other mythical manuals don't seem to work. It's almost dark, and I still can't figure out what's going on. Where could the problem be? Could it be that only by seeking out Lu Ruyan, the leader of the Union sect, could one truly comprehend the Union diagram?
As for the other mythical cultivation techniques, they hadn't yet been consecrated by the other 3 masters.
So these few volumes remain incomprehensible? Then next time.
I'll start by paying respects at the beast-taming Sex Mountain Gate.
Lin Feiyu returned first to the guild headquarters in Yanzhou County.
Lin Shen sent word from there something major had happened. Namely, the daughter of the Yanzhou Duke, a major figure in the county, had come knocking. She was said to be looking deeply resentful, demanding Lin Feiyu hurry back to handle the situation.
Oh? Princess Yunzhong? Li Yunrui? Why was she here? Could it be she's here to call off the engagement too? I'm no ring bearer, you know.
Lin Feiyu hurried back. But when Lin Feiyu took the nameless blueprint map fragment 69 from Li Yunrui's hands,
he was completely dumbfounded. Ha? You're a mother dragon too? What the hell? Chapter 124, The Overbearing Madman. At the provincial capital of Luoxia Province, Luoxia City. At the airport, Morong Qianyu had been waiting here for quite some time.
Her mother's mental breakdown required urgent treatment. Master Chen was their first thought. Morong Qianyu had been operating the Qianyu Guild in Yunqing City, Luoxia Province, which had recently been renamed the Feiyu Guild. Word had it that even several of the most powerful figures in Great Xia had visited the guild recently to offer guidance. But she had no time to spare. Her mother had been rescued, and with the situation now so complicated, how could she possibly focus on anything else? Being closest to Luoxia City, she arrived first. She was still anxiously waiting. Soon, 3 figures emerged from the airport. Her mother, pushed in a wheelchair, led the way. Her brother, Morong Limo, walked anxiously beside her, followed by her sister, Morong Xiyu.
Guided by Morong Qianyu, the trio soon arrived at a large detached villa within a residential complex. The private clinic was surprisingly empty today. A balding elderly man dressed in a suit. This was Master Chen, a level 72, 7th transformation, special occupation, holy light healer, and transcendent master. Master Chen had been leaning on the desk, dozing off. But upon hearing Morong Lumao describe the illness and examining Morong's mother's condition, his eyes immediately lit up with renewed vigor. He sprang straight up from his chair. Damn, such a severe case. I must give it my all. Good thing I arrived early. Had I been 50 years late, your mother would have been long dead. Beyond any hope of cure. Morong Limo's mouth twitched uncontrollably. Was this master actually a stand-up comedian? What kind of lame punchline was this? 50 years from now, beyond cure? In 50 years, my mom would be dead and gone. Wait. Hold up. This Master Chen actually did say dead as a doornail. Well, how meticulous. Truly worthy of being called a master. Morong Lumao stared at the bald-headed figure. This master must be a monk, right? He promptly asked, Master, which temple do you come from? Master Chen lifted the teapot and sipped, Meisai Temple. Cough cough. Morong Limo nearly choked to death, then asked, does your treatment work? Master Chen replied with a smug smile, S680. Morong Limo's eyes sharpened. This Master Chen hadn't mentioned a single penny, yet every word he spoke revolved around money. What do you mean? Can you save them? Tell me the truth. Master Chen found it odd too, these guys clearly weren't short on cash. Why, after all my hints, did none of them ask about the price? So he declared, I don't save broke assholes. You? Morong Lumao, already wealthy beyond measure, wasn't short on cash either, he'd seen through it. This Master Chen was clearly a money-grubbing master, but was he even the real deal? He didn't bother with further banter and went straight to the point, name your price. 5 million. Master Chen, seeing his passive skill triggered, immediately responded. You're straightforward, I'll be straightforward. No beating around the bush. I won't talk about fate or destiny. It's 5 million yuan flat pay up and I'll fix it. After hearing the quote, the Morong sisters raised their little hands and asked, can we haggle? Or is it non-negotiable? Master Chen rubbed his bald head. You can haggle. But, after we negotiate the price, I'll charge you for the equipment fees. Morong Liumao's face turned green as he asked, equipment fees? You mean the money we haggled off the price? Master Chen's hand, which had been stroking his bald head, gave a sharp downward rub. No way. Feiyu Guild, conference room. Originally, all the buildings in this game world were adorned with an antique charm. However, the arrival of players had introduced various technologies into the game world. Although Blue Star's authorities strictly prohibited the influx of technological products. But they couldn't stop the master craftsmen among the players. They directly utilized materials farmed from dungeons to craft items by hand. This allowed various technologies to proliferate throughout the game world. However, this remains limited to player use. NPCs are largely excluded by the authorities. Blue Star remains highly reluctant to extend technological benefits to this game like alternate world. Thus, despite her noble status as a princess, Li Yunrui couldn't help but stare in awe at the modern interior design within the Feiyu Guild. NPCs rarely interact with players, it's a fundamental game mechanic and the operating principle of this gamified world. Lin Feiyu, however, was an anomaly. Lin Feiyu stared at the nameless blueprint map fragment 69 in his hands. And was utterly dumbfounded. Ha? How could you be the great mother dragon? What's going on? Ha? How did this scrap of cloth end up with you? Who gave it to you? Li Yunrui hadn't seen Lin Feiyu in ages either, and upon reuniting, she beamed with an exceptionally bright smile. As for Lin Feiyu's visibly agitated expression, that was beyond her expectations. You mean this ragged scrap of cloth? I found it. My master said it was important, so I kept it. These past few days, she kept saying you might really need it, so I brought it along. Oh. Right, haven't seen you in ages. Did you miss me? Li Yunrui's cheeks flushed crimson, a mix of shyness and anticipation. Found it? Lin Feiyu was utterly surprised. Could this thing even be found? In his eyes, this tattered rag, wasn't it something related to those four? Who could be so powerful as to discard them? Where did you find it? How did you find it? And who is your master? Lin Feiyu fired off a barrage of questions. Li Yunrui tapped her puffy little lips with her finger, thought for a moment, and said, I found it in a cave. It was when I was captured by the Dark Ones. That hooded boss just tossed it aside. I thought it was just trash. Luckily, my master told me it was something valuable, so I brought it to you. My master scolded me, suddenly. She said not to mention her existence to anyone, not even you. The bronze ring on Li Yunrui's finger occasionally flashed with light, while the young princess adorably nibbled her finger. Lin Feiyu instantly understood it was that ring causing trouble. As for how the nameless blueprint map fragment 6-9 ended up with the Darkest Disciple, Lin Feiyu had a hunch. It was the dead dragon box, also known as Xia Dai, who had once perished at the hands of the Darkest Disciple. It must have dropped then. The Darkest One picked it up, deemed it useless, and discarded it again. Until Li Yunrui's ring lord detected its presence. But that ring of his? Aren't the rings of power supposed to be worn constantly? That would mean that old bastard is up to no good. I'm engaged to her? Oh no. I'm turning green with jealousy. Lin Feiyu suddenly asked, his face flushing red with urgency. Li Yunrui. That ring of yours, do you wear it while eating, sleeping, bathing, and using the restroom? This engagement was forced upon her by the Yen King, and the man before her was the archetypal protagonist of the game world. He dared not break off the engagement, terrified of triggering some bizarre plot twist 3 years down the line. Yes. Li Yunrui blinked innocently, her words pure and simple. Lin Feiyu narrowed his eyes and took 2 steps back. Is your master male or female? Li Yunrui's eyes lit up as she suddenly changed the subject. My master is a real beauty. So gorgeous. She gestured dramatically in front of her chest, so majestic. Lin Feiyu abruptly stepped forward 3 paces. Oh? Is that so? Then lend me that ring for a couple of days? 1 second ago, your master shares your living quarters? That's disgusting. 1 second later, a beauty? I want her too. Chapter 125, 4 Twos and 2 Kings. Luoxia City, capital of Luoxia Province. Inside Master Chen's treatment room. Master Chen's holy light shone brightly, radiating continuously toward Morong's mother. Originally extremely agitated and babbling incoherently, Morong's mother began to grow calm, quiet, and serene. Master Chen remained as diligent as ever. The holy light shone for a full 24 hours. A full day and night. From 9 a.m. to 9 a.m. the next day. The 3 siblings outside the treatment room never left, watching Master Chen's work through the glass. Even when they slept, they took turns, ensuring someone was always present. The 3 of them began to truly admire this Master Chen. This holy light treatment lasted a full day and night. The siblings had eaten 3 meals a day, plus a midnight snack and afternoon tea outside. Master Chen inside hadn't taken a single sip of water in 24 hours. A true master. What dedication! This is a level 72 extraordinary master, the top-tier healing specialist on Blue Star. And he's working this hard? Even if the healing fails. Those 5 million credits were absolutely worth every penny. A level 72 7th-tier master wasted a full 24 hours just to barely earn 5 million. This isn't profitable at all. The 3 siblings, Morong Lumao, stayed awake most of the night, quietly keeping vigil outside the glass doors of the treatment room. Morong Qianyu suddenly remembered what Lin Feiyu, the current guild leader, had told her. She was to have a proper talk with her brother. And recount how he had become the former leader of the Qianyu guild. Lin Feiyu had specifically emphasized to stress the word sent with extra emphasis. The memory made Morong Qianyu's face flush hot. She knew perfectly well how Lin Feiyu had become the guild leader of Qianyu Guild. Wasn't that exactly what presented meant? What did he mean by that? Gift? Morong Qianyu murmured the word softly, wrestling with her thoughts for a long while before finally confiding in her brother, Morong Limo. They had fallen out over the matter of rescuing their mother. Now that their mother had been rescued, her brother had also contributed, a little bit. Therefore, she had reconciled with her brother. And since the eldest brother is like a father, shouldn't she discuss her marriage with him? Besides, that heartless, shameless bastard actually needed to be sent? Morong Qianyu repeated Lin Feiyu's words to her brother verbatim. She also emphasized the word present and insisted on stressing its meaning. Send who? 2? Or just 1? They didn't bring me along, did they? Morong Liumao's eyes lit up upon hearing this. This meant he'd be related to them. Why should I go around pitifully calling someone dad? What's even more infuriating is that begging didn't do any good. I was even kicked out. The thought made Chairman Morong's face flush crimson. Did I, Morong Limo, have no pride? Morong Qianyu looked utterly shocked. It shouldn't count as my brother's, right? Morong Shiyu looked utterly bewildered. Brother, have you come to terms with it? Morong Limo waves dismissively. Don't sweat the small stuff. Lin Feiyu said he'd give it away, so let him give it away. Isn't it just that he doesn't want to pay the dowry? What's the big deal? Just charge extra for the bride's exit fee later. Two brides, one collects the fare as she gets off, the other jumps right back on. Repeat the cycle. How could I possibly collect enough money? All Morong Lumao could think about was that day when Lin Feiyu had shown off his incredible prowess in the forest book, Demon Realm Dungeon. He, Lin Feiyu, was about to become my brother-in-law. Good. He's the world's best, I'm the world's second. This marriage alliance has created two prodigies in one family. What world can't they conquer? What's the point of the Blue Star Championship? What's the point of the World Championship? What about the Cosmic Tournament? We'll sweep them all, every last one, utterly annihilated. Invincible. Lin Feiyu goes on a rampage, and I'll just follow behind, laughing all the way. I've got 4 twos and 2 kings. A pair of twos. How could I lose? You guys can actually play a 5-card straight in Landlords? I'll break your bridges to pieces. Come on. Come play with me. Come on. Show your cards. Master Chen sat in the small private room at the back of the treatment room, munching on Kendeji snacks, puffing on a floating in bliss cigarette, and playing cards. He stared at the winning hand in his grasp, his excitement bubbling over. Perfect. This month's wages for the apprentices are already covered. The entire room was filled with smoke. As he and a few young apprentices passed the time playing cards, one of the disciples glanced at his phone and suddenly said, Master, the 24-hour treatment period for the mother of the Chiyue Guild leader at your other location has ended. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 straight. You see, you should probably withdraw your divine power. Ha! Master Chen chuckled. Still the guild leader? Still mental issues? Stop dithering. If you're decisive, I guarantee it'll be done in at least 5 hours. I can't afford it. 6, 6, 7, 7, 8, 8 straight flush. 24 hours is the bare minimum. Make them wait a bit longer. Another apprentice pushed open the door. Master, a new patient just arrived over there. They're already in the villa. Take care of it. Oh? Then have my clone handle it. Go treat the next one, don't delay my money making. Got it. Master, I'll handle it right away. A chubby disciple chuckled happily. Master, your method is truly brilliant. As long as new patients don't show up, we keep the treatment going, making them spend money willingly. 4 9s, a bomb. Even if the treatment fails, who would dare ask for a refund after a 7th-tier master personally casts holy light for 5 or 6 hours straight? Master Chen remained composed. I'd only dare play like this in the real world. In the game world, I'd be recognized instantly. Royal flush. Single card. Lost again, sigh. Master Chen's disciple wore a gloomy expression. I quit. I'm broke. Master Chen set down his tiles, frowning. Then, how about a round of mahjong? The disciple replied with a bitter expression. Master, I earn my wages here, but you've gambled it all away playing cards and mahjong. Still want to play? Aren't you afraid I'll reveal the secret of your split personality? Thud. Master Chen, struck at his weak spot, slammed the table in fury. Shut up. You just want me to play ranked matches with you, don't you? You just want me to carry you to the top tier, don't you? You just want to boost your rank at the end of the season, don't you? Log in. I'll shatter the darkness with thunder. Master Chen grabbed his phone and instantly entered battle mode. Kick me. Chapter 126, Sovereign of the World. The Morong siblings finally retrieved their mother. Now fully recovered, their mother gazed at the three with deep emotion. Tears welled in the corners of her eyes. Though their days in the dungeon had been arduous, they had persevered. Now that she had been successfully rescued, it was time to enjoy the joys of family life. The two sisters embraced their mother, sobbing softly. Her warm embrace felt like a haven of happiness, vast and comforting. Their father had passed away many years ago, leaving Morong Lumao as the pillar of the family. Though deeply moved himself, he calmly inquired about his mother's condition. Over there, Master Chen emerged with unsteady steps and a haggard expression, ushering a new patient into the treatment room. Then, a thunderous, excited roar erupted from within the treatment room. Holy crap, this is some seriously stubborn athlete's foot. I'll have to give it my all. Good thing you came early. If you'd waited another decade, it would have been beyond cure. You might have even needed amputation. Ah. Master Chen. Can my foot be saved? How much will it cost? One price. 5 million. Alright. Please save me, Master. In the secret room behind the treatment room, Master Chen was passionately dueling. Damn it. Top laner vanished without a word. Just then, a disciple entered. Master, the new patient has athlete's foot. Master Chen didn't even look up. Send second brother. Have him treat it remotely through the medical equipment. Second brother, is that okay? Just a little athlete's foot? Have second brother apply some triamcinolone acetonide cream through the device and give it a good dose. Got it, master. Oof. These are all minor ailments. Do I really need to handle them?
It's just that last time, that S-class curse truly wore me out.
Everything else is just a piece of cake. Blue. Give me blue. Give me blue. Hey Lantern. Lantern. Inside the Feiyu Guild's meeting room.
Lin Feiyu finally laid eyes on the elf from the Lord of the Rings. She was indeed a stunning beauty, though her form seemed somewhat ethereal. Under Li Yunrui's relentless teasing, she couldn't help but jump out and give her beloved disciple a good scolding. Upon inquiry, Lin Feiyu learned that Li Yunrui's master was also a great power from the Yellow Wind Valley. She hadn't disclosed her exact cultivation level, but she was one of the elders of the sword-wielding pavilion. Yet after exchanging only a few words, she vanished back into the bronze ring without leaving her name. Li Yunrui clutched her swollen head. Father's been acting strangely these past few days, and my eldest brother's illness is growing worse.
What? Lin Feiyu was utterly baffled. The Li Yunxian we saw last time in Paper Burning County still looked like a valiant general. Lin Feiyu asked. Ah. Big brother probably just wanted to see you, that's why he got up to visit. Otherwise, his illness would have long since made him unwilling to move around. My brother sometimes struggles to speak clearly and usually avoids long sentences. Li Yunrui frowned, her voice heavy with worry. Then, your father still. Lin Feiyu trailed off mid-sentence. So your father still intends to accomplish great things? The crown prince is actually gravely ill? You couldn't have told by looking at him that day. However, Li Yunxian really didn't say much when we last met. You're running out of successors. The old Prince of Yen is very advanced in years. Even if he succeeds, it would only be his final leap. Who will take over afterward? Surely not that iron-headed princess? Come on. I'd be a better choice. Lin Feiyu knew his IQ wasn't exactly stellar, but he was still leagues ahead of that dim-witted Li Yunrui. The Yenshan king had only one son and one daughter, that much he knew. Surely it couldn't be me, or rather, this emperor? No. Ha? Impossible. I actually have a chance to rule the world? This is tough. This is seriously tough. I don't know how. Who will teach me how to be an emperor? Or just go ahead and be incompetent. If I can't be a wise ruler, surely I can be a foolish one? Being a tyrant shouldn't be too hard. Then it won't be difficult to handle. Then it won't be difficult at all. Li Yunrui's cheeks flushed crimson as she continued. Father commands you to marry me without delay. He also asked me to deliver a message to you. Lin Feiyu narrowed his eyes slightly. Soon, marry? What message did the Prince of Yen ask you to deliver? Surely not that my brother is often ill? Li Yunrui scratched her head. He said the crown prince is often ill, and you should encourage him. Lin Feiyu's body jerked violently, his pupils sharply contracting. The Prince of Yen wants me to be arrogant? Oh no. This rebellion I actually wanted more than the Prince of Yen does. What was I supposed to do? What should I be doing? What exactly was I supposed to do? Right, I promised the king of Yenshan earlier that I'd show him the awe-inspiring power of Blue Star's communication technology. How could I have let this slip my mind? I must get started immediately. Find an official. Who should I contact? Lin Feiyu started pacing in circles as he pondered. His first thought was the Sword Pavilion. After all, one of their squad leaders was supposed to be my great-uncle. But those guys probably can't make decisions on this, right? They probably couldn't make decisions on this matter, they're enforcers, after all. No real authority. What to do? He immediately thought of the 4 individuals who had convened in this very conference room. The 4 pillars of the Great Xia Kingdom. These 4 must have a solution, even if they disagree. Lin Feiyu had already devised a countermeasure. That was to leak the news that hundreds of thousands of players might lose their lives. The authorities couldn't possibly ignore it. Should the Cloud Dynasty emerge victorious, every player in the Yen King's faction would face execution. But if the Yenshan King's side prevails, I can mediate and find a way to save every single player. He knew from his previous life that hundreds of thousands of players, forced into the conflict, had been slaughtered by the Cloud Dynasty, not a single one spared. Among them was the Dragon Slayer Guild, one of the world's top 500 guilds, which had been closely allied with Yenzhou. They were nearly wiped out entirely. Now that Lin Feiyu had boarded this vehicle, if it crashed, everyone aboard would perish. If the vehicle lands safely, there's a chance for survival. In that case, he wouldn't mind stomping on the gas pedal a few more times. But Lin Feiyu still pondered, he must first level up to 50. That way, he could leverage his status as a participant in the championship tournament to negotiate. That would give him greater leverage. He would gain more support. He had now advanced to luxurious platinum, allowing him to directly level up to 50. Time to grind for experience. Looks like sleepless nights were in store. Experience points? Just grind his own bosses, there'd always be plenty. While Lin Feiyu paced back and forth in deep thought, Li Yunrui waited quietly by his side, patiently holding her ground. Once Lin Feiyu made up his mind, he felt much lighter. Before, he'd only wanted to save other players. Though he was highly motivated, it still felt like working for someone else.
But after Yan Wang had Li Yunrui deliver that motivational punchline, he instantly transformed into a resolute warrior.
This reversal, I've made it happen. Is there such a thing as a coward? Next came negotiations with Princess Li Yunrui regarding cooperation between the Feiyu Guild and the Yanzhou County office. After all, Li Yunrui was one of us. The negotiations took barely a few minutes. Cut off 90% of the Dragon Slayer Guild's business dealings. Chapter 127, Plum Blossoms. Early morning. In the Dragon Slayer Guild's leader's office, numerous high-ranking members gathered. Lu Chuangji listened quietly as his subordinates reported. The escort mission on the official road of Yanzhou County. The mineral extraction collection operations. And the trade goods porcelain, silk, and collectibles shipped overseas as manufacturing materials. Everything our Dragon Slayers delivered has been returned. They say all future shipments will be handled by the Flying Universe Guild. Crash. A thunderous crash echoed as the desk shattered into pieces. Just give me the approximate percentage of lost trade volume over this period. Lu Chuangji's face darkened. Every trade deal connected to Yanzhou Prefecture in recent days had been intercepted by the Feiyu Guild. Forget getting a share of the profits, they weren't even being given a whiff of the opportunity. Over 90%. The reporting officer hesitated for a long moment before daring to utter that figure in front of the furious guild leader, Lu Chuangji. Lu Chuangji didn't vent his fury on the subordinate delivering the report. He merely waved him away with a weary gesture. His face darkened to an extreme, his jaw clenched. They're leaving us no breathing room at all. How much did they promise the Yanzhou Prefecture office? To cut things off so decisively. A profound sense of helplessness washed over him. The trade of the entire Yanzhou County city accounted for over half of the Dragon Slayer Guild's working capital. With this front lost, how could Dragon Slayers possibly sustain so many combat players? Without a large number of combat players, how could they possibly win in the guild wars that cycle through certain dungeons? Losing a large number of combat players meant losing a large number of dungeons. The guild's collapse was only a matter of time. Lu Chuangji glanced at Lu Jin as if asking, how many days have passed? Nearly a week now? Not a single sign of movement from the Feiyu Guild? And you, a scheme to sow discord? One scheme within another? What's the outcome? Lu Jin looked equally puzzled. What exactly happened? Isn't Lin Feiyu already finished? And yet, not a single problem? Impossible. Could I have misjudged the situation? No way. Lin Feiyu, the president who rose to power through sheer strength, hasn't been overthrown after losing his abilities? Is that even possible? I think. Lu Jin weighed her response. I think Lin Feiyu's strength was misjudged by his own guild. Or he has a way to conceal the loss of his attack power. If the fact that he's lost his attack power were to be exposed, perhaps. How would it be exposed? Lu Chuangji hit the nail on the head. Fight him. Lu Chengfeng, a combat-focused player wielding the prototype Guhua, spoke with excitement. He was utterly devoted to brawling and possessed exceptional insight into commanding large-scale operations. Scheming and plotting? Not his forte. But when it came to a brawl, he'd be the first to charge in. Swinging his ancient, jet-black greatsword, Lu Chengfeng declared. I've been itching to cleave Lin Feiyu in two and seize his beast mount as my own. Right. Let's fight. If the second young master's intel is reliable. Lin Feiyu is already finished. Then, finish him off. Seeing this was his specialty, Lu Qingfeng's blood boiled. He immediately stepped forward, his face flushed with excitement as he declared. Father, I've thoroughly studied Lin Feiyu's beast riding techniques. Give me just 100,000 men and I'll finish him off. And then what? Lu Chuangji, having heard the fury within the guild, remained coolly dismissive. Demote him a rank? What good would that do? You actually dare to kill him? Aren't you afraid the sword-wielding pavilion will enforce justice on the spot? Lu Chengfeng immediately voiced an idea that had been brewing in his mind these past few days. We challenge him to a duel. Sign a mandatory wager agreement through the game system. Whoever loses, disbands the guild. Lu Chuangji abruptly looked up at his eldest son. Is that how you want to play it? You're a gambling addict, aren't you? Not a trace of defeat crossed Lu Chengfeng's face, only an unyielding hunger for victory. Father. This is a desperate situation. This is truly a matter of life and death. You must not overlook it. Lu Chuangji's eyelids twitched violently, but was there any other way? After agonizing over it, a resolute expression gradually hardened on his face. He muttered under his breath. Master Lu once said, either erupt from silence or perish in it. Rather than a slow death by a dull blade, it's better to fight back. The moment Lu Chuangji finished speaking, the senior executives below erupted in a roar. Right. Let's fight. Exactly. Let's go all out. Take him down. Exactly. Let's go all out. Lu Chuangji slammed his fist on the table and made the decision on the spot. Send him the challenge letter. Right away. Immediately. In the capital city of the Cloud Realm Dynasty, Tianyun City. This was Lin Feiyu's first visit since his rebirth. He'd spent the past few days grinding his own boss at home, leveling from 40 to 50. It was incredibly tough. It took a full 7 days. It wore me out. My back and shoulders ache. The Dragon Slayers Guild kept stirring up trouble over there, but their schemes were thwarted by the alliance between Lin Feiyu and the damn king. They're completely ineffective. After hitting level 50, he immediately headed to Tianyun City. Perhaps because he was a cultivator from Huangfeng Valley, he didn't need to clear the advancement dungeon like other players to enter. The moment he hit level 50, the system prompted. Ding! Congratulations on reaching level 50. Advanced transformation failed. Experience gain has been disabled. Ding! You may now travel to Tianyun City, the capital of the Cloud Realm dynasty in Yunlai province. Though puzzled, he headed straight for Tianyun City. He had important business here, a conversation with Coldwind, the Sword Sovereign, concerning the Yen King's rebellion and concerning the Dragon Slayers Guild's response. The Dragon Slayers Guild possessed formidable overall strength, significantly surpassing even the Chiyue Guild. Their headquarters were adjacent to the Feiyu Guild, and a major conflict had already erupted between them. Even the challenge document for a duel where the loser would disband their guild had been formally issued. Someone must mediate. It wasn't out of fear of the Dragon Slayer Guild, nor because they couldn't defeat them, but because Lin Feiyu had already set his sights on acquiring them. If both Dragon Slayer and Share, two of the world's top 500 guilds, were to merge into Feiyu Guild, then their combined might would be formidable enough to challenge even the major guilds of the national guilds. Their wealth of combat power would rival that of a nation. To expedite this plan, Lin Feiyu skipped his level 50 advancement and headed straight to Tianyun City to find Coldwind. He bypassed the real-world travel there was too cumbersome. Now that he'd reached level 50, he could head straight to the capital. He crumpled a teleportation scroll and arrived instantly. Upon arriving in Tianyun City, he was greeted by several shrill voices. Good dog. Will I have a prosperous year? Woof woof woof. Will I have a prosperous year? Woof woof woof. Lin Feiyu's face darkened. He pulled on the bronze mask and retreated into the alley as if fleeing for his life. Damn it! Why is it like this here too? I may not be in the underworld, but my legend echoes throughout it. Dog brother, I'm sorry. Don't blame me. It's all that tabby cat's fault. Poor dog brother. Just as Lin Feiyu lamented the decline of the world, a strikingly large, well-fed, and menacing tabby cat appeared at Lin Feiyu's feet. He looked down and felt a strange illusion. This was the fat cat from Yunzhong County that had ordered him to beat a dog. Meow woo meow woo. The tabby cat meowed affectionately, its tail held high as it gently rubbed against Lin Feiyu's feet. Lin Feiyu had business to attend to and didn't intend to waste time petting a cat here. He crouched down, took a few quick sniffs, and prepared to leave. Suddenly, the tabby cat spat out a tattered rag from its mouth. Lin Feiyu's expression changed drastically. What the hell? Cat, you? After the tabby cat left, Lin Feiyu quickly picked it up to take a look. Ragged cloth strip. The kitten had left paw prints all over it. Could be cat language. Lin Feiyu exhaled deeply after reading it. Thankfully, it wasn't an unnamed blueprint map fragment. He examined the plum blossom-like imprints covering the tattered cloth. He was planning to head to the Beastmaster sect to seek out his cheapskate master, Long Outyan, to decipher the level 50 advancement. Could the master of the beast-taming sect decipher these plum blossoms? If he could, that would be great, and he'd love to hear what the cat had to say. Can't figure it out? Then your beast-taming sect is unprofessional. So this apprenticeship I just cut a deal for? You owe me money. Chapter 128, What's Mine is Mine. National First Guild. Tianyun City Headquarters. Lin Feiyu's arrival sent shockwaves through the entire National First Guild's leadership. The last time they knew his level, it was still 30. How could he have reached level 50 in just a few days? And he could just waltz right into Tianyun City like this? It must be noted that at level 50, one cannot enter Tianyun City. Players must be at least a 5th tier Emerald Warrior of the Flowing Light to gain entry. Has he successfully advanced? He must be cheating. Coldwind, the elderly man with snow-white hair and beard, hurriedly logged into the game from the real world. When he saw Lin Feiyu in the meeting room of the National Guild 1, Huiyi Guild's leader, the level 75 Archmage Li Ku, and both vice leaders were present. Before he even entered the room, he anxiously asked, "Young brother Lin Feiyu, what's this about your leveling and advancement? How did you reach level 50 and advance to Emerald in just a few days?" Lin Feiyu turned to look at the white-haired, white-bearded elder Coldwind, observing the bewilderment on his face. He casually replied, "Hoof. Leveling up for me is as easy as sleeping. Advancing for me is as effortless as reading a book." Old Lang rolled his eyes in speechless exasperation at Lin Feiyu's ultimate display of self-aggrandizement. This was still the game world, not the real world. If he didn't think he might not be able to beat him, he would have already started punching him. Enough. Cut it out. What's the difference between this and a gifted freak claiming they have no talent? Cut the bull and get to the point. Lang Feng couldn't take it anymore.
While others leveled up over years, this brat had done it in mere days, so stop showing off.
You're asking for a beating, seriously? You've got me fired up. Even if I can't beat you, I'm still gonna take you on.
Lin Feiyu silently rubbed his nose.
I was telling the truth, though.
Seeing Lang Feng arrive, along with the 2 vice presidents and the esteemed president of the National First Guild, all seated solemnly, he then began explaining the purpose of their visit.
One concerned the challenge letter from the Dragon Slayer Guild.
The wager agreement had already been delivered to him. Lin Feiyu had brought it along. This document was an electronic contract within the game system. Lin Feiyu granted viewing permissions to the few present. As soon as Lang Feng and the members of the National First Guild saw it.
Oh? A duel challenge? The Dragon Slayer Guild is challenging the Feiyu Guild to a duel? What kind of joke is this?
They all knew the devastating damage of Lin Feiyu's flying sword.
Dragon Slayer is courting death. They probably haven't been beaten yet, right?
Then again, they probably have no clue that Lin Feiyu's sword deals 20 million damage.
This is going to be a show.
Cold Wind had been grinning, ready to enjoy the spectacle. But after reading the wager agreement in that challenge letter, his grin vanished instantly.
Damn it! Whoever loses disbands their guild? That genius came up with this idea. This bastard deserves to be executed. This fool deserves to be castrated. His moronic DNA mustn't contaminate the human gene pool.
Lu Chuangji is a top-tier level 76 powerhouse.
The championship tournament is about to begin. Why are they still fighting amongst themselves?
Even if it's infighting, this tactic of dissolving a guild regardless of victory or defeat.
You've probably already defected to the enemy, haven't you? Turned into a little 8? Damn it all to hell. But thankfully,
Lin Feiyu didn't agree immediately. He came over to ask instead. Cold Wind glanced up at Lin Feiyu.
This kid's got guts, he's got some awareness. He didn't think Lin Feiyu came to him because he couldn't defeat Dragon Slayer, but rather to prevent Dragon Slayer's dissolution.
In other words, to preserve the strength of the Yunleizu Guild.
What a fine young man indeed.
He hoped Lin Feiyu would step in to mediate, preserving the strength of the Great Xia.
This also meant giving the championship tournament a sliver more chance of success. What a good kid.
After that encounter with Lin Feiyu, Lang Feng had already tracked down Lin Feiyu's adoptive father, Lin Haichuan. He directly leveraged his influence to catapult Lin Haichuan, a veteran frontline member of Yunqing City's defense corps and a lowly squad deputy, into a rocket-like promotion.
Frontline? Your son's that awesome? Why would you even need to go frontline? What if something happens to you? Won't your son go berserk? Go back to your office and have some tea.
His military rank shot straight from a lowly lieutenant to a full colonel. Secretaries, aides, bodyguards, all top tier. Even the commander of the garrison army's major theater doesn't have security clearance as high as his.
It's pure nepotism.
These matters were all handled with special dispensation. Cold Wind had directly issued the highest level official orders, though the actual execution fell to him and Li Ku, the president of the National First Guild. However, Lin Feiyu, who hadn't logged off for nearly half a month, remained completely unaware. Just as Cold Wind felt he'd done everything right, convinced his thoughtful arrangements would move Lin Feiyu to tears. He was the kind of person who valued relationships, someone who wouldn't wager against the Dragon Slayer Guild, wouldn't challenge them to a duel, and was willing to let Lu Chuang off the hook. Lin Feiyu signed the system's dual wager document right in front of Lang Feng.
Not a single moment of hesitation, not a hint of inquiry.
Once signed, the wager agreement with the Dragon Slayers took immediate effect through the game system.
The wager and duel became an undeniable reality.
Cold Wind immediately flew into a rage, his beard bristling and eyes bulging.
Holy! Lin Feiyu, what do you think you're doing?
Old Lang slammed the table in anger, thinking to himself, just you wait, I'll have someone arrange a stepmother to keep you in line.
How utterly clueless. Lang Feng pressed further. Don't you know the national war is imminent? Don't you know Dragon Slayer's strength is still formidable? Don't you realize this will lead to the Dragon Slayers Guild being disbanded in the end?
Lin Feiyu casually closed the document interface of his system, which had been set to public viewing. This was precisely the reaction he wanted to make them fume with frustration. With a smirk on his face, he said, "Of course I know.
That's exactly why I came to see you. You've already signed? The fighting's about to start? What the hell use is it to come find me now?"
Cold Wind's weathered face flushed crimson.
It seemed the Dragon Slayer's dissolution was inevitable. This Lin Feiyu. Truly a young man. How impulsive. How recklessly youthful.
"Of course you're useful," Lin Feiyu pressed on.
"What good? Dragon Slayer is doomed to lose. Dissolution? My ass."
Old Lang's face darkened, his voice trembling with fury.
And after the dissolution? What about the tens of thousands of players in the Dragon Slayer Guild? What about those 10,000 combat-ready players? Where will they go?
Lin Feiyu was getting into his stride.
What do you mean?
Old Lang seemed to grasp something, yet couldn't be certain.
So this Lin Feiyu was this cunning and treacherous? A real scoundrel? Being powerful is one thing, but scheming too? I'm impressed. The Dragon Slayer Guild and all its affiliated guilds must disband, including the Dragon Slayer Mercenary Corps and the Dragon Slayer Gathering Guild. And all players within them will become free agents. Who will absorb them then? Lin Feiyu posed the question. What should be done? Elder Lang suddenly sensed trouble. This Lin Feiyu might be getting greedy. Of course it's me. I, Lin Feiyu, warmly welcome all Dragon Slayer Guild members to join my Feiyu Guild. If you, the great Xia Sword Master Lang Feng, were to intervene, perhaps the Dragon Slayer Guild could avoid this conflict altogether and merge directly into my Feiyu Guild. Lin Feiyu presented his solution. Mine, all mine. What Dragon Slayers Guild? The entire guild should belong to my Feiyu Guild. I'll swallow it whole. Chapter 129, Life. Old Man Lung had actually begun to ponder this. Perhaps Lin Feiyu's true objective was the entire dragon slaying guild. But he never imagined it would require him to step forward? What's the meaning of this? Does the great Xia Sword Master have no pride? You want me to be your messenger? Can't you show a little decency? This can't be a sudden decision, right? Could it be a conspiracy hatched long ago? Hidden threads? Deep-seated scheming? Did Lin Feiyu relocate his headquarters to Yanzhou County just for this moment? Leveraging the grudges from the newbie village, then exploiting the Dragon Slayer Guild's business in Yanzhou County, pressing forward step by step, orchestrating such an elaborate scheme? Such profound calculation? What a deep scheme. How terrifying is Lin Feiyu? Lu Chuangji is going to be played to death. Lin Feiyu's trap runs so deep. Now he suddenly tightens the purse strings. What's to be done? Lu Chuangji, this big fish, has already taken the bait. You want Lin Feiyu to let go? Is that even possible? What immense ambition. It's like a little snake trying to swallow an elephant. Old Long flew into a rage and immediately lashed out. You call this swallowing an elephant? You've been laying traps all along, luring Lu Chuangji and his crew right into them? When did you start targeting the Dragon Slayers Guild? You didn't start scheming the moment you clashed with them in the newbie village, did you? Lin Feiyu scratched his head. He hadn't planned on going after the Dragon Slayers Guild at all. The Feiyu Guild's finances were easily covered by his casual dungeon runs. And Li Dahu and his crew still had several sacks of gear left unsold. Equipment prices had plummeted. The resources from that Blood Plague Forest dungeon, which reset daily, were practically equivalent to the resources from dozens of other guilds' dungeons. The Feiyu Guild had no financial worries whatsoever. Relocating the guild headquarters to Yanzhou County was entirely for the sake of the Yen King's rebellion. This way, he could bind all his guild members to the Yen King's cause. As for the Dragon Slayer Guild? That's all Dragon Slayer's own persecution complex. They came crawling to us. I swear I didn't. I swear I'm innocent. He immediately explained. I'm not that clever. It wasn't some trap I set early on to force them in. It was just one thing leading to another. They chose to stray from the path and stumbled right into my trap. Cold Wind sneered. Ha! Who'd believe that? Lin Feiyu. So young, yet so scheming. Well done. Truly a fine young man. What if I don't step forward? Lung Feng asked tentatively. Lin Feiyu calmly displayed his level 50 status. Then I'll reluctantly have to disband the Dragon Slayer Guild. If the Dragon Slayers disband, I'll be swamped with guild affairs. Might not have time for any championship tournaments. Ugh. Seeing Lin Feiyu actually use this major issue as leverage. Cold Wind's wrinkled face twitched furiously. You're threatening me? Have you no shame? How dare you expect me to run errands for you? Lin Feiyu touched his face. I do have dignity. That's precisely why. I need you, Old Cold, to step in. Find a way to make them surrender without a fight. Cold Wind's mouth twitched uncontrollably as he repeated Lin Feiyu's final 4 words. Capitulate without a fight. Surrender without a fight? Without a fight. You. Cold Wind's explosive temper flared instantly. He drew his 3-meter-long greatsword, Dog Slaughterer, ready to charge forward. Li Ku, the guild master of the National First Guild seated below, immediately leapt forward and wrapped his arms around Old Man Lang's waist. Old Man Lang. Calm down. Calm down. The 2 vice presidents also rushed forward, clutching Cold Wind's legs. You can't do this. You can't. 20 million. 20 million. Lung Feng slowly lowered the sword in his hand, his expression unreadable. Indeed. He couldn't win. Looking at Lin Feiyu, there wasn't a shred of sympathy in the young man's eyes. He was finally reminded the Lin Feiyu he knew was a vicious wolf. A decent young man? He tilted his head back slightly, as if drained of all strength and means. Dark clouds begin to gather. The night sky is unsettled. Old Man Lang began to step out of the conference room. I'll go right away. I'll go immediately. I'll go right now. All right then. The lingering intent of the setting sun, the rising eastern dawn. What the hell? Shameless. Rough. Old Lang stormed out cursing under his breath, but he did go to work. But he cursed all the way. Lin Feiyu listened to the full-throated curses growing fainter in the distance, feeling thoroughly embarrassed. The old hero's fiery spirit remains undimmed. Old Man Lang was truly a man of genuine character. His curses were genuine. The language was genuinely filthy. His indiscriminate barrage of insults flowed like a stream of colorful language. After Old Man Lang left, Lin Feiyu wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Old Dawn, the old hero's still fierce. The president of the National First Guild, who hadn't gotten a word in edgewise earlier, began chatting with Lin Feiyu after Old Lang left. Li Ku was a humble man and chatted with Lin Feiyu for quite some time. Only then did Lin Feiyu realize how well his old man had been taken care of. Lun Feng's approach to life and work? That was actually quite impressive. But that won't stop me from moving forward. Li Ku smiled and said, actually. Feiyu just wants to participate in the championship tournament, right? Swallowing the Dragon Slayer Guild was for that purpose too, wasn't it? Lin Feiyu remained silent. Being seen through felt awful. Old Lang's curses were far more refreshing. He changed the subject, steering the conversation toward Yanzhou County and the affairs of the Yanzhou King. He hinted around the possibility that the Yanzhou King might soon raise an army for some grand undertaking. He also hinted that this needed to be kept confidential. The three guild leaders were puzzled. How could he possibly know so much about the NPC's affairs? They hadn't heard a single whisper about this matter. The Blue Star government had some level of cooperation with the Cloud Dynasty. The King of Yenshan has raised an army? Doesn't that mean bad news? Is there anything you need us to do? Li Ku sensed Lin Feiyu hadn't come merely to relay this information. Lin Feiyu laid out his entire communication plan. Li Ku and the others were puzzled. Why help the Yen King? His strength shouldn't be enough to guarantee his success, right? Players inevitably interact with NPCs within the game world, so the major factions of Yunlai province were quite aware of this. That's precisely why we need to support King Yen. Why support him? Doesn't the Cloud Dynasty have a higher chance of winning? Besides, we players can't have much entanglement with the major factions in the game anyway. We should just stay neutral. Why get involved at all? What's the reason? Lin Feiyu produced a document he'd obtained from the King of Yen. It was an official document summoning players from various county cities to join the battle. It included players from 7 counties: Paper Birding County, Yanzhou County, Wui County, Leshi County, and others. Any player present in these 7 counties at the time would be assimilated into the Yen King's faction. This also applied to players who had set their main city in these 7 counties once confirmed. The main city location could not be changed. In other words, no matter how players maneuvered, a massive number would be unable to escape the ravages of war. The trio still couldn't grasp why, staring at Lin Feiyu in confusion. Even if players joined the war, it would likely just be players fighting players. Defeated and revived? Losing a level big deal. Seeing they still hadn't grasped the gravity of the situation, Lin Feiyu said sternly. The losing side. Every player who fought will be executed. Permanently, with no resurrection. The only way out of this deadlock is for Yen Wang to win. I have influence with him. I can save hundreds of thousands of player lives. Is that reason good enough? Chapter 130, a tiny bit of shock. Inside the Dragon Slayer Guild's office. Lu Chuangji paced back and forth, his heart pounding wildly, his entire being agitated. They actually agreed. Truthfully, when he sent that bet agreement, he hadn't wanted to go down fighting. After all, the entire Dragon Slayers Guild had been passed down from his father's generation, developed over 2 generations. It embodied the blood, sweat, and tears of the Lu family. He had hoped that his side's ruthlessness, the outright threat of dissolution in the wager agreement. The Feiyu Guild would back down. Then they could come negotiate. After all, everything can be discussed. Unexpectedly, shortly after sending the official document this morning, the Feiyu Guild responded without a word. They'd just agreed outright. This was ridiculous. We're stuck between a rock and a hard place. If we actually lose, the Dragon Slayer Guild would truly be finished. Our entire legacy, squandered like this? How could we face the old man who sacrificed himself in the tournament? He picked up a cigarette, but his trembling hand couldn't get the flame to touch the tip. Boom! The lighter shattered. Under immense psychological pressure, Lu Chuangji felt as if he were about to collapse. No, this cannot be. I have to pull myself together. Anyone else can fall, but not me. At that moment, the office door swung open. President! Cold Wind from the National First Guild is here. Lu Chuangji was startled by the words. Cold Wind? Do I even know him? What brings him here? Didn't he just visit the Feiyu Guild not long ago? Could it be impossible? He's an official representative. He wouldn't interfere in a private guild's internal strife. Unless. Right, the championship tournament is about to begin, and even the preliminary rounds are already in full swing. But Yunlai province's spots in the championship are controlled by the Great Xia government. Who gets to go? Isn't that decided by the national guilds? Therefore, the authorities are actually reluctant to see internal strife between 2 guilds at this critical juncture. He's here to mediate. Alright. There's always a way out. It seems our Dragon Slayers Guild is saved. It's our savior. Quick. I'll go welcome him myself. In the meeting room of the Dragon Slayers Guild. Every senior member of the Dragon Slayers Guild who could attend was present, including several vice presidents and Lu Chuangji's 3 sons. For many of them, this was their first time seeing the sword revered in person, and they all showed great reverence. Every person in this meeting room had been specifically requested by Cold Wind after he met Lu Chuang. They had to be high-ranking members of the Dragon Slayers, they had to be controllable, and they had to be utterly loyal. Thus, only 6 individuals were present. Lu Chuang knew full well that while he couldn't vouch for the others, his son was reliable, and those 2 vice presidents were utterly loyal. Old Master Lang. As per your instructions, everyone is present. What do you say? Lung Feng raised his hand. Enough. I won't waste words on trivialities. I have only one thing to say. Your bet with Lin Feiyu is a guaranteed loss. I advise you to back out now. Of course Lang Feng wouldn't admit he was acting as Lin Feiyu's emissary. Would a venerable sword sovereign like me stoop to such shamelessness? I'm here to help the Dragon Slayer Guild. I'm their savior. The very savior who rescued the Dragon Slayers Guild. After hearing this, Lu Chuangji suddenly recalled. The news that Lin Feiyu had been crippled, which Lu Jin had learned, was a secret. Even this sword master probably doesn't know about it, right? Seems it's time I gave this supreme powerhouse of Great Xia a little shock. Old Cold. You likely remain unaware of the full circumstances, right? Lin Feiyu has been crippled. After speaking, Lu Chuangji turned to Lu Jin and said, Jin. Come, show our Lord Cold Wind that scroll of yours. Lu Jin knew exactly which scroll he meant. It was undoubtedly the screenshot of the Deep Fall, Heavenly Ascent scroll. He promptly projected the system interface for all to see. Scroll, Deep Fall, Heavenly Ascent. This scroll is a divine tier item that can reset an opponent's attack power to 0. And I can confirm with absolute certainty that this scroll has already been used. The user. But the one who fell victim to it was Lin Feiyu. He, Lin Feiyu, has now been reduced to nothing more than a lowly summoner. We've calculated his beast count only 5 or 6 at most, with his flying dragon being the strongest. Even if his flying dragon is formidable, could he possibly have 2 or 3 more? Would he even be human then? Therefore, our Dragon Slayers Guild defeating the Feiyu Guild isn't impossible, it's highly probable. Lu Jin delivered his logical analysis, eager to impress the nation's idol, the sword master Cold Old Man. Lu Jin spoke with such fervor, his voice booming as he gestured wildly. Swordmaster Lang Feng stared at the screenshot, deep in thought. What? Attack power reset to 0? Then where did that 20 million damage from his sword strike come from? Did he steal it? When was this screenshot taken? When exactly did Lin Feiyu get his stats reset by that scroll? Cold Wind, get your facts straight. Don't tell me that 20 million damage actually happened earlier. If the attack power reset happened afterward, that's a major problem. Lin Feiyu only lost his attack power and damage output. But for us, the Great Xia Empire, we've lost an entire era. That question hit the nail on the head. Lu Jin pondered for a moment before replying. I obtained this screenshot 8-9 days ago. It should be from Lin Feiyu and the Chier Guild during the Over the Hills campaign. Cold Wind's brows relaxed. So, Lin Feiyu's strength remains undiminished. The recording stone video Lin Feiyu showed them that day was filmed on the very same day. That couldn't be altered. But screenshots don't show timestamps, so I asked for clarification. A screenshot obtained 8-9 days ago? Could it be from the Over the Hills battle that happened half a month ago? Oof. This attack power reset to 0? What does it have to do with Lin Feiyu's 20 million damage strike? Cold Wind chuckled. Seems I've given the Dragon Slayers Guild members a little shock. He immediately pulled out the recording stone video of Lin Feiyu's 20 million sword strike. The 4 Supreme Elders of Great Xia all had backup copies of this footage. This was to comply with higher-ups' instructions and facilitate matters. Otherwise, Lin Feiyu's old business with Lin Haichuan would be difficult to handle. He connected the video to a public display and began the playback. On the screen, a flying sword began skimming along the ground. A massive white bear. King class boss, level 80. HP, 15 million. The flying sword directly ripped off the toenail from its toe. Snap. A crisp snap. The jet black toenail flew off horizontally. 20 million. Roar. The giant bear's health bar vanished, its life drained instantly. It collapsed dead on the spot. The video cut abruptly. This is Lin Feiyu's true power. Do you still dare to fight? Why didn't you dodge? Chapter 131. Lin Feiyu is truly a good man. 20 million? 20 million for a single sword strike? Who in this world could possibly stand against that? Everyone sucked in a sharp breath. The entire conference room fell deathly silent. You could hear a pin drop. The atmosphere grew bitterly cold. Lu Chuangji's voice trembled as he asked, this video. When was it recorded? He clung to a sliver of hope that this damaging footage had been recorded before Lin Feiyu suffered the effects of the Deep Fall, Heavenly Ascent scroll. If it was before the scroll, then the Chiyue Guild could be considered nothing short of heroic. But if it was after, it's over. Then it would be all over. Dragon Slayer would vanish from this world. This hurts worse than killing him. Lucian stood beside him, gently patting his shoulder. Her eyes signaled him to glance at the recording time in the bottom right corner of the video. It was a video from 7 days ago. That was several days after he learned about the scroll incident. So, Lu Chuang staggered violently, nearly losing his footing. Lang Feng, however, relished the spectacle and added fuel to the fire. I saw it with my own eyes. Lin Feiyu can summon hundreds of these flying swords in a single breath. He even admitted it himself. Such a volley of 10,000 flying swords a mere trifle for him. Upon hearing this, Lu Chuangji's vision darkened. Thud. The burly Grand Chairman Lu Chuangji immediately collapsed to the ground. He collapsed face first onto the ground. His eyelids rolled back, eyes turned white, body convulsed, and drool flowed from the corner of his mouth. What was this? Truly terrified. Father. Dad. Chairman. Master Lu. Old man. Relatives and subordinates all swarmed around him. Heart as cold as ashes. Nothing is more tragic than a heart that has died. Healing spells, CPR, mouth-to-mouth resuscitation, everything was attempted. Only then did Lu Chuangji slowly regain consciousness. Glancing at the crowd gathered around him, his first words upon waking were, Lu Chengfeng is an amateur. He's good at risking his life, but scheming is beyond him. Lu Chengfeng's face darkened upon hearing this. It's over, I'm eliminated. Lu Jia and Lu Zhen silently cheered inside, we're in the finals. But there was no time for sorrow or joy, for the guild was about to be wiped out. It's over. Dragon Slayer is finished. A wave of despair washed over the conference room. Cold Wind, seeing the effect, spoke calmly. It won't be over. I know Lin Feiyu's character well. Lu Chuangji, seeing the sword master speak so decisively, wondered could there still be hope? Could there still be hope? He immediately scrambled to his feet and rushed to Lun Feng's side, urgently asking, what do you mean? Lin Feiyu would show mercy? Let us off? Cold Wind nodded slightly. Exactly. There was still a glimmer of hope. Then what's the price? Lu Chuangji's mind raced. If there was hope, he had to seize this last straw immediately. Even if it meant paying a tremendous price. There's no such thing as a free lunch. Would Lin Feiyu be that kind? His Dragon Slayer guild was practically self-destructing. An unconditional truce? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Lin Feiyu is definitely no saint. If he were a good person, he wouldn't have agreed to the duel, nor would he have let a big shot like Cold Wind come to the Dragon Slayer guild and unleash that sword strike. If Lin Feiyu were any kind of decent person, this crisis would never have arisen. His Feiyu guild wouldn't have relocated its headquarters to Yenzhou County City. All of this was his scheme. So young, yet so cunning and calculating. He exploited the Dragon Slayer's misjudgment of him to push things to the extreme. Then, he'd demand exorbitant terms. Now, the Dragon Slayer's guild is teetering on the brink of survival. It's harvest season. You say he's about to give up? Ha! That's like me taking off my pants, only to hear you say the sheep died, meaning Mei Yang got stewed by Grey Wolf? That's pure nonsense. Who'd believe that? Lu Chuangji certainly wouldn't buy it. In fact, he even has reason to suspect that the incident involving the Deep Fall, Heavenly Ascent scroll Lu Zhen learned about was nothing but a smokescreen deliberately leaked by Lin Feiyu himself. Used to mislead the Dragon Slayer's guild into underestimating his true strength. That woman, wasn't she just Lin Feiyu's ex-girlfriend? Damn it! What a colossal conspiracy! Impossible to guard against. By that logic, Lu Zhen, who counts as half a Lin Feiyu, is actually fanning the flames. Pushing the Dragon Slayer guild into the abyss. And Lu Chengfeng. Damn it! What a great son I have. If it weren't for him finally coming up with a desperate, all-or-nothing plan, he wouldn't have walked straight into Lin Feiyu's carefully laid trap. At worst, we'd have retreated from Yenzhou County with half the dragon-slaying guild. We'd lose all face, but at least we'd salvage some substance. Half a Fortune 500 company. It's still a Fortune 500 company. By that logic, Lu Chengfeng was worth 0.87 of Lin Feiyu's men. What the hell was he, a measly 13? Lu Chuangji's face drained of color. He knew the other party would demand an exorbitant price, yet he had no fight left in him. He could only ask in a hoarse, trembling voice, so, what does Lin Feiyu want? Cold Wind chuckled. True to his reputation as Old Master Lu, he was a man who had weathered many storms. He knew exactly what to do. That saved a lot of time explaining. Cold Wind chuckled. Lin Feiyu doesn't ask for much. Oh? Not much? Lu Chuangji paused in surprise. Just your entire dragon-slaying guild. Lung Feng said indifferently. Lu Chuangji froze in place. You call that not asking for much? Then, how exactly does he plan to take it? Lu Chuangji asked through gritted teeth. Cold Wind smiled as he spoke. The Dragon Slayers Guild will be merged into the Flying Universe Guild. Your entire guild becomes a subsidiary of the Flying Universe Guild. That's all. After speaking, Lung Feng stood up and declared. I've said my piece. What happens next is your business. The rest, you'll have to negotiate with Lin Feiyu yourselves. And let me clarify one thing for him, Lin Feiyu doesn't want your money, nor does he want your authority. What he wants is the combat strength he had during the championship tournament. Lin Feiyu himself is formidable. But the Feiyu Guild is still weak. Lin Feiyu, like me, is wholly dedicated to the greater good. Got it? Do you really think I'd make a special trip just for Lin Feiyu's personal affairs? Does he have the nerve? Does he deserve it? What kind of person is he? Put. What a piece of work. Ha! What a joke. The biggest joke of all. I've always been impartial and selfless, serving only the nation's righteous cause. With that, Cold Wind swiftly departed. Upon hearing Lang Feng's words, the battle-crazed Lu Changfeng felt his blood boil, his face flushing hot. Father! That Lin Feiyu is solely focused on waging war for the nation. Why don't we just join the Feiyu Guild? If I could fight under Lin Feiyu's command, dying would be worth it. Lu Chuangji's face alternated between pale and green. If anyone else were here, they might have been fooled by Lung Feng. But Lu Chuangji knew better. Lang Feng wasn't exactly a saint either. Just like Lin Feiyu. Both shameless scoundrels. It was just that over the years, Lang Feng's fame had grown, and the authorities held him up as a model. That's why he toned it down considerably. Otherwise, would Lung Feng's shady dealings have decreased? Only Lu Changfeng would fall for that nonsense. I'm heading to Feiyu Guild. None of you, follow me. And one more thing. What happened today must remain confidential. Lin Feiyu's damage output? That's classified within classified information. Lin Feiyu sure is a good guy. Chapter 132, 3 Pigs. Yellow Wind Valley, Mount Alai. After leaving Tianyun City, Lin Feiyu headed straight back to Huangfeng Valley. He was about to advance to the Emerald Realm. Finally, he was reaching the higher echelons. Back when he was still a probationary disciple, that venerable Taoist elder who imparted teachings had once said, after advancing past level 50, one would enter the Qi cultivation stage. But the Qi cultivation stage for ordinary players was worlds apart from that of Huangfeng Valley. Just like last time, I didn't go straight to the Grand Elder, but instead returned to my own cave dwelling, where thousands of tamed beasts had been released. They were still busy renovating for him. I wonder how the construction crew is progressing. Lin Feiyu glanced over. Forget it, he couldn't bear to watch any longer. All I can say is it's quite artistic. This place is completely uninhabitable. What the hell have they been doing these past 7 or 8 days? Started a whole tribe? Any conflicts? Damn it! Lin Feiyu was itching to hunt down a mammoth. Lin Feiyu flew on his sword toward the central hall of Huangfeng Valley. Once again, he encountered the venerable elder with snow-white beard and hair, the Yellow Wind Great Sage, clad in pure white Taoist robes. Lin Feiyu immediately asked, I want to know, must one receive the master's blessing to activate cultivation techniques? Is that the only way to learn them and advance successfully? The old Taoist chuckled, they will secretly transmit their cultivation experience to you. But to truly comprehend it? That depends entirely on you. So that's how it is. That day when I attained enlightenment and comprehended the union diagram, it felt like divine assistance. I grasped it after just a few glances. But no matter how hard I studied other techniques, I just couldn't grasp them. Lin Feiyu even thought he was a pervert who could only understand the union diagram. Turns out it was my old mentor, Lu Ruyan, secretly passing on her techniques behind the scenes. Now I see I'm actually a decent guy. Just as I suspected, I really need to seek my master's blessing. So, my next cultivation technique? I plan to seek out Dragon Outyan, the patriarch of the beast-taming sect. Is that feasible? The white-robed old Taoist stroked his beard and chuckled. Go ahead then. I have one more question. Lin Feiyu intended to ask about the map. The Taoist master anticipated his thoughts and spoke before Lin Feiyu could ask. Regarding that map fragment, there are only 3 pieces in Yellow Wind Valley. The one from Lu Ruyan has already been given to you. The Sword Pavilion holds one, and the Yellow Wind Valley sect master possesses another. And the Beast Master's sect you're heading to doesn't have one. Ha? Ha? This? So that means Huangfeng Valley still has 2 copies left? With the 6 I already have, that only makes 8? Where's the other one? The unknown? Where on earth could it be? But as Lin Feiyu pondered, he calmed down. After all, that time, Mulong Xiaolua's tattered cloth strip had been guided by the map fragment itself. It had led him to the forest book, Demon Realm. Perhaps once all 8 fragments were gathered, the final one would reveal its destination on its own. But, the beast-taming sect doesn't have any map fragments. Should I go there? Lin Feiyu asked, so, since the beast-taming sect doesn't have any, can I go elsewhere first? The old Taoist shook his head. You can't rush things. Take it step by step. Go to the beast taming sect first. Lin Feiyu nodded. Perfect. UKTV me. Deep within the mountains of Qingzhou County, far from the clamor of civilization. Here lies the ancestral domain of the beast taming sect. Hidden in the mountains. Long Outyen stood gracefully, clad in a white robe embroidered with inkwash bamboo branches, a folding fan in hand.
As graceful as willows in spring moonlight, as radiant as dawn's ascending glow. Stacked stones gleam like jade, rows of pines stand like emeralds. His beauty stands alone, unmatched in this world. How could one word like handsome possibly do him justice?
Truly worthy of the name Long Outyen.
Lin Feiyu fell silent.
This could easily rival my own looks.
This seriously threatens my status as the ultimate hottie.
How am I supposed to make a living off my looks now?
If you weren't my master, you old Yuanling monster.
Otherwise, this brat absolutely cannot be spared. Under Long Outyen's guidance, Lin Feiyu entered the beast taming sect.
It truly is the beast taming sect.
Just like a zoo. All kinds of rare creatures are everywhere.
Master Long was quite decent, personally greeting him at the sect's entrance to welcome him in. He and Master Long chatted for quite a while, catching up on all sorts of things. But it's all about taming beasts. Things like paying close attention to the physical and mental health of tamed beasts, and how to breed them to produce the next generation, and the generation after that. How to imprint the new generation with the master's genetic traits so they can continue as beasts of burden, and so on. The conversation started veering off track. Lin Feiyu quickly cut in. If this kept up, he'd lose his account in no time.
Long Outyen didn't follow Lu Ruyan's approach of secretly imparting knowledge.
Instead, he placed a finger directly on Lin Feiyu's forehead, transmitting his own beast-taming expertise. Then Lin Feiyu prepared to leave. He no longer wished to ask about the ancient 4 pigs, or the 4 pillars.
Ask more? Get beaten up again? That would be so annoying.
In the end, Lin Feiyu didn't ask, but Long Outyen voluntarily dropped a bombshell.
The ancient 4 pillars. You've already encountered them all.
It's just that you haven't been able to figure out who they are yet.
Ah.
Lin Feiyu let out a sharp, explosive cry.
Ah.
He nearly fell to his death in fright. He took a faceplant, tripping over his own feet.
I've seen it all? Who was it? How come I don't know about this?
I just knew the beautiful snake was the most likely suspect.
What about the other 3? Holy crap.
Lin Feiyu was so scared his scalp tingled.
Wait. Lu Ruyan said it's a 2v2 intense lane battle and someone needs to jump into the fray. And that person was most likely me. Otherwise, the snake beauty wouldn't keep helping me non-stop, rapidly boosting my combat strength. Doesn't that mean she wants me to catch up to the 4 pigs in combat strength as soon as possible? Become the 5th pig?
A vision flashed before his eyes. The beautiful snake smiled radiantly. With your current damage output, even if you spent your entire lifespan charging up, you still couldn't kill me.
Go! Collect all 9 maps. I'll come back to meet you.
In other words, she meant wait until you could kill me, meaning your combat strength reached the level of the 4 pillars.
That is, when you succeed. Another implication, among the 4 pillars, I must eliminate 2. 2 of them must be enemies. And I've already encountered such terrifying enemies? Holy DJ. Lin Feiyu slowly got to his feet. Which ones are they? Long Outyen chuckled. You'd better leave now. Telling you now would only harm you. Damn it.
Lin Feiyu hated riddlemongers most of all.
If you don't want to say it, fine.
Just you wait, sooner or later, I'll take you all down. Watching Lin Feiyu's receding figure, Long Outyen muttered to himself. Lin Feiyu, you do well to study our beast-taming sex techniques. They're the most effective methods for dealing with the pillars. Leaving Qingzhou County, Lin Feiyu departed by aircraft. Seated atop a flying sword as vast as an aircraft carrier. The flying sword moved with deliberate slowness. None of his beasts were summoned. He simply wanted peace and quiet. As he opened the mythical cultivation technique given by Long Outyen mythic skill, control all, and studied the cultivation texts within. It was much the same as that day. As he read, Lin Feiyu felt as though he had attained enlightenment years ago. Taoist principles rapidly formed within his mind. In an instant. Enlightenment. Ding. Congratulations to player Lin Feiyu for successfully advancing. You may now regain experience points. Title acquired, Emerald Warrior of Flowing Light. The advancement confirmation chime sounded as expected, a clear ding. He stared at his attribute panel. I've finally advanced to Emerald. Player, Lin Feiyu. Title, Emerald Warrior of Flowing Light. Realm, Shi Cultivation Realm. Class, Sword Immortal Level, 50 Experience, 04.5 M. Talent, Battle to the Final Chapter S 47.4 billion. Watching the clouds drift and swirl across the horizon. Who are the other 3 pigs? Damn hard to guess, huh? Chapter 133, I don't care about face, I only care about substance. Feiyu Guild. Lu Chuangji arrived in person, his face dark and his temper seemingly boiling. Yet he suppressed it deeply, speaking politely. Patiently awaiting the return of Lin Feiyu, the one who could resolve the matter.
Time ticked by, and the wait stretched into an entire day. As dusk fell, Lin Feiyu still hadn't returned. Lu Chuangji knew he had come seeking a favor, that he had come to beg for mercy. What did this slight matter? It was just waiting, after all. Not just one day. He could wait 10 days if he had to. It wasn't until nightfall that Lin Feiyu finally returned, his face worn and haggard. If anyone noticed, his level had already reached 51. Damn it! Lin Feiyu pressed his fingers against his temples, a look of headache on his face. He muttered to himself, this jade warrior leveling up is just too slow. He had deliberately come back so late. Back when he was still at the beast taming sect, he had already received a private message from Linshan. It mentioned that Lu Chuangji was paying a visit. Take it slow. This Lu Chuangji was rumored to be a tough customer, better give him some leeway. No rush. He walked with his head bowed, deep in thought. Lately, there had been too many things happening. The multi-threaded narrative was draining his energy. He had to figure out who the 4 pillars were and also where the countryside was. And now the Dragon Slayers Guild here had dug their own grave. Sparing his life? Not a chance. Lin Feiyu would only kick him while he's down. See? They nearly killed themselves trying. And I haven't even planned my counterattack yet? The Dragon Slayers Guild started by stabbing themselves with knives, creating several transparent holes. As for the origins of the Dragon Slayers feud, he couldn't shake the feeling some shadowy force was pulling the strings. Lin Feiyu let his thoughts wander, beginning to sort through useful information from recent events. He recalled that last time Yi Hao had relayed several valuable pieces of intelligence through the Yellow Wind Valley token. 1. The news of Lu Qinfei's death has been deliberately leaked to Su Shaohan by someone with ulterior motives, who then disclosed it to others. 2. The source of this information originates from the Qiyue Guild, though the specific individual remains unidentified. 3. It remains unknown to whom Su Shaohan disclosed this information. The fact that I killed Lu Qinfei myself is now irrelevant. After all, Yi Hao, captain of the first squad of Blue Star Sword Pavilion, is my own great-grandson in terms of lineage. But the information Su Shaohan possesses is certainly not that straightforward. Judging by the Dragon Slayer Guild daring to confront me head-on and demanding a wager duel, that Su Shaohan might have leaked the scroll's information deepfall, heavily sent to the Dragon Slayer Guild. Otherwise, given his own 1v30,000 battle record during the Over the Hills campaign, Lu Chuangji wouldn't have dared to propose any wager battle. Therefore, they must have grossly misjudged my strength. Assuming their own offensive capabilities were negligible, thinking I was just an ordinary beastmaster. That's precisely why I gained the opportunity to acquire the Dragon Slayers Guild. You know what? That woman's a good person. And who tipped off Su Shaohan? So hard to guess. That day, the only people who knew Moron Lumao had used the Deep Fall, Heavenly Ascent scroll against me. Only 3 people were present. Moron Lumao, Zhao Xing, and Xiao Yan. First, we can rule out Moron, since he was the victim his attack power dropped by millions. He wouldn't voluntarily reveal the existence of the Deep Fall, Heavenly Ascent scroll. First, his massive power boost was already a major secret. Second, he's been actively cozying up to me lately, even going so far as to kneel and call me dad. He'd have no reason to harm himself. He's scrambling to latch onto powerful allies. A healer with millions of negative attack power. A group poison healer. Are you scared? Why would he go out of his way to sabotage himself? He's practically begging to team up with you. Wait. Negative millions in attack power? Oh. Lin Feiyu suddenly remembered the weapon in his backpack. Last stand. Attack power plus 80%. Damn. I totally forgot about this. Equipping it gave decent bonuses, but his damage contribution was already minuscule to begin with. This 80% attack boost gets diluted to an extreme degree. Might as well give it back to Chairman Morong. But first, let's wait for him to deliver the Chair Guild. Those who witnessed the details that day, along with 2 vice presidents of the Chair Guild. Zhao Xing? Xiao Yan? So it was you two? The masterminds behind it all. Earlier, Lin Feiyu learned that Lin Shen had targeted the Dragon Slayers Guild's assets with surgical precision. He had wondered if this Lin Shen was actually a business genius. Later, upon inquiry, he discovered someone had been advising him. When Lin Feiyu pressed for details about who exactly had given the advice, Lin Shen claimed the source was anonymous, making it impossible to trace. It seemed the masterminds behind the advice were none other than Zhao Xing and Xiao Yan. A chain of schemes. Fanning the flames. Secretly sowing discord. That's just the kind of thing Xiao Yan, that old silver coin, would do. Such convoluted schemes. Not only did he want the Feiyu Guild and the Dragon Slayer Guild to fight to the death, but he refused to get his hands dirty stirring up trouble himself. Instead, he's dragged Su Shaohan into it. Thinking he could wash his hands of it all after things go south? But with just a moment's thought from me, the truth comes out. So, what's the reason? That remains unknown. Morong will have to investigate this himself. Perhaps these 2 vice presidents of Chier's faction never targeted him at all. but rather those who have already begun collaborating with Moron Limo. Could it be? Could they already know that Moron Limo's offensive power is negative? But they still don't realize Moron Limo has embarked on a path no one has ever walked before. Healing converted to damage. Seeking to replace him. It's highly likely. So, if Moron Limo collaborates with me, does that make me the stumbling block to their rebellion? That's why he's targeting me. They also know about the scroll of Deepfall Heaven Ascend. So they too assumed I was useless. That's why they harbored evil intentions. So that's how it is. 1,000 tangled threads. Now sorted out. It all makes sense now. Finally. Lin Feiyu pushed open the door and entered the president's office where Lu Chuangji was still waiting. This office had been lavishly furnished by several vice presidents. It was incredibly luxurious. Lin Feiyu had only been here a few times. The total time he'd spent in the office probably didn't even match the time Lu Chuangji had spent waiting inside today. Lu Chuangji sat on the sofa, his eyes closed as he slept. The tea on the coffee table had grown cold and tasteless. Already on edge, Lu Chuangji jumped up the moment Lin Feiyu entered. He made no attempt at pleasantries. Lin Feiyu, who had known about his schemes for so long, didn't mention a single word. Not even a word about how Lin Feiyu had ambushed his dragon-slaying guild, driving them to the brink of collapse. He dove straight to the point. How do you propose merging the Dragon Slayer Guild into the Feiyu Guild? Lin Feiyu chuckled. How direct. Seeing his bluntness, Lin Feiyu didn't beat around the bush either. If you don't care about saving face, today's matter will be easily settled. The Dragon Slayer Guild becomes a subsidiary of the Feiyu Guild. Everything else remains unchanged. I won't touch your finances, authority, or structure. You'll manage yourselves. The only condition is that during the Conquest Tournament, the Dragon Slayer Guild's combat roster will be integrated into the Feiyu Guild. Lu Chuangji stared at Lin Feiyu for a long moment. Ha! He gave a bitter smile. Is that it? That's it. 2 systems under 1 guild? Right. I'll decide the guild's successor myself? That's your own business. I won't interfere. Lu Chuangji suddenly burst into laughter, but word of this will still get out. I'll lose face. Lin Feiyu smiled. That's precisely why I said if you don't care about saving face, today's matter becomes quite simple. Lu Chuangji's eyelid twitched, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. I don't care about face. I only care about substance. I didn't quite believe Ling Feng's assessment of you before. Now I do. Oh? What exactly did old Ling say about me? Lin Feiyu was genuinely curious about Ling Feng's assessment of him. Lin Feiyu is just like me, devoted to the public good. Lu Chuangji repeated Long Feng's words verbatim to Lin Feiyu. With that, Lu Chuangji extended his hand. Happy collaboration. Lin Feiyu reached out and shook his hand. Happy cooperation. Chapter 134, Courting Death. In the capital of Great Xia. Here stood an institution where those possessing extraordinary abilities dared not wield them. The Sword Pavilion. Enforcement was strict, no one dared to overstep. Su Xiaohan, Feng Nan, and Xiaoren stood before this towering edifice that struck fear into the hearts of all who heard its name. The pitch-black skyscraper looms like a mountain bearing down, suffocating all who behold it. Feng Nan's footsteps faltered slightly. Maybe we shouldn't go? Maybe those 2 girls' deaths had nothing to do with Lin Lu? Weren't they killed by that guy? Probably just lust-driven. Xiaoren chuckled coldly. Big brother? There's not a drop of blood between you. Your love has long since deserted you. And you're still cowering here. Besides, don't you have those scrolls the girls gave you? They tried to murder Lin Lu, and Lin Feiyu found out. So to avenge his sister. That's why he struck with such ruthless fury. A brother avenging his sister. That's only natural. For that alone, Lin Feiyu won't escape unscathed. Feng Nan was still terrified. After all, he remembered it all too clearly that day in the Blood Plague Forest instance, when Lin Feiyu had sliced him down with a single stroke. But didn't you just say? A brother avenging his sister is only natural? Su Xiaohan, who had remained silent until now, interjected. Killing to pay for murder. That's also the natural order of things. Lin Feiyu won't get away. And Lin Lu is now at her most vulnerable, needing comfort the most. That's your golden opportunity. With that, Su Xiaohan was the first to step into the headquarters of the Great Xia Sword Pavilion. Feng Nan's expression suddenly hardened with resolve as he followed suit. Feiyu Guild. Lin Feiyu and Lu Chuangji were still discussing the specifics of the guild acquisition. The deal was finally sealed at 3 coins, purchasing the entire Dragon Slayer Guild. The Dragon Slayer Guild thus became a subsidiary of the Feiyu Guild. The Dragon Slayer Guild must now pay an annual membership fee of 1 yuan to the Feiyu Guild. Ding! Dragon Slayer Guild is now a subsidiary guild of Feiyu Guild. This announcement appeared in the notification channel of every player's game interface across both guilds. The Feiyu Guild players were utterly baffled on the spot. Ha! The world-renowned Dragon Slayers, acquired just like that? Master Lu of Luchuan? He actually backed down? Whether they were still logged in or had already logged off in the real world, were utterly stunned.
Players from the Dragon Slayer Guild were heartbroken they'd actually become someone else's vassals. The guild chat erupted with a torrent of curses, criticism, and condemnation. But soon, they calmed down. Because Lu Chuangji had announced in the guild's public channel. This merger with the Feiyu Guild is entirely a strategic move to prepare for the upcoming championship tournament in 2 months. This announcement finally calmed the storm of outrage. So Guildmaster Lu Chuangji and Guildmaster Lin Feiyu were working toward the national war? Then it's not unfair. With most business matters settled, Lu Chuangji still hadn't left. Because Lin Feiyu was demanding to know who had leaked the information about his attack power being reset to 0. Seeing the situation had stabilized, Lu Chuangji's true temperament surfaced. He lashed out, "Wasn't that just a smokescreen you set yourself?" "No. Absolutely not. I have a hunch who it might be, but I still wanted to confirm it with you." Lu Chuangji was speechless. "Now you're playing the victim in front of me? And you're playing it pretty convincingly?" "Lu Chuangji, they say it was your ex-girlfriend. Su Xiaohan." Lin Feiyu nodded. "It was her, after all." Lu Chuangji snorted derisively. "Still pretending? Sure enough it's her? I'd advise you to find Su Xiaohan and silence her. Better watch out, she might spill the beans on your whole cunning scheme." "Ha, are you seriously trying to tell me you never had any designs on the Dragon Slayers Guild? That you were framed by a villain? And our Dragon Slaying Guild was just a bunch of idiots who willingly jumped into your trap?" Lin Feiyu scratched his head, seemingly at a loss for words. "So now I'm some cunning, scheming mastermind? I'm now the deeply calculating villain? But I'm clearly the type who can't even figure out his own schemes. But you know what? What you're saying is exactly the truth." Thud. Lu Chuangji slammed his fist on the coffee table, making it thud loudly. "Get the hell out of here. Then explain. Why did your Feiyu Guild relocate its headquarters to Yenzhou County City? Isn't this targeting me? And your brother Lin Shen, how did he get his hands on all that confidential information about the Dragon Slayer Guild's operations? How did you execute your business warfare with such precision? Every strike went straight for the jugular? In less than 10 short days, you've driven the Dragon Slayer Guild to the brink of collapse? Ha? Answer me. Look me in the eyes?" Lin Feiyu could only scratch his head in response. Lin Shen was manipulated. Someone anonymously leaked a ton of Dragon Slayer Guild secrets for free. Anonymous? Free? Lu Chuangji scoffed. "Does that even sound plausible? And anonymously teaching you how to beat me? What's in it for him? Such crucial secrets? Why not sell them for money? Does that sound reasonable? Just call me when the championship tournament rolls around. I'm outta here. Don't bother me unless it's urgent." "I can't be bothered." Lin Feiyu's expression. "Guess I really can't explain it. Forget it. Being treated like the big bad guy actually feels pretty good." Earlier, Lu Chuang was so furious he almost lost his temper, but he forced himself to hold back. That look of fury, followed by helplessness, he seemed to relish it. Night had grown deep, and he too was ready to rest. At this hour, all instances were closed. Unless you were already inside one, you had no choice but to grind monsters in the wild. As everyone knows, monsters in the wild offer little experience and low drop rates. Not even a dog would bother farming them. Better to sleep. But Lin Feiyu is different. He can farm his own boss. Just as he was about to get down to business, a message suddenly popped up from the Huangfeng Valley token in his backpack. His beloved disciple grandson, Yi Hao, had sent another message. He narrowed his eyes, pulling it out. What the hell was he up to in the middle of the night? 1. Su Xiaohan has reported to the sword-wielding pavilion that you, Grandmaster, are the murderer of Lu Qinfei. I've suppressed the matter for now. 2. Su Xiaohan linked the brutal murders of the Moon Goddess Guild girls Ji Du and Qi Chu at home to a scroll of S-class curse they had used. She claims you killed them for revenge. You and Lin Lu are now suspects. Your sister has been taken away by Sword-Wielding Pavilion's 3rd Squad for questioning. The 3rd Squad's captain is from the Beastmaster sect of Huangfeng Valley, assisting the Sword-Wielding Pavilion on Blue Star. He's unaware of your and Lin Lu's identities, but I've already notified him. However, since she's already in custody, the procedures must be followed through. I guarantee your sister, my aunt, will return home safely tomorrow. 3. The 3 who filed the report, Xiaorun from the Qiyue Guild, Feng Nan from the Moon God Guild, and Su Xiaohan, are the masterminds behind these events. 4. These 3 have jointly reported your 2 murder cases to the northern capital. They are currently still here with me. Sincerely, respectfully yours. Greetings, Grandmaster. Captain of the 1st Squad, Blue Star Sword Pavilion Yi Hao. Has my sister Lin Lu been arrested? It's about the deaths of those 2 girls. Ji Du and Qi Chu? These 2 names, they're the ones he ordered Moron Lumao to eliminate back then. The very ones who caused his sister Lin Lu to be deeply cursed with an S-rank curse. Feng Nan? Isn't he the vice president of the Moon God Guild? The very person who caused Ji Du and Qi Chu to grow jealous and resentful, driving them to attack my sister Lin Lu? Thud. Lin Feiyu slammed his fist hard onto the coffee table. Yi Hao had also given his assurance, though his sister Lin Lu had been taken into custody.
It shouldn't be too serious. No. I'm going to rescue her right now. My sister, only I have the right to tease her. No one else. Feng Nan, right? Xiaoran? Su Xiaohan? Is that it? If you'd only come after me, I could have taken it. But you dare turn your blades on Lulu. You're asking for it.
Lin Feiyu's killing intent flared up.
In his eyes, these three were already dead men. Then, kill them all. Chapter 135, Go to Hell. Boom.
The door to the Feiyu Guild leader's office was kicked open.
Who dared to do this?
Lin Shen's face twisted in terror as he gasped for breath, stammering urgently.
Oh no. My sister's been snatched by a monster. Cough cough.
Lin Feiyu nearly choked to death on his brother's words.
What kind of monster?
Lin Shen's face still wore a look of terror.
My sister and I were in the garden of the big villa. I was teaching her how to be a good leader when a gigantic crow suddenly materialized out of thin air. Then,
Lin Lu vanished.
A crow?
Lin Feiyu recalled what Yi Hao had mentioned in his message. The captain of Sword Pavilion's third squad was from the Beastmaster sect. Then, controlling a crow wouldn't be surprising. Only Sword Pavilion members would dare wield game world powers in the real world.
That's called embezzlement.
Lin Feiyu explained, nothing to worry about, no monsters involved.
Just Sword Pavilion, that's all. Not a monster? That's good. That's good. Huh? Wait a minute? Sword Pavilion? What? My sister Lin Lu is a law-abiding citizen.
Why arrest her? Lin Shen grew even more terrified.
The sword-wielding pavilion was notorious far and wide.
It made sense that they'd taken Lin Lu away. After all, such brazen arrests on Blue Star were the sword-wielding pavilion's signature style.
Why? Did Lin Lu break any laws? Lin Feiyu continued explaining, remember that S-rank curse my sister was hit with? The two girls who cast it are dead. The culprits were found? What? They're dead? Huh? What nonsense? Did my sister kill them? No. That's good. That's good. Wait, you killed them? Yes. That's right. I sent someone to kill them.
Lin Shen's face flashed through shock, then disbelief, finally settling into unease.
He grabbed Lin Feiyu's hand and whispered, Feiyu, did you cover your tracks? Can it stand up to scrutiny? If it can't hold up to scrutiny, get out of here fast. Don't come back. If they really start investigating, just say it was Dad's doing.
He's old, so he's got high magic resistance.
Lin Feiyu stared at him in utter shock. You're killing me with filial piety.
Seeing his brother's worried expression, he couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Relax.
It's fine. I covered my tracks perfectly. They won't find out.
The top priority now is to go to the northern capital and bring our sister back.
Lin Shinshin agreed, alright. Let's log off. I'll book the tickets right now. No need. Flights? Faster than my flying sword? What sword pavilion? My seniority there is terrifyingly high? Who could stop me? Lin Feiyu quickly pulled Lin Shin offline. In the garden of his family's grand villa,
Lin Feiyu summoned a flying sword, making it as large as an aircraft carrier.
Come on. Big bro, are you in? If you are, hop on the plane. Lin Shin's jaw dropped. He'd seen the flying sword in a video before. But he never imagined it could grow this big? But the bigger question was, wasn't this the real world? You dare play like this? How powerful must your connections be?
Lin Shin gritted his teeth.
No way, this is about saving my sister. I have to go. I have to go. Dad just got promoted. He's holed up in his office all day, never coming home.
It falls to me, the eldest brother acting as father, to hold this family together.
Alright then, let's go. The northern capital, huh? I've never been there before?
Lin Feiyu smiled faintly. Let's go. The two of us brothers are going to stir up a storm in the northern capital today. The northern capital, skyscrapers standing shoulder to shoulder. Though night had deepened, the entire city glowed with dazzling lights and vibrant colors. This was truly a dazzling world of lights. Before that dark building that enforced the ban on players using supernatural abilities.
The Sword Pavilion.
Lin Feiyu arrived, piloting his flying sword. The provocation was palpable. His older brother, Lin Shen, remained deeply concerned. Feiyu, we're all here now.
Why don't we just land? We're just using it for travel. Even if we get punished, it won't be too severe. But, hovering like this right above their heads? That's way too provocative.
We're here to plead for mercy, to rescue our sister.
Better to keep a low profile.
Lin Feiyu paid no heed to his brother's well-meaning warning, merely muttering, they have to come pick me up and call me grandpa. Lin Shen rolled his narrowed eyes.
Yeah. Keep bragging. Look at you, full of yourself. Soon, Yi Hao and Yi Cheat Sai,
along with a black-clad woman Lin Feiyu had never seen before, all sprinted out of the Sword Pavilion building. Lin Feiyu had come to rescue people, not to start trouble, so he stowed away his flying sword.
He landed and met them. Seeing Lin Feiyu had landed, the trio bowed in unison. Yi Hao, captain of the first squad, Blue Star Sword Pavilion. Captain of Blue Star Sword Pavilion's second squad, Yi Chitsai. Captain of the third squad, Blue Star Sword Pavilion, Raven. Greetings, Senior Grandmaster. Lin Feiyu nodded. Rise. No need for formalities. Lin Shin's jaw dropped so wide it could fit the moon. Wang Defu? These fellows all look like Sword Pavilion officials? Not only did they come out to greet us without displaying any official airs, but they're actually bowing politely and formally, addressing him as Great Uncle Master? What the hell? This isn't some child's play we're putting on here, right? Is Feiyu's seniority really that high? No wonder. I went to notify him in the game, but he seemed to already know about his sister's situation. Not a hint of panic. Instead, he immediately knew exactly what to do. Take me to see my sister Lin Lu, and bring Xiaorun, Feng Nan, and Su Xiaohan, all three of them. Lin Feiyu walked ahead while issuing his orders. Lin Shin trailed behind, his eyes filled with astonishment. This Feiyu didn't seem to be here to plead for mercy. He was practically here to give orders. All that's missing is a red carpet and a banner. In a grand hall of the Sword Pavilion, Lin Lu spotted Lin Feiyu and immediately flew into his arms. Brother, you finally came to save me. I thought I'd never see you again? Lin Lu's little head rubbed against Lin Feiyu's chest with all her might. Lin Shin poked his chubby head out. Lulu, can't you even recognize your own big brother? Lin Lu wiped away her tears. Big brother, you're here too. Lin Shin rolled his eyes. Great. I shouldn't have come. Xiaorun, Feng Nan, and Su Xiaohan, these three had already been brought over by Yi Hao. Lin Feiyu sneered coldly at their arrival. Without a word, he grabbed his sword and charged forward. He thrust it straight into Xiao Ren's heart. That direct. Right in front of everyone. Right under the Sword Pavilion's nose, he struck them down with a single sword. Why waste words with you? Worthy? Go to hell. Chapter 136, I'll do the killing, don't dirty your hands? Clang. Blood slid down the blade of the blunt sword in Lin Feiyu's hand, dripping onto the ground. Those nearby froze in shock, utterly dumbfounded. Kill, someone killed someone? The crimson blood stood out starkly under the blindingly bright lights. Xiao Ren couldn't utter a word, only his Adam's apple moving indistinctly. His heart shattered. Though he struggled briefly, death claimed him instantly. Thud. Xiao Ren collapsed to the ground, now nothing but a corpse. Though freshly dead, it was still warm. Ah. The first to let out a shrill scream was Su Xiaohan. She covered her face with both hands, utterly horrified. How dare Lin Feiyu kill someone right in front of the Sword Pavilion? How dare he? Was he the sword-wielding pavilion master's own son? The heir apparent of sword-wielding pavilion? Feng Nan, the vice president of the Moon God Guild, was so terrified he stumbled backward repeatedly. But he was firmly restrained by two captains of the sword-wielding pavilion. After taking a few steps back, he couldn't move an inch further. His elder brother, Lin Shin, already looked utterly defeated. He was laughing in anger. Brother! From a man's perspective, I admire you. Decisive in battle. Revenge is a must. Damn impressive. But, can you just look at the situation right now? Where the hell are we? The Sword Pavilion? No. Could Lin Feiyu's seniority protect him? No way. Dad just picked up some random kid back then, and it turns out he's the young master of sword-wielding pavilion? Holy crap. Sometimes Lin Shin couldn't help but wonder if his dad's real talent was picking up kids. In this little Lin family. Who isn't a genius here? He grinned widely as he watched Lin Feiyu continue his performance, eager to see just how impressive he could get. Little sister Lin Lu's eyes widened, misty with tears. Her brother was actually getting this angry for her sake. He truly loved me deeply. Lin Feiyu stared at the body lying on the ground. It must be Xiao Ren's corpse. This was the photo attached to Yi Hao's message, revealing who was who. Truthfully, Lin Feiyu still wanted to know who the mastermind behind it all was. But, things he didn't understand? Should he ask? He could use his beast-taming abilities. This was a secret Lin Feiyu had discovered back when he was still in the newbie village. You can tame anything. The skill, Tame Anything, evolved from the Divine Taming skill obtained in the newbie village. It's a fusion product created using the mythical skill book given by Huangfeng Valley. It was discovered during a clash with Lu Jia in the Ashfall Mountains after defeating the player. What it could control. Not just monsters within the game, but also living humans. But such actions feel utterly inhumane. So he still refused to do it. After all, Lin Feiyu prided himself on being a decent person. But as for that scoundrel Xiao Ren, there's no need to discuss humanity with him. How dare he bully my sister? I've never bullied anyone myself. Damn it. And even if he's a beast tamer, Xiao Ren is still unworthy of staying in my beast taming space. Once the truth is uncovered, he'll be destroyed. Reduced to ashes. The three captains of the sword hall turned grim. This Lin Feiyu is truly going too far. He didn't even give us the slightest bit of face? But given his status, they dared not utter a word. The first to propose cooperation with Blue Star was the Grand Elder of Huangfeng Valley. And the one tasked with executing this project to stabilize Blue Star was the sword-wielding pavilion's pavilion master, Zhang Jianren, who was also Lin Feiyu's personal master. Master Zhang, whose cultivation had reached divine heights, had taken only 2 disciples. That one had long since passed away. Thus, Lin Feiyu stands as Master Zhang's sole remaining disciple. It would not be an exaggeration to call Lin Feiyu the heir apparent of the sword-wielding pavilion. Their generational gap isn't just 1 generation apart, it's 2 generations. Moreover, the entire Yellow Wind Valley culture places immense emphasis on status and standing. Add to that the fact that the Grand Elder, the Valley Master, and Pavilion Master Zhang Jianren are all fiercely protective of their own. Who dares to speak up? They can only let Lin Feiyu run wild. We'll just have to report it to the Pavilion Master later. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. At this moment, when everyone should have been speechless after Lin Feiyu's decisive strike, Su Xiaohan suddenly began to laugh uproariously. It was the exhilarating laugh of someone who'd pulled off an incredible comeback against all odds. Like having all 3 super minion lanes destroyed, the crystal barely hanging on, yet managing to solo steal the base in the end. Like starting with a terrible hand only to end with a self-drawn 13 orphans. Like holding nothing but low-value cards, yet utterly crushing your opponent. Like having no rooks, knights, or cannons, yet using mere pawns to corner the enemy's general. The thrill of the ultimate comeback made her laugh until her whole body shook. She laughed with such unbridled joy. She laughed so hard she felt like she was floating on air. Laughing until tears and snot streamed down her face. Laughing until her face turned crimson. She laughed until her eyes rolled back. Because Lin Feiyu was already dead in her eyes. Suddenly, she understood something. That Lin Feiyu had actually lost his temper and killed someone at the Sword Pavilion headquarters? He'd lost his mind from being enraged by me. He'll never escape the Sword Pavilion's punishment. Su Xiaohan was the one with the most authority on this matter. Her father had once been a 7th-tier grandmaster and an elder of the nation's foremost guild. He was the Sword Venerable Cold Wind's comrade in arms, sharing life and death together. His strength, influence, abilities, and connections all stood at the pinnacle of Blue Star. But then? He committed a minor offense. What was it? Bullying an innocent commoner's family? Wasn't it just slaughtering their entire family? But they showed disrespect first, right? Yet they was mercilessly struck down by the Sword Pavilion's blade. Her father fought desperately to the death, yet proved utterly useless against the masters of the sword-wielding pavilion. All that remained was a relic, a scroll to unlock a level 100 dungeon. That dungeon, her father had once warned it was a trap. What could one possibly discern from the scroll itself? Only upon entering would one discover it housed a level 100 throne demon. And it was restricted level. You couldn't escape without defeating the boss. Her father nearly fell into it back then, but luckily he had a magical item to avoid the danger. Otherwise, he would have perished inside long ago. Her father, a 7th-tier master-level powerhouse, couldn't escape the Sword Pavilion's punishment. You? Lin Feiyu? Is that even possible? Don't tell me it's because of your high damage output or something? But the Sword Pavilion's terror lies in its ability to suppress any player. You're as good as dead. You're dead meat. Su Xiaohan laughed through her tears, her voice loud with mirth. Ha ha ha. I've finally provoked you. You killed someone in front of the sword-wielding pavilion. She shamelessly embellished her flawed plan. My goal was to enrage you completely. To throw you into utter chaos. So you'd commit an act punishable by death from the sword-wielding pavilion. I succeeded. I succeeded. My worthless life traded for your genius's downfall. What a bargain. Absolutely worth it. Come kill me, then? Ha ha ha. Not even the gods can save you. Ha ha ha. Lin Feiyu's expression held a hint of amusement. Go ahead and laugh. Laugh a little longer, soon you won't be laughing at all. At that moment, Yi Hao, captain of the first squad of Blue Star Sword Pavilion, stepped forward with a deep frown and addressed Lin Feiyu. Grandmaster. This woman is truly unbearably noisy. Shall I kill her? Don't dirty your hands. Su Xiaohan? Chapter 137, The Level 100 Dragon. Su Xiaohan froze in shock. Is Sword Pavilion your family business? Lin Feiyu waved his hand dismissively. Those sword-wielding pavilion captains who strike fear into other players? They call me Grandpa. Yi Hao couldn't take it anymore. Great uncle. It's Great Uncle. We call you Great Uncle. Lin Feiyu smacked him upside the head. Great Uncle? You're calling me Great Uncle now? Not Grandpa? Yi Hao clutched his forehead. Yes. Grandpa. That's fine, Grandpa. Stop hitting me, Grandpa. I need to save face too. Su Xiaohan could no longer distinguish dream from reality. This scene was simply too surreal. Her father had died at the hands of Yi Hao, the captain of the Sword Pavilion's first squad. The very same cold-hearted, overwhelmingly powerful man standing before her now. And now he was being disciplined by Lin Feiyu like a child? Then, the scenario she had just contemplated, where Lin Feiyu was certain to die, would likely never come to pass? It's over. I'm the one who's going to die. Su Xiaohan's mind raced frantically. What other cards did she have left to sway Lin Feiyu? Suddenly, she remembered that scroll. Right. That unusual scroll, the one containing a dungeon for a level 100 king tier boss. Use it as leverage. And we must conceal the secret of the level 100 king class boss within it. But if we hide the level 100 king tier boss, what else will draw players in? Wait. Su Xiaohan suddenly recalled something her father had said when he was still alive. The ultimate goal of this game is to cultivate immortality. Though she'd only grasped fragments of it back then, years of gaming experience. She now understood that cultivating immortality meant gaining a new identity, acquiring new class skills, and even undergoing a metamorphosis. And this divine opportunity was what all high-level players dreamed of. Using this to deceive Lin Feiyu? With his current strength, he must be aware of these matters. Then, he would surely be interested? Even if, I truly couldn't trade it for a chance to survive. He could still trap Lin Feiyu to death in the dungeon. A level 100 throne demon. Go to hell, Lin Feiyu. The plan is set. Su Xiaohan quickly pleaded, Lin Feiyu. I have something amazing. It can grant you a divine connection. A mysterious scroll. I'll give it to you. Please let me go, okay? Lin Feiyu had no intention of listening to her nonsense. He plunged the blunt sword straight into her chest. Ugh. Su Xiaohan let out a muffled groan. She never expected this man to be so ruthless. He wouldn't even let her finish speaking. But she still forced herself to endure the searing pain tearing through her chest, revealing the final location where the scroll was hidden. She hoped that Lin Feiyu would obtain the scroll, rush in excitedly, and then come down to meet her. Ha! I'll never let you off the hook, even if it kills me. Lin Feiyu. As Lin Feiyu struggled to utter the scroll's hiding place, whispered into Su Xiaohan's ear. That scroll. It hides a level 100 throne demon inside, right? What a pity. Even if you tricked me this time, I could still defeat it. Su Xiaohan's eyes began to lose their luster. She glared at Lin Feiyu with deadly intensity. As if she were looking at a demon. No matter how meticulously she planned. It all proved utterly futile. Not only was she about to die, but her heart was utterly consumed by despair. How could a person be so utterly repulsive? Forget it. Let death come. Fine. May Lin Feiyu never find his way to hell. Her world began to sink into endless nothingness. She lost the entire world, not the world losing her. Only Feng Nan remained. His face was already deathly pale, and he pissed himself in terror. Lin Feiyu advanced, sword raised. Brother! Even Lin Lu's pleas fell on deaf ears. The blunt sword took him away without mercy. Just as the captains were still agonizing over how to handle Lin Feiyu's rampage today, the three figures lying on the ground rose up on their own, eerily. As if reborn from the dead. Watching from behind, Lin Shen could only yell in shock. Holy? They're faking death. Faking death. Bro, calm down. Keep your cool. These three are just puppets. Lin Feiyu had subdued these three using his control-all skill. However, he employed a special technique. Unlike his previous beast summoning, he hadn't restored them to their past lives, their lives before death. In other words, these three were now nothing more than puppets retaining their past life memories. They still had some use. He could interrogate them about certain matters before destroying them. He certainly didn't want such disgusting enemies appearing in his beast taming space. Not even as puppets. But what could be exploited must be exploited. He had no qualms about it. Lin Feiyu then addressed the three captains of the sword-wielding pavilion. These three will meet their ends in the dungeon, each in a different manner. Rest assured. I won't make things difficult for you. With that, he departed, accompanied by Lin Shen, Lin Lu, and the three puppets. Yi Hao escorted the two captains as they saw Lin Feiyu out the main gate. Yi Hao followed behind. Grandmaster, you really are so thoughtful. You even consider our needs. You're making it hard for us. You're such a kind person. After Lin Feiyu and his group had walked far away, the captain of Blue Star Sword Pavilion's third squad, Crow, asked with confusion, Captain Yi? Should we report this to the pavilion master? Yi Tsai chuckled. Why report it? To invite a scolding? Raven remained perplexed. Though Lin Feiyu held high seniority, he's acting so recklessly. Are we really not going to intervene at all? Won't something major happen? Yi Hao chuckled. Lin Feiyu's affairs? We don't need to meddle. We can't meddle, and we're not qualified to meddle. Not worthy? What do you mean? We only concern ourselves with matters of the mortal world. Lin Feiyu led his group flying on swords, swiftly returning to his family's grand villa in Yunqing City, Luoxia Province. Lin Feiyu entered his own room, listening to the three puppets' emotionless recounting of numerous events. This brought him profound understanding. Xiaorun had actually secretly witnessed Moron Liumao's basic attack transforming into a healing spell? This led Xiao Yan and Zhao Xing to deduce that Chairman Moron's attack power had already turned negative. This sparked the idea of seizing the chairman's position. Thus, a series of schemes unfolded, including hinting to Xiao Ren to get close to Su Xiaohan. Xiao Yan and Zhao Xing deliberately revealed that Lin Feiyu had killed Lu Qinfei. They also disclosed that Lin Feiyu's attack power had been reduced to 0. They hinted for Su Xiaohan to seek out the Dragon Slayer Guild, letting her know the Dragon Slayer and Flying Universe Guilds were at war. Then, she would relay this information to the Dragon Slayer Guild. Xiao Yan and Zhao Xing handled all this with extreme discretion. But Xiaorun wasn't some naive fool. He knew perfectly well he was being used as a pawn. Yet within the Chair Guild, Xiaorun held little influence and desperately needed the support of the two vice presidents. So he deliberately pretended ignorance, running errands back and forth, even sacrificing his own body, using himself as bait, until he was struck down by Lin Feiyu's sword. Lin Feiyu inquired about that scroll, the one that granted him rebirth. It was also within that scroll that he obtained the fate-altering eraser. This time, he had obtained it once more. Who knows if it contains an eraser? What might be inside? Correction fluid? Ruler? Pencil? Compass? Protractor? Ballpoint pen? Pencil sharpener? Randomly scribble over, edit, rewrite entries? Could it even conjure up a homeroom teacher? I'm so curious. Oh, a school beauty would work too. Chapter 138, 10,000 Troops. Surely Slope. But the deaths of those two girls from the Moon Goddess Guild on Feng Nan's side had nothing to do with Zhao Xing or Xiao Yan. This was something Su Xiaohan had proactively uncovered by reaching out to Feng Nan herself. Lin Feiyu already had a hunch about this matter, since Moron Lumao had secretly told him. The deaths of Jidu and Qichu from the Moon God Guild were entirely the work of Xiao Yan and Zhao Xing. Xiao Yan and Zhao Xing wouldn't possibly frame themselves. I'm not afraid of the sword-wielding pavilion. My master is a formidable figure. But that doesn't mean they aren't afraid. If this were exposed, Zhao Xing and Xiao Yan would surely face certain death. Feng Nan's just speculating, he doesn't have any real proof. It was Feng Nan's own deduction based on the fact that before the deaths of Jidu and Qichu, those two girls had produced the cursed scrolls they'd used to frame Lin Lu, using them to blackmail Feng Nan into compliance. In Feng Nan's memory, those two girls were like mad women. They actually seized the moment of Lin Feiyu's rise. They brandished scrolls they'd used to frame Lin Feiyu's sister, Lin Lu, to blackmail Feng Nan. If he refused to comply, they threatened to expose everything. Both girls would die, but Feng Nan would also face certain death. After all, judging by the events of the Over the Hills campaign, Lin Feiyu was a petty man who held grudges. However, Feng Nan was also a top-tier talent. He passed up this golden opportunity to take them both down, fixated only on winning Lin Lu's favor. Yet when it came to the scroll's curse, he chickened out, never daring to report Jidu and Qichu. Until Jidu and Qichu met their tragic, unexpected deaths. Feng Nan, who had been coerced, became the prime suspect. To clear his name. And in a desperate attempt to eliminate Lin Feiyu, the man who shattered his romantic dreams and seized the opportunity to step in, he instead conspired with Su Xiaohan, leading to the three of them joining forces. This plot is utter bull. Even a dog would shake its head at such melodrama. Lin Feiyu swiftly manipulated Su Xiaohan to return home and retrieve this peculiar scroll. He stared at the scroll as if it were from another lifetime. Back then, he'd been tricked into entering this dungeon, dragging Yiwan along with him, only to meet a tragic end inside. Had he not previously obtained? Rebirth Scroll Unique. Effect: upon use, death can be reversed. Restriction: resurrects to 1 minute prior. And then inexplicably obtained an eraser. Otherwise, I'd have been truly doomed. But, according to Su Xiaohan's confession, this dungeon never had any divine connections to begin with. It was merely a lie concocted by Su Xiaohan in her memories to trick Lin Feiyu into entering the instance. In her previous life, that's exactly how she deceived him. This time around, she met her end before she could utter a word. He unrolled the scroll in his hand, one he hadn't even bothered to read properly in his previous life. He had simply entered. After all, the difficulty was set to easy. He never imagined he'd die so easily. This time, he read it carefully. Secret Realm, Ancient God's Palace. Difficulty, easy. Minimum level, 70. Quests, none. Located northwest of Tianyun City, this decaying, gloomy, vast, and majestic ancient palace complex of unknown age resembles the palace where a primordial dragon underwent its phoenix-like rebirth. Proceed to explore? Yes, no. Restriction 1, Caution. This instance contains high-level monsters. Players below level 70 should proceed with extreme caution. Restriction 2, Caution. This instance requires a minimum party of 2 players to activate. Clear reward, unknown. Boss reward, gain its trust and it shall follow you for life. Special reward, chance to obtain the power of the ancient 4 pillars. Lin Feiyu shuddered once, then again. His pupils contracted, then contracted again. Damn it! So, this dungeon was explained this clearly all along? How did I not notice this in my previous life? Damn it! So this is what happens when you don't read the dungeon details before entering? I ran the wrong instance. If I'd read it carefully last time, I wouldn't have randomly jumped into this one for these rewards. What boss rewards? And the powers of the 4 ancient pillars? So many rewards? How could it possibly be simple? That easy difficulty hint was just a joke. What a trap! This dungeon is impossible to clear. This is the kind of dungeon where you get wiped the moment you step in. Whoever enters dies. Wait, what? This is very wrong. In my past life, I didn't even know what the 4 pillars of antiquity were. It was only after asking Xia Dai that I learned about them. Later, through explanations from Lu Ruyan, Long Outyan, and others. Only then did I gradually begin to grasp the concept. And then there was that beautiful snake woman. No need to guess. It was behind my rebirth, the eraser, the preserved egg, and the map fragments all it's doing. Even that rebirth scroll might have been its doing. How did I obtain the rebirth scroll? How could I have no memory of it at all? It just appeared in my backpack out of nowhere, and I didn't even find it odd. It felt perfectly natural. He even suspected that someone had obtained this scroll, then foolishly left it as a keepsake for their daughter. Only for the girl to see it as a trap all orchestrated by some powerful figures manipulating fate. And now all these fates have converged into my hands. That's terrifying. Because the price of fate's gifts has long been marked in the shadows. What am I worth? I haven't even hit 1 million views. Will they even give me the time of day? Lin Feiyu desperately wanted to bypass. Secret Realm, Ancient Palace, S entry-level requirement. Minimum level, 70. And just enter. Then just walk right in. But would the situation inside still be the same as in his previous life? Probably not. The preserved egg is with me, the eraser is with me. What kind of mess will it be inside? Who knows? If the level restriction is erased. According to Restriction 2, attention. This instance requires a minimum party size of 2 players. In that case, I'd have to bring a player along. Your own tamed beasts don't count as players. Even if players like Su Xiaohan, Feng Nan, or Xiaorun were tamed, they wouldn't count either. Bringing someone unfamiliar would be a hassle. Bring your trusted ally. But what if it's dangerous? Lin Feiyu decided it wasn't worth rushing. He'd wait until he hit level 70. After all, with the mythic skill, Union of Bliss, he could grind experience non-stop by just sleeping day and night. Once he hit level 70, he'd remove the party size restriction and venture in solo. With his plan set, Lin Feiyu felt at ease. At the end of the day, leveling up was the priority. What was there to wait for? Lin Feiyu was already bursting with anticipation. Time to farm his own boss. Let's get this show on the road. Come out, you big dragons. Come out. All you female demons. Come out. Wolf King. Wolf King? You can't handle this? Go back. You're interfering? Get back. What's with that tail tucking? Get lost. Damn you, you rabid bastard. Get the hell out of here. The next day, early morning. Lin Feiyu looked exhausted, his expression slightly haggard. He rubbed his temples. What I mean is, why don't we contemplate the meaning of the universe's existence? The moment Lin Feiyu logged in, he sensed something was off. Today felt profoundly off. The entire city of Yanzhou was on edge, the atmosphere tense to the extreme. Upon inquiry, he learned. A 100,000-strong army from the Cloud Realm dynasty, under the pretext of eradicating bandits and eliminating banditry, had requested passage through Yanzhou Commandery. They were currently encamped on a slope less than 10 li outside Yanzhou's city walls. 10-mile slope. Eradicate bandits? Who are the bandits? Chapter 139, Storm Clouds Gathering. In Yanzhou County, the NPCs no longer bustled with their usual morning cheer. Most people had retreated indoors, leaving the streets eerily quiet. While groups of soldiers, armed with halberds and long swords, marched briskly toward the city walls. Even heavy weapons like triple-bow crossbows were being pushed rapidly toward the city gates by teams of soldiers. Large stones, wooden beams, and foul-smelling sulfur-infused liquid were being transported in massive quantities. Lin Feiyu, wearing his bronze mask, frowned deeply as he walked the streets. His matter had yet to receive an official response. Should he seek out Huangfeng Valley? If technology couldn't be used to support the Yen King, then perhaps immortal arts? But perhaps Huangfeng Valley, being a celestial faction, might remain neutral? Apart from the king of Yenshan's soldiers bustling back and forth. Only the players remained, wandering the streets with carefree abandon. Some were accepting quests, others hunting for treasure chests, occasionally completing daily tasks. With nothing better to do, they chase after Dog Brother, asking, "Will I have good fortune this year?" Completely unaware that a storm is brewing. War had already arrived. However, Lin Feiyu didn't rush straight to find Yan Wang. He first contacted Li Ku from the National First Guild. Sure enough, they agreed.
They took the lives of hundreds of thousands of players seriously, immediately allocating wireless walkie-talkies with a 100-kilometer effective range and sending over 10,000 units first. He promptly used the in-game trading platform to complete the transaction and acquire the items. Well, this was already a huge help for the war. Lin Feiyu promptly went to find Yuan. The king of Yen, being a military commander, immediately grasped the importance of this matter. He regarded this matter as of utmost importance. However, the king of Yen never uttered the word rebellion and seemed scarcely concerned about the 100,000 imperial troops encamped outside the city walls. He remained remarkably composed. He only chatted with Lin Feiyu about the marriage. Lin Feiyu hadn't refused at all. He was even more eager than Li Yunrui and the king of Yen. Still, the king of Yen chose an auspicious date, instead of just picking any day that didn't clash with another. At noon, we had lunch at the Yen Wang's residence, a full pigeon feast. Lin Feiyu took it very seriously. He wanted to boost his odds of victory, though his own strength had already reached an incredibly godlike level. But deep down, Lin Feiyu sensed it unwise to reveal his full power prematurely. To this day, no one knew how much health Lin Feiyu possessed, because no one had truly clashed with him yet. His damage output, meanwhile, was a staggering 20 million points. In truth, it had long surpassed hundreds of billions. No one had ever forced him to hide so deeply. But deep down, he knows his goal is to take down those 4 pigs. If his strength isn't up to par yet and his threat is discovered, that would be truly dangerous. This is why, even though he could have swept across the world long ago, he still hesitates and holds back. Truthfully, that beautiful snake hadn't come looking for him yet. However, even without revealing his true nature, Lin Feiyu possessed an exceptional method to boost the Yen King's chances of advancing from the sovereign tier to the emperor tier. He knew the Cloud Realm dynasty was rife with bandits. Their numbers might reach staggering proportions. So, his master of all? Wouldn't this allow him to quickly assemble an astonishingly large army? Beasts surged across the mountains and plains like rolling waves. A torrential rain of flying swords, drifting down like snowflakes. What bandits? Wouldn't they all have to call me Great King? Time to level up my skills. I've been pondering the meaning of existence these past few days. Time to grind some monsters. He took his leave from the damn king, saying he'd find a way to subdue the bandits outside Yenzhou city. The king of Yenzhou, nibbling on a pigeon, replied, "Oh? Feiyu actually has a way to persuade bandits to serve me?" "Yes. Persuade, I'll thoroughly persuade them." Lin Feiyu nodded, picking up a piece of pigeon meat to eat. Tender yet springy. "How confident are you?" asked the one who appeared ruddy-faced but was actually hollowed out by wine and women, the crown prince of Yenzhou, Li Yinxian. Lin Feiyu humbly replied, 70%. Li Yinxian gave a slight nod. "Persuading bandits isn't that simple. Those bandits are holed up on every mountain peak, utterly ruthless and insatiably greedy. I tried before, but failed. What if you succeed? Then, I'll petition my father to grant you an official post. For every 10,000 bandits you persuade to surrender, I'll grant you a military commission. Each additional 10,000 will earn you 1 rank higher." Oh? Lin Feiyu hadn't expected that a little modesty could yield such unexpected rewards, though he had no interest in holding office in this game world. But his recruitment wasn't about genuine persuasion. He never intended to win them over with reason. He planned to persuade them with brute force. The Cloud Realm dynasty employed the 9-rank system. That is, 9 ranks and 18 grades. 10,000 troops earned 1 rank, half a grade. Thus, bringing back 10,000 troops earned a junior 9th rank position. 20,000 troops meant a 9th rank. 30,000 troops meant a junior 8th rank. 40,000 troops meant an 8th rank. 20,000 troops would surpass the 1st rank? Wouldn't that make me a prince? Being an official is no easy task, but a prince sounds pretty decent. No trivial matters in the military? No jests in the military. Lin Feiyu immediately accepted the order. Feiyu will not fail in his mission. With that, he didn't even finish his meal. He set off immediately. At the Chair Guild, Xiao Yan and Zhao Xing were holed up in the office. Extremely tense. They'd learned that the Dragon Slayers Guild, whom they'd schemed against for half a day, had actually merged directly into the Flying Universe Guild? What? What the hell? Then another piece of news sent Xiao Yan and Zhao Xing into a state of utter shock, leaving them trembling uncontrollably. Xiao Ren and Su Xiaohan had entered the experience dungeon together to farm levels, and then both died inside the dungeon. Such a bizarre incident, they thought they were in big trouble. But, when the Sword Pavilion arrived, they couldn't uncover a single clue. Just like the investigation into Lu Qinfei last time. It was closed as a minor accident. Then the two of them realized something bad had happened. Lin Feiyu had intervened. He's killed again. Old Xiao. What do we do? What should we do? At that moment, Zhao Xing had completely lost any desire to compete for the position of president. All he wanted was to survive. Some ghostly bastard was actually killing people in the game, and doing it invisibly. Sword Pavilion couldn't even trace it.
Xiao Yan pondered for a long moment. We should go find the guild leader, confess our mistake voluntarily. Ask him to intercede for us. Zhao Xing immediately grew restless. What? Him? Mo Rong. He'd help? He will. I know him best. The championship tournament is about to start. If the two of us die on the battlefield, what do you think will happen? Xiao Yan suddenly broke into a dazzling smile.
Zhao Xing fell silent. He understood exactly what Xiao Yan meant. The key was that Dragon Slayer had surrendered.
Now, if Dragon Slayer and Flying Universe sat down and negotiated properly, they'd be exposed in no time. If the two guilds were locked in a bitter fight, it would be easy for them to shake off suspicion. What was even more terrifying was that Xiao Ren and Su Xiaohan had quietly slipped out of the Feiyu guild without a word, entered the dungeon, and then died inside. Guess what? Did they snitch to Lin Feiyu? Did they even make it out of Feiyu guild's doors? Which means, they're as good as dead. Death was inevitable, but how they died was the question. Xiao Yan yearned for a dignified death. In truth, he clung to a sliver of hope, seeking life through death. Begging for life meant certain death. Begging for death might just stir his pity. Perhaps. If I could beg Morong for mercy, to let me take on the most dangerous part of the tournament. That might just be a decent outcome. Even if Lin Feiyu is utterly cold-blooded, I can still earn the title of hero. It would make this life worthwhile. Is it possible? Will Morong intercede? Would his plea even matter? As they say, it's all about making it happen. Zhao Xing's expression gradually softened with a hint of reluctance. Be a hero? Am I worthy? I'm not ready for this. Chapter 140, only now do I understand your hardships.
Lin Feiyu didn't head straight to the bandit suppression operation.
He had one more thing to do.
The two vice presidents of the Chier Guild, once they learned the cause of Su Xiaohan and Xiao Ren's deaths, they'd probably figure it out, right? Old Xiao probably wouldn't get it. Old Xiao, that old silver coin, could come up with such convoluted schemes.
This little matter? Piece of cake. There's another crucial matter. This Morong Lumao is acting like he's possessed. These past few days, he keeps asking when the auspicious day will be.
He wants to marry his sister and his sister over here. He specifically mentioned several times that he won't accept a dowry.
Is that what I meant by giving? Why am I the only one unwilling to pay a dowry? Did I ask you to start a disaster? Forget it.
Lin Feiyu decided to cut through the nonsense and go straight to Morong. Lin Feiyu suddenly remembered the marriage proposal from the Yen King.
Great. Now I've got more marriages than I can handle. No way. I need to succeed in the rebellion sooner. And we'll need to rebel twice.
First, the Jin crisis.
Then another Xuanwu Gate incident. I'll call myself Your Majesty? Having a huge harem should be fine, right? Is that reasonable?
Very beaver.
Xiao Yan and Zhao Xing finally knocked on Morong Liumao's office door. After hearing Xiao Yan's account, Morong Lumao was utterly shocked deep down. You old fox, Xiao Yan? Playing such a deep game? You really know how to court death, don't you? The scheme is so convoluted.
No wonder those two idiots ended up dying in the dungeon.
So it was Lin Feiyu who took care of them? Then it's all good. Morong knew these two vice presidents inside out.
Zhao Xing might have no scruples, but Xiao Yan still valued some sense of humanity. But Zhao Xing just happens to be a bit dim-witted, so it was all Xiao Yan orchestrating things here.
At worst, they'd just lose the president's position. Still, Xiao Yan's devious schemes had genuinely startled Morong.
Yet he maintained his composure as the leader.
He put on an air of authority. I've known about this for ages. I've held off on dealing with you two because your schemes are utterly pointless.
Xiao Yan frowned slightly.
What a blowhard. He knew all along?
You couldn't even fool old Zhao with that. But since they were here to plead their case, the two could only offer forced smiles.
Exactly. How could we possibly be a match for the chairman? Morong continued.
Lin Feiyu's power. It's beyond your wildest imagination. I once teamed up with him in a secret realm and witnessed his flying sword skill deal a whopping 20 million damage points.
Young master duo?
Morong hadn't even finished his sentence. He hadn't even mentioned how many flying swords could be summoned at once. Zhao Xing was already stunned.
20 million? Ha! Xiao Yan couldn't help but laugh bitterly.
That figure truly broke through the heavens.
No wonder.
Xiao Yan was still puzzled. How could Lord Lu of the Dragon Slayers Guild surrender so easily? The entire guild had simply merged into the Feiyu Guild. And then there was the recent news that the 4 great masters of Great Xia had all headed to the Feiyu Guild. These 4 old codgers were the kind of people who made headlines just by going for a stroll in the park. News of their joining Feiyu Guild had already spread like wildfire. If it's truly as guild leader Morong said, that damage output. Lin Feiyu 1v4, utterly dominating the 4 strongest. However, Lin Feiyu's stats remain concealed. If they were exposed, the power dynamics among the Great Xia's elite would be completely rewritten. No longer the 4 greats of Great Xia, but one god leading 4 kings. The thing is, a president this powerful isn't ours.
Otherwise, the championship tournament would be a total bloodbath.
Mao Rong saw that he had already intimidated these two depraved vice presidents. He began boasting about how he was about to become Lin Feiyu's brother-in-law twice over. He even repeated to the two vice presidents the private conversation between Lin Feiyu and his sister, Morong Chenyu, specifically Lin Feiyu's plan to forego the traditional dowry. He deliberately emphasized the weighty implication of the word give. Zhao Xing didn't catch much, only hearing Morong praise his own sister. He resented not having any good sisters of his own. Xiao Yan listened with a furrowed brow. Because in the story Morong recounted, Lin Feiyu had instructed Morong Chenyu to emphasize the word send. He couldn't shake the feeling something was off. Xiao Yan immediately suggested summoning Morong Chenyu to his office. He needed to confront her in person. After hearing the account once, Xiao Yan remained uncertain and pressed again. Miss, please repeat exactly how Lin Feiyu phrased it to you. Morong Chenyu blushed, scratching her head. He told me to have a good chat with my brother about how he became the previous president of the Qianyu Guild. How did he become the Qianyu Guild leader? Xiao Yan pressed again. Well, didn't the guild's vice president Lu Fei and President Shiyu just hand the Qianyu Guild over to Lin Feiyu for free? Morong Chenyu explained, clutching her scalp. What? Such a huge matter? Why didn't you mention it sooner? Morong Lumao practically jumped up and down in shock. This made Lin Feiyu's intentions crystal clear. He even specifically had Morong Chenyu emphasize the word give when conveying the message. It was simply that he hoped the Chair Guild would follow the Qianyu Guild's example and hand over the entire guild to Lin Feiyu without demanding any payment. Or perhaps, like the Dragon Slayer Guild, merge the Chair Guild into the Feiyu Guild. Morong was secretly alarmed. You bastard, Lin Feiyu. So it turns out you never had your eye on my sister at all. Turns out, you've always had your sights set on me. Oh no. It was my guild. My own sister is quite the talent. How could she mess up something as simple as relaying a message? No. It wasn't misdelivered, it was never delivered at all. What's this about the guild leader's plant? This little minx just wants to make herself a mother-in-law for someone else. Morong ordered his sister to leave the office immediately. He couldn't be bothered to ask anymore. This was all a misunderstanding. They weren't after my sister, they wanted the guild. The two vice presidents listened and understood. Zhao Xing hurriedly asked, President, what should we do? One word from you. We'll all be under the command of the future. Oh no, even now, the mightiest under the great Xia. Oh no. The mightiest under heaven. Xiao Yan replied calmly. I've already inquired about the terms with the Dragon Slayer Guild. Aside from being nominally affiliated with the Flying Universe Guild, all other authority, finances, and organizational structure remain entirely under the Dragon Slayer Guild's control. Morong's face darkened. Great. Two vice presidents defecting right in front of him. But Morong Limo felt it wasn't a big deal. As long as I'm the brother-in-law. The guild is his for the taking. Morong Limo, so that's how it is. So that's how it is. Not only are they refusing to pay a dowry, but they want me, the brother-in-law, to use the entire guild as a dowry? How ruthless. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go find Lin Feiyu right now. Before Morong could finish speaking. Bang. The office door of the Chair Guild was kicked open. Standing outside was none other than Lin Feiyu. Behind him, two adorable girls beamed with warm smiles. Clearly, Morong Chenyu had brought Lin Feiyu here. Lin Feiyu entered Morong's office. He'd overheard everything outside the door. Morong had finally made up her mind to fall into his trap. But why resort to such an old-fashioned method as a dowry? Why resort to that old-fashioned arranged marriage tactic? Ah well, as long as Chair can be incorporated, it's a pretty good outcome. Who cares how pretty the process looks? Since Morong has already decided to hand over the Chair Guild, then let's return the last road to him. This gear belongs to guild leader Morong anyway. Lin Feiyu drew forth an epic tier level 72-handed greatsword. Last stand. Quality, epic purple. Weapon, two-handed sword. Level requirement, 70. Attack power plus 80,000. Skill, wolf-like hunt. Equipping this sword increases attack power by 80%. The lone wolf and the knight remain in perfect harmony, advancing and retreating as one, as if they were a single entity. Lin Feiyu handed it over, Chairman Morong, returning it to its rightful owner. Morong Lumao froze in surprise. Could such a blessing be real? Then, with trembling hands, he accepted last path. No one understood this sword better than he did. The enhancement this blade provided him was immense. Morong Lumao glanced at his attack stat. Attack power, 5.99 million. Then he equipped Last Resort. Attack power, 10.63 million. Broke 10 million. I'm a 10 million damage breaker now too. Chairman Morong trembled with excitement, then knelt on the ground and began singing. Always taking from you, never saying thank you. Only after growing up did I realize how hard you've worked. Chapter 141, Cold, So Cold. The merger of Chier was essentially identical to Dragon Slayer. The guild leader's plant, Lin Feiyu, didn't budge an inch, and he didn't take a single penny from the economy. Truth be told, he had no desire to manage a major guild. This snake swallowing an elephant move was purely strategic to make the upcoming championship tournament easier. Without manpower, he couldn't build a city, construct defenses, or compete for neutral NPCs, all tasks impossible for one person alone.
Beast Master? If I built you a Clash of Clans level base with beast taming, could you even handle it?
After settling the acquisition of the Chiera Guild, Lin Feiyu departed.
He was off to hunt down bandits. He was going to build his very own army. Simple operation, slaughter them all, then tame them all. Taming humanoid beasts, essentially, greatly enhancing his own strength. Those bandits were all lawless scoundrels. Their numbers run into the millions. But these wild monsters yield little experience, drop few items, and are tough to farm. Only the advanced dungeons near the newbie village are found on these mountain ranges. Players stationed at the 5 armies command headquarters of the Cloud Dynasty occasionally take on bandit eradication quests. Truly, few venture near them. Looks like my stats are about to explode again. No time to waste. Outside Gushi County City, Lin Feiyu hadn't swept the area around Tianyun City. How could bandits exist under the Emperor's nose? At most, there might be a few petty thieves. Instead, he headed for the remote frontier, narrowing his eyes as he surveyed the grim bandit stronghold gate. The moment Lin Feiyu approached, the sentry inside the stronghold spotted him and immediately bellowed. Bandits are sneaking in. Enemy approaching. Grab your weapons. How many bandits are there? Who cares how many? Fire all arrows at once. Looks like it's just one person. One person? Fire all arrows anyway. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Arrows began flying out from the mountain fort, raining down like a storm. Lin Feiyu, oh? Rain over there? Then I'll rain down too. Sword, come. He instantly summoned his flying swords. Without needing to exert full power, he merely summoned millions of flying swords. Swish swish swish. Swish swish swish. Swish swish swish. Like waves crashing, like clouds shifting. Dancing, weaving, piercing through. Each flying sword over 20 million damage. In the blink of an eye. Counterfeit. Counterfeit? Well done. Well done. Finished. Lin Feiyu snapped his fingers, and tens of thousands of bandits were instantly transported into his beast taming space. These bandits weren't particularly high level, most were just ordinary monsters. However, Lin Feiyu's skill, tame anything, caused all tamed beasts' levels to fluctuate according to his own level. Even if Lin Feiyu tamed a level 1 minor monster, once it entered his beast taming space, it would become a monster over level 50. Therefore, the power boost was like riding a rocket. Today's gonna be epic. Lin Feiyu didn't stop. He immediately began piloting his flying sword, searching for bandit strongholds everywhere and eliminating them all. By the end of the day, he'd raided over 100 county towns, amassing a force of roughly 1 million troops. Only 1 million troops? Not that many. Now that they'd all become beast tamers, even the supply issue was resolved. His own stats skyrocketed in an instant. Player, Lin Feiyu. Title, Emerald Glow Brave. Class, Sword Immortal, Level, 56, XP, 010.5 M. Talent, Battle to the Final Chapter S 543.5 billion. Health, 450.8 billion. Shield, 45 billion. Mana, 12.3 billion. Attack Power, 11.2 billion. Spell Power, 9.8 billion. Physical Defense, 7.8 billion. Magic Defense, 6.5 billion. Yanzhou County City, Tenli Slope outside the city walls. The Cloud Above Dynasty's garrison had been stationed there for 8 days. Yanzhou Prince's Mansion. Seated high in the main hall, the Yanzhou Prince wore thick cotton robes and fur trim despite the scorching September heat. Wrapped in 3 layers of quilts, he warmed himself by a fire while nibbling on watermelon. He kept muttering to himself, so cold. So cold. Truly snow in September. Xiaocaiji, the Cloud Above Dynasty's General of Conquest, had come to the Yanzhou Prince's residence for the 8th consecutive day to request the prince's return to the front lines. He had been dispatched to suppress banditry, and His Majesty the Emperor had specifically ordered the Prince of Yen to command the campaign. As for him, the conquering General Xiaocaiji, he was merely the deputy commander. When it came to warfare in the realm today, none could surpass the Yen King. Xiaocaiji stroked his bushy beard, watching the prince's performance with a peculiar expression. The Prince of Yen seems to have misunderstood. This force of 100,000 truly came to suppress bandits. They're not targeting you, King Yen. But that couldn't be said aloud. Your warfare skills are indeed formidable, Your Highness, but your entire personal guard numbers only 800 men. The remaining 5 military commands of Yanzhou Commandery total just 3,000 troops. And you, King Yen, might not even be able to muster them all. Do I really need 100,000 men to crush you? But he recalled something: the bandits surrounding Yanzhou Commandery numbered less than 10,000. Is it really worth mobilizing 100,000 men to suppress them? And His Majesty personally ordered that the Yanzhou king must personally command the operation. This is precisely why Xiao Caiji came to the Prince of Yanzhou's residence to request his return to active duty. But the young emperor was still quite shrewd. While suppressing bandits was genuine, it likely carried a stronger implication of disciplining the Prince of Yanzhou. Xiao Caiji was a pure soldier. He couldn't care less about the twisted intrigues and power struggles of the imperial court. These are internal struggles among your family. What business do they have with this lowly general? He cared only for one thing: whose side had the greater numbers. That was the sole criterion for Xiao Caiji's allegiance. Seeing no further progress possible, Xiao Caiji could only bow and withdraw. Chapter 142, Everyone Like a Dragon. Lin Feiyu had been wandering the wilderness for 8 days now. You wouldn't believe it, but the Cloud Realm dynasty's territory is truly vast. The number of county seats had reached nearly 1,000, with dozens forming larger administrative units prefectures. For instance, Yanzhou County served as the seat of Yanzhou North Province. The highest authority was the prefect. However, Yanzhou North Circuit had been granted as a fief to the Prince of Yanzhou, leaving the governor's position permanently vacant. Relying on his flying sword's speed, it took Lin Feiyu a full 8 days to traverse nearly 900 county cities. The ranks of beast riders had also reached a mere 8 million. Not exactly a large number. It was said that the total military strength of the Cloud Realm dynasty barely reached 3 million. Still not enough. Not enough to crush them completely. Though my beasts may die, they can be resurrected endlessly. It seems this rebellion will be a protracted struggle. He wanted to recruit more bandit troops, but there were simply none left. The bandit gangs scattered across every corner of the Cloud Realm dynasty, a menace that had plagued the empire for centuries, were finally subdued entirely by Lin Feiyu's solitary efforts. Lin Feiyu silently glanced at his attributes. Player, Lin Feiyu. Title, Emerald Glow Warrior. Class, Sword Immortal. Level, 60. Experience, 0.21 million. Talent, Battle to the Final Chapter S 380.44 billion. Health, 315.56 billion. Shield, 31.55 billion. Mana, 86.2 billion. Attack power, 78.4 billion. Spell power, 68.6 billion. Physical defense, 54.6 billion. Magic defense, 45.5 billion. Excellent. One auto attack deals 38 trillion damage. How lonely it is to be invincible. After grinding so many wild horses, wild bandits, my level has unsurprisingly hit 60. Gotta find time to get that master to bless my cultivation technique again. Yixiazu. A peculiar advanced dungeon entrance. A towering ancient tree, its entrance a hollowed-out trunk. At this moment, torrential rain poured down at an angle. A short man clad in a garish, oddly shaped suit of armor, the great armor, stood silently, hand resting on a Tachi sword, his expression cold and impassive. Rainwater streamed down his cheeks, yet he remained standing, immovable as a mountain. If the 4 great warriors of Daxia were here, they would recognize him at a glance. This was the top-tier master of Ishie Prefecture, whom Sword Master Cold Wind defeated 5 years ago only by exhausting every ounce of strength and risking his life. The one-sword-style swordsman, Saito Kitsune. And he had stood here for a full 19 days. Suddenly, a flash of light erupted from the tree hollow. A curly-haired youth with crimson markings at the corner of his right eye appeared, shouldering a long sword radiating intense red light. This red-haired youth was none other than Demon Blade Sherman, the very one who had nearly claimed the life of Sword Emperor Chenizhen back then. That tree hollow was his advancement dungeon, the place where he ascended to the 8th tier Grandmaster rank. He emerged unscathed, and no one knew what had transpired inside. Saito Fox suddenly realized he had completed his breakthrough to the 8th tier. He was now an 8th tier Peerless Master. The only one in the world. And the first in the world. He had truly achieved it. Lord Tamaru. Saito Kitsune pays his respects. The Demon Blade, Shijiri, approached expressionlessly. Mr. Saito Kitsune, you are still my teacher, after all. There is no need for such formal reverence toward me. Saito Kitsune bowed his head sharply. In our great nation of Sakura, only the strong are revered. The Demon Blade Sherman chuckled, then extended the Crimson Blade. Mr. Saito Kitsune, this sword is now yours. Saito Kitsune froze in shock. This blade. Wasn't it the manifestation of your innate talent? How could? Demon Blade Tamaru narrowed his eyes. So, successfully completing an 8th tier advancement dungeon causes talents to evolve. I have no further use for this blade. Take it. With you wielding it, our ISE province will have 2 warriors each capable of unleashing over 1 million points of damage. Over 1 million? You? What did you say? Saito Kitsune could scarcely believe his ears. Over 1 million. Attack power exceeding 1 million? Cold Wind, the peerless sword master of Great Xia, had dominated the world for over a century with just 500,000 attack power. Had Saito Kitsune not resorted to underhanded tactics 5 years ago, crippling Cold Wind's ability to unleash his full power, he himself would likely have been the first to achieve the 8th mastery rank. And now, a value exceeding 1 million? Who in this world could possibly stand against such power? The Demon Blade Shikamaru was a peculiar individual. His damage output was staggering, his power truly awe-inspiring. Yet he'd inexplicably surrender mid-battle time and again. Even in the decisive one-on-one battle at the championship tournament 5 years ago, a crucial match where royal family members pressured him to win at all costs. Yet, even after driving the Sword Emperor Chin'e into retreat, he still surrendered. At that time, Saito Kitsune cursed him out, tearing AMA to shreds. And now, he's actually set aside past grievances and gifted that terrifying Demon Blade to me, allowing him to become a super-powered warrior with over 1 million attack points. Saito Kitsune's hands trembled as he accepted the Demon Blade, then hurriedly examined its attributes. Demon Blade. Quality, Pillar Red. Weapon type, Tachi. Level restriction, none. Attack power, 1. Loot reduction? +1? Saito Kitsune immediately felt cheated, a mere +1 attack power? Then why the special red icon? And the displayed tier was an unheard of pillar tier? Pillar level? What kind of tier is that? He looked up at the Demon Blade Shikamaru in confusion. How? Attack power +1. What do you mean by this, sir? The Demon Blade Tamaru stood in the rain, letting the water wash over him as lightning flashed across the horizon. Do you know what effect my talent has? Saito Kitsune shook his head. Isn't that classified information? He knew full well that a player's talent was revealed to the guild the moment they joined. But then they were sealed away. Shimatsuki was different. He had never joined any guild, always a lone wolf. Demon Blade Tamaru chuckled. I forgot to turn off the special effect suppression on that blade. Care to take another look at its special effect now? Saito Fox looked again. Just moments ago, there had been no special effects displayed. But after the man spoke, the effect appeared. Demon Blade. Quality, Pillar Red. Weapon, Tachi. Level restriction, none. Attack power, 1. Defeat an enemy wielding this blade, then surrender to them to copy all their attributes onto yourself. Cannot be used repeatedly on the same target. I defeat you through my strength. I surrender to you through my mercy. Saito Kitsune instantly understood everything. No wonder this Demon Blade, Tamaru, behaved so bizarrely, constantly challenging others to duels, defeating them daily, then feigning surrender. Even in national wars, it was no exception. I thought it was just his quirk? Turns out, this is the effect of his innate talent? Demon Blade Tamaru once said this blade was the embodiment of his innate talent. But, it's still just a weapon. No wonder this Demon Blade Shikamaru chooses to be a loner. This blade, if it were to drop, or were seized by others. But now he's given it to me. He just said, so, after successfully clearing the 8th tier advanced dungeon, it triggers an evolution of one's innate talent. This means his talent has grown even more formidable. I just wonder what form this evolution has taken. Saito Kitsune roared with laughter. With this blade, I reckon it won't take many years before my attack power becomes god tier. The Demon Blade Tamaru chuckled. Years? The championship tournament is about to begin. How many years can we wait for you? Saito Fox paused slightly, then. Demon Blade Tamaru extended his hand. Saito Kitsune, I challenge you to a duel. Saito Fox's expression shifted from surprise to dread, then to utter shock. He instantly understood. A duel? First, Demon Blade Tamaru admits defeat. I defeat him, and then I surrender? That over 1 million attack stat of Makoto Shimon's would be mine? Wait. Can I actually wield this blade? Then, does that mean anyone can? Ha! Good heavens! Doesn't that mean this sword can be used by many people? Doesn't that mean, in our great Sakura nation, everyone becomes a dragon? Boom boom boom. Clatter. Thunder shook the valley. Torrential rain poured down. Saito Fox trembled in terror. How many great Xia sword lords do you have? My Ixiazu is filled with them. Chapter 143, 800 men, so be it. The moment Shao Tsaiji departed, the Yen King instantly stripped off layer upon layer of clothing. By now, he was soaked through and through. Gazing at the receding figure of General Shao, his eyes blazed with icy fury. Lin Feiyu had just returned, arriving almost simultaneously with Shao Tsaiji. The Yen King fixed his gaze on Lin Feiyu, who had just returned covered in dust and sweat, and pointed a finger. The wedding. Immediately. Right now. I haven't even had a chance to discuss my 8 million troops. Am I to be dragged into 7 rounds of wedding rituals tonight? No. I haven't advanced yet. I can't grind experience. No need to pick an auspicious day? The King of Yen sneered coldly, let's just pick any day. The wedding was utterly slapdash, no proper wedding attire, let alone any banquet. Lin Feiyu found himself inexplicably transformed into a stallion. But there would be no honeymoon night. That night, all the key figures and confidants close to the Yen King gathered. In the grand hall of the Yen Yang Prince's mansion. Under dim lighting. The Yen Yang Prince gripped his sheathed sword, his expression stern as he surveyed those standing before him. Present were Crown Prince Li Yunxian, Princess Li Yunrui, and the valiant horseman Lin Feiyu.
Also present were several of the Yanzhou king's most loyal followers: Zhang Yan, the prefect of Shaoji Commandery Hibuyu, the prefect of Yanzhou Commandery Zhang Liao, the left commander of the Yanzhou king's 800-strong guard Yu Ziqiong, the right commander and others. They had been dragged in for plotting rebellion. Lin Feiyu felt a twinge of unease, but then he thought of his 8 million-strong army. His mind settled considerably. Zhang Yan, governor of Shaoji County, spread his fingers into the shape of the character for 800 men it is. 800 men will strike first. Your Highness, give the order. Left Commander Zhang Liao of the guards, 800 tigers stride across the river, sending 10,000 soldiers fleeing in terror. Right Commander Yu Ziqiong declared, 800 men it is. We shall strike. Your Highness take the bow, I the spear, what can 1,000,000 men do against us? Crown Prince Li Yunqian declared, Father. A nobleman adapts to changing times. It's time to trade the python robe for the dragon robe. Lin Feiyu stood amidst the crowd, sensing the tension had reached its peak. 800 it is. Let's go head to head. Real men never play by the rules of succession. Exactly. The steed is right. Exactly. Let's fight. We can't wait any longer. I'll lead the charge. Your Highness. Let's do this. Take them down. The tension had reached its peak, and even Lin Feiyu was impressed. This Yan King is a true talent. His men are nothing but fearless, reckless brutes. Knowing full well the enemy had 100,000 troops, they were determined to fight. Not a single coward among them. Could they possibly win? But he wasn't the least bit panicked. He still has 800. Well, 800,000. At that moment, Zhang Yan, the governor of Shaoji County, pulled out 2 tortoise shells. Your Highness. I'm casting the oracle. Zhang Yan clapped the shells together. Everyone watched intently, eyes fixed on those 2 tortoise shells. Lin Feiyu suddenly sensed trouble. Divination at a time like this? With everyone on the verge of rebellion, he's divining omens? You old turtle. You think I'll let you do this? He charged forward and kicked Zhang Yan, sending both man and tortoise shells tumbling to the ground. What kind of fortune-telling is this at a time like this? If it's unlucky, you just quit? What divine mandate? Victory is the mandate. The others snapped to attention. Now was no time to let morale falter. Exactly. Bad luck? Just quit? Exactly. What's with the superstition? Just do it. Exactly. Victory is what brings luck. Exactly. Well done, Lord Steed. Exactly. What true destiny? Only the victor reigns supreme. Lin Feiyu spun around abruptly, pointing his finger at the damn king and roaring furiously. You are the heavenly son. Everyone understood instantly. They all knelt down. You are the heavenly son. You are the heavenly son. You are the son of heaven. Your Majesty. Your Majesty. The Prince of Yen surveyed his surroundings, his gaze piercing as his eyes hardened with resolve. He abruptly drew his sword and thrust it forward. All hands pressed upon the dragon-engraved sword of supreme authority. Charge. The Yenyang king thrust his sword into the ground, his hand resting firmly on the pommel. Though his resolve was unwavering, he knew full well the vast disparity in strength between them. Therefore, he could not simply follow the aggressive tactics his fierce generals advocated. He declared in a deep voice. We cannot act recklessly. Tactics are paramount. When he advances, we retreat. When he halts, we harass. When he tires, we strike. When he withdraws, we pursue. All agreed, save for Lin Feiyu, who raised his hand and declared, Your Majesty. I have newly recruited troops. Oh. At that moment, everyone's faces lit up with joy. A fresh force had emerged. The Yenshan king quickly inquired, Oh. How many men has the idle son-in-law recruited? Lin Feiyu spread his fingers to form the character for 800,000. 800 men? That's quite impressive. The same number as my personal guard. Your Excellency has proven your skill. Zhang Liao bowed respectfully. The others nodded in agreement. The Yenshan king nodded. The plan remains unchanged. As for the specifics. Before the Yenshan king could finish, Lin Feiyu emphasized the character for 10,000, repeating, 10,000. 10,000. Didn't you hear me? Oh. 10,000 men? Excellent. Hibuyu and Yu Ziqiong exchanged glances. This prince consort was a capable man indeed. He actually brought 10,000 men. No wonder the Yenshan king was rushing this marriage so hastily. They replied, All right. 10,000 men can attempt a frontal assault. Exactly. 10,000 men can take it head-on. The Prince of Yen's expression brimmed with delight. Excellent. Excellent. My son-in-law has done well. But this son-in-law's 10,000 men, aren't they all bandits he's rounded up? A mixed bag. We shouldn't alter the broad strokes of my strategy. The plan remains unchanged. Lin Feiyu was furious. Couldn't these people understand a word he said? I said 8 million. Not a single word missing. How could they fail to grasp that? He bellowed again. I said 8 million. Not 800, not 10,000. 8 million. 8 million.
The crowd stood frozen, bewildered and speechless. What did you say? 8 million? Is this even human speech? Lin Feiyu had no choice but to show the Yin King a glimpse of the 8 million strong army within his beast taming space. The Yen King took just one glance. His pupils contracted sharply and he staggered backward several steps, dizzy and disoriented. Only when he thrust his sword into the ground did he steady himself. Regaining his composure, he raised his sword, pointing it diagonally toward the heavens. Plan change. When the enemy advances, we attack. When the enemy halts, we attack. When the enemy is weary, we attack. When the enemy retreats, we attack. When the enemy attacks us, we attack. 2 words. Fierce attack. Chapter 144. If one hears the way in the morning, one may die in the evening. Yixiazu. The heavy rain was subsiding. Demon Blade Maru watched Saito Kitsune's retreating figure, a faint smile curling his lips. There were 2 things he hadn't told Saito Kitsune. First, the number of users who can harness the Demon Blade's innate power is capped. It cannot grant everyone dragon-like prowess. But even he himself doesn't know exactly what that limit is. It could be 10,000, or it could be 1,000,000. It all depends on the awakening of his own power. Second, after the Demon Blade copies another's attributes, its wielder, Sumeru, gains the right to gather all the power acquired by previous users into himself. However, the user of the Demon Blade will die completely. Unfortunately, this convergence can only be used once. Otherwise, it could be replicated to others, then converged again, infinitely stacking. But alas, it cannot be. He can only spread the false rumor that everyone is like a dragon. He must frantically accumulate power. He will seek vengeance. Jiwan gazed at the mountain, refreshed after the rain, his eyes dark and brooding. Yet he declared, if my power cannot be restored, then I shall forge my own. Bestia, Nidhogg, Niwa, your doom is finally upon you. Those 3 shattered his body into countless fragments, devouring his power entirely. Ultimately transformed into countless scarred animals. This grudge shall not go unavenged. Woof woof woof. Just then, a shaggy-haired Shiba Inu wandered by. Kimara kicked it. You dog, dare you come here? The Shiba Inu rolled onto its back, its eyes flashing brightly. In an instant, its spirit awakened, and it spoke in human words. Woof woof woof. Demon King, I am one of your avatars. To strike me is to strike yourself. Shimara laughed, I'm severing ties with my former power. Who wants a dog's strength? Chihuahua, then don't take it? Shimara replied coldly, I'll use my own method to elevate this power to pillar tier. Then I'll reclaim my previous pillar tier power. The 2 combined. That won't be mere pillar tier anymore. Then, everyone will die. Including me. Shiba Inu lifted his hind leg and urinated against a tree root. Demon King, your avatars are getting beaten up all over the world. Aren't you going to do anything about it? Shimara frowned deeply, someone's targeting me? What's going on? I just awakened from this little runt and don't know the current situation. The Shiba Inu crouched down, raised a paw to lick its own balls. In Yunlezu, a player named Lin Feiyu is rising rapidly. It seems his rise is connected to the cat god Bester. Some people mistakenly believe he started his rise by beating up a dog first. This has led tons of people to copy him, chasing dogs like crazy every day, beating them senseless once they catch up. Oh, and there's a unified chant, good dog. Will I have a prosperous year? When the dog gets hit, it responds, woof woof woof. Jiwan's face darkened alarmingly. Though he was the ancient wolf god and related to dogs, he still despised those of his own kind. How dare they? Dare to. What the hell were they thinking? Ha! Damn it! It must be those ancient gods secretly messing with me, casting some fate-altering curse. Shimara's face flushed pale, then drained of color, but he snapped back to his senses. That guy named Lin Feiyu, he's the agent they've been searching for. His body had been blown to bits, and those 3 wouldn't have it easy either. Trapped in various secret realms. They couldn't escape. They might even have the power to influence the reality that had been assimilated into the game. But, in my current state, they have no chance of stopping me. Unless they find someone to influence, nurture their growth, and have them fight in my place. Influenced by the cat god? Lin Feiyu? It's probably him, right? He immediately asked, what's the current strength level of that guy named Lin Feiyu? Shiba Inu, his damage output barely reaches 20 million, far inferior to yours. Kimaru nodded. He had already obtained the crucial information he sought. Only 20 million? Seems like the agent Cat found isn't up to par either. The power acquisition is a bit slow. You little chicken. Just wait till I get my hands on you, I'll leave you with nothing but bones. Championship tournament, huh? Bring it on. Let's go. Jiwan roared with laughter, it won't take me more than a few days to break through the lowest threshold, and that's still a trillion level figure. Ha! This world is mine. Shiba Inu, woof woof woof. Dog brother. You're awesome. Shimara's face darkened, then darkened again. What did he just call me? Dog brother? He roared angrily, what the hell are you talking about?
The Shiba Inu waved his paws around, realizing awesome wasn't quite right after all. He was dog brother, not cow brother. So he rephrased. Woof woof woof. Dog brother? You're awesome. Zuan lost his cool instantly and charged at the Shiba Inu, wrestling with him. As usual, he quickly pinned the Shiba down, then surrendered. Shiba's the champ. I give up. Shiba Inu, dog brother is awesome. I accept your surrender. Shimaro roared in fury, what dog brother? Address me as Demon King. Chihuahua, yes, dog brother. Zuan was starting to lose his cool. Go check on Lin Feiyu again. With a wave of his hand, the intelligent gleam vanished from the Shiba Inu's eyes. His sentience reclaimed by Shimaro, the Shiba Inu reverted to an ordinary, good dog. Chaikwan, woof woof woof. Shimaro drew a brand new Demon Blade. Demon Blade Ultimate. Quality, Pillar Red. Weapon, Tachi. Level restriction, none. Attack power, 1. Defeat an enemy wielding this blade, then surrender to them to copy all their attributes onto yourself. Cannot be used repeatedly on the same target. I defeat you through my strength. I surrender to you through my mercy. Hidden trait, after copying attributes using Demon Blade, wielding Demon Blade, Ultimate grants the right to gather all powers previously acquired through Demon Blade usage into oneself. However, the wielder of the Demon Blade shall die completely. Restriction, this convergence can only be used once. Your sword is my sword. Shinmaru ran his finger along the blade. What a mess. The damn king lay awake all night, his mind racing. Suddenly, he remembered something. That was Lin Feiyu's 8 million strong army. They belonged to Lin Feiyu. Not mine. After last night's secret plot, he had pondered this very issue. It was precisely why he hadn't immediately raised his troops. A weak sovereign and powerful ministers, it was bound to spell disaster. But Lin Feiyu's army is a beast riding force. They cannot be persuaded to surrender, nor can they be bought off. And Lin Feiyu himself must not die, for if he perishes, the Beastmaster army ceases to exist. It's over. A dead end. This countermeasure, was it crafted specifically for Lin Feiyu? The aged figure of the Yenshan king grew increasingly stooped. His foremost strategist, Zhang Yan, the governor of Shaoji County, burst in. He too had discerned the Yanyan king's hesitation, fear of Lin Feiyu stealing the credit. But, without you, Yan Yang, Lin Feiyu wouldn't have the standing to rebel. It wouldn't be so legitimate. Besides, it was the final push. How could that be? Who cares who becomes emperor? You're not rebelling? Then my position as chancellor would be gone. You want to make that final leap, that dragon to snake transformation? Don't I need to add a thick plume of smoke to my family's ancestral graves? Rebellion. I must dissuade him. After Zhang Yan paid his respects, the Prince of Yin inquired, what should be done? The affairs of the younger generation shall be resolved by the younger generation themselves. But what of your highness yourself, Prince Yen? Your highness, have you heard the saying, if one hears the way in the morning, one may die content in the evening? After a long pause, the Yen king suddenly declared, Minister Zhang. Henceforth, address me as your majesty. Chapter 145, The Great Wind. Lin Feiyu's title as prince consort lasted but half a day. Promoted on the spot. Transferred to the position of prince consort. You claim your dragon robe was completed overnight. I could almost believe that, since sewing work can be rushed if needed. But, this dragon throne carved with 9 dragons? Finished overnight? Not even a ghost would believe that. The Prince of Yen has proclaimed himself emperor. The generals forced him onto the long-prepared dragon throne and roughly draped the imperial robe over him. The Prince of Yen cried out for help. Help me. Good heavens. How could you do this to me? You've truly tormented this emperor. Is there no justice left? No royal law? No law at all? This is a crime punishable by extermination of 9 generations. No. You've truly tormented me. What a pity not a single loyal guard from the Yen Prince's mansion stepped forward to stop it. At the southeast corner of Yenzhou County town, atop an unnamed hillock, the citizens of Yenzhou County and a group of ministers were all gathered here. Today was the coronation ceremony, and the onlookers had gathered to witness this momentous historical occasion. Especially the players, when they discovered someone had actually rebelled. This was even more thrilling than the New Year celebrations. Definitely a major event update. The rewards must be incredible. One after another eagerly signed up, becoming part of the Yenzhou King's player guard. Little did they know, though winning this event might be fine, but if they lose, they'd lose their lives outright. If they'd known that, not a soul would have signed up. Only Lin Feiyu was running around frantically, fighting for everyone's survival. But Lin Feiyu had no intention of taking credit. Even if he succeeded, he wouldn't go around proclaiming he'd saved everyone. He'd just hold a press conference, publish a newspaper article, and so on. When it's time to keep a low profile, you keep a low profile. Right? Below, the crowd pressed close, all eyes fixed expectantly on the scene. The damn king, seemingly forced into it, wore the dragon robe and crown, flanked by his generals Zhang Liao and Yu Xiqiong, along with the former crown prince Li Yinqian. But Lin Feiyu was nowhere to be seen. The Yen King walked slowly, glancing back from time to time.
Was he waiting for someone?
Lin Feiyu, who hadn't caught up yet, knew at best he was waiting for me. Lin Feiyu found a dazzling dragon robe and slipped it on.
Only you, the Yenshan King, can wear it? Why can't I? Without my 8 million? What kind of rebellion are you starting?
In my past life, the rebellion didn't start at this point.
I spent years building strength before launching it. And what happened? Still ended in failure, didn't it?
Lin Feiyu dressed himself in one of the imperial robes Li Yunrui had found for him, a pile of Yanyan King's robes.
He just strode over like that. What about overstepping one's bounds? I have the numbers. With sheer force, I can still overpower the ruler. The crowd was utterly stunned, completely shocked. Who is this man? He actually wore the dragon robe and crown too? That's against protocol. Usurpation. This is outright rebellion. So this man is rebelling against the rebellion itself? Such treasonous audacity? The common folk NPCs were equally bewildered.
Only those familiar with the Yen Prince's residence, who had witnessed that simple wedding ceremony, recognized him, and thus the truth became known.
What? The prince consort? What's going on? Isn't the crown prince still alive?
He is still here, but the crown prince is often ill. The player community erupted in chaos. Lin Feiyu's name had become nothing short of legendary in recent times. First, he made a name for himself in guild wars, igniting the entire internet with the battle against the Chair guilds over the hills. Then came the successive takeovers of the Dragon Slayer Guild and Share Guild. The entire gaming forum was abuzz with rumors. Some claimed Lin Feiyu was preparing for the championship tournament, acting purely for the guild's benefit. Others claim he's a cunning schemer who used underhanded tactics to lure both guilds into becoming subsidiaries of Feiyu Guild. But regardless, Lin Feiyu had become a household name. He appeared at the coronation ceremony clad in dragon robes, instantly recognizable to all. What the hell? Is Lin Feiyu going to become emperor too? Isn't he a player? Players are supposed to be travelers, outsiders. They're not allowed to participate in the game world's court, right? Exactly. Isn't that explicitly stated in the Cloud Realm Dynasty's laws? Bro! What are you talking about? This Yen King is the little emperor of the Cloud Realm Dynasty's own uncle. This is rebellion. How can rebels still follow the Cloud Realm Dynasty's laws? Ha! That fellow has a point. But something's still off. If the Yen King's crowning himself emperor, why's he getting involved? Bro! Could he be the crown prince? Ha! The prince consort moonlighting as crown prince? Holy crap! Lin Feiyu doesn't even spare the NPCs. Truly a role model for us all. The players from Feiyu Guild were utterly dumbfounded. Ha! Is that our handsome guild leader? Holy crap! The guild leader is ascending to godhood. What? The guild leader actually married an NPC? What kind of prince consort is that? He got his position by marrying into a powerful family. Damn it! Damn it all! Why didn't something this amazing happen to me? Little sister Lin Lu watched with tears welling up. Wah! Big brother doesn't want me anymore. Brother Lin Shen stared blankly. Huh? Our Lin family is actually royal kin? Did dad consult the stars when he made this group chat? He still remembered the name of his family's group chat, the Lin Dynasty. Father Lin Haichuan, who hadn't logged in for ages, had originally come to the Feiyu Guild to check on his own kid. But he never expected to stumble upon such a stroke of luck. Staring at this bizarre scene, his jaw dropped. So I'm supposed to be the retired emperor? His older brother, Lin Shen, tried to comfort his sister, Lin Lu. Don't worry, Lulu. If Feiyu really succeeds in his rebellion and becomes the supreme sovereign, with 3,000 beauties in his harem, there'll definitely be a spot for you. Lin Lu shot her brother a look. Bro, you're such a comforting guy. Wah! Lin Lu's sobs grew even louder. The Yenshan King also noticed Lin Feiyu's attire. Very well. No ambition? And you expect to be my son-in-law? Impressive. You've got guts. But the former crown prince, now the unconfirmed heir, apparently Yinxian's face darkened to a deep, ominous shade. It's over. I'm finished. Should I die of illness? Fall to my death? Perish in an accident? Or die in battle? Dying in battle might be better. At least it would sound more honorable. Lin Feiyu doesn't need you to do it, I can handle it myself. The ceremonial rites continue. His Majesty the Emperor strode forward with the majestic bearing of a dragon and tiger, his expression solemn and imposing. At the summit's peak, a colossal bronze cauldron blazed with raging flames. Prince Yen approached the offering table before the cauldron, lifting a golden flask brimming with fiery liquor that had been prepared long ago. Instead of performing the final rite himself, His Majesty handed the vessel to Lin Feiyu, stepping back to stand at his side. The onlookers erupted in astonishment. Who was truly the emperor? Lin Feiyu respectfully took the wine vessel, tilting his head back slightly. His gaze was fixed upon the bronze cauldron, upon the heavens and the earth. He smiled. After all, what was fake would always remain fake. The true ruler must still be Prince Yen.
I am in no hurry. Why bother with these empty rituals? My coronation ceremony will be 10,000 times grander than this. He returned the wine vessel with outward deference. Father, in the prime of your life, why should I? Prince Yen nodded slightly, understanding Lin Feiyu's meaning. He still needed me to raise this banner of authority. If it must be done, then I shall do it. Prince Yen Li Siwen raised the wine vessel high, facing the blazing flames. He proclaimed in a resonant voice. This servant, Li Siwen, proclaims before heaven and earth, the divine ancestors, and the founding winds of the nation, we establish our capital at Yenzhou and proclaim the era name. Yongchang. Chapter 146, The entire army charges. The moment has arrived. Today we rise. No sooner had the coronation concluded than Zhang Liao and Yu Ziqian, commanders under the Yen King, led 800 guards straight for Shirley Slope. At Shirley Slope, they would fight to the death. The losers would be branded rebels. Both commanders understood this perfectly well. The prince consort's 8 million strong army had already completed its assembly, encircling the 10,000 troops at 10 Mile Hill long before dawn. But that General Xiaocaiji was truly a greenhorn commander. He hadn't noticed a thing. Not only did he fail to send out scouts, he neglected to deploy even overt or covert sentries. Perhaps he genuinely believed the Yen King's 800-strong guard force was too small, especially with the 5 armies' command of Yenzhou commandery wavering. With his 100,000 troops, Xiaocaiji felt utterly secure. Right now, he's still reveling in the bright lights, continuing the music and dancing. He'd turned his military camp into a social dance party. Xiaocaiji had emptied every brothel in Yenzhou commandery, Shaoji commandery, and the surrounding counties. The languid, decadent melodies drifted out in waves. Zhang Liao, the great general of Yenzhou, listened to the scouts' report with delight in his heart. It seemed Xiaocaiji had nowhere to run. He had feared discovery, worried Xiaocaiji might slip away before the encirclement closed. What a waste of worry. My son-in-law, Lin Feiyu, soon to be crown prince, commands a full 8 million troops? This counterattack? It should be a piece of cake. Sweep, overrun, assault. Just do it. Zhang Liao sat astride his towering steed, one hand gripping a long spear. In the other hand, he held a walkie-talkie. This was one of the strategies Lin Feiyu had devised long ago to boost their odds of victory. Secured through negotiations with Li Ku, the leader of the National First Guild, and backed by the official support of the Great Xia Empire. Supplied by the Great Xia government, this was one of 10,100-kilometer range walkie-talkies distributed. It wasn't that they couldn't afford them in the real world, but bringing them into the game required passing the login check, a process strictly controlled by the authorities. Negotiations with the authorities were the only way. And he had long since summoned members of the Feiyu Guild to the Yanwang army to instruct them on its use. A general of Zhang Liao's caliber was already thoroughly familiar with them. He picked up the walkie-talkie and pressed the talk button. Your Highness, Your Highness. I've reached the designated location. I've reached the designated location. Should we initiate the attack? Should we initiate the attack? Over. A burst of static crackled over the radio before Lin Feiyu's voice came through. Static, damn it. What kind of substandard product is this? The signal's terrible. Static, old Zhang. Don't go up there. I've got Xiaocaiji covered. You go get him to set up his stance. I'll go head to head with him. Over. But Zhang Liao remained puzzled. Could it be that the prince consort's men weren't real soldiers? Wasn't a sneak attack better? Lin Feiyu's urgent voice came through the walkie-talkie. What the hell, what's this but? Go provoke them now. Just tell them you're here to wipe out bandits. I'm here to hunt them down like bandits. Over. Over. Old Zhang didn't bother with small talk. He wasn't one to beat around the bush anyway, though he did wonder, did the prince consort's soldiers never die? Never mind. 8 million. Forget this lifetime. Even if you added up 10 lifetimes before and after, you'd never fought such a lucrative battle. If everyone spat just once, it would flood the earth. If each man let out a fart, it'd probably cause a typhoon on the other side. Let's do this. No time to waste. Soon, Zhang Liao and Yu Ziqian's door banging drew a response. Xiaocaiji also sensed something was amiss. Could it be all 800 men of the Yenshan King's Guard were here? This is... Oh? Has the Yen King come to his senses? Is he planning to join me in suppressing the bandits? Willing to merge his elite 800 cavalry, the very force he personally led out with mine to crush the bandits? Xiaocaiji eagerly donned his armor and prepared for battle. He also had a highly secret mission during the campaign against the bandits. If the Yen King persistently refused to take command, his troops would remain garrisoned at Shirley Slope indefinitely. But if he did take command, his own generals would surely undermine his authority. Then, let the Yen King's elite troops and capable generals charge to the very front. Let the Yen King's most prized 800 elite cavalry be utterly annihilated. By then, even if the Yen King harbored treasonous thoughts, he would have lost the means to rise again. All say that the King of Yen with 800 horsemen can hold back 30,000 troops. Your Majesty actually believed it, insisting on sending 100,000 troops. Xiaocaiji swiftly rode out before Zhang Liao. Though he had already guessed the purpose of his visit, he feigned ignorance. General Zhang. What is the meaning of this? Zhang Liao scoffed. I've been ordered to suppress the bandits. Xiao Caiji smiled faintly. Just as I expected. Excellent. Let us first have the Yin King oversee the situation. We shall deliberate thoroughly on where best to pursue these bandits. Your 800 men and my 100,000 troops will deploy in staggered formations, interlocking like chicken claws. What bandit stronghold could possibly withstand us? Zhang Liao smiled faintly. You ask where to suppress bandits? I can only tell you this: suppress them at Shirley Slope. Xiao Caiji froze for a moment. 10-mile slope? Where was 10-mile slope? Fortunately, an officer behind him stepped forward to explain. The government troops encamped here were indeed at 10-mile hill. He frowned slightly. What do you mean? This place is full of imperial troops. Where would bandits so bold come from? Zhang Liao raised his spear. A duel at 10-mile hill. The loser is the bandit. No sooner had Zhang Liao spoken. Woo! Woo woo woo! Dong dong dong! The sound of trumpets, drums, and marching music filled the air. This was... As a seasoned general who had fought countless battles, Xiao Caiji wasn't one to be fooled. He understood immediately. Was the Yen King launching an attack against him? Good heavens! How dare these 800 men? What gave him the nerve? Pigeon guts? Did you eat a whole pigeon feast? Is that how badly you want to be the boss? 800 men? Charging against 100,000? Does the Yen King think he's Xiang now? You're Ali? Ali would need 3,500 men in black armor to stand a chance against 100,000. Where's your brain? Just as he remained utterly perplexed and baffled, a bright yellow canopy appeared in the distance. Was that the Yenshan King? Though the distance was great, Xiao Caiji recognized him instantly, the stooped old man beneath that enormous yellow canopy on the four-wheeled carriage drawn by 9 horses. It was King Yen, Li Siwen. And at the edge of that yellow canopy, a massive golden banner embroidered with a 5-clawed golden dragon was fluttering. That was... a dragon banner? The king of the reservoir has truly rebelled. Xiao Kaijixian's first thought wasn't fear, it was seizing the chance to earn merit. A monumental achievement. What's the big deal about suppressing bandits? Capturing the emperor alive now, that would be the pinnacle of life? Without a moment's hesitation, he turned his horse around, returned to the military camp, organized the troops, and prepared the horses. Excellent, my strategy of feigning weakness has succeeded. His revelry in the camp was all pretense. In truth, military discipline was solid, and command was steady. All he needed was for Prince Yen to launch his surprise attack. What courtesans? That was nothing but a feint. A complete feint. How could Xiao Caiji possibly have 18 women in one night? That was just me selling my broken ass. Fooled, weren't you? Xiao Caiji proved himself a true general of the realm, swiftly deploying his forces in perfect formation. He was as steady as an oak. Had he not seen countless decisive battles like this? Yet he was also intensely excited. If he captured Prince Yen alive? At the very least, he'd be in theft as a marquis? Perhaps even a prince? Then, would our ancestral graves just emit wisps of smoke? They'd be ablaze. Wait, but capturing him alive? Wouldn't that put his majesty in a difficult position? Wouldn't forcing the young emperor to turn against his own kin give others ammunition to criticize him? As subjects, we ought to ease his majesty's burdens. Then, let him perish in the chaos of battle? Swords and spears have no eyes, after all. Reasonable. He drew the golden sword bestowed by his majesty. Charge. All forces straight for Prince Yan's quadriga. Chapter 147. A general in the field need not obey every command. Just as Xiao Kai's adrenaline surged in this thrilling moment. Woo! Woo woo woo! Dong dong dong! Trumpets blared, drums thundered, the sounds of marching troops, the gallop of 10,000 horses, and the roar of a mountainous, oceanic crowd erupted from all directions. Xiao Caiji felt as though he were being surrounded. What the hell? My 100,000 strong army? Surrounded by your measly 800 men? What kind of joke is this? The art of war states, with 10-fold superiority, encircle them with 5-fold, attack them with double, divide them. To encircle my 100,000 troops, you'd need at least 1 million? Where did he get these troops? Surely not stolen? A feint. Decoy troops. It must be a feint. Can this really scare me? Just as he was about to issue the attack order, a soldier from the watchtower in the military camp rushed over. Bad news. Bad news. Enemy troops surround us on all sides. Enemy forces everywhere. They're everywhere, covering the mountains and fields. As far as the eye can see. At least several million. The entire army erupted in chaos. Xiao Caiji drew his bow and arrow, and with a single shot, brought him down. Soldiers, fear not. There are no enemy troops. None at all. This lad is a traitor. He deliberately sowed panic among our ranks. Men, follow me into battle. Full force attack. Straight for the Yuan quadricycle. But The entire army didn't budge an inch. They began looking around. No watchtower was needed. They saw it with their own eyes. Dense, dark masses, wave upon wave, surging in from every direction. Where did these people come from? Their clothing was ragged and varied in style, their weapons strange and of every conceivable design. But they marched in perfect unison, with astonishing precision, all advancing slowly in a peculiar, synchronized rhythm. Click, click, click. Click, click, click. Every single step was in perfect rhythm. Every fourth step, they shouted. Who? Ha! Xiao Caiji was utterly dumbfounded. The roar of voices and footsteps thundered like a mountain's cry and a sea's roar, shaking heaven and earth. Lin Feiyu rode atop a towering steed. This was his first time commanding troops as a general. He had no combat experience and had never served in the military. The only military training he'd ever received was during his time at vocational college. So that was the extent of his training. 8 million men, all without horses, and even if they had them, they weren't allowed to ride. Everyone marching in lockstep. So what if their uniforms were ragged? So what if weapons aren't uniform? So what if they're tall, short, fat, or thin? As long as they march in perfect formation. Among these bandits, Lin Feiyu had sorted them out. Those utterly depraved would never be allowed self-awareness. He still held that authority. For those with a shred of conscience, the rogue knights and the like, Lin Feiyu let them retain their past memories, transforming them into intelligent beast tamers. Each became a commander, all serving as Lin Feiyu's subordinate officers. With all of them as beasts of burden, controlling them couldn't be easier. 8 million people, marching in perfect formation like an animated film. Now that was truly terrifying. More terrifying than anything else. Click, 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 who? Click, 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 who? What should have been faint footsteps and gasps now thundered like a bolt from the blue. Xiao Caiji was stunned into a daze. Could humans achieve such precision? Such perfect synchronization? What did it signify? It signified iron discipline. It signified a commander who commanded with the precision of an arm and a finger. Tattered uniforms? No matter. Inferior weapons? No matter. A formation this disciplined is nearly unbeatable. His heart pounded wildly. It's over. He feared he would die on the battlefield. Oh no. Doing a favor for the young emperor, and now I'm paying with my life. What a load of crap about being meticulous. Suppressing bandits? They're treating me like a bandit to be suppressed. This is all internal strife among your Li family. It has nothing to do with this lowly general. Seeing how many troops are over there, maybe I, Xiao, should just join him? Or surrender. Serving that little emperor is still being a dog. But serving the Yen king as a dog, isn't that being a dog? Wait. With this quantity and quality of troops? What does the young emperor have? Then wouldn't that mean Prince Yan is the rightful ruler? If he is the rightful ruler, should I surrender to the rightful ruler? Can that be called surrender? That's called abandoning darkness for light, a rebellion on the battlefield. I'm a hero. I still command 100,000 troops. Could he possibly find that too many? He looked around. His own 100,000 troops were now utterly terrified. Even if I ordered them to charge, they wouldn't be able to move. What are we waiting for? If we lose, we'll be captured. The fermented tofu was meant to be crushed and devoured. No time to waste. Surrender. Surrender now. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Raise the white flag. Hurry up and raise the white flag. Drop your weapons. This general will lead you to the light. At that moment, Lin Feiyu raised his sword and bellowed, full attack. The advancing army immediately quickened its pace, dust billowing as battle cries shook the heavens. Then, Lin Feiyu saw the white flag being raised over there. Ha! What? They surrendered already? It hasn't even been 6 minutes yet? Damn it! No way. I won't stand for this. You're still living off my supplies, and I don't even have any left. In the end, we'll have to let the Yenshan king step in. That would make them his soldiers. No way. Then let the blood flow. Not a single one spared. Seeing Xiao Caiji's 100,000 strong army raise the white flag in an instant, Yen King Li Siwen felt his heart settle. Excellent. These 100,000 troops are now mine. He understood clearly at that moment. In this uprising, the force ratio between him, the Yenshan king, and his son-in-law Lin Feiyu was 800 to 8 million. A 10,000-fold disparity. It was impossible not to be at their mercy. Yet he could do nothing about it. After all, this was the emperor's crown. To wear the crown, one must bear its weight. How could everything go smoothly? But Xiao Caiji's defection changes everything. Lin Feiyu's small guild was, after all, a player-run guild of force established by outsider travelers. It was impossible for them to levy taxes for provisions within the Cloud dynasty. Therefore, Lin Feiyu simply couldn't afford to feed and clothe Xiao Caiji's entire 100,000-strong force. These very 100,000 men, they are mine, they are my imperial guard. Ha ha ha. Prince Yan Li Siwen ordered, quick. Halt the prince consort's advance. I shall personally receive the surrender. The messenger returned swiftly, bearing the prince consort's military order. Li Siwen urgently asked, "What does His Royal Highness say?" The messenger stammered. The prince consort said, "When the general is in the field, he may disregard military orders." But Li Siwen spat blood on the spot. This is less than 5 li from me. He's playing this whole "a general in the field may disregard orders" card. How could this be tolerated? How could I possibly control him? What a wolfish ambition. Who's the real emperor here? Ha! It's over. This rebellion has begun. Chapter 148, No Threat to Fear. Lin Feiyu's army was about to collide with Xiao Caiji's 100,000 strong force. There was truly no pause whatsoever. Are they truly going to fight like a lion hunting a rabbit, showing no mercy? Yen King Li Siwen could only watch helplessly. He dared not utter a single complaint, forced to endure. Well, the rebellion hadn't even succeeded yet, and he was already slated to be the retired emperor. Lin Feiyu's army began their charge. Xiao Caiji's 100,000 troops had already discarded their weapons, stripped of any will to resist. But instead of peace talks, they were met with Lin Feiyu's troops charging back and forth. By the time Xiao Caiji realized something was amiss, it was too late. Lin Feiyu's forces were already upon them. He flew into a rage. "You scoundrels! You scoundrels! Are my 100,000 valiant men not human beings? Kill them without a second thought? Not even a single soul spared?" Xiao Caiji raised his sword and immediately began reorganizing his forces. But as expected of a great general of the current dynasty, he still possessed considerable skill. He quickly stabilized the army's lines, preventing an immediate rout. In this extraordinary situation, first engaging in battle, then offering surrender, having that surrender refused, and finally fighting to the death, he still commanded his troops with unwavering composure. Xiao Caiji truly lived up to his reputation as a great general of his era. He was truly capable. Truly capable. Lin Feiyu observed it all. Such a fine general, a pity he had no principles, surrendering at the slightest provocation. But, now that he's become my beast companion, I needn't worry about his loyalty. Once loyalty is secured in such a man, he becomes truly formidable. Lin Feiyu gazed at Xiao Caiji in the distance, mounted on his warhorse, sword raised, commanding his battle formation as he fought desperately to resist. "Impressive, General Xiao. You're exactly what I need." Approximately 8 million troops charged relentlessly, rotating in waves like a relentless hammer, relentlessly pounding the enemy formation. From dawn until afternoon, then fighting on until the sunset turned blood red. Until the sky turned pitch black. Xiao Caiji still clung to life, still holding on. The Imperial Army's formation steadily contracted with disciplined precision, yet it never collapsed. Lin Feiyu grew increasingly terrified with every blow, his sweat pouring down his back. Damn it! This Xiao Caiji is incredibly formidable. Such a great general must fall into my hands. Otherwise, I'll never sleep soundly. The supreme commander of this 8 million strong army is definitely surnamed Xiao. No doubt about it. Fortunately, Lin Feiyu's bandit soldiers were all beast tamers. If they died, they could be resurrected in the beast taming space, so he didn't feel the slightest bit of regret. They themselves know they won't truly perish, so they fight with reckless abandon. But Xiao Caiji's men don't know that. They were literally risking their lives. Though they too would reappear in Lin Feiyu's beast taming space upon death, he hadn't released Xiao Caiji's men just yet. He wanted to see just how strong General Xiao could truly be. In truth, there was one secret only Lin Feiyu knew. His beast army hadn't unleashed their full power yet. According to the skill, master of all, these beasts were actually all over level 50. According to the standards of Huangfeng Valley, level 50 already equated to a chi refining stage powerhouse. If they unleashed their full power, they would truly be unstoppable. Lin Feiyu deliberately suppressed the bandit army's levels between 30 and 40. Levels above 40 signify the prestigious Platinum Brave, reaching the Forged Body realm. Equivalent to the realm of martial arts masters in the game world. If level 40 were unlocked, that would mean 8 million martial arts masters? If he unleashed level 49, wouldn't that mean 8 million Xiao Foams? Who could withstand that? One could only tearfully submit to the pressure of the bandit army realm. This isn't about competing fairly with Xiao Caiji, nor is it about pretending to be weak to catch the strong. Rather, Lin Feiyu dared not elevate his power to terrifying heights. After all, his ambitions extend far beyond becoming emperor. He'd be perfectly content without the beef. The divine battle unfolding over there, did he really need to meddle in it? He had to conceal his power, conceal it further. If, in that battle of the immortals, there truly was a dog among them, wouldn't they stoop to killing me, a mere level 60 little streamlight emerald? Not even a level 6 advancement complete, still just a minor player, not yet a brilliant diamond. That would be utterly screwed. Better play it safe and keep a low profile. An army of 8 million 30-40 level beings, no matter how formidable they are, they're still mortal forces. Surely it wouldn't care much about them? Who knows if being cautious is even worth it? Maybe I'm just wasting my breath. But still, better play it safe. Playing it safe is always the right move. What if something happens? Light the lamps. Light the lamps. Keep charging. Don't give them a moment to breathe. Lin Feiyu commanded anxiously. He truly knew nothing about military formations. It was utter chaos. Even those few rogues whose wits Lin Feiyu had spared were hopelessly inept at commanding a large army. Truth be told, it wasn't that Xiao Caiji was particularly formidable, it was that Lin Feiyu's commands were riddled with flaws. Utterly chaotic. Like children playing house, just charging in all at once. If it weren't for his bandit troops' fearlessness and sheer numerical superiority, Xiao Caiji would have actually defeated us. Talent, man. Damn it. Lin Feiyu was utterly exasperated. Looks like you really need professionals for professional tasks. This self-taught amateur really couldn't cut it. That's why Lin Feiyu was extremely anxious. He absolutely had to secure Xiao Caiji. He couldn't let Xiao Caiji kill himself mid-battle. That would be the end of it. Suicide couldn't be controlled by a beast tamer. He couldn't give them a moment to breathe. Under cover of night, burning the midnight oil, he had to take him down. Another night of fierce combat. Finally, Xiao Caiji was crushed. The sky was beginning to lighten. The cool morning dew clung to the damp black armor. Mist hung over the stone path as Lin Feiyu murmured. Lin Feiyu surveyed his bandit army, then drew a long breath after slaying Xiao Caiji beneath his horse. This battle. Like a pile of. Lin Feiyu made up his mind, he'd never command troops again. What a disaster. In Yixiazu, the demon blade Jiwan was petting a dog. What's the situation? The husky let out a long, wolf-like howl, woo. Smack. Jiwan delivered a sharp slap, snapping it back to its senses. Husky, woof woof woof. From what I can tell, everything's still under control. Lin Feiyu's attack power should still be 20 million. But he has a massive number of beasts under his command. Oh. Jiwan immediately sat up straight. If the numbers were large and their strength formidable, that would be a major problem. In that case, it might be necessary to strike sooner than planned. The plot device buried in Yunlai province might need to be retrieved sooner than planned. Kimaro asked anxiously, how strong are that guy's beasts? How many does he have? Husky, not many, just over 8 million. Strength ranges from level 30 to 40. Demon Blade Jiwan nodded. The numbers are substantial enough. As for strength, it's simply too weak. Nothing to fear. Nothing to be afraid of. Chapter 149, Investiture of Kings and Generals. Inside the military tent. Lin Feiyu inquired about Xiao Caiji's military situation. And inquired about the military situation. Xiao Caiji had already been tamed by Lin Feiyu. Though he had awakened the memories and experience of his past life, he harbored not a shred of resistance. He respectfully outlined the strategic direction. 1. Qingzhou Commandery must be seized swiftly. Since rebellion is inevitable, we must play hardball. Qingzhou Commandery was the strategic gateway to the northwest. Capturing this region meant gradually encroaching upon the entire northwest. Controlling Qingzhou Commandery meant choking off the entire northwest's lifeline. It would also block reinforcements from the Anbei Army, Ziding Army, and Shuafang Army. 2. Swiftly seize Tiansuo Commandery to control the Great River waterways. Though distant from Yenzhou Commandery, Lin Feiyu's forces are numerous. Moreover, no supply lines are needed and enclave is perfectly acceptable. We can bypass the multiple commandery cities between Tiansuo and Yenzhou and forcibly seize them. All taxation from the southeast would then flow into our coffers. This would sever the vital lifeline of the Cloud Above dynasty. 3. Attack Peizhou Commandery. This minor region may seem insignificant now, but once seized, it will link seamlessly with Yenzhou Commandery already established by the Yenzhou King Shangji Commandery and the soon-to-be-captured Qingzhou Commandery. Lin Feiyu narrowed his eyes slightly. Listening to Xiao Caiji's plan, he nodded repeatedly. Truly a renowned general of this age. His reputation is well-deserved. These 3 minor territories reveal Xiao Caiji's profound understanding and control over the Cloud Above dynasty. His strategy was clear, a 3-step approach. First, consolidate the territories already under his command into a contiguous zone, thereby establishing a secure rear base. Once the rear is secured, even if war engulfs the entire dynasty, they won't be rootless drifters. Only then can he avoid becoming a bandit, ending things in disarray. Step 2. Sever the dynasty's economic lifeline. Even if they abandon river transport and take land routes? I won't let them pass unchallenged. Passing through my territory? Did you submit advance permission? This will cause the entire Cloud Above dynasty to slowly disintegrate. This is the true killing blow. War is fought over economics. Step 3. Once these fronts are stabilized, ignore the Cloud Above dynasty looming in the north. Instead, launch offensives southward and northwestward. Gradually establish our own administrative system, form a court to restore production, and build our own nation. At that point, the entire most prosperous southeast, the entire most formidable northwest, will be firmly in our grasp. The collapse of the Cloud dynasty would be merely a matter of time. Lin Feiyu listened with a sinking heart. This was a strategy with no room for failure. He had also inquired, why not march directly on the imperial court under the banner of the Prince of Yen, the emperor's uncle, and kill the young emperor? Wouldn't the entire dynasty then fall with a single proclamation? Xiao Caiji's explanation was that it was Prince Yan's own problem. Li Siwen had been too hasty, failing to rally under the banner of clearing the court of corrupt ministers and upholding heaven's mandate. Before even reaching the imperial court, he had already proclaimed himself emperor and changed the dynasty's name. A great wind? This was a blatant abandonment of legitimate succession, a naked rebellion, utterly unmasked. Thus, Li Siwen lost his chance to push the crystal and swiftly conclude the battle. He could only proceed slowly as a rebel. Indeed, well-reasoned and well-founded, excellent. Lin Feiyu was still quite receptive to advice: best leave professional matters to the professionals. All he needed to do was preside over the command tent, keeping the music playing and the dance going. Here, Lin Feiyu had just finished dealing with Xiao Caiji's 100,000 troops. Without even paying a visit to His Majesty the Emperor, he immediately dispatched troops to the battlefield. Xiao Caiji's two deputy generals, Wulong and Feng Chu, were both renowned commanders of their era, more than capable for the task. Lin Feiyu promptly divided his forces into 3 armies and ordered their immediate departure. Wulong led 100,000 troops to capture Qingzhou Commandery. Feng Chu led 100,000 troops to capture Peizhou Commandery. Xiao Caiji personally led his original 100,000 troops. He marched straight for Tianxua Commandery and was tasked with holding it. Lin Feiyu remained put, even turning away His Majesty the Emperor and Prince Yan Li Siwen when they personally came to summon him. Ha! My men fought to conquer the realm, yet you sit as emperor? How audacious! Go play elsewhere. Enjoy your emperor fantasy while it lasts. When you tire of playing, I'll be sorry to disappoint. Father! Please decline 3 times. Yixiazu. Inside a sword dojo. Saito Kitsune clashed blades with an opponent, deliberately exposing a weakness to feign defeat. Yet the opponent surrendered of his own accord. I've lost. I concede. A blood-red tachi instantly materialized in the man's hand. 1 million? Is it really 1 million? My attack power has truly surpassed 1 million. The man transformed into a crimson swordsman, his attack power surpassing 1 million. Saito Kitsune stepped forward and patted the man on the shoulder. Go. Share the crimson blade with everyone you know. Every man in our ISE province breaks 1 million. Everyone in our Yishizu is like a dragon. Ever since Saito Fox gained 1 million attack points from the demon blade Shimaru, he began spreading it everywhere. This was already the 200th person in just a few days. Each time the infection was complete, after receiving the 1 million attack power, a new red blade would automatically manifest. And they, wielding these crimson blades, would proceed to infect others. This tale of the Red Blade Knights spreads like a plague, rapidly consuming all. The entire Sakura nation, the entire province of Isayama, is now swarming with Red Blade assassins. Sitting at home petting his dog, the demon blade Tamaru watched the number of infected by the Red Blade climb relentlessly, feeling utterly satisfied. Yet, as his power gradually returned, somewhere on Blue Star, a certain species was also undergoing a silent transformation. Just as Lin Feiyu dispatched troops to launch offensives across the land, Yanshan King Li Siwen could no longer sit idly by. He ordered his daughter, the only one with a connection to Lin Feiyu, to stay by his side day and night. These past few days, Lin Feiyu has shared nearly everything he knows, allowing the princess, oh no, Her Highness the Princess, to learn so many new things. Under Lin Feiyu's attentive, hands-on instruction, this greenhorn girl has already mastered quite a few battle tactics. She had become a formidable commander, skilled in defense, water assault, and a whole range of tactical techniques. The 3-day period had come to an end. From his temporary palace, Lin Feiyu listened to the frontline battle reports through the seamless communication system between master and beast within the beast taming space. The offensives against Qingzhou Commandery and Peizhou Commandery had been repelled, but both were captured within 3 days. The distant Tianxua Commandery, which should have been heavily fortified and well defended, was instead captured by Xiao Caiji in a single charge. The first phase of Xiao Caiji's strategy was completed within 3 days. Excellent! It seemed the Yen King was rapidly losing his value. Just as he seized these 3 crucial strongholds, the imperial decree of investiture from Emperor Dafeng, Li Siwen, swiftly arrived. Lin Feiyu was enfeoffed as the Prince of Qin, the Heavenly Flank General, and the Marquis of Pei. Chapter 150, The Wild Goose. Bonus Chapter. Feiyu Guild. Lin Feiyu had just returned. He had been commanding operations on the front lines, when suddenly, someone with extraordinary connections managed to get through to his command post, a place where men were bleeding and dying. A single call had summoned him back, claiming officials from the Great Xia Empire had arrived to demand accountability. Lin Feiyu had no time to deal with this. He still needed to guard against the Cloud Dynasty's counterattack. He needed to discuss the next strategic moves with generals like Xiao Caiji, Wulong, and Feng Chu. It wasn't until 5 full days later that he finally returned to the Feiyu Guild. The moment he arrived, his father, Lin Haichuan, blocked him at the entrance. What the hell, Feiyu? Are you really going to rebel? You're not seriously planning to become emperor, are you? If you become emperor, you won't forget your old man, will you? I may not be your biological father, but I raised you from infancy, didn't I? Even though your glory comes from your own efforts and strength, this society is simple, it's people who are complicated. Having a few relatives to lean on is always a good thing. Lin Feiyu patted his old man on the shoulder. Dad, at home you can call me by name and I won't mind, but out in public, please address me as Plant. Oh, and Dad, once I make it big, I'll get you a title of Grand Emperor to play with. Lin Haichuan scratched his head, utterly stunned. Oh, that sounds great. Seems like raising this son wasn't in vain. Lin Feiyu knew deep down that in this world, power was everything. This applied not only to outsiders but even to family members. Forget about his adoptive father, Lin Haichuan, even if he were biological, so what? He's nothing at home either. He could brag loudly outside, and even if he spoke softly at home, others would strain their ears to listen. He would take care of his family's affairs. He wasn't an unfeeling person, on the contrary, he valued relationships deeply. He even felt a sense of belonging toward the Great Xia. Even figures like Cold Wind, the sword master, those who once served the Great Xia, he holds in respectful regard. Granting favors to family? That's just a matter of saying the word. This is the power everyone craves. Who wouldn't want influence that reaches the heavens? When you are the sky itself, refusal becomes impossible. He, Lin Feiyu, had merely committed the mistake every man makes. Soaring higher. Inside the conference room, De Xia's official representative Li Ku, Sword Sovereign Coldwind, and Blade Emperor Chenizhan were all present. They had come to demand answers. Waiting for 5 or 6 days was infuriating. Many players who had settled in the territories occupied by Lin Feiyu's forces, including Yanzhou Commandery, Tianxua Commandery, Shaoji Commandery, Qingzhou Commandery, and Peizhou Commandery, had already been conscripted into the army. All had been forced by Lin Feiyu onto his rebellion's chariot. And the players still didn't know that if the rebellion failed, the consequences might be real death. They're joining like mad, thinking it's just a major in-game event. They say it's a major NPC event in the game, but the protagonist turned out to be Lin Feiyu himself. He donned an imperial robe with all the trappings and went to sacrifice to the heavens? Is Lin Feiyu about to become emperor? What the hell? Then, didn't that wireless walkie-talkie he requested from the authorities earlier mean he was plotting for himself? Not nobly saving hundreds of thousands of lives? He's just pursuing his own wolfish ambitions, right? Did he just slip up? Lin Feiyu? Has the government really been completely duped this time? How could they not be furious? The moment news broke of the Yin King raising his army, especially that Lin Feiyu had donned the yellow robe to sacrifice to heaven and led his forces to defeat Xiaocaiji, the other side couldn't sit still. They immediately dispatched Lung Feng with men to appear swiftly in Yanzhou Commandery. They notified Lin Xin and several other vice presidents, demanding Lin Feiyu return immediately. But he refused to come, claiming diplomatic matters required following procedures. Considering they were old friends, he would make time to meet them. But this would be the last time. Only now did Lin Feng grasp the gravity of the situation. Diplomatic matters? Ha! This. TSK. If Lin Feiyu actually succeeded, wouldn't that mean he'd replace the Cloud Dynasty? He'd actually become emperor. Then meeting him again would truly be a diplomatic affair? Would we have to slip some small gifts to that fat-faced chief steward just to get an audience? Oh no! Should we kneel? Cold Wind, Li Ku and the others' faces darkened again. What kind of nonsense is this? Is Prince Li Siwen of the Cloud Dynasty a pig? Just stand by and watch Lin Feiyu undermine him? Completely helpless? Finally word came that Lin Feiyu had returned to see them. How many days has it been? Was it that hard to arrange? The entire group waited quietly in Feiyu Guild's conference room. Lin Feiyu pushed open the glass conference room door and surveyed the assembled crowd. Several vice presidents of Feiyu Guild were present, along with the presidents and vice presidents of Dragon Slayer Guild and Sharer Guild. Lin Feiyu glanced up and smiled warmly. Everyone's here? We're all on the same side. No need for kneeling bows when you see me from now on. Just normal conversation will do. Faces darkened. The turn of events had completely caught them off guard. How had Lin Feiyu risen to power? Wasn't he just a player? Weren't players barred from holding official positions in the Cloud Dynasty? Was he different? True, he started as a prince consort, taking the unconventional route of marrying into the royal family. Can he really pull this off? That's for sure wild and extravagant. Cold Wind flared up, his beard bristling. Lin Feiyu? You're not seriously thinking of becoming emperor, are you? Are you out of your mind? Lin Feiyu sat down with a grin. I just made the mistake every man makes. I just caught the disease every man gets. Conquer the world. Mandate from heaven. The true dragon emperor. Rule over all undead. These goals, I believe, no son or daughter of Great Xia would find objectionable. They would only ponder whether their strength is sufficient. Whether their ability is enough. And I happen to possess both the strength and the capability. If I don't do it, who will? Besides, can we talk things over? I'm all ears. Surely I'm more reliable than that stubborn little emperor, right?
Lin Feiyu leaned back in his chair, transforming the conference room's leather seat into something that felt like an imperial throne.
Also, Lin Feiyu continued, I'm currently establishing a diplomatic department.
We'll name it the Ministry of Ceremonies, aligning with the ancient culture of Great Xia. Once the situation on my front stabilizes, I'll initiate a state visit to Great Xia to establish diplomatic relations as soon as possible. Cold Wind was nearly speechless. Last time he'd requested technical support from the National Guild, the reason given was
the losing side. All participating players would be executed. No resurrection. But he could break the deadlock. If the Yenshan King won, where would he have any say?
The goal was to save the lives of hundreds of thousands of players. This justification was undeniably compelling. After official evaluation, the Great Xia authorities concluded they must prioritize the lives of these hundreds of thousands of players. Thus they intervened to provide covert assistance. They specifically emphasized that this must not be disclosed as the work of the Great Xia government.
And yet, how the hell could you, Lin Feiyu, have any say in this? This was entirely your own decision, Lin Feiyu.
CC Tian couldn't seal the true great sage, but this crappy game spawned a real emperor.
Chapter 151, 60 is the prime age for adventure. Cold Wind now felt inexplicably uneasy. At Lin Feiyu's current pace of expansion, it won't take long before he conquers the entire Yunlai province, a territory as vast as Blue Star. Then he would truly become the supreme ruler of the world. If he were to utter another word of criticism and upset him. But that would escalate into an international dispute, oh no. An interstellar conflict. Based on Xia's research over the years, the game world is real. Their precise location may lie within the Perseus emission nebula NGC 1499, though this remains unconfirmed. Approximately 1,000 light-years from Blue Star. These conclusions are based on decrypting numerous classified documents and deepening our understanding of the cosmos. But why does that world, so distant from Blue Star at 1,000 light-years away, resemble an online game's art style? How did it intersect with Blue Star? And how is it possible for Blue Star inhabitants to log into the game and physically travel to such a distant world? Remains unknown.
These are the most cutting-edge research topics being pursued by the governments of Blue Star's nations. They are the highest-level secrets within secrets, and as the peerless master of Great Xia, Sword Sovereign naturally possesses the authority to know.
In other words, this game world is an alien civilization. But why allow Blue Star inhabitants to enter, gain power here, and bring it back? And why must the powers within this game world travel to Blue Star to maintain stability, namely, the Sword Pavilion?
These may conceal secrets of profound mystery. In other words, Lin Feiyu has truly succeeded in his rebellion.
He is the true emperor. Not some play emperor within the game. He is a true sovereign.
Cold Wind's mind raced at this thought, and cold sweat broke out on his brow.
Damn it!
The insignificant Lin family adopted a son, and he turned out to be the true son of heaven.
How many troops did Lin Feiyu command? Is it enough to accomplish anything? Defeat? Could it involve Blue Star?
Cold Wind was formidable, but the true powerhouse was Li Ku, the leader of the National Guild. Li Ku also stood up, having come to realize certain truths himself. Namely, the authorities likely couldn't control Lin Feiyu anymore. At this moment, he was, after all, the newly established Great Wind Dynasty's Generalissimo, Prince, and first-rank Duke.
A genuine power-wielding aristocrat.
And he commanded a massive army. According to player feedback from that day's battle observation, the size of the army Lin Feiyu assembled to attack the Cloud Above Dynasty's imperial forces was easily at least 1 or 2 million strong. Moreover, he was the son-in-law of the Great Wind Dynasty's new emperor, the imperial son-in-law. Moreover, in full view of the new emperor's eldest son and the emperor himself, he had dared to wear the imperial yellow robe during the coronation and founding ceremony. And not a single voice raised objection. What message did this send? Moreover, his troop deployments were already being executed in a manner that appeared both highly strategic and tactically sound. Defeating the Cloud Realm dynasty might truly be within reach.
Then, describing him as a scion of the imperial bloodline would be no exaggeration.
After carefully considering these matters, Li Ku adopted an approachable yet solemn demeanor. This was entirely in line with diplomatic etiquette. Esteemed General of the Sky Flank from the Great Wind Kingdom, Lord Pei Gong, and His Royal Highness Prince Ching, on behalf of the highest authorities of Great Xia, I extend our congratulations on your resounding victory on the main battlefield. However, as we are old acquaintances and you yourself grew up in Great Xia, which remains your homeland, I wish to discuss with you our future channels of communication in matters pertaining to neighborly friendship. The two sides engaged in a cordial and friendly conversation, clearly conveying their positions while deepening mutual understanding and trust. Lin Feiyu listened to Li Ku ramble on for nearly half an hour, yet not a single useful word came out. He found himself wanting to grab his temples from time to time. These technical terms were still quite vexing.
Looks like I need to find a professional. It must be a civil official. Zhang Yan, the prefect of Paper Burning County? He Buyu, the prefect of Yenzhou County? These two county magistrates must be experts at this sort of thing. But aren't they both under the Yenzhou king? Just shut them up? Beast tamers? That makes sense. Though it's a bit inhumane. But if there's a way to make someone absolutely obedient, wouldn't that give you complete peace of mind? Why give others a chance? Why invite trouble? Then leave no loopholes. Isn't that deliberately leaving a backdoor open? These past few days, no one's even acknowledged Yuan Li Siwen. Over there, they've probably already imagined 10,000 ways he'll meet his end. How could he possibly trust someone he doesn't trust? But what if he brought Zhang Yan and He Buyu over to lead the operation? Not only would it make him seem heartless and reckless hiring anyone off the street, it would also make the damn king suspicious. After all, those two are his people. Then, these two will serve as deputies. I'll arrange for a trusted confidant on my end. This approach offers 3 advantages. First, it allows me to place my own family members in positions of power, granting them the opportunity to become high-ranking officials. Second, it would deceive Prince Yan Li Siwen, concealing the fact that Zhang Yan and He Buyu had already fully aligned with him. He could easily have had Li Siwen and Crown Prince Li Yunshan executed. That would be foolproof. But the chance he now has to raise an army and rebel to unite the various counties relies entirely on the prestige of his father and himself. Otherwise, even with an 8 million strong army, they'd remain mere bandits. The common folk NPCs within the counties wouldn't grant a player any favor. Thus, Lin Feiyu still harbored a sliver of gratitude toward them, unwilling to strike a fatal blow against either. But if they became troublesome? Then consider my gratitude null and void. Thirdly, Zhang Yan and He Buyu were certainly capable, but the situation in Great Xia was unfamiliar territory. He needed someone deeply knowledgeable about the Great Xia, preferably older for their steadiness. Lin Feiyu scanned the room. The only ones fitting that age requirement were his father, Lin Haichuan, and the Dragon Slayer Guild's leader, Lu Chuangji. Lin Feiyu chuckled. Of course, with Dad stepping in, one man could handle the workload of 2. Father, would you be interested in serving as foreign minister? While Li Ku was still droning on, Lin Feiyu suddenly turned to Lin Haichuan and asked. The position of Minister of Ceremonies suits you perfectly. Ha? Not just his father Lin Haichuan, but even Lin Xin and the others were stunned. Was he really going to appoint someone based on family ties? Was he really that impulsive? But Dad's already 60. Before Lin Haichuan could respond, still reeling from the shock, his older brother Lin Xin posed the question. 60? 60 is the prime age for bold ventures. Lin Feiyu retorted to Lin Shen. 60? If he doesn't push himself to the limit, he won't sleep a wink. Then, turning to their father, Lin Haichuan, he declared. Dad! Don't be afraid. You have 8 million soldiers backing you up. Go ahead and make your mark on the diplomatic battlefield. Can't win with words? Then let him send troops to fight. His words sent a chill down everyone's spine once more. Steal his sister-in-law? 8 million. That SA troop count even romance novels wouldn't dare dream up. Have you considered logistics? Have you considered the constant need for food and fodder? You'd be pulling your hair out just building latrines. Where the hell did you, Lin Feiyu, even get that? Seriously, 8 million? No wonder you're so cocky? As tough as 18K titanium alloy. Chapter 152, Beware of Dogs. The situation's unfolding in ways no one can fathom. Zhang Liao, who should have remained loyal to the new emperor of Dafeng, Li Siwen, and Yu Xiqian, the 2 great generals, are now cozying up to Lin Feiyu, the newly appointed prince consort. Even the 2 civil officials Zhang Yan, the cunning strategist and governor of Shaoji County, and He Buyu, the governor of Yenzhou County, have begun working for Lin Feiyu. What no one knew was that they had long been ghost-like assimilated into beast tamers by Lin Feiyu's beast, the darkest disciple. What about the loyalists of Prince Yan, Li Siwen? They are now my own men. Several fierce generals began coordinating with Xiao Caiji to open up battlefronts across the land. In the north, Wulong, Fengchu, and Xiao Caiji established defensive lines to confront the Cloud Realm dynasty. Following the strategic plan, southward, westward, northward attack. Once the core territory was stabilized, they would engage the Cloud Realm dynasty in a decisive battle. This was the grand strategic framework Lin Feiyu and Xiao Caiji had established long ago. In truth, with the forces he now commanded, especially the undead Beastmaster bandit army that could never die, sweeping across the entire Yunlai province should pose no difficulty. However, even after Xiao Caiji was assimilated and fully understood the situation, he still refused to endorse this grand strategy. The reason was simple: conquering a territory and governing it were fundamentally different endeavors. The shifting allegiances of the populace, their longing for their homeland, the remnants of the former dynasty, and the tangled web of competing interests, these were all problems that could not be swiftly resolved. Lin Feiyu couldn't very well slaughter every living soul in Yunlai province and shove them all into his Beastmaster's realm, could he? That would be utterly exhausting. A vast land devoid of living souls? That would be utterly terrifying. Though Lin Feiyu didn't outright reject this plan, he set it aside for now. After all, other solutions existed. The solution lay in gradual progress, no swift victory, no decisive first battle. He would slow his pace, gradually implementing policies in the territories he conquered that were entirely different from those of the Cloud Above dynasty, to ensure the people's safety and allow them to recover and rebuild. Let them clearly understand that he, Lin Feiyu, and his newly established Great Wind dynasty were 10,000 times better than the Cloud Above dynasty. When the time came to advance with a massive army, would it not then be truly unstoppable? Minimizing bloodshed would also reduce resistance and governance issues after conquering the entire Cloud Realm dynasty. As a reincarnated individual, someone who had lived through it before, Lin Feiyu understood clearly, the NPCs within this entire game were far more than mere NPCs. They were all genuine living beings, merely rendered into game mechanics and data. He understood that once the issues with those four were resolved, the game-like, data-driven nature might end. To simply smash through the entire Cloud Realm dynasty like piercing through chopstick holders and tofu would appear unreasonable. Slowing down was precisely to fulfill the word reasonableness. This logic wasn't for the players or NPCs within the game, but for that pig. Lin Feiyu didn't know how much longer he could conceal his true strength. But that sharp sword hung perpetually overhead. A sword of ultimate reckoning. With the matter of those four unresolved, not only would Lin Feiyu himself remain shackled, even the entire game world's 13 great states, and even Blue Star itself, could be plunged into danger. Therefore, before the beautiful snake came to find him, Lin Feiyu was unwilling to truly ascend the throne and proclaim himself emperor. For an ordinary player to be noticed by those figures was already difficult enough. But to truly become the supreme ruler commanding all realms without arousing suspicion? That would be absurd. Ultimately, it all came down to strength. He resolved that until the beautiful snake came to him of her own accord, he would not strike down the Cloud Realm dynasty with a single blow. He'd keep this juicy morsel for later, savoring it bit by bit. What nonsense about hearing the truth in the morning and being willing to die by evening? He had heard Zhang Yin mention this saying before, and he strongly disagreed. Once dead, what meaning remains in attaining the way? Lin Feiyu etched into his memory the final words of a certain girl before her death. I'm dead. It is I who have lost the entire world, not the world that has lost me. I am the world. So what if I'm selfish? Am I proud of it? The way. Either you pursue it relentlessly until you're sick of it, or just wait it out. Can he, King Li Siwen, escape? Can the Cloud Dynasty escape? No need to rush. Wait until the realm is pacified, wait until all matters fall into place. When the mountain flowers bloom in full splendor, he who wears the crown must bear its weight. I'll be a dog emperor for sure. Dog head emoji. The battles here needn't be rushed. They're in the capable hands of our generals and civil officials. He's heading to Yellow Wind Valley to advance. The brilliant diamond has finally arrived. This journey to Yellow Wind Valley also requires seeking out the Grand Elder, the Yellow Wind Sage, to confirm which master to seek out. Lin Feiyu flew on his sword straight to the central hall of Huangfeng Valley. This time was different. Inside the central hall stood not only the venerable elder with his snow-white beard and hair, the Yellow Wind Great Sage clad in pure white robes. There was also a couple present. The handsome man was none other than the head of Huangfeng Valley, his own master, Xiao Shuai. The graceful woman was the sect master's wife, his own master's wife, Xiao Mei. Then, under the enlightening guidance of his master, Xiao Shuai, the cultivation experience of Heaven Shakes 10,000 phenomena was successfully imparted. His master's wife, Xiao Mei, handed him a tattered strip of cloth. Nameless blueprint map fragment 7-9. Lin Feiyu took the tattered cloth strip. Now he only needed the one from the Sword Pavilion master. Only 8 more to go. He had a premonition that once he collected all the rags, the ultimate trial would surely begin. Then Master Xiao Shuai uttered a baffling warning, watch out for the dog. Dogs? What kind of dog? What breed? Master, please elaborate. Lin Feiyu found it utterly bizarre. Was this about that dog-beating incident where someone demanded a title from a mutt? And what about you, the head of Huangfeng Valley? No way. That would be truly embarrassing. Lin Feiyu was still pondering when suddenly, something clicked into place. It dawned on him, the person holding the position of Huangfeng Valley's master could never be hinting at an actual dog. This dog must be in quotation marks. A figure of his stature was likely referring to one of the participants in that intense 2v2 lane battle. Dog? Damn it. I've actually offended that one before. Wait, wasn't that about the cat? It was that tabby cat's fault. Not me. Just as he blurted out, for. His wife Xiaomei immediately cut him off, placing her delicate finger to her lips. Shoo. Since you've already formed a suspicion, you must be on guard. That is your true enemy. Xiao Shuai's words sent chills down Lin Feiyu's spine. Damn it. Because of his own legend, the entire Feiyu guild was swarming with dogs. It's over. Could it be him? Not him? Was it referring to the clone? Or all the dogs? Or something else? Clearly, asking more questions would just get him another round of beatings from master and mistress. He certainly didn't want to get UFO'd every time he met a master. Better not ask at all. After all, once the appointed time arrives, they'll reveal everything. Just like now, no need to ask at all. Xiao Shui frowned deeply. There's one more piece of news who actually managed to escape. It has returned to the real world. It's steadily gathering strength. And I must remind you, reach level 70 as soon as possible. And be cautious of the championship tournament. Chapter 153, Diamond Tycoon. Lin Feiyu had already descended from the Yellow Wind Valley. Sitting cross-legged alone atop a flying sword as large as a cruiser. He craved solitude once more. Every time he visited Huangfeng Valley, he'd be hacked, and classified information would be leaked. It seemed as if it deliberately waited for him to grow a little, revealing just a bit more each time. Slowly guiding him toward the final showdown. Lin Feiyu once thought, you guys fight your battles. Once I truly rise, why should I care about you? Trying to manipulate me? With my intelligence? Do you really think you can control me? But it was just a fleeting thought. Things probably weren't that simple. Trying to escape then? He'd likely have no chance at all. He'd already been dragged into the deepest abyss. Win or perish. Take this god-tier power he'd acquired. It bore the unmistakable mark of the 4 pillars. An eraser scraped from his own scalp flakes. As Dragon Summer Butterfly stated, this carries the aura of that great being, while the preserved egg that has been subduing dragons for him bears the essence of another great being. Only 2 exist here. Make a bold assumption. Then let's be bold. Suppose, based on what Master Xiao Shui and Mistress Xiao Mei said about the cautious dog. Then, without hesitation, let's directly assume that doggy is. Then back then, wasn't that cat the one who wanted me to beat up the pup? What was the cat scheming? Wasn't it deliberately making everyone beat up the pup whenever they saw it? Clearly, cats and dogs are enemies. If we must be wary of the dog, then the cat must be one of us? Then, wait, does a tiger count as a cat? A tiger is just a big cat, right? Oh. Ha. Damn it. Lin Feiyu recalled the very first cat he encountered after reincarnating. Fierce Tiger Elite, level 10? Was that the very first day after his rebirth? The first monster he encountered? Just a big cat? And that boss? That Tiger King snoring away in slumber? The one he took down with a single arrow, dealing 4 million damage after charging his skill for a full 17 minutes? Fierce Tiger King mutated White Tiger, level 10. King class boss. Mutated? No problem then. Looks like you're the mole. And the skill dropped after the Tiger King died? Acting as the tiger's henchman, level 1. Rarity, epic purple icon. Skill, active skill summoning type. Psi. This was the most crucial skill for his ascent. After being erased by his eraser, it transformed into the golden legendary skill Divine Control. This is the primary source of his health. It's the primary source of damage for his innate talent, fight to the final chapter. So that means. Well. So Cat had already helped me all along? Then. What about the dragon? The dragon, right? That throne-level demon who dropped an eraser before it even got killed? Was it one of the 4 pillars? But that doesn't make sense, does it? The beautiful snake is one, the dragon is one, the cat is one, the dog is one. But didn't the demon dragon Ye say it was the beautiful snake who was supposed to be waiting for her inside the dungeon? Could it be the creatures within his beast-taming space, the dead dragon, demon dragon, and wood dragon, were not fragments of the dragon from the 4 pillars? Lin Feiyu had understood it this way. After all, he had asked Xia Dai directly, are you one of the 4 pillars? And her answer was, I don't know. Not a denial. This was quite intriguing. So, who is hidden? That adds another one to the mix? Could it be the 5 pillars? Wasn't I supposed to be the 5th reserve? Isn't this their planned tactic? A heated 2v2 lane battle where neither side can gain the upper hand? Then I'm brought in as the 5th player to break the stalemate. So, the beauty snake is here, the cat is here, and why is the dragon on my side too? This is practically 3v1. That's too much. Who could handle that? Lin Feiyu shook his head, trying to shake off the frustration. He really couldn't think about it anymore. His head was starting to hurt. With his already sparse brain cells, any mental exertion threatened catastrophic loss. He picked up the heavenly movement of 10,000 phenomena and began studying it. Just like the previous times, as he read, a glimmer of understanding dawned upon him. That sensation of clarity surged. Enlightenment, in the blink of an eye. Ding. Advanced successfully. Experience points can be reacquired. Title acquired, the brilliant diamond hero. Foundation solidified, breakthrough to foundation establishment realm. The advancement notification chime, ding, sounded. Lin Feiyu suddenly felt something was off. Foundation solidified? Breakthrough to foundation establishment? This was utterly absurd. After all, he hadn't received a single notification when he last broke through the chi cultivation stage. There was another detail Lin Feiyu couldn't ignore. The system notification directly displayed Lin Feiyu instead of player Lin Feiyu? This had never happened before. What did this mean? Ha? Have I been removed from the player registry? Become a local? He stared at his attribute panel. Immortal Cultivator, Lin Feiyu. Title, Brilliant Diamond Hero. Class, Sword Immortal, Level, 60, Experience, 0.21 million. Realm, Foundation Establishment Stage. Talent, Battle to the Final Chapter as 380.44 billion. Health points, 315.56 billion. Shield value, 31.55 billion. Mana, 86.2 billion. Attack power, 78.4 billion. Spell power, 68.6 billion. Physical defense, 54.6 billion. Magic defense, 45.5 billion. Finally hit Diamond. Diamond tier player. Life is so easy. Wait, where's my player ID? What the heck is an Immortal Cultivator? Master Xiao Shui reminded me of 3 things. Besides that one about watching out for that dog. There were 2 more. Level up to 70 ASAP. Watch out for the championship tournament. What did that mean? Level 70 is understandable. Lin Feiyu probably has 2 things in mind. One is that a transformation occurs at level 70. This is widely acknowledged among players, much like the breakthrough at level 50, it's a major hurdle. Perhaps new developments will emerge after level 70. Another possibility. That dungeon from his previous life, the one that killed him and sent him back 10 years. Specifically, the scroll Su Xiaohan intended to frame me with before her death. Secret Realm, Ancient God's Palace. Difficulty, Easy. Minimum level, 70. This requires a level 70 character to enter. Maybe. What's so special about this secret realm? Oh. Right. Didn't Huangfeng Valley mention that the nameless blueprint map fragment? The last scrap is still with Zhang Jianrun, the Sword Pavilion Master? Meaning we'll still be one short in the end. So, could it be in the secret realm, Ancient God's Palace? That level 100 dragon? Could it be waiting for me inside? Memories from his past life suddenly surfaced in Lin Feiyu's mind. At the pinnacle of the ancient palace, a colossal shadow slowly materialized, filling the entire sky. A colossal dragon covered in bone spines, its head crowned with dense rows of blood bars. Level 100. A throne-bound great fiend. This lifetime. I wonder if I can hold my own. Chapter 154, Great King. No. Yixie Prefecture. Demon Blade Zhuan lay on a tatami mat, contemplating his next course of action. He planned to escalate the demon beast uprising he'd orchestrated in Yunlai Prefecture into the real world of Blue Star. This colossal force was meant to be his secret line of attack, breaking through defenses to invade the Snake Women's territory. A vast horde of demons, exceptionally high level and enormous in scale. Yet one crucially important monster at a pivotal node. Darkling, had become someone's tamed beast? This had triggered a faint sense of threat within him. Fortunately, that darkest disciple was merely a creature of limited intelligence. It acted solely on the instincts it possessed. Even if it had been tamed, even if it truly came to life within that person's beast taming space, it could never expose the plan. Even so, he couldn't shake his unease and resolved to shift his offensive strategy. Blue Star. It was one of the goals it had pursued back then. It hadn't held much hope for this star domain, yet unexpectedly, it found a glorious civilization here. All this should have been a smooth ride. That beautiful planet should have become a little pill for the Blue Star, swallowed whole and refined into the elixir for its ultimate ascension. It had already decided if its reincarnated form, combined with its original pillar-level power, still couldn't prevail. Then it would simply refine Blue Star in an instant. No. It would pursue both paths simultaneously, maintaining dual preparations. It dared not be careless again. Truly. A dog's life. To eat. Lin Feiyu returned to his stronghold in Yenzhou. In the prime location of Yenzhou County. The new emperor of Dafeng, Li Siwen, intended to grant him a brand new royal mansion. Lin Feiyu's demands were simple: classical Chinese landscaping paired with Western-style furnishings. He had one non-negotiable demand: the bed must be huge. For no other reason than it would be the perfect place for his cultivation grinding experience points. Lin Feiyu turned his attention back to rebellion, sweeping across the northwest and southwest of the Cloud Above dynasty. Within a mere 2 months, under the command of Grand Marshal Xiaocaiji, Zhang Liao, Yu Xiqiang, Wu Long, and Feng Chu, they advanced like a whirlwind. Half the realm of the Cloud Above dynasty now lay conquered by Lin Feiyu. In this world, if he so much as stamped his foot, it would trigger an 18-magnitude earthquake. Had it not been for a certain young general's timely warning, a certain colossal entity might have already manifested in the real world. The sword of Damocles still hung over his head. Lin Feiyu might have actually tried to pierce through the Cloud dynasty like tofu with a single chopstick. But he held his ground. Using the Great River as a boundary, and the construction of large ships to cross it as a pretext, he halted the war for now. Consolidating the rear and gradually reaping the fruits of victory was a sound strategy. What if the young emperor grows impatient and seeks foreign aid? That would suit me perfectly. Then we'd have a legitimate cause for war. The northern grasslands, you agree? The distant Isha Island province, you say?
As Lin Feiyu achieved victory after victory, Li Siwen grew increasingly restless. He granted every conceivable reward until there was nothing left to bestow. He entered the palace wearing sword and shoes, entered court without bowing, paid homage without stating his name, wielded the imperial banner and axe, held the titles of Grand General, Grand Chancellor, Supreme Minister, Envoy with Imperial Banner, Commander of the Imperial Banner, and Bearer of the Imperial Seal, along with the governors and prefects of 17 states and commanderies, the rank of minister with the same ceremonial status as the 3 departments, and commander-in-chief of all military affairs within and without. Added to his previous titles of Prince of Qin, Heaven's Side General, and Lord of Pei. A cascade of extraordinary honors poured forth. Only the 9 bestowments remained. His power reached its zenith. Simultaneously, marriage proposals poured in. Whether from NPCs within the game world or from the real world of Blue Star, though all were intensely jealous of Lin Feiyu's power and influence. Yet they couldn't deny he truly had the potential to become the undisputed ruler of the game world. That throne seemed firmly secured for him. The Morong family was the first to lose their composure. Morong Lumao directly brought his 2 younger sisters into the royal palace. A consort who isn't a consort. Relimio himself leveraged his status as the king of Qing's brother-in-law to be directly in theft as a marquis, holding a crucial position in the newly established Dafeng dynasty. Who could possibly sit still now? Lu Chuangji was the first to protest. I may not have biological daughters, but I have adopted daughters. He'd adopt 10 or 8 right now, bundle them all up, and ship them off via SF Express. This old man Lu will become a little marquis himself. No problem. Lin Feiyu also took a liking to Lu Changfeng, the eldest son of Old Master Lu, granting him a 4th-rank military officer position and sending him to the front lines to fight alongside Xiao Caiji. As for Lu Jin and Lu Jia, forget it. Those 2 can tag along with Zhang Yan to engage in verbal sparring with their old man. Even old acquaintances like Lin Shen, Lu Fei, and Sure Yu were given key positions within the Great Wind dynasty by Lin Feiyu. Even Yi Wan and Lin Lu had mysteriously appeared within Lin Feiyu's royal mansion. He was truly overwhelmed, consumed daily by leveling up in warfare. The household was thus entrusted to his most trusted confidants, Lulu and Wan Wan, to manage affairs. The true princess consort, the legitimate one, the former Princess Li Yunrui, now followed Lin Feiyu everywhere, never leaving his side. This sent a positive signal to Li Siwen, solidifying his rearguard. Late at night, Lin Feiyu was engaged in fierce combat. Eyes covered, his expression solemn. My beloved consorts. Follow my signal. All my beloved consorts. Your Majesty, come catch me. Your Majesty. I'm here. Your Majesty, to your left. Oh dear. Your Majesty. I've fallen. No. Your Majesty, you're tickling me. The next day. A huge bed. Lin Feiyu rose, gazed at the autumn dew in the morning light. Contemplating the ultimate mysteries of the universe. Through relentless day and night toil, his level had finally reached 70. Amidst the conquests of his 8 million strong army, his tame beast count also successfully surpassed 10 million. The numbers had reached a terrifying scale. Player, Lin Feiyu. Title, Emerald Glow Warrior. Class, Sword Immortal Level, 70 Experience, 1.5 billion. Realm, Foundation Establishment. Talent, Battle to the Final Chapter S 456.67 billion. HP, 380.68 billion. Shield, 38.06 billion. Reputation, 10.7 billion. His reputation skyrocketed after becoming the Great King, rising steadily ever since. So being a big shot comes with this perk? Too bad not everyone possesses that flashy fight to the final chapter talent. Only he could convert reputation into combat power. He glanced back at the dazzling array of mountains and rivers stretching endlessly behind him and the unsightly. His gaze hardened. The past 2 months of heavenly bliss had come to an end. If he was destined to sink into ruin, he was willing to plunge into it completely. Otherwise, wouldn't all his efforts have been for nothing? But the tasks that must be done cannot be avoided. He couldn't let his descent into ruin rob him of the courage to face them. As his young master had warned, the Battle Royale tournament was approaching and its start was imminent. Level 70? That meant he could finally enter a certain dungeon. Masters urging to reach level 70 quickly, this must be why. He pulled out the scroll left behind by Su Xiaohan. Secret Realm, Ancient God's Palace. Difficulty, Easy. Minimum level, 70. Quests, none. Located northwest of Tianyun City, this decaying, gloomy, vast, and majestic ancient palace complex of unknown age resembles the palace where a primordial dragon underwent its phoenix-like rebirth. Proceed to explore? Yes, no. Restriction 1, Caution. This instance contains high-level monsters. Players below level 70 should proceed with extreme caution. Restriction 2, Caution. This instance requires a minimum party size of 2 players to activate. Any perks? Can I get another eraser drop? He silently pulled out the eraser he hadn't used in ages, aimed it at Restriction 2, Warning. This dungeon requires a minimum party size of 2 players to enter.
Rub rub rub. Time to venture forth. Whoever wants to be a god must endure the heavenly tribulation. Let me face it alone. Chapter 155, The Ringmaster. Lin Feiyu drew his flying sword and headed first to Yellow Wind Valley. To meet Zhang Jianrun, the pavilion master of the sword-wielding pavilion. To secure the 8th tattered cloth strip. Then advance to Grandmaster. Huangfeng Valley and Sword-Wielding Pavilion. The Sword-Wielding Pavilion serves both as a subordinate sect of the Yellow Wind Valley and as its enforcement arm. Therefore, Sword-Wielding Pavilion's headquarters is located in the Taiyue Mountains. It was only a few dozen kilometers from Lin Feiyu's cave residence on Alai Mountain. Upon meeting Zhang Jianrun and obtaining the tattered scrap of cloth labeled Nameless Blueprint Map Fragment 89, Lin Feiyu also received enlightenment from Sect Master Zhang. During this time, Lin Feiyu asked a question that had long been on his mind. Why must it be me? If this cultivation technique can be learned by anyone and passed down by the heads of major sects, then shouldn't anyone be able to practice it? Why must it be me? Your talent is 1 in a million. To transform your innate gifts into permanent abilities, you have no idea how much effort they've invested. This world, the world of Blue Star, awaits your salvation. How fortunate! You did not remain trapped in that comfort zone. You are destined for success. These were Zhang Jianrun's exact words. So that's why? Lin Feiyu finally understood being the savior wasn't something just anyone could do. It turns out, it was always my talent running wild. Even the erasers, how much effort did they put in? I finally understood certain things. The story seemed poised to truly unveil its mysteries. After handling the matter, Lin Feiyu departed with a heavy heart. Only to be stopped by Zhang Jianrun. Lin Feiyu. There's a traitor in Huangfeng Valley. And they're lurking right beside you. Can you tell? Lin Feiyu had already summoned his flying sword, poised to head northwest toward Tianyun City. Upon hearing Zhang Jianrun's words, he was immediately startled. What? Near me? Who? Zhang Jianrun shook his head. I too am uncertain of their identity. I only know that this traitor was hunted down and utterly annihilated by myself and the Grand Elder. Why they would appear by your side remains a mystery. Why? Then how did you know there was a traitor near me? Divine revelation. Oh, really? Finally getting into the supernatural stuff. Is it someone from Sword Hall? Lin Feiyu asked this because Zhang, the pavilion master, had mentioned him and the senior elder going to hunt them down. So, it was highly likely they were from the sword-wielding pavilion. If it really was sword-wielding pavilion, then he actually knew of such a person. The ringmaster? Li Yunrui's bronze ring. You little ring fairy? And I've been watching your live streams every day? Turns out you're a spy? Fine. Just you wait. Watch me give you a proper serving. What about the princess? The princess should be fine, right? After all, her IQ once gave Lin Feiyu a serious case of annoyance-induced nausea. Fortunately, Li Yunrui passes the test in looks, figure, gentleness, and temperament. Though a bit dim, she's not overly stubborn. Her foolishness actually has a certain charm. Could she be faking it? Highly unlikely. If she were truly a spy, she wouldn't have exposed the entire ringmaster affair at the Feiyu Guild that day. If not for Yunrui's divine slip of the tongue, Feiyu would likely still be unaware that the master inside that ring belonged to Huangfeng Valley. That ringmaster had appeared before a stunning beauty. When Lin Feiyu inquired, he learned that Li Yunrui's master was a powerful figure from Huangfeng Valley. He didn't manage to ask about her exact cultivation level, but she was one of the elders of the sword-wielding pavilion. And before leaving her name behind, she vanished back into the bronze ring. Well, that made it crystal clear. I thought. Li Yunrui was also a protagonist, a hidden dragon or phoenix like me. Turns out you're the big thunderbolt. Who knows when this thunderbolt might strike? And that ring, Li Yunrui has been wearing it all along. And lately, she's been so well behaved, always staying close by. Don't scream. If my true strength were ever exposed, the danger would strike before I could even grow strong enough to handle it. Lin Feiyu quickly examined his interactions with Li Yunrui during this period. Lin Feiyu racked his brain. Fortunately, he had once demonstrated 20 million damage in the Forest Book, Demon Realm Dungeon. Additionally, to intimidate the Dragon Slayer Guild and the 4 great powers of Daxia, he had once flaunted a single sword strike dealing 20 million damage. Other than that, Lin Feiyu had scarcely engaged in any real combat. The damage he displayed was always below 20 million. Phew! Lin Feiyu let out a long sigh of relief. He really had been too cautious. There really were rogue subjects plotting against the emperor. Seeing Lin Feiyu exhale deeply, Zhang Jianrun smiled and remarked, "So it seems you already know who she is. I wonder how she's been doing." Lin Feiyu froze. Oh? What was Zheng Gezu up to? Still hung up on the past? He chuckled and replied. She's doing splendidly. Feasting on fine wine and delicacies daily, watching adult films every day. She just blushes easily when nothing's wrong. Everything else is splendid. Zhang Jianrun frowned slightly. Oh? Seems you've been treating her too well. The blushing is probably just embarrassment. You bet. Lin Feiyu then asked, what should I do next?
Zhang Geju's expression turned serious.
Do exactly what you need to do. Do what you want to do. I think you should know better than I do what needs to be done.
Lin Feiyu rolled his eyes.
Pulling that AoE move on me again? Do you think I'm your ADC? All I want is to go home and sleep. Forget it, let's just head to Tianyun City.
He already had 8 rags.
Perhaps the final 9th rag would be found within the secret realm, ancient god's palace?
On the way to Tianyun City, Lin Feiyu sat atop his flying sword,
thoroughly mastering the final mythical manual, the boundless sword technique. In an instant, enlightenment struck. Ding! Breakthrough successful. Cultivation can be reacquired.
Obtained title, Superior Master Hero. Golden Core formed, breakthrough to the Golden Core Great Power Realm.
Immortal Cultivator, Lin Feiyu. Title, The Extraordinary Master Hero.
Profession, Sword Immortal level, 70 experience points, 1.5 billion.
Realm, Golden Core Stage. Talent, Battle to the Final Chapter as 456.67 billion.
HP, 380.68 billion. Shield, 38.06 billion.
Reputation, 10.7 billion. I'm a Golden Core powerhouse now. Lin Feiyu lifted his gaze to the distant sky and clouds. Look, how much it resembles the world. Level 70? Successfully advanced to Master.
In my previous life, the highest I reached was level 71. Level 71 was enough to reach the mid to high tiers of the Blue Star world. After all, even among masters, there were differences. And this time around, it had taken him less than half a year.
He closed his eyes slightly, savoring this romance uniquely his own.
Fists clenched slightly, power still ruled this world.
I've finally become a Grandmaster. Chapter 156, Winter Approaches.
Soaring through the skies on his sword, he arrived in an instant.
The capital city of Tianyun in the Cloud Dynasty. The moment Lin Feiyu arrived in Tianyun City, he was locked onto. It was the Cloud Realm Dynasty's Imperial Guards. Scratching his head, he suddenly remembered he was still leading a rebellion. I'm the rebel leader. Damn it. I completely forgot, too preoccupied with thinking about that dog. Didn't I just walk straight into a trap by coming to Tianyun City alone? But that level 70 scroll is northwest of Tianyun City, right? Should I just make a run for it? Or should I confront them? It's not that I'm afraid I can't win, but I'm afraid that once the fight starts, my true strength will be exposed. And if some lurking bastard finds out, that would be a huge problem. Looks like there's only one way out: gather everyone together and take them all out in one fell swoop. Turn them all into beast riders. Then send them back. That way, every move of the Cloud Dynasty and the young Emperor's very life would be firmly in our grasp. At that moment, a large group of several hundred people, clad in dark red flying fish robes, their skin deathly pale and faces grim, descended from the sky. Clearly the Imperial Guards. Save for a handful of female masters, the rest were all those who had squandered their opportunities. Commonly known as having a eunuch proctor your exam. A eunuch. There's no way around it. To serve as a guardian within the palace without tarnishing the imperial family's reputation, one must cultivate the golden dragonfish sunflower seed oil divine skill. To master this art, one must first undergo castration. These individuals were mostly trained from childhood, forming the innermost defense of the imperial palace. Of course, some join later in life. But they must purge all worldly attachments. Only when one is pure can all 6 senses be purified. Lin Feiyu frowned slightly. The arrivals were all quite high level. The 2 highest ranked individuals were both above level 75 by the standards of the game world. That would place them at the Golden Core realm. Those 2 looked extremely effeminate. At first glance, one might mistake them for mere 16-year-old youths. But their snow-white hair and profound complexions betrayed that they were far from ordinary. How did they end up exposing themselves like this? Nothing happened last time they came? Seems Tianyun City still holds many secrets. Or could it be that Doggy is secretly causing trouble? That's entirely possible. Lin Feiyu was furious. Then I won't hold back, I'll subdue all of you rootless drifters. What secrets could possibly remain undiscovered? The Imperial Guards over there closed in at lightning speed. The leader's voice was thin and unnaturally soft, like someone deliberately raising their pitch with a nasal twang. It sounded jarring. Bandit King. Lin Feiyu. You dare strut into Tianyun City? How audacious. Chief Steward. No need for pleasantries. This old servant will castrate him. At that moment, one of the nearby masters rushed forward, eager to deal with him. At that moment, the few elegantly beautiful women in the crowd also stepped forward to shout rebukes. Only she looked like a stunning beauty? Yet her voice boomed like a bell, coarse and rough as if sandpaper had ground it down. Deep, coarse, and bold. If you covered her eyes, you'd swear she was a burly, bearded man. The young woman bellowed, eunuchly, hand over this bandit leader to this concubine. I shall wring his neck. The effeminate eunuchly at the head of the group respectfully replied, "Your Highness, be cautious. This man's martial prowess is not to be underestimated. As for those dozens of Imperial guards over there, even if they were just shooting their mouths off. Let me go first. Just let me handle this." No more talk. They just surrounded him without attacking. Lin Feiyu was utterly transfixed. He gazed at the Empress Consort Yuan, her face elegant, makeup exquisite, bearing graceful and charming. How could she speak with such a tone? Or is it that, you two missed your chance? Oh? The kind that wasn't quite finished? Lin Feiyu was utterly shocked. What the hell is this? According to what he'd learned while in the Yanwang faction, the Sunflower Divine skill had to be finished off first before it could be practiced? Surely it doesn't mean the girl just practiced it and instantly became a man? That girl actually referred to herself as this humble servant. And eunuchly still addressed her as Empress Dowager? But what did Lin Feiyu see? Holy crap! Adam's apple. What a huge Adam's apple. Empress consort? Or just a concubine? This? It's really hard to keep up. The little emperor sure knows how to have fun. He's nothing but a tyrant. Fine. Add another charge to the young emperor's list of crimes in the proclamation against the rebel. Lin Feiyu waited a moment, figuring that was all the numbers there were. He turned and made a run for it. This was the imperial capital, after all. There's bound to be guards around. Last time he came to the National First Guild for an exchange, he'd encountered people along the way begging dogs for titles. Better play it safe, no moving here. Lin Feiyu feigned utter terror, shouting in alarm, "No! Run for your lives!" With that, he mounted his sword and fled. The hundreds of imperial guards over there had been hesitating. But seeing Lin Feiyu's frantic escape, their eagerness to seize the moment surged. "Quick, chase him! Chase him down for us! Don't let him escape! Kill him!" With the northwest and southeast of the dynasty in chaos, the rest will collapse on its own. A great achievement. Yeah! Lin Feiyu carefully controlled his speed, allowing the dozen or so pursuers to steadily keep pace without ever catching up. He even feigned exhaustion at intervals, fueling their desire to pursue. 10 minutes later, they emerged upon a lake vast as an ocean. This was the largest lake in the Cloud Dynasty, the Sea Lake, spanning nearly 300 kilometers in circumference. Huge. So big it even had whales. Surely there wouldn't be any dogs here? Pet dogs roamed the streets, and wild wolves might lurk in the deep forests. Those creatures shared the same DNA as dogs. He dared not take that gamble. He was facing a godlike being. Better to be safe than sorry. The lake's surface is perfect. No dogs? Then let's get to work. He turned his head without a word. He'd already counted the numbers over there, just a few hundred. Then treat them to 1,000 flying swords. You won't witness the 10,000 swords returning to the source, but 1,000 swords in flight is still a sight to behold. Lin Feiyu whipped his flying swords to strike, inviting all to witness. Swish! 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 All controlled. His strikes were swift. The only worry was that Big Yellow, fearless of drowning, might jump into the water to retrieve the shoes, deliberately swimming until lost, drifting all the way to the heart of Huzhou. Afterward, he commanded these newly tamed beasts to revert to their original forms and search the lake's surface individually. In the end, they failed to catch up and returned in frustration. There were many details he didn't have time to ask about. He'd deal with them later. For now, escape this place first. Lin Feiyu, meanwhile, skimmed the lake's surface at high speed, feigning escape from danger to swiftly leave the Great Lake behind. Before long, while still far from shore, sure enough, he spotted several large yellow dogs splashing through the water, paddling furiously toward the lake's center. Lin Feiyu's heart skipped a beat. He really couldn't afford to be careless. They were actually monitoring him. Thankfully, my master warned me. Otherwise, I would have exposed my true strength. Good dogs. Just you wait. Winter's coming, you know? Can't be tamed? Can't be stewed to tenderness? Chapter 157, 6,000 Years? Cloud Realm Dynasty, Capital City. Deep within an unnamed mountain range northwest of Tianyun City. Dilapidated, gloomy, vast, majestic and ancient palace complex of unknown age. This was the entrance to the secret realm, Ancient God's Palace. Lin Feiyu waited for a moment. The beast he had just subdued, along with Eunuchly and the Empress Consort Yuan, were on their way. Under Lin Feiyu's instructions, they had already succeeded. That is to say, the little emperor had also been taken care of. Now he was one of Lin Feiyu's tamed beasts. This reversal, the enemy leader is now my man? What kind of rebellion is this? If it weren't for that dog still lurking in the shadows, I'd truly be unrivaled under heaven. Why even fight? The little emperor should just send his abdication edict via SF Express. Then history would record, in the first year of the Great Wind Yongchang era, Emperor Taizu Lin Feiyu crossed the Great River. Seeing the tide had turned, the heavenly emperor declared his abdication. What fighting? Soon, the imperial consort and eunuchly arrived. They had been specifically instructed to keep their distance from the dog on the way. This remote mountain wilderness were not taking action here, just gathering intelligence. Shouldn't be a problem.
Lin Feiyu swiftly obtained the full military deployment and internal intelligence of the Cloud Realm dynasty. It was fortunate that Prince Yen had raised his troops. The young emperor's court was in utter chaos. The imperial consort's family meddled in politics, eunuchs meddled in politics, the harem meddled in politics, factional strife raged incessantly, the northern grasslands rose as an external threat, while internally, there was an excess of bureaucrats. Any one of these major bugs would have been enough to crash the system. But one bug is a bug, a stack of bugs is, well, it somehow works. Somehow, the system managed to limp along. In his previous life, when Prince Yen raised his army, he must have known about these issues, thinking the court was like tofu, soft and easy to manipulate at will. Yet those very factions, driven by self-interest, united with unprecedented resolve. They crippled Prince Yen Li Siwen. This explains why the young emperor harbored such intense resentment. Every player involved in the rebellion, whether coerced or unwilling, was executed without exception. Lin Feiyu also obtained lists of key figures from various factions and personnel assigned to critical missions. Then kill them all according to this list. Lin Feiyu issued the order to the Imperial Guards. Once dead, they become my beasts of burden. I'm not afraid of causing chaos. I'll slowly turn the power brokers of the entire Tianyun city into my own people. Go ahead and rebel. How could I lose this time? Little cutie. I win every time I show up. If I lose, I'll shake your hand. After the others left, Lin Feiyu pulled out the scroll he'd used in his past life. Secret Realm, Ancient God's Palace. Difficulty, easy. Minimum level, 70. Quests, none. Located northwest of Tianyun City, this decaying, gloomy, vast, and majestic ancient palace complex of unknown age resembles the palace where a primordial dragon underwent its phoenix-like rebirth. Proceed to explore? Yes, no. Restriction 1, Caution. This instance contains high-level monsters. Players below level 70 should proceed with extreme caution. What must be faced must be faced. Taking a deep breath. And click to enter the instance. The world spun, and I felt an odd sensation of weightlessness wash over me. Glowing radiance. Mist swirling. Lin Feiyu entered the dream. Memories of a past life surge violently. Lin Feiyu. Hurry up and shoot. Didn't your sister-in-law feed you? Put some muscle into it. Ah. Lin Feiyu. Give it your all. Give it your all. Don't stop. Don't stop. It's killing me. I can barely hold on. I'm dying. I'm dying. What kind of backline shooter are you? The monsters are right on my face and your attacks are just now hitting? Lin Feiyu. Teaming up with you is my worst luck. Do you even deal any damage? Dilapidated, gloomy, vast, and majestic an ancient palace complex of unknown age. Swarms of skeletal monsters surged like a tidal wave from every direction. A tall, graceful woman clad in gleaming silver armor stood at the forefront, wielding a heavy sword. She relentlessly sliced skeletons into fragments. Lin Feiyu rapidly drew his bow, slaying skeleton monsters one arrow at a time. Yet they seemed endless as many fell as more appeared. A level 100. Throne Demon. Skeleton Dragon. Emerged silently. A dragon's fiery breath instantly vaporized Yuan. Sis-in-law. No. Lin Feiyu screamed again. Ha? Why again? In an instant, the mist dissipated. After a bizarre, surreal dreamscape, Lin Feiyu found himself alone in a square surrounded by a ruined palace filled with skeletal monsters. Huff puff huff puff. He snapped his head up. A colossal shadow loomed overhead. At the palace's apex, a colossal dragon, its body covered in bone spines, its head crowned with dense rows of blood-red scales, filled the entire sky. Lin Feiyu frantically scanned the area. On the ground lay Yuan's gleaming silver armor from her past life, a familiar heavy sword thrust into the earth along with a pink bikini. This was Yuan's loot. Outwardly proper, yet wearing something so revealing underneath. The flickering points of light scattered around were fragments of Yuan's essence, scattered after she was blown to pieces. Sparkling dots drifted slowly, scattering and falling. This is, before I used the Rebirth scroll? No. Could it be there was never any eraser? No century egg either? Was it all just a hallucination before I died? Lin Feiyu's pupils suddenly contracted sharply. No. It's the dream ending. The entire book. He hurriedly opened his attribute panel, equipment slot, and skill bar. Immortal Cultivator, Lin Feiyu. Title, Transcendent Master Hero. Class, Sword Immortal, Level, 70, Experience, 1.5 billion. Realm, Golden Core Stage. Talent, Battle to the Final Chapter S 456.67 billion. HP, 380.68 billion. Shield, 38.06 billion. Reputation, 10.7 billion. Equipment slot. Hide the bow when the birds are gone. White Tiger Arm. Obsidian Pendant. Blunt Sword. 7-foot Serpent Spear. Beast Tooth Bronze Mask. Star Piercing Spear. Blood Red Gauntlets. Skill Bar. Beast Taming Manual. Union of Bliss Diagram. Infinite Sword Art.
Heaven shakes, all phenomena. Splitting arrow. Powered strike.
Lin Feiyu wiped the cold sweat from his forehead.
He let out a long sigh. He. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. That really scared the hell out of me.
It nearly scared me out of my wits, nearly shattered my spiritual resolve.
But, since everything is real, not a dream, then, this time travel business doesn't add up. Didn't ye want already reincarnate?
Why is her dropped gear still here?
Does that mean I've reincarnated?
Lin Feiyu looked up at the bone dragon still swaying there, terrifying as ever.
Dragon brother. Long time no see.
The bone dragon tilted its head slightly, observing Lin Feiyu as it spoke in human language.
The bone dragon roared, its voice hoarse, deep, and distinctly feminine. Long time no see? It's only been 6,000 years.
Lin Feiyu's face darkened slightly.
A mature woman's voice? A female dragon? Very well. You're a bone dragon? You're a mother dragon too.
So my guess was right. After all, the dead dragon Xia Dai, the demon dragon Yer, and the wood dragon Xiao Luo are all one of the 4 ancient pillars.
No wonder he'd asked Xia Dai back then, are you one of the 4 pillars of antiquity? Her answer was, I'm not sure. Not a direct denial. Nor was it an ambiguous I don't know. But rather, I'm not sure. Wait, what? So that giant mother dragon I grind experience on every day, doesn't that mean? Wait, what? What did she say? Long time no see? Only about 6,000 years? Ha! The year of stealing the sister-in-law? Chapter 158, the 5th pillar. 6,000 years? Was 6,000 years ago my past life? Ha! Why?
He nearly screamed the question. Matters of time are not my concern. The bone dragon replied calmly. Lin Feiyu knew there were undoubtedly many secrets hidden within this matter. He didn't hold back and asked directly.
I want to know everything. Tell me everything you know. Or rather, whatever you can tell me, just say it plainly. Are you one of the 4 pillars of antiquity?
The dragon's eye, as large as a house, held vertical pupils devoid of any emotion, nothing but cold indifference.
A hoarse, deep voice echoed, I once was. I am not now. Then what are you now? Like the dead dragon, the demon dragon, the wood dragon.
Lin Feiyu dared not summon his loyal beast companion to confront this bone dragon. He feared summoning it at this critical moment might spell trouble. After all, the bone dragon was vastly superior in rank, a level 100 throne tier boss.
I am a fragment of the dragon god Nidhogg. Nidhogg was struck into oblivion by the combined might of the cat god and serpent god.
The remaining fragments were pieced together by them to manifest me. Several smaller fragments were fashioned by the serpent goddess into your dragon, 7 in total, including the death dragon and the demon dragon.
But, in my perception, you only have 3. For others I never encountered?
Lin Feiyu was about to ask where those 4 great mother dragons were.
In the blink of an eye, he was stunned again. Dragon god? Nidhogg? Dead?
Back in Yellowwind Valley, someone had told him that the ancient gods were locked in a 2v2 battle.
If the dragon god had already fallen, then what 2v2 was there to speak of? Cat god? Snake god? Just as he suspected.
It matched his guess perfectly.
So the beautiful snake was really you. And that tabby cat too.
This is beyond belief.
Wait a minute? Back then,
when I obtained the Blood Plague Forest instance, the Dead Dragon instance where I rescued Princess Li Yunrui,
wasn't that provided by the cat? And he caught a snake. A snake? Well, where the hell are you two playing house? I've been set up by the system. Exactly. The dragon god is dead.
I am the largest component of him, but my power doesn't even reach 1% of his. Yet I still possess a sliver of ancient power. That's why those two have kept me alive all this time. The bone dragon replied in its usual half-dead state. Lin Feiyu stared at the bone dragon, suddenly grasping something. This creature was practically synonymous with the dead dragon. It was merely a larger fragment, but still a fragment. It probably didn't know much more than that.
What is the secret behind my resurrection? No, rebirth. And
Lin Feiyu fished a pitch-black preserved egg, glowing with a dark purple light, out of his backpack. This egg had puzzled him for ages. Ever since his rebirth, it had remained in his backpack. He'd thought it might hatch into some useful pet. But it remained unchanged to this day. The bone dragon's blood-red vertical pupils suddenly widened to their fullest.
So, it was with you all along.
So, the cat god and snake god were already collected long ago. Lin Feiyu stared at the bone dragon in confusion.
Did it truly know what this pittance was? Or had those two ancient deities gathered them together? That would be quite the treasure. What exactly is this egg? Lin Feiyu asked curiously.
Ha!
The bone dragon first gave a mocking laugh before continuing. That? You call it an egg? You don't seriously think that thing is some kind of egg that can hatch into a little animal, do you? Kid, listen up.
Lin Feiyu immediately perked up his ears. The bone dragon continued with pride.
It is the one that unifies all ages. The nurturer from worlds to dust. The builder of the stars. Unbowed and undying through the ages. The pillar of starlight. Sovereign of space. Cosmic singularity. As this string of titles rang out, Lin Feiyu was so startled that the preserved egg slipped from his hand. Luckily, he caught it with lightning reflexes. Otherwise, it would have shattered all over the floor. Damn it! Is this the legendary reputation of the four pillars of antiquity? Wasn't that a bit of self-aggrandizement? Wait. It wasn't talking about itself? The bone dragon was staring at the preserved egg in its own hand. So, all that grand talk about fame and glory, it's about this preserved egg? Add to that what the bone dragon just said, the cat god and snake god have been collected. And the bone dragon himself said he was the largest fragment, yet his power was less than 1%. It's less than 1%? Then, the combined ranks of the dead dragon and demon dragon couldn't match the bone dragon's level, right? Which means, the preserved egg in my hands is none other than one of the four pillars of antiquity, the spark pillar. The spatial sovereign. The dragon god? A 99% power concentrated entity. Lin Feiyu suddenly recalled the final reward for clearing the secret realm, ancient god's palace. Boss reward, gain its trust and it will follow you for life. Special reward, chance to obtain the power of one of the four ancient pillars. Ha! The first reward made sense. It was basically saying, just wait for me to tame this bone dragon, right? Then wouldn't that be gain its trust and it will follow you for life? The final reward? Acquire the power of the ancient four pillars. Is this what you call obtaining? I thought it was a portion of the pillar's power. Turns out it's the vast majority. Then it truly is the power of the ancient four pillars. No wonder the death dragon, demon dragon, and wood dragon all fell to their knees the moment they saw this egg. So that's how it is? This egg is their true origin. Wait a minute? This egg holds 99% of the dragon god's power? And this bone dragon is the largest fragment? Will it come to claim it? At that very moment, the preserved egg shot upward, slipping beyond Lin Feiyu's grasp. Lin Feiyu was utterly horrified. Oh no! Could the dragon god be returning at this moment? However, the bone dragon remained completely motionless throughout, showing not a shred of excitement, only numb resignation to its fate. The preserved egg didn't soar into the sky, nor did it head toward the bone dragon. Instead, it hovered low to the ground. Only then did Lin Feiyu notice that among the countless skeletal monsters scattered on both sides, a small pink snake slithering along the path cleared by the skeletons. A spray of blood mist erupted, revealing a beautiful snake woman clad in crimson robes, her long serpentine tail trailing behind her. The snake maiden extended her slender jade-like fingers to grasp the preserved egg. She cast a smile-filled glance at it before turning to Lin Feiyu. Little Feiyu. Long time no see. Lin Feiyu stared at the snake maiden. He now recognized her as one of the great deities of the ancient four pillars. He bowed respectfully, beautiful sister. It's been ages. I've missed you terribly. The snake beauty twirled the preserved egg around her fingertip, playing with it as she chuckled lightly with a flirtatious expression. Here, you are to become a new pillar. Are you ready? For your ascension ceremony. Chapter 159, Plum Blossom Footprints. A new pillar? Me? This? How should I prepare? Fasting? Bathing? Changing clothes? No? Am I not devout enough? Is this really a pillar? Lin Feiyu silently chewed on the word pillar, realizing things were already beyond his control. Ever since Lu Rian mentioned that the 2v2 battle required outside intervention to tip the scales of victory, he had already come to terms with it that the beautiful Viper was creating a new pillar. And he was the chosen one. The reason was simple, it was the talent theory his master, Xiao Shuai, had spoken of. His talent was unique. Irreplaceable. The only flaw was that it was a one-time thing. But the advent of the eraser solved all these problems. But rebirth, what exactly was that? As Lin Feiyu pondered, his thoughts turned to the scroll that had brought him back to life. He seemed to have forgotten how he had obtained that scroll. Rebirth scroll unique. Effect, upon use, death can be reversed. Restriction, rebirth occurs 1 minute prior to death. At that moment, his memories violently trembled. A flood of sealed, long-buried memories began assaulting him. Lin Feiyu suddenly realized this rebirth scroll unique was given to him by the beautiful snake herself. That encounter with the beautiful snake in the level 10 advancement dungeon on Black Tiger Mountain wasn't his first. That previous encounter had been in his past life. It was a year before he entered the secret realm, ancient god's palace. He had obtained it within a certain secret realm. And within that secret realm, Lin Feiyu had already encountered the beautiful snake. But back then, after exiting that instance, those memories had been sealed away. The memory grew hazy, leaving only a vague recollection of when he had obtained the scroll. Have you remembered something, my little Feiyu? The beautiful snake's voice was utterly enchanting, so alluring that Lin Feiyu almost succumbed to her spell. But he dared only to fantasize about it. But wasn't it said that the dragon god Nidhogg was already dead? Wasn't that preserved egg the very essence of its power and authority? Where did this 2v2 situation come from? Lin Feiyu asked in confusion. The fifth pillar? Is this the 2v2 lane battle Master Lu Ruyan mentioned that requires my intervention? But isn't the dragon god dead? Then that's a 2v1? I have the advantage.
Lin Feiyu fired off a barrage of frantic questions, his mind swirling with countless doubts. Today, he had finally encountered the real deal. This beautiful serpent woman was the very guide who had led him to grow stronger all along. Every twist in his fate had been meticulously orchestrated by her. He had to get to the bottom of this. It started as a 2v2, but the dragon god was slain by me and Cat working together. That's this bone dragon and those beautiful dragons in your beast taming space. And this egg. But I suppose you've already figured out who's who, right? Which one? Lin Feiyu knew exactly who the beautiful snake was referring to. Doggy. Then, Zayo. Oh no. Brother Guzzi? He. After the beautiful snake's silver bell laughter faded, she narrowed her eyes slightly and said, in his current state, he can be called Guzzi. But his true name is the god of destruction and ruin, devourer of pillars, eternally chasing the sun and moon, the son of lies and mischief, legacy of the fiends, enemy of the gods, Ragnarok, the demon wolf Fenrir. Lin Feiyu scratched his head, feeling utterly overwhelmed by this barrage of divine epithets. Could this be my enemy? But he's just one beast, right? Didn't you cats team up and slay the dragon god already? Why not team up to slay it? That dog brother? The beautiful snake woman chuckled. The dragon god is immensely powerful. Meow and I paid a tremendous price. You've learned the dragon god's divine name too. Master of space. Meow and I are trapped in another dimension, unable to escape. But, thankfully, the dragon god is dead. His power is steadily weakening, allowing Meow and me to make a series of moves in the real world. Like me? Lin Feiyu asked. The beautiful snake nodded and continued. The demon wolf is even more powerful. After Cat and I ambushed the dragon god and succeeded, he was trapped in that space. We had a chance to break free. But, at that critical moment, the demon wolf attacked us. We both used every last ounce of strength to shatter the demon wolf. Its avatar fragmented into billions, infusing itself into dogs on Blue Star that shared its bloodline. And that's when Meow and I lost all chance of ever escaping the demon dragon's spatial seal. Moreover, the demon wolf possesses the legacy left by its father. It cannot be utterly annihilated like the dragon god. And, while we remain trapped, he can find ways to revive himself. After losing control of me and Cat in the real world, the demon wolf could even resort to deception and trickery to reclaim his father's divine power. By then, the dragon god will be dead. But the demon wolf will be a fusion of two pillars. It'll be 2v2. Lin Feiyu's eyes widened in shock upon hearing this secret. So, every dog is an incarnation of the demon wolf? Beautiful snake, that's not quite accurate. It should be said that the demon wolf is the dog. He is a real dog. The kind that loves red stones. Ahem. Lin Feiyu detected the resentment in her voice. What a delightful tirade. So that's how it is. No wonder he insisted I come out of retirement. So, Cat and Snake had been trapped for so long. Oh, right. What's this map for? Lin Feiyu pulled out the nameless blueprint map fragment 8-9 from his spatial backpack. Only one piece left, is it with you? Nope, I don't have it. I already gave you the ones I had. This map is the coordinate node of the alternate dimension where Meow and I are trapped. Using these coordinates, locate me in Cat's position. Only then can we transmit our power to you. Only then can we activate that preserved egg. You can use your damage output to slay the dragon god's divine authority, and thus obtain his pillar-level might. I see. So, this ragged cloth strip actually serves this purpose. But, haven't you already come over? Do you still need me to pull you through with this scrap of cloth? Lin Feiyu asked. I am not me. The beautiful snake replied indifferently. Ha? Then what exactly are you now? Lin Feiyu was starting to lose track of the conversation. A fragment of my essence with little power left. The only energy that seeped through was used to reset time, the beautiful snake admitted truthfully. Lin Feiyu scratched his head. Oh, I see. But there's still one missing. I only have 8 rags now? Where's the last rag? Doesn't that mean it's impossible now? The beautiful snake gave an ant-like chuckle. Kitty already gave you the last scrap of cloth ages ago. Remember how much fun you had petting it that day? You forgot? Lin Feiyu, oh. He quickly pulled out the reward he'd earned from petting cats in Tianyun City. A strip covered in plum blossom like paw prints. Tattered rag. Little kitties have stamped their paw prints all over it. Could be cat language. Dog head. Chapter 160, I am the Dragon King. Lin Feiyu suddenly understood the cat language written in paw prints. This was his understanding and realization of the Beastmaster Sect's legendary skill, mastery of all things.
This was the heavenly tier technique he had grasped upon advancing to Emerald Brave. Now, he could read the cat's plum blossom paw prints. Nameless blueprint map fragment 99. Ha! So I'd already collected all the pieces all along. Oh right, that day. When I first got this cat paw print, I was thinking of heading to the beast taming sect to have Long Out Yen analyze it. But I completely forgot. Something's off. Even though my memory isn't great. But I shouldn't have forgotten something this important. He glanced up at the beautiful snake woman, catching a fleeting flash of coldness in her wide, yearning eyes. In that instant, Lin Feiyu suddenly realized that this cat's tattered rag didn't seem all that important after all. Forgetting it was entirely his own fault, Lin Feiyu pulled out the remaining 8 scraps of cloth from his backpack. He pieced them together. Unnamed blueprint map fragment 99. Unnamed blueprint map fragment 89. Ding. Fusion complete. Interstellar beacon. Map. Lin Feiyu squinted at the star chart. 2 red dots flickered on the star chart, not too far apart. Was this where the Snake Beauty and Cat were confined? The beauty snake's undulating tail glided forward as she extended her delicate hand over the map. I'll activate the Dragon God's authority. You, use your charged skill. Begin charging to strike it down. Then use the beast taming skill Cat gave you to assimilate the Dragon God. Then, that will be a brand new pillar. Dragon King. Lin Feiyu. Dragon. Dragon King? Lin Feiyu was utterly astonished. Could it truly be the Dragon King? Does it need the crooked mouth kind? Reborn, am I really the Dragon King? My dream has come true? Let me say it again. I don't eat beef. Seeing Lin Feiyu's puzzled question, the beautiful snake explained, yes. You're a pillar of advancement for mortals, not a born deity, so you're a king. That explanation is a bit far-fetched. Are you ready? With your current damage output, you could indeed kill a pillar-level deity, but it might take quite a while. Lin Feiyu seethed inwardly, hey. Why don't you take a look at my damage stats? He promptly displayed the stat he took pride in. Talent, fight to the final chapter as 456.87 billion. Very good. The beautiful snake remained smiling, but it still requires 10 years of time. Ha! Lin Feiyu quickly showed off his gear. Blood red gloves. Quality, epic purple. Equipment slot, hands. Level requirement, 60. Attack speed plus 1.25. Physical lifesteal, 20%. Ability, Sigh of Despair, reduces charge time by 50%. Ah! Delicious meridians. I also have gear that reduces charge time. I'm aware of that. This will take another 10 years? Yes. And the Dragon God is already dead. Though I can reactivate it, it has no defensive capabilities. Moreover, the Bone Dragon can be tamed by you. I can have it proactively form a contract with you, but even so, it still requires 10 years. I've already calculated it all. Something's off. Didn't the Bone Dragon say she possesses only 1% of the original Dragon God's power? If that's true, wouldn't defeating me be a breeze? Why would it take 10 years? Time has eroded her power. She's nothing like she used to be. Hiss. A pillar-level boss truly terrifying beyond measure. Even with its charge time halved, it still needs 10 years. Just how much health does she have? My damage per second of charge is 456.87 billion too. That's 913.74 billion. 10 years. Plus the Bone Dragon's attributes. This. Forget it. I can't even calculate it. Then, I'll just follow the beautiful Snake Sister's lead. I'll start gathering power now. Just as Lin Feiyu was about to draw his flying sword to begin gathering power, something suddenly occurred to him. That was... Wait, isn't the championship tournament starting in just a few days? I've been stuck in this dungeon for a full decade. Forget about the tournament going wrong. The former Sword Pavilion Master warned us to watch out for the dog and also to be cautious about the tournament. That's practically saying Dog Brother will appear in this tournament and most likely as an enemy. So, advancing here on my own, cough cough, that should take 10 years to reach the divine transformation stage. What the hell am I supposed to do? Not only will the tournament be a complete disaster. Even the Great Wind Kingdom, built up with such effort and boasting an army of 8 million. Isn't it going to get wiped out? What about my family? Lin Feiyu had already placed his own family members in key positions within the Great Wind Kingdom to ensure their welfare. If he really got stuck in that dungeon for 10 years, his tamed beasts, if they died, they'd simply return to his beast space. He'd face the elite masters of Tianyun City before proof that the Cloud Dynasty harbored countless skilled warriors. If the young emperor wins, he knew the outcome. They'd all die. There was no room for compromise. Though he had subdued the young emperor himself, the Cloud Dynasty was plagued by the interference of the imperial consort's family, eunuchs, and the harem. Manipulating a child emperor alone was insufficient. Originally, I could have maneuvered with ease and confidence. But now, if 10 years pass, what about the ladies in my own mansion? Won't they wail? I'll have to wear my hat extra high. Being a god isn't so easy after all. Lin Feiyu snapped his head up. I refuse to be this kind of immortal. If I can't even protect my own family, I'd rather die with them. Lin Feiyu's attitude suddenly turned resolute, his tone unyielding. Yet the beautiful snake remained smiling. Are you worried the situation in the real world might change? I've already devised a solution for you. It will allow you to handle matters cleanly in the outside world while keeping the wolf god occupied for a full decade. After hearing the beautiful snake's words, he stared at this creature claiming to be a clone. Suddenly, it clicked. A doppelganger? Exactly. I'll create a doppelganger for you. 1/10,000th of your current power. 1/10,000th? Lin Feiyu did a quick calculation. That meant, talent, battle to the final chapter as 400 million. Not bad. Still a bit too weak to take on beef. But holding them off for 10 years? That championship tournament was a match Cat and I had planned in advance. As long as the outcome remains undecided, it won't end. Meaning there's no time limit. As long as you hold him off, your true form can develop for 10 years inside the secret realm, ancient god's palace. When the time comes, it'll be the end of his wolf god reign. But Lin Feiyu had one more, but this championship tournament would inevitably draw in a massive crowd. Since stalling was the goal, he couldn't push Dog Brother too hard. He couldn't lose too quickly either. Which meant, it would come down to a contest of server-wide health bars. During that time, how many players would fall victim to his ascension ceremony? My reckless tug of war, my manipulation of the outcome? And lose their lives here? 10 years. The death toll must surely exceed 1 million. Those were all the fiery sons of our great Xia. My heart cannot bear it. I know what you're going to say. You're worried about the lives of the other players participating in this tournament? Seems you haven't truly grasped Meow Meow's beast taming skills yet. Ha! I've tamed them all? It's a stealth taming. You can hide the taming interface. Those you tame won't know a thing. During the tournament, fallen allies will appear in your taming space. Don't release them. Keep them until final victory, then revive them. You can also dissolve the taming bond and restore their freedom. Lin Feiyu spread his arms wide. Come on. Let's become gods. Come on. My moment of ascension. Let that thunder of annihilation strike even harder. Let me become the god of this world. To protect everything here. I am the Dragon King. Chapter 161, The Ascension Ceremony begins. Lin Feiyu's ascension ceremony consisted of quietly remaining within the dungeon, using his power-up skill to accumulate energy for 10 years. Moreover, the activation of the dragon god's powers must begin immediately. According to the beautiful serpent, activation required time primarily for the dragon god's powers to awaken. And that time? Exactly 10 years. In other words, if Lin Feiyu's damage output isn't sufficient to build up enough power within 10 years, he is unworthy of seizing the dragon god's power. Lin Feiyu illuminated the fused map and handed it to the beautiful snake. The beautiful snake immediately began the activation process. Bone Dragon, you must first control them. They'll be invaluable allies once taken out. But be cautious, the wolf god may recognize them as fragments of the dragon god. Your avatar is ready. I've also placed the method to covertly assimilate Yunlei's players into your skill bar. All preparations complete. Begin gathering your power. Got it. The 9-in-1 star chart began to glow in the beautiful snake's hands. 2 modest streams of light gathered between the beautiful serpent's hands. Constellation after constellation flashed through the void. After a long while, 2 vast scenes materialized high above. It was like a vast celestial canopy. That was. Within the celestial canopy, Lin Feiyu saw a tabby cat. It was a large, robust tabby cat with a fierce expression. Is this the cat god? A cat indeed? But the cat seemed unaware it had already been captured by the beautiful snake. It continued playing its game. Paw raised high, it cried out, for science. Beneath her lies a vast, endless sea of kitties. The chorus of meows, meow meow meow. The kitties were primarily 3 colors: green, red, and blue, arranged in precise patterns. What was this? Lin Feiyu instantly sensed something was off. 3 color elements? Damn it! What the heck are these cats doing with some kind of cat-based display screen? Just as he was utterly astonished, the camera shifted to reveal another endless sea of cats in the opposite direction. All white cats, but this group had their paws raised holding little flags. Blue on the left, red on the right. Holy crap! Cat-based computers? Who knew you could do that? Genius. Oh wait, cat-tastic. The 2 cats at the very front raised red flags, while the one behind on the left pretended to be an in-gate and also raised a red flag. The cat at the back right raised a blue flag, pretending to be an exclusive or gate. Followed by the or gate cat. Finally, the cat-line computer began operating at full speed, transmitting information to the cat display monitor. Meanwhile, the cat god leisurely raised a cup of sweet snow ice city and sipped it with a satisfying slurp. A game began appearing on the cat monitor. An untimely voice echoed, towards the stars and the abyss.
The cat god grabbed a controller, face fierce, as a cute, soft-spoken girl's voice chimed in.
Little Autumn. You couldn't beat me yesterday? That was my mistake. Watch me crush you now. I'm out for revenge. She gritted her teeth, ready to begin the battle.
The beautiful snake's voice finally reached her. Lord Cat God, stop playing.
It's time to get to work. Cat snapped her head up. Huh? Can I go out now? Has that child, after 2 lifetimes, finally obtained the dragon god's authority? Does that mean the alternate dimension of the spatial sovereign can be sealed? No, it can't be closed yet.
It still requires 10 blue star years.
We must unite to activate the dragon god's authority. Only then will little Feiyu have a chance to claim it.
The beautiful serpent patiently explained, as if coaxing a child.
This left Lin Feiyu utterly confused. What are these ancient pillars? The cat god is literally a cat. Unbelievable. Absolutely mind-blowing. How many years has he been trapped alone? He even figured out how to build a cat-based computer? You're quite the player. But you can't even beat Xiuqiu? Talk about being both clueless and playful. The cat flung its paws back in exasperation. 10 blue star years? How long is that? I can't even wrap my head around it. Well, it's like the time it takes you to take a nap. Oh? That's fast, really fast. Let's get started. Alright. Let's go. Meow meow meow.
The image of the beautiful snake didn't appear, likely because her avatar was here. And as the star map here began linking, she channeled her power over from there. As the snake woman had mentioned earlier, her power and that of the cat could only permeate into this pre-prepared instance, the ancient god's palace. They still couldn't permeate the outside world, meaning they could only activate the dragon god's authority-infused artifacts.
But against Dog Brother? No chance.
They must rely on themselves, either seize all the dragon god's power or rescue them. Only then would they stand a chance against Dog Brother.
In the sky-high canopy display, Cat raised her paw high and began to chant. Holy fire, shine brightly. Holy fire, radiant. All my disciples. Meow 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 meow.
The beautiful snake also began casting her spell, though she was far more serious than the cat. She swept her hands, drawing a trail of glowing light, and pointed at the preserved egg.
Lin Feiyu. Begin gathering your power. Your ascension ceremony begins. Lin Feiyu, I seek immortality, boundless in power. Northwest of Tianyun City, Cloud Dynasty.
Beyond the secret realm, Lin Feiyu had now emerged.
Is this a clone? Not necessarily.
According to the Snake Beauty, both the version within the secret realm and the one in the real world are himself. He could even switch to his secret realm self to check how well his power had been building. His current power was but 1/10,000th of his original strength. Yet not a single soul in this world had ever witnessed his true, genuine strength.
Honestly, 1/10,000th isn't that significant anyway.
Besides, my base stats have already surpassed 4 trillion. Even 1/10,000th of that is still 400 million, the base attack value of the final battle. Still invincible. Moreover, his beast taming skills remained fully functional.
He could continue grinding mobs anywhere, rapidly restoring his strength to its original peak. 10 years?
Not even that long. He could break through in just a few years. In essence, both versions of himself were developing simultaneously.
The final fusion? That power would be absolutely devastating.
Just as the Snake Beauty said, Dog Brother is preparing to unleash 2 pillar-level forces, scheming to turn the tide of the entire situation.
And he, Lin Feiyu, could do the same. In fact, as long as his counterpart within the secret realm remains undiscovered, should his external self be slain, he could switch to his counterpart in the secret realm and split off another clone. Lin Feiyu couldn't help but exclaim, this is impossible to kill. He was that hard to kill.
Ancient God's Palace Resurrection Spring, indeed. He opened his current stats panel to glance at it. Immortal Cultivator, Lin Feiyu. Title, Transcendent Master Hero. Class, Sword Immortal Level, 70 Experience, 1.5 billion. Realm, Golden Core Stage. Talent, Battle to the Final Chapter S 11.4 billion. HP, 380 million. Shield, 38.25 million. Reputation, 10.7 billion. Mana, 90 million. Attack power, 80 million. Spell power, 70 million. Physical defense, 60 million. Magic defense, 50 million. Can we watch it for 400 million? Wait, what? 11.4 billion? Ha? Lin Feiyu? Ha? How could this number be? 1/10,000th? Lin Feiyu took another careful look. Oh? My reputation didn't decrease? Still 10.7 billion? Reputation isn't part of one's strength that makes sense for others. But it doesn't make sense for me. Talent, Fight to the Final Chapter S. Normal attack equals total personal attributes. Everything counts except money. My talent is like a human incarnation of a sacred relic completely consumed. I'm on a killing spree. Chapter 162, Murder in Dreams. Outside the secret realm. He brought along that level 100 Frontier boss, the Bone Dragon.
Though this bone dragon wasn't the true form either. It was a clone split off by the beautiful snake, following him out as a duplicate. The bone dragon's stats were utterly insane, far surpassing the stats he had when he first entered the secret realm. It had already proactively contracted within the secret realm. But all those stats had been channeled into the deification ritual. This particular one was created by the beautiful snake to ensure a safe environment for herself, causing the bone dragon to split off. At this moment, the clone hadn't even successfully tamed the beast yet. He pulled out a contract scroll. Contract scroll Bone Dragon Sai active contract. Single use only. Only usable on Bone Dragon Sai. Upon activation, Bone Dragon Sai shall become your servant, bound to your command. The stats of this level 100 Bone Dragon are simply. Lin Feiyu had seen it in his past life at 0. It was beyond counting. Now that he knew her stats approached 10 trillion. And when he first saw that number in the secret realm, he thought she was invincible. If he hadn't known better, Lin Feiyu would have sworn this was pillar-level combat power. It was utterly terrifying. According to Bone Dragon herself, she possesses only 1% of her original pillar form, Dragon God's, power. But judging by her stats, considering the authority of the Dragon God that required him to build up power for 10 years just to kill it, the Bone Dragon's strength and stats weren't even 1% of that. Not even 1/10,000th. This is precisely what the beautiful serpent meant when she said, "Time has eroded her power." She is no longer what she once was. According to her own words, she is merely a fragment. It's only natural that some attributes would fade over time. Some? It's nearly been eroded away entirely. And this avatar? It holds but 1/10,000th of that level 100 throne bone dragon's power. Since you can speak human language, then drop the sigh and just call yourself 1/10. He had the bone dragon open its interface for inspection. Bone Dragon 1 in a million throne class boss, level 100. HP 1.2 billion. Attack power 1 billion. Magic power 800 million. Armor 300 million. Magic resistance 300 million. Ability, Skeleton Army summons a skeleton army to attack, with the number of skeletons equal to 1% of your maximum health. Skill, Bone Spirit Frostfire. A bone-chilling dragon flame that continuously breathes out, dealing 10%-30% magic damage per second, no cooldown. Skill, Dragon God's Breath. Summons the ancient Dragon God Sai, unleashing massive area of effect damage upon the earth, dealing 10,000% of the caster's attack power. Cooldown, 3 days. Skill, Primordial God's Authority. Divine Space, creates an alternate dimension to absorb objects or entities, imprisoning them for up to 3 days. Cooldown, 3 days. Skill, Primordial God's Authority, Spatial Fluctuation. Utilizes spatial ripples for instant teleportation. Also allows the user to render their body ethereal, evading all attacks. Cooldown, none. Spatial Might, capable of creating all things and distorting all things. Is this merely 1/10,000th of the Dragon God's power? Seems pretty ordinary. Not exactly earth-shattering. And this is merely 1/10,000th of 1/10,000th of hers. Lin Feiyu immediately forged the contract. And with the enhancement of the Bone Dragon's attributes, his power surged once more. Immortal Cultivator, Lin Feiyu. Title, Transcendent Master Hero. Class, Sword Immortal level, 70 experience points, 1.5 billion. Realm, Golden Core Stage. Talent, Battle to the Final Chapter S 17.1 billion. Health, 1.58 billion. Shield, 158 million. Reputation, 10.7 billion. Mana, 690 million. Attack power, 1.08 billion. Spell power, 870 million. Physical defense, 360 million. Magic defense, 330 million. Claimed to be a clone possessing 1/10,000th of its true power. Yet after being tamed by the Bone Dragon, and with its reputation remaining unblemished, its power remains formidable. It should easily hold its own in the tournament. There might even be a chance to secure victory outright. Provided Dog Brother doesn't go berserk. In this dungeon, though we've lost many attribute values. But the concept that just 10 years of grinding could make you a god, isn't that even more tempting than becoming emperor? And it's a dual progression, ascending to emperor and becoming immortal simultaneously. Wouldn't that make him a divine emperor? 666. Live a carefree life beyond the world? Sorry, I prefer my carefree life indoors. Leisurely clouds and wild cranes? Let those who crave idleness pursue it. I've got 3,000 beauties in my harem, sharing the reign and do equally. No special talents, just a down-to-earth commoner. Besides, haven't I made new acquisitions? The Snake Beauty and the cat both gave me new skills. The Snake Beauty's assassination skill lets me silently eliminate anyone beast taming without being detected. Curse of the Night. Rarity, Legendary Gold. Skill, Active Skill. Class requirement, none. Effect, after obtaining a person's specific name, age, and birthplace, you can curse them. Once cursed, the victim loses 10% of the caster's maximum health per second whenever they fall asleep. Effect: the cursed individual remains unaware until death. Cooldown: 3 days. Mana cost: 100. Limit: can curse up to 100 people at a time. I love killing people in my dreams. This is indeed quite practical. No need for Lin Feiyu to send his beasts one by one to assassinate them. And assassinating so many great men of great xia participating in the championship tournament one by one was bound to cause problems. It was meant as a kindness. Once possessed by a beast, one wouldn't truly die. Even if they died, they'd revive within their own beast taming space. It was meant as a safeguard for the great xia players competing in the tournament. But this couldn't be stated outright. Who would agree to that? Hey! Will you be my beast tamer? How awkward would that be? This skill is pretty awesome. Just get the list of all competing players from Cold Wind and his crew, and you can curse them all at once. What? The curse can only target up to 100 people at a time? Lin Feiyu pulled out an eraser. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Chapter 163, No Friends on the Road Ahead. And then there's the skill given by the cat god. The cat god is the beastmaster god, right? The skill she bestowed is related to beast taming. Your sword is my sword. Grade, Mythic Prismatic. Skill, Passive. Prerequisites: successfully master one beast taming skill and possess at least one tamed beast. Effect: allows copying and learning of beast master skills, enabling mastery of all skills possessed by your beasts. Effect: after learning a beast master skill, damage values are calculated based on your own stats. Cooldown: none. Mana cost: 100. Limit: skills from up to 100 tamed beasts can be copied. If my pet can do it, I must be able to do it too. Alright. Lin Feiyu was overjoyed. This skill is absolutely amazing. I can learn all my beast skills? Does that mean I can unleash the Dragon King's breath too? I can pull off the Flower Sea flow too? Even the Bone Dragon Skeleton Sea technique comes effortlessly? Truly a skill bestowed by the cat god. Meow 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 meow. No wonder it's mythical tier. What's this about a 100 beast limit? Watch me wipe that cap away. Wipe. Lin Feiyu had originally intended to return directly to Yenzhou County, his own stronghold. But as he glanced up at Tianyun City, now within easy reach, and thought, since he was already here, he might as well go inside and check things out. Mainly, he hadn't yet explored the Imperial Palace grounds, and he was still curious to wander around inside. Surely it wasn't filled entirely with women like the Empress Consort? Surely there must be some fair maidens and charming ladies? Lin Feiyu wanted to test his own weakness, but mainly to assess the Imperial City's defenses and troop deployments, preparing for the final decisive strike. Lin Feiyu licked his lips with the tip of his tongue. Caught? Impossible. Lin Feiyu drew the divine artifact he had obtained earlier. Beast Tooth Bronze Mask. Equipment, Head Hat. Grade, Green Fine Quality. Attack plus 17. Required level, 5. Effect, Conceals ID. He slipped on the bronze mask. Imperial Palace, here I come. Just as he was about to take his first step, Lin Feiyu suddenly realized. It seemed there were so many things he hadn't had time to ask. Like that ancient poem. Wandering through empty mountains, I hear flowers fall, the flute's shrill notes reveal a dwelling near. Adorned with a false form that seems true, I borrow another's body to refine cinnabar. Where is the empty mountain? Why didn't I ask myself? Though everything pointed to Blue Star, such a crucial matter, how could Lin Feiyu have forgotten to ask? How could he not have thought of it at all? The beautiful snake woman is the key to everything. Asking her would have clarified everything. Why hadn't he asked? He recalled that in his previous life, when he obtained the Rebirth Scroll Unique, his memories had been blocked until he encountered her again, only then did his thoughts return. Wait, then what about that time I encountered her on Black Tiger Mountain? Why didn't the memory attack me then? And it was also last time, in the level 10 advancement dungeon, Black Tiger Mountain, when he encountered the beautiful snake woman. She had said, "You actually carry that person's aura." How rare it seems he too has begun to break free. Back then, the beautiful snake was heavily made up, exquisitely adorned. A peculiar smile played on her face. That person? Beginning to break free? Who? Has the dragon god perished? Doesn't the cat goddess know the situation? Is she talking about herself? Or is she referring to that preserved egg? But wasn't the preserved egg collected by him and cat goddess together? She also said, how rare. You actually carry that person's aura. And, earlier in the secret realm of the ancient god's palace, when Lin Feiyu pulled out the nameless blueprint map fragment 99, a cold gleam flashed in the beautiful snake woman's wide-eyed gaze. No way. Something's wrong. If the snake beauty is suspicious, then maybe Kitty is too. Perhaps the entire Yellow Wind Valley is problematic. Lin Feiyu began to break out in a cold sweat. How could things be that simple? Just like that, let me become a god? Save this foolish lad? Pillar? The waters here are probably deeper then. So it absolutely couldn't be that simple, just hold a deification ceremony and suddenly become a god. He wiped the sweat trickling down his chin. I'm afraid I'm not just being used as a pawn, they're probably planning to kill me too. So what is real? Lin Feiyu no longer harbored any desire to investigate the Imperial Palace grounds. Even if it were wide open, he couldn't lift a foot to go there now. Lin Feiyu touched his cheek, but all he felt was the cold, angular surface of the bronze mask. Something was wrong. This bronze mask was also problematic. At this moment, Lin Feiyu couldn't recall at all where he had obtained the bronze mask. It was as if that incident with the Rebirth scroll unique. This damn familiarity. Who gave him this mask? Could wearing the mask actually block the influence of the beautiful snake? Then why didn't it work when I wore it before? What's the difference? Bone Dragon. To nullify the influence of a pillar-level beauty snake, it must be another pillar-level combat power. Not Cat is in cahoots with the beauty snake. Dog Brother isn't either. As things stand now, I'm his adversary. Unless there's a fifth pillar-level force. Or perhaps the Dragon God's profound influence. Didn't he die? Not quite dead? Holy crap. Lin Feiyu shook his head quickly. This was too complicated, he felt he was losing control. Huff. Lin Feiyu exhaled deeply. At least things hadn't reached the worst possible point yet. At least there was a 10-year window to play it out slowly. For now, he'd play along with the beautiful snake. He had to find a way to uncover the truth. Only by uncovering the truth could he determine who the real boss was. And then decide which side to join. Don't mess around, Dog Brother is the good dog. Cat and Snake are the bad girls. And that's when it all goes to hell. That version of myself within the secret realm has been painstakingly building power for 10 years. When the decade's end arrives, he thought he could ascend to heaven, joy boundless. But the result? Probably reduced to ashes. There's no turning back now, but he'll never trust anyone again. He must seek the truth himself. The ancient four pillars, even the dragon god who has passed away, can't truly be trusted, can they? His power is so immense, what if he's using my body to resurrect himself? The path ahead holds no confidants, only deeper confusion. Chapter 164, 8 Million Warriors. Returning to Yenzhou County. A full day had already passed. Though only a day had passed, Lin Feiyu felt as if he had endured an entire epic. Matters that once seemed trivial now weighed as heavily as cosmic singularities. Just as he had anticipated, the official representatives who had arrived for the championship tournament, the presidents and vice presidents of the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th national guilds were all waiting for him in Feiyu Guild's conference room. Among them were Dexia's diplomats and its most direct leaders. He led the delegation on a state visit. The weight of this delegation was practically unparalleled. Two key issues were on the agenda. One was the imminent arrival of the Supremacy Tournament, the most pressing matter at hand. The other was establishing friendly diplomatic relations with the Great Wind Kingdom. Within the conference room, Lin Feiyu spoke sparingly. The representatives who addressed matters were Zhang Yan and He Buyu, two former county governors of the Yunchang dynasty. Having served in official capacities for years, their language was formal and their demeanor solemn, perfectly suited for such occasions. Lin Feiyu only occasionally interjected with polite remarks to establish the overarching themes: peaceful coexistence, cooperative development, technological complementarity, talent sharing, resource cooperation, joint defense, and all-weather partnership, the 7 guiding principles. After that, he was largely out of the picture. His thoughts had long since soared to the heavens. He knew full well that if the 4 pillars issue wasn't resolved, everything else was meaningless. And that this weighty responsibility rested solely on his shoulders. He was the savior, after all. But he didn't know where to start? The bronze mask? He realized something before putting on the bronze mask today. He hadn't realized his own mistake, that he'd failed to ask something crucial. He could conclude that his senses had been blocked, meaning his thoughts were being manipulated. And, when it came to mind control, Cat was undoubtedly the most skilled. After all, judging by her powers, beast taming is essentially a form of mind control, right? Once tamed, even if one retained memories from before, unconditional obedience followed, no complaints, no resistance. As the Bone Dragon had previously revealed, though it was a slip of the tongue, matters of time are not under my jurisdiction. So then, who could it be? Could Miao Mao possibly possess 2 distinct powers? The Snake Beauty. If that's the case, the Dragon God who controls alternate dimensions, known as the Cosmic Singularity and the Spatial Sovereign, is the God of Space. Kitty belongs to the beast taming category, so she's either a deity of control powers, or perhaps a spirit. And deliberately playing cat row computer games to confuse me? It's been influencing me all along. How could it not know I'd use the star chart to find her immediately? Acting up? So, the beautiful serpent is the goddess of time. That must be why she reincarnated herself, right? As they say, after one reset, Lin Feiyu lived through 2 lifetimes. The dog's revered name also hints at clues: god of deception, star god of destruction? After much contemplation, he finally recalled the origin of the bronze mask. Emerald Valley. That was the valley he visited after playing house with Cat. He was completely alone that day. Looks like I'll have to go back to see that valley. The meeting dragged on, ending well past midnight.
Both sides deepened mutual trust and friendship, reaching preliminary agreements on numerous cooperative projects. For instance, in the tournament where Great Xia was participating, Prince Lin Feiyu actually intended to lead the team personally.
This was their greatest concern for this journey. After all, since Lin Feiyu raised his banner. In these brief 2 months, though his armies had swept through the land like a tidal wave, his personal lifestyle was utterly deplorable. Too many eyes were fixed on the prince's residence. This leader spent his days doing nothing but indulging in bedtime activities. Day in and day out, he was busy making babies. It was enough to make others see red. Had it not been for Lin Feiyu's iron grip on the military, Prince Yan, now Emperor Li Siwen of Great Wind, would have seized power long ago. They feared that this man, who was once the undisputed top combat power of Great Xia, would abandon his relentless efforts to merge guilds, all for the sake of the Grand Conquest tournament, just to pursue his own imperial ambitions within the game. Yet, to his surprise, Lin Feiyu readily agreed. He made concessions on numerous matters, revealing his profound affection for his homeland, Great Xia. After all the meeting proceedings concluded, Lin Feiyu sought out Li Ku, the leader of the Gui Guild, alone. He demanded the roster of all participants entering the Grand Championship tournament. He justified it as being for the sake of management and understanding the situation. Li Ku pondered briefly before agreeing. Since Lin Feiyu was leading the effort anyway, allowing him to see the roster seemed reasonable. The number of players participating in this championship tournament was a staggering 8 million. This included the 4 official guilds, national guilds 1 through 4. Additionally, the Feiyu Guild and its subordinate guilds, Xie Guild and Dragon Slayer Guild. Plus several top guilds from Great Xia, including the Wind and Cloud Guild, the Ironblood Dynasty Guild, the Rose Duchy, the Dragon Clan Guild, the Flower Micro Guild, the Miyu Guild. Every participant from each guild underwent rigorous vetting, ensuring absolute reliability and trustworthiness. The 4 official guilds alone mobilized nearly 4 million players, each national guild fielding 1 million elite members, the cream of the crop. The other guilds each fielded around 300,000 members. Among them, Lin Feiyu's Feiyu Guild boasted the largest membership, with 800,000 players. This was thanks to his successive takeovers of the Dragon Slayer and Sharer guilds. Lin Feiyu returned to his office, closed the door, and studied the massive roster of 8 million members alone. Among the names, he recognized many familiar faces. Among them were his own family members. His younger sister, Lin Lu, his older brother, Lin Shen, his father, Lin Haichuan. They had gone too? Yes. This championship tournament required an enormous number of participants. Leveling up in this game is incredibly difficult to begin with. A large portion of players are stuck at level 10 in the newbie village, unable to progress further. While others are stuck at the formidable 40 level barrier, unable to advance a single step. My sister Lin Lu at level 50 and my brother Lin Shen at level 66 were both top picks. For Great Xia to muster 8 million players above level 50 is already a formidable strength. Many servers likely couldn't muster even 8 million players above level 50. However, Lin Feiyu noticed something peculiar. Next to several of his family members' names, there was a parenthesis containing the words pending. Lin Feiyu understood immediately. This was the official's way of accommodating his feelings. If he didn't want his family members to take risks, he could raise an objection, and they would be barred from participating in this championship tournament. Lin Feiyu smiled softly and crossed out the pending in the brackets with his pen. As for other acquaintances, there were even more. From the Chair Guild, Guild Leader Morong Limo, Vice Leader Zhao Xing, Vice Leader Xiao Yan, the Morong Sisters, Li Gu, Li Qi, Yi Fanqing. From the Dragon Slayer Guild, President Lu Chuangji, Lu Chengfeng, Lu Jia, Lu Zhen, the forefather and sons. His own old acquaintances from Feiyu, Vice President Shiryu, and Lu Fei, who'd been grinding hard lately and just hit level 50. The Great Xia F4, Sword Revered Cold Wind, Blade Emperor Chenizhan, Dragon King Lin Ao, Thunder Emperor Lei Qianying. 8 million warriors, March 4th. Leave no trace of life. Chapter 165, Return Alive. That night, stars twinkled in the sky. Lin Feiyu sat alone in his office, watching his attributes surge wildly. As a participant in the championship tournament, he had cast Curse of the Night upon that roster. The curse was now in effect. Based on his 1.58 billion health points, it would drain 158 million HP per second. No one could withstand it. And anyone who fell asleep was taken by Lin Feiyu. But there was always the god of night owls resisting. Lin Feiyu, go to sleep already. It's already dawn? Still pulling an all-nighter? Damn. Impressive. Even Lin Feiyu couldn't hold on and fell asleep, only waking up the next morning. Yet a bunch of people still hadn't managed to assimilate. But the championship tournament starts tomorrow. Today was the final mobilization meeting and team assignments for the dungeon run. You guys aren't going to sleep through the meeting, are you? That'd be so lame. Lin Feiyu didn't need to attend such meetings. Given his special status, if he did participate, it would be to speak from the podium. But he insisted on sitting in the back row. He wanted to be with his family. This minor request was easily granted. Meeting proceedings. The opening was announced, and the participating players took their oaths. Finally, the leader gave a speech. Even a night owl like me couldn't endure the leader's speech. With the meeting concluded, Lin Feiyu's roster of 8 million personnel was fully compiled. This was something no one knew about. It was Lin Feiyu's covert operation, a hidden contingency plan offering all participating players a chance to revive. It served as insurance. Of course, he never revealed this fact. The reason was simple. There were some individuals whose true intentions Lin Feiyu couldn't discern, whether they genuinely participated in the battle or were merely actors. Take, for instance, Zhao Xing, the former vice president of the Chier Guild, and the likes of Xiao Yan. After their plot to seize the guild leadership failed, it was Moron Limo who interceded on their behalf. He declared that both were willing to fight to the death in the championship tournament, willing to die for the nation. They demanded to be assigned to the most perilous front lines. Which is why Lin Feiyu chose not to pursue their previous betrayal. But were Zhao Xing and Xiao Yan really just bluffing? Hadn't they claimed they'd rather die fighting just to save their own skins? You're basically granting them an invincibility buff? Wouldn't that be a total loss? Another reason was that among these 8 million people, there was a mixed crowd, all sorts of shady characters. If another 500,000 were to appear among them, wouldn't everything collapse? All the information has been exposed. Leaks aren't scary, the problem is he still doesn't know where Dog Brother is. Everything demands caution. The thunderous battle drums resound once more, the call to arms poised to erupt. Cross-server championship tournament, final day countdown announcement. 1. All game servers are divided into 13 provinces: Yunlai Province, Northwest Sea Province, Southwest Sea Province, Al Province, Big Island Province, Ishia Province, Gaoji Province. Each major server may send 10 top guilds to the final map for the decisive battle. 2. The victorious faction will expand their province's territory with new county cities and vast map expansions, unlocking numerous high-quality dungeons and treasures. 3. The victorious faction claims first place, all others are deemed defeated. 4. The losing faction will have 100 county cities and corresponding dungeon treasure maps seized by the victors. New reward: the competition map itself will also belong to the victorious faction. Lin Feiyu stared at the tournament announcement. Oh? The competition map is also included as a reward? He immediately began examining the competition map. Wasteland Province. The venue for this championship tournament. A colossal map spanning a full 25 million square kilometers. This area far exceeds even the peak territory of the largest nation on Blue Star, the Polar Bear Nation. The terrain slopes from high in the west to low in the east, with vast, fertile plains in the center offering no natural defenses. The eastern region borders the coastline, a kingdom of hills and marshes crisscrossed by waterways. To the south, towering mountains stretch endlessly, steep cliffs and sheer precipices, the most rugged peaks that once fueled our wildest dreams. The north is vast grasslands, endless plains where you can roam freely. The west holds plateaus, deserts, glaciers, and towering peaks. What a stunning map! I must conquer it. Before entering the Conquest Tournament, teams must be formed, with each team not exceeding 100,000 members. And each region can have no more than 80 teams. This is how the 8 million warriors came to be. Upon entering the Wasteland Province, formed teams will be randomly teleported to undisclosed locations, where they begin slow development. They must gather their full complement of members and organize their greatest combat strength to seize the ultimate victory. This is the core mechanic of the Conquest Tournament. Moreover, upon entering the tournament, no team will know their predetermined landing point. Nor will they know whether their immediate neighbors are friend or foe. This makes it incredibly challenging. Once the tournament begins, the initial chaos will likely claim a huge number of players. The situation remains dire, and the meeting stretched into the night. Some went to eat, while the paper for writing last wills was all sealed by the organizers. As long as you're still alive, it doesn't count as a last will. Only upon death would they be claimed by family or made public. This time, the allocation of the 100,000 player teams. Lin Feiyu was kept with his family. This was a deliberate backdoor arrangement by the authorities. Lin Feiyu, protect the people you value yourself. If something happens to someone else, it'll be hard to explain and justify. Lin Feiyu knew about the invincibility buff. Though he didn't care much, he still accepted the favor from the Great Xia authorities. They've been quite considerate. As the meeting concluded, many trembled, some with tear-filled eyes, others with steely resolve, some wailing in despair, and still others applying to withdraw from the championship. Reactions varied widely. Lin Feiyu deliberately sought out Li Ku. He had only one demand: if there were any changes to the roster of 8 million personnel, he wanted to be the first to know. So I could apply debuffs to those withdrawing and buffs to new entrants. Lin Feiyu hadn't logged off to return to his grand villa in Huicheng City in quite some time. Today was a rare family reunion, with the prospect of diving into the dungeon and risking their lives imminent. In this moment, father raises his cup to toast, a triumphant return. Victory! The family raised their glasses and drank heartily. Lin Feiyu still felt uneasy inside, but his worries weren't about the championship tournament. There was little to worry about here. Even if he died, he could find a way back from the ancient god's palace. Still, he raised his cup. Father, elder brother, little sister, return alive. Chapter 166, The Great Battle Looms. In the real world, at the northern capital of Great Xia, ceremony for the departure of 8 million warriors. At that moment, a group of young children stood on stage, swaying left and right as they sang with heartfelt emotion. Jade plate, jade plate. When will the great sage return with the scriptures? Summon the immortal cranes. Soar straight to the heavens. At the ceremony's conclusion, 8 million warriors stood upon the vast plaza. Even in the low skies, numerous players were pre-controlling their flights. This was the northern capital of the Great Xia Empire. But this departure ceremony left no room for such concerns. Seating arrangements and standing positions had long been meticulously planned. 8 million warriors filled the entire sky. The entire northern capital was enveloped in the solemn grandeur of the departure ceremony. From the towering gatehouse at the far end of the square. At that moment, 4 figures emerged together. They were the 4 who once represented the peak combat power of Great Xia, the F4 of Great Xia. Sword Sovereign Cold Wind, Blade Emperor Chen Yizhan, Dragon King Lin Ao, and Thunder Emperor Lei Qianying. Walking side by side, they entered the square. The crowd, previously stirred by the young boy's song, fell silent as the 4 great figures approached. They walked steadily, silently, until they reached the very front of the square. There, they halted. They split into 2 pairs, clearing the central space. The audience below immediately guessed who it was. He's coming. He's coming. Is it the king of the Wind Kingdom? Seriously, he's a complete outsider now. Can he even help? You can't say that. At least Lin Feiyu actually went. That alone makes him a true hero. Yeah, right. Lin Feiyu had no intention of showing off. He walked steadily, surrounded by gazes that were a mix of respect, confusion, contempt, curiosity, awe, and admiration, a multitude of complex emotions. He walked steadily to the center of the Great Xia F4. The once noisy crowd fell instantly silent the moment they truly saw Lin Feiyu. Even the sound of breathing seemed to freeze. Lin Feiyu raised his eyes, his gaze complex as he surveyed the surroundings. Without a word, he gave a light wave of his hand. Let's go. The throng erupted into chaos. Erupting in a thunderous roar. Advance. Charge. Kill. In an instant, firecrackers crackled, gongs and drums clamored, and the teeming masses began their march. Wasteland State. On a vast stretch of beach. Lin Feiyu arrived at the map of the conquest tournament for the first time. His army of 100,000 was largely composed of familiar players from the Feiyu Guild. For instance, Vice President Lu Fei had rapidly leveled up by farming fruits in the Blood Plague Forest dungeon. Originally, those fruits were all meant for his dad, older brother, and little sister. But his older brother, Lin Shin, still felt it necessary to sell off a portion. First, it boosted income. Second, it strengthened the guild's overall power. This was one reason why old Lu Fei could suddenly level up to 50 so quickly. Then there's Vice President Shiryu, formerly the leader of Qian Yu's guild. Come to think of it, that Shiryu still owes me something. Are you going to eat or not? Then there were his family, his older brother, sister, and father all by his side. In my previous life, my father, Lin Haichuan, died during a monster uprising in a secret realm instance that spilled into the real world. As a member of the Guardian Army, he fought desperately until he was torn apart by the monsters. These memories were still vivid in his mind. But according to the timeline, the monster uprising in Yunqing City should have occurred before the championship tournament. Yet this lifetime had clearly been altered. Numerous events were not unfolding along the predetermined course etched in his memories from the previous life. So, old man had been living quite comfortably during this period, and that deadly monster uprising had vanished without a trace. Perhaps they were secretly gathering strength, waiting for a collective eruption. Then there's my brother. In my past life, he died during a secret realm expedition organized by the Black Tide Guild. But now he's risen to the upper echelons of the Flying Universe Guild. Such tragedies will never happen again. Lin Feiyu snapped back to reality, beginning to contemplate the arrangements of his life. At that moment, he gazed at the distant coconut palms and the rolling coastline, the faintly curved horizon where sky met sea in the far distance. Wasn't this supposed to be the Central Plains? Why is it island commanders? I've got nothing but foot soldiers here. Not a single naval unit. Report. Commander, my reconnaissance aircraft has spotted a large enemy force. Though this is an island with a tropical monsoon climate, the surrounding 4-5 smaller islands are all occupied by enemy forces. Lin Feiyu stared at the Beastmaster player, watching the eagle circling above his head. This is pure alarmist nonsense. Get down. Reconnaissance continues. Lin Feiyu knew full well that the player's report might very well be true. After all, with the random matchmaking system pairing 100,000 players per server. With 13 major servers in total, each server would have at least 80 squads. That's over 1,000 squads. And one careless move could land them in an encirclement.
For the other servers, upon encountering teams from Yunlezu, they would likely immediately start banding together. After all, for the past 100 years or so, it's been Great Xiao winning non-stop, always winning, perpetually victorious. But these victories weren't handed out freely, nor were they predetermined.
Other servers had long since begun collaborating. Only through mutual cooperation could they forcibly seize an opportunity to challenge Yunlezu's supremacy. This is why players instantly label anyone not on their team as an enemy.
It's a matter of understanding the stakes so you don't get lost in the big picture. The easternmost island is the largest. One glance at the skin tones and hair ornaments reveals its inhabitants.
It belonged to the Gaoji province server, the White Elephant Kingdom nicknamed the Umbrella Kingdom.
But Lin Feiyu had already deployed the Bone Dragon Skeleton Legion. A faint smile curved the corners of Lin Feiyu's mouth. The player interface for Gaoji province servers displayed this color scheme. Player XXXX. Title Brilliant Diamond Hero. Class XXX. Level 65. Health points 1.5 million. Attack power 50,000. The Bone Dragon Skeleton Legion has the following attributes. Common Skeleton Elite Monster level 40. Health 450,000. Attack power 3,500. Magic power 500. Armor 1,500. Skeleton Squad Leader Boss Tier Blue level 50. Health 680,000. Attack power 5,000. Magic power 750. Armor 2,250. Skeleton Captain Lord Boss Purple level 60. Health 1 million. Attack power 7,500. Magic power 11,250. Armor 3,300. And this skeleton, he has 8 million more. And these are just the skeletons split off from the Bone Dragon, not even his own. If Dog Brother weren't still out there somewhere, I'd have to keep my guard up against him. This championship battle would be practically a walk in the park. Lin Feiyu could just click his way to victory. But holding it back for a decade? Lin Feiyu was starting to doubt it. After all, that beautiful snake could even restart time? Fast forward 10 years? Impossible? And she dares call herself a time management master? A time demon? Wait a minute? How did I suddenly learn the beautiful snake's honorable name? Chapter 167, this general will lead the charge. Among the contenders in the Ishie province tournament, this was a force of 100,000 men. Every member wielded a crimson tachi. Every single one of them had been deceived by the demonic sword, the Shikimaru. Though he had yet to collect his interest. A full 8 million souls, each as mighty as a dragon. Each capable of dealing damage on a 1,000,000-point scale. If it were to absorb all of them at once. 8 trillion in damage output. 80 trillion. Though still far from pillar-level combat strength. It should be more than enough to handle Lin Feiyu, that god's proxy, right? Humph. 200 million damage, huh? You little thing. How adorable. Demon Blade Shizumaru's eyes sparkled as he stood on a small island, gazing at the surging waves around him. But not as wild as me. Lin Feiyu. I've got you cornered. Standing on the sandy shore, he suddenly felt a familiar sensation. Wait a minute. This map. The ancient god battlefield? The site where the dragon god fell? Could fragments of the dragon god still linger here? The demon blade Tamaru knows this well. The dragon god's death was tied to the snake woman and cat goddess's ascension ritual. The dragon god opposed that very thing. After all, the civilization born upon that azure planet was truly magnificent. Its heroic tales were legacies worthy of praise. Though he, the wolf god, preferred not to meddle in such affairs. After all, it was merely refining a planet housing hundreds of billions of humans. Moreover, there were benefits to be gained grafting the blue star onto the birthplace of the four pillars, the primordial world. It would also expand his territory, enhancing his authority in every aspect. Why not seize the opportunity? But the dragon god was unequivocally opposed. His compassion was truly baffling to the gods. It even used its pillar-level might to transform the primordial world and blue star into gamified realms. Transforming all realms, cultivation techniques, artifacts, magical instruments, and innate talents into a fully fledged online game. It clung to the faint hope that through this gamified process, Blue Star might give birth to its own gods. Thus supporting this frail, barren little blue planet, as desolate as a remote countryside. Yet, under the combined might of the twin deities, it was utterly annihilated. Demon Blade Tamaru recalled the past, his heart stirred with profound emotion. Immediately after the dragon god's demise, having trapped the cat snake within an alternate dimension, he struck decisively. The wolf god knew he couldn't win against two opponents, but he charged in anyway. He had to fight. The reason was simple, he saw that the cat goddess and snake woman's confinement was no ordinary trap. Even if his side were to sacrifice themselves, the two would find it extremely difficult to kill them. The wolf god's plan was to sacrifice his own life to secure the cat and snake's permanent residence in the alternate dimension. He succeeded, and was reborn as he wished. Simultaneously, his own annihilation deepened his understanding of his father, the deceitful god's authority.
This was the origin of the Crimson Blade. The map for this tournament's championship? Is it actually the site of the Dragon God's demise? What exactly is this? The covert manipulation of Cat and Snake Woman? Or is the Dragon God not truly dead? Still smoldering in the shadows? Still fighting? Then what is the significance of this map?
Demon Blade Tamaru was still scratching his head in confusion, but he soon figured it out. Those two, who had fought themselves to exhaustion trying to kill him, were now trapped forever within the confines of this alternate dimension. The only way to free them now was one thing alone: the Dragon God's revival. But the Dragon God's revival would surely kill them both. Perhaps they were searching for a replacement? A new Dragon God who could accept their control and obey them completely. To break free? Then this map is quite coincidental. Is it the revival of that will, or the Cat Snake's conspiracy? Demon Blade Tamaru broke out in a cold sweat instantly. So, who is that substitute being revived as the Dragon God? So hard to guess. Should I give him a hint? If the new Dragon God truly awakens, those two would be free. Considering they're both at their peak while I'm in this state. No way. I need to have a serious talk with him. Thank goodness for the Dragon God's death aura on this map. Finally got the hint. The Dragon God was utterly consumed. Even in death, he's still giving it his all. Suddenly, the Demon Blade Tsumaru remembered the Dragon God had perished within his own divine realm. There must be a shrine dedicated to him here. Then, this map must be littered with Dragon God fragments. Must go find them. Wasteland Province. Central Plains. Guildmaster, we're surrounded. Morning's End Guild leader Moron Limo, along with his two vice leaders each commanding 100,000 troops, had somehow teleported to nearly the same location. The three greeted each other with warm embraces. Excellent. All 300,000 elite members of the Chiera Guild were now gathered here. The three had gathered together without lifting a finger. At that moment, their hearts settled with profound relief. Heaven is on my side. I had thought that once we assembled the 300,000 troops, we could perfectly establish our battlefield, build a city, garrison it, and then begin to accommodate other nearby players from Yunlai province. This strategy was flawless. What's this? My 300,000 troops? Who dares to surround me? The messenger immediately reported, the Silver Kingdom in the northwest has two forces totaling 200,000 troops. The southwest has three forces totaling 300,000. ALR State, Big Island State, and Gaoji State each have 100,000 troops. A total of 800,000. Moron Liumao's face turned green. 300,000 against 800,000? No way. We've got no advantage. He didn't even ask why so many servers had banded together to gang up on Yunlai State's players. This was all about historical grudges. Blame it on the Xia dynasty's F4 being too formidable, constantly bullying players from other servers. So whenever the conquest tournament rolled around, all 12 other servers would band together to take down Yunlaizu. It's a case of hitting rock bottom and bouncing back. What can we do? This isn't some guild war where you can just respawn at base after dying. At worst, you can just quit the dungeon and stop playing. But this is the conquest tournament. Death is permanent. The lives of hundreds of thousands hang on my decision. Moron Limo felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. What should we do? Wait inside the encirclement for rescue? Or retreat? The key decision makers from the Chiera Guild were all present. Suddenly, Vice President Zhao Xing leapt to his feet. This subordinate will lead the assault. What? Lead the assault? 300,000 against 800,000? And initiate the attack? Isn't that like sending sheep into the tiger's mouth? Even Vice President Xiao Yan, who usually had an exceptional rapport with Zhao Xing, looked utterly bewildered. No way. Dude, we did tell Lin Feiyu we wanted to be assigned to the most dangerous spots. It's only the first day. And you're already rushing to throw us under the bus? Zhao Xing furrowed his brow slightly, seemingly surprised that no one else shared his thoughts. He hurriedly explained. We're merely surrounded. That's all. They haven't launched a direct attack yet. It means they're only instinctively treating us as the enemy. Right now is their moment of indecision. This moment is precisely when I should strike. We just need to pick a weak squad and launch a fierce assault. They'll surely collapse like a house of cards. That's when we'll break through the encirclement. Moron Limo nodded vigorously upon hearing this. That makes sense. Absolutely. And we must act swiftly. Right. We must strike before those teams from different attribute servers across the field can coordinate. Chapter 168, The Crimson Blade. After Zhao Xing's impassioned and infectious speech, everyone immediately understood. What Zhao Xing meant was, Old Zhao. When two warriors meet on the battlefield, the brave one wins. That's right. Let's take them on. Crush them. Moron Lumao saw the fire ignited in everyone's eyes and immediately gave the order, then let's pick off one of their elite units. We're going after the elite. Then let's take on Gaya Zizu. Let's take on Third Brother. With the target set, the troops sprang into action.
300,000 elite troops from Chair charged straight at Gaezizu's 100,000 player camp. Morong Limo didn't need to command, others were handling the battle.
Xiao Yan and Zhao Xing both commanded their divisions.
Long-range fire, engage. Assassins flank and encircle. Night tanks, hold the front line. Stay close to the formation. Stay close to the formation.
Gao Zhizhou's 100,000 players were instantly crushed.
The other major servers hadn't even grasped what was happening yet.
Over there, Third Brother was already on the verge of collapse. They retreated in a complete rout stinking to high heaven. Zhao Xing led his men to the forefront. He surveyed the landscape littered with broken limbs and flesh, blood flowing like a river.
But that was fine.
Not much of it belonged to his own men.
All the rest belonged to the enemy. Is this the arena for the supremacy tournament?
A true battle of life and death.
Is death truly final?
His heart was still pounding wildly. Just moments ago, he'd been a hair's breadth from death. Thankfully, the guild leader's basic attacks were rock solid, and Morong Dawai's healing was practically free. He was spamming it like crazy. That was one reason they were crushing everything in their path.
At that moment, a player from the Chair Guild rushed over urgently. Bad news. Reinforcements from Yixie State have arrived.
Xie Guild's 300,000 troops were about to break through the front lines, on the verge of escaping the encirclement.
Even if Yixie State's reinforcements arrived, couldn't my 300,000 troops still crush them? What's the panic about? How many? Chairman Morong De hurriedly asked. 300,000. 3 million? 3 million? What? How did they assemble so quickly?
Not 3 million, not a million, just 300 men.
300? Men? Then what's the panic? 300 men can't be a small reconnaissance unit, right? 300,000 against 300. The advantage is ours. No. It's a million. Damn it. Make yourself clear, what million? Wasn't it 300? How did another million appear?
What I meant was, Yixiazu only has 300 men, but each one packs around 1,000,000 damage points.
Impossible. Chairman Morong found it utterly unbelievable.
Even he himself only surpassed the 1,000,000 damage mark with Lin Feiyu's assistance.
300 of them? All of them? How could that be possible? But then, a player pulled out the death log of their own member killed by Yixiazu.
A full 300 members of the Chair Guild had been slaughtered by Yixiazu.
Those hard-hitting damage numbers were right there. Irrefutable proof that cannot be altered. Morong Limo's pupils contracted to their absolute limit. This is bad. Something's wrong with Yixiazu. I've been set up.
Every death he witnessed among his own teammates had been caused by utterly unremarkable auto-attacks, simple, basic attacks.
One strike dealing 1,000,000 damage? This terrifying 1,000,000-point damage?
According to the damage calculation system in this game, basic attacks deal damage in a straightforward 1-to-1 ratio with attack power. Even if basic attacks were enhanced by special skills, would everyone suddenly deal 1,000,000 damage? Those death scenes for 300 people aren't fake, after all. So that means, the stats for that batch of red blades have reached a terrifying 1,000,000 attack power. How are we supposed to play this?
Can we even play without nerfs? What do we do?
Just as Morong posed this question, the forces from the other servers who had been fiercely attacking Yunlai province moments ago and those still observing all pressed forward. Haishi North State's Silver Nation fielded 2 teams totaling 200,000 troops. Haishi South State deployed 3 teams with 300,000 troops. ALR State and Dao Island State each contributed 100,000 troops. The 300 red blades from Ishie Prefecture charged directly into the vanguard of Yunlai Prefecture's forces. The situation took a sudden turn for the worse. What should we do? What should we do? Zhao Xing immediately proposed a solution: retreat. The 300 red blades from Ishie Prefecture cannot be fought head-on. But, if we retreat, won't we be walking straight into the encirclement of those major forces? Chairman Morong frowned deeply. With 300,000 men under his command, the decision rested on his shoulders. A wrong move could mean total annihilation here. His hands began to tremble inexplicably, though he couldn't tell why. Zhao Xing made his decision again. So be it. We'll drive right back in. Drive straight into the ranks of those major factions. Over there, at least there are no freaks. We have a fighting chance. This is facing death to seize life. Guild leader, you take charge. Your area of effect healing and basic attack healing can get most of the Chiyue people off the battlefield. With that, Zhao Xing raised his spear and started walking in the opposite direction of what he just said. Morong sensed something was off. This Zhao Xing. Why was he saying I should lead? Then, what about him? He wasn't leading. What was he planning? Old Zhao? What's this? Zhao Xing turned back. I'm covering the rear. You're already pushing into the crowd. If someone bites you from behind, then it won't be facing death to live, it'll be truly courting death. Old Zhao. You. I'll handle Lin Feiyu's side. There's no need to actually go. Zhao Xing turned back. This isn't about that promise. Absolutely not. I have my own pride.
As vice president, protecting the president's escape is my duty. Morong Limo's eyes began to flicker with panic.
He knew this departure might truly mean they'd never meet again.
But, no buts about it. Xiao Yan stepped forward to speak up. I'm going with old Zhao. Morong looked at these two veterans of his guild men who had been there since he was still the young master. Though not old in years, they were genuinely of the uncle generation. There had been a time when they tried to oust him. The guild leader's seat had been their target. Yet in the most perilous moment, they had willingly taken the most dangerous positions upon themselves. Human nature is unpredictable, true in times of loyalty, and equally so in times of betrayal. With reddened eyes, Morong made his arrangements. It wasn't that he was cowardly or afraid of death, it was simply that Zhao Xing's plan was the best. He was not one to waver, he made his decision immediately. You, come back alive. But Chairman Morong still managed to say it through gritted teeth. Vice President Xiao Yan was still organizing equipment and supplies. Hearing Chairman Morong Liumao's words, and looked up. His face remained expressionless as ever, his eyes narrowing slightly. Chairman, will we return alive? Hoof. As they say, it's up to us. Zhao Xing chuckled, whether we live or die doesn't matter. To fall on the battlefield of a national war, to sacrifice oneself for the country, that's the mark of a hero. A death of the highest order. Chapter 169, Last Words. On the western flank of the battlefield, a group of black-clad, masked ninjas wielding crimson swords moved with light, leisurely steps along a gentle slope. Saito Kitsune stood at the forefront, leading this 300-man ambush force. Less than 3 kilometers away lay the forces of Yunleizu. Following the instructions of the Demon Blade, Shigema, they were to show special consideration toward the Yunlai state forces. Following Isha Province's remarkable performance in the last championship tournament, Yunlai Province's 300,000 troops were now surrounded. And they had received messages from other major districts hoping Isha state would come to their aid. Saito Fox scoffed inwardly, a mere 300,000? 300 men would suffice. Let this era, this world, this age know that the rise of our Isha province, the land of cherry blossoms, is unstoppable. 300 warriors, their eyes devoid of mercy, filled only with the cruelty of slaughter. His ambitions extend far beyond just the Great Xia or Yunlai province, they encompass the entire world. These 300 men are merely the appetizer. Even the 8 million who entered the Wasteland province for the championship tournament are mere cold dishes. In Sakura Nation, every man now strides like a dragon. Over 800 million combatants, each possessing million-level strength. Saito Fox sneered with contempt. I will make sure the heavens can no longer obscure my vision. I will make sure the earth can no longer bury my heart. I will make this universe tremble. Zhao Xing swiftly deployed his forces to the battlefield, positioning his troops at the rear of the Chiyue Guild's main army. Then he deliberately slowed their retreat. This created a false impression for the 300 red blades following behind. That is, all 300,000 men of Dacia's Yunlai province were still here. That they couldn't escape. This allowed guild leader Morong Limo to quickly break away. Players from other servers? They didn't give them a second thought. But how did Ishia Prefecture suddenly produce these 300 attackers with power surpassing even the Swordmaster Elder? This is bloody hell. As long as those 300 red blades don't latch on. Even with 800,000 players from other servers blocking the way, some of Chiara Guild's 300,000 warriors would surely escape. The cost might be enormous. They might be cut in half, or perhaps reduced to just a third. But at least they'd manage to pull some through. If they really get stuck with the red blades, that massive damage output, charging into Yunlai Prefecture's positions, would be like mowing down grass. Fearfully, not a single one would escape. As for those who chose to hold the rear, voluntarily becoming sacrificial pawns, surrounded on all sides. The outcome? Death was the only certainty. No other possibility exists. Those who chose to follow him had already cast aside all thought of life or death. Including Xiao Yan, who joined later. Every single one of them embraced death with resolve. Old Xiao. You really shouldn't have come. You're the strategic thinker, you should have advised that brat Morong Lumao, offered some counsel. Xiao Yan shot Zhao Xing a piercing look. This guy had once said it would be better if the president died. Now he was risking his life to block the muzzle. The complexity of human nature is truly unfathomable. Stop whining. Get to work. When did you, old Zhao, become such a fuss budget? Zhao Xing remained silent. He'd made up his mind to die, couldn't he make others resolve to die too? Brother! Let's die together. Old Xiao, his face cold, said. Zhao Xing. Listen up. You good for nothing. You're nothing but a rough and tumble brute. Never shaves. Never bathes. Stinks to high heaven. I've had enough of you. Finally, I won't have to work with you anymore. What a relief. This is the only good thing I can think of about dying. I'm heading north, you go south. I'd rather die than die alongside you. Zhao Xing's scummy face twitched slightly. Fine. Fine. The 300 red blades of Ishie Prefecture still watched the spectacle from below the gentle slope.
Over there, the players from Yunleizu of the Great Xia Empire seemed to number only a few thousand. They were completely surrounded by Gaoji State players doomed for sure. Yeah, they never expected Yunleizu's 300,000 troops to be so easily wiped out. They'd anticipated a battle lasting half a day, yet it was nearly over in mere minutes. At that very moment, a knight player from the Silver Kingdom in the northwest of the sea, riding a three-headed lion, galloped swiftly toward them. The news he brought was shocking. Why were there so few people from Ishia Prefecture? The Yunlai state forces had already fled westward into the desolate Great Gobi Desert. Why were they still watching from here? Why aren't they advancing? Saito Fox instantly flew into a rage, grabbing the blonde-haired, blue-eyed knight by the collar and yanking him down. He tried to lift him up by the collar but realized he wasn't tall enough, so he could only drag him along the ground. This felt like an insult. He had intended to explain, but now he didn't bother. Go to hell. Go tell that to my basic attack. Saito Fox ended the life of that knight player from the Silver Nation of the Northwest Sea with a single strike. But clearly, less than a kilometer away, the entire area was filled with people from Yunlai Province? Why did the knight player from the Silver Kingdom of the Northwest Sea claim Yunlai Province had already withdrawn from the battlefield? He watched the Yunlai State players still fighting fiercely within the Gaoji State crowd. He had a rough idea of what was going on. These men were fearless warriors. They were pretending to be a large force. Over there, it's 800,000 against 300,000. The battle was chaotic, obscuring his vision. All to deceive their enemies. Saito Fox's face turned slightly red with embarrassment. He himself had boasted that killing 300,000 players from Yunlai province would only require 300 men. And what happened? He'd been deceived? They'd escaped? He was furious. Could he possibly tolerate this? He was the first to raise his crimson blade, clasping it before his chest with both hands as he charged forward, shrieking wildly. Seeing this, the rest of the red blades charged forward as one. Xiao Yan, still at the heart of the battle, slaughtered with relish while joyfully singing a childhood battle chant. Go! Are you worthy? This tattered cloak. Fight! Fight! With the humblest of dreams. Suddenly, the red blades on that flank began closing in. Breaking through now? A pipe dream. He raised his prototype rock splitter, abandoning the player from Gayazizu. Charging straight toward the 300 red swordsmen. Death was inevitable anyway. Better to die charging forward. The moment he charged out, he saw Zhao Xing wielding his spear, also charging toward the red blades. Sure enough. Great minds think alike. Except, Xiao Yan chuckled inwardly, at least we die together. Zhao Xing's eyes held no regret for death, only the bitter hatred of cursing his mother. Damn you. The first day of the championship tournament had passed. The sunset began to roll across the sky. Moron Limo led his remaining 160,000 troops, gathered on a desolate stretch of Gobi Desert. They are all dead. Yes. Did they leave any final words? Vice President Xiao Yan sang a song as he fell in battle. Vice President Zhao Xing cursed his way to his death. What was he singing? What was he cursing? He sang, who says only those standing in the light are heroes. He cursed. God damn it. Chapter 170, 36 days. Lin Feiyu on the island, posing as pirates, fighting pirates. And having a blast. He swiftly cleared out players from other servers on neighboring islands. Showing mercy to enemies is cruelty to your own people. Kill when you must, no question about it. But soon, something strange happened. A contingent of 3,000 Yixiaza swordsmen wielding crimson demon blades, left behind on a small island. They slaughtered every last skeleton soldier Lin Feiyu had dispatched. Even. Skeleton Captain Lord Boss Purple, level 60. HP, 1 million. The captain couldn't even withstand a single strike? Those red blades each dealing over 1 million damage? Lin Feiyu suddenly realized this must be Dog Brother's doing. Dog Brother is in Ishia State. Confirmed. This was the first time Lin Feiyu had pinpointed Dog Brother's exact whereabouts. So you're living it up on some tiny island province, huh? Became a male teacher? How's that going? No wonder Moron Limo sent word early on, telling me to take good care of her mother and sister. She said she'd encountered the ghost of Ishia State. So that's how it is. Ishia State is terrifyingly powerful. It can grant the Great Xia's contestants an invincibility buff. And as a crippled pillar, dealing millions of damage is hardly surprising. 3,000 men, huh? My 100,000 skeleton troops aren't enough? What about 8 million? No need to lift a finger himself. Lin Feiyu simply unleashed his 8 million skeleton troops in a coordinated charge. The battle raged on for an entire day. Those 3,000 red blades over there were pretty tough. They actually withstood 3 full charges from the 8 million skeleton army? Only then were they all wiped out. The setting sun paints half the sky crimson. Waves crash against the shore. Seagulls soar. The first day of the championship battle concluded. Lin Feiyu led his men back to land. To the eastern coast of the barren state. The moment they touched down, their feet sinking into the soft sand. Ding!
Pickled Egg Dragon God's Authority Concentrate sends regards. Notice 36 days. Warning 36 days. Lin Feiyu? Preserved egg? What's up? Did you turn into a spirit or something? Lin Feiyu was astonished to discover he'd developed a subtle connection with the preserved egg. But wasn't that piton activated by Cat and Snake Woman, leaving him trapped inside the ancient god's palace secret realm? How could it establish a connection across such a distance? Could it be, after sitting in my backpack for so long, it developed feelings? Lin Feiyu shrugged it off. He'd already tamed all sorts of plant spirits, a single egg was no big deal. What a pain in the ass. Even after establishing a connection with the preserved egg, it proved largely useless. The preserved egg merely gave Lin Feiyu a simple hint. Simple yet terrifying. He finally understood. The 10-year deadline for the deification ceremony was a lie. He didn't need 10 years to build his power within the secret realm of the ancient god's palace. Not even a month and a half. The exact time had already been revealed by Piton. 36 days. Once those 36 days are up, the dragon god's power-infused vessel Piton will be utterly destroyed by his counterpart within the ancient god's palace. That's a 100-fold increase in speed. Lin Feiyu's pupils suddenly contracted, and he was instantly struck with horror. His eyelids twitched uncontrollably. His heart pounded wildly. His entire body went numb, his limbs turning ice-cold. No way. This time, he was done for. According to the mission the Snake Woman gave him, he was supposed to stall Dog Brother for 10 years in the Wasteland State. Yet she secretly struck from within the secret realm. She accelerated the flow of time within the secret realm. By 100-fold. You dare say she was helping me? Helping me accelerate my ascension to Dragon God? Then why didn't she say so earlier? Why keep it hidden? There's a conspiracy. This is just a dirty trick to stab me in the back. If my primary consciousness is still confronting Dog Brother in the Wasteland State, then it goes without saying who would control the version of me still trapped within the ancient god's palace secret realm. That self fully wields the dragon god's authority. And the dragon god's authority is spatial power. Yet Cat and Snake Woman were forcibly confined within that alien space by the dragon god's will. They had a chance to break free, but Brother Dog fought them to the death, sealing their escape forever. Then, Dog Brother wasn't truly dead, he made a comeback. What would you do if you were Cat and Snake Woman? Find a proxy? Fight it out yourself? A proxy? Would they obey? Could they stab you in the back? This plan seemed like Lin Feiyu was a good candidate. Since Lin Feiyu considers himself a man of honor and loyalty. But he's also a big dummy with a brain that's not quite right. All because he read too many novels before. Reading a novel requires temporarily suspending your brain, and he dislikes seeing it end without getting his money's worth, leading to diminished intelligence. But even so, human hearts are unfathomable. Comparable to quantum mechanics. So this plan would seem unreasonable even to an ordinary person. And they just went ahead and executed it? To find an ally, elevate them to your own level? Unreasonable. The best solution, in truth, is only one. The simplest solution. That is to break free. The best way to break free is to reshape the dragon god. The one who tied the bell must untie it. But then another problem arises. The new dragon god has become a pillar. Why release the other two pillars, those capable of killing him, those posing an acute threat? Is this beyond human comprehension? Did those two pillars not foresee it? This is something anyone could have foreseen. Especially for ancient divine pillars who have lived for untold ages. One word. Deceit. Making the new dragon god into a laborer. The Cat and Snake Woman are capital. By funneling resources to strengthen Lin Feiyu, they're ultimately revitalizing themselves. Then, abandon Lin Feiyu completely. The two of them, 2v1 against Dog Brother. Total victory. What do you mean Dog Brother is too all by himself? He's so dogged he's gone red hot. What the hell is this two nonsense? It's over. I've truly been set up by the capitalists. So, the specific operation. Keep your main consciousness out here, confronting Dog Brother in the Wasteland State. The dragon god over there, isn't that under their control? As long as I create a time gap, I won't even know what's happening inside. Once the 36 days are up, Cat and Snake Woman will be completely, no. They won't even need the full authority of the dragon god. Just a tiny bit of the dragon god's power, and they'll break free from the alternate dimension. Return completely. So, that means, once 36 days pass, both Cat and Snake Woman will be fully released from their sentence. And what about me then? Surely they won't still want me to remain their pillar-level combat power upholding the dragon god's authority? Time again. The exact nature of the Snake Woman's authority remains unclear. But she must be the pillar who controls time. Time management master? Time demon god? These two titles were hints given to him by someone upon entering the Wasteland province. Who? Unclear. But whoever it was, they must have been extremely knowledgeable about the situation of the ancient god's pillars. Once Cat and Snake Woman awaken.
The Snake Woman, who wields control over time, could pull herself back from her past life into this one. Each can reset their death to rebirth.
Time reset.
They would be reset back to the period when they first entered the ancient god's palace. Preserved egg reset to preserved egg. Then the Snake Woman retrieves Pidden. I'm still that powerless self.
Once again reduced to an ordinary ant. After reincarnating, Cuckoo levels up only to ultimately work for someone else's benefit. What else can I do? Sing a song, cool and cold? Pray that the cat and snake maiden are benevolent deities? Then why not a single word about that ancient poem?
Wearing a false form as if it were real, borrowing another's body to refine elixir.
Who seeks ascension? Who refines the elixir? I bet it's not Dog Brother. Just a wild guess, the cat and the snake woman. We're done for. Totally screwed. It's not just me who's screwed, right? Is there any way out?
Lin Feiyu suddenly remembered several scrolls. Deep Fall, Heavenly Ascent, Unique Legendary Gold. Blood Bar Explosion Technique, Unique Legendary Gold.
There's still a chance. A glimmer of hope. I still have hope.
Chapter 171, If You're My Brother, Come Slash Me. By the sea, waves crash, birds chirp. Lin Feiyu stood on the sandy shore for a long while.
Pondering for a long time.
Even before returning to land, he had received messages from Morong Lu Mao, Lu Chuangji, Lu Chengfeng, and others. Yixie Prefecture, it seems there are a full 8 million red blades.
This made Lin Feiyu realize something was terribly wrong.
This Dog Brother, he's got something going for him.
Too bad he doesn't have much. Players in Yunleizu? Kill them all you want, they're all protected by an invincibility buff. So, what kind of damage output does this Dog Brother have? I've never actually faced a pillar level opponent before. Can't beat them? Not afraid at all? I've got an invincibility buff too.
At least, not within 36 days.
I have an invincibility buff.
But only for 36 days. So these 36 days are his last chance. Within these 36 days, he must achieve pillar level combat strength.
Only then can he break the stalemate. Otherwise, it's all over. How can this be achieved? Deep Fall Heaven Ascension Unique Legendary Golden?
Lin Feiyu pondered for a moment. Clearly impossible. Because this scroll had lost its chance to erase entries with the eraser. The erasure chance was already used on erasing already used, cannot be used again. So there was only one chance to use it. Even if Dog Brother regained his pillar level combat strength, and I were to plunder it, it would still be Pillar 1. Collaborating with Dog Brother? That's hard to say. First off, Lin Feiyu wouldn't dare trust any pillar level entity again.
Second, he's been plundered by me? Attack power at 0? Partner? Put. But the question is, how do we gauge Dog Brother's pillar level combat strength? What if he can't recover to pillar level strength within 36 days either? He doesn't know Snake Woman and Cat's plans either. What if it's not pillar level combat strength when I plunder it? Wouldn't that be disastrous? So, there's only one chance left.
Lin Feiyu secretly opened his backpack and carefully examined a truly wondrous scroll.
HP Bar Explosion Technique Unique Legendary Gold.
Effect, upon use, when receiving a single instant damage exceeding 99% of your current HP.
Your HP value multiplies by 10.
And instantly restores your HP bar to maximum capacity.
Restriction 1, can only be used once. Scroll becomes void after use. Restriction 2, if damage exceeds current maximum HP, the 10x HP boost cannot offset this damage. Cannot prevent death. What doesn't kill me makes me stronger.
Lin Feiyu dubbed it the Tombstone Dance Scroll. It was farmed in the Forest Book, Demon Realm Dungeon. Exactly which monster dropped it is now unknown. But Li Daho and his two companions picked it up. Knowing they played with health points, they thought it was a good item and took it to examine for themselves.
That's why they kept it. According to the description, if Restriction 2 is erased, it would no longer carry the restriction effect, health bar increases tenfold. Cannot be used to offset damage taken. Cannot prevent death. Theoretically, it would become a one-time mini invincibility skill. After being hit, it could even boost your health bar tenfold. As long as the damage dealt isn't 10 times your current health bar, you gain invincibility and avoid death once. A pretty solid survival trump card. Erase Limit 2, gain an additional survival skill. What if Erase Limit 1 increases your health pool? If your health bar instantly drops by over 99% and you survive, it grants a 10x health boost. Provided you survive. I have an invincibility buff. Lin Feiyu jolted awake. Damn it! I have an invincibility buff. This bug? If not now, when? Sigh. This. Tower. I'm about to take off. Use the term eraser to wipe out the usage limit. Looking for trouble with Dog Brother. A broken pillar is still a pillar, right? One slash to take me down. Can you pull it off? One strike and he smashed me to death. Wouldn't that mean over 99% health loss? Add the shield value. That's already 110% damage. Then, if I die, I can resurrect in the Ancient God's Palace dungeon. My health bar skyrockets tenfold? After respawning, I'll head back to the wasteland to mess with Dog Brother. Resurrect again. Do something reckless again? Resurrect again. Do something stupid again? Repeating endlessly. Wouldn't that health bar just keep climbing? It'll explode. In just a few days, it'll probably truly break through the sky. No. It won't take long. Just die a few hundred times and it'll be fine. Sorry, Dog Brother. I, Lin Feiyu, am here to die. See you then. My health bar is a bottomless pit. When my health bar lights up, it could circle the Milky Way several times with turns. Support? Where the hell are you getting pillars from? What kind of pillar are you? What the hell kind of pillar? What kind of pillar are you? What kind of pillar are you? Who gave you the nerve to call yourselves pillars? Who gave you the strength to falsely claim to be pillars? Who gave you the nerve to pretend to be pillars? You puny little demons. Just a tad stronger than average and you dare call yourselves pillars? Did I give my approval? Ha? Did I give my permission? Ha? Calling yourselves pillars? Ha? Ha? Get down on your knees. Call me daddy. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Lin Feiyu burst into laughter. The bright moon, soaring birds, the crashing roar of waves. Lin Feiyu stood on the beach. The night had grown deep. The tide was rising. The waves lapping over his ankles. Having conceived a strategy to break the deadlock, he was still pondering the details. He had already devised numerous specific plans. Lin Feiyu attained ultimate enlightenment here. Ancient sages attained enlightenment at Longchang. Lin Feiyu attained enlightenment upon the sandy shore. With this enlightenment, the heavens and earth seemed boundless, viewed as the very edge of the universe. This place shall be called the ends of the earth. With this path revealed, he now possesses the means to suppress the three pillars. Thus, Lin Feiyu named this place the Triple Suppression Beach. Many players from the Feiyu Guild remained there, awaiting the command of their pillar, Lin Feiyu. The sudden emergence of Ixia State's forces has already made people feel a tremendous threat. And, since stepping onto the sand, Lin Feiyu had stood alone for a long time, deep in thought. No one dared to approach and disturb him. From sunset until the moon hung high in the sky. Until Lin Feiyu suddenly burst into hearty laughter. He laughed. We have a chance. Only then did the crowd breathe a sigh of relief. Yun Leizu was saved. Daxiao will still prevail. We've always been champions. We will always be champions. Just as Lin Feiyu attained enlightenment at the Triple Press Beach. Another notification sounded. Ding! Hidden Dragon God's Authority Concentrate alerts you the Dragon God's Temple has been located. Hint, coordinates Wasteland Province, Central Plains, Dragon Banner Plain. Note, the Wolf God Fenrir is currently searching for the entrance to the Dragon God Temple within Lungdu Plain. Lin Feiyu frowned slightly. Alright. The first step of his plan was to find Dog Brother. Then go all out. Looks like Pidden can make eggs. You're a good egg. Not a demon orb. Not only was Pidden no longer pitch black, but this time he'd been washed clean. It even gives hints on its own. What are we waiting for? Come on. Doggy. Come on. If you're a brother, come chop me up. Chapter 172, The Temple. Wasteland Province, Central Plains. A small basin known as Longduyuan. Lin Feiyu arrived, sword in hand. The closer he drew to Longduyuan, the stronger the connection grew between his heart and the preserved egg deep within the secret realm of the Ancient God's Palace. Pidden was in enemy territory, yet his heart remained with me. Well done. Well done. Good egg. Good thing I ate breakfast enthusiastically. What a close call not making you the preserved egg and lean pork congee. The sky had grown pitch black. He had already handed over command of the Feiyu Guild players over there to his brothers Linshan, Shiryulu, and Fei. To make the ruse more convincing, he's temporarily handed over the summoning space for the Bone Dragon's 8 million skeleton army to Linshan. This way, their strength would be bolstered, preventing a complete collapse upon encountering the Red Blade Knights. He urgently needed to find Dog Brother now to execute his plan. Otherwise, once the 36-day period ends, everyone would be finished. Time waits for no one. Besides, his players in Yunlai State possessed an undead buff. Xiao Yan and Zhao Xing had already entered his beast taming space. These guys are the real deal. He never expected those two shady backstabbers, Old Zhao and Old Xiao, to redeem themselves in the face of such a critical moment. Lin Feiyu had already communicated with Zhao Xing and Xiao Yan through the beast taming space. The Red Blade's attack power is exceptionally high. And it wasn't limited to just attack power. Their health and defense were both in the millions. Terrifying. Old Xiao and Old Zhao charging in like that? They'd be dead before they could take down a single one. It was suicide. They knew they were doomed anyway. Better to charge the Red Knife Bandits, sacrifice themselves, and use their death replays to leak the bandits' true data. That's why Xiao Yan and Zhao Xing ultimately charged to their deaths against the Red Blades. Lin Feiyu told old Xiao and old Zhao not to rush. There would be plenty of chances to draw them out into open combat. For now, feign weakness. Apart from the cat and snake woman within the ancient god's palace secret realm, no one else knew they were still alive. This was a devastating trump card. Do they really think the Yunleiza Championship tournament is so easily defeated? Yunlai province is far from finished. At least I'm still lying low. When the time comes, once all 8 million players of Yunlai State are eliminated, will Xia State then set their sights on players from other servers? Once they've slaughtered most of them. Perfect timing. My grand resurrection spell will be cast once more. 8 million warriors return. Victory. Perfect. Long Duyuan. This place is desolate. A few scraggly weeds, a single withered tree, crows cawing incessantly in the distance. A light breeze stirs, whipping up swirling dust. Even the moon, which had appeared bright white when viewed from the coast, now seemed tinged with a withered yellow. Lin Feiyu frowned slightly. Though Dog Brother remained unfound, the Dragon God's temple had been discovered. This was all thanks to Piden's telepathically transmitted forbidden knowledge. He needn't search desperately for the entrance. Once he reached Longdu Plain, he himself would become the entrance. Within Longduyuan, he could harness the vital energy Pai Dan had remotely transmitted to directly summon the temple's manifestation. In other words, as long as he entered Longduyuan, wherever he was, the temple would be there. Lin Feiyu scratched his head helplessly. So, the entrance Dog Brother had been searching for all along in Longduo Plain was actually me. Ha! You got here first, but I'm still the one going in first. Call me First Brother. He had considered meeting Dog Brother first. But since it's a temple, and it's the temple of a dragon god who's already dead, perhaps it holds the origin and history of everything. It's dead now, so it's lost the chance to alter the temple's records. Which meant, the temple itself might hold nothing but the truth. Even the origins of the cat snake woman might be found there. Even that AI's inability to decipher ancient poetry will be conclusively explained. Wait or not. If we wait for Dog Brother, we might never make it to the temple. All the hidden truths might remain unknown until after the fight with the snake woman, cat, and Dog Brother. This won't stop Lin Feiyu from striking ruthlessly, but it will affect his resolve. In other words, an unsettled mind makes it hard to act decisively. 36 days. Not early. But definitely not too late. Enough time for me to get to the bottom of this. What if he's trapped by the dragon god's spatial power? Impossible. Most of his authority resides within the ancient god's palace. Even if it were, he still possesses the bone dragon's authority to counter it. Lin Feiyu weighed the pros and cons. The benefits outweighed the risks. He desperately needed to uncover the truth. For instance, where exactly did they mean by the countryside? Though Lin Feiyu already had a hunch it was Blue Star. Then why refine it? What kind of pill were they refining? What exactly is ascension? They're already pillar-level combatants, ancient 4 pillars. Ancient gods with lifespans stretching into eternity still sought to push themselves even further. Was there some crisis beyond their power to resolve? Since I'd begun calculating the ancient 4 pillars, I must reach their level. And to reach their level, I must understand the dangers that exist at that level. Go! Then go! Lin Feiyu swept his hand through the air. Temple. Emerge! The earth shook violently, dust swirled through the air. A deafening roar reverberated, its shockwaves making one's scalp tingle. A colossal palace rose from the earth. An ancient, weathered temple, covered in ash, appeared before their eyes. A crooked plaque bore the ancient, vigorous characters, Dragon God Temple. Lin Feiyu hesitated not a moment, stepping right inside. Dog Brother was still roaming Longduyuan. He couldn't enter the temple before arriving. Now the temple had appeared. He'd surely come running once he caught the scent. After all, Dog Brother was born in the year of the dog. As soon as Lin Feiyu stepped into the temple, he sealed its entrance. The temple that had just risen from the ground instantly sank back into the dust, vanishing without a trace. The demon blade, Chitama, had been searching for the temple's location in Ryutagen for quite some time. He only knew that the temple was roughly in Longduyuan. This was the lingering aura of the dragon god's residual power he sensed. Yet, once he arrived at Longdu Plain, he felt utterly lost. Everywhere seemed like the temple's location. Yet, nowhere did he find it. After a day of relentless searching, deep into the night, he suddenly sensed a patch of wasteland in the southeast where the aura of the dragon god's fragment was exceptionally potent. Oh? It's actually at the southeastern edge of Longdu Plain? Not in the central area. He rushed over immediately. What he saw was a massive sandpit. This must have been the temple's entrance just moments ago. He had a feeling the temple had vanished. Inside the temple, Lin Feiyu knew the entire temple had sunk back into the depths beneath Longdu Plain. Yet sunlight streamed through the windows like midday rays, flooding the temple with bright, warm light. Dust particles danced in the air. The murals along the corridor, once adorned with vibrant lacquer and vermilion carvings, were now peeling and flaking. The faded hues reveal none of the ancient painting's former brilliance. Wispy wisps of incense smoke drifted through the temple. Shadows come alive, glimmering in the light. Ancient tales of deities all become mere wall-mounted spectators. Incense smoke? Incense?
Something unclean lurks within the temple.
Chapter 173. None of them are locals. Just as Lin Feiyu sensed something amiss within the temple, a faint dragon's cry echoed softly. A warm breeze suddenly swept through. 3 women appeared.
One clad in pale blue, wearing a light azure robe and silk skirt, her cloud-like hair elegantly styled. One in crimson, clad in a deep red silk skirt, hands folded over her lower abdomen, her eyes conveying affection.
One wore a deep blue gauze dress, her cheeks flushed crimson, eyes brimming with affection, and jet black hair gleaming with vitality.
The moment the 3 women appeared, Lin Feiyu sensed something unusual.
They were all great mother dragons.
Just as the bone dragon had mentioned within the ancient god's palace, he carried within him the essence of a dead dragon, a demon dragon, and a wood dragon, while 4 more roamed outside. And here were 3 of them. Meaning, after the dragon god's demise, besides the larger fragment of the bone dragon, 7 smaller fragments remained and 3 of them were here.
Could it be the dragon goddess was also a great mother dragon?
The 3 women bowed slightly in greeting.
The wind dragon greets our sovereign. The fire dragon greets our sovereign. The water dragon greets our sovereign.
Then they bowed low once more, proclaiming in unison.
We humbly welcome the Dragon King's return. Oh?
Lin Feiyu scratched his head.
Dragon King. Did I become the male lead in a feel-good novel? Wind? Fire? Water? Why are there only 3 fragments? Didn't you say there were 4 more outside? Where's the last one?
Lin Feiyu asked in confusion. The 3 women remained silent, staring at him in unison. Lin Feiyu's brow furrowed deeper and deeper.
Ha? The last fragment? Surely it can't be me? I have a father. No. I was adopted. Damn it. Oh no. I really am the Dragon King. Wait a minute. Am I a fragment too? Then, dead dragon Xia Dai? Demon dragon Ye Air? Wood dragon Xiao Luo? Then what about my relationship with them? Fighting myself. Are you messing with me? This. How can this even be justified? Lin Feiyu hurriedly asked. It can't be me, right? You guys aren't joking, are you? Xingyi chuckled. Technically, yes, but practically, no. Don't try to UFO me. Be direct. Just say it plainly, no more beating around the bush. I can understand.
The red-robed figure took up the thread. Before his death, Lord Dragon God laid the groundwork to cultivate a pillar of their own on Blue Star.
Of course, it couldn't be a fragment of the Dragon God, otherwise, how could it be considered a god belonging to Blue Star? Blue-clad added, you are undeniably a true Blue Star native. That much is true. But you possess power granted by a fragment of the Dragon God. In other words, the final fragment didn't transform into a dragon form, it became your power. A power bound to you, forever inseparable. A power uniquely yours. Lin Feiyu frowned again. Ha? What kind of power is that? How come I don't know about it? Xingyi asked, do you remember the Dragon God's divine name?
Lin Feiyu paused briefly before recalling.
It is the unifier of all ages.
The breeder of worlds and dust.
The builder of the stars.
The eternal, unconquerable, and indestructible.
The pillar of starlight. Sovereign of space. Cosmic singularity. The 3 women nodded. The one in blue spoke again. One title is missing, the architect of worldly laws. Lin Feiyu suddenly realized. Earlier, when he first encountered the dead dragon. Dead Dragon Box was so shocked he was speechless. My lord can actually alter the rules of the world. Establishing and altering. Is that the same thing? There's a difference, but not much. So what does that mean? The eraser?
The eraser ability wasn't given by the Snake Woman, but by the Dragon God.
The Dragon God is truly generous. He's been so generous. But something doesn't feel right. Doesn't the Snake Girl know I have an eraser?
Lin Feiyu pondered carefully, suddenly realizing he'd never actually discussed the eraser with Cat or Snake Girl.
Somehow, oh no. It must be the Dragon Goddess, she's definitely influencing me.
Making me not pull out the eraser, that crucial, ultimate tool capable of altering the rules of the world. Thus, bit by bit, turning the tables.
They don't know?
Lin Feiyu asked in confusion.
Xingyi explained, of course they know.
Otherwise, how could they not realize that the cat goddess gave you a beast taming skill meant only for felines, yet you've managed to tame anything and everything? Red Robe finished with a faint smile before continuing, but they didn't realize that power to alter world rules could be used an unlimited number of times.
The blue-clad figure added, this was a deliberate flaw left by the Dragon God during the process of transforming Blue Star and the primordial world into game worlds.
That flaw was the limitation on the number of times his world-altering power could be used. But in truth, it was the Dragon God's own excessive use of this power during the transformation into an online game that led to his exhaustion, not because the power itself had an inherent limit.
This very fact led the cat god and serpent god to underestimate your threat. Hence they allowed you to reset time, reincarnate, and cultivate so you could seize most of the dragon god's authority before the wolf god's return and free the cat god and serpent god early. But, in my previous life, Lin Feiyu wanted to ask why, in his previous life, the wolf god hadn't awakened even 9 years after its return to the present time frame. In this life, he had been reborn for less than a year, yet the wolf god had already appeared on the barren state map of the conquest tournament. Before Lin Feiyu could finish his question, the 3 women began answering. The wolf god is still a pillar. Though resetting time comes at a great cost and is highly covert, the wolf god can always sense something. Though he might not understand why himself, he's already accelerating his revival. So that's how it was. Lin Feiyu gained many new truths, yet found himself with even more questions. He decided to ask everything at once. I want to know everything? Like, are the cat god and snake maiden the ones meant to refine those 2 from Blue Star? Like the primordial world you just mentioned. And for instance, Lin Feiyu pointed at the temple's faded murals, like the mythical tales depicted in these paintings. The 3 women began explaining the temple murals. The location of the primordial world. According to Blue Star's astronomical research, the position of star domains within the cosmos also aligns with the coordinates previously shared by Sword Sovereign, Li Ku, and others with Lin Feiyu. The Jelly Funia star system, known in Great Xia as the primordial galaxy NGC 1499 Nebula. This aligns with what Lin Feiyu knew in his previous life. The game world is the real world. The NPCs in major in-game regions like Yunlai State, Ixia State, and Gaoji State are all based on real people and events. All are flesh and blood, living beings. The 4 pillars were divine beings born in the early days of that world. The truth is, the 4 pillars originated from the primordial world, not Blue Star. In other words, all 4 pillars are outer gods. Not a single one originates from the myths and legends of Blue Star. None of them are natives. Damn it! They weren't human to begin with. This information is crucial. It confirms that none of the 4 have pure intentions. The dragon god might be different. Lin Feiyu narrowed his eyes. No wonder they want to refine Blue Star into an immortal pill. Chapter 174, Clothing the False Body as Truth. As for why the primordial world became a game world. And how did Blue Star's inhabitants connect to the primordial realm? This is because the dragon god wielded the authority of the world rulemaker to alter the operational rules of the world. Even the other 3 pillars must obey. They roamed the vast, desolate cosmos, seeking the way, questioning the way. Among trillions upon trillions of stars, all lay in utter stillness. Yet unexpectedly, on the outer spiral arm of a spiral galaxy within the remote Laniakea supercluster, they discovered a miracle. A civilization that had achieved brilliance not through divine intervention or revelation, but through its own technological path. With a vast population, a thriving economy, and a dazzling culture. And now, they had begun their journey toward the stars and the vast seas. This discovery truly astonished them. This was the very essence of the first 2 lines of that ancient poem. Seeking the way in empty mountains, I hear flowers fall, hearing flutes and pipes, I know homes exist. After discovering Blue Star, to align with Blue Star's civilization, even the cultural backdrop of the primordial world was altered. According to the mural's information, civilization in the primordial world was virtually non-existent. Even describing them as living by raw meat and blood would be generous. The reason is simple, the 4 pillars refused to bestow divine revelation. Only by keeping the masses ignorant could they best control them. After learning of Blue Star's dazzling civilization, especially its beautiful, mysterious, heroic, and epic mythical tales, they became utterly captivated. They even renamed themselves based on how closely their own appearances resembled the deities from Blue Star's legends. And thus, they renamed themselves. These became their titles, their true names. Cat goddess Bestia, dragon god Nidhogg, serpent goddess Nuwa, wolf god Fenrir. All names they bestowed upon themselves. In other words, they were false forms as true likenesses. And the reason they fought. According to the mural's depiction, they sought to transcend to a higher plane of existence. A realm of praise and renewal that surpasses even the pillar level. Star gods. Gods of the cosmos, not rulers of individual worlds' pillars. Star gods are ethereal entities, a concept, a law. And now, they seem to sense the threat of star god level combat power. They are searching everywhere for an opportunity to ascend. Coincidentally, the emergence of Blue Star presented them with such an opportunity. The cat god and serpent god had begun plotting to refine Blue Star. To ascend from pillar level to star god level. This was precisely what the beautiful snake had said back then at Black Tiger Mountain. Oof. Overreaching. Daring to seek ascension? This fate is entirely self-inflicted. This was precisely borrowing another's body to refine Cinnabar. Now Lin Feiyu could confirm it. In the Black Tiger Mountain dungeon, accessible upon reaching level 10. After defeating the Black Tiger Mountain leader, Black Tiger, and then slaying the hidden boss, Ghost Ioist, the beautiful snake I encountered was not a beautiful snake at all. It was the dragon god incarnate. Even after the dragon god's death, it still rages on fiercely. So it seems that when the demon dragon Ye mentioned the beautiful snake telling her to wait there for 6,000 years, it was likely the dragon god's incarnation as well. It was the dragon god who had been providing clues all along. Those 4 lines of ancient verse. This poem, along with the demon cultivator who foolishly sought ascension, all were hints from the dragon god. It was the outcome the dragon god had anticipated. That is, those who dared to ascend cat, snake, dog would meet their end at Lin Feiyu's hands. And, within the ancient god's palace, the long time no see spoken by the beautiful serpent refers to the long time no see from the previous life. It was Lin Feiyu's encounter in that instance, the one blocked by the beautiful snake, where he obtained the Rebirth scroll unique. Lin Feiyu sighed inwardly. The waters here ran as deep as ocean trenches. No, deeper than the waters of Europa. Fortunately, he had acted wisely. He had finally unraveled the truth layer by layer. What followed was, the wolf god hadn't made a move, neither agreeing nor refusing. Cooperation was possible, but he demanded a share of the spoils. But the dragon god refused. The reason remains unknown, as the murals offer no record. To protect Blue Star's brilliant civilization, the dragon god drew both the NGC 1499 Nebula and Blue Star into the online game world, seeking to teach Blue Star's inhabitants cultivation through the simple model of defeating monsters to level up. The dragon god seemed to know he would be killed by the cat god and serpent god as practice, and that the wolf god would sit back and watch the battle unfold. Thus, the dragon god faced certain doom, and the Blue Star inhabitants must save themselves. But, lacking the ancient cultivation heritage of the cat god and serpent god, Blue Star's inhabitants might never master the path on their own. Thus, the dragon god employs the guise of a virtual world, converting humanity's innate talents into gaming abilities, then leveling up by slaying monsters within the game to enhance their strength. Once all plans were finalized, it was time for the serpent god and cat god to strike and slay the dragon god. Following the dragon god's demise, cat and snake were banished into another dimension by the dragon god and trapped there. Dog Brother risked his life to ensure the cat and snake had no chance of escaping the alternate dimension. Dog Brother was shattered into countless fragments. To survive, he split himself into trillions of copies, embedding them within the game world, the dogs of Blue Star. In his first incarnation, Dog successfully concealed all of this. However, during his revival process, he was discovered prematurely by cat and snake. Thus began the long-term scheme, leading to the discovery of Lin Feiyu. Resetting time, they made Lin Feiyu the new dragon god. Through deception, he exploited Lin Feiyu into working for nothing, attempting to break free from the alternate dimension. All to fight the dog god. Yet, ironically, Lin Feiyu was part of the dragon god's post-mortem scheme. Everything had fallen into the dragon god's trap. Lin Feiyu gazed at the faded murals while listening to the 3 great dragon mothers report their work. Too bad there's no PowerPoint presentation. But could the dragon god be trusted? Could this too be a trap? Was all his painstaking effort truly for the sake of saving Blue Star? That seems a bit far-fetched. Could it be that he's also scheming to resurrect himself? But, upon closer reflection, Lin Feiyu realized the dragon god might truly have no chance. Perhaps his consciousness might return. But 99% of his concentrated power lies with the snake woman and the cat. Wouldn't they be guarding them fiercely? Therefore, the dragon god's revival was already the least likely outcome. Then the rumors here, the murals, and the 3 great dragon mothers' work reports must be highly credible. It seems my earlier conjecture was largely correct. Cat, snake, wolf. Not one shall survive. Not a single one shall be spared, they must all die. Lin Feiyu now knew exactly what he had to do. You 3, what are you still standing around for? Where's the voluntary contract scroll? Do you need this dragon king to remind you? Hand them over immediately. The 3 women exchanged a knowing smile and handed over the active contract scroll. We humbly welcome the dragon king back to his rightful place. These 3 women possessed strength comparable to that of the demon dragon Ye, though they were far inferior to the bone dragon. Nevertheless, they still caused Lin Feiyu's power to surge significantly. Even the entire Dragon God Temple now fell under Lin Feiyu's control. He broke free from the temple. He returned to the surface. Upon the Dragon Banner Plane, Lin Feiyu instantly recognized the red-haired dwarf as Dog Brother. Demon Blade Jiwan also spotted the youth who had leapt up from the earth. Lin Feiyu's lips curled into a faint smile, his mouth twisting slightly. Good dog. Is this my lucky year? Chapter 175, Conquest. Demon Blade Sherman flew into a rage. This was precisely why his countless clones on Blue Star and in the primordial world were beaten daily. And the mastermind behind it all? The very man standing before him. It was this guy, with his absurdly flippant remark, good dog. Am I going to have a prosperous year? Though fate had played its hand in this. But Lin Feiyu still bore the blame. He had to take him down with his own hands. Sword in hand, he charged forward immediately. Come and get it. Behold my heaven and earth slash. Heaven and earth slash. Rarity, legendary golden icon. Skill, active skill. Class, no class restriction. Effect, draws a blade and swings it fiercely, dealing 10,000% of the user's attack power as damage. Demon Blade Tamaru believed that Lin Feiyu, this cat snake's proxy, only dealt 20 million damage. It must be due to skills like his, with such incredibly high percentage-based damage multipliers. Therefore, his base stats should be in the millions like mine. So this strike of mine. A full 100 million in damage. Can you even take it? Lin Feiyu came here to court death as long as he dies by Dog Brother's hand. Then he'd resurrect inside the ancient god's palace, with his health instantly multiplied by tenfold. He wouldn't dodge, of course. He took that world-shattering blow head-on. 1. Both of them froze in shock. Lin Feiyu glanced at the game interface where Dog Brother had dealt damage. Oh, turns out it was 100 million damage. What a pity. Lin Feiyu glanced at his own stats. Health, 1.58 billion. Shield, 1.5 billion. Physical defense, 360 million. Dog Brother's skill, which seemed so grand and powerful, couldn't even breach the shield, let alone the defense. It only inflicted force damage. 1. Lin Feiyu's lips twitched slightly. So, you're this weak? Demon Blade Jiwan was utterly shocked. He hadn't even reclaimed the interest from Yixiazu, who was as formidable as a dragon. And even if he could, it would take time and ritual. Now, would he give me a chance? The cat god and serpent god's proxy, he shouldn't be a. He'll likely strike without mercy at any moment. Dog Brother's pupils suddenly contracted. Oh no! He's about to. Just as Dog Brother froze in shock, Lin Feiyu's defenses crumbled. This Dog Brother? He's only at the level of a red blade? UING, suck this bad? What the hell? You're supposed to be a pillar-level fighter? Ha? How the hell can you be this weak? I thought you could at least put up a fight. But you can't even break through my defense? Trash. Useless. Crap. Wanker. He really lost his cool. He was even deliberately hiding his attributes, afraid that Dog Brother would notice him too soon. He was terrified Dog Brother would come hunting him down. He'd been so careful to conceal himself. And he's just a small fry worth 100 million? His evaluation is that he's not even as good as a bone dragon. That wasn't the point. The point is, there are still 36 days left. No, only 34 days left. Even Dog Brother isn't strong enough to kill me. So, how do I use blood bar explosion to make my own health bar explode? How am I supposed to fight off the cat and snake woman? Doesn't that mean I'm still going to die? This is bad. Seeing Lin Feiyu about to lose it, Dog Brother immediately begged for mercy. Of course, he couldn't directly steal attributes from someone he couldn't defeat. He could only defeat him first before copying his attributes. So now he was genuinely begging. Bro, I haven't eaten. I'm starving. Like this. Give me a chance. Let me grab a bite to eat. Then we can fight, how about that? Lin Feiyu narrowed his eyes slightly. Oh? Could it be? Does this Dog Brother have other ways to boost his attack power? Absolutely. He was a pillar-level combatant in the midst of revival. Even in recovery, he remained pillar-level. But we can't just let him enhance himself so easily. Oh? Really? Lin Feiyu feigned surprise. Then, how much further can you actually advance? He feared that if this Dog Brother went off to level up, it might take him a few months, and by then, the Snake Woman would have launched a counterattack. If he went and got a few 100 billion in damage, that would be not enough for me to use my blood bar explosion technique a few times. Therefore, Dog Brother must break through directly to true pillar tier. Only then would I have a chance to surpass pillar tier. Dog Brother was utterly mortified. When he heard, then, how much more can you actually improve? He knew this Lin Feiyu was no pushover. He's sharp. He saw right through me that I was going to eat to level up. What a terrifying divine proxy. But Dog Brother still sensed something in Lin Feiyu's words. That is, this divine proxy seemed incredibly confident. Instead of immediately slaying him. Instead, he asked, how much further can you improve? What did that mean? It meant he was supremely confident in his own abilities. Looks like there's a chance. If I could just bring back everyone from Ishia's state. Over 800 million every mana dragon. At that point, my attack power would reach 800 trillion. Would you still be my opponent? At that moment, Lin Feiyu suddenly spoke up, you little dog. Even if you can still enhance yourself, go ahead and try. Can you possibly surpass my attributes? My stats have already surpassed the quadrillion mark. Lin Feiyu deliberately inflated his stats to an unimaginable scale, using units no one had ever heard of. His goal was to push Dog Brother to quickly reach pillar level strength. No half-hearted attempts that wouldn't even scratch me. That would be the real end. Dog Brother heard Lin Feiyu's stats. 10 trillion? Trillion? Holy. Even if Lin Feiyu was probably bluffing, Dog Brother was still startled. My 800 trillion. That probably wouldn't even cover it. Dog Brother suddenly steeled himself. Then, Lin Feiyu. Do you dare surrender to me just once? Dog brother made his final desperate attempt.
If Lin Feiyu surrendered to him, he could bounce back and surrender in return.
Then his attributes would be mine. Lin Feiyu paused, slightly taken aback. What's this? A conspiracy? Such an obvious conspiracy?
He suddenly remembered that group of red knife killers.
All at Dog Brothers level. Then,
Lin Feiyu recalled that he had apparently commanded the skeleton army to slaughter 3,000 red blades.
Oh,
they're all in my beast taming space, but I guess I hadn't thought to ask them. Lin Feiyu immediately used his beast taming space to inquire about the situation with those 3,000 red blades.
Sure enough,
Lin Feiyu learned that the wolf god Fenrir possessed the so-called son of lies and mischief gods. His deceptive abilities:
Demon Blade, quality, pillar, red, weapon, Tachi, level restriction, none, attack power, 1, defeat an enemy wielding this blade, then surrender to them to copy all their attributes onto yourself, cannot be used repeatedly on the same target. I defeat you through my strength. I surrender to you through my mercy. I see.
Lin Feiyu seems to have figured out how to make Dog Brothers' power explode.
If Dog Brothers' power doesn't explode, how am I supposed to explode? Like this. Kneel before me and beg. Call me daddy. Then kowtow 3 times. After that, sing conqueror. Then I'll grant your request.
Lin Feiyu twisted his lips in deliberate mockery.
Chapter 176, No Survivors. Kneel, call me daddy, kowtow 3 times, sing conquer, and then you'll agree to me? That's it? Dog Brother won't put up with this. I'm a big shot who dared to take on Shishi. Is that all you ask for? His overwhelming will to survive, coupled with the immense attributes on Lin Feiyu's body. Long ago,
he had suppressed it, the shame within his heart.
What shame? That's something only talented people have. I'm a dog. I refuse to be human. Demon Blade Tamaru immediately dropped to his knees. I'm sorry. I was wrong. Father, Dad, Old Father, Father King, Father Emperor, Daddy, Dad, Abba. I'm sorry. I was wrong. Thud, 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 thud.
A succession of over a dozen loud thuds followed. Dust flew as he pounded his head against the ground, his heart burning with rage.
And just like that, you conquered me. Lin Feiyu watched Dog Brothers' entire combo sequence. Even the sequence he just described was spot on. Impressive. Dog Brother, what a real man. He kneels without hesitation. No messing around.
When you tell him to call you daddy,
he immediately spits out a dozen nicknames. He even pulled out the dialect.
The shameless are the scariest,
because he has absolutely no scruples.
If it weren't for Lin Feiyu needing Dog Brother to boost his stats, he wouldn't bother with any sense of integrity towards scum like this.
Kill him if you must. At this moment,
Lin Feiyu had already come to a clear realization in his heart.
Even if Dog Brother surrendered to his side, it meant Dog Brother had defeated him. He would immediately surrender to me again. At that moment, Dog Brother's deception ability would activate, copying his attributes over.
And Dog Brother would not hesitate to slash him down with a single stroke.
He won't hesitate for a second. Absolutely none. This is precisely the outcome he desires.
Lin Feiyu feigned utter lack of guile, watching Dog Brother prostrate himself in worship before belting out a song.
He let out a fake, wild laugh. Ha 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 ha. Even the gods themselves must kneel before me. Ha ha ha. I am unrivaled under heaven. Ha ha ha. Your kowtows aren't loud enough. Kneel a few more times.
To make his act more convincing, Lin Feiyu doubled down. Dog Brother accepted without complaint.
Clinging to even the faintest hope, he clung to it fiercely. He began banging his head wildly, knocking until he left after images, knocking until sparks flew. Ha 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 ha.
Lin Feiyu roared with laughter once more.
Since you're so obedient. Good, 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 good dog. Will my fortune be strong this year? Dog Brother bowed repeatedly while barking. Woof woof woof. Fine. I'll grant your wish. This round goes to you. I surrender.
Dog Brother had been waiting for this moment.
He'd been waiting for Lin Feiyu to remain unaware of his fraud ability.
He'd been waiting for him to mistakenly believe that surrender was just surrender.
After accepting Lin Feiyu's surrender, Dog Brother, he fulfilled the deception requirement of wielding this blade to defeat his foe.
Then he immediately began feigning surrender to Lin Feiyu.
No, no, no. I'm the one conceding defeat. Ding. You have successfully extracted Lin Feiyu's attributes. Please review. Upon hearing this system notification, Demon Blade Sumeru was instantly overcome with excitement. He immediately opened Lin Feiyu's attributes for inspection. Lin Feiyu. Health points, 380. 838 billion. Mana, 90. 69 billion. Attack power, 810. 8 billion. Spell power, 70. 87 billion. Physical defense, 60. 36 billion. Magic defense, 50. 33 billion. Lin Feiyu's attribute replication successful.
Upon seeing Lin Feiyu's specific stats, Dog Brother was utterly stunned. Although Lin Feiyu didn't possess the astronomical stats he had bragged about, they were still terrifying. His health points alone exceeded 3 trillion. Attack power, a whopping 80 billion. Impressive. It's just that he got utterly duped. Thinking he could defeat Lin Feiyu even after collecting interest from every single dragon entry in each estate. Once the interest collection was complete, that would have been a staggering 800 trillion in attack power. Lin Feiyu's measly 3 trillion health bar was utterly insignificant. But hey, it's okay. At least the immediate crisis is over. Dog Brother slowly rose to his feet, not uttering another word. He raised his hand and swung his blade. Heaven and earth slash. -793, 964. 4 billion. Lin Feiyu didn't utter a single word. Not a single last word left behind. He collapsed dead on the spot. Dog Brother believed he lacked Lin Feiyu's foolish vanity. He only wanted the real deal. Kneeling? What's this daddy nonsense? All fake. Honestly, a clean knife to the throat would be far more merciful. He stared at his stats. A brand new idea popped into his head. Even if he defrauded all 800 million people in Ishia State with that million-level damage, that would only amount to 800 trillion. But now, his attack power had reached 80 billion. And, the players within this conquest tournament map, each major server has 8 million players entering. 13 servers, that's over 100 million people, excluding Ishia State, already conquered by the Red Blade clan, and excluding Yunleizu, which he refuses to assimilate. That is, Lin Feiyu's hometown. He dared not meddle there, fearing there might still be agents lurking. Plus, the conquest tournament just kicked off these past 2 days. The fighting's brutal, claiming countless lives. That still leaves 60 or 70 million people. What a pity. The interest harvest could only be used once. Otherwise, I'd first harvest the entire Ishia province, then scatter 800 trillion red blades across the entire tournament map. Pillar tier players are truly useless. But, if my own 80 billion attack power were to spread through 60 to 70 million people via person-to-person transmission, that's a guaranteed 480 quadrillion. That's 480 quadrillion. 480 quadrillion. If we let a few players from the conquest tournament go out there. Perfect. We're only 20 times away from pillar-level Guy tier combat power. What a pity. But there's nothing we can do about it. Wait a moment. Wouldn't that mean, if we just add 20 times more red blades, I'd instantly become a pillar-level combatant. 20 times 70 million. 4 billion people. Then let's start with 2 billion. Lin Feiyu. Oh Lin Feiyu. I really have to thank you. You've made me a pillar-level combat power overnight. Ha ha ha. The Demon King has returned. The plan is set. The Demon Blade's ultimate strike will commence immediately. Soon. Dog Brother had visited every single team across all 11 continents. The phenomenon of person-to-person transmission began spreading immediately. Overnight. Players across all major servers except Yunlai Province and Great Xia all displayed damage values of 80 billion. The people of Yunlai Province were utterly terrified. Naturally, this outcome caused some with weaker resolve to defect to the enemy camp. Though they remained a minority, the vast majority remained fearless, their spines unyielding, players who would rather die charging forward than surrender. After all, the Great Xia F4 hadn't just ruled this game world for a year or two. For nearly a century, they've long since tempered the Great Xia's spirit into unyielding steel. Soon, the 8 million warriors of Yunlai Province were wiped out without a single survivor. Chapter 177, Dog Brother, your father has arrived. Time passed swiftly. In a mere 7 days, the farce of the Supremacy Tournament concluded. Players from Yunlai Province and the subjects of the Great Xia Empire plunged into a sea of wailing and lamentation. Lin Feiyu, once deemed the strongest, had vanished. After entering the tournament, he only made an appearance on the first day. He had not been seen again. By the 4th day of the tournament, players from Yunlai Province discovered that apart from Yunleizu's 8 million warriors, the tens of millions of players from the other 12 states had all become Red Blades. Ishia Province's million-level combat power was no longer impressive. The combat power of other major states skyrocketed to hundreds of billions. This was no longer something ordinary players could handle. The combined might of the Great Xia F4 couldn't withstand a single ordinary auto-attack from an unknown upstart of Al State. All fell. 8 million warriors from Yunlai State lay dead, their bodies floating for miles. After the players of Great Xia were slaughtered, the great states began attacking one another. Hundreds of billions in damage piled up, shattering the boundaries of the conquest tournament. In other words, the entire map of the conquest tournament Desolation State was shattered. With the Daxia players of Yunlai State wiped out, the tens of millions of players within began vying for the final victory. But their damage output was simply too immense. They literally sank the entire conquest tournament map into the depths. Originally,
Players who entered the Wasteland province were unable to leave until the conquest tournament concluded. But then, the Wasteland state collapsed, and the barrier that trapped us vanished. Then, who cares about the tournament's outcome? Everyone began pouring into the game world. They even began invading Blue Star. What heroes of the great nations? The explosive surge in power didn't strengthen their nations. An endless surge of greed. Even the Sword Pavilion couldn't withstand these evolved players from the Wasteland state. They retreated en masse to the primordial world, hiding themselves away. So, the century-long fragile equilibrium of world stability, painstakingly maintained by the sword-wielding pavilion, was utterly shattered. In less than a month, these evolved players began. Wealth was redistributed by them, power was usurped by them, and the world plunged into unprecedented chaos, turmoil, and madness. It turns out humanity's greatest enemy has never been external invaders, but the raging greed of the most powerful. Now ordinary players finally understood why. For the past century, a sword had always hung over their heads, but that sword is no longer sharp. The Sword Pavilion has lost its ability to control. The world immediately began to crumble. Their invasion of Great Xia has begun. Both the game world and the real world Blue Star were simultaneously invaded by players from other major states. The ranks of the Red Blade Knights continue to swell. The method to obtain Red Blade abilities has been deciphered. Nations, regions, and major factions scrambled to seize the position of new leader. They frantically create new Red Blades, while also devising ways to control them. Through curses, contracts, and other means. The strongest will be determined by who controls the most Red Blades. Diplomatic maneuvers and conflicts erupt incessantly. Amidst this chaos, the ranks of the Red Blades continue to swell. A lone Red Blade from the Northwest Sea province found himself hunted by nearly 100 others. Facing certain death, he had a sudden inspiration. He decided. He channeled his Red Blade power into every single one of them. Then, even if he perished, those who hunted him down for differing ideologies wouldn't fare much better. It was this flash of inspiration, made Dog Brother, lurking in the shadows, laugh so hard he drooled. Indeed, sometimes, a sudden flash of inspiration truly outshines the grand schemes of others. Dog Brother calculated that in just 30 short days, the number of Red Blade wielders had reached a terrifying 2 billion. At this point, the Guy threshold had long been surpassed. On the freezing set in Tokyo, Dog Brother was guest starring as the male lead. In high spirits, he cranked out 7 days worth of work in a single day. The director and crew marveled at his sheer stamina, while the female teacher screamed in agony. An ambulance was called. He planned to return to pillar-level combat strength tonight. World, here I come. How wonderful. Within the secret chambers of the ancient god's palace, Lin Feiyu had been back for a very, very long time. He glanced at the timer on his system interface. 8 years, 2 months, and 13 days, calculating based on the ancient god's palace's time flowing 100 times faster than the outside world. Only 30 days should have passed in the outside world. Add to that the time he was killed by Dog Brother and re-entered the ancient god's palace, by which point 2 days of the championship tournament had already passed. And after exiting the ancient god's palace, the championship tournament's preparation period was also 2 days. Time had now reached the 35th day. Only 1 day left. Urgent, 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 urgent. After being killed by Dog Brother, just as he had anticipated, he did indeed resurrect within the secret chambers of the ancient god's palace, but his state was strange. Upon returning to his main body, he immediately noticed his physical body wasn't charging up at all. Instead, it was frantically spamming basic attacks. Yes, it seemed Lin Feiyu had been blocked again while in the ancient god's palace. Given his current attack speed, continuous auto-attacks delivered the highest DPS, far surpassing any charged skill. How could he not have realized this? It seems it's not that I'm stupid. Such a simple matter should have been figured out long ago. Lin Feiyu felt his thoughts had been clouded by external influence. Absolutely. The one controlling him, no need to guess who it was. It was Cat God. The skills Tiger's henchman and henchman's blood back then were granted by the Cat God through that white Tiger King of difference. Her exact powers remain unclear, but they involve mental manipulation like beast taming. What's even more terrifying is that despite enduring over 40 trillion damage, the combined attributes of Lin Feiyu's innate talents unleashed in the final battle, under tens of thousands of basic attacks per second. Pidden, the spatial power of the Dragon God, is gradually returning to Lin Feiyu's core being. But, instead of boosting Lin Feiyu's damage, the threads of spatial power were all dispersing into the cosmos toward 2 unknown points. Those 2 points were the locations where the Cat God and the Snake God were trapped. Meanwhile, the barrier energies of those 2 alternate realms had already begun to weaken. In other words, the moment Cat Goddess and Snake Goddess were trapped, the very instant his base attack initiated, the liberation of the cat and the snake had become inevitable. It was merely a matter of time. Thus, Lin Feiyu knew his time might be down to a single day, for in these 8 years, 2 months, and 13 days, he had done only one thing, that was secretly gathering power. He needed the Snake Woman's avatar within the ancient god's palace to serve as his beast companion. The reason it took 8 years. First, the Snake Woman's avatar possessed terrifying stats. Only after 8 years of unceasing, relentless power accumulation did Lin Feiyu dare to be certain he could slay her. Second, he needed to leave the ancient god's palace to hide his true body, while the clone sought out Dog Brother to court death. But he didn't possess the clone's abilities, and he certainly couldn't beg the snake to split itself for him. Could he? Once or twice is fine. Countless times? Without arousing suspicion? Impossible. So there's only one way, and one last goal. One day. Use the last day. Only one day left. Those two, the cat and the snake, wouldn't dare let go of an opportunity to break free right now. One day? Him? Lin Feiyu? What kind of waves could he possibly make? This is the final chance, and he will use this final day to have Dog Brother help him ascend. Dog Brother, your dad's back. Chapter 178, The Other Shore. Within the ancient god's palace, 2 streaks of light appeared at breakneck speed. A young girl with adorable cat ears. A massive feathered serpent with jet black wings on its back. None other than Cat and Snake Woman. After Lin Feiyu swiftly defeated the Snake Woman's clone and made a hasty escape, immediately materialized within the secret realm. This was precisely why Lin Feiyu had insisted on building his power for a full 8 years. The moment he attacked the Snake Woman, she would surely detect it. To achieve a one-hit kill, he had to build up his power. Fortunately, fate was on his side, the timing was perfect. The cat snake within the ancient god's palace was merely one of its avatars, not the true form. Cat, he killed your clone, and fled? What is he up to? Snake Woman spread her wings, it matters not. By real-world time, we'll be back in just one day. One day? What could Lin Feiyu possibly accomplish in that time? Cat, but doesn't your avatar possess a time acceleration skill? 100 times. That's 100 days. Too many variables. The Snake Woman flapped her jet black wings. I can recall one of my clone abilities, time manipulation. Recall. Meow nodded. Then rubbed her cat ears. Then we have nothing to worry about. One day really isn't enough time to accomplish much. We should focus all our efforts on breaking free from the dragon god's control. We still have 100 days left within the secret realm. We can't let that little brat Lin Feiyu interfere at this crucial moment of breaking free. If even the slightest slip occurs during the breakout, who knows how long we'd be stuck then? The goddess nodded in deep agreement. You're absolutely right. The dragon god's power grants us only one chance to open the gate. We must seize it firmly. Both pillars felt that this little brat, Lin Feiyu, could pose no threat. They both withdrew their avatars and began struggling with all their might to break free. After escaping the secret realm, Lin Feiyu immediately examined the Snake Woman clone's attributes. Serpent Woman avatar, Demon God tier boss level 400. HP, for quadrillion equals 400 billion trillion. Attack power, 30 billion trillion. Magic power, 30 quadrillion. Armor, 15 quadrillion. Magic resistance, 15 quadrillion. Ability, create a clone capable of transferring the user's consciousness. The clone dies but immediately resurrects at the user's location upon death. Clone count capped at 1. Clone stats capped at 4 out of 10. 000 of the user's maximum values. Ability, Curse of the Night. Ability, Serpentine Grace. No footwear required. Ability, Mist Venom. Ability, Explosive Plague Poison. Skill, Twin Venom Fangs. Skill, Petrification. Skill, Pitch Black Wings. Spread wings to control time flow. Accelerating time by 100x. Skill failed. Traits, Pillar Class Avatar. Demon God Class Boss. Demon God Class levels 101,999. After slaying the Snake Woman's clone, Lin Feiyu immediately erased the restriction on her clone skill, the latter half of the skill description. This removed the restrictions on clone usage count and clone stats. Additionally, he erased the Snake Woman's clone traits entirely. Why erase only the latter half of the skill description rather than the entire entry? The answer lies in the fact that Lin Feiyu's main body had already absorbed the vast majority of the Dragon God's powers. But, the Dragon God's power has been drained completely. As for Lin Feiyu's attributes, there hasn't been a single bit of improvement. Looks like Cat and Snake Woman are keeping a tight lockdown on me. My guess was spot on. They're definitely going to use me up and discard me. Whether I'll even survive is another matter entirely. Let alone surviving in the hands of Cat and Snake Woman. As for that time-slowing ability that stopped working, Lin Feiyu had tried it countless times. The result? It just won't work. It seems the real Serpent Woman has sensed her clone being controlled, so she urgently withdrew her temporal authority. Fortunately, it seemed she could only recall one. If she had recalled the clone ability too, it would have been game over.
It now appears the Serpent Woman's plan wasn't to use time reversal after becoming a pillar level being to reset time and restore her trash combat power. Rather, the Dragon God's power is merely a power, it has no numerical value. In that case, it appears pillar level powers possess inherent resistance to one another, meaning she couldn't erase the time control skill the Snake Woman had reclaimed. Even after I become the true Dragon God, she won't be able to reset time for herself. That's why she wiped the numerical values clean, leaving only the power intact. Lin Feiyu's heart was filled with anxiety. Time was running out. The countdown ticked away. 24 hours. The time left for him to act was scarce. Very scarce. But Lin Feiyu had absolute confidence. As long as he doesn't arouse Dog Brother's suspicion. As long as he can keep pushing his luck. As long as Dog Brother's damage output remains high enough. I can definitely pull this off. There's no time left now. Turn the tide of battle. Lin Feiyu has now leveled up to 100. The Snake Woman's clone, a pillar level clone. A 400 level demonic god boss. Its health pool and defense are truly staggering. If it weren't for Lin Feiyu being able to see the attributes of monsters of all levels after his rebirth. Otherwise, it would be impossible to calculate how long he'd need to charge up to kill the Snake Woman's clone. The experience points it granted were terrifyingly immense. After breaking through to level 70 as a transcendent master, he still needed to advance further, like the incredibly difficult level 80 advancement. But after absorbing the Dragon God's divine power and gaining a sliver of divinity, he no longer faced the troubles of advancement. After slaying the Serpent Woman's clone, the massive influx of experience points propelled him to leapfrog 30 levels. He instantly reached the maximum level of 100. Add to that the Serpent Maiden clone's massive attributes. Lin Feiyu's level and attributes exploded in growth. Dragon God's heir, Lin Feiyu. Titles, Dragon King, Supreme Ruler, Throne Class Boss, Dragon God's heir, Dog Beating Immortal, Snake and Cat in the same nest. Class, Sword Immortal, Level, 100, Experience, 0/860 trillion. Realm, Transcendence. Talent, Battle to the Final Chapter, 530 billion trillion. Reputation, 7 billion. HP, for Ching equals 400 trillion trillion, Shield, 40 trillion trillion. Attack Power, 30 quadrillion. Magic Power, 30 quadrillion. Armor, 15 quadrillion. Magic Resistance, 15 quadrillion. Gazing at his exploding stats, his previous 800 billion points couldn't even make a ripple in front of this Snake Woman's clone. Not even a drop in the bucket. No wonder it took him a full 8 years of preparation to defeat it. A lifetime? Though that warning was most likely from the Dragon God. But those words from the clone? Lin Feiyu remembered them crystal clear. Next. Find Dog Brother. My entire life. Walking on thin ice. Tell me, can I make it to the other shore? Chapter 179, Pillar Level Combat Power. The chaos unfolding on Blue Star and within the primordial world. Upon learning of this, Lin Feiyu was filled with intense indignation. Fortunately, as a cat snake proxy born in Great Xia, Dog Brother dared not assign Red Blade to the players in Yunlai province. This effectively prevented Dog Brother from killing Great Xia citizens during his fraud ritual. Fortunately, those Red Blades, consumed by rampant greed, were busy fighting amongst themselves over power, resources, and wealth, engaged in internal strife. For now, both Great Xia and Yunlai Prefecture remained relatively stable. The crisis was already on its way, it couldn't be ignored. Lin Feiyu calculated in secret and discovered the Red Blade's numbers were now sufficient to restore Dog Brother to pillar-level combat strength. The most crucial condition had been met. Now a new problem had emerged. How to deceive Dog Brother, the god of deception himself. Approaching him directly was out of the question. With his current damage output of Battle to the Final Chapter, 530 billion trillion. Damage output, how could I not kill him? Last time I already lost Jingzhou through carelessness. Do the same again? I'll be suspected. If Dog Brother doesn't cooperate, wouldn't that ruin everything? But if we don't approach him, and he refuses to release the fraud ritual, won't we miss the final day's window? There's only one way left, an accidental slip. Let Dog Brother sense the danger himself. Get him to initiate the harvesting of the fraud ritual ahead of schedule. But how to make Dog Brother sense it himself? Find someone I secretly know, but Dog Brother doesn't know I know who's one of his own. Who is Dog Brother's man? Lin Feiyu recalled being warned in Yellowwind Valley about a traitor within Dog Brother's inner circle. That would be, the Ringmaster. The bronze ring worn by Princess Yunzhong. Li Yunrui, inside it lies Li Yunrui's master. The plan was set. Lin Feiyu immediately began to execute it. Yanzhou County. Prince Qing's mansion. This residence assigned to him by the new emperor of Dafeng Kingdom, Li Siwen. His consort was none other than the daughter of the former prince of Yanzhou, Li Yunrui. Lin Feiyu secretly slipped into the mansion to see the person closest to him. After meeting Princess Consort Li Yunrui and sharing an intimate moment, Lin Feiyu deliberately confided his true nature to his wife in secret. which had now reached a staggering 530 billion trillion. Lin Feiyu could distinctly sense Li Yunrui's bronze ring trembling faintly. It seemed Brother Dog had already become aware. Then, the final battle was about to begin. Lin Feiyu knew Dog Brother would surely arrive wielding the power of a true pillar. Therefore, the people of Yanzhou County should not bear the brunt of pillar-level combat power. He must find a secluded place to fight Dog Brother to the bitter end. Lin Feiyu whispered to consort Li Yunrui, the Red Blade clan originated in Isha Prefecture. All 8 million warriors of my Yunlai Prefecture perished there. I must go and seek vengeance. I will sink the demon blade, G1, and the entire Isha state into the depths of the sea. Pushing the ravages of war beyond the nation's borders was an excellent decision. Isha Prefecture's wolfish ambitions deserve to vanish into the boundless ocean. A perfect world has no place for such a vile land as Isha State. Li Yunrui watched her husband depart once more after over a month apart. She hurriedly threw on her clothes and rushed out after him. But Lin Feiyu had already vanished without a trace. She murmured, "Husband, come back." She didn't notice at all that the bronze ring on her finger had vanished without a trace. Yixiazu, Demon Blade Zhuan stared at the mole he had planted within the Dragon God Snake Maiden sect, the former elder of the Sword Pavilion, and was utterly shocked by the news he brought. It turned out, Lin Feiyu, the cat snake's proxy, wasn't dead after all. He now possessed a staggering 530 billion trillion in power and was already charging toward Yixiazu, where he resided. Things were getting interesting. He made a decisive move. He was about to activate the deception ritual immediately. Boom! A deafening explosion. Lin Feiyu had arrived. But Dog Brother wasn't the least bit flustered. Lin Feiyu's sudden appearance last time had taught him a lesson. That lesson was clear: he must be able to instantly ascend at any moment. Therefore, he had already meticulously prepared the ritual long ago. He won't give me time? Trying to ambush me? Impossible. I make my own time. In the blink of an eye. Red blades across the entire world, including those in the game world. The red blades of Blue Star. At this very moment, all felt their power rapidly draining away. The dream of the world's top-tier powerhouse awoke. Even their very life force was rapidly ebbing away. No. Nearly 2 billion red blades collectively wailed and wept. Yet, even in death, they remained utterly ignorant of what had transpired. They were merely tools for the pillar wolf god Fenrir to gain power. In the blink of an eye, the red blades, who had thrown the entire world into chaos, vanished completely. Vanished without a trace, leaving not even a speck of dust behind. The demon wolf Fenrir soared skyward. He would do it before the eyes of everyone on Blue Star, Lin Feiyu's homeland, the place the snake woman Catty called the backwater, and before all the inhabitants of his own homeland, the primordial world. He would slay them, and let everyone in both worlds know. Pillar, the return of Fenrir the demon wolf. His power has now returned to pillar tier strength. Demon wolf Fenrir, pillar class boss level 1000, HP 100, 000, 000, attack power 1 Gaia, magic power 1 Gaia, armor 1 Gaia, magic resistance 1 Gaia. Pillar tier, the embodiment of world rules, the ruler of a realm within the cosmos, level 1099. Boom! The demon wolf Fenrir unleashed his divine power, projecting his image onto the game interface of every player worldwide. Anyone aged 18 or older with access to the game world could witness this historic moment on their interface. Planet-wide broadcast. Initiated. Every corner of the primordial world, wherever people gather, will display giant sky screens. The primordial worldwide broadcast begins. The demon wolf Fenrir soared into the heavens. There, he saw Lin Feiyu arriving on his sword. Your arrival. You've successfully eliminated all 2 billion red blades. However, their power has now fully returned to me. The entire Blue Star, the entire Taichu world, plunged into utter shock. What? Every single red blade warrior had perished at the hands of this ridiculously handsome youth. Many recognized who this youth was. Blue Star, Lin Feiyu, leader of the Feiyu Guild. Primordial World, Great Wind Kingdom's Prince of the Throne. Heavenside General, Lord Pei. Just as everyone was stunned, wondering why these two would broadcast the footage, Fenrir the Demon Wolf revealed his attributes. To strike fear into hearts, he even altered his unit designation. Demon Wolf Fenrir, Pillar Class Boss Level 1000. HP 1000000000000000000000000. Attack power 1000000000000000000000000. Magic power 100000000000000000000000000. Armor 1000000000000000000000000000000. Magic resistance 10000000000000000000000000000.
This represents the pinnacle of pillar-level combat power. To surpass it, one must break through to a new realm. Otherwise, one Gao is the absolute limit. Chapter 180, Final Battle, the End. The world still reeled in shock at the endless numbers displayed by the demon wolf Fenrir. The true horror lay in the dialogue that followed. The demon wolf Fenrir continued. I am the deity of this world. Today, I proclaim my return to the entire world. I am the god of ruin and destruction, devourer of pillars, eternally chasing the sun and moon, god of lies and mischief, king of demons, enemy of the gods. Ragnarok. The demon wolf Fenrir. Lin Feiyu watched his wild performance in silence. He knew this guy was now utterly inflated with arrogance. He'd actually started following the classic villain trope of dying from talking too much. Lin Feiyu decided to give him a hint. Such grand gestures. What are you planning? Rule the world? Dominate all lands? Or destroy it all? Fenrir the demon wolf burst into maniacal laughter. Ah! Dragon King Lin Feiyu, listen carefully. Rule, I will destroy. Destroy everything. I will make everyone in both worlds, every living being, every life form, all of them, die. Have you forgotten? I am the devouring pillar, devouring the two worlds, Blue Star, and the billions of beings of the primordial era. Only then can I reclaim pillar-level power. Then, I shall ascend to a new, supreme realm, Star God tier. The cosmos will be mine to roam. No living being shall threaten me. Though the masses couldn't grasp what pillar level or star god level truly meant. But they understood this demon wolf Fenrir wanted everyone dead. And this Dragon King Lin Feiyu was the savior who would stop all this. It was immediately clear which side to take. Amidst the world's gasps and wails, they too realized this was the real deal, a battle between true immortals. Lin Feiyu had long seen through it all, the demon wolf, the snake woman, the cat goddess. Not a single one was a good bird. Their goal was the same, to ascend to a new realm, star gods. That's why he alone had factored all three pillars into his calculations. His mission was clear, eliminate every pillar. He wanted the outer gods dead. This one before him was one of his avatars, an avatar possessing 100% of his true form's attributes. Lin Feiyu had concealed his true form long ago. His true form was concealed in a place no one could possibly imagine. His true form wore the bronze mask, a divine artifact capable of concealing identity. Standing at the entrance of Chidian Town. At the entrance to the small town of Chidian Town. This was where the dream began. A newbie village restricted to those below level 10. This is the rule force that limits ordinary people. But pillar level beings remain unaffected. Lin Feiyu isn't a pillar level yet. But he holds an eraser capable of rewriting world rules in his hand. So these rules hold no meaning for him. Wearing the bronze beast tooth mask, blending into the crowd, is the best way to conceal his true form. His true form, like everyone else's, gazed upon the celestial canopy that spanned the skies throughout the primordial world. He narrowed his eyes slightly. He would fight to the very end, for everyone. For the entire world. For himself. And for his family. He didn't yet know what winning would mean. But losing would render everything utterly meaningless. Therefore, victory held profound meaning. He had prepared everything long ago. Within his own beast-taming realm. Billions of his clones had been waiting for this moment. He had already removed the restrictions from the Snake Woman clone skills. Infinite clones. His own attributes could be freely adjusted from 0% to 100%. Yixiazu. Lin Feiyu didn't wait for the demon wolf Fenrir to utter another word, he charged forward proactively. To the world's eyes, the final savior had begun his desperate battle, but with a casual flick of his paw, and Lin Feiyu's health bar vanished instantly. His entire body was sent flying backward like a cannonball, crashing into the earth of Yixiazu. Boom! The ground shattered beneath the impact. Cracks spreading like a spiderweb across the entire landscape. The deafening roar sent shockwaves rippling across Yixiazu's soil. Dust and debris swirled everywhere. The crowd gasped in shock. Dragon King Lin Feiyu couldn't withstand a single blow. The demon wolf Fenrir roared with maniacal laughter. Ha ha ha! Utterly pathetic. Just as despair gripped the world, Lin Feiyu rose once more. In truth, this was another of his clones. Within his beast control realm, his clones were countless. He had long devised a strategy. When one clone was destroyed, the next would immediately appear. This way, the demon wolf Fenrir couldn't tell which was the next clone. Everything would proceed logically and reasonably. Thus, Fenrir the demon wolf would perceive Lin Feiyu as possessing tenacious vitality, intensifying its attacks, its desire to kill him, and its assault frequency. This was precisely the outcome he desired. Each time Fenrir the demon wolf destroyed one of his clones, it would increase the health points of his clones by tenfold. Blood bar explosion technique unique, legendary gold. Effect, upon activation. When receiving a single instant damage exceeding 99% of your current health, your health value multiplies by tenfold.
and instantly restores your health bar to its maximum capacity.
Restriction 1, can only be used once. Scroll becomes void upon use. Already erased. Restriction 2, if damage exceeds your current maximum HP.
The 10x HP boost cannot be used to offset that damage.
It cannot prevent death. What doesn't kill me makes me stronger.
Lin Feiyu is about to go wild dancing on this grave initiate. His current health is 4 jing,
equivalent to 400 billion trillion. Each clone's death increases his health by 40 quadrillion. For others,
such a life value increase might merely make them tougher and more resilient, nothing more. But Lin Feiyu's innate talent transforms his health points into raw combat power.
Talent, battle to the final chapter, S.
Basic attack equals total sum of personal attributes. This pillar-level combat power requires Lin Feiyu to fight to the death with a full 250 clones,
to instantly reach a combat power of 1 Gao. He'd considered it accumulating life points from each clone's death before absorbing damage. But then, each death would strengthen him.
But if Dog Brother grew even slightly suspicious,
it would spell total ruin. He dared not gamble.
He could only endure being blasted to pieces time and again,
resurrecting his clones to fight on.
It wasn't early anymore, dawn had already broken.
But a day ended at midnight, which meant there were still 18 hours left. Dog Brother, come, torment me, beat me 1,000 times. 1,000 times? Not enough. Far from enough. 10,000 times. 10,000 times.
Lin Feiyu rose once more,
charging toward that seemingly invincible demon wolf Fenrir to begin a new battle. Boom. Knocked down once more.
He soared once more.
Shattered once more.
Dog Brother grew increasingly terrified with each kill.
How could this man be indestructible?
The more he killed,
the angrier he grew.
His hands moving faster and faster. Lin Feiyu's body plummeted like a meteorite.
Rising and crashing. Rising and crashing. Rising and crashing.
A sky filled with shooting stars.
The entire Asia state was shattered by Lin Feiyu's body. Crushed into oblivion.
The land vanished. He still drifted in the ocean.
Rising and falling. From dawn to dusk. From dawn's glow to dusk's twilight.
From a vast continent.
Shattered into fragments. Reduced to nothing but ocean.
Lin Feiyu hadn't counted how many times he'd died, but his life points had already piled up to 40 Gai. No matter how much it piled up after that, it would no longer increase. Lin Feiyu knew his attributes had likely reached some kind of limit, perhaps the limit of the universe. If the value Gai represents the combat strength unit of the pillars, then 10 GA might represent the ultimate limit of pillar-level combat power. 40 Gao. It might also be the absolute limit his level could withstand against 4 pillar-tier combatants at their peak. Why further advancement is impossible remains unknown. But he knew this, to increase combat power by a full 40 Jing 40 Gai, his avatars would have to die at least 10,000 times. And then there's Dog Brother.
Snake Woman. Cat. Killing them would be enough. Enough. Your doom has come. Have I reached the other shore? He was slammed back into the sea, gurgle. In the eyes of the world, that great hero named Lin Feiyu was being beaten endlessly. Enough time for them to do things without regret. Yet, in that moment when heaven and earth darkened, Lin Feiyu finally struck back,
swinging his blunt sword to deliver a single,
decisive strike at the demon wolf Fenrir. What pillar-level combat power? Take this blow, and fight until the final chapter. What? You want to devour everything? Die, you filthy beast. Go tell that to my basic attack. Clang. -39000000000000000000000000 minus Dog Brother's 1 Gao defense. That single strike dealt a staggering 39 Gai of damage. The demon wolf Fenrir shattered into dust on the spot, as it realized its impending death.
The suddenness of it all. It couldn't comprehend how Lin Feiyu, who moments ago had been kicked around like a soccer ball,
how could he suddenly possess 40 Gai of combat power?
Endless hatred erupted, and as its power faded and life force extinguished, Dog Brother cast a permanent curse. His fragments remained scattered across countless dogs, unrecovered. Thus, all dogs under heaven now carry deadly venom in their mouths. After being bitten, victims experience excessive salivation, hydrophobia, fear of wind, elevated body temperature, extreme agitation, and frenzy. Ultimately, it may prove incurable. Lin Feiyu watched helplessly as the curse spread across billions of dogs. This was the lingering obsession of a pillar-level combatant after death. It seemed he'd have to figure out a solution later. The world now knew he had slain the demon. The world should settle down now. As for those two, he would deal with them alone. Lin Feiyu watched his experience points continue to surge. This massive boost came from slaying a pillar-level combatant. Though his strength could no longer be enhanced, his level kept soaring. Until Dragon King Lin Feiyu, pillar-level boss level 6000. HP, 600 billion. Attack power, 60 Gai. Magic power, 60 Gai. Armor, 600 million.
Magic resistance, 600 million. After slaying Dog Brother, Lin Feiyu chose to reclaim its power. As the Snake Woman had stated, Dog Brother possessed double the strength of a pillar-level being. However, he hadn't yet figured out how to reclaim it or how to utilize it. This was precisely why he insisted on devouring both the primordial world and the blue star world, was precisely to restore the 20-guy combat power of two peak pillar-level beings. Lin Feiyu had only acquired Dog Brother's combat power value, the mastery of all, controlling solely that specific combat power. But its core consciousness? That was utterly obliterated. This ghostly thing couldn't be killed cleanly, and Lin Feiyu dared not let it run wild. Thus, when Dog Brother cast his curse, Lin Feiyu found himself powerless to stop it. Everything comes at a price. To completely eliminate Dog Brother, one must endure the curse he cast. Fortunately, the curse wasn't too severe, and countermeasures existed. A vaccine, a preventive shot, though somewhat complicated. It was the best solution Lin Feiyu could devise. Lin Feiyu now released the 8 million warriors of Yunlai province, whom he had believed dead, from his beast-taming space. However, before doing so, since the global broadcast was still active, Lin Feiyu raised both hands high, grand resurrection. 8 million warriors returned. After this miracle unfolded, he finally shut down the global livestream. This world needs a god, and those few turned out to be no good. Then I shall be that god. In the depths of the cosmos, sword-riding flight had long since shattered the limits of speed. Across the cosmos, wherever thought could reach, it arrived in an instant. The cat goddess and snake maiden nearly simultaneously broke free from the dragon god's alternate dimension. Yet the moment they materialized in the real world, a certain Lin Feiyu stood waiting for them in silence. Without a word, he attacked immediately. Lin Feiyu's battle against the cat snake was effortless. He raised the blunt sword, battle to the final chapter. A single slash, a basic attack settling everything. What pillar-level combat power? Tell that to my basic attack. The three great threats plaguing this world eradicated. Lin Feiyu stood proudly, blade in hand, overreaching, daring to seek ascension? This fate is entirely of your own making. Just like the demon wolf Fenrir, Lin Feiyu merely extracted their combat power, using all defense to seize their strength. As for their core consciousnesses, Lin Feiyu dared not touch them in the slightest. Dog Brother's revival back then stemmed from cat and snake only managing to kill him within the alternate dimension, yet lacking the power to fully eradicate him, thus leaving behind this calamity. Therefore, Lin Feiyu swiftly extinguished them all without the slightest mercy. What if they weren't truly dead? Wouldn't that be like burying a landmine beneath his own feet? But the cat goddess and snake maiden were also pillar-level combatants. In the instant they vanished, both fell victim to the curse Lin Feiyu could not prevent. As the saying goes, everything comes at a price. The serpent woman's curse was this: all snakes in the world, whether venomous or not, touch them and die. The cat goddess's curse was even more terrifying. Every cat in the world, fairly and equally, regardless of status or wealth, would look down upon every single pet owner. Lin Feiyu frowned slightly. Curses from cats, dogs, and snakes. Didn't we encounter something like this before? Dog Brother's curse also resembled that previous certain illness. Suddenly, it all clicked. Pillar-level curses transcend time, past, present, and future. Perhaps even the three pillars themselves were unaware. The venomous snakes of this world emerged precisely because of their destined downfall. Chapter 181, Term Eraser. Grand Finale. After reclaiming the powers of both the cat god and the snake maiden, Lin Feiyu discovered that the dragon god's power values, which had been destroyed by the cat god and snake woman, had returned once more after their complete demise. Though Lin Feiyu couldn't quite grasp why the value of one Gao, which the four great ancient pillars had fought to the death to surpass. Why, in his own case, had he broken through so effortlessly? Not only that, but after the powers of the cat god, snake goddess, and dragon god returned, his level and power surged once more. Dragon King Lin Feiyu, Star God Tier Boss Level 9999, Talent, Battle to the Final Chapter, 530 Gao, HP, 99 Gaia, Attack Power, 99 GA, Magic Power, 99 Gao, Armor, 99 Gaia, Magic Resistance, 99 Gigas. His title underwent a monumental transformation. The revered names of the four ancient pillars converge upon him: the one who unites all ages, the breeder of worlds and dust, the builder of the stars, the eternal, indomitable, and indestructible, sovereign of space, cosmic singularity, the dragon god of creation, dragon demon god, god of ruin and destruction, eternally pursuing the sun and moon, god of lies and mischief, king of demons, enemy of the gods, Ragnarok, the wolf demon, master of time management, time demon, beast master god, master of all taming, cat cult leader, meow meow meow, tiger lion demon god, spark pillar, devouring pillar, time pillar, Mastery Pillar. Madness of the Era. King of Reality. King of the Demon Wolves. King of Venom. King of 10,000 Dragons. Tiger Soul King. Guardian Star God.
Lin Feiyu returns to the primordial world,
Peaceful and serene.
He couldn't wait a moment longer. He immediately sought out Emperor Great Wind.
Li Siwen, Your Majesty. Lin Feiyu, Li Siwen, was just about to pass the throne to you. Was just about to go sightseeing.
2. Lin Feiyu slowly knelt in reverence. Your Majesty, please decline 3 times. Upon learning that Lin Feiyu had proclaimed himself emperor and raised an army,
immediately surrendered. The Great Wind Kingdom ushered in a new dynasty. Zhang Yan, former prefect of Shaoji County and now left chancellor, inquired, with the new emperor enthroned, what are your majesty's new commands? Lin Feiyu, hold a beauty pageant.
Though Zhang Yan had become Lin Feiyu's beast companion, he retained the memories and mindset of his previous life.
Unable to resist, he could still voice his opinion. Zhang Yan, your majesty, this cannot be. This cannot be.
The realm has only just been unified, we must not burden the people or squander resources.
Your majesty, do not become a tyrant. Former prefect of Yenzhou, now right chancellor He Buyu, your majesty, how can the first day of a new dynasty be spent holding a beauty pageant? What a disgrace! What a disgrace! Lin Feiyu, the daughters of both chancellors shall participate. Zhang Yan, well, that might work. He Buyu, well, it's not entirely impossible. Yan Leizu, lacking the Red Blade Killers, faced far less severe crises than other servers. Regarding the resurrection of Yan Leizu's 8 million warriors, whether it was others or those within Lin Feiyu's beast control space, those secretly controlled by him, none knew the exact circumstances behind this resurrection after death. They only knew that after being slain by the Red Blade on the Wasteland State's conquest map, their souls were reclaimed by Lin Feiyu. Awaiting an opportunity, they miraculously revived once more. Not a single soul knew it was Lin Feiyu's beast-taming ability, not even his own family. All believed Lin Feiyu was a true immortal descended from the heavens. Li Ge, Li Qi, and Song Yeshua, those who had been revived within the beast-taming realm, secretly conferred after returning to their former lives. Sure enough, it was exactly as they suspected. Lin Feiyu wasn't human at all. Turns out, he's a damn god. Lin Feiyu hadn't withdrawn his immortality buff, and none of them realized it still clung to them. Lin Feiyu let them live their lives naturally. They had no idea about this immortality buff at all. Lin Feiyu could utilize the abilities granted by his beast writing to examine the footprints of their entire lives. He could keenly discern their deeds in this lifetime. If their conduct was mediocre, they would enter reincarnation after natural death or death in battle, with their immortality buff revoked. If their conduct is poor, Lin Feiyu will inflict divine punishment, directly stripping them of life. If their conduct is exemplary, he also needs loyal followers. Then they will be taken in as angels, and appoint them as celestial soldiers and generals. From then on, no one knew of Lin Feiyu's beast-taming abilities. The world only knew that he who trusted the dragon would gain eternal life. The years slipped away silently. Decades later, Li Ge, a veteran of the Chiei Guild, clung to his mission even as death approached. Lying on his sickbed, his mind already clouded, he still clutched his son's hand tightly. My son, we must preserve the flame, to pass down that matter, generation after generation, for generations to come. Lin Feiyu, he's not human at all. In a final burst of lucidity before death, Li Gu roared. I recognized it the moment I saw him, he's not human. Li Ji's son frowned slightly, glancing up at the portrait in the shrine niche. Yes, he's a god. How could he possibly be human? Li Gu then passed away with a thunderous roar. After his death, within a faint, flickering white light, he encountered the angel who came to guide him. Ha, I've actually ascended to heaven? Ha, deified? Heavenly soldier, third-class soldier? Is this a high rank? Amidst the starry expanse, Yuan gazed upon the cosmic wonders unfolding before him. Lin Feiyu, why did you send your clone to manage Blue Star while you roam the cosmos with me? Lin Feiyu chuckled softly. You're like a gentle little poem, softly humming on the opening pages of time. Yuan's cheeks flushed. You scoundrel, are you really talking about time, not something else? Brother, fighting for justice feels so damn good. Lin Lu happily dispatched a bandit with a satisfying thud. No mercy for the wicked. Brother, you're the best. To have your alter ego stay in the palace with that silly, clueless empress, while your true self roams the world with me. Lin Feiyu smiled indifferently, with a beloved in my heart. The whole world is my home. Lin Lu wrinkled her pretty little nose. Ouch bro. Yenzhou City, capital of the Great Wind Dynasty. Lin Feiyu and Empress Li Yunrui were on an incognito inspection tour. Lin Feiyu limped along. Yunrui, this bronze ring on my toe. It's killing me. Li Yunrui's face flushed crimson. And you have the nerve to say that. Last time you wore it on, You're unbelievable. You didn't even notice there's someone inside the ring. Lin Feiyu gasped in shock. Li Yunrui, stop talking nonsense. What kind of lewd things are you saying? Li Yunrui stuck out her tongue. Shh. Lin Feiyu's face turned pale. Shoo. Save that for tonight. Li Yunrui, you. Just then, a husky sprinted past, followed by a crowd of people wielding brooms and dustpans, shouting, "Good dog. Will I have good fortune this year? Will I have good fortune this year?" Lin Feiyu's face darkened. He donned a bronze mask and retreated into an alleyway. The end. Following is the author Song Morin's closing remarks. Back when I was just a reader, I often noticed that many authors would express their feelings at the point where the grand finale arrived. It felt like a child raised with care had run away from home, or like a daughter you've poured your heart into raising finally getting married. I always thought, what's there to be sentimental about? Such melodrama. I thought I'd be different. I'd be perfectly calm at the final moment, discussing post-match analysis and picking the MVP with everyone. Damn it! Who knows how fast my heart was racing while typing the final chapter. I nearly passed out. Those final 3 words, the end, took me over a dozen tries to type correctly. My hands were shaking like crazy. I don't even know what I'm shaking about. Was I that reluctant to let go? That feeling is truly strange. It's both reluctance to part with this book and deep emotion for the characters within it. Plus, reflecting on the hard work I put into writing these past few months. Plus the anxiety about starting a new book soon. It might flop spectacularly. I'm a seasoned flop. I've written nearly 2 million words, but only this one has achieved any success. The rest have flopped, not counting the drafts I scrapped on my computer. This one, Eraser, is my debut work. 400,000 words wrapped up. First time, right? No experience. Short is short. Oh, and I kept my promise from chapter 1. No updates will ever stop. Until the very end. Along the way, I've been sick. I've lost loved ones. All sorts of complicated trivial matters. Even pulling all-nighters to write. I've endured it all. All without a single chapter saved in advance. I kept updating non-stop. I typed the very first word of this book on August 5, 2025. Completed on November 5, 2025. A total of 92 days. I have no special talent, it's all sweat and tears. My writing isn't great. Here, I once again thank all my patrons. I'm bowing down to you all. I truly bowed. Truly. That's all I have to say for my completion remarks. Nothing else to add. Please follow me. When you have time, remember me. Come see if I've made a comeback. Come see what level my new book is at. Wishing you all the best. Hang in there, my friend. See you in the next book. Best regards. Someone from Son.